Chapter 1. The Goddess, Sir, your coffee. The goddess approached with a radiant smile, and even from a distance, the enchanting fragrance of lavender wafted into my nostrils, prompting me to inhale deeply. Oh, I am truly sorry. Let me fetch a tissue. Still adorably clumsy. This marked the 6th cup of coffee she had spilled this week. Her shirt was utterly ruined, yet witnessing her flustered attempts to clean up, her face flushed with nervousness. And that endearing expression of remorse. The goddess was indeed charming. This was precisely why, after a long day's work, I would forego dinner just to savor a cup of coffee, solely to behold her smile and to be enveloped by that intoxicating lavender aroma. Alas, that was all I could do. As an unremarkable, ordinary fellow, lacking both car and home, such an exceptional goddess felt far too extravagant for me that I could only silently observe her each day, accompanying her until a gentleman of equal merit appeared by her side, and then, this seemed rather pessimistic and sorrowful, but at least it reflected my self-awareness, for among those pursuing her, there were countless who surpassed me in excellence. I am truly sorry about this. Perhaps I could buy you a new shirt, the goddess said, her face a picture of regret. No need, thank you, I replied politely, though internally I was chastising myself. That shirt was a precious gift from her, akin to a family heirloom. Then how about I take it to the cleaners for you? I'll return it once it's spotless, she suggested once more. My throat gulped audibly as I envisioned her delicate, perfect hands tenderly washing my shirt. Thank you, but really, it's not necessary. I suppressed the urge to strip right there, mentally berating myself again. Such is the plight of an ordinary fellow, yearning yet feigning nonchalance, destined to remain alone while watching my ideal goddess be courted by others. However, today, felt somewhat different, after repeated refusals. The goddess's cheeks were noticeably flushed, as if her sense of guilt weighed heavily upon her. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. After a moment's hesitation, she suddenly produced 2 movie tickets from her pocket and extended them towards me. Here, why not accept these tickets as compensation? I truly feel bad otherwise. Movie tickets, too. What did that imply? I hesitated. You could take your girlfriend along. They are for tonight's latest blockbuster. Never mind, I don't actually have a girlfriend. I mentally slapped myself while shamelessly revealing my ordinary status. Perhaps she had never encountered such an innocent fellow before. As beads of cold sweat appeared on her forehead, she quickly shoved the tickets into my palm, saying, regardless, just accept them as an apology. Her soft hand was so delicate that it sent an electric jolt through me, leaving me momentarily paralyzed. That I stared blankly at the tickets, then at my palm. That I resolved that from now on, I would use this hand for my solitary pursuits. Wait, no. I seemed to have missed something. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I glanced at the goddess's retreating figure, and suddenly, Cupid shot an arrow into my knee. Well, since I don't have a girlfriend, and since there are 2 tickets, may I invite you to join me? I vowed that this was the most audacious and courageous statement I had ever uttered. If the fellows in the online forum heard this, they would surely elevate me to idol status, worshipping me from dawn till dusk, even though the price of bravery often comes with unfortunate consequences. You want to invite me? The goddess paused, and I could not bear to meet her gaze. All right, but I won't finish work for another hour. Can you wait for me? She said, her expression troubled. My eyes widened in disbelief. I scratched my head for what felt like an eternity, still unable to believe this was real. Had she truly agreed? Was it possible that beneath my ordinary exterior lay a heart that could captivate her? That day marked the most fortunate moment of my life, for I had secured a date with the goddess of my dreams and went to see a film with her. The movie's name? The cast? The plot? Who could remember? Yet, that day was also my unluckiest, for I had forgotten that as an ordinary fellow, it was nearly impossible to win the heart of a goddess, unless, by the way, my name is Liang. I haven't asked for yours yet. Call me Xiaohua. Xiaohua, such a beautiful name. Though I lacked education, I still found it breathtaking, unaware that at that moment, the name Xiaohua would become my personal nightmare. It's getting late. Liang, could you escort me home? My place is quite remote. After the movie ended, Xiaohua implored with a charming pout. Of course, I would be delighted. Without a moment's hesitation, I hailed a taxi, but Xiaohua waved her hand in refusal. After sitting for so long, I am exhausted. How about we take a stroll instead? My home isn't far. With a bright smile, she took my hand before I could respond. If everything prior had felt like fortune, this moment was sheer astonishment. Feeling her delicate warmth pressed against my palm sent my heart racing, tripling its pace, my mind utterly lost, allowing her to lead me into a dim alley. The alley deepened, growing darker and uneven. Yet I cared not. My full attention was absorbed by the softness of her hand. Xiaohua's hand was truly adorable, barely half the size of mine, a delight to touch. However, it felt so cold. Was it the coolness of the night? My heart ached slightly, and instinctively, I brought her hand to my lips to breathe warmth into it. What's the matter? Xiaohua turned to me, surprised. Nothing. I was just worried you might be cold. I awkwardly scratched my head. Liang, you are so gentle. Xiaohua giggled, perhaps shy. A rosy blush blossomed on her cheeks, yet she did not reject my kindness. Instead, leaning affectionately against my shoulder, my heart raced. It seemed to beat even faster. I wished to say something to dissipate the awkwardness, yet my lips betrayed me. Liang, do you enjoy coffee? Xiaohua broke the silence. It's all right, but I don't really know much about coffee. Then why do you come to the CAF every day? Surely it can't be just to see me. Well, I do want to see you, although I dare not confess. Merely watching you brings me immense joy. I mustered my courage to confess. Is that truly so? Xiaohua gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment, her eyes sparkling with a mix of surprise and a hint of emotion, her delicate face reddening further. Observing her bashful demeanor, a premonition began to stir in my mind, though difficult to believe. It seemed, in truth, I also enjoy seeing you, Liang. Although I can't explain why, whenever you are in the CAF, my heart races inexplicably that I don't know why. But when I see you, I seem to become clumsy. Always spilling coffee. In a tender murmur, Xiaohua suddenly entwined her arm around mine. Leaning her entire body against me, in the depths of the alley, my body froze, my steps faltered, the tension rendering me momentarily speechless. Simply gazing at her upturned face, captivated by the shimmering stars in her bright eyes, could it be that she harbored feelings for me? Otherwise, why would she lean into my embrace? Yet, could this be possible? I was merely an ordinary fellow, devoid of wealth, power, or good looks. How could such an exceptional girl ever be drawn to me? Chapter 2. The Undead, as if to counter my self-doubt. Xiaohua, seeing my stillness, became even more proactive. She suddenly cupped my face, her lips pressing deeply against mine. A jolt, akin to a lightning strike, surged through me. Even in my naivete, I understood her intentions, realized what was expected of me next. The feelings I had nurtured in secret suddenly blossomed within me, erupting forth as I instinctively embraced Xiaohua, fervently kissing her soft, inviting lips that I felt, so cold, both her body and lips, yet I no longer cared. I simply yearned to warm her with my own heat, to unleash all the love I harbored within. As someone who had never experienced love, my kissing skills were undoubtedly non-existent. In the throes of passion, it was Xiaohua who took the lead, her teasing movements driving me wild. Her velvety lips roaming from my cheeks to my earlobes, and then to my neck. This sensation was utterly exquisite, far surpassing the enjoyment derived from 100 classic films that I held her ever tighter. As if I could never let go, never cease. But Xiaohua suddenly halted her movements. Liang, are you the kind of person who would disregard everything for love? She asked, her voice sultry. I am, as long as I can love you. I would forsake everything, abandon all. I mechanically replied, my brain having long ceased to function. Then, thank you. Thank? I was bewildered by this sudden expression of gratitude, and I could not fathom why Xiaohua's tone had turned somewhat chilly. In a moment of confusion, a sharp pain suddenly pierced through my neck. She bit me. The excruciating sensation shattered the haze in my mind. Why was she biting me? I could not comprehend. Only instinctively pushing her away with all my strength. The once supple hands suddenly transformed into iron, and despite my utmost struggle, I remained ensnared in Xiaohua's embrace. How could she possess such formidable strength? There was no time to ponder, as the pain intensified, and I could distinctly feel the blood surging from my neck, as if it were being siphoned away. What are you doing? Xiaohua, please, let me go, I shouted desperately. Thrashing about, yet Xiaohua remained unmoved. What was happening? Why had the once tender entanglement turned into this moment of cruelty? How had a kiss filled with affection morphed into a savage bite? I could not comprehend it. The blood flowed faster, bringing with it a wave of dizziness and a suffocating sense of powerlessness. The single word surged into my mind. Death. Would I die? Yes, if I allowed her to continue her assault. I would surely perish. The fear drove me nearly to madness, and with a sudden burst of energy, I kneed Xiaohua in the abdomen. With a muffled groan, she finally released me, staggering back a few steps. While I, freed from her grasp, collapsed to the ground, clutching my neck wound and gasping for breath, staring at her in utter bewilderment. What is this? Did you not say that for love, you would forsake everything? Xiaohua. You. My voice faltered, stunned by the transformation before me. Xiaohua remained beautiful, yet she was no longer the sweet and innocent girl I once knew. She had become something monstrous. The blush on her cheeks had faded, replaced by an otherworldly pallor, and all the color had coalesced into her eyes, which glowed a shocking red, incomprehensibly vivid. Gazing at me, Xiaohua smiled, her lips stained with my blood, revealing a set of sharp, animalistic teeth, the blood-red curve at the corners of her mouth sending shivers down my spine. Suddenly, understanding washed over me, as knowledge gleaned from films, anime, and novels flooded my mind, coalescing into a single term. Though it was hard to believe, I stammered, Xiaohua, are you a vampire? My voice trembled, feeling foreign to me. A vampire? No, that's merely a figment of cinema, Xiaohua replied with a seductive smile, licking the blood from her lips. An expression of insatiable desire. Then what are you? What do you mean? I stammered, now nearly certain that Xiaohua was no ordinary human girl. Well, while I dislike that label, some foolish humans have dubbed us corpse demons. Someone like you has probably never heard of it. Of course. I had never heard of it. I couldn't even comprehend it. Corpse demon. What could that possibly mean? Yet, the inclusion of corpse and demon in the name hinted at something sinister. Perhaps now I understood why Xiaohua's body felt so cold. I never anticipated things would unfold this way. Tonight was the first time I felt fortunate, the first time I embraced the girl I had long admired, relishing in her kiss, the first time I believed I was stepping away from the mundane. The first time I felt that a divine power had truly heard my prayers. However, the response I received was not from the goddess of love, but from the grim reaper as I watched Xiaohua approach me with a menacing look. My initial reaction was not fear, but a deep bitterness. Yes, I should never have entertained such dreams. A person like me could never attract a beautiful girl. Ordinary people remain ordinary, forever trapped in their reality. The notion of a reversal of fortune only exists in films or fantastical tales. Never in my life. My eyes began to moisten, and I found myself crying. Trembling lips betrayed my foolishness, but I couldn't help but ask the absurd question. Xiaohua, did you lie to me when you said you liked me? Huh? Oh, Liang. Your navet is almost tragic. Do you not realize you are on the brink of death? And here you are, fretting over such trivial matters. Xiaohua laughed heartily. Indeed, I knew I was being foolish, yet I longed to hear her say it outright, to be utterly disillusioned. After all, for so long, I had traveled over an hour by subway each day just to watch her at the CAF. Never imagining. Well, since you so desperately want to know, I shall enlighten you. Of course, I was lying. The moment I noticed the peculiar way you looked at me, I began plotting for tonight. It just so happened that my feeding time didn't arrive as quickly, allowing you to live a few extra days. In front of you, I feigned gentleness and charm solely to lure you here tonight. Even that cup of coffee? Huh. I deliberately spilled it on you. Fool. How could I ever fancy someone like you? Even if I were human, a clueless, broke, ordinary person like you wouldn't even qualify to carry my shoes. When I said I liked you, it was merely a ruse to draw you into this desolate alley. Here, no matter how you plead or cry, no one will come to your rescue. And, Liang, do you know, love is truly a marvelous thing. It quickens the heartbeat and accelerates the flow of blood, making your essence all the more delectable, invigorating the heart. Ha! You liken me to a vampire from the movies. No, those creatures merely drink blood. We corpse demons consume the innards as well. Let us put it this way. Human entrails are our sustenance, while blood is merely a beverage. Xiaohua began to lick her lips once more, and in her eyes, I had transformed into a sumptuous feast. Listening to her chilling revelations, the bitterness within me gradually morphed into stubborn defiance, then into a simmering rage. Gritting my teeth, I slowly rose, glaring at Xiaohua. Chapter 3. Death and transformation. She could belittle me, scorn me, even devour me, but I could not allow her to insult me, especially not using the love I had long yearned for, and delivered in such a nauseating manner. In that moment, Xiaohua was no longer the gentle and lovely goddess I once adored. but a grotesque monster. I glanced at the corner of the alley, and with a sudden burst of determination, I lunged for a rusted pipe. I had no idea whether this would be effective, but even if I were to meet my end tonight, even if ultimately I would be consumed by Xiaohua, I would demand a price for it. This was not merely about her wanting to eat me. It was about the humiliation she inflicted upon me, treating me like a fool. Resistance is futile, Xiaohua mocked. Let me share another piece of information. The strength of a corpse demon is beyond human comprehension. To quantify combat prowess. If the average human strength is 10, then that of a corpse demon is in the hundreds or thousands. You understand? So what? I snarled through clenched teeth. So what, do you think because you managed to push me away earlier that you still stand a chance? Wrong that we corpse demons suppress our power to masquerade as ordinary humans. The strength I used to restrain you just now was less than 1/10 of my true capability. Perhaps to validate her assertion, Xiaohua smirked and suddenly twitched her hips. From beneath her pink dress, several dark appendages emerged. Were those tails? Before I could comprehend, the inky tendrils lashed out, causing me to raise the pipe in a futile attempt to defend myself. But could I withstand it? With a deafening crash, I was propelled backward several meters, the pipe bending into a V-shape. My hands split open at the seams, and my arms nearly broken. Was this the power of the corpse demon she spoke of? My heavens, I lacked even the ability to resist, let alone make her pay. What should I do? There was no chance of victory, not even a sliver, yet I could not resign myself to die like this, nor be devoured by a monster. Fleeing seemed to be my only option. As I hit the ground, I suppressed the surge of blood in my chest and sprang to my feet, turning to flee. With my athletic prowess from my university days, I should still have a chance. You have no chance of escape, she coldly declared, a gust of wind suddenly sweeping in from behind that I attempted to evade. But it was too late. Another thunderous crash echoed, and I was flung through the air once more, this time landing even farther away, over 10 meters, and even out of the alley. My back felt as if it were being torn apart. My mind buzzed with confusion, and I could hardly rise, only managing to crawl forward. The strength and speed she possessed were incomprehensible to any human, surpassing even the might of a lion on the savannah. I was doomed, yet I could not accept my fate. Give up. If you obediently allow me to consume you, you need not endure such suffering, Xiaohua sneered, her form darting out of the alley, reaching for my legs to drag me back. I wished to resist, yet I could summon no strength. Suddenly, a loud horn blared, and a blinding white light surged forth. Both Xiaohua and I looked up in astonishment as a massive truck thundered past, accompanied by the heart-wrenching sound of screams. The driver seemed sluggish, as the truck barreled forward for over 10 meters before finally coming to a halt. The ground was already awash with blood, and strewn with severed limbs. I was utterly paralyzed with fear, for the wheel of that vehicle had barely grazed my feet, mere centimeters away, and shockingly, there hung a bloodied arm from my foot. How could this be? A frail voice drew my attention, and as I looked up, I saw Xiaohua's enchanting face, smeared with blood and etched with disbelief, struggling to crawl out, desperately attempting to rise, only to discover that her lower body had been crushed beyond recognition. I can't believe It's truly unbearable. These were Xiaohua's final words. That moment, I was unaware of the true strength of the corpse demon, but she, whose body had been shattered, seemed to have no chance of survival, staring blankly at her form lying in a pool of blood. Life or death, heaven or hell, appeared to be separated by a mere thread. Xiaohua was dead. What about me? Had I escaped? It seemed so, yet as I touched the gaping wound on my neck, which she had bitten, I was uncertain. It felt as if all of this was merely the beginning. That I could hardly recall how I made my way back home, as if I had crawled a great distance or perhaps hitched a ride. The driver had nearly wet himself in fright upon seeing me, drenched in blood. My apologies. I encountered some robbers, I casually fabricated. The driver, upon realizing he had struck someone, and worse yet, crushed a beautiful girl, fled in terror. While such behavior was despicable, I thought, let it be. It was fortunate he didn't attempt to silence me. Some drivers nowadays can be quite ruthless. That I chose not to report the incident, as I was uncertain whether the police would believe my words. A corpse demon. That was something entirely unheard of. I also refrained from visiting the hospital. Though my injuries were severe, doing so would attract police attention, effectively making this incident public knowledge. I was torn about whether to conceal this matter. But that night had truly terrified me, and all I wished for was to distance myself from the blood and dismembered limbs, vowing never to mention it again, or even think of it. Moreover, Xiaohua had mentioned we when referring to herself as a corpse demon, indicating that she was not alone in this world. There were others. Could there be her companions? If I spoke of this incident, would I be silenced by Xiaohua's cohorts? It was maddening. I was merely an ordinary person, and I had no desire to be entangled in a world of monsters. Thus, I resolved to act as though I knew nothing. That nothing had transpired. Besides, I was utterly exhausted, longing only for a peaceful slumber to recover from my injured body. Lying in bed, I touched the wound on my neck, which, unbeknownst to me, had already stopped bleeding. It seemed that despite the severity of Xiaohua's bite, my body was resilient, healing astonishingly quickly. However, the wound was exceedingly itchy, accompanied by a tingling sensation, yet I was too fatigued to care, merely wrapping it with some gauze before drifting into a restless sleep. In truth, my condition was far from normal. Both my physical state and the wound inflicted by Xiaohua were amiss, yet I failed to recognize this at the time. Years later, when I recalled that day, I pondered whether I would make different choices if given another chance, whether I would seek medical assistance. The answer remained elusive. Perhaps even a trip to the hospital would change nothing, and might indeed invite a multitude of troubles. For from the moment Xiaohua bit me, my fate had already been sealed. The outcome was, I died. I was not consumed by Xiaohua, nor did I perish beneath the wheels of that thunderous truck. Yet ultimately, I succumbed, dying in my own bed. Was it due to my grievous injuries? No. The wound on my neck had ceased to bleed, and the injury on my back merely resulted in a slight misalignment of my spine. It was not fatal. The true peril lay in the toxins that Xiaohua's fangs had introduced into my body. That I should have realized this. Vampires or zombies depicted in films, even extraterrestrial creatures in science fiction, often transmit toxins through their bites. Even a dog bite can transmit rabies, let alone Xiaohua, a corpse demon far more terrifying than all the aforementioned. Chapter 4. Appetite 1. Yet, I overlooked this crucial detail, leading to a transformation upon awakening, one that altered everything, including myself. Awakened? Indeed, even after lying in bed for 3 days and nights, even though I had seemingly perished, I still revived, roused by the ringing of my phone. 3 days had passed without my presence at work, and my manager was undoubtedly furious. 3 days. It took me a moment to process, and I hastily fabricated an excuse about being ill, promising to submit a sick leave note. After all, the doctor at the clinic downstairs was quite lenient for a pack of cigarettes. Just awakening, I was oblivious to the events that had transpired, feeling only a foggy sensation in my head. A cold shower barely restored my clarity, but I soon found myself gripped by an overwhelming hunger. How could I have slept for so long, not eating anything for 3 days? I scoffed at myself, rummaging through the fridge for instant noodles and snacks. Strangely, though I had always relished these snacks, today, as I gazed upon the bags of chips and shrimp chips, I felt no appetite whatsoever. Had I truly lost my appetite? The instant noodles fared no better. After a single bite of my usually favored flavor, I spat it out. What the hell? Is this some foul-tasting garbage? I dashed to the bathroom, rinsing my mouth vigorously, yet still failed to comprehend that the spoiled taste was not from the noodles, but from my own senses, my body. The hunger within me intensified, yet I could not force down a single bite of the food in the fridge. Frustrated, I decided to head out. The wonton noodles from the food stall downstairs were still to my liking. Oh, is Xiaoli not working today? Taking a break at home. At the stairwell, my landlady greeted me with a smile. Burdened with bags. I'm feeling a bit unwell. Took a sick leave. Sick? Oh, it's been a few days since I last saw you, and you've changed quite a bit. Your complexion is so pale. You seem to have lost weight, and your eyes are red. The landlady frowned. Xiaoli, don't mind my nagging, but if you're unwell, you should see a doctor. Lying at home won't do. Yes, I'll go in a bit, I replied dismissively, noticing how laboriously she was carrying her bags, and I promptly offered, let me help you. Why are you buying so much? Oh, it's nothing much. My daughter is graduating from university and will be coming back, so I bought some new bedding and her favorite snacks to have at home. The landlady was quite at ease, smiling as she handed me 2 large bags, which I quickly accepted. This exchange seemed perfectly normal, yet as our hands brushed, an unexpected event occurred. The landlady jolted, her hand slipping, and the bags nearly tumbled down the stairs. Fortunately, I was quick enough to catch them. Are you all right, Auntie? I inquired, puzzled. Shally, your hand is. She gazed at me, astonished. It's ice cold, just like a corpse's hand. You really should see a doctor. You seem quite ill. Ice cold, a corpse's hand. Her words sent a shiver down my spine. If I couldn't connect the dots now, I would truly be a fool. For the first eerie sensation I had when Xiaohua approached me was her alarmingly low body temperature. Oh, all right, I'll go home and grab my wallet before heading to the hospital, I mumbled. Disregarding the opportunity to assist the landlady and hastily retreating home. I recalled her other remarks. Pale complexion, red eyes, cold body. Something was terribly amiss. This description eerily mirrored Xiaohua from that night. Standing before the bathroom mirror, I was horrified by my own reflection. An outsider, I might appear merely under the weather, yet to myself, I bore an uncanny resemblance to Xiaohua. My face was not just pale, but utterly devoid of color, and my reddened eyes appeared almost sinister, with blood vessels seemingly bursting, and my pupils, they seemed on the verge of turning crimson, and my body temperature, I could sense it was low. But when I measured it with a thermometer, I discovered only 20 degrees. I gasped, nearly dropping my jaw in disbelief. No wonder the landlady had been so frightened. How could a normal person have such a low body temperature? The earlier incident of vomiting everything I consumed suddenly made sense. Something was profoundly wrong. What had happened to me? After merely sleeping for an extended period, how could I have transformed into this state? The only explanation seemed to be Xiaohua, the corpse demon. As the term corpse demon resurfaced in my mind, a sudden realization struck me, and my expression became so dejected that I felt on the verge of tears. Indeed, a corpse demon. How could the living be referred to as corpses? Although I had paid no heed to Xiaohua's heartbeat that night, only recalling how love had clouded my judgment, the sound of my own heart had been loud enough to drown out everything else. However, in retrospect, Xiaohua too must have lacked a heartbeat. She was merely a corpse demon, nothing more than a lifeless body. Now, I seemed to share that same fate. My mind had completely shattered that I sat in the bathroom, staring vacantly at the ceiling, caressing the heart that could no longer beat. That I was dead, that I had escaped Xiaohua's slaughter, yet merely by being bitten by her. It seemed I had transformed into a corpse demon. That loathsome creature, as if I were no longer human. Boss, may I have today's morning paper? Any significant news in the city these past couple of days? What significant news could there be? Just the usual trifles. The common folk toil day and night to make ends meet, while the officials lounge about, idly attending meetings. Really? Just the other day, I heard from a friend that a truck ran over someone on East Street, and a rather beautiful girl was crushed into pieces. Blood everywhere. It was a horrific scene. Why isn't it made the news? Ran over? Crushed into pieces. Spare me your nonsense. I've gone through the news reports daily and haven't seen anything of the sort. Your friend must be exaggerating. In this tiny city of ours, if such a thing happened, it would have spread like wildfire by now. Is that so? I was momentarily stunned that I distinctly remembered the blood on the ground when I left that night, and Xiaohua's shattered limbs were still vivid in my mind. How could no one have discovered it? Although that street was quite secluded near the factories at night, surely some workers would notice during the day. Right? Could it be that the driver returned to clean up? That seemed unlikely. That rascal had fled in a more pitiful state than I. Or perhaps Xiaohua was still alive. I shivered at the thought, but immediately dismissed it. I had witnessed her lower body being pulverized, lying motionless in a pool of blood. I had even kicked her to check for a response, and there was none. She could not possibly be alive. Chapter 5. Appetite. 2. Doubtful as I was, I felt compelled to investigate the matter further. To be honest, I lacked the courage to do so. Besides, the less fuss made about this incident, the better. Whoever had disposed of Xiaohua's body seemed irrelevant to me. All I wished was to forget it and return to my previously normal life. Although, that seemed incredibly difficult. That I touched my cold, heartbeat-less chest. That I was already dead. Could I truly go back to how things were before? I did not know. I simply did not want to become a monster like Xiaohua. Even if my body had perished, I hoped to lead a life as normal as possible, so I returned to work. Back? Feeling better? All good now? The manager asked with a furrowed brow. Yes. Thank you for your concern, manager. I'm all better now, I replied insincerely. What a load of nonsense, I thought. My current situation was utterly miserable. My face pale, my body cold, my eyes red. Fortunately, I wore sunglasses and a mask. Otherwise, I would truly give off the impression of encountering a ghost in broad daylight. The manager had prepared a lecture for me, but upon seeing my appearance, he altered his approach. Xiaoli, you usually work quite hard, so I want to reprimand you this time. Just be more careful in the future. Also, are you really feeling better? Although taking sick leave means a pay cut, please don't push yourself too hard. The manager's words trailed off, but I understood that he was worried I might die at the office, which would lead to significant trouble. However, he needn't worry about that, for, rest assured, I have already died. The entire day, I slumped over my desk, flipping through the client directory that had gone unattended for days. Yet I felt no inclination to work. My mind was consumed with thoughts of my own condition, that I was dead, transformed into some unknown entity resembling a corpse demon. Well, perhaps akin to the zombies portrayed in films. Albeit less grotesque at the moment. What would my life be like moving forward? I had countless questions with no answers. Firstly, my current appearance was utterly unfit for public view, though the weather was cool enough for sunglasses and a mask to provide some cover. What about later? I couldn't very well wear sunglasses at night, nor could I keep my mask on through the summer. The more pressing issue was my body temperature and heartbeat. I now avoided close contact with others, refraining from handshakes and avoiding camaraderie with colleagues I got along with. I even refrained from taking the bus to work. Having run here this morning, my thoughts inevitably drifted back to Xiaohua. Though her true form as a corpse demon was far more terrifying than my current state, she had usually appeared as a sweet and demure girl, nearly luring me to my demise. If I hadn't checked her temperature and heartbeat, I would never have suspected she was a corpse demon. How had she managed to conceal it? The color of her skin, the crimson of her pupils. What methods did she employ? Perhaps I should purchase some men's cosmetics after work. For my pupils, maybe I could try colored contacts. These matters seemed relatively manageable, merely disguising my identity as a corpse demon. The real challenge lay ahead. I was truly starving. Regardless of my reluctance, I had to accept that I was no longer human. It appeared that, as a result, I could no longer stomach human food, be it noodles or rice, vegetables or fruits. Not even meat. Even if I forced myself to swallow, I would quickly feel nauseous, inevitably vomiting it all out, as if my body instinctively rejected such sustenance. The only thing I could manage was drinking water, constantly drinking. And it had to be plain water, as any beverages would be promptly expelled. Yet, this did little to quell the gnawing hunger within me. Moreover, I discovered that the water I consumed was not absorbed by my body. Less than 10 minutes after drinking a glass, I would find myself rushing to the restroom. Thus, I continued to drink, only to return to the restroom yet again, repeating the cycle, but I was still so hungry. Once more, I recalled Xiaohua's words. She had said a corpse demon's sustenance consisted of human organs, and the beverage was human blood. But did that mean I was to kill someone, to gut them and feast upon their remains? I was merely an ordinary person. Not only did I lack the courage to take a life, but even if a corpse were placed before me, I would likely faint in terror. I couldn't even bear to watch dissection videos or images on those grotesque websites. That I truly had no idea what to do. All I could do was keep drinking water. This would be my 38th cup today, and 10 minutes later, I would make my 38th trip to the restroom. Liang, what is going on with you? Even if you want to slack off, you don't need to keep running to the restroom. Do you? Or have you been overindulging lately? A voice teased, a large hand suddenly resting on my shoulder. Don't touch me, I exclaimed, hastily pushing his hand away, terrified of exposing my abnormal condition. Come on. You're not a girl. What's the big deal about a little touch? The man replied, displeased. Stop it. You know Liang has been sick today and didn't even eat lunch, a girl chimed in, approaching with an elegantly crafted lunchbox in hand. Here, I saved some shumai for you. Want to eat? No, I'm not hungry, I replied with a bitter smile as my stomach protested loudly against my insincere words. I felt compelled to elaborate. I don't know what's going on today. I feel nauseous at the thought of eating anything and have no appetite whatsoever. Nauseous? Liang, you can't be pregnant. Can you? Huh? The guy beside me laughed heartily, while I could only offer a wry smile. The man was Zhou Hao, a close friend since college, and we had both ended up working together in this company after graduation, making him my closest confidant. The girl, Sun Yun, was my childhood friend, having grown up together, attending elementary and middle school, and even sharing a desk for 9 years. We both gained admission to the city's prestigious high school. And despite 4 years apart in college, we serendipitously reunited during our job search. Truly a remarkable twist of fate. They were my best friends, and their concern was only natural. Throughout the day, they incessantly checked up on me. And I heard they had even visited my home several times during the 3 days I was on leave, only to find that I was dead. Liang, are you really okay? Why not take the afternoon off too? I'll accompany you to the hospital for a checkup, Sun Yun suggested, frowning as she reached out to feel my forehead. Don't touch me. I'm fine. I quickly dodged her hand. Overwhelmed with frustration to the point of tears that I knew that friends shouldn't be so distant, but no one could know my secret. I would rather die than let them discover my body's bizarre condition, that I was already dead. Sun Yun's expression grew awkward, and Zhou Hao frowned as well. Liang, are you truly all right? You really don't want to eat? Is it that the cafeteria food doesn't suit your taste? How about we go out for dinner tonight? Sun Yun can whip up something delicious for you. You know you can trust her cooking. That sounds good. The workday is almost over. Let us go to the market together. Liang can pick whatever he wants, Sun Yun agreed, rolling up her sleeves as if ready to showcase her culinary skills that I genuinely didn't want to go. But I couldn't find it in me to refuse the invitation from my two best friends that I reluctantly agreed. But what did I actually want to eat? I wondered if the market sold human meat buns. How much are tomatoes per pound? I remember Liang loves tomato scrambled eggs, right? Sun Yun asked with a smile, holding up a bright red tomato. Yes. I nodded slightly, my gaze fixated on that crimson object, yearning to envision it as a manifestation of bloodshed. Yet, as I lowered my head to inhale its aroma, I clasped my mouth, pivoting away in dismay. It seemed that tonight's banquet would morph into my greatest nightmare. Boss, could you bring me 2 more pieces of lettuce? I wish to prepare a vegetable salad, and a few potatoes as well. By the way, do you have any garlic sprouts? Perhaps at a more reasonable price. Chapter 6. The aroma. The frenzy. Sun Yun is the epitome of a devoted housewife. Upon arriving at the market, she seamlessly mingled with the vendors, dragging Zhou Hao along to haggle, while I wandered aimlessly, devoid of any enthusiasm. Ribs are affordable today. How about 2 pounds for soup, old lady? They're exceptionally fresh. Or perhaps you'd like to consider pig hearts or livers. We've got plenty today. Half price. A vendor's shout caught my attention. Pig hearts and livers? Intrigued, I navigated through the crowd to the meat stall. An array of pork belly and ribs lay haphazardly displayed, yet I found myself disinterested, my eyes narrowing on the pig heart held by the vendor. Could you show me that, please? May I have a whiff? Smell? Are you worried about freshness? This was just delivered. See, the blood hasn't even dried yet. No. I merely wish to savor the scent. Very well, go ahead and sniff, just don't swallow it whole. The vendor jested, handing me the pig heart. Ordinary food typically revolts me, even just the thought of smelling it. Like the tomatoes and potatoes earlier, but grasping this blood-streaked pig heart, I gulped audibly. A wave of insatiable hunger surged within me. Simultaneously, the growling from my stomach intensified, and I felt my eyes reddening, nearly outshining my sunglasses. Boss, I'll take the pig heart and liver, all the innards, but they must be the freshest, the ones still glistening with blood. How much? I licked my lips and inquired. Wow, you're quite the spender. You enjoy this, huh? All right then, I'll give you the pig heart and liver at half price. How about kidneys? Also, I've got a pair of pig lungs available. I'll take them all. Just tally it up quickly, I urged, my pupils growing redder beneath the shades. Suddenly, I recalled my hospital follow-up. I needed to get in for tonight. You all go ahead with the banquet. I'm sorry. What? Why didn't you mention this earlier? We've already bought everything, Zhou Hao lamented, laden with bags of vegetables, his face etched with frustration. Sun Yun expressed concern. A follow-up? And 4? Do you want us to accompany you? No need. It's nothing serious. I hastily waved them off, as I merely sought to remedy my appetite, and the scene of treatment, if I guessed correctly, was best kept private. After bidding farewell to them, I clutched 2 hefty bags of fresh pig innards and dashed home, my spirits soaring, believing I had finally resolved my greatest dilemma, albeit with a hint of nausea. However, the outcome was, ugh. In the restroom, I crouched on the floor, retching violently. It was utterly revolting. Initially, I sliced the pig heart and simmered it into a soup, only to expel all of it. It appeared so delectable at the stall, yet once cooked, it bore a taste reminiscent of excrement. Following that, I meticulously cleaned the pig liver, opting not to cook it, but merely blanching it in boiling water before tossing it into my mouth. Yet the result was still disastrous. Desperate, I resorted to consuming it raw, resembling a beast, fiercely tearing into half a pig heart to quell my ravenous hunger. This time, I didn't vomit. Instead, I remained sprawled on the restroom floor. Incessantly gagging that it seemed as though my stomach had accepted the blood-streaked pig heart. Yet psychologically, I remained unable to reconcile with the notion of having devolved into a beast, a monster. That night, I sat dazedly in the restroom, fixated on the ceiling, my eyes devoid of life. Leon, have you returned from your follow-up? The clock struck 11 as a knock resonated. It was Sun Yun. I prepared a plethora of dishes tonight, and Zhou Hao and I can't possibly finish them, so I brought some over. Sun Yun's thoughtfulness made it impossible for me to feign absence. I'm here, just a moment, let me tidy up. Tidy up. Allow me to help you. No need. It'll be quick. 2 minutes later, I awkwardly opened the door, having stashed the leftovers of pig heart and liver into the cupboard, ensuring the bloodstains and remnants of vomit in the restroom were thoroughly cleaned. Sun Yun paused upon entering, scrutinizing me for a long moment before remarking, the effects of your follow-up seem remarkably beneficial. It's only been a few hours, and you appear so revitalized. Your complexion is far better than earlier. Revitalized? I quickly glanced at the mirror. Indeed. The redness of my pupils had diminished significantly, nearly imperceptible unless closely examined, while a hint of rosy hue had crept into my pallid complexion, and my skin now gleamed. Why was this? Was it solely because I had consumed half a bloodied pig heart? Perhaps I had discovered a remedy for my most pressing issue. What are you staring at? No amount of gazing will make you more handsome, Sun Yun teased with a laugh. You haven't had dinner yet, right? Let me heat something up for you, and I'll keep you company while you eat. Aye, no refusals. Those who are ill should eat and replenish. Perhaps due to Sun Yun's resolute tone, or perhaps because I had just alleviated my appetite and felt elated. I finally nodded. A few bites wouldn't harm, would it? In the kitchen, Sun Yun busied herself, preparing an impressive array of dishes, 7 or 8, a harmonious blend of meat and vegetables, while I stood idly by. Occasionally engaging in conversation, despite it being late autumn, the house remained quite warm. Sun Yun soon worked up a sweat, shedding her outer garment to reveal a low-cut t-shirt. Sun Yun was not conventionally beautiful, which is perhaps why, after over a decade of friendship, we had remained simply good friends. However, her figure had become increasingly curvaceous, and I couldn't help but notice. What are you staring at? You'll poke your eyes out. Flustered, I quickly diverted my gaze from her chest, only to inadvertently catch sight of her fair neck. Sun Yun's skin was flawless, a healthy shade of white, not pale, and due to the kitchen's heat, a rosy glow adorned her skin, making her all the more alluring that I'm not typically a lecherous man, but I found myself unable to resist leaning closer, inhaling her scent. It was delightful, not a fragrance of powder or perfume, but an indescribable aroma that compelled me to swallow hard, my hand gradually resting on her shoulder. Don't be in the way, stand back, don't take advantage of me, she admonished. I nodded in agreement. Yet I didn't take a step back. Instead, I instinctively leaned in closer. The scent seemed to intensify, and my swallowing reflex grew more pronounced. Suddenly, I embraced her from behind, my lips gently kissing her neck. Sun Yun and I shared a bond that allowed for casual familiarity. Playful banter was commonplace, and she was even the recipient of my first kiss during our school days when I struggled to attract any other girls. She generously bestowed upon me a French kiss, the only one I ever received. Thus, when I crossed the line, Sun Yun merely laughed and chided me a bit, offering no resistance, engrossed in her cooking. While I became increasingly audacious, for reasons unknown, as I held her, a wave of greed surged within me. I pressed my lips against her neck with more fervor, my arms wrapping tighter around her. It felt reminiscent of that night in the alley. That kiss felt familiar yet intoxicating, and I found myself sinking deeper into the moment. Though it wasn't love, I couldn't quite articulate what it was. The kiss grew bolder, even frenzied. Lost in my intoxication, I extended my tongue, inch by inch, tasting her skin. Sun Yun was somewhat slender, and the clarity of her veins against her fair, rosy skin awakened in me a primal, wicked impulse I suddenly yearned. Chapter 7. The invitation, open your mouth and bite down. Hey, that's a bit excessive. Joking around is fine, but you're really taking advantage of me. Sun Yun protested, displeased. Don't squirm. Let me kiss you a bit longer. What? Are you pushing your luck? Let go, or I might just snap. Sun Yun began to struggle, but it was in vain, for my grip was as unyielding as iron, constricting her, causing her to feel discomfort and struggle for breath. "Let go. You're hurting me. I can't breathe," she exclaimed, desperately attempting to pry my fingers apart, kicking backward in an effort to escape my grasp. "I told you. Dante, move," I shouted, my voice a primal roar, echoing with wild ferocity. Sun Yun trembled at my outburst, her expression freezing in shock. Standing behind her, my demeanor had completely transformed. I no longer resembled a frail patient, but rather a frenzied beast, or perhaps a monster. "Li Yang, what has happened to you? Do not frighten me. Why are your eyes red again? Your face. You." The words of Sun Yun became unintelligible to me as my mind buzzed with chaos and my emotions spiraled out of control. All I knew was that I had lifted her into my arms and rushed into the bedroom, throwing her onto the bed and desperately tearing at her clothes. Was the girl crying or cursing? I could not recall. I only remembered that I seemed to have gone mad, my brain no longer in command, acting purely on instinct as I pinned her to the bed, kissing her fervently, from her cheeks to her neck, then to her chest and lower abdomen, only to return to her neck. Suddenly, I opened my mouth, revealing sharp teeth. Bam! A knee struck my groin, the most vulnerable part of a man. I groaned in pain and fell off the bed. Clutching myself and trembling, it was this pain that seemed to bring me back to some semblance of awareness, and I looked up, dazed, at Sun Yun. "You bastard. Even if you're going crazy, you can't treat a good friend like this. There should be limits to playfulness. You." Sun Yun's furious words gradually diminished as she gazed at my bewildered expression, as if sensing something was amiss. "Liang, what's wrong with you? Are you still unwell?" "What on earth?" Confused, she reached for my forehead with her delicate, fair hand, which glowed with a healthy hue, revealing a few slender veins on her wrist. "Don't touch me," I shouted in terror, retreating frantically. I don't even know what's wrong with me. "I'm sorry, it wasn't intentional," I stammered, trying to explain, but my words were incoherent. The more I stumbled, the more uneasy Sun Yun appeared. After all, we had been good friends for over a decade, even though I had just acted inappropriately. Her concern could not be easily shaken. She climbed off the bed and stretched out her hand again, trying to grasp me, wanting to inquire further. "It's all right. I won't blame you. Just put on some clothes for me." "Liang, don't be afraid. Come, let me see what's wrong." Sun Yun furrowed her brow and said, "You wouldn't be going crazy over women, would you? I told you, stay away from me." I screamed again, stumbling backward, as once more I caught a whiff of her fragrance. This time, I recognized it. It was the scent of flesh, a smell that resonated with my body as that of food. Ah! I suddenly sprang up, turning and bolting out of the bedroom, fleeing the house like a madman. Sun Yun's calls echoed behind me, but I dared not respond. I was just one step away, just a moment from sinking my teeth into her. And the thought of what would happen next was too terrifying to contemplate. I was losing my mind. I felt as if I had already gone mad, nearly biting to death my best friend. That foolish girl, having been treated in such a way by me, still couldn't let go of her concern and wanted to see if I was ill. Ill? How absurd. I was already dead, transformed into a monster. That foolish girl thought I was merely crazed over women, believing I desired her, when in reality, I had only wanted to kill her, even consume her. Sun Yun's voice called from upstairs. But I dared not look back as I rushed out of the community and onto the street. I was terrified of facing her again, of succumbing to the urge to bite down. How had I become this way? "Boss, give me the strongest liquor you have," I shouted desperately at the convenience store entrance, seizing a bottle of ergotu before the owner could react. That I longed to drown my sorrows, to forget the madness I had just experienced. Unfortunately, my body could not tolerate alcohol. After every 2 sips, I would involuntarily vomit, until I was left retching bile. Sitting despondently on the curb, I stared at the bottle in my hand, my expression filled with despair. How could this be? I had just devoured more than half a pig's heart, my belly swollen, yet I could not quell that insatiable hunger. Did it truly require consuming a human to satiate it? Absolutely not. But what was I to do? Would I never be able to face Sun Yun again? Not even Zhou Hao? Or even, "Sir, would you like to buy a pack of cigarettes?" A voice interrupted my thoughts, and a heavily made-up woman approached. This was one of the peculiar customs of the city. As night fell, some women would use the pretext of selling cigarettes to lure clients into the flesh trade. As I lifted my gaze, my eyes involuntarily fixated on her neck. In that instant, I caught the scent again, the aroma of blood, Of human flesh, images of her being eviscerated flooded my mind. Don't come any closer. I don't want cigarettes. Stay away from me. I shouted, turning to leave. What a rude person. If you don't want them, then fine. No need to be so fierce. Are you impotent or something? The woman sneered at my retreating figure. But I was too frightened to retort, too afraid to even glance back. Big brother, would you like to buy flowers for your girlfriend? A little girl's voice rang out on the street. Sweet and innocent, her cherubic face beaming as she held out flowers. Go away. I gritted my teeth, avoiding her. The little girl paused, her lips forming a small pout of disappointment. Excuse me, young man, could you tell me how to get to Central Street? An elderly man approached. Trembling slightly, I frowned and stepped aside again, my eyes revealing not disgust, but bitterness that in truth, I was quite full. My stomach was no longer growling. Yet, I could not suppress that insatiable hunger that I raised my head. Observing each passerby, each one emanating that tantalizing scent, making it impossible for me to suppress my saliva. How could this be? What was I to do? My eyes seemed to be growing redder, as if I could never return to my former self. I wandered aimlessly down the street, entirely unsure of where to go, only knowing that I could not return, could not see Sun Yun again, nor approach anyone on the street. Unconsciously, I veered away from the bustling thoroughfare and into a dark alley. This was not the alley I had traversed that night, yet I could not help but think of Xiaohua. If only I could see her one more time, I would willingly let her consume me. To spare myself this torment of being neither human nor ghost, the ache in my heart, coupled with that uncontrollable hunger, compelled me to throw my head back and scream at the sky. Forcing me to bite down on my wrist with all my might. If I must drink blood, I would prefer my own. But, as I bit into my wrist, no blood flowed forth. I stared blankly for a long time before awakening from this dreamlike state. Yes, I had been dead for quite some time. My heart had ceased beating days ago. How could there be any blood left? Chapter 8 Story 1. A bitter smile formed as I sank to the ground. Devoid of any spirit. Suddenly, my nose twitched. It seemed another enticing scent wafted toward me. Damn it. I had clearly avoided the crowd, so why was someone still disturbing me? I stood up, intending to leave. But after a few steps, I halted abruptly. It was too fragrant. This scent, it was far more alluring than Sun Yun's neck, drawing me back as irresistibly as a cat lured by the smell of fish. It was intoxicating, sending my mind into a fog, mechanically swallowing saliva as I wandered, like a restless spirit, in search of the source of the fragrance. It was so alluring, reminiscent of the first time my father took me to KFC. The crispy, tender chicken wings, the juicy drumsticks. It was like returning home for the new year, when my mother would prepare her signature braised pork knuckle, served to me after a day of hunger. Making it utterly irresistible, the scent grew stronger as I ventured deeper into the alley, following its trail, which seemed to emanate from the alley's end. Just around the corner I had no idea what was producing this aroma. I instinctively quickened my pace. Step by step, it drew nearer, more intoxicating. 5 steps, 6 steps. The corner was almost within reach. My face lit up with excitement as I lunged forward, rounding the bend, only to be met with a shock. No one could have anticipated what I would see next. Staring into the dimly lit end of the alley, I was frozen in place, more horrified than when I discovered Xiaohua wanted to devour me. There, at the alley's end, the ground was already slick with blood, and a body lay torn apart, its features unrecognizable, the gender indiscernible. Beside this gruesome sight sat a handsome man, lounging in the pool of blood, lazily puffing on a cigarette while wiping the blood from his chin. Oh, the man noticed me. His expression momentarily stunned, and I, without a second thought, turned on my heel and bolted toward the alley's entrance. Damn it, what bad luck. How could I be so unfortunate? I muttered, trembling. I truly never imagined I would encounter him so soon. The man. If my guess was correct, a corpse demon, just like Xiaohua. Damn it, what bad luck. Almost simultaneously, he cursed, his expression dark as he stood and began to pursue me. His speed was astonishing, within a few strides. He was at my side, raising his foot. Bam. I was kicked hard against the wall, my chest constricted. Crack. A hand seized my throat, lifting me effortlessly, as if I were a mere chick. What terrible luck to be seen by you, he said coldly. Was he lamenting his own misfortune, or mine? I feel as though my misfortune surpasses his by 1,000-fold. Although I am already satiated, it seems there is no reason for me to let you go. Pitiful lad. My apologies, the man murmured, slowly raising his other hand, the sharp claws glinting ominously in the night. I am doomed. Once again. My luck is truly abysmal. It has only been 3 days, and I find myself facing death repeatedly. First, there was Xiaohua, who narrowly escaped only to perish in his own bed, and now I am to meet my end at the hands of this wretch due to stepping in dog excrement. Had I known, I would have bought a lottery ticket. Surely, I would have hit the jackpot. Perhaps this is not merely bad luck. Had I remained an ordinary human, I would never have been drawn here. For I cannot smell the stench of blood from hundreds of meters away. How foolish of me to think it was the delectable scent of Kentucky Fried Chicken, only to discover it was a grotesque and terrifying scene. This may serve as yet another testament to my transformation into a thorough monstrosity. Perhaps it is for the best. At least I need not worry about harming Sun Yun, my dearest friend, nor fear losing control on the street and biting someone in a fit of madness, death. In truth, I fear it not, for I have already died. This predicament may even offer me a sense of liberation. However, fate often defies our expectations. Just as I resigned myself to everything, seeking solace, the man's hand suddenly froze. Another note of confusion escaped him as he squinted and leaned closer, his nose wrinkling as he sniffed. Damn. So you're one of my kind. You startled me. No wonder I couldn't detect the scent of your blood. The man chuckled dryly, releasing me and adding, Why have I never seen you before? Did you just arrive from another city? Why haven't you registered? Other cities? Register? I was utterly lost in his words, but his mention of kind nearly brought me to tears. A mere wretch, am of the same ilk as this creature who has just devoured a person. By the way, you seem quite weak. I can't even sense a trace of your demonic energy. A novice corpse demon would likely surpass you in strength. Have you not fed in a while? It's no wonder. Someone as feeble as you would find hunting rather challenging, he remarked lazily, leaving me at a loss for words. Never mind. Considering we're of the same kind, I wouldn't want to consume you anyway, the man said nonchalantly, suddenly shoving me away with great force that I was caught off guard and stumbled back, collapsing into a pool of blood at the alley's end. When I looked up, a dismembered corpse lay before me, rendering me completely dazed and unable to move. What are you staring blankly for? Eat up. It's on me, he laughed. He wants to treat me to this horrifying corpse? I could no longer hold back my tears. Why aren't you eating? You're not repulsed by my saliva. Are you? He frowned. I shook my head vigorously. To be honest, his blood-streaked mouth, his saliva truly disgusted me, but in comparison, the corpse on the ground was far more terrifying. Damn, so pathetically weak, yet you still act tough. Tough. I was on the verge of tears, nearly soiled myself in fear, and he could still discern an air of bravado on my face. Kid, it's rare for me to be in a good mood and want to treat someone. Do you dare to refuse? The man approached me coldly, seizing my hair and saying, Don't force my hand. I might just shove it down your throat. Under the night sky, traces of anger clearly surfaced on his face. Those blood-red eyes and the glinting claws in the dim light filled me with terror. I could only shake my head repeatedly, shrinking back in fear. Perhaps my expression was too peculiar. Amidst his fury, the man suddenly paused, studying me intently before sighing. Kid, you wouldn't happen to be a newborn, would you? Never having fed? No wonder. I have eaten, I stammered. I just had half a pig's heart. I was unsure why I responded. It felt instinctual, perhaps prompted by the hint of gentleness in his sigh. Or maybe it was because he regarded me as one of his kind, unlike Xiaohua, who sought to devour me from the outset. Then who is your creator? Didn't they teach you these things? A pig's heart? Ridiculous. That sort of thing can hardly be considered food. It might fill your stomach, but it does nothing to quell hunger or provide the vital nutrients we corpse demons require for survival. The man scoffed. I shook my head, unsure whether to divulge my connection to Xiaohua. Were they allies? If he learned of Xiaohua's demise, would he seek vengeance? Although Xiaohua died in an accident, it was still partly my fault. Poor kid. You don't even know who your creator is. Sigh. The man sighed again, sitting beside me and casually tearing a bloody piece from the corpse, tossing it into his mouth. That I was terrified and wanted to flee. But he grabbed me, saying, Don't be afraid, and don't feel disgusted. You will ultimately have to take this step. I would never. It's futile. No matter how stubborn you are, you will ultimately succumb to hunger. When hunger eclipses reason, you will go mad. A shiver ran through me. Madness? Just as I had with Sun Yun. I know you're unwilling to surrender your humanity so easily, but alas, from the moment we were bitten, everything became irretrievable. That I understand your feelings. I was once like you. the man said with a bitter smile, his expression tinged with dejection, as if reminiscing about a past where he too fought against hunger, only to find himself ultimately plunging into a pool of blood, weeping as he frantically tore at a corpse. Perhaps his expression evoked a shared sense of sympathy within me, or perhaps I was simply curious about what I would become, prompting me to instinctively ask, "Did you go through the same? Could you share your story?" I'm not particularly eager to reminisce, but very well. It's been nearly a decade now. I was 20 at the time. Still in college. Students always love to play. I was at an internet CAF with two friends, returning home late at night, when I encountered my creator. Those two friends had insisted I join them for an all-nighter at the CAF. I dreaded being too tired for class the next day, fearing the professor's wrath, so, looking back, I truly regret it. I was as dumbfounded as you were tonight, terrified to the point of wetting my pants, begging on my knees for him to spare me. Yet that bastard still bit me, but didn't he consume me? Later, I became a corpse demon. It was long after that he revealed his reason for not eating me wasn't that he was full that night, or that my pleas were too pitiful, but rather that he was simply bored and wanted a subordinate. Damn, such a foolish reason. My entire human life was ruined by that bastard. The man suddenly clenched his fists, visibly still harboring resentment towards his creator. And then, I instinctively asked. Though I didn't particularly care how he became a corpse demon, my curiosity lay in what would follow. "Patience," he said, patting my shoulder before retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offering them to me. "Do you smoke? Have a few. They numb your nerves and may slightly alleviate your hunger. Smoking can suppress appetite." My expression brightened, and I eagerly accepted the pack, lighting one and inhaling deeply. I was unaccustomed to smoking, and the first puff made me cough, but it seemed to indeed have its benefits. After finishing one, I felt considerably more at ease, my reaction to the blood on the ground less intense, prompting me to light another. "Thank you." I expressed my gratitude repeatedly. "No need for thanks. This is merely a temporary relief. Ultimately, it's futile," he said self-deprecatingly. "Back in my day, I smoked 4 or 5 packs daily. Yet I still couldn't hold on. I've tried far more methods than you. Not just smoking, that I've consumed animal entrails as well. I remember rushing to the market each morning to buy pig, cow, and sheep innards, causing the vendors to think I was running a restaurant. Unfortunately, it was futile. Even when my stomach was full, our hunger remained insatiable. Later, my creator told me this was due to a lack of fresh blood. As corpse demons, we are no longer producing blood. Hence, we must feed on the blood of other humans to survive. No wonder. I realized then that the source of our hunger was not mere starvation, but a thirst for blood that I couldn't help but ponder further and urgently asked, "What about animal blood?" "Absolutely not." His response sent my spirits plummeting. I tried that too. Within a week, I had slaughtered every stray cat and dog near the school, draining them of blood, yet it proved ineffective. Our bodies are based on humans, so survival relies solely on human blood, and our food must be human entrails. This is quite understandable. If a person suffers severe injuries and loses a lot of blood, would a doctor administer dog or cat blood? No. I shook my head in dismay. Isn't that sufficient? At that time, I too was disbelieving of the supernatural, desperately consuming animal entrails and ruthlessly slaughtering the stray pets in the neighboring area. I even ventured to the flower and bird market to purchase a few rabbits, only to find that it was futile. The hunger of the corpse demon cannot be resisted, young one, I advise you. The man spoke, his body suddenly trembling, his grip on my shoulder tightening. Do not endure any longer. Otherwise, you will surely regret it. When hunger surpasses its limits and you descend into madness, you will lose all control, even to the point of harming those closest to you, oblivious to your actions. I was perhaps more tenacious than you, unwilling to relinquish the belief that I was still human. In the end, I managed to hold out for an entire month until one fateful day. That morning, when I awoke, do you know what I found? My parents lying beside me, dead by my own hand, their entrails devoured. They thought I was ill and traveled from the countryside to care for me, only for me to murder them and feast upon them. I was utterly unaware, my mind completely shattered. I could neither hear their cries nor their pleas, nor could I sense their desperate struggles. I have become a beast, a monster. The man's voice trembled with emotion. Young one, do not persist any longer, for when the day comes that you commit acts akin to mine, that will be true despair. I was taken aback. His plight was far worse than the harm I nearly inflicted upon Sun Yun. I couldn't help but envision the scene he described. And in that moment, I was trembling with fear, as was he. However, things improved thereafter. When I ceased to resist and began to live like a typical corpse demon, I surrendered. I no longer cared whether I was human or not. Nor did I concern myself with morality or the most basic respect for life. I killed my own parents. What care did I have for others? The man spoke bitterly. You see, being a corpse demon has its advantages. At least we possess strength. At least we stand atop the food chain, higher than humans. Humans consume all creatures in this world, and then we consume humans. Is that not impressive? So, relinquish your struggle. We can never overcome our instincts. And the only path forward is to indulge in the slaughter and consumption of humanity, just as they mercilessly destroy other beings. TSK, I have come to understand that this is merely the instinct to survive. I do not wish to. I shook my head, clenching my fists tightly. I knew he spoke the truth, but I felt I had not yet reached that point of no return. I lit another cigarette, convincing myself that I could still suppress that accursed hunger, that I must. TCH, you stubborn fool. Very well. Even if you possess more willpower than I, what does it matter? Young one, we are already corpses if we do not consume enough nourishment. Do you understand what will become of us? Chapter 10. Heartbeat, what will happen? You must have realized by now that our bodies can no longer absorb moisture normally. So, if you do not replenish with fresh blood. Have you seen the mummies in films? Those grotesque, jerky-like beings, Quite disgusting, right? That is what we will become. Moreover, if we do not devour entrails to sustain ourselves, our bodies will be unable to function correctly. Do you know what that means? Have you watched The Walking Dead? That kind of rotting, nauseating zombie is what you will transform into next. Now, during the autumn and winter seasons, it is somewhat bearable. Your body will merely dry out slowly. But come summer, if you go 7 days without eating, your body will begin to stink. After half a month, it will start to rot, riddled with holes, with your nose and eyes falling out, and maggots infesting your belly. Please, stop. I covered my mouth, gagging violently. Thus, you see, do not persist any longer. From the moment we were bitten, we could not alter our fate. The man chuckled dryly, picking up a handful of bloodied flesh from the ground. Here. Eat. Today, I shall treat you. Since we seem to get along well enough, until you acquire the strength to hunt, I shall cover your meals. Tears welled up in my eyes as I stared blankly at the entrails in his hand. Eat or not eat? It felt as if I had returned to square one. Could you do me a favor? Please, end my life. I said bitterly. This was the only solution I could conceive. TCH, cowardly fool. Always seeking to escape. The man sneered. Is it really that simple to die? Just find a tall building and jump off. Even as a corpse demon, a fall would surely kill you. Or lie on the tracks and wait for a train. With your current pathetic strength, there are countless ways to end your life again. Fine. I gritted my teeth and stood, heading toward the alley's exit. The man paused, startled, before hastily following me. Are you truly going to die? Think it through. If you die again, you cannot resurrect. I know, but living now feels worse than dying. I replied with a bitter smile. Suit yourself. The man shrugged, coming to a halt, yet lazily added. But have you truly considered it? After death, you will have nothing left. You will never see the things you love again. Never hear your favorite music again. TSK. Your friends will surely grieve. Won't they? Your parents. They would be devastated. Having raised you with such care, only for you to vanish. How pitiful. And what of your beloved? Do you have a girlfriend? No. TCH. Have you even made love? You're not still a virgin, are you? My goodness. Wanting to die while still a virgin. Have you lost your mind? Shut up. I turned and yelled. Did he have to be so verbose? Heaven knows how difficult it was for me to make this decision. And his words, what does my death have to do with you? Besides, I am already dead. Do you think I can shed my virgin status now? I gritted my teeth. In truth, I had tried, but ever since I died, that part of me had ceased to respond, no matter how much I watched the films of Master Tsang and Xiao Zhe. Even if I did not want to die, I could not revert to the old Li Yang. My current form, body temperature, and heartbeat were unchangeable, which meant I could not get close to anyone, including friends, family, or the girl I liked. Who says it isn't possible? The man grinned mischievously, grasping my hand. I know what you're worried about. But feel my temperature, look at my complexion, and then touch my heartbeat. Confused, I complied, and when I did, I was startled. His temperature was significantly higher than mine. While it may not have reached 37 degrees, it was at least within normal range, and his complexion was entirely normal. Unlike my pale visage, his eyes, upon closer inspection, revealed a subtle dark red hue. Remarkably, he was quite handsome, had I not seen the blood at the corner of his mouth. I would have never guessed he was a corpse demon. What astonished me most was his chest. Was that a heartbeat? Though it was exceedingly slow, there was no doubt about it. His heart was indeed beating. How could this be, a dead person, a corpse, still possessing a heartbeat? Being a corpse demon is not as simple as you think. We are entirely different from the corpses lying in the morgue. You see? Impressive, I assented. Do you still believe you cannot return to your former life? Or do you still only wish to die? Then, how did you achieve this? I asked, dumbfounded. The moment the question left my lips, I regretted it, for the answer was painfully obvious. Through consumption, as long as we ingested enough fresh blood, our body temperature would stabilize, including our complexion, by consuming human entrails and obtaining sufficient nutrients. Our eyes would not redden from hunger, and our bodies would function normally, even restoring the most basic heartbeat, just like it once was, so beautiful that it was impossible to discern one's true identity. His words implied that as long as we fed, we could even engage in love like ordinary people. I had to admit, I was tempted, for I did not wish to die a virgin. That would be too shameful. In truth, being a corpse demon is not such a terrible thing, as long as you are willing to feed. As long as you take that first bite, our lives may not be as miserable as you imagine. Our appearances can be indistinguishable from normal humans. Given you keep it a secret, nearly no one will discover that you are a corpse demon. The man urged once more. You can return to your former life. At least for the short term. Within a few decades, yes. After that, perhaps people around you will merely find it strange that you do not age. By the way, not aging is also an advantage. Our lifespan as corpse demons is nearly infinite. Furthermore, corpse demons are many times stronger than ordinary humans. Through feeding, we can gain extraordinary powers. As we accumulate more, you will become as formidable as the superhumans in films. Just look at me now. As he spoke, the man abruptly released my hand and leaped high into the air, startling me once more, for he soared 7 or 8 meters high before gliding down like a leaf. As if he were flying. Impressive, right? Just take a look at this. The man chuckled again, and after finishing his words, he struck a nearby low wall with a powerful punch, producing a deafening sound akin to cannon fire. The wall caved in under the force of his blow, countless cracks appearing and extending far and wide. Not only that, he continued, the corpse demon can also gain special abilities through classification, like what you see behind me. As he spoke, he twisted his body once more, and several dark masses surged forth from his back, enveloping him like a protective shield. That I was reminded of Xiaohua. I recalled that on that night, similar dark entities had emerged from her body. Though the man-s manifested from his back, while Xiaohua-s had emerged from her lower back. I am a carapace-type corpse demon, but there are others, such as the tail-spine type, scale-abdomen type, and wing type, all of which possess formidable strength. However, you do not yet comprehend these, so I shall gradually enlighten you in due course. The man grinned. So, what do you think? Isn't it impressive? Are you feeling a bit tempted? I had to admit. I was intrigued. My resolve to resist had weakened, for this power and these unique abilities would astonish and even captivate any ordinary person, akin to someone suddenly revealing that they could transform into Spider-Man. Moreover, even disregarding these abilities, returning to an ordinary life had become my greatest wish. Could it be as simple as just eating? I glanced at the corpse not far away and gulped, feeling the lump in my throat. Chapter 11. Demon Weapon. Well, it seemed this person was indeed dead, and I had not been the one to kill him. If I were to take a few bites, it should be fine. Right. After all, not eating would simply lead to waste, and ultimately, I would succumb to that terrifying hunger. Rather than harm Sun Yun and Zhou Hao, or more importantly, my family, I might as well, though it felt somewhat repulsive. I reasoned that if I closed my eyes, it should be bearable, considering the aroma was genuinely enticing. After all, even consuming pig hearts would induce the same disgust without any utility, perhaps, as the man suggested. This was merely the instinct for survival. I had once been human, with instincts to consume animals, and now as a corpse demon, I was meant to consume humans. While I was still reluctant to concede, I noticed my inner tenacity waning, my eyes reddening, and as I kept swallowing, I gradually took a step toward the corpse. Now you're getting it, the man said, patting my shoulder with a smile. No, wait. I suddenly halted, frightened by my prior thoughts, retreating repeatedly. I lit another cigarette, inhaling desperately, letting the smoke numb my nerves and the anguish within. I still cannot do it. How can I eat a person? I clutched my head, screaming in torment. The man's brow furrowed, appearing somewhat impatient, yet he seemed inclined to offer further advice. However, just as he opened his mouth, he abruptly froze, turning sharply to gaze into the darkness behind us. Silence. "Do not speak," he hissed. "What?" I looked up in confusion, only to realize his expression had become entirely tense. "It seems someone is approaching, perhaps," he murmured, tilting his head. Then suddenly his eyes widened, and he grasped my arm, racing toward the end of the alley with astonishing speed, leaving me no time to react. Damn it, what terrible luck tonight, encountering you, this stubborn fool, and them as well. Them? Who are they? I didn't understand his meaning and tried to ask, but he clapped a hand over my mouth. They're coming fast. Damn it, there's no time to escape. The man gritted his teeth, suddenly abandoning the idea of fleeing, and he dragged me toward a nearby heap of trash, throwing me into it before diving in himself. The dark masses on his back spread out once more, enveloping us both. "You can speak now, but keep your voice low and refrain from moving too much," he instructed. No sooner had he finished speaking than a cacophony of footsteps echoed, approximately 7 or 8 figures clad in black darting into the alley. "What is happening? Who are these people?" I asked, bewildered. "They are from the National Security Bureau. The Covert Mobile Unit," the man snarled. Seeing my confusion, he quickly explained. "They specialize in handling matters that cannot be exposed, such as us corpse demons." Oh, I understood now. This fellow meant that the Covert Mobile Unit was the natural enemy of the corpse demons. It made sense, for corpse demons were indeed terrifying entities. Although the general populace might be oblivious, the government was surely aware, necessitating the establishment of a specialized organization to address such threats. So, were these individuals particularly powerful? Even a corpse demon that seemed superhuman feared them. Seemingly perceiving my doubts, the man scoffed. "Fear is not quite the right term. It's just that if a confrontation were to ensue, it would become quite troublesome, especially with you, a weakling of no consequence, in tow." Damn, did he really have to keep calling me a fool? But worry not. I'm a carapace-type corpse demon with excellent concealment abilities. They should not detect us. As long as you remain still. I did not comprehend what carapace-type meant, but the dark mass extending from the man's back seemed to provide us with a natural camouflage, and it was semi-transparent. I could still see the outside world. Yet they appeared unable to see me. However, my struggle was not driven by fear of being discovered, but rather by the fact that my current position felt exceedingly awkward. I lay in the trash pile, while he was sprawled across my back, which reminded me of a popular saying circulating online recently, bending down to pick up soap. I wiped the cold sweat from my brow, hoping that this fellow, being a corpse demon, did not possess any peculiar tendencies. There were 8 black-clad individuals in total, 6 of whom were armed with submachine guns, their faces etched with grim determination. Yet, I noticed that the man behind me seemed indifferent to those firearms. His attention instead fixated on the other 2 individuals. One was a tall, burly man, muscles rippling, and sporting a rugged beard, while the other was a petite, charming girl who appeared to be only around 13 or 14 years old. Neither of them held firearms, but each carried a pitch-black object whose nature eluded me. Gazing at that blackness, for some inexplicable reason, I felt a strange sense of familiarity, as if I had seen it before. Upon seeing this, the man behind me shuddered, his teeth clenched, though whether from anger or fear, I could not tell. "What is wrong? What is that black object?" I whispered. "That is the demon weapon specifically designed for us corpse demons," he replied through gritted teeth. "The ability of a corpse demon is to convert power into weapons or armor to enhance oneself. Much like my carapace, collectively, they are referred to as demon weapons. If they are specialized, then what about them?" I asked, puzzled. "Demon weapons contain the essence of all a corpse demon is powered in the hours immediately following death. That power does not dissipate. If it is severed at that moment, it becomes solidified. Through polishing and modification, it can transform into weapons usable by anyone. Though these covert mobile unit fellows are quite capable, they remain ordinary humans. Lacking demon power, they cannot contend with formidable corpse demons. Hence, they must rely on demon weapons to arm themselves and attain power comparable to that of corpse demons. Do you see how that girl's demon weapon resembles wings? That is the weapon of a wing-type corpse demon, while the burly man's weapon resembles a fox's tail, which belongs to the tail spine type. Damn, the scent of the corpse demon on it has yet to dissipate completely." He must have eliminated a tail-spine-type corpse demon recently. A tail-spine-type corpse demon? Recently slain? I nodded, beginning to grasp the reason for the man's expression filled with hatred. Simultaneously, a thought crossed my mind. The tail. In recent days, Xiaohua. Could it be that Xiaohua's corpse had been dealt with by these covert mobile unit members? No wonder it hadn't been reported in the news that I pondered this. The black-clad figures had already reached the blood-stained area in the alley. The burly man gazed solemnly at the corpse, and then glanced toward the alley's end, sighing. Alas, yet another one dead, and we arrived too late. They sure do escape swiftly. I told you to run faster. You're so cumbersome. I truly cannot fathom why this lady is partnered with you. The girl retorted angrily. That monster is just lucky. Next time we cross paths. I once let him escape. Hey, what are you all standing there for? Go search the surroundings. Clean up the corpse. Do you expect me to do it myself, or are you waiting for the new year to feast at home? As she spoke, she waved her demon weapon, smashing it against the wall, causing a cloud of dust to erupt. What a fiery little lady, I murmured. Signed to myself. I guess the armed black-clad individuals shared my sentiments. As they all nodded and began rummaging through their backpacks, their movements were swift. They first used body bags to secure the corpse, cleaned up the blood, and then produced several objects resembling fire extinguishers, spraying them onto the ground before applying tar and dusting it with powder. In no time, the scene was devoid of any trace of the bloody spectacle. It seemed that Xiaohua's corpse had likely been handled in a similar manner, and they were quite efficient at it. Throughout this process, the burly man and the girl did not intervene, merely maintaining stern expressions as they surveyed the area, seemingly attempting to locate our whereabouts. At one point, the burly man even circled the trash pile, sending shivers down my spine. Chapter 12. A visit. 1. Do not fear. It's all right. That fellow cannot see or hear us unless he touches us, the man said coldly. This explained his choice to lie in the trash. No one would willingly reach into a filthy heap. Meanwhile, I couldn't help but feel envious of his protective carapace, and I found myself unable to resist asking, are the demon weapons of corpse demons truly powerful? Besides concealment, what other uses do they have? There's a multitude of uses for it. Once you possess it yourself, you'll come to understand. The hardness of a demon's weapon surpasses that of any metal. Even bullets cannot penetrate it. Then how do we sever it? Foolish one. Simply smash the parts connecting the corpse. That will suffice. The man spoke, but his voice suddenly faltered, and the hatred in his eyes deepened further. However, did not feel the same animosity. After all, I still regarded myself as human. In my heart, the act of shattering a corpse of a demon was evidently less cruel than devouring a human body. After the cloaked figures disposed of the corpse, they searched the vicinity for quite some time. Throughout the process, I remained silently crouched beside the man. Out of boredom, I decided to inquire further about these so-called secret task forces, such as their strength and how they would handle captured demons. You'd best refrain from such foolish thoughts, the man replied coldly. If you wish to die, you can simply leap from a building or lie on the tracks, but whatever you do, do not let them capture you. For that fate is far worse than death. In what way is it worse? Firstly, being captured for dissection and study is inevitable. Would you willingly allow a group of scientists to dissect you into hundreds of pieces, and while you're still alive? I would not. I quickly shook my head, my body beginning to tremble once more. Moreover, I've recently heard that the scum of the secret task force have started capturing living demons, not just for dissection, but to keep them alive, allowing them to grow their weapons, only to continually sever them and fashion them into weapons. You may not yet understand the significance of a demon's weapon, but you will in due time. That process is utterly more horrifying than our consumption of humans. My teeth chattered, and I dared not move. Even though I knew my voice could not escape, I also refrained from speaking further, for I was acutely aware of humanity's cruelty. As a human, I have experienced this firsthand. Incidents like extracting bile from live bears are far too common. Previously, I felt it had nothing to do with me, yet now it was different. Even if I had no desire to become a demon, even if it were forced upon me, I suspected these individuals would not heed my explanations. The outcome of being captured could only be as the man described, profoundly tragic. After approximately half an hour of cleaning up, the few individuals departed, regret evident in their expressions after failing to find us. The man waited a few more minutes, and upon sensing no further activity, he slowly stowed away his weapon and pulled me out from the refuse. Well, you were told not to eat earlier, and now there's nothing left, the man lamented, wiping the cold sweat from my brow. I felt an unexpected sense of relief. Had these individuals not taken the corpse away, I feared the man would have forced me to partake in my first meal. Just the thought of that blood-soaked scene was enough to make me feel nauseous. Never mind. Since you haven't come to your senses yet, I shan't press you further. However, you should make a decision quickly, before you resort to harming those close to you, or before your own body decays, the man remarked with a hint of regret. By the way, my name is Yongbin. Here, take my business card. Should you resolve yourself, seek me out. I can assist you in finding food and provide more information about demons. Ah, we are of the same kind. There aren't many demons in this world, you see. Those above have prohibited the indiscriminate recruitment of subordinates, so for every one that dies, another is lost. With more, there is more mutual support. Thank you, I nodded. Though I still wished to avoid becoming a demon, I silently accepted the card. Yongbin, manager of Caesar Western Restaurant, that I couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and disbelief. This fellow was involved in the food industry. I wondered how many patrons would continue to frequent his restaurant if they knew he was a demon, surviving by consuming human organs. Furthermore, I pondered whether the steaks and roasts he prepared might contain human flesh. I once again covered my mouth, feeling a wave of nausea wash over me. Exiting the alley, I bid farewell to Yongbin and gazed at his departing figure with a sigh. He gave me a rather pleasant impression. Nothing like that night of splendor. Perhaps I would indeed seek him out again. In the not-so-distant future that I visited a convenience store and bought several packs of cigarettes, consuming an entire pack in one go. Once I had suppressed my appetite to its limits, I quietly made my way home, uncertain if Sun Yun would still be there or how I would explain what had transpired. Upon returning home, it was already past 4 in the morning. Naturally, Sun Yun had departed, but she left a note on the table, urging me to call her as soon as I returned, expressing her concern for me. She had even enlisted Zhou Hao to search the vicinity for quite some time, stating that she did not blame me for my earlier recklessness, but was merely worried about any changes in my condition. With a sigh, I abandoned the idea of calling her. Firstly, I had no idea how to explain, and secondly, I was afraid of seeing her again. The tale of Yongbin biting his parents to death lingered in my mind. Refusing to fade, Sun Yun had treated me with such kindness. Although our relationship lacked romantic undertones, she was like an older sister to me. As for Zhou Hao, our friendship could truly be described as one of shared burdens. I did not wish to hurt either of them. Moreover, due to Yongbin's counsel, I had relinquished the notion of seeking death, at least for the time being, as I was reluctant to part with what I presently possessed, my friends, my family. Could I truly return to my former self? If only I were willing to partake in sustenance. It was rather absurd to consider. If I refrained from eating, my appearance would inevitably transform into a grotesque abomination in the near future. Only through consumption could I regain my original form. Yet, the act of consuming would render me feel as though I were no longer human, not even psychologically. This contradiction weighed heavily upon me. Excuse me, miss, could you please assist me in selecting a set of men's skincare products? This is my first time using them. This was the second thing I did upon waking up. The first was finishing off half a pig's heart. Certainly. Sir, what type are you looking for? What effect do you wish to achieve? I just want to look healthier. Is there a product that will give my skin a bronzed appearance? We do have that option. But may I inquire if your skin is prone to allergies? It is our policy to ask. If you are prone to allergies, I would advise against using products containing pigments. I can recommend our sunbathing service instead. I should be fine. I haven't heard of the dead having skin allergies. As for sunbathing, I'm a bit afraid of turning into a dried corpse. Ah, by the way, miss, please also select a set of colored contact lenses for me. Black will do. Additionally, please try to choose something more affordable. I couldn't help but mention. Considering I was merely an ordinary person and had taken numerous days off this month, my salary was likely about last night. At the company, I looked at Sun Yun, feeling utterly embarrassed that I had pondered all night, yet still could not devise a suitable explanation. So I settled for a vague apology. It's nothing. I've already forgotten. Are you all right? Sun Yun remained as considerate as ever, but it only deepened my guilt, and I instinctively recoiled from her outstretched hand that sought to touch my forehead. I'm fine. I visited the hospital again this morning. Can't you see my complexion has improved? I gestured towards my face, which was adorned with skincare products. That's great. By the way, where were you last night? Zhou Hao and I searched everywhere for you. You didn't go to. Sun Yun suddenly appeared a bit awkward, murmuring, to find that kind of woman, did you? Chapter 13. A visit, too. No, that's not the case. I wiped the sweat from my brow. This foolish girl actually assumed I was overly driven by physical desires. That's good. Just don't go seeking out those kinds of women. It's illegal and unhygienic that if you truly can't hold back, I can introduce you to a girlfriend, someone easy to handle, who will vanish immediately after. I felt incredibly fortunate to have such a good friend in Sun Yun. However, even if she were to introduce someone now, it would be futile. Before making certain decisions, none of my organs could function, including my little brother. After placating Sun Yun, I found it quite easy to explain my whereabouts to Zhou Hao, to the point where no explanation was necessary at all. Stop fooling around. You had me wandering the streets for over 2 hours in the middle of the night. Zhou Hao groaned, slumped over his desk. I'm truly sorry. I was just feeling down last night. So, all right, no need to explain. I get you, bro. You went to the little pink house, right? Just give me a heads up next time. I've got connections. I was taken aback. Did this guy frequent such places? What a beast. These two were my best friends. Two individuals who would forgive me for even the gravest of mistakes. Two who would roam the streets for hours in the dead of night just to find me. Two true comrades willing to give their all for me. In this society, finding a genuine friend is a rarity. Yet I had the fortune of having two. I felt immense gratitude, and certain vows instantly sprang to mind. I would never harm them in the slightest. Although Yang Bin had mentioned certain methods were futile, I still wanted to give it a try. Thus, I made another trip to the market, purchasing a set of pig entrails and bringing home a live chicken to bleed out. I cannot say it was entirely ineffective. After drinking the chicken's blood, I felt a noticeable improvement in my physical comfort. I even measured my temperature, which had risen slightly, albeit just a bit. Cigarettes were still a necessity. Yang Bin claimed he couldn't manage without 4 to 5 packs a day, so I decided to smoke even more. After all, I was already dead. Surely my body wouldn't succumb to lung cancer? Perhaps my willpower surpassed Yang Bin's, as I encountered no further mishaps in the days following that night. My appetite remained robust, yet I could manage to suppress it when I found myself with Sun Yun and Zhou Hao. I did not fall into that same madness again. Moreover, I have made every effort to avoid being alone with them, thinking that should I lose my mind, at least having more people around might help restrain me. Thus, a week has passed, a week devoid of turmoil, remarkably tranquil, save for being reprimanded by my manager twice for smoking at work. Each day during lunch, I would excuse myself under the pretense of needing to attend a follow-up appointment. Both Sun Yun and Zhou Hao believe my illness has fully subsided, and I too feel as if everything is under control. Life is gradually returning to normalcy. Could it be that matters can be resolved in this manner? Yet, it seems not, as a sudden remark from Sun Yun plunged me into despair. What is wrong with you these past few days? You smell rather foul. Early in the morning, she pinched her nose. Frowning, how long has it been since you last bathed? Smell. I was taken aback. I bathe every day, fearing my body would dry out. Aside from drinking chicken essence, I take at least 3 showers daily. How could there be an unpleasant odor? Indeed. There's a distinct scent reminiscent of salted fish and spoiled meat. Yang, even as a man, you ought to pay a bit more attention to personal hygiene. Zhou Hao chimed in with a disdainful expression. I said nothing, merely sat there in silence, lost in thought, as if all my efforts over the past week had evaporated into thin air. My hand involuntarily slipped into my pocket, grasping that business card. Under the night sky, the city appeared so serene. After a long day of toil, people returned to their homes, embracing their families to relish in the tranquility and the rare warmth of togetherness. Yet some remained outside of this comfort. This tale seems inextricably linked to the alleyways. Youth lured me into the narrow paths, and my encounter with Yang Bin also unfolded within those confines. And now, it remains the same. With a deafening crash, the entire alley seemed to tremble, the sound emanating from 2 dark figures colliding, their clash accompanied by furious shouts. After the impact, one of the shadows staggered backward, clearly struggling to maintain balance. Tian Shun, you bastard. What are you doing? A voice thundered. Was that Yang Bin? Wasn't he supposed to be formidable? What did his unsteady steps signify? The blood trickling from his lips was another matter entirely. Before him stood a man, tall, slender, with a refined demeanor yet exuding an aura of menace, standing proudly. I am doing nothing, merely administering a small reprimand, he replied coldly. Reprimand? Bullshit. Who do you think you were to reprimand me? Just because you outrank me slightly doesn't make you significant. Yangbin roared in fury. The reprimand isn't due to my higher rank, but rather because you erred. Why did you not inform me about that newcomer? What newcomer? I don't know what you're talking about. Yangbin continued to bellow, though his tone wavered noticeably. Yangbin, this is my territory. Do you really think you can conceal matters from me? And don't assume I'm unaware of your intentions. You must be nearing that stage, right? The man's mocking smile deepened. Yangbin's expression shifted multiple times, and after a long pause, he gritted his teeth and struggled to respond. So what if I am? So what? The man interrupted. I don't care what you intend to do, nor how you plan to navigate that stage, but I advise you to refrain from causing chaos in my territory. Everything must adhere to the rules. To hell with your rules. Who follows rules these days? Just look at Chu Tian and Xiao Hua, Yangbin retorted. If you possess the capabilities of Chu Tian, I would not interfere, nor could I. As for Xiao Hua, her fate is evident, and if you wish to avoid sharing her destiny, you ought to be prudent. Alternatively, you could choose to leave this city. In that case, I will not question your actions. However, while you remain here, the man's eyes suddenly sparkled with a fierce light as he coldly declared, you had best abandon any dubious intentions. Therefore, you are forbidden from seeing that newcomer again. On what grounds? You want to pursue him, yet I cannot. Yangbin gritted his teeth. My absence is merely due to being occupied these past few days, attending to matters concerning the secret mobile unit and dealing with Xiao Hua's aftermath. But that does not grant you the right to intervene. Damn it. Without my involvement, he would have been eliminated by the secret mobile unit long ago. That was his fate. His death has nothing to do with you. However, should you seek to scheme against him, that is absolutely unacceptable. This is the rule. So, Yangbin, I shall conclude my words here. The future is yours to navigate. With that, the man disregarded Yangbin, turning coldly to stride away from the alley. Bastard, neglecting everything while forbidding me from acting. Does being one rank higher make you so impressive? In the alley, only Yangbin remained, furiously pounding the ground, sending debris flying. Even without that newcomer, I, Yangbin, will find a way to handle that stage. Damn you, Li Tianqian. When the time comes, I shall no longer fear you. Is that so? From outside the alley, the man's mocking voice drifted back. Let us see you manage that. A mere individual who has only reached the bottleneck with 4 carapaces. Do you truly believe you can surpass me? How laughable. By the way, let me correct you on one point. I am not merely 1 rank above you, but 2. Amidst the laughter, several dark shapes suddenly unfurled from the alley's entrance. Were those wings? And astonishingly, there were 8 of them. Under the night sky, Yangbin's expression shifted drastically, his body trembling uncontrollably, yet he dared not utter another word, not even to open his mouth. Chapter 14. The Administrator. Li Yang. Lately you've been avoiding us outside of work. How about gathering tonight? KTV or dinner, pick one. At the end of the workday, Zhou Hao wore an expression of dissatisfaction. I can't. I have to attend a follow-up appointment tonight. I scratched my head awkwardly. Come on. It has been over 10 days. Even if it were AIDS, you should be cured by now. Shut up. You're the one with AIDS. It's almost done. Just one last follow-up tonight. Let us plan for tomorrow. I chuckled nervously, tightly clutching the business card in my hand. The decision has been made. Though the process has been arduous, after tonight, I should be able to return to normalcy. However, I did not find Yangbin. For before that, a stranger suddenly appeared at the entrance of my company, tall and slender, with a refined yet arrogant demeanor, and his gaze upon me was curiously ambiguous. Hello, my name is Li Tianqian, the administrator of this city. The man squinted. Li Tianqian. Setting aside the peculiar name, what does a city administrator mean? Is he akin to a party secretary? Not at all. The man seemed to sense my confusion. Smiling slightly. I do not oversee humans. I only manage. As he spoke, he abruptly placed his hand on my chest and patted it. I was taken aback. Was this a hint that I lacked a heartbeat? A suggestion of a corpse demon? I couldn't help but laugh and cry simultaneously. Yangbin mentioned that such creatures are rare in this world, that ordinary humans might never encounter one in their lifetime. Yet I have encountered 3 within half a month. No, counting myself, that makes 4. Perhaps I should buy a lottery ticket. I feel I would surely win. Li Yang, who is this guy? Do you know him? A new friend. Zhou Hao questioned from behind, as he knew most of my friends yet had never seen this individual before. He can't be considered a new friend. He just wishes to discuss a few matters with me. The man smiled. Turning to me, are you available now? Absolutely. Very convenient. I nodded vigorously. How could I refuse? Any corpse demon would undoubtedly be formidable, as I had witnessed with Young Bin and Xiaohua. Naturally, I, a mere novice, was an exception. But if this fellow were to lose his temper, even if he wouldn't harm me, Zhou Hao and Sun Yun behind me would still be in peril. Let us find a quiet place to talk, I quickly suggested. Zhou Hao, please escort Sun Yun home. I'll be fine. After my appointment tonight, we can plan for KTV tomorrow evening. All right, take care, Zhou Hao said, frowning, his eyes lingering on the man named Li Tianqian until we had moved away. What are you staring at? Though he is rather handsome, I doubt you're into that sort of thing. It's strange. When did Li Yong become acquainted with such a good-looking man? And he has introduced him to me, Sun Yun remarked, wiping away drool. It's not about looks, Zhou Hao scratched his head. I just feel there is something odd about the way he looks at Li Yong. Quite ambiguous. Li Yong seems to be hiding something from us. So what? So, Sun Yun, do you think Li Yong has gone mad? Unable to find a woman, he is now seeking a man. I feel there is some untold bond between them. Sun Yun rolled her eyes dramatically, nearly to the point of disappearing. I almost choked on my own blood, suddenly tempted to turn around and deal with this indiscreet fool. Even if he wanted to say such things, he could at least wait until we were a distance away. It was so embarrassing. However, Zhou Hao wasn't entirely wrong. This fellow named Li Tianqian indeed had an unusual air about him. First, his gaze was genuinely ambiguous, and secondly, what did it mean to be an administrator of corpse demons? Why hadn't Yong been mentioned it before? Do you have something to discuss with me? I asked cautiously, for despite knowing he was of the same kind, I still harbored a basic fear of corpse demons. The man nodded. Indeed, I am here to assist you with your appetite issues, as well as to facilitate the registration of your identity as a corpse demon. Ah, I see. Yongbin did mention something about registration. But regarding my appetite, I don't think I require his assistance. I have already resolved to seek him out myself. In comparison, that fellow and I seem to converse quite well, and he has even promised to cover my meals. Frankly speaking, even though I have accepted the identity of a corpse demon, I do not wish to harm humanity. Thus, at most, I will consume the food that Yongbin prepares for me. The notion of hunting for myself is utterly out of the question. If you intend to find Yongbin, I advise against it. Firstly, he is not the administrator. But he has no authority over your affairs. Secondly, that fellow, I cannot permit you to see him again at least until you possess adequate self-defense capabilities. You must not meet him. Li Tianqian seemed to perceive my innermost thoughts at a glance, and his expression immediately turned cold at the mention of Yongbin. What? I asked, astonished. For no particular reason. I have stated that it is not allowed. The man replied, his demeanor radiating an air of dominance that I merely pursed my lips in silence. From our initial encounter, I had harbored an aversion towards this individual named Li Tianqian, regardless of his status as an administrator. He seemed excessively self-important. Nevertheless, it was imperative to address the matter of my identity with him, as I was utterly ignorant in this regard that I also wished to inquire further about how to survive moving forward. On our way, Li Tianqian elucidated the concept of corpse demon administrators. In truth, corpse demons have existed for many years and have established corresponding organizations, meaning that each city is assigned an administrator. Contrary to my assumptions, these so-called administrators do not resemble underworld bosses, nor do they lead corpse demons in opposition to humanity. Their sole responsibility is to oversee the compliance of the corpse demons under their jurisdiction and to assist those who struggle with the challenges of hunting. Additionally, they guide newcomers like myself. And the administrators restrict the development of corpse demons. Why? I inquired, perplexed. Instinctively, even as a corpse demon, I do not wish for the ranks of corpse demons to swell, for fewer monsters is invariably preferable. However, I pondered why the corpse demons would share this sentiment. Wouldn't having more companions be advantageous? Certainly not. The existence of corpse demons is predicated upon humanity. Without humans, corpse demons cannot survive, and vice versa, leading to mutual destruction. Thus, the number of corpse demons must remain limited. Li Tianqian replied coolly. I grasped the implication. This pertained to the source of sustenance. One individual consuming 100 chickens contrasts starkly with 100 individuals sharing 100 chickens. The former indulges, while the latter would starve by the following day. Moreover, the evolution into a corpse demon is not a simple matter. Not everyone bitten will transform. Only those with AB blood type can endure the toxins of a corpse demon, and they must possess robust health without any infectious or hereditary diseases. Otherwise, they would perish before the toxins permeate their bodies, rendering revival impossible. I wiped away my tears, suddenly contemplating the prospect of purchasing a lottery ticket. Could it truly be mere coincidence? Individuals with AB blood type comprise less than 10 of the population, and those without any ailments are even rarer. Why was I so fortunate? How could I possibly encounter such a slim chance? Li Tianqian further informed me that the current number of corpse demons in the world is exceedingly limited, merely restricted to a figure sufficient for self-preservation, ensuring that they cannot be eradicated by humanity. For instance, in this city, the cap is set at only 10, and even then, it has not been reached. Even with my inclusion, I would merely be the 8th corpse demon. 8. I murmured, my gaze lowered in contemplation. I wondered if this figure included Xiaohua. Had he learned of her demise? Setting that concern aside, I was far more curious about how corpse demons came into being. Was it akin to the zombies portrayed in films? Stemming from a particular biological virus? Regrettably, this inquiry seemed to delve into ancient history, and thus Li Tianqian was also unaware. Chapter 15. Resolution: I am merely 70 years old, still quite youthful. This question is likely known only to those ancient beings who have lived far longer, Li Tianqian mused. 70? Youthful, indeed. Yet, as I observed his seemingly youthful visage, appearing not yet 30, I understood what young Ben had meant. Being a corpse demon does have its advantages. If there is an administrator, there must surely be a corresponding base. Li Tianqian led me there for the purpose of registering my identity, and I was taken aback to discover that the base was located in. Do all corpse demons have a penchant for culinary arts? Is that why both you and Yang Bin are restaurateurs? Moreover, do people actually dare to consume the food you prepare? Is there no human flesh mixed in? I inquired, half amused and half bewildered. This is quite understandable. Running a restaurant facilitates the collection of ingredients. As I am responsible for your nourishment, he replied. Are there other corpse demons besides myself who cannot hunt for themselves? I asked, astonished as my words faded. The side door of the restaurant swung open, revealing a charming girl of perhaps 10 years, clutching a small lunchbox. Upon seeing us, she hesitated for a moment before bowing deeply to Li Tianqian and quickly darting away towards the end of the street. Indeed, she is one of them, Li Tianqian murmured. Due to her young age at the time of transformation and her timid disposition, she has never dared to hunt, nor is she willing to consume large quantities to bolster her strength. Sigh, such a troublesome little girl. Nodding silently, I observed the girl's retreating figure. She was indeed adorable that I had not anticipated the existence of such a young corpse demon, and yet, her age seemed irrelevant. As her timidity bore no connection to her circumstances, perhaps she, like me, harbored an enduring resolve to cling to her humanity. We can no longer alter our fate. We merely seek to survive. That is all. Yet, at the very least, we are unwilling to slaughter humanity, unwilling to stain our hands with blood. We yearn to retain the last vestiges of our innate kindness. But how long can we uphold this resolve? I do not know. Come inside. Li Tianqian beckoned at the entrance of the restaurant. After registration, if you have made your decision, we shall complete your first meal today. Nodding, I gritted my teeth and stepped inside. In that moment, I felt the sky darken and my body chill. For the first time, I felt as though I had truly died as a human. This place bore no resemblance to an ordinary restaurant. It was not particularly spacious. However, after passing through the kitchen and traversing a dim corridor, a concealed chamber came into view. Are there guests? Li Tianqian asked in surprise as he entered, for aside from us, there were 2 others in the chamber, a kindly old man with white whiskers and a rather aloof young man, likely in his 20s. Another newcomer, here to register and, incidentally, to feed. The old man smiled. I paused, glancing at the cold young man, a sense of kinship washing over me. Was he also a newcomer? Had he just registered? Just decided to feed. Yet, Li Tianqian's brow furrowed, and he spoke in a tense tone. Newcomer, who transformed you? How is it that I was unaware? He was not transformed here. He escaped from Shanghai. You know how chaotic it is there. Our quota here is not yet full, so we brought him in, the old man replied with a wry smile. Only then did Li Tianqian nod, gesturing for me to sit beside the young man. I longed to converse with him about how he had come to his decision to feed, yet he seemed disinclined to engage. The registration process was quite straightforward. It merely required disclosing all pertinent information from my life prior to becoming a corpse demon. This included my human name, age, occupation, address, and phone number, among other details. Furthermore, I was informed of some necessary precautions, such as ideal hunting locations and the importance of maintaining order within human society, as chaos among humans equated to chaos among corpse demons. Naturally, this was a matter for those who had acquired basic abilities, which did not pertain to me. I was resolutely determined to enjoy a life of free meals. After all, Li Tianchen had mentioned that corpse demons need not necessarily hunt for themselves. Administrators would attend to the needs of those who preferred not to hunt. Additionally, there were some rules to observe. Firstly, one must not arbitrarily transform humans if such a need arose. The administrator must be notified, and only with their approval and within the limits of available slots may one proceed. Secondly, corpse demons must never engage in mutual slaughter, regardless of the reasons. Any conflicts, no matter how severe, must be resolved through the administrator. I found this aspect quite agreeable. Thus, even if Xiaohua's death were to be uncovered, I need not fear retribution. Unbeknownst to me, at that moment, the supposed secret within my heart had already become common knowledge among all present, due to the special bond shared among corpse demons. The smiling old man had been observing me intently, suddenly inquiring, "Is this the lad who escaped from Xiaohua?" Indeed, Li Tianchen nodded. For reasons unknown, I noticed a tremor in his hand. My own hand quivered in response, and I stared in astonishment at the old man, who merely chuckled. Do not fear. As previously stated, corpse demons are forbidden from harming one another. Moreover, the circumstances surrounding Xiaohua's demise are quite complex. Her death cannot be solely attributed to you. Should anyone seek vengeance, they would likely pursue that member of the secret task force who severed her demonic power. Wiping the sweat from my brow, I nodded repeatedly, instinctively developing a measure of fondness for the old man. The old man is named Qinlan. Although he appears quite aged, he is, in fact, merely around 15 or 16 years old, a mere youth compared to Li Tianchen, who has been a corpse demon for 70 years. He is essentially just a by the way. The other newcomer, who joined at the same time as me, is called Lin Feng. This fellow was so cold even when introducing himself, as if everyone owed him a great debt, entirely lacking the basic decorum expected of a newcomer. However, he and Li Tianchen make quite the pair. Registration is nearly complete. That if you encounter any difficulties or have requests in the future, feel free to come to me. Or you may seek out Qinlan as well. If there's anything you don't understand, you can always ask him, murmured Li Tianchen, glancing at us before inquiring, "Have you resolved your determination to feed?" "Yes," I replied through gritted teeth. And Lin Feng nodded vigorously in agreement. In the chamber, there stood a large freezer, filled with numerous small lunch boxes, identical to the one the girl I encountered at the entrance was holding. Li Tianchen said nothing further, merely retrieved 2 boxes and tossed them in front of us. I had already made my decision and was aware of their contents, yet my heart quivered violently, and my hands trembled slightly. In stark contrast, Lin Feng appeared resolute. Upon opening the lunch boxes, we were met with a surprising sight. What was this? A few pieces resembling something from KFC, half-cooked, accompanied by a small bottle of purple beverage. "For your first meal, I thought you'd find it difficult to accept something so bloody," Qinlan remarked with a smile. "So, let's start with this. It has been specially treated and includes certain seasonings that corpse demons can tolerate. As for the drink, you are familiar with its base ingredients, but it has been enhanced with a cola formula and some food coloring. Doesn't it look less disgusting now? And the flavor is quite delightful. I assure you, the old man is particularly fond of it." Gratitude surged through me. I nearly lunged to embrace the old man's leg. How considerate. Had I known I would be eating such fare, perhaps I would not have agonized for so long. Although the ingredients, well, I could choose not to dwell on that. "Will this suffice for our needs?" Lin Feng suddenly asked. "Indeed, these foods can fulfill the basic requirements of survival," Qinlan confirmed with a nod. "And what about the need for strength? Will these enhance our power?" "They can, but naturally, fresher ingredients would be preferable. However, I want fresh food," Lin Feng interrupted, pushing the lunchbox back without a moment's hesitation. Qinlan was taken aback, while I stood there, dumbfounded, speechless at his audacity. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng gritted his teeth and declared, "It was a struggle for me to decide to feed, but now that I've made my choice, I refuse to consume this meager sustenance that merely prolongs survival. I desire the freshest food, the kind that can rapidly enhance my strength." I never wished to become a corpse demon, but I had no choice, and no one offered me an opportunity to choose. That day, he merely bit down, and now that I am one, I must strive to be the strongest. My identity as a human has been stripped away, all because I was weak. However, at the very least, my status as a corpse demon must not be revoked again, so I will exert every effort to grow stronger. Lin Feng's words struck me like a needle, piercing deep into my heart, leaving it raw and aching. I was reminded of that day when I was powerless in Xiaohua's hands. Lin Feng, it seemed, had endured even more than I, suffering greater tragedies. He appeared to possess knowledge of many frightening realities that I was yet unaware of. Qin had mentioned that the city where he originally resided, Shanghai, was a place rife with chaos. Thus, his resolve was far more steadfast than mine. I had already opened my lunchbox, prepared to eat, but suddenly halted, contemplating his words. Did I truly only wish to scrape by? I also want to eat something fresher. I stammered, pushing the lunchbox back. I yearn to grow stronger. I must be at least as strong as Yang Bin. For those elusive special operations forces or other foes that I am yet to learn about, I do not wish to provoke them, nor do I desire to slay humans. That I merely wish to live in peace. Yet if they come for me, I must be able to protect myself. I cannot allow myself to be, as Yang Bin said, tossed onto the dissection table. Although Li Tianxin is the administrator, he is only responsible for my food and cannot always be at my side. The lifestyles of corpse demons and humans are utterly different now, and who knows what dangers lie ahead. I cannot rely on others. I must depend on myself. I long to thank Lin Feng, for without his words, I would have merely sought to endure upon entering. But now, thank you, for he has opened a door within my heart. Both newcomers are quite remarkable. Qin chuckled heartily, yet still pushed the lunchboxes toward us. However, for your first time, considering your physical and psychological adjustments, you should stick with this. Next time, I will prepare something different for you. In the end, Lin Feng accepted it. And so did I. As we consumed the specially treated food from the lunchboxes, I found that it wasn't as revolting as I had anticipated. Indeed, as Qin had claimed, the flavor was quite pleasant. The beverage, too, invigorated me, a surge of warmth igniting within me, spreading through my limbs. That I gasped, feeling a heat radiate from my chest, even beginning to tremble slightly. I felt as if my heart was beating again. I trembled with excitement, realizing that I could once more share camaraderie with friends, no longer needing to rely on cosmetics to disguise my existence. Though this was merely the beginning, I felt an inkling of hope for the future. Of course, this was but an illusion, for the future is not a benevolent one. It never has been. By the way, I have a question for you both. What type of corpse demon am I? Lin Feng suddenly inquired. If you wish to know, you must remove your clothing, including your pants, Li Tianxin replied coldly, gesturing toward Lin Feng's back. The classification of corpse demons is determined by the position of the demon weapon, although you have yet to manifest a demon weapon. Its embryonic form should already be apparent. Lin Feng quickly complied, and Li Tianxin approached to examine him. The embryonic form of the demon weapon is located in the lower back. You are of the scaly abdomen type. How can this be? Why am I not of the wing type? Lin Feng's expression shifted, revealing a hint of dismay. Could it be that differing classifications would not yield differing strengths? And what type am I? I hurriedly followed suit. Shedding my clothes, though slightly embarrassed, I endured for the sake of the future. You need not undress. You are of the tail spine type, and there's no need to check. Li Tianxin waved dismissively. Huh? Why? Because the corpse demon toxin injected into your body belongs to her, as she is the tail spine type, Li Tianxin stated gravely. In that moment, his gaze seemed to drift into a distant reverie, tinged with a hint of bitterness, as if he were reminiscing about something that time. I did not comprehend the meaning behind Li Tianxin's expression until I bid farewell to Qin and Lin Feng and stepped out of the dining hall. Suddenly, he appeared behind me, wrapping his arms around me tightly. What are you doing? I exclaimed in astonishment. Don't move. Let me hold you for just a moment, Li Tianxin murmured, his voice thick with emotion. As he buried his face in my shoulder, inhaling deeply, a bead of sweat trickled down my forehead. Could it be that Zhou Hao's suspicion was accurate? This fellow cannot possibly be gay, can he? I was reminded of that joke about dropping the soap. It is all my fault. You are right. I was too cowardly, merely adhering to a monotonous routine. I apologize. I should have helped you then. Rather than passively watching you suffer at their hands, that I truly am sorry. I know you hate me and are unwilling to forgive me, which is why, after that incident, you would rather hunt for yourself than come to me for assistance. But how could you leave so silently, abandoning me alone? Li Tianxin's tone was earnest, filled with remorse and an emotion that he could not release, imbued with infinite sorrow for the departed. I could comprehend his feelings. But the issue remained. Boss, this is quite embarrassing, I exclaimed, desperately wiping away the cold sweat, nearly losing my mind. Passers-by had turned their attention toward us, and it was undeniably awkward for a grown man to embrace another while uttering such ambiguous words in public. I could clearly see several fangirls nearby, their eyes sparkling with intrigue. Apologies, I lost my composure. Li Tianxin chuckled nervously as he released me, reverting to his usual cold demeanor. However, he did not rush back to the dining hall. Instead, he escorted me forward for a short distance. Those words you just said weren't directed at me, were they? Of course not. Was it Xiaohua? After much internal deliberation, I finally could not restrain myself from asking. In truth, I had sensed something amiss in the dining hall, for each mention of Xiaohua caused Li Tianxin's expression to stiffen. Coupled with that unbearably heartfelt confession earlier, I was now 100% certain. As for his embrace and peculiar behavior of inhaling my scent, perhaps he believed that my transformation was linked to Xiaohua, thus resulting in some remnants of her corpse demon toxin within me. Or perhaps it was something akin to saliva. Li Tianxin did not conceal anything, and after a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "She was once my partner." Partner, that is synonymous with wife, isn't it? A cold sweat began to beat on my forehead for two reasons. First, her death could be considered indirectly caused by me. Second, I had once harbored intentions towards his wife. Chapter 17 KD 1. It seemed that even the slightest detail could provoke him to unleash his wrath upon me, compelling me to instinctively shrink away. Do not be afraid. Li Tianxin perceived my apprehension and chuckled dryly. Qin Lan has mentioned that the rules of the corpse demons prohibit infighting among their kind. Moreover, I have investigated that matter thoroughly. You cannot be blamed. Yet, there remains a certain degree of connection. I sighed. Do you not harbor any resentment towards me? Do you not wish for vengeance? To say I feel no hatred would be disingenuous. However, my animosity is directed primarily at your humanity, not at the corpse demon you have become. I can discern this fundamental distinction. Li Tianxin's words cast a shadow of gloom over me, as I still clung to the belief that I could be considered human. While he fundamentally denied that notion, having been a corpse demon for 70 years, he undoubtedly possessed greater insight than I did, which meant sigh. Furthermore, as for revenge, Li Tianxin added with a wry smile, we are corpse demons. We prey upon humans. And humans resist corpse demons, regardless of who slays whom. It is a matter of natural order, and thus the concept of revenge is irrelevant. So rest assured, I shall not trouble you. This guy, his emotional intelligence must be exceedingly high. It is astonishing how rational he remains, even after losing his beloved. He is almost too composed. Perhaps his tensions with Xiaohua stem from this very reason. Of course, that is not my concern, with Xiaohua gone. Li Tianxin would not seek to cause me trouble, and I had little inclination to inquire further. Curiosity, after all, can lead to peril. Conversely, throughout our journey, Li Tianxin continually posed questions regarding my past as a human, seeking my thoughts on various matters, yet his inquiries lacked focus, leaving me perplexed about his intentions. By the way, young man, have you truly thought through that recent decision? Do you have any regrets? Decision? Are you referring to the matter of sustenance? I scratched my head with a sheepish grin. Honestly, I haven't thought it through too well. In fact, I am beginning to regret it. I was alluding to the idea of consuming that fresh, gory substance rather than the specially processed variety. The former would provide the quickest means of self-preservation, while the latter was comparatively less repulsive and psychologically easier to accept. In truth, I am merely an ordinary person. Before my transformation into a corpse demon, my greatest aspiration was simply to marry a beautiful wife and live a stable life. Never did I contemplate notions of power. Even now, my desire for power is solely for self-defense, perhaps to protect my friends as well. I suppose I lack ambition. I seek nothing more than a simple, joyful existence. You make a valid point. Living happily is what matters most. Li Tianxin nodded in agreement. So, do you still desire power? I cannot quite articulate it. For the time being, I suppose I still want it, if only for self-preservation. I replied awkwardly, scratching my head. Then that is sufficient that if you require anything, just seek me out. I can assist you, Li Tianqian declared, coming to a halt and waving goodbye, indicating he would not accompany me further. Help me enhance my strength? I was taken aback, as this seemed outside the purview of an administrator's duties. Why would he do so? Perhaps because Xiaohua was my transformer? A case of affection extending to the surroundings? It struck me as somewhat absurd, considering I harbored deep resentment toward Xiaohua on my way back. I pondered over Li Tianqian's words. While he continued to gaze at my retreating figure, his expression complex. What do you think of this fellow? Li Tianqian suddenly inquired. It is still unclear. We should observe him a while longer. However, his demeanor appears rather too casual, and he seems a bit timid. His earlier decision was merely provoked by Lin Feng. Qin Lan replied as she approached, sighing. Have you truly made your decision? Is it not rather hasty? Based solely on Xiaohua's genetic influence. It is not a swift decision. As you said, we need to observe him longer, Li Tianqian smiled. But even if I decide, it will not be solely because of Xiaohua. Do you not think that his laid-back attitude, seeking only self-preservation without lofty ambitions, is quite commendable? Such a temperament might suit an administrator, but I still have greater faith in Lin Feng. His thirst for power is unparalleled. Qin Lan narrowed her eyes. Desiring power is not necessarily a virtue. Just look at Chu Tian. And then consider Xiaohua. But at the very least, one must possess a certain degree of strength, no? With his disposition, can he truly grow strong? I find it hard to believe. Qin Lan frowned. You are mistaken. Do not forget who bestowed the corpse demon genes within him. Nor should you overlook the might she wielded at her peak. She single-handedly threw several provinces in Jiangnan into chaos. Had it not been for that group of adversaries and an ill-fated encounter with Chu Tian. Well, best not to dwell on it. Li Tianqian began to smile wryly. Do as you will. After all, you are the administrator, Qin Lan sighed. But do you truly intend to abandon us? We cannot do without you. Fear not. I will ensure everything is in order before I depart. Do not attempt to dissuade me. It is futile that I will not allow her demon weapon to fall into human hands. And even if I do not pursue the truth behind her demise, the grievance of forcibly stripping her demon weapon. Li Tianqian's eyes suddenly gleamed with a chilling light. Perhaps he had never relinquished his vendetta against Xiaohua. His target simply was not me. But forcibly stripping a demon weapon is an act more heinous and contemptible than killing a corpse demon. Hey, Lin Feng, I called out cheerfully, waving to him from across the street as I hurried over. It is amusing how fate connects us. We registered on the same day and commenced our first feeding simultaneously. After leaving the restaurant, he went left while I went right, yet we fortuitously crossed paths again after 2 street corners. Lin Feng's expression was one of confusion as he stared at me for a moment before asking, Who are you? I suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to give him a good punch. Had he forgotten me after just 5 minutes? Or was it that he had not noticed me at all in the restaurant? Fine, I am aware that I am not particularly striking in appearance. Perhaps, as new corpse demons, I felt a certain pressure when conversing with Li Tianqian or Qin Lan, yet I found an inexplicable sense of familiarity with Lin Feng. Instinctively wanting to establish a good rapport. You aren't busy, are you? Let us stroll together and chat. I smiled, throwing my arm around his shoulder. Coincidentally, Zhou Hao's call came through just then, inquiring if I had finished my follow-up appointment and whether I would like to join them at KTV that evening since tomorrow was Saturday. As long as it wasn't a formal dinner, I should be fine. Want to join us? You just arrived in this city. You probably don't know where to go for fun, I asked with a smile. I think not. I don't know anyone. And besides, I am a corpse demon. Lin Feng frowned, seemingly averse to socializing. He might have been a reclusive person before. Isn't knowing me enough? Moreover, those are my closest friends. You would quickly become familiar with them, I responded. Ignoring his protests and pulling him along. My intention in bringing Lin Feng was not merely for leisure, but for a different purpose, related to Zhou Hao and Sun Yun. After feeding, I could no longer harm them. But that did not mean other corpse demons would not. It was imperative to meet and greet, as I truly wished to spare them from the tragedies that had befallen me. However, I had not anticipated that this decision would lead Sun Yun to react so. Where did you find this handsome guy? Introduce him to me. In the private room, Sun Yun eagerly dragged me to a corner. Rubbing her hands together with excitement. Could it be? Had she taken a liking to Lin Feng? Chapter 18 KTV 2. Well, It seems that any woman who frequently mingles with me and Zhou Hao, two rather unremarkable fellows, would inevitably grow restless in solitude upon encountering a relatively pleasing face. However, Lin Feng is a corpse demon. My instinct was to refuse. Liang, this is rather inconsiderate. I treat you so well. Yet you are stingy with a handsome introduction for me. Besides, it's not like you can use him. Sun Yun's words were refreshingly blunt. And, oh, you treated me that way a couple of days ago. While I am not angry, at the very least, there should be some form of compensation, right? I don't care. This handsome guy is mine. If not, I'll just call your parents and tell them you assaulted me. I gritted my teeth. But ultimately, I could not resist Sun Yun's insistence that I merely introduce them. Surely Lin Feng understood the implications of being a corpse demon. In truth, Lin Feng was not particularly handsome, merely average, but compared to me, he stood out, especially when juxtaposed with Zhou Hao, who was half a point lower than me. Indeed, a handsome guy needs to be accentuated. This is precisely why I became close friends with Zhou Hao. After all, half a point is still a score. As new corpse demons, we displayed no significant differences in personality from our human selves, and since we were all young, the KTV that night turned into a wild celebration. Perhaps it was the post-feeding release, finally allowing me to bond with friends, alleviating the tension I had felt for some time that I was in high spirits, singing and drinking beer with Zhou Hao and Lin Feng. Would I get sick? It matters not. After all, drinking is merely a prelude to vomiting. After exchanging a few whispered words, I stumbled upon yet another shared destiny with Lin Feng, to my astonishment. This fellow had also become a corpse demon on the very same day as I. Bitten, perished, and awakened anew all on the same fateful day. Though such a belief may be out of vogue in today's society, it feels rather unjust that we haven't paid our respects to one another. I sighed and shook my head, noticing Lin Feng nodding in agreement, revealing a commendable character despite his reticent demeanor. However, tonight he could not remain silent, for Sun Yun had ensnared him to the brink of madness. It is worth mentioning that this chap was merely 19 when he transformed into a corpse demon. Quite a considerable age gap from Sun Yun. No worries, I simply adore younger, handsome men. Sun Yun had completely cast aside any semblance of propriety, clinging to Lin Feng's arm throughout the night and occasionally leaning in, emboldened by the liquor, to flirt a little. Fortunately, Lin Feng had recently dined. Otherwise, I genuinely feared that his identity would be compromised, while Sun Yun was extraordinarily gentle and considerate towards her friends. She was utterly unrestrained, especially after consuming 3 drinks. Her robust demeanor was laid bare. Hey, handsome, do you have a girlfriend? What kind of girl do you fancy? Pretty ones? Or those with nice figures? Let me tell you, beauty is of no use. When the lights go out, they all look the same. So a good figure is the true treasure, Sun Yun proclaimed with an air of pride, adjusting her bosom. While both Zhou Hao and I nearly choked on our disbelief, was it necessary to be so blunt? Thankfully, Zhou Hao and I harbored no romantic notions towards her. Otherwise, witnessing her attempt to woo men before our eyes would surely have been a source of great frustration. That night, I indulged in reckless revelry, even shedding my shirt alongside Zhou Hao, dancing provocatively in the private room, for such antics allowed me to forget the sorrow that had plagued me for days. And only through this could I convince myself that I was still human. In truth, I realized, as Yang Bin had articulated, that once I resolved to embrace a certain path, my life was not as pitiful as I had previously believed. Aside from my altered eating habits, everything remained virtually unchanged, or perhaps there were even benefits. For instance, in the past, 2 bottles of beer would send me spiraling into a stupor. Now, while I still found myself retching, I felt no adverse effects from the alcohol. Under my ordinary human constitution, such frenzied behavior would have left me utterly exhausted. Yet now, I felt not a hint of fatigue. Was it that my body no longer experienced weariness? Or had my physical condition improved as a corpse demon? Perhaps it was a combination of both. After that night of unrestrained fun, I finally sensed my life gradually returning to a semblance of normalcy. At least on the surface. However, it seemed I was perhaps oversimplifying matters. After all, I had become a corpse demon, and who could predict what tomorrow might hold? Indeed, unforeseen events could unfold even tonight. I've had too much to drink. Handsome, will you escort me home? As for Liang, please take Zhou Hao, Sun Yun declared, shoving me aside and throwing herself against Lin Feng's back, her face flushed with excitement. A female companion. Such a lack of decency. To consume you would be ideal. I scoffed inwardly, yet Lin Feng, despite his cool demeanor, appeared reliable, and he seemed to get along well with Sun Yun, so I had little cause for concern. But Zhou Hao. Wah, Liang. Even Sun Yun is flirting with a handsome guy. What are we to do? When will we ever get to woo a pretty girl? Wah, bleh. Zhou Hao lamented, rolling about on the pavement. I truly wished to feign ignorance of his existence. I had encountered many inebriated individuals, but none had ever humiliated themselves to such a degree. Get up. Tomorrow, I promise to take you to meet a lovely girl. No, I want to meet one tonight. Fine, fine. Tonight we shall go. Let us find one right now. I chuckled, not anticipating that my offhand remark would materialize into reality, with the charming girl in question not being Zhou Hao, but rather myself. Handsome, don't bother with a taxi. My home is not far, just 7 or 8 blocks away. Will you carry me? Sun Yun cooed, nestled against Lin Feng's back. All right, Lin Feng acquiesced, showing a surprising lack of awareness, failing to realize that 7 or 8 blocks could hardly be considered not far. Also, I'm quite intoxicated. Should we encounter any duels, such as a lecture, you must protect me. Certainly. Lin Feng nodded once more, his naivety evident as he remained blissfully unaware that the true predator was right behind him. However, little did Sun Yun, who had succumbed to slumber after her playful jest, realize that her dreams would indeed come true, though not in a manner she would have wished. Zhou Hao's residence was in close proximity to the KTV, and within 10 minutes, we had reached our destination. I intended to call Sun Yun to check on her well-being, only to discover that she had inexplicably ended the call. Oh well, she should be fine. Lin Feng seems like a decent fellow, I muttered to myself, recalling the way Lin Feng's face had flushed when Sun Yun had flirted with him in the private room. TSK, he was indeed a quintessential innocent boy, and he proved to be quite amiable once one became acquainted with him. The night was clear and cloudless, the haze of previous days having dissipated, revealing a stunning starry sky that I leaned against the railing by the roadside, lighting a cigarette. Since my transformation into a corpse demon, I had yet to experience such a leisurely moment. Shawa had mentioned that the strength of a corpse demon is several times that of a human, perhaps even dozens or hundreds of times. While I was merely a fledgling corpse demon, lacking any true power, Yangbin had stated that once one becomes a corpse demon, one's physical constitution surpasses that of a human. Shall I give it a try? I squinted and suddenly dashed towards the end of the street. Indeed, it was remarkably swift. My physical condition had previously been merely satisfactory. Running was manageable, yet aspiring for speed had been nearly impossible. Now, traversing this 200-meter stretch, I found myself accomplishing it in 20 seconds. I gazed at my phone in astonishment. This seemed to be nearing world record territory. Moreover, I had only recently dined. Not only had my speed improved, but so had my strength. When I had carried Zhou Hao home, I felt no exertion whatsoever. It was worth noting that he was taller and heavier than I. As I squinted at the sky and scrutinized the dimly lit street, I wondered if my vision had also sharpened. It appeared that my night vision had enhanced as well, that I could clearly discern a piece of litter on the ground from a considerable distance. Recognizing it as today's morning newspaper, Chapter 19. A fatal coincidence. My hearing had also heightened, the shadows flitting above me. Were they sparrows? I could distinctly hear the fluttering of their wings. Even the rhythm. I trembled with excitement. No wonder Lin Feng was so eager to pursue power. The sensation of having strength at one's fingertips was exhilarating. Yet, this was merely the beginning. A mere taste of what lay ahead. With a sudden burst of energy, I kicked a nearby sapling with my foot. Though it did not break, it emitted a satisfying crack as it bent slightly. Huh, I exclaimed, filled with exuberance, leaping and bounding about, performing acrobatic feats that one would only expect from cinematic martial arts stars like Donnie Yen or Jet Li. The exhilaration of newfound strength was utterly liberating. This was indeed the proverbial blessing in disguise. I had relinquished my identity as a human, yet inadvertently unlocked a door to powers that humanity could never hope to attain. Of course, this door had only been ajar, but in the not-so-distant future. Could I, like Yang Bin, possess the strength to shatter walls with a single punch? Would I become akin to a superhero? In truth, Yang Bin's prowess was rather lackluster. If I were to set a goal, it should be to emulate the power of the administrator, Li Tianchun, who was truly formidable. However, at this moment, I was unable to differentiate between strength and weakness. Once more, I sprinted down the street, reveling in the unprecedented sensations of speed and power. I ran for over 2 hours without feeling the slightest hint of fatigue. In that elation, I ventured farther and farther, even gradually leaving the city behind. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, Lin Feng continued to carry Sun Yun. His demeanor surprisingly gentle as he walked slowly, intent on not waking the sleeping girl. But it was precisely because of their slow pace that they caught the attention of several cold, predatory gazes lurking in the shadows. Stealthily drawing nearer, as Lin Feng approached a corner, about to step forward, a shadow suddenly lunged out at him. He paused in surprise, instinctively attempting to retreat, only to find another shadow flanking him from behind. "Hey, handsome, are you escorting your girlfriend home? How sweet," sneered a man with a pockmarked face, grinning maliciously. "Apologies, mate, but I'm a bit strapped for cash lately. Mind lending me some? Don't say you don't have any. Or else." A rotund thug emerged from behind, coldly brandishing a knife. A robbery. These two fools dared to target Lin Feng. Perhaps their ignorance was a testament to their foolishness, under the cover of night. Lin Feng's expression grew cold. I discovered that the fatigue of a corpse demon was not entirely absent. I merely remained unaccustomed to my new physical state. By the time I realized I was exhausted, I found myself in the suburbs. It was worth mentioning that the sensation of fatigue as a corpse demon was entirely different from that of a human. It did not accumulate gradually, but rather struck suddenly, leaving my legs weak and unsteady. "This can't be happening," I lamented, gazing helplessly at the darkened outskirts of the city. There was no hope of hailing a taxi, and trudging back would likely take until dawn. Thankfully, tomorrow was Saturday. After trudging back for about half an hour, my legs felt even weaker, and my muscles ached. I spotted a small park nearby. Since corpse demons were impervious to the cold, I decided to make do and spend the night there. Due to its remote location, the park was devoid of couples, and even the presence of homeless individuals was conspicuously absent. Not even a stray cat or dog could be found. I reclined in the pavilion, gazing at the night sky outside, listening to the whisper of the breeze rustling through the treetops. In truth, the atmosphere was rather eerie, imbued with a ghostly sense of foreboding. However, I seemed to fall within the realm of the supernatural myself, rendering any fear utterly unnecessary. I attempted to call Sun Yun again, but regrettably, there was still no answer. I had forgotten to ask Lin Feng for his phone number. Never mind them. I preferred to trust my own judgment. Lin Feng would never harm Sun Yun. Take it a step further. Even if something were to transpire tonight, I believed it more likely that Sun Yun would devour Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng had just eaten, and some of his abilities might not have fully recovered, I neglected to inquire how long it would take for Li Tianqian to recuperate. I found myself reminiscing about Master Tsang and Xiaozhe on my computer, as well as Akino Kiyoshi, Takagi Maria, Matsushima Kid, Tachibana Riko, and Natsum Nana, among others. As a quintessential ordinary person, that fully packed 500G external hard drive was my most prized possession. Unfortunately, I surmised that I would have to cling to that external hard drive for the rest of my life, now that I had become a corpse demon. It seemed impossible for me to lead a normal life and settle down like a typical young person. My poor parents still held on to the hope that I would find a gentle daughter-in-law and bless them with a chubby grandson. By the way, do corpse demons have the concept of marriage and childbearing? I should ask Li Tianqian about that another day, as he once had a romantic entanglement with Xiaohua. However, in my view, even if corpse demons could marry, procreation would likely be quite challenging, considering they were already corpses. How could they propagate? Moreover, the lifespan of a corpse demon was virtually infinite, rendering reproduction unnecessary. Alas, it appears that I am destined to die childless. Although my end is still a long way off, perhaps 1,000 or 800 years away, should I consider adopting a human child? In truth, I quite like children. Whenever I hold my nieces and nephews from my hometown, I can't bear to let them go, and I absolutely refuse to put them down until I've had my fill of affection. Yet, that would not suffice, for my lifespan far exceeds that of humans. By the time my adopted son or daughter reached their 70s or 80s, I would still appear to be in my 20s. What a poignant predicament, though. I suddenly recalled another matter. Though corpse demons may not bear children, they must have their own methods of propagation, perhaps through biting. The newly emerged corpse demons would then likely be considered their offspring, right? It seems so. Wait, does that mean I am essentially a descendant of Xiaohua? No wonder Li Tianqian looked at me with such peculiar eyes. Could it be that he sees me as his son? Goodness! While lost in such fanciful thoughts, a subtle rustle emanated from the thicket outside the pavilion, and my heightened hearing, which had improved significantly, instantly detected something amiss. It was not the sound of the wind. Someone was there? Who is it? I asked instinctively as I sat up, but in a flash, a small shadow darted out, moving with astonishing speed, seemingly startled. Its tiny legs flailed like wheels. Huh, is that a child? I was taken aback. Had the heavens heard my plea? Just as I was contemplating adopting a son or daughter, they sent one my way. Instinctively, I felt compelled to pursue, as I was now a corpse demon, unafraid of any spirits or monsters. My only true adversary was the secretive mobile unit of the National Security Bureau. And surely they would not venture into the suburbs at such a late hour? Alas, the small shadow fled with remarkable swiftness, its movements more agile than mine, yet its diminutive stature hindered its stride. After circumventing 2 flower beds and a fountain, I finally cornered it within a thicket. Don't be afraid, I won't harm you," I panted. "What are you doing out here all alone at this hour? Where are your parents?" The thicket remained silent, but the rustling of branches suggested some movement within that I softened my tone further. "Could you come out, please? I truly won't hurt you, I promise. Or, shall I come in?" Slowly approaching, I parted a branch, intending to venture inside. "Don't come any closer." A shrill scream pierced the air, and several beams of light suddenly lunged toward me, prompting me to hastily retreat, tumbling backward several paces, my hand instinctively brushing my neck, where several crimson lines had already surfaced. Chapter 20. The Little Girl. 1. What the hell is happening? I couldn't help but feel a surge of frustration, emboldened by the newfound strength coursing through me. Gritting my teeth as I prepared to push forward again. Don't come any closer, or I'll bite you. I'll eat you." The scream echoed once more, accompanied by glimmers of cold light desperately clawing through the darkness. Their frantic movements oddly amusing, and their words utterly ridiculous. "Wait, bite me? Eat me?" I paused, suddenly realizing something, and cautiously parted another branch to illuminate the scene with my phone screen. A pale little face emerged, her eyes blood-red from anxiety, and I found myself both amused and astonished at the peculiar connection I shared with corpse demons. Hadn't Li Tianqian mentioned that there were fewer than 10 corpse demons in this city? Why was it that I seemed to encounter them wherever I went? That familiar little face bore an uncanny resemblance, and I furrowed my brow, scrutinizing her further. Amidst the pallor, there was an endearing quality. Was she a girl? She wore tattered clothing, evidently torn in her efforts to evade me, and her arms bore several scratches, with a small lunchbox clutched in her hand. "Is that you? We met earlier outside the restaurant today. How did you end up here?" The realization struck me. This unexpected encounter left me uncertain whether it was a stroke of fortune or misfortune, but on the other side of events, the situation was perilous. The thud echoed, the sound of a dagger piercing flesh. With a muffled groan, Lin Feng stumbled backward, collapsing onto the ground, his hands clutching his abdomen as agony contorted his features. "Damn it. I told you not to be reckless. If you had just complied, this wouldn't have happened." The hefty assailant roared, his face bruised, while the other, with a pockmarked visage, bled profusely from his nose, evidently having suffered greatly at Lin Feng's hands. Regrettably, Lin Feng was but a novice. His physical prowess only slightly superior to that of an ordinary person, with 2 assailants wielding daggers. The outcome of a direct confrontation was all too predictable. "Damn it, I'll search that woman." You rummage through his wallet. "If he resists, stab him again, but don't kill him." The pockmarked thug snarled, turning towards Sun Yun, who lay unconscious, having not even stirred when Lin Feng had previously thrown her to the ground. "Don't touch her," Lin Feng shouted defiantly, attempting to rise, but a dagger once more lunged at him, piercing his thigh with chilling precision. Thud! Lin Feng fell again, and the hefty assailant, reveling in his triumph, cackled. "Foolish boy, how much longer can you keep up this bravado? Stand up again, I dare you." In truth, it was not Lin Feng who was arrogant. Rather, it was the assailant, oblivious to the ominous signs surrounding him. For instance, while Lin Feng clutched his abdomen, the blood seeping through his fingers was alarmingly scarce, and the wound on his thigh showed not a single drop of blood. Moreover, the icy gaze Lin Feng directed at his adversary was chillingly devoid of warmth, as crimson fury gathered in his eyes, steadily transforming them into pools of blood. The pockmarked thug had only taken 3 steps towards Sun Yun when a blood-curdling scream shattered the night, causing him to whirl around, only to witness the most horrifying scene of his life. Lin Feng, like a ferocious wolf, had toppled the hefty thug to the ground, glaring down at him with an air of dominance, and then he lunged forward, teeth bared. The hefty thug struggled desperately, but his efforts were futile. Fear engulfed him as his screams weakened, for blood had already erupted from his neck like a fountain. What are you doing? Let him go." The pockmarked thug shrieked, attempting to retreat, Yet this decision proved to be his gravest mistake. Had he fled immediately, Lin Feng's current strength would have rendered him unable to pursue. But alas, the streets, shrouded in darkness, lay eerily silent, void of any passers-by. Precisely the type of secluded locale the two assailants sought to commit their heinous acts without detection. Yet, because of this, no one responded to their cries for help, no one came to their aid, nor did anyone bear witness to this grim spectacle. No, perhaps someone did notice, for amidst the cacophony of screams, a small, once sleeping face crinkled in distress, her eyelids fluttering open slightly, followed by a violent tremor of her long lashes, her hands shaking, her whole body trembling. She did not awaken. Perhaps she was simply too deep in slumber. Or perhaps the effects of alcohol still lingered. Or perhaps she feared to confront the reality. You don't remember me? We met outside that restaurant today. I was with Li Tianxin, and you even bowed to him. The little girl hesitated, tilting her head as she struggled to recall, perspiration beading on her brow. In truth, this was not her fault, for I knew I was not easily memorable. Lin Feng had felt the same way moments earlier. The restaurant is called Wei de Mei. There's a small secret room behind the kitchen. And you must have entered as well, right? Inside, there's an old man named Qin Lan, and a young man named Lin Feng. Isn't there? The lunchbox you're holding is from there. Do not be afraid, I assure you. I bear you no harm. In truth, I am a corpse demon, just like you. I endeavored to present a friendly demeanor, yet I was acutely aware of how much I resembled a lecherous old man attempting to entice a young girl. Alas, my appearance was a significant flaw. Nevertheless, the girl seemed to believe my words, for the secret chamber was accessible only to corpse demons. After a moment's hesitation, she finally nodded at me and cautiously emerged from the thicket, prompting me to step aside. Under the cloak of night, I finally discerned her features. She was exceedingly adorable, likely around 8 to 10 years old, with a cherubic face that was a bit pale and rosy, a quintessential little loli, utterly unrecognizable as a corpse demon. However, her attire was quite disconcerting. It was nearly winter, yet she wore only a small shirt and a flimsy vest riddled with holes, whether from age or recent tears. I could not tell. Corpse demons appeared impervious to the cold, yet my heart ached for her. Instinctively, I removed my coat, intending to drape it over her shoulders, but this motion startled her, causing her to flinch and flee like a frightened bird. Do not be afraid. I merely wish to offer you my coat for warmth, I hastily clarified. Retreating and tossing the garment to her from a distance, I had strived to appear amicable, and she appeared to finally sense my intentions. She accepted the coat and wrapped it around herself, nodding at me once more, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Thank you. Her voice was delicate, soft, and sweet. No need for thanks, I replied, waving my hand dismissively. Furrowing my brow, I inquired, why are you alone in the outskirts? Why have you not returned home at this late hour? Are you lost? I have no home. I live over there. The little girl shook her head, sorrow etched upon her features, and tremblingly pointed towards a nearby patch of grass, where a large cardboard box lay by the moonlight. I discerned several small cups and bowls within, and on a grimy blanket, a few tattered garments were neatly folded. Was this her home? I stood in stunned silence. A wave of pity washing over me once more. I recalled that before our parting earlier in the day, Li Tianxin had mentioned this girl, describing her as a troublesome little creature who feared harming humans and was even too terrified to haunt. It seemed her transformation into a corpse demon had been so traumatic that it left her with a series of psychological scars. That poor child endured a harrowing experience a few years ago during a trip. When she witnessed our kind preying upon her family, her parents were slain and devoured, leaving her, seemingly escaping only because her father fought desperately in his final moments. Alas, she had already been bitten by then. To witness the brutal demise of her parents, even to see them consumed, is a horror far worse than the collapse of the sky for a child. Moreover, she could not comprehend the process of her own death and transformation into a corpse demon, nor could she grasp how to alter her means of survival. Thus, she is no longer human, and lacking the understanding to conceal her identity as a corpse demon, she finds herself utterly unaccepted by humanity. The tragedy of her existence is beyond my articulation, yet I trust you can envision it. Out of fear, she has become reclusive, terrified of everything around her, unwilling to engage with anyone, instead wandering alone in desolate places, surviving solely on the primal instincts of a corpse demon until she eventually found her way to the outskirts of this city, where I discovered her. By that time, she had, endured an extended period without sustenance. As you can well imagine, this was the account Li Tianxin had shared with me regarding the girl. Though it may sound simple, if one were to truly empathize with her plight, the heartache is simply overwhelming. I can easily envision how, upon losing her parents, this little girl would instinctively seek help from humans, yet tragically, by then, she was no longer human herself, rendering her cries for assistance futile. Imagine walking down the street when suddenly, a girl who is neither human nor ghost rushes towards you. What would your reaction be? You would likely scream in terror, kick her away, perhaps even grab a nearby brick to throw at her, attempting to drive her off or call the authorities to apprehend her. This is humanity's instinctive response, and I completely understand, for I would likely react in the same manner. The issue, however, is that she cannot fathom why humans would treat her thus. At that moment, she was utterly unaware of her transformation into a corpse demon. Once, twice, perhaps she would merely feel confusion and weep, but what of the 10th or 100th time, as she grew increasingly emaciated due to her inability to feed? Lost in thought, I suddenly pressed my hand against my chest, where a sharp pain throbbed. That so-called mental trauma and isolation must have stemmed from such experiences, which is why she fled at the sight of me. Unable to approach, even though I endeavored to be amiable at most, she would nod in my direction, keeping her distance. Were you not the administrator? Why do you not take her in and care for her? I had once posed this question to Li Tianxin during the day, but his response was tinged with resignation. He had considered keeping the girl close, yet her social withdrawal rendered communication impossible. She was so fearful that even if he were to forcibly grasp her, she would merely scream in terror and attempt to escape. Furthermore, Li Tianxin's rather stern demeanor, coupled with his perpetual expression of someone owed a debt, made him unapproachable, not just for the girl but even for me. He mentioned that it took nearly half a year to help her comprehend and accept her new reality, to understand that she was no longer human but a corpse demon, and with his assistance, she began to regain her strength through nourishment. Yet, this restoration was merely physical. The wounds to her spirit remained unhealed. She continued to shy away from all humans, including corpse demons. Li Tianxin had managed to teach her only one thing. When hungry, she could come to the restaurant for food for her daily life. He could not provide comprehensive care, as his duties as an administrator kept him quite occupied. However, he had arranged for her to rent a small room, hoping to spare her from a life of wandering. Alas, within a month, she packed her belongings and fled, driven away by the mere presence of the landlady who came to check the electric meter and collect rent. I cannot say where she went afterward. However, she returns to the restaurant every couple of days to collect food, so I presume her survival is assured. Thus, I have allowed her to be. If you happen upon her one day, please extend your assistance. In the afternoon, Li Tianxin conveyed this to me, and without a second thought, I nodded in agreement. Yet now, having witnessed the girl's tragic circumstances firsthand, I found myself even more compelled to help her than Li Tianxin, for compared to him, my heart ached for her suffering, especially as I had recently endured the harrowing transformation into a corpse demon myself. While Li Tianxin had been one for over 70 years, likely desensitized to it all, but how could I assist her? How could I earn her trust? By the way, what is your name? I inquired tentatively, forcing a smile, perhaps due to my prior gestures of goodwill, or perhaps because the coat I had draped over her was genuinely warm. The girl tugged at her small face and finally mumbled, Wana. What, Wana? I scratched my head, perplexed. Was that truly a name? It sounded more like the peculiar language of a feline. Setting aside the matter of her name, my primary concern was to help her lower her defenses and cease her fear of me. The girl clutched a small lunchbox and a tiny bottle containing a blood-like beverage, which had long since emptied. I pondered for a moment, then retrieved another bottle from my pocket, smiling as I said, Is yours finished? I have some more here. Would you like it? The girl did not respond but instinctively swallowed hard. I chuckled. After all, children are children, unable to resist their instincts. Here, I shall place it down for you. You may take it. Rest assured, I will not harm you. I gently set the bottle down half a meter in front of me and beckoned her with my hand. The expression on her delicate face was one of conflict. She appeared hesitant to approach yet could not resist the allure of the drink. After much deliberation, she slowly began to make her way towards me, each step tentative. Throughout this exchange, I maintained a gentle smile, avoiding any sudden movements that might frighten her. I watched as she cautiously drew closer, her trembling hand reaching out, and then, suddenly, I lunged forward, grasping her small shoulder. Ah! She shrieked in terror, abandoning the bottle as she struggled to escape, perhaps due to her longer tenure as a corpse demon. Her strength was considerable, and I found it challenging to hold on. However, I resolved to keep my grip firm, even as I embraced her tightly. Do not fear. I shall not cause you harm. I swear. My voice was tender, yet she seemed incapable of hearing it, continuing to kick and claw at me, leaving my face and chest marred with scratches. It hurt terribly, but I could not release her. To do so would mean failure. I was at a loss for how to convince her to trust me, so I clung to her tightly, hoping to warm her long-suffering heart with my embrace, enduring her assaults while gently stroking her filthy hair. I am not a lolicon, I swear. I merely have a fondness for children. I harbor no inappropriate intentions towards her. I simply believe that, as someone who has recently transformed into a corpse demon, I still possess a semblance of humanity's fundamental kindness. Juana, is it? Fear not. I simply wish to protect you. To lose one's most cherished loved ones, even the very essence of humanity itself, must be an unbearable agony. Is it not? Then let it all out. I will not resist. Merely existing, why must it be so arduous, so challenging? If you feel wronged, then cry. I shall be here with you. The soft murmurs released all the pent-up emotions I had been harboring over the past few days, triggering the most intense tremors within the girl. She truly wept, unleashing a heart-wrenching cry, yet she still struggled, screamed, even sought salvation. Let go. Help. Help me. Tears streamed down her face, and fear still gripped her heart. Chapter 22. Troubles persist. Daddy. Daddy, save Juana. This cry had escaped her lips countless times, yet her father was long gone, leaving her with no answers. The sudden pang of sorrow surged within me, accompanied by an overwhelming impulse. I could not fathom why the words that followed tumbled out of my mouth. It seemed I simply wished to offer her warmth, a response she had yearned for yet never received. Do not fear, Juana. Do not fear. Daddy is here. Daddy will protect you. As soon as the words left my lips, I was taken aback, unaware of why I had said such things. It felt instinctual. The little girl, too, was momentarily stunned, ceasing her struggles and gazing at me with wide, innocent eyes for what felt like an eternity. Daddy, she replied, her voice laced with disbelief, as if she could hardly accept my words. That I, in truth, her father had been gone for so long. She was on the verge of forgetting his visage, though the warmth of his embrace lingered faintly in her memory. Yes, I am Daddy. I will protect Juana. I nodded without a second thought. In retrospect, it was evident that I had acted without consideration, driven purely by a primal instinct to shield this girl, never anticipating the myriad troubles that would follow. Daddy, she cried out once more, and this time, she sobbed openly. Yet instead of resisting, she flung herself into my embrace. It became clear that conveying one's concern to another is not as challenging as it may seem. All it requires is responding to their greatest desire for reassurance, allowing them to release their long-held grievances. Indeed, Juana's cry had reached Li Tianxian as well, but the man was far too rigid, utterly lacking in adaptability. His response had been merely, "Your father is dead. From now on, you must learn to take care of yourself, though I will assist you." Alas, his intentions were noble, yet his expression fell woefully short, resulting in the little girl fleeing from him without a second thought. The sound of her cries gradually diminished. Though she continued to tremble, her defenses were noticeably lowered. Stealing glances at me, she noticed my persistent smile and eventually ceased her weeping. "Juana, would you like something to drink?" I asked again, lifting the bottle of beverage and offering it to her with a smile. "Yes, I would," she replied sweetly, taking the drink and savoring a generous gulp before softly uttering, "Thank you, Daddy." In truth, she should have been able to discern that I was not her father. Yet all she truly craved was a semblance of that paternal warmth, nothing more. The night air was cool, prompting me to wrap her more snugly in her coat as I carried her back to the previous pavilion to sit down. She no longer resisted, instead gazing at me with wide, unblinking eyes, her expression radiating contentment. After tentatively asking a few questions, I learned that her name was not a whimsical language of the Meow Star, but rather Wang Na, a name she had previously mumbled incomprehensibly. The events that had befallen Wang Na were much as I had surmised, an amalgamation of tragedy and sorrow that brought tears to my eyes. And she was reluctant to revisit those memories, so I refrained from probing further. We sat together in the pavilion for a full half-hour, enveloped in laughter and conversation until her heart finally opened, a smile blooming on her face as she began to contemplate the future. From the outset, my intention was to care for her. Thus, I could not allow her to continue wandering aimlessly. If she did not wish to accompany Li Tianxian, then she could come with me. Although I resided in a rented room, it was small enough for the two of us to manage. As for expenses, I believed I could shoulder the burden, especially since neither of us needed to spend money on food. Li Tianxian covered all of that. Wang Na, you shouldn't stay in the park any longer. Would you come home with me? I asked gently. Admittedly, this statement might have raised suspicions of enticing a young girl, but I swear, there were no ill intentions in my heart. I simply had a fondness for children, desiring to cherish and even spoil them. Moreover, I held an affinity for anything small and adorably charming. Be it kittens, puppies, little birds, fish, or even tiny insects. I even collected an array of exquisitely crafted little trinkets, including a delightful set of cartoon hairpins. It is worth mentioning that my friends Zhou Hao and Sun Yun had often ridiculed this hobby of mine. Zhou Hao remarked that I hardly resembled a man, while Sun Yun speculated that my lack of affection for her stemmed from her ample bosom. In response to my request, Wang Na once more found herself in a state of turmoil, yet the warmth of my embrace brought her comfort. The act of gently stroking her hair filled her with happiness. And soon enough, she nodded in agreement, turning to gather her tattered belongings. Those are all quite worn. Let us not keep them, shall we? I will buy you new ones, I urged softly, recognizing that even if they were washed, those clothes could only serve as rags. Children's clothing should not be too expensive, and since Wang Na would not grow physically as a corpse demon, she could easily wear a single outfit for years without complaint. Yes. Thank you, Daddy. Wang Na nodded, embodying the image of a well-behaved child, which caused my heart to swell with affection once more. Daddy, a title brimming with love. Moreover, it was challenging for a corpse demon to bear children. So adopting her would indeed fill a void in my life. Coupled with the long lifespan of a corpse demon, having a delightful little companion throughout the endless years would surely bring much joy. As for Li Tianxian, I could pay him a visit tomorrow. That should pose no issue, considering he too wished for Wang Na to receive proper care, especially from someone as capable and reliable as myself. At least, I believed myself to be quite dependable. As I carried Wang Na home, my spirits soared. The gloom of recent days was cast aside, for I had become a guardian of a little girl. The first thing I would do upon returning was give the little one a bath, ensuring she was squeaky clean, followed by a trip to the supermarket at dawn to purchase a few adorable outfits to dress her up. Akin to a beautiful Barbie doll, perhaps I should also buy her a small bed, filled with various plush toys, with the sheets and pillowcases being the most kawaii imaginable. My heart bubbled with excitement at the mere thought. However, with the good comes the bad. I suddenly recalled a potential complication with adopting Wang Na, Zhou Hao and Sun Yun. How would I explain my sudden acquisition of a daughter, let alone a little corpse demon? Zhou Hao's side could be easily managed by claiming she was a distant relative, but with Sun Yun, it would be far more difficult. Having grown up together, she knew my family better than I did, and fabricating an excuse would be a challenging endeavor. Sighing in exasperation, I resolved to devise a plausible excuse over the weekend. Coincidentally, as I pondered how to explain things to Sun Yun, my phone rang. Displaying her number. What is it at this hour? I frowned as I answered, but my expression shifted abruptly, for it was not Sun Yun's voice on the other end, but Lin Feng's, and his tone. Liang, help? Lin Feng's voice was frantic and urgent. Help with what? I responded, bewildered, as visions of Sun Yun attempting to force herself upon Lin Feng flashed through my mind. Of course, the reality was far graver than my imagination. I've been cornered by the police. Damn it, I don't know where I am. It seems to be a school called Linda. I just arrived in the city and don't know my way around. Hurry. Police, my heart sank. How had he ended up in such a predicament? Had his identity as a corpse demon been discovered? Had he gone hunting? Even more alarmingly, why was he using Sun Yun's phone to call me? I left my phone at the KTV and forgot to take it with me. I'm with Sun Yun now. So you must come quickly. I can't reach Li Tianxian, so you're my only hope. I just killed 2 people. There are so many police outside. Chapter 23. Rescue. My mind exploded with chaos as my hand trembled while holding the phone. My entire body shaking. Lin Feng had killed someone? Well, that was not entirely surprising for a corpse demon. But why had he chosen tonight? Li Tianxian had clearly stated that even if he wished to hunt, he must wait until he was stronger. Why had he not listened? And how had he been discovered by the police so quickly? Moreover, why had he not returned Sun Yun home? Had he taken her along for the hunt? Would she discover his true nature as a corpse demon? My thoughts spiraled into disarray. I felt as though I were on the brink of madness, regretting ever bringing Lin Feng to the KTV that night and introducing him to Sun Yun. The last thing I wanted was to entangle my dear friend in the affairs of a corpse demon, yet here we were. However, I knew I had to remain calm. That I was tempted to unleash a torrent of curses upon Lin Feng. But I recognized that he was likely even more confused and panicked than I thought. This guy was only 19, lacking the maturity to navigate through crises. Linda High School, right? You're hiding there. Yes, good. Don't be afraid. I'm coming right away. You must stay hidden and protect Sun Yun at all costs. I urged, urgency lacing my voice. Lin Feng promptly agreed, though his response was rather peculiar. Protect. He cast a fleeting glance at Sun Yun, who sat beside him, already startled awake and seemingly stunned. She must have witnessed the scene that had just unfolded. How should he handle this, if he miraculously escaped tonight? Should he consider silencing her? I was oblivious to Lin Feng's struggles. All I knew was that I had to rush over immediately. Lin Feng was clearly in shock, and Sun Yun was likely even more terrified. I had to save them. But wait, how could I save them? I lacked the strength. I was merely a novice. I should. Li Tianchen. Without hesitation, I dialed the number, hastily relaying the situation. Li Tianchen's response was remarkably calm. He simply said, I understand, before hanging up. Hello? Are you going to save them or not? Damn it. Frustrated, I nearly smashed my phone. Dad, what's wrong? Wang Na asked, her face a mask of confusion. It was only then that I remembered the little girl still clinging to me. I was at a loss. The situation seemed to be spiraling into chaos, as if trouble were my constant companion. Perhaps it was not mere misfortune. Perhaps it had begun the moment I transformed into a corpse demon. It was not I who was unlucky, but rather this damned identity as a corpse demon. What was I to do now? Sun Yun and Lin Feng were in peril. Although I had informed Li Tianchen, I still felt uneasy. I had to go, even if it proved futile. Wang Na, could you please go to the dining hall? Dad has a sudden urgent matter to attend to, but I will come to pick you up tomorrow. All right, just wait for me there. I asked gently. The girl clearly disapproved, her little lips pouting, but upon seeing my anxious expression, she eventually nodded obediently and handed me the half-empty bottle of drink. This is for you. Dad. If you get tired, drink a little, she said sweetly. You're such a good girl, Wang Na. I set her down and kissed her forehead before dashing into the night. In truth, I was already quite exhausted from the frantic running earlier. And now that I reflected on it, my actions seemed foolish. Yet, had I not acted so, I would not have encountered Wang Na. Fortunately, her reminder made me recall that bottle of blood-mixed beverage could replenish my strength. Without a second thought, I downed the half bottle in one go. The corpse demon's body was indeed sensitive to blood. As soon as I drank it, I felt a surge of warmth rising from my lower abdomen, instantly coursing through my limbs, accompanied by a gradual restoration of strength. This feels just like a health potion in a game. I chuckled to myself as my running speed doubled. However, as I rushed back toward the city center, my heart sank. The situation was worse than I had anticipated. I was still far from Linda High School, yet I could see police cars converging in droves, creating a scene reminiscent of a cinematic showdown. How did it escalate to this? I groaned. Exasperated. If curses could kill, Lin Feng would have been dead 1,000 times over. Yet tonight, I could not blame Lin Feng. The chaos had merely stemmed from his desire to protect Sun Yun. My earlier instructions had only spurred him on, but he was far too impulsive, and being a newly minted corpse demon, he could not control his emotions. The true culprits were those two damned robbers and the subsequent reckless police officers. Why did they not appear before Lin Feng was robbed? Yet they chose to show up after he had erupted into violence. Although the site of the robbery was somewhat secluded, it was not as hidden as a corpse demon's hunting ground. There were still occasional pedestrians on the street. And when that bloodied scene unfolded, screams seemed the only means of expressing fear. The screams jolted Lin Feng from his frenzy, but it was too late to change anything. He had been discovered. Simultaneously, the screams attracted several patrolling officers. Who goes there? What are you doing? When the furious shouts rang out, Lin Feng was completely taken aback, unable to react in time, staring blankly at the approaching officers. It was only when they noticed the bodies on the ground and his bloodied visage that they instinctively drew their guns that he snapped back to reality. Escape? That was no longer an option. There was no time to think. Amidst the crisis, Lin Feng still remembered my earlier admonishment to take good care of Sun Yun, recalling her joking remark that he must protect her if danger arose. Thus, Sun Yun was in a dire position if Lin Feng had abandoned her. Being taken by the police would have been preferable, for she was not a corpse demon and would likely only be questioned at the station. Yet, Lin Feng insisted on carrying her and fleeing together. Lin Feng was utterly lost. He had only just arrived in this city a few days prior and was unfamiliar with the surroundings. As he was pursued by the police, he could only run chaotically. The more frantic he became, the more terrified he grew, for when the officers discovered the gruesome scene, and the support signal was sent out, More and more police surrounded him, even opening fire. In blind panic, Lin Feng dashed into a nearby school, hoping to hide. However, the police surrounded the entire school in a pitch-black classroom. Lin Feng, having just hung up the phone, sat breathlessly on the floor, his back a bloody mess from the gunshots he had sustained while fleeing. All in an effort to protect Sun Yun from harm. Li Tianxian had once mentioned that ordinary gunshot wounds were not fatal to a corpse demon, unless the brain was shattered or the body was rendered irreparable. Otherwise, it was exceedingly difficult for a corpse demon to perish. However, Lin Feng, being newly transformed, was considerably weaker. Even if he did not die, the wounds on his back were severe enough to leave him gravely injured, forcing him to sit there gasping for breath, struggling to even rise. Meanwhile, Sun Yun sat trembling in the corner, having regained consciousness, yet too terrified to utter a word, her face a mask of fright as she gazed at Lin Feng. "You saw everything that just happened?" Lin Feng asked coldly. I didn't see anything. What is going on? Where are we? Why are there police outside?" Sun Yun, quick-witted, feigned ignorance, but her panic rendered her performance too contrived. "I know you saw." Lin Feng's teeth clenched tightly, his gaze growing colder, causing Sun Yun to nearly burst into tears. She regretted asking Lin Feng to escort her home that evening. Had I been the one to do it, perhaps none of this would have transpired. Would it have? Sun Yun shuddered again, recalling my relationship with Lin Feng and the fact that he had sought my help in a moment of crisis. What did that imply? Chapter 24. The Reaction of Demon Power. 1. Sun Yun was unaware of Lin Feng's true nature, much like my encounter with Xiaohua. She instinctively regarded him as one of those terrifying vampires from television, having witnessed him bite through the throats of those two robbers. If Lin Feng was a vampire, then what about me? Deep down, Sun Yun was reluctant to entertain such thoughts, yet she could not help but recall my condition when I had fallen ill, the night I had gone mad, my pale face and blood-red eyes, all eerily reminiscent of Lin Feng's current state. Was that madness truly a mere desire for her, or was it a craving for her blood? Sun Yun trembled uncontrollably, perhaps beginning to grasp certain truths, although they were difficult to accept. After all, she had known me for 20 years, and I was her closest friend. In that moment, Sun Yun covered her face and began to weep. "Don't be afraid. I won't harm you now." Lin Feng assumed she was crying from fear and instinctively offered comfort. After all, Sun Yun was my friend, and even upon knowing his identity, he could not treat her carelessly. Moreover, the time spent together that night had endeared Lin Feng to Sun Yun, which was why he chose to protect her. "Everything will be addressed once tonight's crisis has passed," Lin Feng said bitterly, though he gazed at the police surrounding the school, wondering if the crisis would truly come to an end. "Liang, where are you? Why haven't you arrived yet?" Lin Feng, in a state of desperation, tugged at his hair, forgetting that I, too, was a novice, perhaps even newer than him, and lacked the ability to confront the heavily armed police outside. However, my inability did not imply that others were also powerless. For some powerful corpse demons, the distinction between police and trash was negligible. What did it matter if the officers were fully armed? With the right demon weapon, those bullets would barely tickle. After hanging up, he sent several text messages, a mass dispatch. Li Tianxian, with an expression of indifference, leaped onto the rooftop, swiftly unfurling the 8 dark wings on his back and bolting into the night. As the administrator, his strength was unquestionable. Once he arrived, Lin Feng's troubles would be swiftly resolved, and he was not alone. A certain elderly man, who had been snoring moments ago, suddenly awoke. His face contorted in annoyance as he glanced at his phone. What a mess. Newbies really are a hassle. With that, Qin Lan donned an outer garment that was not merely clothing, but rather a set of dark scales emerging from his back, enveloping him entirely. Almost simultaneously, a graceful shadow stepped into the city, promptly receiving Li Tianxian's message. "Trouble arises the moment I return. I can't catch a break," she sighed, hastening toward Linda High School. Under the night sky, the shadow moved with remarkable speed, her long hair billowing in the wind. Delicate brows furrowed, her serene and elegant face radiating an enchanting beauty reminiscent of a painted scroll. For them, rushing into Linda High School to rescue someone seemed a simple task, given their formidable powers. Yet for me, breaking through the encirclement felt as daunting as scaling the heavens. However, I was no fool. I had my own methods. "Officer," under the cloak of night, I recklessly threw myself toward a police car, arms outstretched, determined to halt its progress. "Are you trying to get yourself killed? We are on a mission. Step aside." A police officer barked from the open window, visibly exasperated. I need to report a robbery. I was mugged." Report. Call 110. Go to the police station to file a report. Why are you blocking us? Are you 110? Why can't I report to you? I replied, incredulous. Are you trying to shirk your responsibilities? Do you only collect taxpayer salaries without aiding us in our troubles? I don't care. I need to report to you. I was just robbed over there. And if we hurry, we might catch the thief. But we are engaged in an important operation. Please move aside, or I will have to charge you with obstruction of justice. I won't move. I refuse to budge. Come on, there are 4 of you. Share one with me. I insisted stubbornly, refusing to retreat even an inch as I leaned against the front of the car. The officer's forehead visibly bulged with veins as he gritted his teeth. Xiao Wang, get out of the car and see what the situation is. The rest of you continue with the mission. Thank you. Officer, I will definitely write a letter of gratitude to repay your kindness. I shamelessly approached and embraced the reluctant officer who had exited the vehicle. Over there, I encountered a brutish robber with a terrifying demeanor after a life-and-death struggle. I ultimately succumbed, and he shamelessly made off with 30 yuan. 30 yuan. That's equivalent to 3 bowls of beef noodles. I exclaimed animatedly, pulling the officer into the alley with me. 5 minutes later, I emerged with a triumphant grin. Although the police uniform was a bit ill-fitting, it would suffice for my first foray into impersonating an officer, with the uniform donned and the cap pulled low. Infiltrating the school would be much easier, and with the police gun nestled in my pocket, I felt quite ingenious. However, I soon realized my naivety as I approached the entrance of Lindishong School. Hoping to slip in unnoticed, a voice suddenly froze me in my tracks. You all just need to guard the entrance. We will take over from here. If I'm not mistaken, that individual inside is not someone you can handle. Even if his power is not yet formidable. What? You want to know who I am? Open your eyes and see clearly. I am from the Special Operations Unit, bearing credentials from the National Security Bureau. Now step aside. I turned abruptly, my face draining of color, my limbs turning cold. Not far behind me in the crowd stood a tall man and a petite woman, accompanied by several armed individuals in black. I distinctly recalled the man's profound gaze and the girl's diminutive yet arrogant demeanor, along with the 2 uniquely forged weapons they wielded, glistening ominously in the night. All unarmed officers. Step back or block all exits. Remember to equip yourselves with riot shields and helmets, and be sure to wrap your necks with thick cloth. The burly man commanded at the school gates. Riot shields. Helmets, what? The commander of the armed police was utterly bewildered. Enough chatter. Just follow orders, the man replied gruffly. Also, bring in more searchlights, directed at the sky. Shoot down anything that flies by, even sparrows, and deploy all snipers from the precinct, positioning them around the buildings without leaving any blind spots. The moment you spot the enemy, open fire without hesitation. There will be no mercy, no captures, and no trials. The armed police commander was left dumbstruck. Scratching his head, could you please clarify what's happening? My subordinates only reported that a ruthless murderer had entered the school and taken a woman hostage, nothing more, just that. Although the report described a very dangerous and brutal killer, one who had killed by biting, was it really necessary to escalate to such extremes? Even with over 10 police cars and dozens of officers gathered at the gates, this was simply due to the fact that no major incidents had occurred in our city for many years. And finally, one had arisen, prompting the commander to want to impress his subordinates. Even he thought the situation was exaggerated, yet the figure from the National Security Bureau was even more excessive, demanding searchlights and snipers. Did he want to bring in tanks too? Was this a war? A murderer? Humph, you have no idea what kind of entity you are dealing with. Just follow orders, or you will regret it. The man snapped, not bothering to elaborate further as he strode into the campus, flanked by his black-clad associates. In truth, even deploying the snipers would be futile. We still need to catch the one inside, the girl said haughtily. I just hope the adversary we encounter tonight possesses sufficient skill. I wouldn't want it to be too dull. Moreover, I would prefer to encounter a winged type. If I could add a few more feathers to my weapon, its power would increase significantly. With that, she swung her bizarre weapon, resembling a fan. And an invisible pressure suddenly surged forth, akin to a fierce gale. Several armed police officers were caught off guard, pushed backward, and when they looked up, the girl had vanished without a trace. What the hell? The armed police commander was left in shock. Astonished. Is this superpower? Is this the legendary X-Men? Am I in a movie? His astonishment seemed premature. The truly astonishing elements had yet to reveal themselves. This night, it appeared that peace would elude this small town. Among the police ranks, I was already drenched in cold sweat. for this was my first true encounter with the capabilities of the Special Operations Unit, and it truly felt like something out of a fantasy. Even Superman might feel inferior in comparison. Was this the nemesis of ghouls? As a newly emerged ghoul, was I so weak that I barely registered in their presence? Was this the so-called true power? Although I had heard Li Tianqian and Yang Bin speak of it several times, I realized I had underestimated what this power entailed. Both the ghouls and the members of the Special Operations Unit seemed to belong to entirely different dimensions. Akin to the disparity between a lion and an ant. Looking back at the campus, the determination in my eyes dissipated. Should I really go in? What could I possibly do once inside? Save someone. That seemed laughable. Could I really challenge beings as formidable as monsters armed with nothing but a police uniform and a flimsy handgun? What exactly was the power of a ghoul? In truth, I did not understand, and neither did Lin Feng inside. Thus, if I recklessly charged in to save him, the outcome would undoubtedly be the two of us meeting our demise together. There was no other possibility. Therefore, I faltered, I retreated, my steps gradually pulling back. I was just an utterly ordinary person. I had no capacity to do anything. Report to the commander. The snipers are in position. Who is the target? The man or the woman? Or should we take them both out? A member of the armed police rushed over. It was not the bewildered commander who answered, but two agents from the National Security Bureau stationed at the entrance. One of them coldly replied, "Let us observe first. See if that woman is indeed a hostage. If she isn't, then take her out along with the monster. Anyone mixed with such a creature, even if not of the same kind, could have been bitten. Take out Sun Yun too." Why? I nearly shouted in protest. Sun Yun had never been bitten, and she was definitely not a ghoul. There was no connection whatsoever. Just because they were together? I regretted introducing Lin Feng to Sun Yun all over again, nearly brought to tears by the thought. Her gentle, yet slightly tomboyish face flashed in my mind. She was my best friend, my childhood companion, and despite nearly being bitten to death by me, she had never held it against me. But she was now in danger because of my mistake. How could I explain this to Sun Yun's parents? Or to Zhou Hao? Even more so, how could I face myself? No, absolutely not. Even if I disregarded Lin Feng, whom I had only known for a day, I could not abandon Sun Yun. She must be terrified right now. Hiding in a corner, crying, wondering, where is Li Yang? Suddenly, I clenched my teeth and halted my retreat, propelled by the chaos as I stealthily made my way into the campus. I could not stand idly by while Sun Yun was in danger, even if it meant death. I had to accompany her. After all, I had already died once. What was there to fear? Inside the campus, over a dozen black-clad figures were already conducting searches, accompanied by several well-armed and capable officers from the armed police. Although most of these officers were clueless about what transpired, the tense atmosphere rendered their expressions cold and serious. The man and woman, however, did not join in, but instead positioned themselves at the two main exits of the teaching building, waiting for their subordinates to spot the enemy before executing a pincer maneuver. On the upper floor of the teaching building, Lin Feng leaned against the window, his heart heavy as ashes, letting out a deep sigh. He sensed that the situation was dire. If it were merely the police, he might still have a glimmer of hope. However, with the addition of the covert mobile unit, Lin Feng hailed from Shanghai, a bustling metropolis rife with chaos and an abundance of corpse demons. Consequently, the forces of the covert mobile unit were also quite formidable. Although he was relatively new, he had encountered such entities a couple of times, and even witnessed the fierce battles between his kind and these formidable foes. The terror of those conflicts and the strength of his adversaries were etched deeply in his memory. Panic? No, he was already so frightened that his legs felt weak. It's over. I'm doomed tonight. How could I possibly run into them? In the pitch-black classroom, Lin Feng buried his head in despair. Yet, he possessed a hint of courage. Waiting for death was not his style, even when he knew he was likely to perish. He felt compelled to fight back. Suddenly, Lin Feng turned sharply, grabbing the cowering Sun Yun in the corner and grit his teeth as he headed outside. "What are you doing? Where are you taking me?" Sun Yun cried in fear. "We have to find a way to break out, otherwise." "We are finished," Lin Feng snapped. "Finished? Why?" Sun Yun was nearly driven mad with indignation. She had done nothing wrong. She was merely trying to flirt with a handsome guy, and before she could even succeed, he had inexplicably transformed into a terrifying monster, dragging her along to face death. "Liang, you bastard. Where the hell are you? What kind of despicable person did you introduce me to?" As I suspected, Sun Yun was indeed thinking of me, but not in a plea for help. She was cursing me. "Brother Jiang, what's going on tonight?" Just a mere murderer, and yet such a grand display. Even the National Security Bureau is involved. And what's with this strange covert mobile unit? Have you ever heard of them? In the corridor of the teaching building, a soldier lazily asked, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Stop the nonsense. Get your act together and search carefully, Brother Jiang admonished. That is the National Security Bureau. Even the captain must heed their orders. There must be a good reason for this. Puffed. What are we afraid of? We have so many brothers here tonight. Even snipers have been brought in. Are we really worried about that criminal turning the tables? Besides, Brother Jiang, you are renowned as a sharpshooter in the precinct. With you around, how could we possibly be in danger? A soldier behind him flattered. Perhaps this flattery pleased Brother Jiang, for he smiled proudly. Of course. But we should still proceed with caution. Once we finish searching here, we will move on. His voice suddenly faltered, and Brother Jiang abruptly halted, staring blankly into the darkness at the end of the corridor. As if he had seen something inconceivable. What's wrong? The officer remained bewildered until he felt something gripping his neck, yanking him backward with alarming speed. It seemed to be the claw of a beast. He struggled desperately, but the disparity in strength was overwhelming. As he sought to call for help, it was already too late. In the moment he fell into the darkness, he felt the blood from his neck erupting like a fountain. Chapter 26. Power Classification. Brother Jiang screamed in terror, instinctively drawing his gun and firing wildly ahead. A sharpshooter. To hell with that. He had already shot a significant number of bullets into his own men. Or rather, into corpses. He was utterly terrified, for the scene was too horrifying. That claw was clearly not human, and that face resembled the most terrifying monster from a horror film, with blood-red eyes, despite being new. Lin Feng had already far surpassed me in terms of power for the earlier feeding. Tonight was merely an accident, yet within this unforeseen event, his corpse demon powers began to awaken, advancing by leaps and bounds. After tonight, he would no longer be an ordinary youth. Of course, this was contingent upon his survival through the night. Although Lin Feng had struck successfully, the gunfire had revealed his position, attracting all the dark-clad figures and armed police within the school. In an instant, the teaching building erupted into chaos, forcing him to turn and flee, dragging along a terrified Sun Yun who was on the verge of losing control. Meanwhile, found it. Quickly report the location and the level of that guy, finally. Something interesting. A girl leaped up from behind the teaching building, but then suddenly froze, frowning as she sat back down. What? Just a lowly creature. Not even classified? No way. Not even a hint of demon power. The girl lamented, holding her head in despair. This is too boring. Why did I come out here in the middle of the night? Don't be careless. A low voice crackled from the radio. The burly man said, even if the target is merely a lowly creature, we must be wary of other beings launching a surprise attack. Most corpse demons are quite united, and reinforcements are bound to arrive. Seemingly to validate his statement, a light cough echoed at the campus entrance, followed by a dry, elderly chuckle. Why are so many people gathered here at this hour? Please make way. This old man wishes to enter and find his grandson. On the playground, the burly man suddenly turned around, his gaze locking onto the elderly figure at the entrance. Almost simultaneously, a device resembling a watch on his wrist emitted a strange beeping sound. The main target has arrived. Is the demon power response blue? Humph. Finally, it won't be too boring. Who goes there? Step back. There's a murderer on the loose. The campus is under complete lockdown. A police officer at the school gate barked. That's not possible. This old man must enter to find his grandson. Qin Lan yawned lazily, disregarding the police officer as he ambled forward. Two hands reached out, seemingly intending to block him or perhaps lift the frail old man, but those hands suddenly froze. With a pained cry, they recoiled. Their palms were already drenched in blood. Merely from brushing against the old man's body it seemed as though sharp, pointed objects had suddenly risen from his skin, resembling spikes, or perhaps scales, in the night. Qin Lan smirked, shaking the blood from his body, as a few glimmering scales were finally retracted. This old man is a monster? Fire. Fire your guns. A voice shouted, and in an instant, all the weapons were aimed at Qin Lan. The old man, however, remained unfazed. Bullets, those wouldn't even pierce his scales, rendering them utterly insignificant. Stop. Let him through. You can't hold him back. The low voice sounded again. Two black-clad figures hastily cleared the way for the police, revealing a path and the imposing figure in the center of the playground. I knew you would come. TSK. Wherever we are, you lot are sure to follow, Qin Lan remarked with a bitter smile as he walked. At my age, I truly wish to avoid conflict with you. If you don't wish to fight, then surrender. That's not feasible. This old man has no desire to be placed on your experimental table, and besides, that young fellow inside is someone this old man holds in high regard. Qianlan chuckled dryly, glancing toward the teaching building where gunfire was erupting like rain, a hint of tenderness in his eyes. Although Li Tianxin favored me, Qianlan was particularly fond of Lin Feng, seeing immense potential in the young man, with that untamed spirit and unquenchable thirst for power, while his own potential was ordinary, making him significantly weaker than Li Tianxin. Qianlan took great pleasure in nurturing promising newcomers. If he couldn't be strong himself, he could at least watch these young talents grow, which was a source of joy for him. Thus, it was imperative for him to rescue Lin Feng tonight. Even though it wouldn't be easy, the burly man before him appeared quite formidable, exuding an aura akin to a war god. The National Security Bureau. Covert Mobile Unit Group 6, Level B Officer. My name is Lu Gang, the burly man declared proudly. Level B, truly not to be trifled with, Qianlan replied with a dry laugh. This old man is Qianlan. And I am. You need not say, Lu Gang interrupted coldly. I tell you my name only so you won't die without knowing who killed you. As for the names of you monsters, I have no interest whatsoever. With that, Lu Gang offered Qianlan no chance to retort, and the dark, gleaming weapon in his hand came crashing down. I had always been curious about what distinguished these so-called demon weapons, even if they were exceptionally hard and appeared imposing. And even if they had undergone special forging, they were still merely cold weapons. Could they truly contend with guns and bullets? However, as Qianlan remained undeterred by bullets, why did his expression turn grave at that moment when the demon weapon descended? Though he appeared frail, his movements were incredibly agile, and he swiftly evaded the blow. Boom! The sound was akin to a muffled thunderclap, leaving the police at the school gate pale with fear, while Lin Feng and the dark-clad figures in the teaching building were momentarily stunned. Looking up on the playground, the spot where Qianlan had stood had sunk deeply into the ground, fissures radiating outward from the center, cracking and spreading for more than 10 meters. What tremendous power! What on earth is that? The police captain at the school gate exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Did the dark object contain a missile, or was it several hundred pounds heavy? Otherwise, how could it have pulverized the ground? Unfortunately, he was merely an ordinary person, incapable of comprehending the mysteries at play. The demon weapon was neither a missile nor particularly heavy. The moment it struck the ground, an intense wave of power surged into the earth, rippling outward like waves. This is the formidable power of the demon weapon. This is the truly terrifying aspect of demonic energy for an ordinary person. And even for one like me who has just become a corpse demon, this power is exceedingly strange and difficult to comprehend. That I hope that after tonight, I will unravel its secrets. The strength of a B-level cadre is indeed impressive, Qianlan remarked with a cold laugh. However, you seem rather sluggish in your movements. Unfortunately for you, the old man is a scale-bellied corpse demon, adept in agility, so if you can't strike. What do you mean? Lu Gang scoffed in return. It appears you are mistaken. Our covert mobile unit has no interest in engaging in one-on-one combat with you corpse demons. Our mission is solely to encircle and annihilate your repulsive kind. As he spoke, the giant raised the demon weapon in his hand once more, but hesitated to bring it down, seemingly waiting for something. Waiting for the two sharp whistles. Waiting for the two glimmers of cold light in the darkness. Bang! Bang! Is that a sniper rifle? Lu Gang's earlier arrangements were indeed laden with ulterior motives. Even allowing the old man into the campus served a purpose. For a vast net had long since been laid out here. Once Qianlan stepped in, escape would become impossible. Chapter 27. Astonishment. 1. Amidst the gunfire, Qianlan's expression shifted dramatically. He felt a sharp pain in his back and thighs simultaneously. Although the scales surrounding him could deflect bullets, the force of the impact could not be entirely negated, causing him to involuntarily stumble sideways. That very moment, Lu Gang's demon weapon struck down once more, before the darkness enveloped him. The ripples of demonic energy had already firmly ensnared Qianlan, leaving the old man visibly shaken. Keep dodging, huh? Lu Gang bellowed with excitement. That blue demonic energy is all you've got. With a thunderous roar, the ground sank deeply once more. A cacophony of rumbling and cracking sounds drowned out the old man's cries. Inside the teaching building, another fierce battle raged on, although the intensity of the power was incomparable to that on the playground. The brutality was far greater. Lin Feng had been cornered with no escape, his adversaries overwhelming in number. Even if he was not afraid of the police, The cold-eyed figures in black were another matter entirely. They were armed not with ordinary handguns, but with powerful submachine guns, their bullets. Lin Feng possessed no demon weapon, thus the bullets could indeed harm him. Yet, for him, ordinary bullets merely inflicted excruciating pain and muscle tearing. As long as they did not strike specific vital areas, they would not be fatal. The head was the weak point for a corpse demon, but it had to hit the brain and cause devastating damage, complete obliteration, to be precise. Otherwise, a corpse demon would hardly perish. Possessing a survival ability 1,000 times more formidable than that of a cockroach, nevertheless, even if not lethal, the bullets fired from the submachine guns of those in black were entirely different from ordinary ones. Once embedded within the body, they would not merely pass through nor explode simply. It was as if they contained some mechanism that operated within the body. Bang, bang, 2 bullets plunged into Lin Feng's back, the agony forcing him to stagger repeatedly. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Those 2 bullets in his back began to spin violently, akin to 2 meat grinders wreaking havoc within his body. In a cacophony of screams, Lin Feng felt countless fragments of flesh erupting from the gaping wounds in his back, his muscles utterly destroyed, even several vertebrae reduced to dust, his body hunched over, unable to straighten again. This was the weaponry of the Covert Mobile Unit, a superlative killing machine developed specifically to combat corpse demons. Admittedly, these bullets could not deliver a fatal blow, but once embedded, they maximized muscle destruction, drastically impairing mobility. Lin Feng's speed was instantly halved, and his staggering, his grip on Sun Dun's hand trembled violently. Yet, he clung to her tenaciously. For what purpose? Perhaps even Lin Feng himself was uncertain. However, it was precisely because he held on to Sun Yun that despite the ferocity of the gunfire behind him, there remained a degree of caution. For some of the black-clad figures had realized that Sun Yun was merely an ordinary human. Do not fire recklessly, aim before shooting, and try to save that girl. That if she is bitten, we can deal with it later. One of the figures in black barked. Ironically, Lin Feng had intended to protect Sun Yun, but unexpectedly, she became his shield, granting him a fleeting chance of survival. Of course, this opportunity was slim. Without someone coming to his aid, Lin Feng was still doomed. But who would come to his rescue? Though I had already infiltrated the teaching building, dressed in police attire to blend in among the black-clad figures, right behind Lin Feng, I longed to bypass them to save both him and Sun Yun. Yet, how could I do that? Rush in? That would be tantamount to seeking death. At most, I could deflect a few bullets for Lin Feng before we both fell victim to the bizarre ammunition of those in black. I had never possessed any true strength, and even though the formidable Qin Lan had arrived, he was ensnared tightly within Liu Gang's web, barely able to care for himself. On the playground, the ripples of demonic energy dissipated, and Qin Lan knelt on the ground, panting heavily. He had managed to fend off that strike, but the shock waves had left him trembling all over, drenched in blood, as if all his veins had ruptured. The power behind Liu Gang's earlier blow was evident. With such strength, do you really think you can save your companion? How delusional! Liu Gang declared arrogantly, having discerned Qin Lan's capabilities. The old man's strength was decent, yet not particularly fearsome. What exactly did blue demonic energy signify? At that moment, I remained oblivious, while Liu Gang was fully aware, for the device in his hand, resembling a wristwatch, was a radar-like tool designed to detect the demonic energy levels of corpse demons, albeit only at close range. In truth, the power levels of corpse demons are assessed based on the number of demon weapons they possess. The more weapons, the greater the strength. For instance, Li Tianchen wielded 8 weapons, while Yang Bin had only 4. Moreover, if Qin Lan were to be categorized, the number of primary scales on his back would also amount to 4. The Covert Mobile Unit, however, utilized a different method, radar detection with color grading. According to the colors displayed on the radar, the demonic energy levels of corpse demons were classified into 5 tiers: red, purple, orange, blue, and green. Green was the weakest, followed by blue, then orange, while reaching purple indicated an exceptionally formidable corpse demon. Red, the legendary strongest, yet few had ever witnessed it. Qin Lan was merely a blue demonic energy user. Although terrifying to ordinary people, Liu Gang, being a B-level cadre, had even taken down those with orange energy levels. How could he regard the old man before him with any seriousness? Indeed, the old man's strength is quite lacking, Qin Lan sighed. However, since I am here tonight, I must ensure that the little one is rescued. Humph. Do you truly believe you have the capability to save your companion? Liu Gang declared with arrogance. Who knows? Qin Lan sighed, then suddenly blinked mischievously. But when did the old man ever say that it must be me who does the rescuing? What did that mean? Lu Gang was taken aback. Could it be that other corpse demons had also arrived? One stronger than Qin Lan. At that moment of confusion, a streak of inky blackness suddenly blazed across the night sky. Though Lu Gang had already instructed the police to search the skies with floodlights, that shadow moved too swiftly, eluding their detection. Whoosh! Li Tianqian landed atop the teaching building, his face cold as he assessed the surroundings before swiftly darting toward Mai and Lin Feng's position. Within the school, dozens of police and covert mobile unit members were present, yet not a single one noticed him, nor did anyone catch sight of that ghostly figure. Not true. Someone had seen him. A girl in the back of the teaching building suddenly leapt up from the ground, staring fixedly at the rooftop while glancing at the demonic energy radar in her hand. Huh, this is the real deal. I didn't come here for nothing tonight. My goodness, this is actually purple demonic energy. Purple. Hearing the shriek over the intercom, Lu Gang's expression changed instantly, cold sweat drenching his back. Wang Li, do not act recklessly. A being with purple demonic energy is not someone you can confront alone. Wait for me to arrive. The giant roared as he turned and charged toward the teaching building, forgetting entirely about the lurking Qin Lan behind him. Though the old man is merely here to bait the enemy, it would be unwise to underestimate me. While my strength may be slightly inferior, a scale-bellied corpse demon excels in agility, making me a perfect counter to you. With a sinister smile, Qin Lan lunged forward at remarkable speed. Lu Gang's reflexes were commendable as soon as Qin Lan began to transform. He had already started to pivot. Yet, he was still a fraction too slow, for as the old man had stated, the scale-bellied corpse demon was simply too swift, its close-range assault speed akin to lightning. As Lu Gang turned his head, he caught but a fleeting glimpse of darkness before the attack struck, leaving him no time to raise his demonic weapon in defense. Instinctively, he lifted his arm. With a thunderous crash, Lu Gang was sent hurtling backward, his left arm mangled and bleeding profusely, bones shattered, as he howled in agony towards the heavens. Huh, without your demonic weapons, you members of the covert mobile unit are merely slightly stronger than ordinary humans. How could you possibly withstand the old man's full-force strike? In the training ground, Qin Lan laughed heartily, his expression one of utmost satisfaction. Lu Gang had greatly underestimated him. After all, he was a four-scaled corpse demon with blue demonic energy. Not one to be trifled with. If Lin Feng were to witness this scene, he would likely be driven to madness with excitement, for he was a scale-bellied type of corpse demon, yet he always believed his kind to be inferior. He yearned for the prowess of Li Tianqian's winged form, for it was sufficiently fierce, and, moreover, it could fly. Ultimately, every type of corpse demon possessed its own strengths, although Qin Lan could not fly. His ghostly figure, lightning-like speed, and claws laden with scales were more than sufficient to batter Lu Gang into a coughing fit of blood. Yet, it was Qin Lan who found himself encircled, even as he successfully repelled Lu Gang with a powerful strike. Countless police officers and men in black loomed by. The gunfire erupted, and I, terrified, hastily closed my eyes, unable to bear the sight, fully aware that I would be shattered in the next moment, reduced to a grotesque display of blood and flesh. However, after the gunfire ceased, I found myself suddenly frozen in place, devoid of any pain, my eyes flying open in astonishment. Before me stood an enchanting figure. A woman with a visage so exquisitely perfect that it seemed otherworldly. Her delicate brows knitted slightly as she glanced at the group of men in black, then turned to look at me. Behind her, several dark shapes swayed gently, reminiscent of fox tails, yet exuding an overwhelming aura of power that deflected every bullet, causing them to fall harmlessly to the ground. That I was alive. I had been saved by her. Yet, instead of relief, terror gripped my heart, leaving me trembling with fear. I sank to the ground, pointing at her, at that beautiful face, my lips quivering uncontrollably, my voice shaking as if it did not belong to me. Why you? Didn't die? Why you? Xiaohua? This was the first time I had seen her, and it felt as though my goddess had reappeared before me. Yet, I was not exhilarated. This goddess embodied my deepest fear, the most profound dread nestled within my soul. I had been bitten to death by Xiaohua, in an embrace so ambiguous, her teeth sinking into my neck in an instant, transforming a moment of paradise into a plunge into the depths of hell. I recalled that night. In that kiss, Xiaohua had been so alluring, so captivating, so tender, awakening the most fervent desires within me. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she had morphed into something monstrous, terrifying, and drenched in blood. How deep was my fear of Xiaohua? That night, I had fought desperately against her murderous intent, But no matter how I resisted or fled in panic, I remained a mere plaything in her hands. It was akin to a mouse caught beneath a cat's paw. No amount of screaming or struggling could avert its demise. The helplessness of it all made me tremble at the mere thought. Even when Xiaohua met with an untimely death, crushed beneath the wheels of a massive truck, I still could not escape that I returned home only to perish on my own bed, awakening to find that I had been transformed into a monster by that fateful bite. That fear had seeped into my very bones, casting the darkest shadow over my heart that I sat there, trembling, gazing at the woman, who was also looking at me, a flicker of confusion glinting in her eyes. "Who are you?" she inquired, her brow furrowing. I was at a loss for words. Did she not remember me? How absurd. Had she forgotten me after taking my life? "Forget it," she replied coldly, shaking her head. "I do not know you. Nor am I Xiaohua. You must have mistaken me for someone else." Mistaken, not her. Involuntarily, I let out a sigh of relief. Firstly, I was genuinely terrified of encountering Xiaohua. I could hardly believe that this woman had survived. Secondly, I noticed subtle differences. The woman's face was indeed sculpted from the same mold as Xiaohua's, not merely similar, but an exact replica, even down to the cascading hair that framed her shoulders, and the dark tails that resembled those of a fox. However, the disparity in their auras was immense. Xiaohua's initial impression on me had been that of a charming, somewhat clumsy girl next door, an act she had donned to lure me to a secluded place before preying on me. The true essence of Xiaohua was sinister, reminiscent of a ghostly figure from a horror film, her smile eerie and alluring, much like the vixen Daji from the legends, a harbinger of calamity that I in stark contrast. The woman before me, while equally beautiful, possessed an ethereal quality, a transcendent beauty that seemed untouched by the mundane world. Her expression bore no trace of the bewitching smile, only a facade of neutrality, of coldness. Yet, she remained a corpse demon, exuding an unsettling aura, but one that was not akin to Daji's. Rather, it evoked memories of Nie Xiaoqian from a Chinese ghost story. "Then who are you?" I instinctively asked. Forgetting that this was not the time for casual inquiries, the woman suddenly appeared before me, blocking my path, causing the men in black to momentarily falter. Yet they quickly regained their composure, their eyes fixated on the dark powers behind her. "She is also a corpse demon. Eliminate her, kill them all," came a thunderous command, and a multitude of guns were once again aimed in our direction, bullets raining down like a torrential storm. I in the face of this onslaught, the woman merely frowned. And with a cold scoff, the dark powers behind her surged forward, shielding her while she turned to me and commanded, "Step back." "What?" Before I could react, a delicate hand appeared before my eyes, growing larger. And then, slap, a sharp crack echoed as I was sent flying by her slap. That I acknowledged that I was an utterly ordinary person, devoid of wealth, a home, or any romantic prospects. Thus, it was no surprise that most beautiful women kept their distance from me, save for those like Xiaohua, who had ulterior motives. Yet, Chapter 30, Struggle 1. Why did she slap me? I had done nothing to offend her, nor did I even know her. This was my first encounter with the woman, and I had merely asked a friendly question, only to receive a resounding slap in return. Nonetheless, this was not the moment for such trivialities. At the entrance of the classroom, the black-clad members of the covert task force had already surrounded us, with several submachine guns aimed through the windows, unleashing a relentless barrage of fire. The woman appeared remarkably powerful. I counted 7 of her dark powers, all exceedingly robust. Even the specialized spiral bullets barely left a scratch on her. However, the sheer number of enemies was overwhelming. While she could protect herself, shielding us entirely would prove difficult. Amidst the chaos, I heard a scream. Was it Sun Yun? Had she been shot? And Lin Feng's cries echoed, indicating he had been injured as well. Desperation clawed at me, and I wished fervently for some dark powers of my own, even just one. To make matters worse, the black-clad men, unable to penetrate the woman's defenses, seemed intent on, "Cover me, I'll circle around and take out those weaker ones. Killing even one of these damned corpse demons will save countless innocent lives." A robust figure charged in, brandishing an assault rifle and unleashing a hail of bullets. The woman immediately tried to intervene, but the man was relentless, managing to heave a desk to push her back a step, circumventing her to the other side of the classroom. His rifle was now aimed squarely at me, and panic surged within me as I attempted to dodge, only to hear a sob behind me. Sun Yun, she was right behind me. If I moved, she would be the one to die. Damn it. I gritted my teeth and stepped in front, facing the ominous barrel of the gun, instinctively pulling out my own weapon. This seemed to be my most primal reaction in that life or death moment. I had never acted so swiftly. I drew, raised, and pulled the trigger in one fluid motion, sending 3 bullets flying. However, the man failed to pull the trigger, for in that final moment, a dark power ensnared his hand, and with a crack, his arm was severed at the shoulder that he let out a pained scream. But it was cut short as my bullets found their mark. The first struck his neck, causing him to shudder as he struggled to breathe. The second hit his abdomen, blood erupting from the wound, nearly bringing him to his knees. The third bullet pierced his heart. The bullet tore through his chest, leaving a gaping wound, and he froze, his eyes locked onto mine, filled with a fierce unwillingness and rage. He attempted to cover the wound with trembling hands, but it was in vain. His lips quivered, seemingly trying to utter something, but all that escaped was thud. He collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open, as if in disbelief that he had fought so valiantly yet failed to take down even a single foe. Thud that I too fell to the ground, my body shaking uncontrollably. This was my first time killing someone. Zhao Ge. Outside, anguished cries rang out, one after another, perhaps celebrating the bravery of this man while mourning his tragic end. That I looked at the faces twisted in anger, the eyes filled with tears yet brimming with hatred, and instinctively recoiled, overwhelmed by fear. That I suddenly wanted to apologize, but would it matter? Damn it, kill that monster, avenge Zhao Ge. The roars echoed like thunder, reverberating in my mind, causing my gun to clatter to the ground. Monster, were they referring to me? Avenge, did they intend to kill me? Yet all I wanted was to survive, to prevent my best friend from dying. Nothing more. The death of Zhao Ge seemed to act as a catalyst, inciting the black-clad men outside to madness, as they surged forward recklessly, firing their weapons in a desperate attempt to breach the woman's defenses and reach me. The woman's expression grew increasingly grave as she surveyed the unrelenting tide of assailants, glancing back at us, and suddenly, she made a decision. The dark powers behind her would not merely serve as a shield. They would initiate a furious counterattack. 7 pieces of demon weapons. This already signifies an extraordinary level of power, indicating that the woman's strength is second only to Li Tianqian, while far surpassing Qinlan. Yet, the black-clad figures before her possessed rather lackluster abilities, neither being officers nor equipped with demon weapons to counter her retaliation. Thus, the outcome of this battle was predetermined from the very beginning, an unbalanced massacre. Before my eyes, scenes of bloodshed unfolded in an instant. One by one, the black-clad men screamed and howled under the onslaught of the demon weapons, being shattered to pieces, yet they did not retreat a single step, continuously charging forward, recklessly sacrificing themselves. Why? You all. I could not comprehend why. Despite the overwhelming disparity in strength, they still pressed on. Perhaps the next scene would provide an answer. Kill. Eliminate these monsters, even if it's just one. A man, disregarding everything, attempted to breach the onslaught of the demon weapons, only to have his legs abruptly severed, crashing to the ground. He cried out in agony, yet did not relent. Instead, he struggled to rise, raising his gun towards us. But the demon weapon descended once more, severing his right arm at the shoulder, shattering half of his chest. Brother! Another anguished cry erupted as a man frantically lunged forward, tightly embracing his brother, despite the latter being in tatters. Brother! He managed to utter, his mouth filled with blood, yet he gritted his teeth, determined to finish his final words. I'm sorry, I'm truly useless. Father's vengeance is left to you. Those monsters. Even if I can take down just one. With trembling voice, his spirit filled with unyielding regret, the man's head drooped weakly. Boom! It felt as if a bolt of lightning struck me, causing my entire body to quiver, my mind buzzing. How could this be? My breaths became labored, my vision gradually blurring, as if a veil of moisture had clouded my eyes. The individuals before me, perhaps were not cruel or bloodthirsty, nor fearsome. They were, like me, or perhaps akin to the person I was just days ago, merely ordinary humans. Their madness stemmed from the fact that the corpse demons had devoured their loved ones, friends, or those they wished to protect. Their fury was born from hatred towards those monsters that consumed humanity, and I, at this moment, was perceived as one of those very monsters. Last night, I had begun to accept my identity as a corpse demon, thinking that at most, it involved consuming some repulsive flesh and drinking blood, while gaining formidable power, seemingly. not much of a loss. Yet now, this was no longer a matter of gain or loss, upon realizing that these individuals, once akin to me, now stood in opposition, irreconcilably at odds with me. I began to struggle once more. They did not wish for my demise. They were simply seeking vengeance, striving to protect those who could be consumed by corpse demons. As for me, I merely wished to survive, which did not seem wrong, but my existence was built upon the suffering of countless others, upon rivers of blood and death. Looking at the brutality before me, I suddenly questioned the purpose of my presence tonight, to save lives, or to take them. Gazing at the bloodshed, I wanted to scream, to implore them to cease, though I understood their motives for fighting. Yet, I truly wished to avert such scenes if heaven heard my silent plea. Just as the situation grew increasingly dire, a series of creaking sounds resonated from above in the classroom that I quickly glanced upward, only to see the ceiling suddenly manifest a multitude of cracks, collapsing with a thunderous roar. Chapter 31. The oath, a piercing scream escaped as countless fragments of stone, accompanied by a figure, plummeted down, causing everyone to hastily evade that it was a girl, the same one I had encountered with Yang Bin that night. As she descended, she wielded a massive demon weapon, exuding an imposing aura. Yet her small face was pallid, her lips stained with blood. Thud! The girl hit the ground, coughing violently, yet she defiantly lifted her head, gritting her teeth as she glared upwards. Damn monsters! I shall, the girl roared, seemingly striving to rise once more and continue the fight, but her injuries were far too grave, and her adversaries, far too powerful. Whoosh! A figure gracefully descended, 8 wing-like demon weapons unfurling behind him, nearly filling the entire classroom, accompanied by an invisible surge of demonic energy, instantly sending several black-clad figures tumbling away. Majestic, dominant, such descriptors barely encapsulated the arrival of this individual. Li Tianxun. I was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, not merely because he had come to rescue me, but because he could surely help resolve the confusion and bitterness within my heart. Descending with an air of arrogance, Li Tianxun barely acknowledged the girl, merely casting a glance at the woman before me, stating, "You two have arrived? When did you return?" "Just returned. The moment I received your group message, I rushed over." The woman replied with a gentle smile, the previous chill in her demeanor dissipating entirely. What a stark contrast! Moments ago, she had been so aloof with me, yet upon encountering a handsome figure, indeed, the wealthy and beautiful are destined for the tall, rich, and handsome as an ordinary person. My fate is to be slapped in the face. Li Tianxun nodded, turning to look at me, his brows knitting together. "How come you are here too? Your strength still." "Liang. He came to rescue me." Before I could utter a word, Lin Feng eagerly interjected, his voice tinged with excitement and gratitude. Li Tianxun nodded once more, a hint of tenderness flickering in his eyes as he smiled. "Though still quite weak, you have done well." "Done well." I bitterly smiled in silence. I had accomplished nothing tonight, saving no one, and instead had inadvertently killed someone amidst the chaos. Sigh. The appearance of Li Tianxun and the girl abruptly halted the previously frenzied scene, the black-clad figures staring at them in a daze, only regaining their senses after a lengthy pause. "He has 8 wings. Is he the one with the purple demonic energy?" The voices of astonishment trembled with fear. "Even Miss Wang Li has been defeated." "Surely not. How do we fight?" Their trembling voices bore traces of trepidation and retreat. Even the most fearless would recognize limits. If faced with a ravenous wolf, one might dare to fight, but when confronted with a ferocious tiger with its jaws wide open, what would be the point? Furthermore, Li Tianxun was incomparably stronger than any tiger. Once those 8 wing-like demon weapons unfurled, the classroom seemed nearly filled to capacity, leaving no room for escape. Although a few of the black-clad figures gritted their teeth, still seeking opportunities to launch a sneak attack, a chilling voice halted them. "Give up. This individual is beyond your capabilities. Withdraw immediately," the girl commanded, her voice carrying an icy authority, given that even she, a B-grade officer, had suffered a catastrophic defeat. What hope did the ordinary subordinates behind her possess? Moreover, a woman wielding 7 pieces of demon weapons had now joined the fray, her demonic energy unmistakably of a deep orange hue. Wang Li understood that she had no chance alone. Lu Gang had yet to arrive, and it was likely that the situation outside was equally dire. "If you had surrendered sooner, perhaps fewer lives would have been lost," Li Tianxun remarked, shaking his head as he surveyed the carnage. "I stated before, I do not wish to kill tonight." Li Tianxian spoke no falsehood. I could clearly see the sigh in his eyes, though he was the administrator of the corpse demons. He seemed rather kind-hearted. Furthermore, these deaths were not his doing, but rather that of the later arriving girl, whose aim was to rescue me and Lin Feng. Thus Li Tianxian could hardly reproach her. However, Wang Li clearly did not believe him. Glaring at Li Tianxian through gritted teeth. Do not think that defeating me makes you so remarkable, you monster. I shall avenge today. Suit yourself. I am Li Tianxian, the administrator of corpse demons in this city. If you seek revenge, feel free to find me, but it would be best not to harm these newly inducted individuals. They became corpse demons out of necessity, merely wishing to survive. Nonsense. Just because you want to survive, does it justify killing? Does it give you the right to consume human flesh and blood? It's all utter nonsense. You corpse demons are nothing but repugnant monsters, and I shall slay everyone I encounter. Wang Li's words sent a tremor through my heart, and even Lin Feng lowered his head. Only the woman seemed somewhat unconvinced, snorting coldly as she prepared to take action, but was swiftly restrained by Li Tianxian. Enough. It is merely a matter of differing stances. There is no point in arguing. Li Tianxian sighed. These few young ones are gravely injured. Let us first escort them away. As long as they do not obstruct us further, let this night conclude as it is. We should avoid senseless slaughter where possible. I suddenly found myself somewhat fond of Li Tianxian. This individual was clearly the strongest presence tonight. So powerful he could overshadow the heavens. Yet he effortlessly relinquished the opportunity for victory when the odds were in his favor, a corpse demon. He adhered to the principle of avoiding unnecessary bloodshed. This person seemed to embody more than just rigidity. He possessed a lingering kindness. Perhaps there was a unique quality to him that allowed him to be the administrator of corpse demons. Concurrently, my conviction grew stronger that the confusions within my heart could indeed be resolved by Li Tianxian. Li Tianxian effortlessly lifted both me and Lin Feng, and despite my fervent insistence, that woman furrowed her brow but ultimately brought Sun Yun along as we departed. It seemed that this ordinary girl fainted from fear at the last moment. Truly pitiful. Wang Li had already given up on obstructing us, or perhaps she simply could not rise, remaining knelt in the pool of blood. Coughing up crimson. It was evident that she had suffered a complete defeat against Li Tianxian, with the disparity in strength glaringly apparent. The playground was equally drenched in blood, though the formidable Lu Gang and Qin Lan continued their fierce battle. The former gaining a slight advantage through sheer brute force. However, he was unable to subdue the old man in the short term. Instead, Qin Lan had dispatched 3 or 4 black-clad figures who attempted to assist Lu Gang. As for the police, they merely observed from a distance, lacking even the courage to step onto the campus. The moment Li Tianxian emerged, they were so terrified that they retreated, no longer daring to block the entrance. It was no surprise, for with his demonic prowess unleashed, Li Tianxian resembled a horror movie monster, and ordinary humans had neither the gall nor the capacity to confront him. Haha, is everything taken care of? Yuehua has arrived too? How splendid. The old man can finally take a breather. Qin Lan remarked with a strange chuckle, retreating from the fray. In this evening's rescue operation, the true hero was neither Li Tianxian, nor the woman who arrived last, nor even myself, but rather the old man, Qin Lan. Had he not been the first to step into the campus, drawing the enemy leader Lu Gang's attention, both Lin Feng and I might well have perished here. With Li Tianxian and that woman unable to intervene in time. Though the old man had not sustained severe injuries, he was covered in blood, even his gray beard stained red, and he appeared somewhat weary. Instinctively, I felt a surge of gratitude towards him, even though he paid me no heed, merely approaching and firmly patting Lin Feng's shoulder. Are you still going to fight? Li Tianxian glanced at Lu Gang, then at the demonic weapon in his hand. In that moment, his expression was peculiar, and I noticed his fists clenched tightly. Indeed, that was Xiaohua's demonic weapon. Almost simultaneously, the woman also caught sight of Lu Gang's weapon, her expression shifting dramatically as she shrieked, "What you hold? What is it? Where did you acquire it?" "It's a corpse demon's weapon. It died before me, so I casually took its weapon. Is there a problem?" Lu Gang retorted coldly. In truth, Lu Gang was aware that his defeat was inevitable tonight. He had no desire to engage in futile combat, for even if he retained some strength, his subordinates would be wiped out. Considering he stood before 3 powerful corpse demons. Furthermore, the moment Li Tianxian approached, Lu Gang felt a wave of powerlessness wash over him. The fluctuation of demonic energy was simply terrifying. Was this the purple demonic power? Was this the eight-winged corpse demon? Not to mention, the woman's strength was equally formidable, revealing her as a seven-tailed demon. Yet, Liu Gang, as a B-level officer, could afford to be defeated, even to die, but he would never submit to these monsters. At that moment, he turned to the woman, his expression freezing in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Oh, how can it be you? I thought you were already." Like me, he mistakenly identified her as Xiaohua, retreating in shock. The woman did not respond to his words. She merely fixed her gaze on the demonic weapon, her expression shifting through myriad emotions, from calm to terror, then to rage. She suddenly screamed and lunged towards Liu Gang. "Is she dead? Did you kill her? You killed Xiaohua? I will tear you to pieces, you bastard." The woman roared that a hand shot out, yanking her back, as Li Tianqian frowned and said, "I told you, let's end this here tonight. Senseless slaughter need not commence." "Senseless? What are you talking about?" the woman cried, tears streaming down her face. "He killed my sister and forcibly stripped her of her demonic weapon. You dare say my revenge for my sister is senseless?" "Sister?" both Liu Gang and I exclaimed simultaneously, quickly grasping the truth. No wonder she bore such a striking resemblance to Xiaohua. They were sisters, twins. Xiaohua was not killed by him. Your sister's death was merely an accident. Furthermore, I have a feeling that your sister may not. Never mind, I will explain later. Li Tianqian sighed, casting a meaningful glance at me. Instinctively, I recoiled, distancing myself from the woman. As for that demonic weapon, rest assured, I, Li Tianqian, will retrieve it for Xiaohua, and I will avenge the forced stripping of her weapon. But, not tonight, Li Tianqian declared proudly. "Fine, you can come whenever you wish. I will be ready. I am Liu Gang, a B-level officer of the National Security Bureau's Covert Mobile Unit, though my strength may pale in comparison to yours. I will not cower," Liu Gang shouted. Observing Liu Gang, Li Tianqian's expression remained cold, yet when he looked at the woman, a softness emerged in his gaze as he earnestly said, "Yuehua, dear, we shall discuss your sister's matter upon our return." "All right, let us conclude this for now, shall we?" The woman, already weeping profusely, nodded, casting a resentful glare at Liu Gang before falling silent. She seemed to heed Li Tianqian's words. It appeared, well, this was none of my concern. This was a matter between the affluent and the beautiful, and as an ordinary person, I had no place in it. Nevertheless, I silently committed the name Yuehua to memory. As we departed from Lindang High School, a considerable number of police officers still gathered at the entrance, yet none dared to impede us any longer. They could not, for Li Tianqian was carrying both Lin Feng and me aloft in the air. Chapter 32. A sheep. No wonder Lin Feng envied the winged corpse demons. They could fly. Although I felt disheartened by the recent slaughter, I still found a sense of exhilaration, as this was my very first experience of looking down upon others as an ordinary person. One police officer attempted to seize the moment, discreetly capturing our likeness with his phone, whether to upload it to Youku or Todo, or perhaps to issue a wanted notice. Unfortunately, a certain sharp-eyed old man saw through his intentions immediately, and with a cold smirk, unleashed a flurry of fine scales that soared forth, resulting in a resounding crash. Alas, that was an iPhone 5, a rather expensive device, I might add, one that I, as an ordinary person, had never even touched. Watching our retreating figures, Liu Gang's expression was one of bitterness, for he had boldly led a team to eradicate the corpse demons, only to watch helplessly as the enemies slipped away. Too fearful to intervene, Wang Li emerged, supported by two black-clad individuals. Though her face still bore hatred, the arrogance had entirely vanished. "These monsters are incredibly strong," she sighed, realizing that as a B-level officer, she had once thought herself formidable, only to discover her utter helplessness against Li Tianqian. The battle between her and Li Tianqian had been witnessed by no one. Only Wang Li comprehended the humiliating nature of that encounter. No matter how fiercely she fought, Li Tianqian had not even deigned to glance at her. With the slightest flap of his wings, she was sent sprawling on the ground, spitting blood. The conflict had lasted less than 2 minutes, during which she was knocked down 7 times, ultimately plummeting from the rooftop. As for Li Tianqian, he had not even shifted his position, merely standing there and waving his wings, had he not declared a desire to avoid killing. Wang Li would likely have perished. Was this the purple demonic power? The 8-winged corpse demon? Wang Li was filled with a sense of powerlessness. It was her first time realizing how laughable her pride was and how utterly fragile she appeared before a true adversary. However, this was not the end. Rather, it was only the beginning. The covert mobile unit would never relent in their mission to eradicate corpse demons, for that was their very purpose for existence. It seems the corpse demons gathering in this city are stronger than we anticipated. We must request additional personnel from headquarters. Wang Li gritted her teeth. At least 2 more B-level officers. And ideally, an A-level officer as well. An A-level may not suffice, Liu Gang replied with a bitter smile, recalling how he had trembled alongside Li Tianxin, despite his firm demeanor. We at least need to request a transfer from the direct 6th Division. Otherwise, we stand no chance against those wielding purple demonic power. The direct 6th Division? Surely not. Wang Li suddenly exclaimed. Those individuals are like monsters. I want nothing to do with them. Indeed, those folks are monsters. But isn't it fitting to let monsters combat monsters? Liu Gang chuckled dryly. However, it won't be quick to request personnel from headquarters, considering the tense situations in various cities. For now, we should clean up the aftermath, instruct the police to clear the battlefield. And we must keep the corpse demon incident under wraps to prevent unnecessary panic among the civilians. Saying this, Liu Gang strode towards the school gate, glancing once more at the demonic weapon in his hand. He had been genuinely pleased when he first acquired it, as it was far more powerful than the previous one, but now it felt like a hot potato. Liu Gang fervently hoped that reinforcements would arrive swiftly from headquarters. Otherwise, when Li Tianxin or that Yuehua came seeking him, the outcome was likely already sealed. Hence, it all hinged on who could arrive more swiftly. In truth, Li Tianxin was not in a hurry to seek vengeance against Liu Gang. He was not even eager to explain to Yuehua the circumstances surrounding Xiaohua's death. He merely offered a few words of comfort to the woman while engaging me in conversation as he flew. You performed admirably tonight, risking everything to save your comrades. That is commendable. Li Tianxin smiled. Did I? I scratched my head awkwardly, as my primary intention had been to rescue Sun Yun, while Lin Feng was merely someone I had known for a day, hardly a friend. However, Li Tianxin misinterpreted the situation. And even Lin Feng was mistaken, as he had been keeping a close watch on me since leaving. Suddenly, he grasped my hand and said, Liang, I truly appreciate your help tonight. Really, it wasn't necessary. I hardly contributed anything, I replied awkwardly. No, you saved my life, Lin Feng declared resolutely, even wiping away the tears that had welled up in his eyes from the overwhelming emotion. So, from now on, if you, Liang, find yourself in trouble, I, Lin Feng, will face any peril to assist you. Though I may not be strong yet, I promise to grow stronger. Lin Feng was genuinely moved, as he never anticipated surviving the harrowing gunfire. Although Lin Feng sought my aid this evening, his true intention was merely to have me inform Li Tianxin, fully aware that my capabilities were rather meager, inferior to his own, making my arrival akin to courting death. To his surprise, I rushed in to act as a hostage, shielding him as he escaped. Even more astonishing, when those men in black raised their weapons toward us, Lin Feng, like me, believed that death was imminent. He had already resigned himself to that fate. Yet, he was unprepared for me to suddenly shove him toward the window, using my body as a barrier against the incoming bullets. What I had said in that moment was intended to urge Lin Feng to protect Sun Yun. But he misinterpreted it as my desperate attempt to save him, nearly bringing him to tears. For since Lin Feng had become a corpse demon and fled from Shanghai to this small city, every human he encountered had feared him, even sought to take his life, including some other corpse demons. Lin Feng had been a corpse demon longer than I, witnessed more, and understood more that he knew that some corpse demons would even devour their kin. Which is why he remained cautious around everyone, including Qin Lan and Li Tianxin. I was the only one who treated him with such kindness, willing to risk my life to save him. Albeit due to a misunderstanding. Of course, ultimately it was Yuehua and Li Tianxin who rescued us. Yet Lin Feng would forever remember that moment when I pushed him aside, a memory he would cherish for a lifetime. He upheld the vow that he would brave fire and water for me, Li Yang, throughout his life. So you face such peril tonight. I suppose I am to blame for arriving too late, Li Tianxin remarked with a smile. Indeed, if not for Li Yang, I would have certainly perished tonight, Lin Feng exclaimed, wiping his eyes as he recounted the harrowing events of the evening. Impressive, Li Tianxin praised, though your strength may be lacking. You have already displayed the courage to sacrifice for your companions. Li Yang, you are truly commendable, and quite clever too. To disguise yourself as a police officer. What a fascinating tactic. Oh, it was ultimately futile. I didn't manage to assist much, I said, feeling a bit sheepish. However, being complimented, especially by someone as formidable as Li Tianqian, brought a sense of joy to my otherwise ordinary heart. Yet, the most exhilarating moment was yet to come. After a brief contemplation, Li Tianqian suddenly inquired, "Liang, do you desire to grow stronger, to become as powerful as Qinlan, or even as strong as I am? If you wish, I can devote my utmost efforts to help you." "Huh? Why?" I instinctively responded. While becoming stronger was certainly appealing, if tonight's events had not transpired, I would have eagerly sought strength. Faster, stronger, but in light of what had occurred, I found myself yearning to resolve the turmoil within my heart first. I simply wished to survive, which was not inherently wrong. But what if my survival hinged upon the suffering of countless others? The image of the man I shot flashed before my eyes. His final, furious gaze, along with the hateful screams of those men in black, that a thought began to form in my mind. Should I continue to live in the guise of a corpse demon? Though you are all weary, let us not return home just yet. Accompany me to a restaurant for a chat, Li Tianqian suggested, leading us into the air. He occasionally glanced back, saying, "Though they are aware that many corpse demons inhabit the city, that restaurant remains quite safe, as corpse demons are highly alert and difficult to track." I nodded eagerly, as I had been wishing to converse with him further, and given my uncertainty regarding Sun Yun, it was best not to return home. Suddenly, I felt as though I had forgotten something. Dad! At the entrance of the restaurant, a small figure dashed into my embrace, clinging to me tightly, her large eyes filled with a hint of fear as she glanced behind, seemingly afraid of the crowd. "Wang Na," I exclaimed, wiping the cold sweat from my brow. My irresponsible old man had truly failed in his duties, having just taken her in, only to forget her so quickly. "You are Wang Na's father." Behind me, gasps erupted from Li Tianqian and Qinlan, while Yue Hua's eyes widened in astonishment. No. I hurriedly explained the situation, only to receive even greater shock in return. "You can actually command Wang Na to obey you?" Li Tianqian's expression turned remarkably strange. Heaven knows how much effort he had expended to persuade Wang Na to come to the restaurant for food, yet I had only known her for a day and had seen her twice. This time, even Qinlan looked at me with newfound admiration, while the beautiful Yue Hua attempted to reach out to hug Wang Na, only to have the little girl burrow deeper into my embrace, leaving the beauty with a few veins bulging on her forehead, staring at me with suspicion. It was evident that they all cared for Wang Na deeply, their gazes filled with tenderness. Unfortunately, perhaps having been corpse demons for too long, they had gradually forgotten how to express human emotions, their affection buried deep within. Wang Na, being quite withdrawn, was unable to perceive Li Tianqian was a textbook example of a stoic man, his demeanor rather rigid, making him the least suited to interact with children, while the beautiful Yue Hua shared similar traits. As for Qinlan, I had begun to discern his character. He was very direct, treating those he deemed worthy with a grandfatherly kindness, while those he did not consider worthy received his coldest smiles. I realized they could not embrace Wang Na as I did, using the most straightforward manner to warm the little one's heart, to soothe the traumas she had endured over the years, or to unhesitatingly offer her a protective response. Certainly, they wished to safeguard her, but expressing it proved difficult, which allowed Wang Na to easily accept me while maintaining a defiant stance toward them. After I articulated these thoughts, Qinlan and Yue Hua fell into deep contemplation, while Li Tianqian heartily patted my shoulder and laughed. "Liang, you are truly remarkable." I knew I had not misjudged you. "Come, let us head inside and chat." My friend." I couldn't help but glance at Sun Yun, who was still unconscious. "Fear not. We will not harm your friend, but she is already aware of our identities as corpse demons. So you must devise a proper solution," Li Tianqian murmured. "Understood." I nodded vigorously, for this was indeed my most significant dilemma of the night. Upon entering the restaurant, Qinlan immediately took Lin Feng to receive treatment, as he had sustained severe injuries, while I carried Sun Yun into a private room for her to rest. She too had been shot, but fortunately, it was merely a graze, and after tending to her wounds, she would be fine. Chapter 33, Confession. "Wang Na, can you help Daddy look after this Annie? Daddy will be back shortly." After a quick chat, I said gently. The little one immediately pouted but obediently nodded. Alas, despite her withdrawn nature, once she accepted you, she would be as docile as a cherished pet, truly endearing. "Liang, I understand the confusion you are experiencing. Let me share a story with you," Li Tianqian stated directly, leading me to the bar in the restaurant. where he poured me a drink. Of course, it was a specially processed beverage. Li Yang, have you heard the story of a sheep? Huh, it was told to me by my creator. And it has been 70 years since then. I wonder if it is still suitable to recount. What is it? Please share. My curiosity was piqued. Well, it is about a very unfortunate and miserable sheep that spent 8 lifetimes as a sheep. And most tragically, it was devoured by wolves in each of those lifetimes. Huh, what a cold joke. I chuckled awkwardly. Li Tianxian laughed in response. Indeed, but the true absurdity lies ahead. After its 8th death, even Yama, the king of hell, pitied it and decided to grant it a different way of life, allowing it to reincarnate not as a sheep, but as a wolf. However, this marked the beginning of its true misfortune. Because it had grown accustomed to being a sheep and could not accept the reality of being reborn as a wolf, it still wished to live among the flock, but the sheep regarded it with fear and even hatred. At the same time, it could not bear to consume its former companions, so it chose to starve, sitting alone in the wilderness, waiting for death. Li Yang, you are very much like this sheep at present. What do you think of it? Li Tianxian asked with a smile. It is very kind. I gritted my teeth. Yes, it is undeniable that it is kind, which is precisely why even Yama was moved, forcibly altering its fate in the 9th reincarnation, reverting it to a sheep, only for it to be eaten by wolves once more. Li Tianxian chuckled dryly. So, what do you think? Is this story amusing? Do you still perceive this sheep as kind, or do you now think it foolish? I rested my head on the table in silence, yearning to laugh but finding it difficult. As I grasped Li Tianxian's intended message, in truth, I feel as though I have perished as a human at this moment. I resemble that sheep, having reincarnated into another form of being, a wolf, or perhaps a ghoul. Indeed, I find that sheep to be quite foolish. It ought not to dwell on the past, but rather accept the reality of its transformation into a wolf, and even rejoice that it no longer faces the threat of being devoured by wolves. As Yongbin once remarked to me, we are no longer humans. We are ghouls, standing atop the food chain. Perhaps even more evolved than humanity itself, for while humans consume all creatures, we feast upon humans. It seems that we ought to take pride in this, rather than feel shame. Yet, perhaps I am simply foolish. As naive as that sheep, unable to confront reality, that I empathize with its sorrowful resolve to choose solitude and starvation over acceptance, and I understand its desire to revert to being a sheep, even if it means being consumed once more by a wolf. But Li Tianxian suddenly interrupted my thoughts, offering a wry smile. This is ultimately just a story, a jest. Stunned, I managed a bitter laugh. Indeed, our lives are not a joke, and thus we cannot compel Yama to revert us to sheep. Our existence is irrevocably set. We must choose. Do we embrace our identities as wolves, or do we prefer to be fools, fantasizing about an irretrievable past, enduring the solitude that neither the wolves nor the sheep can accept, ultimately facing death once again? I do not wish to be a fool, yet this seems to resonate with an ancient saying, wanting to be both a harlot and a virtuous figure. Liang, let me ask you one more thing. You were once an ordinary poor person, were you not? It seems that people nowadays refer to such a status as being an ordinary person. Li Tianxian continued. Yes, indeed, and I suppose I could be considered a model among ordinary individuals, lacking wealth, a car, a home, or even a partner. I replied awkwardly, scratching my head. So you ordinary people often curse the wealthy behind their backs, calling them scum, blood-sucking bastards, don't you? Absolutely correct. A day without cursing them feels unsatisfactory. I nodded emphatically. And if one day someone were to reveal to you that your true identity is not that of an ordinary person, and that they would transform you into one of those blood-sucking bastards, would you accept it? Li Tianxian's smile grew increasingly peculiar. Is that even a question? I scoffed. Of course I would accept. Isn't that the ultimate aspiration of all ordinary people? Moreover, contemporary dramas, films, and even novels and animations thrive on the theme of an ordinary person rising to greatness, such as the sudden appearance of a wealthy father seeking recognition. Yet as I spoke, I found myself suddenly halted. Was there truly a difference between this and the tale of the sheep? Why could I not accept my transformation into a wolf while easily embracing the fantasy of becoming a wealthy individual who preys upon the poor? No, there is a distinction. Those affluent individuals, despite draining the lifeblood of the impoverished, do not bring about fatal consequences, whereas the existence of ghouls is predicated upon the bloodshed of countless innocents. Thus, What I truly struggle to accept is not merely the dichotomy of wolf and sheep, but rather the innocent blood and death that underpin it. Liang, what do you think of me? Li Tianqian suddenly inquired. You are quite impressive, though seemingly cold. Your heart is genuinely good. Even as a ghoul, you possess a certain kindness, as you do not indulge in the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. I responded, not out of flattery, but with sincere admiration. Thank you for the compliment. This is something I take great pride in. I have been a ghoul for 70 years, yet I have never killed or consumed an innocent human being. Li Tianqian proclaimed with pride. Note that I specify innocent. I do kill and consume. For my survival depends on it, but I deliberately choose my victims. Tonight was no different. Although I defeated that secret task force officer, I did not kill her, nor did I harm anyone else. Did I? 70 years, never slaughtered an innocent. I found myself again taken aback, as it seemed I had underestimated Li Tianqian's kindness and his adherence to certain principles. Of course, not all ghouls are like me. Even Yuehua and Qin Lan can become quite ruthless when angered. Let alone some ghouls who take pleasure in murder. I suppose I am a rather peculiar ghoul. What I wish to convey is that if your dilemma lies solely in whether to commit indiscriminate slaughter, then there is no need for concern. You may, like me, selectively choose your victims. In truth, being a wolf is not so terrible. At least we possess the strength to protect ourselves from being devoured by other wolves. And we can even safeguard our companions, such as Wang Na, or your female friend. Moreover, we gain greater agency in determining what sort of individual we wish to be, or what kind of ghoul we aspire to become, even in acts of murder and consumption. There exists a moral spectrum. Of course, I am fundamentally a ghoul that feeds on humans, so my words may carry a hint of sophistry, but I merely wish to convey to you, Liang, that good and evil, right and wrong, are not dictated by our identities, but rather by our commitment to principles, by what resides within us. As he spoke, Li Tianqian placed his hand upon my heart. And in that moment, I felt a tremor within me, as if I began to grasp the essence of his words, as though I glimpsed the path that lay ahead. Indeed, that sheep need not necessarily die alone, if it were a bit wiser. Perhaps it could transform into a shepherd dog. Of course, the flock would still reject it, still fear it, but at the very least, it could accept itself. 70 years, and you truly have not killed a single innocent. So your hunts consist of. As I was about to step outside, I still found it hard to believe. Well, my method of hunting differs from that of other ghouls. I pay close attention to current events, even conducting investigations before selecting my targets and deciding whether to act. Ghouls do have quite a bit of leisure time, allowing me ample opportunity to choose. Furthermore, ghouls do not need to feed frequently, typically. A single hearty meal can sustain us for 3 to 5 days, and I never consume everything in one go. With proper preservation methods, a single hunt can provide 2 or 3 ghouls with sustenance for half a month. However, there are times when I struggle to find a target for extended periods, which can be quite vexing. Thus, I occasionally visit death row prisons, stealthily taking one away. Of course, this is possible because of my formidable strength. So if you wish to emulate my methods, Liang, you must find a way to grow stronger quickly. All right, I will. I nodded promptly, then added, when you next hunt, could you take me along to witness? I wish to learn more about the targets you select. Once you become stronger, certainly. Li Tianqian replied with a smile. Rest assured, I will find ways to assist you in becoming stronger. That I hold great expectations for you. Thank you. But why? I scratched my head, having noticed Li Tianqian's exceptional kindness towards me, yet unable to comprehend the reason. Did I possess some remarkable potential? Was I some sort of prodigy capable of effortlessly overcoming any challenge? Li Tianqian chuckled and shook his head. No. In terms of potential, you may not even compare to Lin Feng. Otherwise, Qin Lan would treat you with more favor. He is quite fond of nurturing newcomers. I felt a twinge of disappointment as I scratched my head. But what does strength matter? There are countless powerful ghouls in this world, making it hardly remarkable. What is truly rare is an understanding of good and evil. A steadfast commitment to principles. Regrettably, few ghouls grasp this truth, Li Tianqian sighed. Thus, Liang, I genuinely admire you, especially when I witness your unyielding efforts to assist Wang Na, or your reckless determination to rescue your companions. These qualities are truly exceptional. Admire me? Is this a declaration of affection? I felt my cheeks flush, although my assistance to Wang Na stemmed from a fondness for children, and my motivation to save Lin Feng was primarily due to Sun Yun. Well, all right, I am indeed a kind-hearted ordinary person, and I am willing to acknowledge that. However, the notion of lacking potential still gnawed at me. It was not that I wished to compete with Lin Feng, but rather that being too weak would complicate future hunting choices. Fear not. Li Tianqian, perceiving my thoughts once more, smiled. Even if your potential does not match Lin Feng's, it is still considerable. After all, Xiaohua is your transformer. And the strength of ghouls is determined half by their own attributes and half by the strength of their transformers. Is Xiaohua strong? I inquired, astonished. I had long harbored doubts about this. In my eyes, Li Tianqian, Yuehua, and even Qin Lan appeared extraordinarily powerful, almost superhuman, while Xiaohua seemed somewhat. Chapter 34, Swift Methods of Growth. Although she had once overwhelmed me, leading me to lose my bearings, in the end, she was struck by a truck, which raises questions. Surely, Li Tianqian could never be defeated by a truck. Given his formidable strength, he could easily cleave a train in two. Xiaohua is indeed strong. She just, alas, has had her share of misfortune, Li Tianqian replied with a wry smile. Once you have been a ghoul for a while, you will come to know that there are two individuals in the ghoul realm whom no one dares to provoke, male Chutian and female Xiaohua. This is primarily due to their violent temperaments, but also because they are exceedingly powerful. Is that so? I scratched my head, beginning to recall that night's events that I remembered that Xiaohua possessed only 3 pieces of demon martial arts. Didn't she? She is even inferior to Qin Lan. That is because she sustained severe injuries about a year ago. Due to her temperament and excessive bloodshed, she even went so far as to kill and devour her own companions, which led to a coalition of many who despised her launching a fierce attack against her. Although she managed to escape by a stroke of luck, she unfortunately encountered Chu Tian and was nearly killed. In her prime, Xiaohua was undoubtedly one of the strongest in the realm of corpse demons, possessing a remarkable 9 pieces of demon weaponry, surpassing me in strength. However, after that encounter, she was left with only a single piece of demon weaponry. Her demonic power completely shattered, which is why she has been hiding in this city, slowly recuperating. When you met her, she had just begun to recover her 3rd piece of demon weaponry, and her body was still exceedingly frail. Otherwise, you would have had no chance of escaping in her peak condition. Capturing you would have been a trivial matter. She could have simply struck without the need for elaborate traps. So that is how it is. I began to sweat nervously, realizing how fortunate I was to have avoided such dire circumstances. Just imagine if I had encountered Xiaohua a year earlier. I would undoubtedly have met a most tragic fate. However, had that been the case, she would not have needed to seclude herself in a CAF, and our paths would never have crossed at the same time. Li Tianqian's words revealed another layer of surprise, and I exclaimed, "You mean Xiaohua devoured her companions? How can corpse demons consume each other?" Well, certain corpse demons do exhibit such behavior. This relates to the issue of abnormal appetites, which you do not yet comprehend. We can discuss it further at a later time. Li Tianqian waved his hand, seemingly reluctant to revisit memories of Xiaohua, so I refrained from pressing the matter. In any case, since your transformer is Xiaohua, you need not worry about your potential. Therefore, starting tomorrow, make it a point to spend more time at the restaurant. I will devise a way to enhance your demonic power. After saying this, Li Tianqian turned to enter a private booth, where Yuehua was awaiting him, while I made my way into another room. For Sun Yun, Dad asked me to keep an eye on you, so please do not move around too much, or Wang Na will bite you. As I reached the doorway, I heard Wang Na's overly sweet yet exasperating warning. Okay, I won't move. You, don't come any closer. Are you a vampire too? Sun Yun had awakened, but still spoke with a quiver, evidently shaken from the events of the night. What is a vampire? Wang Na is not one. She is a corpse demon. A corpse demon? Sun Yun's voice trembled even more at the mention of the name, which sounded far more terrifying than a vampire. The girl pondered for a moment before asking, "What about Li Yang? Is he also a corpse demon?" Wang Na. I rushed in to prevent Wang Na from answering. This was a matter I wanted to explain to Sun Yun myself. Upon seeing me enter, Sun Yun's expression brightened for a moment, only to quickly revert to one of shock. She had intended to reach out for me, but suddenly withdrew her hand, retreating into the corner of the sofa. With a deep sigh, I handed Wang Na a bottle of drink and instructed the little creature to wait for me at the door before taking a seat beside Sun Yun. Some truths, even if unwelcome, must ultimately be confronted. Are you all right? Is your injury serious? I forced a smile, to which Sun Yun shook her head but did not speak. Are you hungry? Thirsty, perhaps? We're in a restaurant. So if you want anything, Li Yang, Please, let's not talk about that. Sun Yun suddenly interrupted. All right. I forced a bitter smile and nodded. At this point, discussing trivialities felt utterly pointless. Taking a deep breath, I continued, Sun Yun. I truly apologize for what happened tonight. I had already expressed this apology several times, yet it still felt insufficient, and no matter how many times I said it, it would never be enough. I owed her far too much. Had it not been for my mistakes, she should have been peacefully asleep by now or comfortably lounging in bed watching a drama, rather than being embroiled in such chaos, witnessing so much bloodshed, and nearly losing her life. Yet Sun Yun shook her head. As a friend, she bore no ill will towards me. She only wished to know one thing. Liang, I witnessed everything that transpired with Lin Feng tonight. Although I do not fully understand, I simply want to ask you, what is your relationship with him? Yes, I share his kind. I am also a corpse demon. I gritted my teeth and confessed the truth. With a thud, Sun Yun fell from the sofa, hastily scrambling backward. The look of terror in her eyes pierced my heart, causing it to ache as if it were being torn apart. I am sorry. I should have told you sooner. But I truly did not have the courage to say it, nor did I know how. I never wanted this to happen. I have been striving to change, yet I find myself powerless. I covered my face in despair. Do you remember the 3 days I took off due to illness? In truth, I was not ill. I had been bitten by a corpse demon, and subsequently, I died. After that, do you recall the horror film I watched with Zhou Hao, that kind of zombie flick? While not particularly nauseating, I am now almost indistinguishable from those monsters. In reality, I have already died. Strictly speaking, I am merely a living corpse now. When you invited me to dinner, and I did not attend, or when you cooked for me and I could not eat, it was because I am unable to consume human food. Anything I try to eat will just make me vomit. That I can only drink blood. The fresh, crimson kind. I cannot bear to elaborate, but you understand. My eyes turn red, my complexion is pale, my body is cold. These are all traits of a corpse demon, which is why I have kept my distance from you. In fact, if I do not consume blood, I cannot even maintain a heartbeat. That night, it was not infatuation that drove me to desire you, but rather an inability to control myself. I was starving. And I am sorry, I nearly devoured you. As I spoke, I stole glances at her. Watching her expression grow increasingly horrified, my heart ached further, as I realized that we could never return to how things were. We could no longer be friends. Taking a deep breath, I suddenly stood up and forced a smile. Well, that's about it. I won't say more. You probably wouldn't want to hear any further details. Haha. It truly is quite terrifying and repulsive. Even though I have transformed into a monster, we were friends once. I would never harm you, nor would I allow anyone else to hurt you. You can return home anytime. Do not be afraid. It is all in the past. If possible, let us pretend tonight never happened. Please do not tell anyone, not Zhou Hao, and certainly not my parents. Let us keep this under wraps. I do not want them to be distressed. Rest assured, I would never harm my friends, nor would I drag you down with me. I will leave and never return. I will resign from my position at the company, and from now on, simply forget that I was ever your friend. It is getting late. Let me call a taxi to take you home. I rose and walked swiftly towards the exit, as if seeking to escape from here. Fleeing from the terror reflected in Sun Yun's eyes. Wait. But Sun Yun suddenly called out, causing me to instinctively halt. Wait for what? Did she wish to salvage something? It was futile. Everything had come to an end. No matter how reluctant I felt, it was of no consequence. She could not accept me as a corpse demon. There was a silence that stretched for a full 5 minutes. Sun Yun had called out to me but was rendered speechless. And I too remained silent, standing there in a daze, the atmosphere in the booth so oppressive it felt suffocating. Then, after 5 minutes, something I could hardly believe occurred. 2 small hands suddenly wrapped around me from behind. They trembled with fear yet held steadfast. I should be the one apologizing. I should not have been afraid. In truth, Li Yang, you are far more terrified, more lost and helpless, am I right? I froze in place. My entire being paralyzed. I suddenly covered my face with force, yet I could not stop the tears from flowing through my fingers. I had always thought I understood Sun Yun well. She was not particularly beautiful. Her demeanor somewhat carefree, yet she possessed a keen insight beneath her casual exterior and was gentle and considerate towards her friends. However, tonight, I suddenly realized that I did not truly know her as well as I thought. At least not as well as she understood me. Moreover, my own tenderness and consideration for her seemed to have been underestimated. What kind of girl was she truly? In the face of such terror, she managed to muster the courage to embrace me. even as she discovered that her best friend was a monster. Under the immense pressure of that realization, she was still able to consider my perspective. Recognizing that I was more frightened, more lost and helpless than she was, she even turned around to comfort me. Perhaps the term good girl no longer suffices to encapsulate her essence. Angel, I do not know if such beings exist in this world. But if they do, Sun Yun is undoubtedly one of them. Even if she is not conventionally beautiful, that I suddenly felt that regarding Sun Yun merely as a friend was an utter waste. This girl is undoubtedly the most understanding person in the world. If I were to marry her, it would be a blessing from a past life. Unfortunately, I have transformed into a corpse demon, and it would be best not to bring her any misfortune. Moreover, compared to marriage, I feel that Sun Yun is more suited to be my confidant, the unique, most important person in my life, with whom I share a connection that transcends mere attraction. A bond so profound that losing her would feel like losing everything, a soulmate. In truth, a soulmate is also a form of love. However, our love does not revolve around each other's bodies, but rather our hearts. I love Sun Yun, cherishing her meticulous care and concern. Sun Yun loves me too. She would risk everything to save me, even knowing the danger, and she would fight against her hunger to avoid biting me. In fact, the moment I pushed her away from Lin Feng without hesitation, rushing forward to shield her from gunfire, I remembered not just Lin Feng, but also Sun Yun. That is why she could endure her fear and rush to embrace me. The embrace we shared allowed me to break free from the lingering resentment within my heart, becoming the very reason why Sun Yun no longer felt fear. She realized that even if my body had grown cold, I remained Li Yang, still her dearest friend. Which is more important, friendship or love? In the past, I would have insisted on the latter, yet after today, I have come to understand the former's significance, particularly when friendship endures trials and reaches a certain elevation. The bond between Sun Yun and me has transcended that night. We sat closely embraced on the sofa, recounting the experiences of recent days. Our hearts were completely aligned, yet we harbored no thoughts of disrespect towards each other's bodies. This was not due to my impotence, nor because Sun Yun found me unappealing, but rather because we no longer needed physical indulgence to express our emotions. Some may claim my words are mere nonsense, asserting that men and women together can only think of such matters. But I would contend that this is simply because they have not encountered Sun Yun, nor met that fated confidant in their lives. By the way, what about Zhou Hao? Have you decided how to tell him? Sun Yun suddenly furrowed her brow. Chapter 35. Each with their strengths, Chu Tian the mightiest. No, let's postpone it for now, I replied with a wry smile. This does not imply that my relationship with Zhou Hao is poor. Rather, this fellow, men cannot possibly be as gentle as Sun Yun, who considers my perspective from the outset. Hence, I must devise a suitable explanation, lest it lead to unnecessary complications that I ask for what to do moving forward. I had already shared my thoughts with Sun Yun. Fortunately, Li Tianxin had just helped alleviate my confusion, and Sun Yun concurred with his viewpoint. She mentioned having watched a film titled Warm Bodies, in which the male protagonist is a benevolent zombie who causes no harm and ultimately wins the affection of a beautiful heiress. Of course, such movies are utterly ridiculous, yet they have further solidified some of my thoughts that I have already become a corpse demon. This is an unchangeable fact. However, I can choose whether to be a rogue corpse demon wreaking havoc or one that benefits humanity. Admittedly, the notion of benefiting humanity is a farce, as I have never harbored such grand ideals. I merely seek to live with a clear conscience. Yet, at this moment, I remain unaware that merely achieving a clear conscience is already a formidable challenge for me. And Li Tianxin's steadfastness over the past 70 years is more angelic than that of any angel. He is practically the Jesus Christ among corpse demons. Moreover, he is on the verge of shattering that 70-year resolve. Are you really going to let go of your sister's matters like this? In another private room, Yuehua's expression was icy. Of course not. Li Tianxin shook his head vigorously. Although this action contradicted his principles, Xiaohua was, after all, the woman he cherished most. Despite their vast differences in character, this love was, in essence, tragic. However, I will address it once I am fully prepared, as I am the administrator of this city, and certain matters cannot simply be dismissed. Li Tianxin smiled wryly. Prepared? Are you referring to that little fool? I cannot fathom what you see in him, merely because his sister is his benefactor? Speaking of which, your sister's plight is also somewhat connected to him. Yuehua's demeanor grew even colder. You do not understand. It is precisely because you lack his mindset that I chose him over you and Qin Lan. I have observed this little fellow for quite some time, Li Tianxin replied with a smile. He had indeed been watching me closely since the moment I awoke. privy to everything that transpired thereafter, including my struggles of those days, and even my decision not to bite Sun Yun, as well as my late-night viewing of romantic films featuring Mastered Song and Xiaoze. Yet Yue Hua merely smiled coldly. Her expression non-committal. She did not fully agree with Li Tianxin's words, nor did she harbor much affection for me. This was quite normal. Beautiful heiresses generally lack fondness for ordinary individuals. However, both Li Tianxin and I failed to realize that due to Xiaohua's death and Li Tianxin's special treatment towards me, Yue Hua had begun to harbor resentment towards me from the depths of her heart. Even contemplating certain matters, when I first laid eyes on Yue Hua, I felt she was entirely different from Xiaohua, one resembling a fairy, the other a celestial being. Regrettably, I overlooked one crucial fact. They were sisters, twin sisters. By the way, how do you plan to help him quickly enhance his strength? Yue Hua inquired. Even with his sister's corpse demon genes, if he intends to gain formidable power through normal feeding, it would take at least 8 to 10 years. Do you intend to wait until then to address your sister's affairs? Of course not. I will expedite his strengthening through special methods, Li Tianxin replied with a smile. What methods? Do you recall what Chu Tian once said? Although I despise that guy, I also admire him. After all, he devised numerous methods to enhance strength, such as dual attribute growth. Dual attribute growth? Yue Hua appeared visibly astonished, as if Chu Tian once mentioned that the method of dual attribute growth not only resolves the issue of abnormal appetite but, if initiated from the outset, can rapidly enhance one's demonic power, cultivating the strongest, newly turned corpse demon. Unfortunately, most corpse demons are quite selfish and would not invest such effort in nurturing others. However, if one is willing, they can undoubtedly help that young lad grow swiftly. Li Tianxin's face was alight with excitement. But this method will. I know. Rest assured, I am not Chu Tian, and I will not let him harm his kin. That is a taboo among corpse demons, Li Tianxin murmured. Thus, I shall provide the dual attribute genes, as I am quite powerful and a winged corpse demon. As he spoke these words, Li Tianxin's expression was resolute. Upon hearing this, Yue Hua immediately stood up, her face filled with disbelief as she stared at Li Tianxin, seemingly unable to accept his words. Simultaneously, her expression grew colder, as if her hatred towards someone had intensified. When I emerged from the private room with Sun Yun, Wang Na was already sprawled on the floor, fast asleep, snoring softly and drooling all over the place. This little one was so adorable that I could hardly resist the urge to pounce on her. By the way, I have taken this little one as my goddaughter, so you will be her godmother from now on. Please take care of her. Why not cover the cost of new clothes? I said with a mischievous grin. Go to hell. You only think about my wallet. Every month, a large portion of my salary gets siphoned off by you and that scoundrel Zhou Hao. Sun Yun retorted indignantly, yet did not refuse that I had already informed her about Wang Na's situation. And the girl had cried upon hearing it, instinctively wanting to treat this little one better, even though she was merely a corpse demon. Moreover, after discussing with Sun Yun, we decided that resigning from the company would be prudent, as lingering there would inevitably lead to the discovery of peculiarities, which could incite unnecessary panic. Thus, my finances would soon become quite tight. Resign? That would be fine, if you're not afraid of hard work. You could come work at this restaurant like Chin Lan.it would be easier for similar beings to look out for one another, Li Tianxin suggested with a smile. Naturally, I readily agreed, as this fellow seemed quite wealthy and likely would not be stingy with wages. Outside, dawn had already broken. Yue Hua and Qin Lan had long departed, and the old man had taken Lin Feng away, though I knew not whether for training or other purposes. You were tired last night. Take a day or two to rest and care for Wang Na. Afterward, come to the restaurant to find me and begin training your demonic power. Additionally, keep a low profile for the next couple of days, as many police officers have seen our faces, Li Tianxin instructed. All right. I will come over the day after tomorrow, I nodded, intending to take my leave, only to be grabbed by Li Tianxin. Not so fast. First, drink this. Li Tianxin pointed to a cup of drink on the table. Another drink. Didn't you say that one meal could sustain me for 3 to 5 days? I scratched my head, but picked up the cup nonetheless, eager to gain demonic power swiftly. I was truly envious after witnessing the prowess of Yue Hua and Li Tianxin last night. However, just a sip caused me to spit it out, collapsing onto the table in a fit of retching that I distinctly remembered that this drink had been quite palatable. Why did it suddenly taste so nauseating and pungent? What did you add to it? It didn't taste like this yesterday, I asked in confusion. Of course, It's a good thing that will help you grow strong quickly. Just bear with it and treat it like herbal medicine. Li Tianqian chuckled, not allowing me to refuse as he pinched my nose and forced it down my throat, ensuring not a drop remained. Very well, I understood the adage about bitter medicine, so I endured, but this concoction was truly unbearable. Even more so than human food. I couldn't help but wonder if it contained something vile. To my astonishment, Li Tianqian insisted that I drink it daily from now on. Cough, cough, once you've finished. Hurry back to rest. I'm tired too. Li Tianqian coughed a couple of times, his complexion appearing rather pale and ashen. Moreover, when Li Tianqian turned around, I suddenly noticed bloodstains on his clothing. Had he been injured last night? It didn't seem so. Such a significant matter cannot possibly be suppressed entirely, a middle-aged man in the office said, drenched in sweat. What was more significant? It was as if the sky were collapsing. 11 people had died in a single night. 2 robbers. 7 from the National Security Bureau, and even 2 police snipers had been taken out. How could this possibly be suppressed? I told you to do it, so do it. Stop with the excessive chatter. Wang Li gritted her teeth, clearly in a foul mood. The middle-aged man was on the verge of madness. After all, he was a police chief, and yet he was being reprimanded by a girl scarcely out of her teens. Even if someone from the National Security Bureau were present. Wang Li, please step outside, Lu Gang said, his brow furrowed. Though experienced and composed, he disliked wielding his authority over others. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed, Director Zhang, this is an order from above. If word of this leaks, it will incite considerable panic among the populace, as you must surely understand. I understand, Director Zhang replied, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. But so many people witnessed it. I am aware that we cannot keep this under wraps within the precinct, but we must absolutely prevent any external leaks, especially to the media. It would be prudent to caution your subordinates against spreading rumors. Anyone who dares to incite public unrest will face severe consequences. I assure you, my subordinates are trustworthy. I have already spoken to them. However, Director Zhang began to sweat profusely again. The events of the previous night had unfolded too abruptly, leaving no time to clean up the mess before dawn. When the children from Lindishong School returned, the blood on the ground had barely dried. It will depend on your resourcefulness, Director Zhang. Surely, concocting an excuse should not be too challenging, Lu Gang said with a forced smile, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward the wall nearby, which was adorned with a multitude of wanted posters. Thus, the misdeeds of certain individuals from the previous night were entirely pinned on a few unfortunate and unsuspecting fugitives. Ah, how lucky I am, and how unfortunate they are. Furthermore, Lu Gang had issued several orders that alleviated all concerns regarding the incident. First, all police investigations related to the corpse demons were to be halted. Only the National Security Bureau's covert task force would handle such matters. Second, even if the police encountered those individuals from the previous night, they were to turn a blind eye and refrain from taking any action, as doing otherwise would be tantamount to courting disaster. Even if the police discovered those individuals engaged in the slaughter of humans, they were not to act hastily, but rather report immediately to the covert task force officers, Lu Gang or Wang Li. Lastly, the police were to remain perpetually prepared. Should a similar incident arise again, they must not be caught off guard. Even if they lacked the capacity to engage in combat, they were nonetheless required to manage the aftermath effectively. What did these orders signify? They implied that the events of the previous night had seemingly never occurred, and they also signified my complete liberation. I could stroll nonchalantly down the street without fear of police intervention, provided I did not cross paths with Lu Gang or Wang Li. In fact, the very next day, as I stepped outside, I encountered the police officer I had knocked unconscious the previous night and from whom I had removed the police uniform. Yet, to my surprise, he froze, turned on his heel, and fled. I wiped the sweat from my brow and hopped into a taxi, taking little Wang Na to shop for clothes. Chapter 36. Young Bin's distress in stark contrast to my leisurely day. Early the next morning, Lin Feng sought out Qin Lan, respectfully addressing him as teacher, which brought a gleeful twinkle to the old man's eyes. Very well, from today onwards, you shall train with me to hone your demon powers, Qin Lan declared with a smile. Before assigning Lin Feng his first task, to run, and not just any distance, but a full 100 kilometers, running, Lin Feng appeared bewildered, but Qin Lan explained with a grin that corpse demons are, after all, corpses. Without frequent muscle activation, their bodies would quickly become rigid. Moreover, the energy obtained from each meal is essentially the embryonic form of demon power. Albeit in minuscule amounts, a powerful corpse demon would gradually accumulate this energy for use in battle. whereas a newly awakened corpse demon should expend this energy as swiftly as possible before consuming again. This continuous cycle of consumption and replenishment would slowly expand one's demon power limits. With demon power, one's body could grow demon weapons, which are, in essence, the manifestation of demon power. The two are intricately linked. Understanding this, Lin Feng wasted no time and dashed out, demonstrating remarkable perseverance. On his first day, he ran a staggering 180 kilometers, while I was busy shopping with Little Wang Na and Sun Yun. Speaking of the manifestation of demon power into demon weapons, Lin Feng felt rather disheartened. He had little affinity for the scale-bellied type of demon weapon and yearned instead for the winged type. This desire stemmed not only from the ability to fly, but also from the perception that winged types seemed to possess superior overall strength. However, one cannot make such a sweeping statement. Each type of corpse demon has its strengths and weaknesses. Our scale-bellied type boasts the fastest short-distance speed and the strongest rhythm in close combat. And our transformations are quite commendable, Qin Lan explained, demonstrating by sprouting fine scales all over his body, resembling a transformer. Moreover, the scale-bellied type has a well-balanced offense and defense. When it comes to defense, one can envelop oneself in scales, and for offense, one can consolidate those scales with demon power to form weapons, such as swords or spears, capabilities that the winged type simply lacks, as their demon weapon form is fixed as wings. And the back-armored type of corpse demon is also formidable, possessing the highest defense among corpse demons. Once they reach 6 to 8 plates, even human artillery may struggle to penetrate. Additionally, their armor can change its appearance and color at will, much like a chameleon, which grants them exceptional stealth. As for the tail-spike type of corpse demon, they excel in varied attacks. Each tail can function as a separate weapon that if one can cultivate 7 or 8 tails. It equates to having multiple attack variations, allowing for integrated offense and defense while simultaneously delivering multiple strikes, difficult to defend against. Qin Lan was truly an excellent teacher, although his personal strength was limited. His theoretical knowledge was unparalleled. Before long, Lin Feng looked at him with admiration. But, isn't the winged type of corpse demon the one with the highest demon power? Lin Feng continued to be troubled by this question. After pondering for a moment, he added, "While I was in Shanghai, I heard people say that the growth limit for the scale-bellied and back-armored types is only 8 plates, and even the tail-spike type has a maximum of 9 plates of demon weapons. Yet, the winged type can reach the pinnacle of 10 plates. Pfft, those folks are talking nonsense," Qin Lan scoffed dismissively. "In theory, all corpse demons can reach the 10-plate limit. It's just incredibly challenging. It's not something you can achieve with a bit of potential and some effort. Most corpse demons struggle to enhance beyond 6 plates, and 8 plates marks their limit. As for 10 plates, that's nearly impossible. The reason the winged type is considered the strongest is due to the emergence of a singular genius among them. The only one in the history of corpse demons to cultivate demon weapons to 10 plates. Chu Tian, Lin Feng immediately exclaimed, recalling the name. Indeed, that guy, while rather insufferable and incredibly arrogant, is a genius that the old man cannot help but acknowledge. He has completely shattered the limits of corpse demons. It's a pity that neither the scale-bellied nor back-armored types have produced such a talent," Qin Lan lamented. Before Chu Tian, everyone believed that the tail-spike type was the strongest because their demon weapons grow in a unique manner. Unlike other corpse demons, which grow in pairs, they grow in singular numbers. Although they start with only 1 weak plate, many strong individuals throughout history have managed to break through to 9 plates, such as Xiaohua, who once boasted 9 plates of demon weapons. Moreover, before the old man became a corpse demon, during the time when Li Tianchen was merely a newcomer, the world of corpse demons was not the disorganized mess it is today. It was entirely dominated by the tail-spike type. At its peak, there were 4 9-tailed corpse demons, and the other types simply could not compete with them. This state of affairs was entirely upended by Chu Tian, thanks to a climactic battle. The old man's creator witnessed that battle. But alas, the old man was born too late. Those 4 9-tailed types could easily be regarded as the kings of corpse demons back in their day. In the end, fell to 1. As Chu Tian decisively defeated them and eliminated 3, leaving only 1 to flee in disgrace. After that battle, the world of corpse demons descended into chaos. No one emerged to take command, and each city merely appointed an administrator to maintain a semblance of control over the development of corpse demons. All of this is history. In the time since, while some powerful corpse demons have appeared, none have reached the level of Chu Tian. Even though Xiaohua was once compared to Chu Tian, the disparity is still significant. She was merely the first female corpse demon to reach 9 plates, making her a notable representative, hence the saying male Chu Tian, female Xiaohua. It's a pity that this title ended up being a burden for Xiaohua. Chu Tian left her severely injured, presumably for that very reason. Lin Feng listened. His face flushed as he desperately imagined that climactic battle in his mind, and suddenly he scratched his head and asked, then why doesn't Chu Tian emerge as the king of corpse demons? Who knows what that guy is thinking? He rarely shows his face, and when he does, it's to seek out strong opponents to fight. After the battle, he just disappears again, which is why the world of corpse demons has taken to calling that lunatic Shu the madman. Qin Lan chuckled dryly. Perhaps I know what he is after. Lin Feng suddenly declared with fervor in his eyes, he only desires strength. Boundless strength, enough to make the entire world tremble before him. He seeks absolute power, and everything else is inconsequential. Titles like King of Corpse Demons or notions of domination mean nothing to him. As he spoke, Lin Feng downed the last of his drink in one gulp and turned to embark on his second 100-kilometer run, leaving behind a statement that filled Qin Lan's heart with pride. From this day forth, my goal is to surpass Chu Tian. I shall become the first 10-plate scale corpse demon in history, and I aspire to be even stronger than Chu Tian. Meanwhile, I had just finished browsing the first children's boutique with Wang Na and was preparing to head to the second. Behind me trailed Sun Yun, who was sobbing uncontrollably, her head cradled in her hands due to an impending emotional outburst, along with Zhou Hao, who had just arrived and was still somewhat intoxicated. This was not due to my laziness. Rather, Li Tianchen had completely neglected to instruct me, showing no concern for my predicament whatsoever. Hey, where did this little beggar come from? Get out, don't dirty the floor. A saleswoman in the boutique waved her hand in disgust, startling little Wang Na into retreat. What the hell did you just say? Calling my daughter a little beggar? My nose crinkled in irritation as I sprang forward. Sure, even though I had bathed Wang Na at least 10 times last night. Making her little face rosy and plump, her clothes remained tattered and unchanged. Sun Yun's expression soured as she stepped forward, coldly huffing, such a beautiful little princess, and you dare call her a little beggar? Did you forget to wipe the sleep from your eyes this morning? Here, let me lend you a tissue. Sun Yun's sharp tongue was always impressive, which is why Zhou Hao and I never dared to argue with her. I apologize. This salesgirl is new and doesn't understand the rules. Allow me to assist you. What would you like to purchase? The manager quickly approached, bowing and scraping. Purchase? What a joke. What a lousy store with such terrible service. Wang Na, let us go to the next one. I strode out with an air of superiority, wiping the cold sweat from my forehead. Goodness, the children's clothes in this shop were priced in the thousands. Thankfully, I had found an excuse to leave, or I would have been mortified. Alas, my companions are mere ordinary folks. Even if I were to indulge in pampering a little girl, I cannot squander money frivolously. As we exited, the shouting from inside the store continued unabated, the manager fuming. Who does she think she is, chasing away customers on her first day? Just because I might have slept with your sister doesn't make you special. Not that it matters, clearly. She can't afford anything in our store, the saleswoman retorted defiantly. Can't afford it? That little girl may be dressed in rags, but the man is wearing Armani, and that lady is holding an LV bag. Did you really not wipe the sleep from your eyes this morning? The manager erupted in fury. Outside, Zhou Hao was dumbfounded, staring at me and asking, Li Yang, when did you buy Armani? Damn, I didn't even notice. Where did you get the money? Flea market. 2 sets for $100. Want one? I'm quite familiar with the owner. I chuckled awkwardly. Zhou Hao, still disgruntled, turned back and said, what about Sun Yun? Is your LV bag also a fake from the flea market? Get lost. I'm not like you guys with no taste, Sun Yun scoffed. This is authentic Taobao merchandise. Zhou Hao was nearly spitting blood in frustration. It was quite embarrassing to be reduced to our level as ordinary people. However, little Wang Na seemed oblivious to our banter and was rather elated, as this was the first time someone stood up for her since she became a corpse demon, and she was taken shopping for various pretty outfits. Admittedly, none of those garments were branded. Even after a long stroll through the pedestrian street, we ultimately decided to head to the flea market. Although her favorite was a Chanel princess dress from a boutique, we ended up buying her a Hello Kitty outfit instead. With me as her newly appointed father backing her, Wang Na noticeably shed her shyness throughout the day, occasionally daring to skip about on the street and even linking arms with Sun Yun. Despite knowing that Wang Na was a corpse demon, Sun Yun could not resist her charm, and soon they were inseparable, with Sun Yun even insisting on becoming her godmother. I don't mind as long as you're not afraid of me taking advantage of you. I laughed dryly, but if I'm to be your godmother, I expect a dinner invitation at a Western restaurant tonight. As long as you dare to eat, I'll treat you. Sun Yun replied proudly, fully aware that I could not consume human food. Unfortunately, she underestimated me. Naturally, if I was to dine out, I would find a location that pleased everyone. Caesar's Western restaurant. Speaking of which, I had not seen Yangbin since that occasion, as Li Tianqian forbade me from getting too close to him. But surely dining at a restaurant would not be an issue. The restaurant, it was not yet open for business. Perhaps Yangbin was indifferent to the state of his establishment. As he sat idly in a private booth, sipping on drinks, across from a stunningly beautiful woman, Yuehua. Chapter 37. I am not a Lolita fan. Did they know each other? Of course, they lived in the same city. Was it you who caused the commotion the other day? TSK, quite audacious to provoke the National Security Bureau. Yangbin sneered. Li Tianqian has become rather arrogant since attaining his 8 wings. So what if he ISNT an 8-wing? They're just 2 B-level officials. I could handle them myself. Yuehua replied coldly. Indeed. UVE reached 7 tails. Everyone is advancing quickly, while I, Yangbin, chuckled bitterly. Actually, I was there that night, even earlier than you, but I didn't dare make a move. Alas, my power is lacking. Are you still only at 4 arms? Yuehua appeared astonished. Frowning as she said, I remember you were nearing 6 arms before you left. Why haven't you advanced since then? Yangbin remained silent, merely shaking his head in a bitter smile. After pondering for a long while, Yuehua suddenly changed her expression, stepping forward to lift Yangbin's shirt, exposing his back. The markings of a corpse demon's martial prowess would remain even when not in battle, leaving a trace behind, and the markings of a back-armored corpse demon resembled black scars. 6 scars adorned Yangbin's back, 4 of which were notably dark, while the other 2 resembled fresh scars, pale and devoid of color. This was unusual, very unusual. The markings of a corpse demon's martial prowess could not be colorless. Even a newly formed bud would carry a hint of black. Yuehua's expression shifted again, exclaiming, UVE developed 6 arms, yet you're regressing. Have you entered? With a huff, Yangbin coldly pulled his shirt back down, silently nodding. Yes, I've reached my limit. Haven't you noticed I've been drinking blood? Yet it's completely ineffective. The more I drink, the thirstier I become, and my strength fails to grow. 3 empty bottles already lay on the table, but Yangbin opened a 4th one with a bitter smile. Abnormal appetite. Yuehua recited those 4 words coldly, then broke into a bitter smile, her gaze toward Yangbin now filled with pity. The term abnormal appetite was one I had heard Li Tianqian mention. It seemed that the potential of corpse demons varied from individual to individual, with some having high potential and others low, but ultimately they all faced a limit. Upon reaching this limit, their power could no longer grow, and the representative of this limit was an insatiable hunger. Regardless of how much human flesh one consumed, their power would not increase, and even newly formed martial prowess could regress. Thus, during this phase, corpse demons often became irritable, desperately seeking to escape the stagnation, leading to an increase in their hunting frequency. When I encountered Yangbin that night, it was actually his 3rd hunt that evening. Unfortunately, even if one were to slaughter 100 individuals in a day, this situation would not change, for a corpse demon in the phase of abnormal appetite was akin to a bottle full of power that could no longer accept any more. The only solution was to shatter the bottle. How to shatter the bottle? Li Tianqian had not divulged this to me, but I had gleaned some insights from his mention of Xiaohua. When human organs fail to satisfy a corpse demon's power needs, perhaps the only solution is to slaughter one's own kind and consume the organs of fellow corpse demons, for they inherently possess far more power than humans. This, perhaps, explained why Xiaohua had offended countless corpse demons, ultimately leading to her being besieged. She had evolved to 9 tails, yet entered a phase where her power could no longer grow. Poor Yangbin, with potential far inferior to hers, was already at 4 arms. What do you plan to do? Yuehua frowned. In truth, this question was rather moot, as Yangbin was utterly helpless. If it were Xiaohua, with her formidable strength stemming from 9 martial prowess, she could disregard the laws of corpse demons, freely hunting her kin for sustenance. Although this would undoubtedly incite the wrath of others, leading to collective retaliation. Yet Yangbin, he was merely at 4 arms, lacking the opportunity to provoke the ire of his kind, as he simply did not possess the strength to defy the laws of corpse demons or the capacity to hunt his kin. For powerful corpse demons, such as Chutian or Shaohua, the phase of abnormal appetite provided an excuse for a bloody upheaval, but for Yang Bin, it signified the complete cessation of growth. Certainly, Yang Bin could hunt weaker individuals, such as newly emerged corpse demons. However, this might be the reason Li Tianxin forbade me from getting too close to him. As for Yang Bin, that night, he had been particularly friendly toward me. I originally had my sights set on a little fellow, wanting to deceive him back to Ray's for a few days, but alas, Li Tianxin forbade me from touching him. Damn. Yang Bin had no qualms about revealing his thoughts to Weihua. I've known him for so many years, even if our relationship isn't particularly close. At least I'm somewhat familiar. Damn, I can see through that idiot Li Tianxin. For a newcomer, he treats me this way. I truly don't understand what's so special about that newcomer. Nothing special. Except he carries a trace of my sister's genes. Weihua shook her head. I also don't know why Tianxin is so good to him. Speaking of which, I'm also somewhat familiar with you, if possible. I'd like to help you through this difficult time. Really? Yang Bin's face brightened with joy, yet a hint of confusion lingered as he queried, why do you wish to assist me? We aren't even friends. I've said it before. I at least recognize your face, while that fellow is entirely unrelated to me, and for certain reasons, I find him rather disagreeable. Weihua replied languidly, her gaze growing colder at times. I truly fail to comprehend why some women, as beautiful as angels, harbor thoughts akin to those of demons. To me, Shaohua embodies such a demon, and what of Weihua? Brother Yang, I called out, tapping on the glass door. Inside, both Yang Bin and Weihua turned their heads simultaneously to regard me. Squinting their eyes in unison, Li Tianxin once remarked that the prohibition against the slaughter of companions is an ironclad law among the corpse demons. Yet the question remains, how many of these demons, aside from him, truly abide by this rule? In the face of profit and legality, there are often greedy humans who will choose the former. While confronted with power and law, how might the corpse demons decide? In such a large Western restaurant, why is it not open for business? I inquired with a cheerful smile, for I harbored a favorable impression of Yang Bin. He was the first corpse demon to treat me well, followed closely by Li Tianxin. Did you not catch a whiff? We remodeled a few days ago. Yang Bin gestured towards the freshly painted ceiling, then added with a smile, what brings you here? I heard you join Li Laoda, and I thought you had forgotten about me. How could I? I am not the sort to be ungrateful, especially since you mentioned providing me meals, right? So, I brought a friend along for dinner, I replied with a grin, wrapping my arm around Yang Bin's shoulder while indicating my companion behind me. Oh, Wang Na. Yang Bin surprisingly recognized Wang Na and greeted her, but unfortunately, the little girl seemed quite frightened of him, quickly darting into Sun Yun's embrace. Oh. Yang Bin expressed further astonishment, glancing between Sun Yun and Zhou Hao, seemingly perplexed as to why I, as a corpse demon, would associate with humans. I quickly pulled him aside and whispered, they were my best friends from before. I can't simply discard them, even now that I sigh, Brother Yang, you should understand. Yang Bin nodded immediately, I do. I also had many friends I couldn't let go of in the past, but I haven't dared to see them in recent years. They all have families now, while I still look like I'm in my 20s. I was not mistaken. From our conversation that night, I discerned that Yang Bin held a strong sense of loyalty. Or perhaps it was merely that for a corpse demon, consuming one's kin was likely just an unfortunate accident. Just sit down. Although we aren't open, the kitchen still has plenty of food. I can fetch something for your friend. As for you and Wang Na, no need, just 2 bottles of drinks will suffice. I hastily waved my hand, for although the food here had undoubtedly undergone special preparation, Sun Yun was already aware of what I consumed, and dining together would be somewhat unappetizing. Zhou Hao remained oblivious, astonished by Wang Na's presence, and with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, he asked, by the way, Li Yang, where did you find such an adorable little girl, a goddaughter? I've never heard of her before. A relative from my hometown. Her parents are no longer around, and she has no other relatives. So I'm just helping to take care of her for a few days. I casually deflected. Of course, I was saying this behind Wang Na's back, as I was quite fearful of further traumatizing the little one. Zhou Hao was an easygoing person. He nodded and ceased his inquiries. Though he was quite the lecher, he didn't have a penchant for Lolis. Rather, he seemed increasingly enamored with Sun Yun's developing figure, teasing her throughout the meal. Naturally, it was all in jest. I say, Liang, aren't you eating? Wang Na isn't eating either. Have you both gone the whole day without food? Can you really fill up on drinks? Look at Sun Yun, she's devouring her meal, he remarked. Ah, is that why she is getting bigger? It's none of your business how big I am, and besides, I'm not letting you touch me. Moreover, why are you so concerned about whether I eat or not? You can't even fit a steak in your mouth. Just curious, why do you always defend Liang lately? Are you planning to marry him? Or perhaps you find little Wang Na so cute that you wish to become her mother? It just so happens that Wang Na is a bit on the slender side. Heh, Sun Yun, you could consider breastfeeding her. Scram, do you want me to stab you with a fork? Don't speak so indiscriminately in front of a child. Such was the nature of our dining experience, filled with laughter and playful banter. Yet, previously I would have joined in, but now, having recently transformed into a corpse demon and taken in little Wang Na, I found myself maturing considerably, opting to ignore their antics. However, Yang Bin, a jovial character, seamlessly integrated himself into the banter, occasionally joining Zhou Hao and teasing Sun Yun, making the meal quite enjoyable. I say, Liang, even if you are now with Li Tianqian, we are still friends. Right? Do drop by when you have the time, Yang Bin suggested with a smile, then suddenly lowered his voice. By the way, have you begun training your demon power? If you need help, I can assist you. Not yet. How does one train? Li Gu only tells me to rest every day. I scratch my head in confusion. Rest? Nonsense. If all you do is rest, you'll never develop any demon-powered AT this rate. You'll never be able to manifest a demon weapon in your lifetime. It seems Li Tianqian, despite being an administrator, is not quite fit to be a teacher, Yang Bin scoffed. His words were somewhat exaggerated. As long as one kept consuming, a corpse demon would inevitably manifest a demon weapon. It was merely a matter of time. However, if I only rested, my timeline for developing a demon weapon would certainly lag far behind Lin Feng. Listening to Yang Bin's words, I felt a twinge of doubt, although I was aware that Li Tianqian cared deeply for me. I wondered why he never taught me anything. Was he truly unqualified to be a teacher? Nevertheless, I refrained from accepting Yang Bin's offer for assistance, as Li Tianqian had been the one to speak first. Seeking help from Yang Bin felt somewhat disloyal. And this decision turned out to be the wisest I could make. Li Tianqian was not forbidding me from training. Rather, my situation was entirely different from Lin Feng's. In fact, Li Tianqian had already begun to take certain actions, such as that peculiar drink I consumed daily. Currently, I was not suited to forcibly enhance my demon power or stimulate the growth of a demon weapon, at least not in the short term. Well, do as you wish, but don't let our friendship become too distant. Feel free to stop by the restaurant when you can. If you can't find me, just head to my home, Yang Bin chuckled, handing me a piece of paper with his address. This fellow resided in an upscale villa district, a stark contrast to my humble rented accommodations. Was this considered me having befriended a wealthy individual? Our meal did not last long, given that Yang Bin's restaurant was not yet operational, and I felt it would be rude to overstay my welcome. Furthermore, the freshly painted walls emitted a strong odor, prompting us to take our leave. However, as we exited the restaurant, little Wang Na suddenly furrowed her brow and turned to glance in the direction of the private dining area. What's wrong? I asked, puzzled. Nothing. Wang Na just caught a whiff of Sister Yuehua's scent. It seems she is also in the restaurant, the little one murmured. But why has Tishi come out to greet me, having been a corpse demon for much longer than I? Wang Na, despite her limited demon power and lack of a demon weapon, had already learned to distinguish companions, recognizing the presence of another instantly. Is she here too? She should know Brother Yang, but being a rich and beautiful woman, she naturally wouldn't want to acknowledge someone like me. I chuckled bitterly, not letting it weigh heavily on my heart, though I instinctively felt a pang of disappointment. After all, everyone yearns to be close to beauty. Yet they tend to gravitate towards those who are relatively exceptional, like Li Tianqian, and even Yang Bin likely surpassed me in worth at that moment. Luckily, I had Wang Na. The little one was simply adorable, especially after donning the new clothes I had just purchased for her, resembling a little princess. Her delicate, rosy cheeks and those big, sparkling eyes, filled with a hint of shyness, were utterly charming. I am not a lilicon. I absolutely am not. Though I couldn't help but give her a hearty kiss, leaving her with a face covered in drool, prompting her to pout adorably. My living space was quite small, a one-bedroom rental, and that bedroom was separated by wooden boards. Yet, squeezing two people into it was more than adequate, especially with little Wang Na taking up minimal space. Does Wang Na want her own little bed? It might be a bit cramped, but I think it could fit. I gestured around the room. I assent this arrangement fine. A new bed is quite expensive, the little one pouted, seemingly already grasping the concept of frugality, which filled me with warmth, though I promptly splattered her with more drool. I am not a lilicon. I am not a lilicon. I am not a lilicon. I have always been reluctant to share a bed with Wang Na, even though she is still quite small. However, last night, in the middle of the night, the little one either stretched or something, and suddenly she curled up completely under the blanket, even burrowing into my robe, leading to a rather awkward awakening the following morning. I am not a lolicon, thus I shall refrain from describing that particular scene. Alternatively, I could consider sleeping on the sofa. Thankfully, my sofa is a foldable one, easily converted into a bed. However, little Wang Na seemed quite averse to sleeping apart from me, as since that day, she had grown particularly fond of the warmth of being in my arms. After half an hour of persuasion that proved futile, I ultimately had to concede and agree to cuddle with her each night. Sigh, only heaven knows how challenging it was for me to reach that decision, given that I had previously cherished sleeping in the nude. It appears I have lost that opportunity for good. Furthermore, little Wang Na had another rather embarrassing quirk. She was very resistant to bathing. Wang Na is growing up. You must learn to do these things on your own, all right? I gently encouraged. Do not. Wang Na is still young. Wang Na will never grow up. I need daddy to help with the bath. The little one whined. I must admit, she was right. She would never grow up, which meant I would always have to assist her with bathing. How torturous. I'm not a Lolita enthusiast. Fortunately, little Wang Na does not require much assistance. I only need to fill the tub with water, prepare the towels and soap, and accompany her during the bath. Otherwise, if I were to help her with the soap, I fear I might eventually become a Lolita enthusiast myself. Daddy, what's on your shoulder? It's all dark and dirty. Let Wang Na help you wipe it off. All right. All right. Reluctantly, I crouched down and began to mutter my usual refrain of not being a Lolita enthusiast. However, as she wiped, something peculiar occurred. Little Wang Na spent a good half hour trying to clean my shoulder. Yet the dark spot remained stubbornly intact, growing even darker. A birthmark. No, I distinctly remembered that my birthmark was not located there, nor was it symmetrically placed on both shoulders. Moreover, it wasn't just my shoulders. A small dark spot had also appeared on my backside. Daddy is so dirty. It can't be wiped off. Humph, Wang Na won't bathe with you anymore. The little one pouted and sulked away, while I sighed, increasingly puzzled. What on earth was this? Could it be related to the corpse demon? Perhaps I should ask Li Tianxin tomorrow. I just hope he won't entertain any inappropriate thoughts while examining my backside. By the way, after resigning tomorrow, I would coincidentally be starting my job at his restaurant. Oh right, I haven't informed Zhou Hao about my resignation yet. I need to think of a good excuse. Sigh, so many troublesome matters. Daddy, hurry and finish your bath. Wang Na wants to sleep in your arms. Oh. I responded weakly. Trouble seemed to be multiplying. I'm not a Lolita enthusiast. I'm not a Lolita enthusiast. Has the prototype already emerged? Excellent. Li Tianxin smiled and nodded. Prototype? Could it be? I was somewhat astonished. When I first noticed those two dark spots, I had considered whether this might be the prototype of a demon weapon. However, the timing seemed too swift. I had only recently become a corpse demon and had barely fed once or twice. How could I acquire a demon weapon so easily? If that were the case, I would find it difficult to understand why Lin Feng practiced so diligently every day. Lin Feng told me he trains rigorously with Qin Lan, running at least 200 kilometers daily, sometimes even doubling that, while I merely accompanied Wang Na on shopping trips and engaged in idle chatter with Zhou Hao and Sun Yun. Have you developed black markings on your body? I had asked him before. Black markings? No, what are those? Lin Feng had replied, puzzled. Nothing. Forget it. Just continue your training. I scratched my head. Lin Feng had nothing, yet I had developed these markings. What could this mean? He trained tirelessly, and I merely strolled around and ended up with them. Why? I had suspected that these were not demon weapons, perhaps merely corpse spots or some repulsive affliction, considering my body was already that of a corpse. Yet now Li Tianxin had confirmed it was a prototype. Why? I posed this question to Li Tianxin, but he merely waved his hand with a smile, telling me not to rush and to stabilize myself first, work, life, and so forth. Life had settled for me. I had managed to bring Wang Na onto a normal path. As for work, despite having a minor quarrel with Zhou Hao over it, I had finally resigned. He blamed me for not informing him about such a significant decision and for inexplicably taking a job at some restaurant without explanation. However, I was reluctant to clarify many matters. Thankfully, Sun Yun helped me muddle through. That restaurant is run by a distant relative of mine. They asked me to help out. I explained. That works. You can start working at my restaurant tomorrow. Your salary is flexible. Just take whatever you need from the store. Li Tianxin chuckled again. Li Tianxin was quite wealthy. He had cars, houses, and women. Well, not women since his partner had passed, But in any case, he was quite affluent. Yet I didn't care about such things. Even if Li Tianqian offered me a monthly salary in the tens of thousands, or provided meals and accommodation, I would remain indifferent. My only concern was one thing. Having become a corpse demon, resolutely determined to transform into the wolf among the sheep, I needed to acquire the corresponding strength. Thus, I began to seek Li Tianqian's guidance on training methods similar to Lin Feng's. There's no need. You don't have to train as hard as Lin Feng. Your circumstances differ somewhat from his. Li Tianqian waved his hand. Different? I couldn't comprehend. Originally, Lin Feng's strength surpassed mine, as evidenced by the deadly struggle at school that night. He barely retained the capacity to fight, while I struggled to protect myself. Yet, merely 2 or 3 days later, my situation had completely reversed. The prototype had emerged for me, while he had nothing, and I was even more baffled. You mentioned I am a coddle-type corpse demon. Why has the prototype appeared on both my backside and my back? I inquired again. Li Tianqian chuckled triumphantly, winking mischievously as he said, "Didn't I say I would help you? This is the result." Listening to his response, I became even more puzzled, as I lacked the ability to connect many dots due to my ignorance, and Li Tianqian often spoke in half-truths, leaving me frustrated. Nevertheless, I still had faith in Li Tianqian. He advised me not to rush. So I temporarily set my worries aside and focused on my work at the restaurant while keeping a close eye on Lin Feng's training progress, as well as observing the transformation of those peculiar dark spots on my back. Li Yang. My demon weapon has taken shape. Come quickly to see. Lin Feng exuberantly pulled me into the back room of the restaurant, lifting his shirt to show me the black spots on his back. And this was already the 6th day since I had first noticed my own. That's wonderful. Congratulations. Have you been training hard lately? I patted his shoulder, forcing a smile. Of course it's hard work, but Teacher Qinlan says I'm doing great. I've developed a demon weapon prototype in such a short time. If I keep it up, I'll probably soon break free from my cocoon, Lin Feng declared proudly. I pursed my lips, remaining silent. He had toiled extensively to achieve this, while I had done so with ease that I truly didn't want to tell him that I had already surpassed him in this regard. Otherwise, it would surely crush his spirits. Moreover, what did he mean by breaking free from the cocoon? The black spots on my back were already slightly swelling. The only connection I could make was with the concoction Li Tianqian had given me. But he never disclosed what it was. He only instructed me to drink it continuously, 1 bottle a day, sometimes even 2. By the way, Lin Feng, has Teacher Qinlan made you drink any strange beverages? I asked again. Beverages? You mean blood? I drink it often. It helps with recovery after training, and I consume more than the usual amount. But that doesn't seem strange, does it? Lin Feng scratched his head. All right, I understood now. Li Tianqian had been treating me to special care, providing me with something akin to the magical elixirs from martial arts novels. Thank you. I sincerely expressed my gratitude to Li Tianqian once more, though at that moment, I was unaware that such thanks could hardly repay what he had done for me. No need. Li Tianqian waved his hand dismissively. Yet he coughed more violently. He had been coughing for days, as if he had fallen ill. Do corpse demons get sick? I'm not particularly curious by nature. I only ask once, and if Li Tianqian doesn't want to share, I wouldn't pry further. However, I noticed something strange. Whenever he coughed, Yuehua's gaze towards me turned increasingly icy. Chapter 39. Frequency fusion. Being disliked by women is certainly not a pleasant experience, especially when the woman is a beauty. However, it's not as if I could ever be favored by a beauty, so I might as well let her be. The quieter life became, the faster time seemed to pass, in the blink of an eye. I had been working at the restaurant for over half a month. Since the restaurant paid weekly, Li Tianqian had already given me 2 astonishing paychecks, each exceeding 10,000. This is too much. I isn't it. I'm just carrying trays, I remarked, both amused and bewildered. It doesn't matter. It's just money. Li Tianqian chuckled. Money may be precious to humans, but for us corpse demons, it's hardly different from toilet paper. It's enough to wipe one's behind. I couldn't help but laugh. This guy actually made a joke? It was something I had never dared to imagine before. In fact, I also realized that Li Tianqian only joked with me. He seemed to smile solely at me. Beyond that, even when speaking to Qinlan, he appeared rather cold, and with Yuehua, he was only slightly gentler in tone. With a smile, I wondered if I would ever see one again in a few hundred years. But whenever he was with me, he seemed to be laughing every moment. Had he fallen for me? Did he want to have a romantic relationship with me? Of course not. But aside from that, I genuinely couldn't think of any reason for his kindness towards me, which was so exceptional that even my parents would feel embarrassed that I was truly grateful to him. But I felt there was something peculiar about it. Perhaps I should consult someone else. The first person I sought out was Yang Bin. I always felt we had a good relationship, considering him a buddy. Has he given you any strange drinks? What is strange about them? Yang Bin asked, bewildered. I can't quite articulate it. It's like traditional Chinese medicine. That is not important. What matters is the spots on my back. Look, why are there so many black spots? And why are they on my shoulders and back? I lamented as I lifted my shirt. The black spots are the prototype of a demon weapon. Congratulations, but aren't you a caudal type? Why are they on your shoulders and back? Yang Bin muttered, suddenly stopping mid-sentence, staring agape at the spots on my back. That's impossible. How have you managed this? Is it Li Tianqian? Yang Bin's expression shifted dramatically. No, how could he go to such lengths for you? What on earth does this fellow intend to do? Dual attributes. He actually wants to cultivate you into a dual attribute. Yang Bin's voice trembled increasingly. What are you talking about? I was utterly bewildered by his words. No. This isn't right. I need to find someone to inquire. Yang Bin suddenly sprang up and darted away like the wind. A bead of sweat trickled down my forehead. What on earth is going on? Even if Yang Bin is unreliable, I can still ask someone else, perhaps an old fellow who claims to be the encyclopedia of the corpse demon world. Even Li Tianqian has acknowledged that although Qin Lan's strength is not remarkable, he possesses nearly all knowledge regarding corpse demons, making him well-versed in ancient and modern lore. Thus, he should be able to provide me with answers. However, I never anticipated that Qin Lan's reaction would be even more exaggerated than Li Tianqian's. The old man gaped in shock at the 3 dark spots on my back, as if his jaw had dropped, nearly pulling out his beard in disbelief. Did Li Tianqian do this to you? The old man barked. Yes. What of it? Well, I understand that taking shortcuts might seem somewhat dubious, but honestly, I have no idea why he is helping me like this. Please, can you check if this demon weapon is nearly ready to manifest? I replied awkwardly. Yes. It's just 1 step away. The old man palpated the protrusions on my back, yet his brow was deeply furrowed. But this is wrong, very wrong. Young one, wait here. I must have a word with Li Tianqian. The old man abruptly stood up and, like Yang Bin, dashed out. I was at a loss for words. What on earth is amiss? Could these rascals not inform me beforehand? That day, I spent an entire day in a daze, unable to comprehend the situation. Ultimately returning home with a face full of frustration. On that day, Yang Bin promptly sought out Yuehua, exclaiming, what on earth is going on? Why does Li Tianqian want to cultivate that young one into a dual attribute? Why is he bestowing his wing-type genes upon him? Yuehua rolled her eyes, exasperated. How would I know? Perhaps he has taken a liking to that young one. Is there a problem with dual attributes? Clearly, Yuehua was just as clueless about the issue. However, the so-called encyclopedia of corpse demons knew. With a loud bang, the door was kicked open, and Qin Lan stormed in with a grim expression, immediately tearing Li Tianqian's clothing apart. A deep, bone-revealing gash appeared on his chest, extending deep into his body. Even some of the internal organs bore lines of blood, either from slicing or tearing. What on earth are you doing? Qin Lan yelled furiously. Have you found out? Did you discover it yourself? Or did Li Yang tell you? Li Tianqian replied nonchalantly. I knew he couldn't keep it a secret. It doesn't matter, for it was never a secret. Who said it's unimportant? What matters is what you were doing. Qin Lan retorted, you actually sacrificed your own body to forcibly stimulate his demon power? I wondered why you had not trained him recently. It turns out it was for this. Is there a problem? I told you. I will help him grow stronger as quickly as possible, Li Tianqian murmured. I want him to replace my position as the administrator, so I can focus on resolving the matter with Xiaohua. Is that really the case? What else could it be? Qin Lan fell silent, pondering deeply for a long while before saying, fine, even if you want him to become stronger quickly, why must you forcibly stimulate his dual attributes? What you are doing is not helping him. It's harming him. Harm. Li Tianqian even went so far as to harm himself for my sake. Yet why does Qin Lan claim he is harming me? This is becoming increasingly incomprehensible. On what grounds? Li Tianqian's expression was peculiar. With a thud, an empty bottle was thrown onto the table, followed by a bottle of soy sauce and a bottle of vinegar. The old man, seething with anger, declared, an empty bottle, regardless of size, can only contain one type of substance, either vinegar or soy sauce. If one wishes to contain both, as he spoke, the old man poured both the vinegar and soy sauce into the empty bottle simultaneously, gritting his teeth as he said, You try it for yourself. What do you make of this? A mixture, I suppose. What's wrong? Is it undrinkable? Li Tianxin replied with an indifferent expression. Fine, even if it's not undrinkable, and even if the two condiments can coexist and complement each other, this bottle will still only contain half vinegar and half soy sauce. The young one's potential is akin to this empty bottle, whether he specializes in tail, spine, or wing type. He can achieve success in either, but you are forcibly altering him into a dual attribute. This is tantamount to forcibly splitting his potential in half. What is the result of this? He will be unable to excel in the tail spine type. And similarly, he will also be unable to excel in the wing type. Such an elementary principle should be clear to you, Li Tianxin. This is precisely why the old man is questioning what you are doing. Qin Lan was so incensed that his eyebrows and beard bristled, while Li Tianxin remained unfazed, replying coolly, No wonder, Qin Lan. You saw through the secret at a glance. However, do not forget that the dual attribute concept was proposed by Chu Tian. Even he claimed this could cultivate the strongest new corpse demon. Indeed, forcibly stimulating his attributes can rapidly form the demon weapon, and once formed, it would indeed be a dual demon weapon, which is exceptionally powerful. But that is all it achieves. It cannot grow any further. Even Chu Tian later acknowledged that this was a flawed concept. This method can only cultivate the strongest novice, but that novice will forever remain a novice, never able to attain true strength. Qin Lan exclaimed, slamming the table in frustration. All right. Even though this place has excellent soundproofing, must you act as if you're tearing down a house? I have my reasons for doing this. My assistance in stimulating his dual attributes naturally comes with a method for enhancement. Otherwise, why would I proceed? Li Tianxin replied with a hint of impatience. And what method might that be? Please, enlighten me on how you plan to do it. Even Chu Tian could not resolve this matter. Enough. Chu Tian is Chu Tian. Do not constantly compare me to him. Li Tianxin may not be inferior to him. Anger flickered across Li Tianxin's face. He seemed to harbor a deep-seated disdain for Chu Tian, especially since Xiaohua's fate had been severely impacted by that fellow. Taking a deep breath, Li Tianxin suppressed his fury, stating, I acknowledge that the wing-type demon weapon I help him stimulate will at most yield 2 wings, which he will struggle to elevate. But his inherent tail-spine demon weapon may not be so limited. Do not forget that his transformer is Xiaohua. And what of Xiaohua? Is she a deity? Qin Lan retorted, his anger morphing into a sardonic smile. Xiaohua is not a deity. In fact, she is no longer present. However, do not forget that Xiaohua's demon weapon still exists, held by that damned secret mobile unit officer. And what of that? The demon weapon of the transformer and that of the transformed can merge their power frequencies. Have you forgotten? A cunning smile finally broke across Li Tianxin's face. Qin Lan's expression froze as he lowered his head, deep in thought for a long while before saying, You mean to say, you will first stimulate that young one's dual attribute demon weapon, then find a way to help him merge Xiaohua's residual demon weapon, forcibly elevating his level. Correct. Well done, Qin Lan. Li Tianxin nodded vigorously. But, is this feasible? As the encyclopedia of corpse demons, do you think it's feasible? With a wry smile and a shake of his head. Even Qin Lan was uncertain. The knowledge he possessed had been passed down from the past, while what Li Tianxin proposed had never been attempted before, not even by Chu Tian. After all, it required too many factors to align. First, there must be a novice corpse demon. Secondly, this novice must be reformed without any prior training to stimulate dual attributes, which in itself is incredibly challenging, as very few corpse demons would willingly deplete their own strength to assist others in becoming stronger. Moreover, as long as that novice undergoes even a modicum of training, even if it's only enough to develop one demon weapon, their attributes would become definitively established, making it impossible to inject a second attribute. This is precisely why Li Tianxin insisted that I must not engage in any training before both attributes are stimulated. Furthermore, one crucial condition must be met. The first transformer of this novice corpse demon must no longer be alive, and they must have had their solidified demon weapon extracted before their death and preserved, allowing for a potential merging to forcibly enhance strength. But is this even feasible? Qin Lan pondered until his head felt like it might explode. Unable to comprehend, he felt that merely satisfying the aforementioned conditions was already an immense challenge. Since you say so, the old man has no grounds to refute. Qin Lan sighed deeply. I can only hope you are fully aware of what you are doing. I certainly am, Li Tianxin declared proudly. I have been contemplating this plan for quite some time. That is good to hear. Sigh. Although I am not particularly fond of Li Yang's personality, as he seems intent only on nurturing Lin Feng, that young man does possess some commendable traits and potential. I just hope you can handle this well, so as not to ruin him. I am far more confident than you might imagine. Then that is good. Qinlan nodded, silently departing. The old man still had some matters to ponder deeply. While Li Tianxin gazed at his retreating figure, resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Indeed, my confidence is nearing perfection. In truth, even you have no inkling of what I am undertaking. Ultimately, there is but one crucial point. The frequencies of the demonic powers of both the transformer and the transformed can indeed merge. Li Tianxin murmured, his gaze betraying an inexplicable peculiarity, even tinged with cunning. Dual attributes. Dual attributes. Although I have no idea what that rascal Li Tianxin is up to, it is evident that this presents a colossal opportunity. Yang Bin exclaimed, his hands rubbing together in excitement. What on earth are you talking about? Is your insatiable appetite driving you mad? Yuehua scoffed. Mind your own business. Do your previous words still hold weight? If I wish to pursue something, will you assist me? Yang Bin squinted. Initially, he was somewhat uncertain, for Li Tianxin had warned him of the latter's formidable strength. Yang Bin dared not provoke him. However, upon hearing the term dual attributes, he became as invigorated as if he had been given a shot of adrenaline. Opportunities are fleeting. Once gone, they may never return. Even at the risk of offending Li Tianxin, Yang Bin felt compelled to seize the moment, especially with Yuehua's potential assistance. Of course it counts. I have expressed my disdain for that little brat. Yuehua replied coldly. By the way, why do you detest him so? That little fellow is rather amusing. Had I not been stricken by an insatiable appetite, I might have even considered him a friend. Yang Bin furrowed his brow, suddenly changing expression as if struck by a revelation. Could it be that you have fallen for Li Tianxin? Now I understand. No wonder you went mad with rage upon hearing that Li Tianxin harmed himself. Women, driven to madness merely out of concern for their beloved. TSK, truly. Whoosh. 7 demonic weapons unfolded simultaneously, all aimed at Yang Bin, as Yuehua's expression turned icy, commanding. My affairs are not for you to comment on. A mere 4th rank. You had best comprehend the chasm that exists between you and the 7 tails. All right. I won't say another word. Yang Bin immediately raised his hands in surrender, acknowledging the significant disparity between them, especially since he required Yuehua's assistance. Since this matter is settled, let us proceed swiftly. You wouldn't want Li Tianxin to continue harming himself, would you? TSK, he may suffer irreparable damage and diminish his strength. Yang Bin mused, stroking his chin. That rascal trusts me now. I will take responsibility for handling him. But as for Li Tianxin, I will assist you in resolving that. Coincidentally, I have some matters to attend to and will be leaving this city for a few days with him. If you wish to act, do so quickly, Yuehua stated coldly before rising to depart. Watching her retreating figure, Yang Bin sighed. TSK, this girl appears like a fairy, yet she may be even more venomous than her sister. Indeed, one must not offend any woman. Chapter 40. Preparations for the hunt. Excellent. Splendid. The demonic weapon is but a step away from breaking free from its cocoon. Li Yang. Are you prepared for the hunt? Li Tianxin exclaimed with fervor. The hunt. Now, immediately, I stammered, feeling somewhat flustered. Although I had long since made up my mind, it was still an act of killing. Yes, the emergence of demonic weapons is often triggered by slaughter. Do not overthink it. Do not fear or struggle. Surrender your body to the bloodthirsty instincts of the corpse demon, close your eyes, and bite down. That is the moment when demonic power erupts most easily. But do not rush. You can take a bit longer to prepare, as it happens. I will be away for a few days, and will help you unlock the demonic weapon upon my return. Rest assured, I will choose the participants wisely. You are leaving. I exhaled deeply, then frowned. Where are you going? What about safety if you are not here? Li Tianxin smiled. There are some troublesome matters. Recently, the corpse demons and the secret mobile squads in surrounding cities have been clashing fiercely. Yuehua and I are going to investigate. I will leave the shop in Qinlan's hands. He will safeguard your safety. I felt somewhat downcast. It wasn't that I looked down on Qinlan, but his strength was rather average. Could one person truly protect both me and Lin Feng? Moreover, I sensed that if danger arose, he would undoubtedly prioritize Lin Feng over me. It will only be for a few days. Besides, you still have Wang Na accompanying you. Wang Na? Are you joking? I replied, bemused. That little girl didn't even possess a demonic weapon and seemed weaker than I was. Who would protect whom? Who told you Wang Na lacks a demonic weapon? She is a tail spine type. Just like you. Did you not notice when you bathed her? Li Tianchen said with an odd expression. I was taken aback. I was no lecherous old man, staring at her backside without reason. Yet, I had never seen her with a tail. Where could it possibly be hidden? Perhaps I should not ponder further. That little girl unlocked her demonic weapon a long time ago, and it is quite formidable. However, she seems to be terrified of such power, which is why she has kept it hidden. Li Tianchen sighed. But I have tried several times, when in danger, or when her fear reaches its peak. Her demonic weapon activates automatically. She simply lacks the skill to control it, but she can certainly defend herself. Tried several times. How did he test this? Did he beat Wang Na into a frenzy to unleash her demonic power? Perhaps I finally understood why Wang Na had always been averse to Li Tianchen. After Li Tianchen finished speaking, he began preparing to depart, yet I still hesitated. I wanted to accompany him, but feared to voice it, as I knew I would be a burden. Remaining behind without any self-defense capability and no one to protect me felt quite unreliable. Little one, do not fear. We shall return soon. A soft voice emerged from behind, and Yuehua approached with a smile that I was stunned. This was the first time she had smiled at me, the first time she had expressed concern for me. With Qinlan here, you will truly be safe. If you are truly worried, perhaps you could seek out Yang Bin. Yuehua added with another smile, gently patting my shoulder and adjusting my collar. Such a tender gesture. All right, I confess I have developed quite an affection for her. After all, who doesn't he love a beautiful woman? Moreover, I had once deeply loved someone who looked just like her. Yet, her cold demeanor had prevented me from expressing certain thoughts, and over time, I had gradually forgotten. But why, today, was she being so kind to me? However, her words caught me off guard. Seek out Yangbin. He had indeed invited me several times, yet Li Tianchen had repeatedly warned me against approaching him. After merely dining together twice, I had been severely reprimanded by Li Tianchen. That was the first time he had ever lost his temper with me. My brother-in-law and Yang Bin have a bit of a feud. It's a rather old matter that everyone has yet to let go of. However, it does not concern you. If you choose to seek him out, no one will know, and my brother-in-law may not even be aware. Yuehua spoke softly, winking at me. Rest assured, I will keep your secret. How adorable. That playful demeanor was simply. I couldn't help but nod vigorously. Even though I had never considered seeking Yang Bin, her words stirred something within me. Then we shall take our leave. Take care. Little one, Yuehua said gently, suddenly wrapping her arm around my neck and planting a light peck on my cheek. Boom! My mind felt as if it were about to explode, though it was merely a polite goodbye kiss. She actually kissed me. She had never smiled at me before, yet today she kissed me. That day, I stood at the shop door, dazed for a long while, until Yuehua and Li Tianchen's figures disappeared from sight before I could bring myself to return. Sigh, perhaps this is the lament of an ordinary person. The moment a beautiful woman shows a hint of tenderness, one falls into a daze, even if they have previously suffered a loss. That very night, I went to find Yang Bin. If we do not first activate the demonic weapon, the effect would likely be minimal. So, I apologize in advance. I need to borrow you. In the basement. Yang Bin glared coldly at the figure before him. If you were to serve as the appetizer, that little one should be quite satisfied. Damn it, let me go, or I will make you wish for death. A burly man before him roared. His face twisted in rage, despite being shackled by iron chains. Sorry, such antics won't intimidate me. While among humans, you might be deemed vicious. Compared to corpse demons, you are merely child's play. Yang Bin smirked coldly. Corpse demons? What are you babbling about? The burly man questioned, then bellowed. What do you want with me? Planning to hand me over to the police for a bounty. Bounty? Ha. Do not make me laugh. If we are talking bounties. My head is worth at least 10,000 times more than yours. Yang Bin laughed heartily, suddenly narrowing his eyes. Turning to ascend the stairs, the sound of a pleasant doorbell echoed from above, heralding what felt like a death knell. Yet, for whom was this tolling intended? Here we go. Oh, little Wang Na is here too. Welcome, welcome. Yang Bin beamed as he ushered us inside. Speaking of which, this guy's home was enormous. Calling it a villa would be an understatement. It resembled a palace. Likely costing at least 8 figures. Just money. Mere toilet paper. Corpse demons do not care for such things. If it were not for the need to conceal my identity, I wouldn't even bother opening a Western restaurant. Acquiring money is far too easy. Yang Bin chuckled, mirroring Li Tianchen's sentiments. By the way, Yongge, did you invite me over for something fun? I cut straight to the point. Two corpse demons gathering would hardly be for a game of video games, let alone to watch adult films. Of course, there are enjoyable things, though it seems little Wang Na might not find it suitable. Yangbin gestured toward an upstairs reception room. Food, drink, entertainment, everything you could desire. Little Wang Na, would you like to take a look? Yes. The little fellow immediately bounced up, though he seemed somewhat reluctant to leave me behind. However, it was evident that delicious food, delightful drinks, and enjoyable games held far greater importance to a child. Liang, are you on the verge of breaking free from your cocoon of demonic power? Yangbin turned his head and chuckled. Yes, the elderly stated that a single act of predation would suffice to awaken it. Yet he has been rather preoccupied lately, so he may be busy, but I am not. Come, let me assist you. Yangbin cheerfully pulled me towards the basement. Assist me? In predation? Just tonight? Is this what you call fun? I lamented, nearly on the verge of tears, suddenly yearning to play video games and watch romantic films. Well, we are friends. After all, I genuinely hope your demonic power manifests soon. Rest assured, I am aware of your concerns. And I have already prepared suitable candidates for you, ensuring your satisfaction, Yangbin replied with a grin. Though it is termed predation, the individual I found for you is hardly human. He is nothing more than refuse. And you shall soon see for yourself. In the basement, I encountered the refuse he spoke of, a burly man with a grotesque visage, who incessantly howled and hurled profanities at us. You need not hold back at all with this man. There is no need for sympathy, nor even a modicum of respect for life. Yangbin coldly handed me several sheets of paper detailing the wanted notice. Name, Wang Bao, gender, male, age, 39 from the ages of 14 to 18. He spent 3.5 years in a juvenile detention center. Less than a month after his release at 18, he stained his hands with blood for the first time, although he did not directly kill that individual, his own father. At 21, he took his first life, that of an underage girl, her lifeless body left in the wilderness. At 25, he abducted a wealthy merchant's child, demanding a ransom of 1 million, after which the child vanished without a trace. At 28, upon discovering his mistress's infidelity, he murdered her, leaving only one elderly father alive from her family, who had not returned home that fateful night. At 29, surrounded by police in his hometown's mountains, he fought his way out with a homemade cannon, killing 2 officers in the process. At 33, he struck again, teaming up with 3 robbers to ambush an armored vehicle, resulting in the death of 1 officer and 3 innocent civilians. At 35, he sought refuge at an old friend's home, only to suspect betrayal, leading him to murder the entire family of 3, and during his escape, he killed a passerby for their belongings. Since then, he has been wanted by the police with the highest bounty, yet remains at large. Yangbin was not mistaken. The man before me was indeed detritus, merely by glancing at the accompanying images on the documents. A wave of intense loathing surged within me, especially as he continued to hurl insults at us. Although I still felt some resistance, this man was undoubtedly an ideal first target for predation, perhaps even better than the options Li Tianqian had considered. Instinctively, I uttered a thank you to Yangbin. His thoughtfulness in arranging such a meticulous plan for my inaugural act of predation was truly commendable. Gazing at the brute before me, I recalled Li Tianqian's words, "Do not struggle. Do not hesitate. Relinquish everything to the instincts of the corpse demon. Just bite down, for I am a corpse demon, and such acts are inevitable, better sooner than later." Once I sank my teeth into him, blood would surely spatter, and I would attain my demonic power, no longer a pitiful novice. With that single bite, this filthy life would come to a definitive end, devoid of compassion. "Yongge, please release him," I murmured. "Release him? Huh, do you wish to test your strength?" Yangbin replied with a smile, pressing a mechanism on the wall, causing the chains to snap open with a series of clinks. I had no desire to take the life of one incapable of resistance, especially since I had discovered my growing strength since Li Tianqian began training me. My form had become increasingly agile, and my power had surged significantly. But just how powerful had I truly become? Taking a deep breath, I slowly approached the man, whose imposing size was nearly double mine, his muscles grotesquely disproportionate. Yet, he was human, and I was a corpse demon. The disparity in combat prowess would soon reveal itself. "You dare to release me?" Wang Bao exclaimed in bewilderment, watching as the chains fell away and retracted into the ceiling, his face a mask of disbelief. Chapter 41. Breaking Free. "Huh, you actually dare to free me? 2 ignorant fools." Wang Bao cackled, cracking his knuckles and adding, "But thank you, as a token of my gratitude. How about I tear you both apart? The fool hears you. Have you forgotten how you ended up in my grasp?" Young Ben retorted with a cold laugh. "Damn it, I was merely drunk that day, otherwise. Enough chatter. If you're so confident, come and try." I beckoned with a finger, my expression one of haughty defiance. Even relishing the moment, my bravado was justified. Since I became a corpse demon, my strength had far surpassed that of an ordinary human. After consuming countless bottles of restorative potions provided by Li Tianqian, my power had been steadily increasing. Even though Wang Bao was incredibly robust and fearsome, I no longer feared him, for no matter how strong the lamb, it could never conquer the wolf. "You little brat, you've chosen death," he roared, lunging forward, his fist raised to strike. The sound of impact echoed, a testament to the ferocity of his blow. No wonder he was a notorious thug, likely stronger than many professional soldiers. Yet, I effortlessly raised my hand to block his strike, not yielding even an inch, while he stumbled back, his footing unsteady. How is this possible? He was utterly dumbfounded. Ignoring him, I stared at my palm, having felt an instinctive surge of power coalesce within it upon absorbing his punch, akin to a swirling mist of dark gray energy. Is this demonic power? I thought, excitement coursing through me, compared to mere muscle strength. This demonic energy felt utterly otherworldly, and I could sense my hand transforming, my fingers thickening, veins bulging, and the lines of my palm deepening, resembling the claws of a beast. "Ha, come again," I bellowed, charging forward, though I had possessed demonic power for some time. This was my first true application of it, and the exhilaration was insatiable. In the span of 3 to 4 meters, I felt as though I had leaped in a single bound, my speed astonishingly swift. Wang Bao, astonished, attempted to evade, but there was no time. He instinctively raised his arm. Bang! Another resounding impact reverberated, but this time it was accompanied by a sickening crack and a horrific scream as I shattered his arm, which was as thick as a barrel, blood gushing forth, his bone clearly broken and even twisted. "You little bastard." Wang Bao's face twisted in horror, his gaze locking onto me as if I were a monster. Yet, this man was still a notorious thug. Despite retreating, he gritted his teeth and, with a single hand, lifted a glass coffee table from the ground and hurled it towards me. I didn't even flinch. Nor did I attempt to block it. I simply watched as the table approached, ever closer. Boom! The table crashed against my head, glass shattering in all directions. Wang Bao laughed triumphantly, but his mirth was short-lived. Fading within a heartbeat, I casually touched my unscathed forehead, shaking off the shards of glass, and regarded him with an expression of bemusement. "No way. What kind of monster are you?" Wang Bao's eyes widened in disbelief. "What I am is irrelevant. Come at me again," I declared proudly. As an ordinary person, this was the first time I relished the feeling of bravado. For the next 3 minutes, I stood immobile, enduring Wang Bao's furious onslaught, as he hurled everything within reach: chairs, vases, sofas, wall-mounted televisions. I wondered if Yang Bin would be upset. After 3 minutes, Wang Bao collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, utterly bewildered, while I lazily yawned, not a single bruise to show for it. How boring, I sighed, not feigning arrogance, but genuinely feeling disinterested. I longed to further explore my demonic power, but not against this utterly powerless scum. "Perhaps it is best to end you now," I said, taking a deep breath as Li Tianqian's words began to echo in my mind. He had mentioned that for a corpse demon's first act of predation, as long as the target was not a personal enemy, it would generally be difficult to act. Even he and Qin Lan had faced similar struggles. Thus, the best course of action was to surrender to the instincts of the corpse demon, to think of nothing and care for nothing, simply allowing the craving for blood and the hunger for flesh to take over. This was akin to the moment I nearly bit into Sun Yun, succumbing to that primal madness. When I regained my senses, everything would be complete. With an open heart, I fixed my gaze on Wang Bao's bloodied arm. Veins stretching toward his neck, deep within, a powerful thirst for blood surged forth, compelling me to swallow. My pupils growing increasingly red. I opened my mouth, emitting a sound akin to a beast's growl. In truth, the sensation of my body being completely governed by instinct was exhilarating. As long as I did not dwell on what would happen next, I would be fine. I simply needed to let go and allow everything to unfold. What do you intend to do?" Wang Bao discerned my abnormality, fear overtaking him as he struggled to retreat, only to be seized by the throat as I hurled him to the ground. This scene is undeniably eerie, akin to a tiger being effortlessly lifted by a cat, howling in pain and fear, pleading for mercy. Yet, I paid him no heed, and, With a swift motion, I brought my foot down. With a single strike, a sickening crack echoed as Wang Bao's ankle shattered completely. The second kick obliterated his knee, and with the third, he lay sprawled on the ground like a lifeless serpent. Utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance, his spine twisted under the force of my assault. "Please, spare me." His voice trembled with a sob, reminiscent of the countless innocent souls he had tormented. In that final moment, I could not ascertain whether Wang Bao regretted the multitude of lives he had extinguished, but alas, regret was futile. I had already opened my mouth and leaned down, sinking my teeth into him with ferocity. Perhaps it was due to the essence of the demon within me, for my fangs had sharpened, severing his carotid artery in an instant. Blood erupted forth like a fountain, splattering across my visage and soaking my garments. Up until that point, I still retained a semblance of awareness, a flicker of inner conflict. However, the moment the first taste of blood coursed down my throat, a deafening roar echoed in my mind. And all rational thought dissipated. I became a frenzied beast, greedily devouring the blood gushing from his neck, insatiable, my jaws tearing at him in a frenzied, the brink of death. Wang Bao's resistance was equally frantic, yet utterly fruitless. He raised his fist in a futile attempt to strike me, only for me to seize his arm and twist it with relentless force. Inch by inch, he thrashed his head, attempting to break free, but only succeeded in causing himself grievous injury, blood streaming from his wounds. "Please, no." His cries were laced with despair and overwhelming terror. Even a hardened criminal like him could not fathom that he would be consumed alive. "Please." His pleas grew weaker, dwindling to a whisper, yet my actions showed no signs of abating. In fact, they grew increasingly frenzied, my claws tearing into his flesh with fervor. His abdomen was ripped apart, and even his ribcage succumbed, revealing his blood-soaked heart, trembling and gradually ceasing its rhythm. "Bite deeper. Yes, devour him whole." A voice erupted from behind me, that of Yang Bin, his excitement surpassing even my own primal frenzy. His eyes ablaze with anticipation, as if awaiting something momentous. In the dimly lit basement, a grotesque tableau unfolded. One man, brimming with exhilaration, observed as another man was mercilessly bitten and consumed, blood splattering and the sounds of tearing flesh echoing. Roar! In my wild state, I let out a thunderous bellow as the blood within me surged, fueling my demonic essence to a frenzied peak. My shoulders and hips bulged ominously, 3 black protrusions extending outward, resembling sharp spikes. Roar! My roar morphed into a pain shriek. As the agony surged through me, a sensation akin to my bones forcibly attempting to rupture my flesh, as if my back were on the verge of being torn apart. The more I hurt, the more feral I became, and the more feral I grew, the more pronounced those protrusions became, extending a full 20 centimeters. Then, with a resounding pop, they burst forth, releasing 3 bloodied arrows, accompanied by 3 tinder-like appendages reaching out. I howled in torment, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath, my consciousness gradually returning, enough to comprehend my current state. Tianxian had been correct, as had Yang Bin. All it took was a single feeding, a complete unleashing of my demonic power. I had emerged from my cocoon. Although the process nearly brought me to the brink of death, both physically and mentally, the sensation of those 3 fiery, pulsating forms, brimming with immense power, made me tremble, not from pain, but from exhilaration that I had finally acquired my demon weapon. However, as I turned, I found myself momentarily stunned, for there were still aspects I did not fully grasp. Li Tianxian and Qin Lan had never provided me with a thorough explanation, so when I discovered that my emerging demon weapon was not just 1, but 3 in number, 2 of which resembled small wings, I felt a wave of confusion wash over me. "Yang Ge, how could this be? Why do I have wings?" I instinctively turned to ask, breathless. Yet, the response I received was not the familiar warmth of Yang Bin, but rather, he lunged at me, jaws agape, mirroring my earlier act of slaughter against Wang Bao, biting into my neck with ferocity. "Yang Ge, you." I was rendered speechless. I had been bitten again, for the second time. And it had only been a month since the last. I could not fathom the misfortune of being bitten twice in succession. All I knew was that the pain was excruciating, surpassing even the agony of breaking free from my cocoon. The blood I had just consumed surged forth from my neck. Not only blood, but also the very demonic power I had recently acquired. The first time I had been bitten, my reaction was one of bewilderment, followed by fear. The second time, however, was identical, only amplified tenfold. Young-ge, what are you doing? My mind was in chaos. Just moments ago, Young Bin had been so friendly. Why had he suddenly attacked me? Even as I recognized that he was draining my blood, ravenously consuming my demonic power, fear gripped me, and I instinctively struggled against him. Don't blame me. Liang, I'm sorry. Yang Bin mumbled apologetically, yet his grip remained unyielding that I fought desperately to free myself. But he was relentless, using his own demonic power to subdue me. Moments ago, I had felt an overwhelming surge of power. An unstoppable force, but that had merely been an illusion, for Young Bin's power was significantly greater. I possessed a demon weapon. I was no longer as defenseless as before. Yet, it proved futile. My newly sprouted weapon was still too immature. Barely under my control, and the spiny appendage at my rear was as thin as a piece of twine, while the small wings upon my shoulders were. Chapter 42. Chaos Unleashed. Indeed, those appendages could hardly be termed wings. They were more akin to mere leaves affixed to my back. In this moment, my demon weapon was pathetically weak, while Young Bin's was, for armored plates enveloped me like a suffocating tempest, restraining my limbs and stifling all my demonic power, rendering me utterly powerless. The edges of those plates were razor-sharp, and deep gashes appeared across my arms and thighs, as blood flowed freely, the pain forcing me to scream and tremble, my strength waning as he drained me with alarming speed. Why? I roared in outrage. I'm sorry, Liang, but I didn't want this either, did I? Yang-ge, have entered an abnormal feeding phase. Humans can no longer enhance my demonic power. Only consuming my own kind will suffice. Yang Bin spoke words of apology. Yet his tone was devoid of contrition, filled instead with excitement and madness. In abnormal feeding phase, consuming one's own kind. Suddenly, a realization struck me, reminiscent of Xiaohua's past experiences. She had been besieged for the same reason, driven to consume her own kind during her own feeding phase. Yet, I still could not fully comprehend. Were we not good friends? Had we not just shared camaraderie? He had even kindly prepared my first prey and assisted in awakening my demon weapon. Why? At this moment, was he? Liang, we are good friends now. Do come visit my home sometime. I recalled his earnest invitation. Liang, we are so alike, both forced into becoming corpse demons. I remembered the gentle gaze and warm tone he had first greeted me with. Since we are such kindred spirits, come, I'll treat you. Don't refuse my hospitality. I recalled that peculiar yet delightful invitation, which had almost brought me to tears, yet instinctively made me feel a bond. Had all of that been a ruse? Had he invited me to his home merely to feast upon me? Had he helped me break free from my cocoon solely, to gain more power from consuming me? I considered myself not entirely foolish. The moment he sunk his teeth into me, clarity dawned. Perhaps his previous claims of treating me had been nothing but deceit, a method to nurture me until I was ripe for consumption. His kindness, the bond he pretended to forge, had all been a facade to lower my guard. Even the stories he had shared with me in tears could have been fabrications from the very first moment he laid eyes on me. His plan to devour me had already been set in motion. Yet, I realized this far too late. A wave of foolishness washed over me. Li Tianxin had warned me repeatedly to keep my distance. Yet I had blundered straight into a trap. Should I not blame Li Tianxin? Perhaps I should only chastise my own naivete, my innocence, falling victim time and again, treated as mere sustenance. Simultaneously, I felt a profound sense of tragedy. The woman I had long admired sought only to consume me. And the comrade I had considered a brother now harbored the same intent. My heart surged with an intense fury and unwillingness. I had wronged no one. So why did they persistently conspire against me? Why deceive me? I would not allow this scoundrel to devour me. Not for anything. Let go of me, you bastard. I bellowed, striving to gather my demonic power. Alas, I was still no match for him. Yet even if death awaited me, I would. Bastard, you wish to consume me. There shall be a price to pay. I gritted my teeth, the demon weapon sprouting from my back, thrumming with newfound energy, prompting Yang Bin to swiftly deploy his armor to defend against my outburst. With each roar that erupted from my mouth, I called for help. I could not defeat him. I could only seek someone to rescue me, anyone at all. In truth, shouting proves futile, as sound cannot travel far. Yet, I recall Li Tianxin mentioning that the fluctuations of demonic energy during a corpse demon's battle can be sensed even from a considerable distance. Alas, keep running, just 50 kilometers more and we can rest. Qin Lan cheerfully encouraged from the outskirts. To which Lin Feng nodded vigorously. These two tireless individuals had even ventured out of the city during the night, reaching the opposite end of the urban expanse. Meanwhile, at nearly the same moment. To be honest, this is merely an investigation, Yuehua. You should be able to handle it alone, Li Tianchen remarked with a frown. Both he and Yuehua possessed formidable strength, making their joint efforts somewhat superfluous. What does it matter? You haven't been particularly busy lately, so why rush back? Stay with me for a while, Yuehua replied, playfully linking her arm with Li Tianchen's and glancing back towards their point of departure, but I in that moment. Her gaze grew cold. Seeking help, do you wish for Li Tianchen to rescue you? It's futile. Abandon that thought, Yang Bin cackled. That fool Li Tianchen has already been lured away by Yuehua and won't be back anytime soon. I certainly understood that Li Tianchen had departed. Yet I was still taken aback by his words. Lured away? Was Yuehua complicit in this? Did she too wish for my demise? Her earlier kindness had merely served to assist Yang Bin in achieving his objective. Revealing the depth of my loathsome nature, as it seemed everyone desired my end. The bitterness in my heart intensified, yet I clung to hope, continuing to struggle and scream, for Yang Bin had seemingly forgotten one crucial presence, Xiao Wangna. Or perhaps he had merely overlooked her, unaware that she could come to my rescue. Only Li Tianchen had knowledge of her demonic weapon, having shared it solely with me. Above, a little girl, clutching a plush toy, suddenly stirred from her slumber, scratching her head in confusion. What happened? What is that sound? It feels so strange. Is Daddy all right? Instinctively, she climbed down from her bed, clutching her toy and heading downstairs, for she found herself quite bored playing alone and preferred to seek out her father. Almost simultaneously, a burly man abruptly emerged from the bathroom, seizing the incessantly beeping watch on the table, his expression shifting instantly. Bang! The door swung open as a girl rushed in, also clutching a persistently ringing watch. What is going on? Why did the demonic energy radar suddenly sound an alarm? They both exclaimed in unison, bewildered. It seems there is a corpse demon engaged in battle, and it appears quite intense. The signal frequency is alarmingly rapid. The girl furrowed her brow. Indeed, the man nodded, but unfortunately, it is too distant to ascertain its level. Should we head over? Perhaps not. After all, reinforcements have yet to arrive, and it would be challenging for us to confront that purple energy being alone. The man shook his head. What if it's not that particular being? What if it's just some weaker corpse demons? Or what if they are fighting our people? The girl rattled off several hypothetical scenarios, employing a bit of provocation. Well, the man hesitated for a moment before sighing. All right. But you must not act recklessly. Let us assess the situation first. Okay, I'll grab my demonic weapon. You hurry and put your pants on. Then let us head out, the girl exclaimed, turning on her heel to dash away. The man stood momentarily stunned, suddenly realizing he was not even wearing pants, exposed before the utterly shameless girl. Why be shy about it? It's so small, the girl scoffed as she exited, further reddening the man's face. However, this indicated something significant. It wasn't just Wang Na who was overlooked, but others as well, and it suggested that tonight, chaos was once again imminent. My breaths grew increasingly labored, and the struggle became feebler. I could no longer withstand Yang Bin's oppression. After my hands and feet were mercilessly injured, I finally collapsed into a pool of blood. 3 newly formed demonic weapons against Yang Bin's 4 mature ones seemed to spell an inevitable conclusion. Especially since I struggled to control them while Yang Bin's onslaught was swift and precise. My neck was already a mangled mess, bloodied and raw, and nearly half of my demonic energy had been drained, leaving me dizzy. I told you to give up long ago, Li Yang. Your strength is still far too feeble. Honestly, if I wished to kill you, it would be a simple matter of severing your head. But, you are now a dual attribute corpse demon. I wouldn't want to waste a single drop of blood or morsel of flesh. Yang Bin's expression twisted as he licked his lips. Moreover, if I can consume you while alive, the benefits should be even greater. Who knows, I might just break through my limits. Even if I don't break through to 6 armor pieces, I will undoubtedly experience a significant boost in demonic energy, making it far easier to prey on others of my kind, like that newcomer by Qinlan's side, or that little girl Wang Na. Tskate. Yang Bin cackled, envisioning his future and the scene of surpassing his limits. In truth, even if Yang Bin were to reach 6 pieces of demonic armor, he would still not be particularly strong. He would remain unable to defeat Li Tianchen. Thus, when someone eventually returned, it would be wise for him to flee. Even if Yang Bin were to devour me, he would not be able to break through, as it involved a concept of shared frequency of demonic energy that allowed for fusion. something he was completely unaware of. After all, Yang Bin only possessed 4 armor pieces, placing him in the lower middle tier of strength among corpse demons. Unlike Qin Lan, who possessed extensive knowledge, he relied solely on a theory that Chu Tian had once articulated: to break through a bottleneck and reverse the degenerative state of abnormal appetite, one must consume their kin. However, the complexities of that theory and its many secrets were lost on Yang Bin, as they were to most corpse demons, such as Xiaohua, who had consumed many of her kind yet remained a 9-tailed demon. While it is true that a corpse demon can absorb the demonic energy of their kind, the issue lies in the fact that this energy cannot be fused into their own, once expended. It is gone and cannot enhance their demonic weapon. Thus, consuming one's kin merely provides a temporary boost. True fusion is contingent upon a shared frequency of demonic energy. Therefore, if I were to be devoured by Yang Bin tonight, it would be an unfathomable injustice. Fortunately, just as I was on the verge of collapsing, a piercing scream erupted from the basement door, rousing my nearly shattered spirit. The voice belonged to Wang Na, who was utterly bewildered by the sight of the blood-soaked ground and the corpse. While I lay there, battered and bloodied from Yang Bin's assault, her young mind struggled to comprehend the situation. However, children possess their own ways of dealing with crises, confusion, no matter. She simply needed to understand that her father was in trouble. Thus, "You bad thing, let go of daddy," little Wang Na shouted, trembling with urgency. Yang Bin dismissed her with disdain, thinking little of the small child's potential threat. He didn't even glance her way. Yet this was his greatest folly, for he failed to notice the dark shape that suddenly emerged from beneath Wang Na's skirt, her demonic weapon. Though they were all tail-type corpse demons, Wang Na's weapon was entirely different from mine or Xiaohua's or Yuehua's. Ours resembled foxtails, while hers was akin to a python. Though it was singular, it was much thicker and more menacing. At the tip of that serpentine tail were several barbed spines, glinting ominously as they surged towards Yang Bin. The little girl had gone wild, for how could she allow her newly acquired father to be harmed? In truth, Wang Na's weapon could not breach Yang Bin's defenses. The disparity between 1 tail and 4 pieces of armor was astronomical. Yet Yang Bin was unprepared, his focus entirely on me. As Wang Na screamed, I recognized the opportunity. I gathered all my demonic energy and, in a frenzied surge, began to retaliate, forcing Yang Bin to divert all his armor to suppress me. As he faced Wang Na's onslaught, the moment Yang Bin heard the rush of wind, it was already too late for him to react. An excruciating pain surged from his back, and he froze, glancing down to see a spiny serpent's tail piercing through his chest. "You little brat, how dare you!" Yang Bin roared in fury, blood gushing from his mouth. How wasteful! In his rage, he attempted to extract the weapon that had impaled him. But the barbs had firmly lodged into his flesh. He sought to unleash his armor in retaliation, but was caught off guard as I seized the moment to break free and forcefully topple him to the ground. "You vile creature! Die!" Wang Na continued to scream, her serpent tail whipping around, launching Yang Bin far away. The girl was indeed in a frenzy. That strike contained all her demonic energy, leaving nothing in reserve. She was oblivious to the concept of restraint. And the outcome was, boom, the wall shattered as Yang Bin barreled through it, crashing through yet another wall, and then a third. Unprepared, he lost his balance, propelled by Wang Na's strike as he crashed through several walls, landing squarely in a neighboring house. Thud! I collapsed, coughing blood. Though I had freed myself, Yang Bin's prior assault had left me gravely injured. Thud! Wang Na also fell to the ground, her face pale. The little girl possessed little demonic energy, and her single outburst nearly exhausted her reserves. "We cannot rest, Wang Na, run," I whispered. Although Yang Bin was severely injured by this blow, he certainly would not perish. In fact, I could already hear his furious roar. The vitality of the corpse demon is remarkably resilient, and its regenerative abilities are formidable. Given Yang Bin's strength, the gaping wound in his chest should soon cease to bleed, and he would likely launch another assault shortly. Unfortunately, my hands and feet were gravely injured, and despite my utmost efforts, I found it exceedingly difficult to rise. Inwardly, I could not help but lament my misfortune. Fortunately, there was Wang Na, upon hearing my call. The little one reacted swiftly, rushing towards me without a moment's hesitation, clasping one of my legs and dragging me away in a frenzied flight. Alas, how utterly humiliating! I had once vowed to adopt and protect her. Yet here I was, being saved by her, needing her to lead my escape. "Wanna flee? Do you think you can escape?" Yang Bin's voice thundered behind me, filled with rage. "Liang, I shall surely devour you tonight." That wretched little girl dared to harm me, and for that, you were both doomed. His fury was palpable, and the speed with which he closed the distance was astonishing, with injuries of such magnitude. Did he truly require no respite to catch his breath? The disparity in our strengths was glaringly evident. It seemed, escaping tonight would be an arduous task. Wang Na, let go of me. You go ahead. I shall hold him off. I gritted my teeth. Knowing full well that I was in no position to stop anything, even standing was a monumental challenge. However, if I remained behind, Yangbin might very well cease his pursuit of her. Wang Na had always been obedient, consistently heeding my words, yet this time she defied me. In the dim light of night, her face was streaked with tears, fear evident in her eyes, yet she resolutely refused to release her grip, her small legs propelling her forward in a desperate run. You won't escape like this. Let go. My eyes were wild with urgency. Wang Na, no. I want tea, she cried, her voice trembling. Wang Na wants to escape with Daddy. She was so brave, and I felt a surge of emotion, but the roars behind us grew ever closer, and I turned in alarm, only to see a shadow darting towards us with the speed of lightning, closing in rapidly. In an instant, Yangbin stood before us, his crimson eyes filled with malice. How blind I had been to ever consider him a friendly ally. Summoning every ounce of strength, I yanked Wang Na behind me, struggling for a moment before managing to stand, knowing that tonight might very well be my end. Yet at the very least, I had to devise a way for Wang Na to escape, relying on the 3 newly awakened demon weapons I had just acquired. However, at that moment, I finally had the chance to closely examine my demon weapons, and my heart sank significantly at the sight. Could these truly be considered demon weapons? Even if they were newly awakened, they hardly appeared to be in a proper state of development. Those wings, they bore an embarrassing resemblance to mere feathers affixed to my back, while that tail, it was as slender as chopsticks, and no wonder I had been unable to match Yangbin earlier. I truly hadn't anticipated that this little girl would possess demon weapons as well. When had she developed them? But it mattered little. They would ultimately meet their demise, and in a manner far more gruesome than before. Li Yang, you are indeed fortunate, calling upon a foolish little girl to save you. Yet your luck has run dry. Now, who do you expect to come to your aid? Simply lie down and allow me to feast upon you. Yangbin sneered coldly. How do you know that no one will come to my rescue? I retorted through gritted teeth, suddenly pointing behind Yangbin in astonishment. What? Qin Lan, enough with the nonsense. Do you think I would fall for your tricks? Yangbin laughed maniacally. Wiping the cold sweat from my brow, I realized I had merely been attempting to bluff him. If he wasn't fooled, then so be it. However, while Qin Lan had not arrived, the other 2 figures had already made their way to the scene, crouched in the distant woods, staring at us in shock. What a strange sight. It appears a few corpse demons are battling amongst themselves. Wang Li remarked, her expression one of bewilderment. Should we intervene? They all seem injured. We could eliminate them all at once. Lu Gang remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon me, before finally uttering in confusion, Wang Li, do you see? That fellow has simultaneously manifested 2 distinct demon weapons on his back. I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it. This guy has developed demon weapons within just a few days, albeit only newly awakened ones, and yet they are entirely different. Wang Li exclaimed in astonishment. The 2 exchanged incredulous glances, both aware that while dual attribute corpse demons were a known concept, they were exceedingly rare. Indeed, it was uncertain if any other specimen existed in the world, as they had never encountered one before. A new breed? Or perhaps something else? Lu Gang pondered deeply, suddenly struck by a thought. Although the history of corpse demons is ancient, humanity's understanding of them has been minimal, only beginning to delve into research in recent years. That so-called research, a dual attribute new breed, appeared to fit the bill perfectly. Wang Li, you deal with that armored one. It only possesses blue demon energy, so you should be able to handle it. That I'll attempt to capture this dual attribute fellow. If we can bring him back to the lab, we could unearth greater secrets about corpse demons. Lu Gang declared excitedly that I realized just how pitiable my situation was. The trouble before me hadn't even been resolved, and now more complications were arising. Liang, you might as well accept your fate, Yangbin declared with arrogant laughter, his breath steadying as his demon weapon surged towards Wang Na and me. Wang Li, make your move. A low command echoed through the woods as 2 shadows swiftly emerged, the girl heading straight for Yangbin, while the burly man charged at me wielding his demon weapon. It was the weapon of Xiaohua. Nanjing, a small city not far from us, warrants an explanation regarding the classification of corpse demons in relation to urban size. It is not determined by geographical area or population, but rather by the number of corpse demons present. With only 10 corpse demons, Nanjing was deemed quite small. The previous administrator of Nanjing was a particularly volatile individual, the polar opposite of Li Tianqian, resulting in a severely strained relationship. Nevertheless, in light of the recent events, Li Tianqian had come to investigate, hoping to lend a hand, considering they were all of the same kind. However, upon entering the city, Li Tianqian was struck with a sudden sense of alarm, and Yuehua furrowed her brow. "What is happening? Where is everyone?" Yuehua asked in a hushed tone. People, they were everywhere, so Yuehua's inquiry should have been translated as, "Where are the corpse demons?" Li Tianqian closed his eyes, concentrating for a long while, yet shook his head in the end. Even with the heightened perceptive abilities of the 8-winged corpse demon, he could not detect a single target. Nanjing was utterly devoid of life. "When did you receive their distress signal?" Li Tianqian asked coldly. "At midnight the night before last. They reported that the secret mobile team had suddenly dispatched several officers, seemingly preparing for a massive purge." Li Tianqian glanced at the time. It was now 9 in the evening, meaning that roughly 45 hours had passed, and Nanjing had completely transformed into a ghost town. This was far too swift, a large-scale purge. What was the outcome? Did the corpse demons falter? Had they fled or perished entirely? This situation is unusual. Let us refrain from entering the city. We'll split up to search. You handle the southern cities while I investigate the east. Maintain contact at all times." Li Tianqian commanded, swiftly vanishing into the night. Yuehua wished to accompany him, while their expedition was ostensibly for investigation. She merely desired some time to be alone with him. However, now they were to separate again, yet she did not dare voice her objections. The situation was indeed unusual. 10 corpse demons had vanished within 2 days. And though the original administrator of Nanjing, while not as formidable as Li Tianqian, was still a strong individual with 8 pieces of armor, yet, had he perished? Or had he fled? Who were his enemies? Were those dispatched officers particularly strong? These questions demanded immediate answers. 4. Nanjing was alarmingly close to our location. Li Tianqian also made a call to Qin Lan, instructing him to ensure the safety of their home, and inquired about the concentrations of corpse demons in the towns surrounding Nanjing, as the old man was well versed in such matters. In the east, there are quite a few corpse demons in Zhenjiang and Yangzhou, but the old man isn't familiar with them and lacks contact information. However, it's not far. A visit should suffice, Qin Lan had said. Simultaneously, Yuehua made a call to Yang Bin. This was almost a universal trait among women. Their disinterest in the bigger picture, fixating instead on a singular, personal concern. Regrettably, Yang Bin's phone was unreachable. "What is that rascal up to?" Yuehua grumbled through clenched teeth. "He is probably busy feasting, right? He should have it all sorted by now." After hanging up, Yuehua smiled coldly. She harbored no concern for the fate of any particular little brat. Her sole worry lay in not wanting to see her beloved harm himself. Was this selfishness? It seemed to be a common affliction among women. The phone rang. Yang Bin heard it, yet he had no time to answer, as a sudden rush of wind erupted behind him. Yang Bin was not particularly strong, so he was typically cautious. However, tonight, excitement had clouded his judgment, leading to 2 major oversights. First, he was ambushed by Wang Na, and second, he failed to sense the stealth of the 2 officers from the secret mobile team. Turning around in shock, cursing under his breath, he quickly raised his armor in defense. Yang Bin's reflexes were relatively swift. A thunderous crash resonated as he was knocked back several steps, nearly collapsing to the ground. And he coughed up another mouthful of blood. His armor was the most defensive of the demon weapons, and yet it failed to withstand the attack. Of course, Yang Bin was already gravely injured, and his opponent had been poised to strike. Thus, his hasty defense resulted in inevitable damage, especially considering the strength of this young girl. Chapter 44. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong, Wang Li had indeed suffered defeat at the hands of Li Tianqian, and a humiliating one at that. Yet this did not imply her weakness. In fact, quite the contrary, her true combat prowess surpassed Lu Gang's, which is precisely why she confronted Yang Bin while Lu Gang dealt with the stunned little rascal. "Ha! Come again," she cried, emboldened by her advantage, as she lunged forward, her hefty club swinging down with ferocity. A club. I vividly recall our first encounter, when this girl wielded a wing-shaped demon weapon at this moment. However, she had replaced it with a makeshift club. No, It was not merely a club. Rather, it was an ugly contraption fashioned from iron wires binding several pieces of demon weaponry together, grotesque and exceedingly cumbersome. Resembling a spiked mace, the aesthetic was of little concern as long as it was functional. The weight posed no challenge, for she possessed ample strength. Such were Wang Li's thoughts. In truth, Lu Gang had remarked on more than one occasion that the forging of demon weapons was the domain of the National Security Bureau's Research Division. This wing-shaped demon weapon was originally designed as a synthesis of the Fang Tianji and a long-handled sickle. Although its manipulation was complex, mastery would render it extraordinarily formidable, capable of launching unpredictable assaults. Yet, Wang Li paid no heed. She found it utterly impractical and was too disinclined to practice its control. The girl's style of combat was characterized by reckless, headlong charges, making the spiked mace the perfect weapon for her. Most operatives in the covert mobile unit would learn some martial arts to compensate for their lack of demonic power, yet Wang Li had no martial arts foundation. She was too lazy to learn and incapable of doing so. Thus, her combat method remained singular. Smash. She charged forth to strike, leaped to smash, and tumbled to continue smashing. Her sole combat specialty was brute strength, despite her diminutive and slender appearance, akin to a young girl. Her bones were filled with muscle, and when she unleashed her fury, even a super-strong man like Lu Gang could not impede her. Therefore, when Wang Li's mace came crashing down for the second time, Yang Bin, who had already prepared for defense, found himself thrust backward despite his armor enveloping him without a single gap. The outcome was a thunderous impact. Yang Bin was sent retreating once more, stumbling back over 10 steps, coughing blood anew, and even his head buzzed, not from injury, but from the shock, as if he had been struck by a speeding armored vehicle with a driver who, seeing him, refused to brake and instead pressed the accelerator. This girl, Yang Bin, trembled all over, his 4 pieces of armor quaking as if possessed. After just 2 strikes, he understood he could not withstand Wang Li's monstrous strength. After all, he was not Li Tianchen. Moreover, it was not only Wang Li had to contend with. Yang Bin raised his head and caught sight of Lu Gang, coincidentally witnessing my own flight through the air. Wang Li's ambush was barely deflected by Yang Bin, yet Lu Gang's sudden assault left me no time to react. First, Yang Bin obstructed my view, and second, even had I seen it, my body was racked with pain, rendering me immobile. Whoosh! Lu Gang's demon weapon swept horizontally, and with a resounding thud, I was sent flying, swiftly dispatched. How humiliating! 2 operatives? Yang Bin exclaimed in disbelief. Even if he was unafraid of Wang Li, facing 2 opponents was an impossible feat, especially given that he was already injured. Daddy! Wang Na cried out, watching me soar through the air, blood spraying from my body. Enraged, the young girl was propelled into a fury. Wretched creature! I will kill you! In her furious shout, Wang Na's serpentine tail coiled once more, all barbs aimed directly at Lu Gang. How strong was Wang Na? I couldn't say for certain. Li Tianchen had merely indicated that she could adequately defend herself, given her possession of a demon weapon. However, she only had 1 piece of demon weaponry. Thus, this little girl could only barely protect herself. Her injury to Yang Bin had been sheer luck. Now, facing Lu Gang, she was completely outmatched. No matter how furious she became, the disparity in strength was simply too great. Before her tail could reach its target, Lu Gang's demon weapon struck again. Lu Gang's weapon was also spine-like, but it boasted 3 pieces, shaped like a torch, capable of piercing or smashing. The cross-section of the weapon was exceptionally sharp, suitable for hacking as well. In the instant of contact, Wang Na faced a significant disadvantage. The collision of demonic energy waves sent her flying. In midair, Lu Gang's weapon ensnared her serpentine tail, constricting it mercilessly. A cry of anguish escaped Wang Na's lips. Her demon weapon remained intact, but it bore numerous cracks, and her back was drenched in blood. This was still a result of Lu Gang showing restraint. In both of his attacks, he had not used his full strength. First, he did not wish to kill me. Second, although Wang Na was a corpse demon, she was still a rather adorable little girl. Consider yourselves fortunate. I do not wish to kill you today. Merely capturing you will suffice. Lu Gang barked, casting a glance at Yang Bin. In that moment, Yang Bin trembled, realizing the gravity of the situation. 2 operatives. How could he possibly triumph? Yet he gazed in the direction I had been flung, just a step away. He felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. Curse it! How could this happen? Why did you scoundrels arrive early or late? but just in time for Yang Bin lamented, nearly brought to tears as he clutched his head and screamed in frustration. Who the hell are you calling a scoundrel? You re just a monster seeking a beating, Wang Li retorted, her brows furrowing as she lunged forward. That in truth, there exists an unwritten rule among corpse demons. Battles among themselves are permissible, but when faced with a common enemy, they must set aside all grievances and unite against the foe. Thus, when I was flung away and Wang Na fell, our gazes converged upon Yang Bin. Even with two operatives, even if Yang Bin could not overpower them. Perhaps if we joined forces, there might be a glimmer of hope. Yet, damn it. With a furious curse, Yang Bin suddenly turned to flee, abandoning the fight. His own life clearly took precedence over mine. He intended to survive first before contemplating future strategies. As for Wang Na and me, he cared not for our fates, only regretting that he had not been able to eliminate me sooner. In that moment, Wang Na's forced smile concealed her desire to berate Yang Bin as a coward who preyed upon the weak. Even Lu Gang regarded Yang Bin with a hint of disdain, while Wang Li spat contemptuously, pursuing him without a second thought. What a coward! You can't escape. This young lady, shall definitely take you down today, Wang Li cried, brandishing her spiked mace. A cowardly scoundrel like him should be no match for Wang Li, Lu Gang observed coldly, opting not to pursue but to approach Wang Na and me, although he understood we were already too injured to resist. He deemed it prudent to secure us first to prevent unforeseen circumstances. However, Lu Gang had not anticipated that. Amidst her howls, little Wang Na would rise again, glaring at him with fury. Oh, you can still stand. It seems that although you are small, you possess more guts than that cowardly fellow, Lu Gang remarked, momentarily taken aback by her resilience. Unfortunately for you, little one, the gap between us is insurmountable. You should concede, Lu Gang proclaimed arrogantly. Just as he prepared to advance, his expression shifted again. From the distant undergrowth, I, who had just been hurled away, suddenly returned, brushing off the dust from my clothes and shaking off the remnants of my dignity. Appearing unfazed, did I perhaps strike too lightly? Lu Gang's brow furrowed deeply. Despite his fierce demeanor, he was not inherently malevolent, and thus he found himself torn when confronted with Wang Na's childlike appearance. His previous strike had been delivered with only half his strength, therefore, Wang Na's ability to stand was somewhat acceptable to him. However, Lu Gang had not shown me any such leniency, for he harbored a deep-seated hatred for corpse demons. A hatred born from the loss of his entire family at their hands. Consequently, that blow had been delivered with 80% of his strength. Lu Gang had calculated that, given my injuries and my newly acquired weaponry, that strike should not kill me, but would surely leave me utterly broken, incapable of rising again or resisting him. Yet the outcome was, seeing me appear unharmed. Lu Gang was clearly taken aback. His calculations had faltered. Kid, it seems you are stronger than I anticipated. Could it be that you are indeed a new breed? Lu Gang squinted, striding toward me as his torch-shaped weapon came crashing down. Daddy, be careful. Little Wang Na screamed in terror. I, of course, understood the need for caution, yet the dilemma was that I could not evade. This behemoth moved with astonishing speed, compounded by my injuries, in a moment of desperation. I could only hastily turn, bracing myself to receive the blow with my backside. In truth, being struck on the backside is an exceedingly embarrassing affair, but I had long since grown accustomed to such humiliation. Moreover, at least I had a poorly developed piece of demon weaponry to cushion the impact, though it was unlikely to offer much protection. Boom! I was sent flying once more. Lu Gang roared with laughter. This time, he used nearly all of his strength. The violent wave of demonic energy from the impact was exceedingly fierce, and one could only imagine the state of my rear end after such a blow. Yet the result was, lying on the ground for merely 2 seconds, I rolled over and sprang back to my feet, dusting off my backside, still appearing entirely unscathed. How is this possible? Lu Gang was utterly bewildered, his mouth agape enough to swallow 2 eggs. How could this happen? In truth, I was even more perplexed, desperately searching for any sign of injury on my body that I had felt the immense power behind those 2 strikes. Yet, inexplicably, apart from the bite wound inflicted by Yang Bin, there was not a single mark upon me. Those 2 blows from the demon weapon had seemingly had no effect whatsoever. The blood I had shed upon being flung away had merely been from a scratch on my neck. Furthermore, not only did I feel no pain, but I actually felt significantly better. Standing was no longer a struggle, and the wounds were far less agonizing. Why was this? Had I suddenly transformed into Superman? Or had my inner universe erupted in a blaze of power? Perhaps I had just mentally shouted for a fusion of our powers. All of these speculations were nonsensical and should be disregarded. Thus, only one possibility remained. Although the little tail on my backside appeared underdeveloped, it was remarkably powerful, akin to a divine artifact. I couldn't help but take another glance. It seemed to have grown thicker. Impossible. Kid, how on earth did you manage to block that? Liu Gang bellowed in anger that I completely ignored him. For the next 3 minutes, I stood there foolishly, my mind swirling with a cacophony of unreliable thoughts. Is my demon weapon a divine artifact? Or am I perhaps a divine artifact myself? Are dual attribute corpse demons truly formidable? Yet how could I have been so thoroughly beaten by Yongbin just moments ago? Could it be that my demon weapon is still in the process of development? Perhaps my earlier inability to fight back was due to its underdevelopment, and now, faced with danger, it has suddenly evolved. I even entertained the notion that a certain unscrupulous author had tormented the protagonist excessively, leading to reader protests, prompting a resolution to reform. No, it seems unwise to indulge in such fanciful thoughts at this moment. For Liu Gang lunged at me again, teeth clenched, raising his torch-like demon weapon once more. Before it could reach me, the frantic surge of demonic energy was akin to a tempest. This time, Liu Gang was unleashing his full power. Muscles bulging and veins standing out. With a thunderous roar, he resembled a war god, the torrent of demonic energy crashing towards me like an invisible tornado. Chapter 45. Absorption of demonic energy, Yongbin's miscalculation and truth. After the 2 strikes, I felt not only unscathed, but also that my previous injuries had somewhat mended. The bleeding had ceased, my body was becoming increasingly agile, and my reflexes had quickened. My demonic energy abundant. However, I still could not evade his strike. That I felt as if I were ensnared by that tornado, struggling desperately, yet unable to move. Is this the disparity of demonic energy? I watched as that demon weapon came crashing down, my heart racing, my eyes wide with terror. All I could do was raise my underdeveloped little tail in a futile attempt to resist Liu Gang's assault. As for the 2 wings behind me, I paid them no heed. They were merely 2 feathers, utterly useless. I was indeed correct in my judgment if I had attempted to block with those 2 feathers. Even if I were not obliterated by the demonic energy, I would at least suffer some recoil damage, as the frequencies were entirely dissimilar. Moreover, those 2 feathers could very well be shattered by Liu Gang's demon weapon, given their incomplete development. Yet my little tail was an entirely different matter, although still rather weak. When the demonic energy struck, I suddenly experienced a peculiar sensation. As the wave of demonic energy collided with my tail-shaped demon weapon, an unexpected pulling force formed between the 2, akin to a small vortex. With a resounding crash, I was propelled backward again. Emerging unscathed, it dawned on me that the wave of demonic energy did not strike me directly. Rather, due to that pulling force, it was entirely absorbed into my body. This phenomenon was difficult to articulate. It felt like a jet of water hitting me, and instead of being harmed by it, I absorbed it entirely with a sponge. Yes, that was the sensation. I even sensed a surge in my demonic energy and noticed that my tail had thickened slightly. The previous injuries had nearly vanished. And even, I lifted my head in astonishment to gaze at Liu Gang, who was equally astonished as he looked back at me. He had not realized something was amiss, but I did. The firebrand-like demon weapon in his hand seemed diminished, the part that had struck me, to be precise. Damn it, what is happening? You, kid, do you have some kind of special ability? Liu Gang exclaimed, retreating in shock. He could not fathom why, despite landing a hit, I remained unscathed, something that had never occurred in his prior battles. I too was perplexed, yet I felt that Liu Gang's attacks could not harm me. Rather, the more he struck, the more invigorated I became. This seemed to hint at a proclivity for self-harm. Yet it ignited a spark in my mind. A thought emerged. That demon weapon is Xiaohua's. So, Wang Na, take care of yourself. Dad will handle him alone, I declared, no longer willing to wait for Liu Gang to make the first move. With a wild cry, I lunged forward. If my instincts were correct, a turning point had arrived. Victory was within my grasp this night. However, not everyone was afforded a turning point. Yongbin certainly was not. And he was sadly being chased around by Wang Li, who was relentless in her assault. In reality, had Yongbin not fled and adhered to the corpse demon stipulations, joining forces with me against Liu Gang and Wang Li, perhaps even with the addition of little Wang Na, we would undoubtedly have emerged victorious tonight. Even if he had forfeited the opportunity to devour me, it would not have led to his current misfortune. Alas, of course, Even if Yang Bin had not fled, I would have sought an opportunity to escape, for as an ordinary person, I lacked his moral fortitude. Wang Li's combat style was characterized by sheer ferocity. She was truly exceptionally brave. Even more so than Sun Yun, wielding her spiked club with relentless precision, pursuing Yang Bin with fervor, crashing through everything in her path that in truth, Yang Bin ought not to have fled, if he could have found a way to stall Wang Li, who was a straightforward girl relying solely on her bravery. He would have secured victory by sapping the opponent's momentum. This was precisely how Li Tianqian had dealt with Wang Li in the past. Alternatively, had Yang Bin withstood several of Wang Li's strikes with his back armor, even at the cost of bloodshed, he could have forced her to retract her fierce spirit, drastically altering the situation. Yet Yang Bin truly only understood how to bully the weak and fear the strong. The moment he realized his opponent was formidable, he lost the will to fight, resulting in Wang Li's relentless pursuit only serving to amplify her ferocity. While he became increasingly desperate as they retreated further, they distanced themselves from our battlefield. Behind me, a fierce wind surged once more, the spiked club arriving in an instant. Yang Bin was so startled that his hair stood on end. Tumbling forward in a frantic roll, the advantage of the back-armored corpse demon lay in its defense, yet its speed was a disadvantage, rendering him unable to escape. With a thunderous crash, the spiked club struck the cement ground, sending sparks flying and shattering the surface beneath. Simultaneously, one of Yang Bin's back armor pieces was struck, and he had not even had time to gather his demonic energy before. Crack! Several fissures appeared across the back armor. Extending to his rear, Yang Bin let out a pained scream, frantically kicking out, causing Wang Li to stagger backward. I can't take it anymore. If this continues, it's over. Yang Bin cried in terror. Such was the plight of a fugitive. He possessed the strength to fight yet was utterly demoralized by the oppressive atmosphere. Haha. Well, now you know. Just obediently let this lady smash you to bits. Wang Li cackled, thoroughly pleased with herself. This night had been the most exhilarating for her, causing her to forget entirely about Liu Gang and me. Do you think you can kill me? Yang Bin gritted his teeth. Well, I admit you are strong. Don't forget that I am back-armored. Killing me is no easy feat. With that, the 4 pieces of back armor enveloped him, not attacking Wang Li, but rather encasing himself. Almost simultaneously, the exclusive protective camouflage of the back-armored corpse demon activated, rendering Yang Bin indistinguishable from the night. Yang Bin had experienced numerous miscalculations tonight. He had been ambushed by little Wang Na, failed to detect Liu Gang and Wang Li's ambush, and could not suppress Wang Li's momentum. Furthermore, he had made another critical error. He should not have hidden so readily. The sound of beeping filled the air as Wang Li fixated intently on the indicator needle of her watch, raising the spiked club once more, launching it with lightning speed. Had Yang Bin managed to create some distance before hiding, Wang Li would have been unable to detect him, for the watch-like demonic energy radar lacked significant detection capabilities. Additionally, with the protective camouflage activated, he could eliminate his demonic energy fluctuations. However, this required a period of time, which Yang Bin had underestimated. Moreover, had Yang Bin immediately launched a counterattack upon hiding, he might have heavily injured Wang Li before she could detect him. Yet he had fled in a panic, losing his fighting spirit. After a series of miscalculations, the outcome was now inevitable. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, and amidst the now vanished night, a spray of fresh blood erupted. As if a crimson storm had descended from the heavens to end the downpour, Yang Bin screamed, tumbling forward. He had plummeted from a steep slope along a mountainside highway. The slope was exceedingly steep, and his cries echoed as he fell, culminating in a resounding crash as he disappeared from sight. Hey, are you dead? Wang Li shouted from the top of the slope, but no reply came. TCH, too high. I don't feel like chasing any more. If you're not dead, consider yourself lucky. Wang Li scoffed, grinning as she hoisted her spiked club and sauntered back. Yang Bin was not dead. Down at the bottom of the slope, he lay sprawled on the ground, desperately coughing up blood. Despite numerous miscalculations, fortune still favored him, and after much struggle, he managed to rise again, fleeing in a panic once more. Unfortunately, it seemed that his night of calamity was far from over. As luck would not always be on his side, the direction in which he fled, a vehicle was slowly approaching the city. The battle raged on fiercely. The initial one-sided beatdown quickly faded, and gradually, I began to retaliate, forcing Liu Gang to retreat repeatedly. The brute had yet to realize anything was amiss, merely roaring as he incessantly struck at me with his demon weapon. However, all the demonic energy he released was wholly absorbed by me. leading to his weapon becoming increasingly slender while my tail thickened. Could I absorb Xiaohua's demon weapon? Upon this realization, I was taken aback. Li Tianxin had never mentioned this to me. Why was that? In truth, I did not know. Tonight, Yang Bin was indeed unfortunate. He was merely one step away from achieving great success. Had he devoured me, even if he could not integrate our energies due to differing frequencies, he would at least have gained a temporary boost of demonic power, rendering Wang Li and Lu Gang incapable of opposing him. It was truly just one step away. As for me, I was exceedingly fortunate. Not only had I narrowly escaped Yang Bin's clutches, but I was also fervently absorbing energy from my battle with Lu Gang, relentlessly strengthening and augmenting myself. What would become of me after this night? I am at a loss myself. All I know is that I am growing stronger by the day. Even my labored breaths begin to emanate a surge of demonic energy, and my progressively thickening tail lashes out with ferocity. Though it may not be earth-shattering, it certainly exudes an intimidating aura. Lu Gang, frightened, hastily retracted his demonic weapon to defend himself, but the intense energy waves collided violently once more, forcing him to stagger back repeatedly. Simultaneously, I too was retreating, yet once again, I drew a sliver of demonic power from his weapon, absorbing it as it gradually melded into my body, causing my tail to thicken yet again. Lu Gang noticed this transformation, though he could not comprehend why. He observed as my tail grew thicker, inch by inch, eventually reaching the caliber of a standard demonic weapon. How can this be? Is this brat truly a new breed, evolving at a visibly rapid pace? Lu Gang exclaimed in astonishment. Yet, he was mistaken. He perpetually regarded me as some bizarre new strain of corpse demon, misinterpreting my increase in strength as a form of evolution, when in truth, I was merely siphoning off his power. The more I absorbed, the stronger I became, while he grew weaker. How reminiscent this was of the legendary technique of energy absorption. Lu Gang realized that the demonic weapon in his grasp had become slender, and finally, after all, once a demonic weapon solidifies, it becomes exceedingly heavy. Any reduction in size and weight is readily felt. In that moment, Lu Gang was once again taken aback. Yet this man seemed genuinely straightforward, for he still failed to grasp that I was absorbing his strength, instead attributing it to my power is nearly depleted. Impossible. I have only just acquired this demonic weapon. Lu Gang's face turned ashen. Following the demise of a corpse demon, if one were to immediately sever its essence and wield its weapon, it would solidify, preserving its demonic energy. However, this energy is not inexhaustible. It gradually diminishes through combat, leading to the weapon becoming increasingly slender. After all, the corpse demon is dead, and a solidified demonic weapon finds it exceedingly difficult to restore its power autonomously, making depletion inevitable. Yet this so-called consumption process is typically very slow. A demonic weapon can be utilized for at least a year or two, and those derived from particularly powerful corpse demons may last a decade or more, certainly not depleting within a mere month. Hence Lu Gang's astonishment that I am, in truth, a rather honest individual. However, I would never be foolish enough to divulge my secrets to an enemy amidst such a fierce struggle. So, I grinned mischievously and charged at Lu Gang once more. In truth, overcoming me was quite simple for Lu Gang. He merely needed to retract his demonic weapon and draw his handgun, and all would be resolved. After all, I had only just emerged from my cocoon and was still quite inexperienced in controlling my tail and the two feathery appendages. Thus, I found it exceedingly challenging to counter bullets. Yet this man, alas, I hesitate to speak of him, for his straightforwardness leaves one speechless. The more I absorbed, the more incredulous he became, and the more he stubbornly roared in defiance against me. Chapter 46. An unexpected turn at the moment of my emergence. My tail was scarcely comparable to that of a rat. After enduring no fewer than 20 clashes, at last, my first demonic weapon fully developed. Its girth rivaling that of Xiaohua and Yuehua, albeit in the singular form of one tail. As a grown man, it is rather embarrassing to have a fox tail protruding from one's back, and to additionally adorn oneself with fox ears would make one appear entirely like a demon. However, I was indifferent, for my heart was already racing with excitement. Demonic power. This is demonic power. I could distinctly feel a substance flowing through my limbs, and with that flow, my body grew increasingly robust, the hardness of my demonic weapon escalating, and the energy surges becoming ever more violent. At that moment, I felt as though I had ingested a potent stimulant. The intensity of my strength was simply, of course, my power was still quite meager, merely comparable to that of Xiaowanga. With only 2 additional feathery appendages to boast of, yet I was utterly satisfied, feeling as if I were a superhero. Boom! This was already the 25th clash between Liu Gang and me, with our opposing waves of demonic energy exploding between us, akin to dust being absorbed back into my being. This time, I did not retreat an inch, while Liu Gang staggered, spitting out a mouthful of blood. After 25 rounds of recoil, even a giant like him could not withstand it. I do not understand why this is happening, Liu Gang gasped, panting, as he beheld the situation before him completely reversed, his teeth clenched in frustration. Enough already, cease your struggle. I suddenly halted my movements, gesturing dismissively. You cannot defeat me, I do not wish to elaborate on the reasons. But should we continue, it will undoubtedly be your defeat. Let us part ways here. I had no desire to kill Liu Gang, nor had I ever contemplated such an act, even though we are sworn enemies. I am a rather simple and ordinary person. As long as others do not provoke me, I am content. As long as I am not devoured by Yang Bin, I am quite happy. As for Liu Gang, I actually hold a certain admiration for him, respecting all those in the secret mobile unit. I had even contemplated that had I not transformed into a corpse demon, I would have loved to join them, contributing to the protection of humanity, which would be far more noble than merely being a wage earner. Unfortunately, we are now mortal enemies, yet at the very least, I do not wish to slay those whom I admired. In truth, I deeply regret that fateful day when I accidentally killed a member of the secret mobile unit. My demands are quite simple. Do not trouble me, and I shall spare you. So Wang Na, let us depart. You there, do not pursue me, and I shall not kill you. I smiled, shrugged my shoulders, and turned to walk away with Wang Na. In the end, I cast a glance at Liu Gang's demonic weapon, tempted to snatch it, but I feared this man would rather die than yield, ultimately leading to his demise at my hands. Alas, I am truly as kind-hearted as an angel. When I uttered that statement with good intentions, I never anticipated Liu Gang's reaction would be so exaggerated. Do not pursue, you will not kill me. Liu Gang's body trembled, and as he lifted his gaze, his eyes were evidently filled with rage. You brat, are you pitying me? Huh? I, Liu Gang, am being pitted by a corpse demon, a wretched monster. Liu Gang roared with fury, stubbornly rising to his feet. You monsters, every last one of you deserves to die. Torn to shreds, not a shred of pity to be found. Huh? Yet you dare to pity me. When you monsters feast upon the defenseless ordinary people, did you not consider their plight? Spare me your pretense. Liu Gang shouted, shaking with rage as horrifying images of bloodshed flooded his mind. His gentle wife, his beloved children, his aged and kind-hearted father, and his mother, who had nurtured him throughout his life. It was a quiet night in the countryside. After finishing his labor in the fields, he encountered a grievously injured man on his way home. Out of kindness and the simplicity of a farmer's heart, he brought the man home. Yet, his benevolence was repaid with nightmares. He cared for the man tenderly. Yet once healed, that man slaughtered all his family, devouring his children and wife. When Liu Gang returned home to find blood everywhere, to see the mangled remains of his loved ones, his heart shattered in an instant. He howled to the heavens, consumed by anguish, nearly blinded by tears. Liu Gang truly harbored a profound hatred for corpse demons, greater than any other, which is why, upon learning the truth, he sought to join the secret mobile unit by any means necessary, vowing to eradicate every last corpse demon from this world, even if it meant sacrificing his life in battle. Yet now he found himself pitted by an inexplicable corpse demon who claimed not to wish to kill him. Was this some kind of joke? Thus, when I uttered that phrase, Liu Gang was driven into a frenzy, charging at me like a wild beast that I had already turned away, bending down to lift Wang Na. When his furious roar made me tremble involuntarily, the audacity to attempt a sneak attack, a surge of anger arose within me. My tail lunged forth, aimed at his demonic weapon rather than him, for I still did not wish to kill him. However, in that moment, neither Liu Gang nor I anticipated that when I infused my entire strength into my tail and it collided with his weapon, it would bang. Liu Gang's weapon shattered unexpectedly, reduced to fragments by the force of the impact. All the demonic energy waves erupted forth, swirling chaotically in the air, only to be absorbed back into me in one fell swoop. How can this be? Liu Gang gasped in astonishment, finally uncovering the secret, the truth of the absorbed demonic energy, the reason for his utter defeat. The explanation was quite simple, consisting of only 2 points. Firstly, my demonic energy frequency matched that of Xiaohua. Secondly, Lu Gang was merely an ordinary human man, possessing not a shred of demonic power. His control over Xiaohua's weapon was limited to merely lifting it to strike. Had Lu Gang possessed even a modicum of demonic energy, allowing him to truly wield Xiaohua's weapon, I would have been unable to absorb that energy. Put it simply, Xiaohua's demonic energy is akin to a beloved pet. If Lu Gang were its owner, I would not be able to take it away. However, the issue was that Lu Gang was not its owner, and simultaneously, that little pet recognized the sin of its former owner, Xiaohua, and instinctively desired to join me. In essence, Xiaohua's weapon was not taken by me. Rather, it willingly sought to merge with my being. Now, the situation at hand was that while my weapon was thrust forward, Lu Gang's weapon had shattered. Consequently, my weapon faced no obstruction, charging straight for his chest, and he had lost all capacity for resistance. The operatives of the secret mobile unit relied solely on their demonic weapons to augment their combat prowess. Without their weapons, they were as vulnerable as ordinary humans. Damn it, I bellowed, for I truly did not wish to kill Lu Gang. I desperately attempted to retract my weapon, yet in that moment, a sudden buzzing reverberated in my mind, freezing my body in place, and an excruciating pain surged forth, as though originating from within. The enchanting weapons of the Xiaohua number 3 pieces, yet at this moment, I am merely a single fragment. Thus, I bent down in anguish, nearly overwhelmed by the formidable surge of demonic energy. In this dire moment, I could only desperately twist my body, striving to alter the trajectory of the weapon's assault. Bang! Lu Gang's shoulder was shattered by my strike, and he let out a pained howl. Fortunately, he was not dead, at least, not yet. However, Lu Gang remained undeterred, glaring at me with fury, and then he drew his pistol. Damn you, vile creature! A sudden shriek pierced the air as a serpentine tail lashed out just before Lu Gang could fire. He had no time to evade, and I could not intervene. I could only watch helplessly. Bang! His chest was pierced, the force unyielding, bursting forth from his back and spilling forth a torrent of blood, along with his shattered heart. Thud! Lu Gang collapsed into a pool of crimson, his eyes wide with disbelief. Unwilling to accept his fate, he yearned for revenge, to annihilate those cursed undead. Wang Na, stop! What about you? Are you all right? My scream finally broke the silence, but it was far too late. I attempted to struggle towards Lu Gang to see if he could still be saved. But as soon as I took a step, boom! I too fell, writhing on the ground in agony, as if my very being were on the verge of splitting apart. Daddy, Daddy, what has happened to you? Wang Na cried out, yet I could not respond, only convulsing and rolling on the ground, the pain overwhelming, greater than the torment I endured during my transformation, more intense than when Xiaohua ended my life. Simultaneously, a belated scream echoed from afar. Lu Gang, you fool, where have you run off to? Answer me at once. Wang Li had returned, startled by the voice. Wang Na trembled. She recognized it as an enemy. The little one was astute and quick to react, glancing at Lu Gang's lifeless form before turning to me. Suddenly, she seized my leg, and just like before, she took off in a frenzied dash. I was utterly immobilized, merely dragged along, unable even to utter a word, shaking uncontrollably, my mind a cacophony of confusion. Reflecting on the events of this night, what was this situation? I had no answers. Yangbin had the opportunity to consume me. Yet he had suddenly fled, grievously wounded. Lu Gang, who should have easily subdued me, had inexplicably fallen that I, who had no desire to kill Lu Gang, now found him dead. At the same time, I had inexplicably grown immensely powerful, absorbing that unparalleled demonic force, yet I felt as if I might burst from its intensity. Tonight, the sheer number of unforeseen events was overwhelming. Damn it, I'm truly cursed. Yangbin roared through gritted teeth as he staggered forward. He had been so close, yet misfortune had struck. Yangbin was unwilling to concede defeat. He believed that devouring me would allow him to surpass the limits of his demonic weapon. Thus, he was eager to look back at the situation. However, he dared not, nor did he possess the strength to do so, for his injuries were severe. Damn it, how did I end up in the outskirts? There's not a soul around to replenish my demonic energy. Yangbin fumed. If he could just kill someone, consume their innards, and drink their blood, even if his wounds could not heal completely, it would at least sustain him for a while. As he contemplated this, a flicker of fire suddenly appeared before him. Yangbin paused. It seemed luck was on his side. Where there was fire, there were people. Without a moment's hesitation, Yangbin lunged forward. It was a campfire, beside which sat a broken-down car, and a figure was gloomily roasting meat over the flames. What rotten luck! Just when I was almost there, the damn car breaks down. Where the hell did that arrogant bastard run off to? It takes forever to borrow some gas, the man grumbled, his expression suddenly freezing as he turned to find the blood-soaked Yangbin behind him. What incredible fortune, to encounter a human out here in the dead of night. Yangbin cackled with glee. You are an undead. The man squinted. A peculiar smile creeping across his face thought he could discern Yangbin's identity with a single glance. This was indeed strange, yet Yangbin remained oblivious, already licking his lips and envisioning how he would consume this man. Ha! You actually wish to eat me. You are truly the most oblivious fool. The man burst into laughter, abruptly reaching into the car and pulling out an extraordinarily long black object. Was that a scythe? No. Yangbin's pupils dilated. It was, in fact, a demonic weapon. Was this man also a member of the clandestine mobile unit? Instinctively, a wave of panic surged within Yangbin. However, the scythe was adorned with only a single piece of demonic weaponry, a wing. Yangbin suddenly began to laugh. After all, he was a four-piece undead. The weapons of the clandestine mobile unit were distinctly different from those of the undead due to their specialized forging, thus making them somewhat stronger. Additionally, some of their leaders excelled in martial arts and combat, so even if the number of weapon pieces was comparable, it did not guarantee victory. This was precisely why Liu Gang had gained the upper hand against Qinlan despite being one piece short. However, the impact of that specialized forging was ultimately limited. The difference between one piece and four pieces was always starkly evident. The presence of only one piece indicated that this man's rank was quite low. Wrong. He was gravely mistaken. Thus, Yangbin sneered and charged forward, unaware that this would be the most fatal miscalculation of the night. You truly do not know the meaning of danger. The man scoffed, a mere four-piece undead. And a wounded one at that, dares to challenge me. Luo Tianjin. Tiska, how delightful. I can add another piece of meat to my grill. Meat? Yangbin was perplexed, yet it was only at that moment he noticed that the meat roasting over the fire was, in fact, a human arm. No, perhaps it should be referred to as an undead's arm. Given the ghastly claws, this man was actually consuming the undead. Yangbin was taken aback by this revelation. He had witnessed countless undead devouring humans, but never had he encountered one that feasted upon its own kind. Was this level of depravity truly necessary? That fleeting moment of astonishment left him. Yangbin was indeed having an exceptionally unfortunate night. Unfortunate enough to meet his demise, for he had encountered Luo Tianjin, a man who devoured the undead. Moreover, had Li Tianjin been present, he might have understood why not a single undead remained in Nanjing. Chapter 47. Terror approaches. Kill me. Please, do it quickly. A feeble howl resonated. The man nodded in agreement, but picked up the half-roasted arm from the fire, sniffed it, sprinkled it with pepper and cumin, took a bite, and then set it back down. This was perhaps the most horrifying experience imaginable. Watching another consume oneself with such selectiveness, yearning for death, yet finding even that small release denied. The terror of it caused Yangbin to tremble. And he even wept. Regret washed over him. He should have been enjoying the luxury of a villa, watching movies, listening to music, or driving into the city for a leisurely spin while bringing a woman home for amusement, and afterwards savoring her blood. But now, please, just kill me. The sound of his cries filled the air. All that remained of Yangbin were sobs. His hands and feet had been severed, rendering him unable to struggle. And even his weapon had been brutally extracted. He could not even contemplate suicide. He wondered if this was retribution. He had just wished to devour his own kin, yet now he was being consumed by someone in the most horrific and grotesque manner. Given the chance to choose again, he would rather be crushed to death by Wang Li, and he would never have resorted to attacking the one who had considered him a friend merely to gain strength. But it was all too late. To quote his own past words, some things are fated from the very beginning. Hey, I just stepped away for a moment. Do you have to engage in such disgusting acts immediately? Another voice chimed in, and a tall, slender man approached through the night, carrying half a bucket of borrowed gasoline. Who told you to be so slow, you idiot? I was bored. Luo Tianjin retorted, picking up the half-roasted arm and asking, care for a taste? It's quite good, I assure you. The man feigned retching, sighing as he went to refuel the car, while Luo Tianjin did not press the issue, knowing he was the only one in this world who could stomach such fare. I never understood why you can so merrily engage in such revolting actions, doing so with such ease and even being particular about the quality. Is it really that difficult? It's no different from how the undead consume us. Once you come to terms with it, it becomes inconsequential. From the moment they regarded us as food, to me, they were no different from livestock. Don't you consume livestock meat every day? Isn't that different? They always. The man smiled wryly, beginning a sentence that he ultimately left unfinished. He knew he could not win an argument with this individual, nor could he prevent him, for he had grown accustomed to his own perversion. By the way, Gao, those 4 pieces of demonic weapons. Luo Tianjin gestured towards the 4 dark pieces not far away. Aren't you using a carapace-type weapon? Would you like to reinforce it? No. I already possess 6 pieces. If I acquire more, that level of power would be somewhat challenging for me to control, as I lack demonic energy. Gao shook his head. So, eat a little. Once you consume something, you'll be able to control it. Luo Tianjin smiled, extending his palm to concentrate. Suddenly, the air in his hand took on an eerie quality, as if creating ripples. Was that demonic energy? As a human, he possessed demonic energy. Although still quite feeble, it was akin to what my battle with Liu Gang had demonstrated. Even the slightest hint of demonic energy would allow humans to achieve perfect control over demonic weapons. How did this demonic power come to be? Perhaps Yang Bin has come to understand why he was devoured alive. It bears no difference to his own predation. It is indeed ironic. The corpse demon consumes humans to enhance its demonic weaponry, refining its arsenal, while this very human slays corpse demons to seize their powers, even resorting to consuming them to gain some of their demonic energy, thereby facilitating greater control over the demonic weaponry. Who among them is more grotesque and cruel? Even Yang Bin himself could not discern. Hey, hurry up and finish eating so we can hit the road. Dawn is approaching, and I am so drowsy. Once we enter the city, I'll take a nap before tackling those tasks, said the arrogant one, casting a glance at Yang Bin. What should we do with this fellow? Kill him, or take him along? Of course, we take him along. The research lab always complains about a shortage of experimental materials. Luo Tianjin replied languidly. Yang Bin instinctively shuddered. Experimental materials. Those were the very words he had used to intimidate me. Yet he never anticipated that retribution would befall him. Moreover, he can serve as food during times of crisis. Luo Tianjin added with a chuckle. Yang Bin wept anew, utterly lost as to which fate was more terrifying, being thrown into the laboratory or being consumed. What a pitiful creature, the arrogant one remarked, a hint of sympathy flickering in his eyes, before continuing, and this guy probably won't even comprehend his demise. Despite his 4-piece carapace, he utterly failed to resist you. Yang Bin perked up, forgetting his pain. He truly did not understand. And this was his greatest perplexity. Yet the arrogant one's response was, the entire world of corpse demons sees you wielding just 1 piece of demonic weaponry, and they think you're an easy target. Pitiful even, they do not know that you are the only one in the world, Luo Tianjin, who possesses the demonic weapon of Chu Tian. At that moment, Yang Bin's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced towards the distant long-handled scythe. Was that Chu Tian's? The most fearsome corpse demon king. How could this be possible? Is there truly someone who can tear his demonic weapon from him? Pure luck, Luo Tianjin laughed. A year ago, we teamed up to ambush him once. We were fortunate enough to take one down, and I was lucky to snag it. Huh. Since that day, I have not used any other corpse demon's weaponry because they are utterly inferior in comparison. It is not entirely luck in this world. There is only you who can manipulate that fellow's demonic weapon, the arrogant one remarked, clicking his tongue. Luo Tianjin nodded, acknowledging that only he possessed the demonic power. Yang Bin was now too afraid to even groan. The only human who possessed demonic power. The only fallen weapon of Chu Tian. He looked at Luo Tianjin with eyes that regarded a monster. He turned his gaze towards the direction the vehicle was heading. A bitter sensation welled up within him, even if he refrained from certain actions tonight. It seemed exceedingly difficult to live leisurely in that city, for their target was, once the arrogant one and Luo Tianjin entered that city, who could stand against them? Who could possibly escape? Yang Bin was clueless at this moment. Even Li Tianqin was not in the city. Yang Bin was terrified of Li Tianqin, which was why he fled the city immediately after his plans failed. He feared that Li Tianqin would return, discover his scheme, and explode with fury, eliminating him. Yet now, Yang Bin found himself wishing for Li Tianqin's swift return. Only he, with his 8 wings, stood a chance against the monster before him. Otherwise, that city would be utterly doomed. Not to mention that guy called the Arrogant One. Yang Bin did not recognize him, but he noticed the golden insignia embroidered on his shoulder, a cadre of the secret mobile unit, with rank divisions that were rather simplistic, essentially just A and B grades. Along with unique individuals like Luo Tianjin, the distinction between A and B grades is straightforward. One is the quantity of demonic weapons, and the other is the color of the insignia. B is silver. A is gold. Luo Tianjin was one of the 6 divisions of the secret mobile unit, and Yang Bin realized that only those from the 6 divisions could possess such monstrous strength. Especially with the arrogant one, an A-grade cadre far superior to Wang Li. As he gazed towards the distant city, Yang Bin felt that it had become indistinguishable from a dead city. What Yang Bin did not know was how many cities filled with corpse demons had transformed into dead cities along Luo Tianjin's path. Li Tianqian knew. He had arrived at Zhenjiang, then Yangzhou, and along the way, he had not encountered a single corpse demon that if one were to take a map and mark the distribution of corpse demons with red dots. The map should be densely packed, yet at this moment, a certain area had suddenly turned blank, all due to a single vehicle and 2 individuals. Yuehua was also aware, for by sheer luck, she had encountered a nearly insane corpse demon on the outskirts of a certain city. What on earth is happening? Yuehua asked anxiously. 6 divisions. Luo Tianjin, monster, a being described as a monster even by corpse demons. This was enough to turn Yuehua's face pale, and without a second thought, she rushed back. But would she make it in time? Would Li Tianqian arrive in time? Perhaps neither of them would, for Luo Tianjin had already arrived, faster than anyone else. Yet, for some, this may already be too late. Amidst the night, on the blood-soaked highway, a young girl clutched the still-warm body and sobbed loudly. Why had she chased after Yang Bin? Why had she left her partner? Was it merely for the thrill? Indeed, she found it thrilling, yet her partner had departed from this world forever. She felt deep regret, although she had always been brusque with him. She had secretly cherished him, even considering him a brother. Yes, to Wang Li, Lu Gang was like a brother, for on one fateful day years ago, he had charged into that blood-soaked little room, risking his life to drive away the corpse demon that sought to devour her. He had brought her into the secret mobile unit and had even taught her the skills that allowed her to become a B-grade cadre, although someone had surpassed him and blossomed beyond expectations. Without Lu Gang, there would be no Wang Li as she was now. Thus, when those far stronger than Lu Gang sought to partner with her, she had politely declined each one, yet unexpectedly. Why? Wang Li screamed. Bewildered, she did not understand how the situation had suddenly unraveled. How Lu Gang could possibly be dead. He was only facing a heavily injured newcomer and a little girl with just a single tail. You are all doomed. I will tear you to shreds. Under the night sky, Wang Li's roar echoed through the heavens. The arrival of Luo Tianjin, the presence of the arrogant one, coupled with Wang Li's fury, seemed to herald a bloody storm about to unfold in that city. For some newcomers, it truly seemed like certain doom. Yet, even without them, I felt equally doomed. In the dim alley, I lay in Wang Na's embrace, unable even to tremble, my face pale, yet my body was ablaze. Yes, ablaze. It was utterly bizarre. Could a corpse demon truly have a fever? But it was not an illness. Rather, it was the immense demonic power within me, searing like fire, and I could not integrate or absorb it. It rampaged within me, causing my body to gradually collapse. Had I truly killed Lu Gang? I felt that Wang Li's desire for revenge was entirely unwarranted, for at most, I had merely perished alongside him. Indeed, I felt as though he had caused my demise. I was merely a rookie corpse demon, equivalent at best to a bottle of Wah-Ha-Ad calcium milk, yet now I had been forcibly filled with a bottle of cola. And not just any cola, but a massive 2.5-liter one. His death was unfortunate for him. I never intended to kill him. But what was my current situation? A dignified corpse demon, suffocated to death by demonic power? How utterly tragic. Coughing up blood once more, my body could no longer withstand it. Cracks began to appear on my chest, abdomen, shoulders, and even my hands and feet, revealing surging demonic energy within that I felt as though I were an inflatable doll that had suddenly been jabbed with several needles. Chapter 48. The Unbelievable Truth. Help. Help me. Save Dad. Little Wang Na cried as she dashed forward. With her intelligence, she could not comprehend my dire state. She only knew that I was on the verge of death. This girl was my greatest blessing. Without her, I would have perished twice tonight. Moreover, she was truly clever. Unable to find anyone else, she understood to bring me to the restaurant entrance to wait for Qinlan. What happened? The old man gazed at my pitiful state, his eyes nearly popping out. Had everything been fine during the day? That bad guy wanted to eat Dad, but then he was chased off, and another bad guy tried to capture Wang Na and Dad, but was defeated by Dad. He had a big stick, and boom, it exploded, and that's how Dad ended up like this. Hey, is this a narrative of plot development? Why is it incomprehensible? Fortunately, the old man was well-informed and needed no unreliable little girl to explain. He could glean the gist from a glance. However, upon closer inspection, the kid has demonic weaponry. Has he fed on others? Indeed, he possesses dual attributes. But, wait, the tail's growth is too rapid. And this, my heavens, the demonic power is excessively inflated, breaking through his body. It's even erupting. Qin Lan was astonished, tugging at his beard in disbelief, while Lin Feng behind him had already turned pale with fear. Although he did not fully understand, he could sense the anomalies in my body and the raging demonic power. Teacher, this is too powerful. How did Li Yang manage to do this? How does he possess so much demonic power? Lin Feng exclaimed, envy written all over his face. How dare he feel envy? Did this fool not realize I was on the brink of death? Qin Lan shook his head, carefully examining my wounds, and suddenly remarked, attacked by a fellow, desired to consume this lad? If I'm not mistaken, that scoundrel Yang Bin? Why does everyone know that Yang Bin is a scoundrel? Yet, I alone remain in ignorance. Suddenly, an overwhelming urge to weep overtakes me. But the question is, how did his demonic power get infused? It is impossible for it to have originated from his own being. The old man meticulously examines the situation once more. When a thought strikes him, and he exclaims, the demon weapon of Xiaohua, has he completely absorbed it? My heavens, this audacious lad dared to absorb Xiaohua's demon weapon in our absence. What level is Xiaohua? What manner of being is he? No, that cannot be. He must be unaware of this. Could it be that you were attacked by the secret mobile unit? The omniscient Qin Lan is indeed remarkable. His judgment is astoundingly precise. If this individual does not pen a comprehensive encyclopedia of corpse demons to benefit the world, it would be a tremendous loss to all corpse demons. However, mere judgment is of no avail. Where is the solution? Qin Lan's brow furrows deeply. He is at a loss. This matter was initially beyond his comprehension. It was Li Tianxin's idea, yet everything has now changed. First, the pace has quickened, without any preparation from Qin Lan and Li Tianxin. I have independently executed the plan. Second, it has become perplexing. Li Tianxin once stated that as long as I fused with Xiaohua's demon weapon, I could forcefully break through my limits. But where is that breakthrough? Even more troubling is the fact that the sheer magnitude of that demonic power renders me incapable of assimilating it. Qin Lan suddenly realizes that Li Tianxin's previous thoughts were far too naive, lacking in detailed consideration. Yet upon reflection, this is Li Tianxin we are speaking of, the administrator, a formidable being with 8 wings, a veteran corpse demon of 70 years. Could he possibly have made such a decision without fully understanding the implications? Qin Lan's confusion only deepens. First, carry the little one inside. Lin Feng, assist, the old man commands in a low voice, immediately dialing Li Tianxin to clarify what has transpired. However, Li Tianxin's astonishment matches that of Qin Lan. The plan has been executed ahead of schedule. Due to unforeseen circumstances, due to Yang Bin's interference, at this moment, still in Zhenjiang, a crimson veil suddenly descends over his eyes, fueled by excitement and fury. The excitement arises from the validation of his thoughts, indeed. I can absorb Xiaohua's demonic power, while the anger stems from the audacity of Yang Bin, who dared to conceal such a monumental event from him, thereby completely disrupting his plans. I have already absorbed it. Yet he is not by my side, rendering him incapable of. Damn it. I will return immediately. Qin Lan, do not involve yourself, do nothing, just wait. Li Tianxin bellows, displaying an urgency he has never exhibited before. I cannot just stand by. Qin Lan is taken aback, glancing at my current condition, and exclaims, if I do not intervene, this lad is as good as dead. His body will soon completely shatter. He cannot survive until your return. Dead? Wang Na is stunned. She thought I had merely sustained serious injuries. Lin Feng is equally bewildered, believing I had simply encountered a minor setback. Only Qin Lan perceives that my body is disintegrating from within. Tianxin, you cannot return in time. Tell me what to do. I will assist this lad. Qin Lan grits his teeth. I have told you, you must not intervene. Li Tianxin roars vehemently. You cannot help that lad. Only I can. So, everything will await my return. That is an order. Qin Lan is left utterly dumbfounded. This is the first time Li Tianxin has spoken to him in such a manner. The always aloof yet courteous individual is now displaying a fury akin to that of a wild beast. Furthermore, Li Tianxin does not allow him the chance to retort before abruptly disconnecting the call. leaving no room for negotiation. This is simply bizarre, even surreal. Why does Li Tianqian not disclose the solution? Why does he not permit Qin Lan to assist? Moreover, Qin Lan notices the two feathers behind me. Well, those are wings of demon weapons, and they do not enhance me as Li Tianqian suggested. Only my tail spine has seen improvement. Additionally, Li Tianqian has never mentioned that my body would collapse after absorbing demonic power. Did he not anticipate this? No. He must have known. Moreover, Li Tianqian has always shown great concern for me, treating me as family. Yet now, as I teeter on the brink of death, he adamantly forbids Qin Lan from saving me and refuses to reveal the solution. What could be the reason behind this? The old man once again sinks into contemplation, increasingly perplexed by the thoughts of a certain individual. Teacher, if we do not rescue Liang soon, he will perish. Lin Feng exclaims, on the verge of tears, jolting the old man back to reality. But how can he save me? Teacher, did you not just say that Li Yang is on the verge of being overwhelmed by demonic power? Then why not help him release that power? Lin Feng suggests impulsively. That seems plausible, but how to release it? How about sucking it out? Lin Feng wipes his mouth, adopting an expression akin to someone attempting to perform artificial respiration. How can we suck it out? Do not be ridiculous. Qin Lan chuckles wryly. This is not blowing up a balloon. But how did Li Yang absorb it in the first place? We can just do the same to release it. Lin Feng insists, genuinely not lacking in clever ideas, though he is oblivious to many details. Sigh, he was able to absorb it because his frequency of demonic power matched that of Xiaohua. But then how can we achieve the same frequency? Only. Qin Lan begins to explain but suddenly halts as a realization strikes him, his eyes widening with tremendous shock. Could it be that he is thinking this way? Does he deliberately infuse this lad with his own demonic frequency? Is it possible he never intended for this lad to be his successor? Is his true objective merely to obtain Xiaohua's demonic power? Is he attempting to break through to 8 wings? Qin Lan's voice trembles. Yet no one comprehends his words. No, this cannot be. He would not resort to such measures. His nature is too kind. How could he conceive of such a brutal method? He despises the idea of infighting among his kind. How could he bring himself to do it? But if not for that purpose, why would he? Cradling his head, Qin Lan screams in disbelief, unable to accept this reality, for that individual, even as a cruel corpse demon, has always adhered to principles, displaying an angelic kindness before everyone. Could it have all been a facade? No, Qin Lan refuses to believe it. The old man may doubt anyone, but he cannot bring himself to doubt him. Thus, that hypothesis. Indeed, Qin Lan has come to understand that only I can absorb Xiaohua's demon weapon. The formidable female corpse demon, second only to Chutian. How powerful is her demonic power? Perhaps it could assist anyone in breaking through their limits. Yet, the frequencies of others' demonic powers differ from Xiaohua's. Even my own sister, Yuehua, differs. Hence, if others covet Xiaohua's demonic power, they can only start with me, finding a way to align my demonic frequency with hers. Unable to adjust, then forcibly infuse it. This is the very reason for my dual attributes. I am akin to Xiaohua, thus I can absorb her, and that individual, being similar to me, can then absorb me. Qin Lan has completely deciphered the reasoning behind it, yet the issue lies in his unwillingness to accept it. Forcibly casting the thought aside, he gazes at my suffering form, his face a mask of struggle, yet he shakes his head resolutely. Lad, I am sorry, I cannot save you. Qin Lan sighs heavily. Wait for him to return, even in death. I cannot doubt him, nor can I believe he would do this. Then let this old man use these eyes to verify, to see if the one he has followed for over a decade has truly been blind. However, at this moment, Li Tianqian remains in Yangzhou, far too distant to arrive in time. Yet, another individual, closer at hand, has returned, Yuehua. This lad is still alive. Yuehua exclaims in surprise, only to realize she has misspoken, hastily adding, how did he end up like this? Yuehua's quick correction prevents Wang Na and Lin Feng from detecting any flaws. But only Qin Lan. He understands too much and is too astute, leading him to once again wear a wry smile, reflecting on Yuehua's forcible abduction of Li Tianqian, then recalling how Yang been struck against me that very night. And considering the resentful gaze Yuehua cast after Li Tianqian harmed himself for my sake, as he watches me writhing in pain, Qin Lan suddenly reaches out to wipe the cold sweat from my brow. A glimmer of pity in his eyes. Li Yang, you are truly unfortunate. Since your encounter with Xiaohua, it seems as though the entire world has been conspiring against you, seeking your demise. If this old man were in your position. After all this, I would no longer dare to trust anyone, not even the world itself. Though he sighs for my plight, Lan does not intervene further. He feels powerless and lacks the time to do so. For Yuehua has just delivered a terrifying message. Nanjing is finished. The surrounding cities are all gone, including several small towns. Tianjin and I parted ways in Nanjing. He headed to Yangzhou and Zhenjiang. While I ventured south for a brief survey, the situation is utterly identical. All has perished. All has perished. How is that possible? Is the secret mobile unit conducting a large-scale purge of corpse demons? Why have we received no news? Lan gasps in disbelief. It is not a large-scale purge, but rather the work of only 2 individuals, an A-class official named Gao Ao, who is exceptionally powerful, and another named Luo Tianjin, one of the 6 departments. They departed from Suzhou and made several rounds, which is why the vicinity is now almost entirely a city of the dead. Chapter 49. Pre-war. Hiss. Lan began to tug at his beard once more. As a veritable jack-of-all-trades, he was well aware of the 6 departments. Though they had recently emerged, they seemed specifically tailored to combat the undead. Over the past 2 years, they had engaged in several fierce battles, each time inflicting considerable losses upon the undead. Rumor had it that the 6 departments had even clashed with Chu Tian. Although few were privy to the details of that encounter, nevertheless, the 6 departments were not often mobilized, which had not altered the current dynamics between the undead and humanity. One could only wonder why this sudden movement was occurring. What is their destination? Lan asked hoarsely. I do not know. I have not encountered them. However, I suspect they may pay us a visit. After all, Yuehua gritted her teeth, glancing back suddenly. The fear in her eyes caused Wang Na to swiftly embrace my unconscious form. Luo Tianjin would undoubtedly come. Regardless of his previous plans, the current situation dictated his involvement. Lu Gang was dead, having fallen at the hands of Wang Na and myself. As a B-level officer of the covert mobile unit, Luo Tianjin had every reason to intervene, especially with Li Tianjin absent. It would be exceedingly simple to sweep away the undead forces in the city. My brother-in-law will return soon, with him here. We need not fear Luo Tianjin, nor the 6 departments, Yuehua declared with pride. She harbored deep affection for Li Tianjin and held great admiration for his strength, for the 8 pieces of demon weaponry were indeed top tier among the undead, akin to a minor boss in this realm. But he may not arrive in time, Lan replied with a wry smile. Thus, whether Luo Tianjin comes or not, we must prepare ourselves thoroughly. Lin Feng. Gather everyone at these 2 locations. Gather? Lin Feng appeared bewildered, yet he soon grasped the old man's intent. To assemble all the undead in this city in preparation for the impending conflict. Originally, there were 8 undead in this city, with Xiaohua deceased and Yangbin also gone. The count remained at 8 due to the presence of myself and Lin Feng, Li Tianjin, Yuehua, Lan. Wang Na. 2 more were needed, 2 individuals I had yet to encounter. Lin Feng set off to find others, while Yuehua and Lan began strategizing, leaving Wang Na to sit by the bed. Her face sorrowful as she clutched my form. The poor girl was as unfortunate as I, having suffered grievous wounds herself, yet no one seemed to care for us at that moment. I was on the brink of death. Should I perish again? What of her? It seemed the only solace she could find was in holding me, reliving the anguish of losing a father. It was only at this moment that I recognized Lan's relatively kind disposition towards me. Yuehua had intended to see me off, be it with a kick back home or a direct expulsion from the city. Perhaps she feared I would unveil certain truths upon regaining consciousness. Yet Lan would not permit it. The old man may not be able to save him, but in this time of crisis, at the very least, he should provide some minimal protection, Lan stated coldly. Yuehua, I do not wish to inquire why you harbor such disdain for him. Is it merely jealousy? That is unnecessary, for this boy is on the verge of death, and with a pitiful little girl in tow. Does a 7-tailed undead like you lack even this modicum of compassion? Yuehua's face flushed crimson. Her lips pressed together as she ceased her resistance. To be fair, Lan's strength hardly warranted such harsh words towards her. Yet guilt weighed heavily on a woman's heart. Do as you wish, but I will not protect him. If you intend to keep him, you shall manage him yourself. Yuehua turned her face away defiantly. Rest assured. The old man may lack prowess, but he will fulfill his promises. Lan retorted with a cold snort. These 2 statements had been uttered, yet regrettably, Lan remained unaware of the sacrifices made for such words. Yuehua too was oblivious. When she collapsed amidst a pool of blood, when a figure recklessly lunged towards her, the gravity of those words would become painfully ironic. Time was slipping away, and I was caught in a relentless struggle between life and death. Li Tianjin had not returned in time, yet Luo Tianjin had arrived, along with his arrogance. Upon seeing him, Wang Li rushed forward, weeping uncontrollably. She recognized him, having been taught a few things by him, thus he was somewhat of a minor. What happened? Luo Tianjin inquired in astonishment, only to immediately spot Lu Gang's lifeless body, his expression shifting dramatically. Did I arrive too late? Alas. With a sigh, Luo Tianjin caressed Lu Gang's resolute visage, which still bore the lingering hatred towards the undead and the bitterness of unfulfilled vengeance. Good brother, you have done well. Leave the rest to us. Your hatred, your unachieved aspirations, we shall carry them forth, he murmured, then turned to face Luo Tianjin. Don't look at me. I'm going to sleep. Luo Tianjin yawned and turned away, prompting Wang Li to nearly curse in frustration. Sleep? A companion lay before him, never to awaken, and he thought to sleep. Forget it, forget it. That's just his temperament, Luo Tianjin said with a bitter smile. Moreover, he has indeed been somewhat weary from the journey. A good rest is essential before facing the impending battle. Now, tell me how many undead reside in this city and what manner of beings they are. At nearly the same moment, in a nearby restaurant, another group inquired about the situation regarding Luo Tianjin and Luo Tianjin. Typically, the undead would avoid engaging with the covert mobile units, as no one wished to escalate matters and disrupt the city, drawing undue attention from adversaries, which would threaten their stable lives. However, should the enemy come forth without restraint, some undead would refuse to retreat in disgrace, for they considered the city their territory. As long as there remained a glimmer of hope, they were unwilling to relinquish this home they had grown accustomed to. Qin Lan was reluctant to leave. He had been born in this city, lived for over 60 years, and had spent more than a decade as an undead. Rarely straying far from its confines, he had formed a bond with this place. Yuehua too was unwilling to depart, not out of nostalgia, but due to an inherent pride. After all, she was a seven-tailed undead. In this world, whether human or undead, Yuehua only acknowledged three individuals. First, Chu Tian, undeniably the strongest. Second, Li Tianqin, whom she loved and admired. And third, her sister Xiaohua. Beyond them, she held no regard for anyone else, which explained her icy demeanor. Resembling a celestial maiden from the heavens, she looked down upon all others, including humans, other undead, and officers of the covert mobile unit. None wished to flee, even if escape were necessary. They would first fight. Yet the question remained, how formidable was the enemy? Originally, there had been two B-level officers in the city, with Lu Gang deceased. Wang Li, while competent, did not pose a significant threat. The real concern lay with Luo Tianjin and Luo Tianjin, who recognized them, who had faced them in battle. I know about Luo Tianjin, a man suddenly waved his hand. In fact, I am quite familiar with him. I even have a bit of a connection. The man, of average height, was named Gao Zicheng, a relative newcomer to the city over the past 2 years. His connection with Luo Tianjin ran deep, as he had fled here after being relentlessly pursued by him. Strictly speaking, he was Luo Tianjin's uncle, having even bitten to death Luo Tianjin's mother. An old grudge. Is it possible that Luo Tianjin has come for you? Qin Lan asked, half amused. That should not be the case. He is unaware of my presence here. I truly do not wish to be his enemy, Gao Zicheng sighed. However, I am utterly exhausted from running. I wish to settle this matter once and for all. So, it falls to you to confront Luo Tianjin. A cold voice interjected from the shadows, a man seated in darkness. Get lost. I cannot face him alone. That guy was one of the strongest officers of the covert mobile unit before the establishment of the 6 departments. He is formidable, all right. Otherwise, why would I have fled here? Gao Zicheng retorted, exasperated. Wu Chun, I told you to come help me. Wu Chun, like Gao Zicheng, was a local undead whom I had never met, yet they were good friends, often looking out for one another, thus avoiding troubling Li Tianqin unnecessarily. Yet even among friends, Wu Chun remained silent, lost in contemplation. I say, are we truly prepared to fight the 6 departments, the ones who have swept through neighboring towns? Can we possibly contend with them? The administrator is absent. Wu Chun lamented. Why not fight? What is there to fear? They are merely the 6 departments. Are we so easily intimidated by a few humans we have never even seen? We are undead. Why should we fear such a trivial number? Besides, my brother-in-law will return shortly. If those fellows come looking for trouble before his return, I shall confront Luo Tianjin myself. This declaration, made by Yuehua, nearly resulted in her immediate regret. Very well. Wu Chun raised his hands in agreement and added, then I shall assist Zicheng. If the two of us cannot handle that A-level officer Luo Tianjin, or if the administrator remains absent, or if you fall victim to that Luo Tianjin. Wu Chen left the statement unfinished. But everyone understood. If the odds of victory were non-existent, he would flee. Home. One could always find another. Life was paramount, especially for undead beings with infinite lifespans. Teacher, what should I do? Lin Feng eagerly inquired. His enthusiasm palpable as he yearned to engage the officers of the covert mobile unit in fierce combat, having trained diligently in recent days. However, among the undead present, he was the least capable. He had yet to unlock his demon weaponry, even falling short of Wang Na's abilities. From this moment forth, do not act or concern yourself with anything. Stay by my side and do not stray. Qin Lan commanded coldly. Furthermore, I shall immediately assist you in awakening your demon weaponry. Though time is short for growth, you must at least acquire the ability to protect yourself. All right. Lin Feng was so overwhelmed with excitement that he nearly leapt from his seat, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that Qin Lan had chosen this moment to aid him in breaking free from his confines. Not with the intention of thrusting him into battle, but rather to ensure that, should a crisis arise, the old man desired his newly acquired disciple to possess the capability to escape independently. As night deepened, a great battle was poised to commence. Would it herald dawn, or merely usher in another night? During this period of anticipation, everyone busied themselves with preparations, save for Luo Tianjin, who slept soundly. Seemingly unperturbed. Indeed, he had carved a path through adversaries without encountering a worthy opponent, and it was likely this occasion would prove no different. I, too, lay in slumber, unable to awaken, my body in a state of disrepair. And it seemed as though everyone had forgotten me, save for Xiao Wang Na, whose tear-filled eyes remained by my side to know. There was another who remembered. Wang Li. Under the night sky, the young girl gazed upwards. Her eyes stained with tears, her mind incessantly replaying the image of Lu Gang lying amidst a pool of blood, over and over again. That wretched monster! I shall ensure his demise, she howled at the heavens. How long do you intend to sleep? Early in the morning, Wang Li stormed into the room in a fit of rage. No rush. Luo Tianjin lazily waved his hand, carelessly pulling a naked woman into the bedclothes. You. Wang Li clearly witnessed this. Some matters cannot be rushed. Let me rest before we discuss them. Clenching her fists tightly, Wang Li struggled to suppress her fury, for she still relied on this scoundrel to avenge Lu Gang, gritting her teeth as she pressed on. But how long must you rest? Are you not concerned that those monsters might discover our plans and flee? Chapter 50. Storm they will not, Luo Tianjin yawned. I know those fiends well. They will not abandon this city until the final moment. Why is that? Firstly, the majority of the corpse monsters are disinclined to leave their hunting grounds, akin to the instincts of certain wild beasts, Luo Tianjin explained, pinpointing Qin Lan, who was equally reluctant to depart. Secondly, most corpse monsters are prideful, considering themselves at the pinnacle of the food chain, utterly disdainful of humanity. Hence, even if all 6 factions converge, they would combine their strength for a cataclysmic clash, only contemplating retreat when faced with defeat. Such precision. A direct hit. Yu Hua was indeed this proud. Even Gao Zicheng had been accurately described. How can you know this? You are not a corpse monster. Wang Li remained skeptical, eager to argue. Because I have killed more than anyone else. Thus I understand them better than most, Luo Tianjin replied with a yawn. But how many have you killed? As a member of the 6 factions, Wang Li naturally refrained from doubting Luo Tianjin's achievements. Yet his claim of having slain more than anyone still left her feeling somewhat unconvinced. I have lost count of those I have killed, but I could tally those I have consumed. Luo Tianjin chuckled as he began counting on his fingers. Then his toes, before he looked up, a frown on his face. By the way, do you have a calculator? My math isn't great. Wang Li gritted her teeth and retreated, aware that she could not compare with Luo Tianjin. Even combined with Lu Gang, they had only slain 5 or 6 corpse monsters, while Luo Tianjin could not even count the ones he had consumed on both hands and feet. Wait, consumed? Wang Li suddenly froze, racing to the restroom to vomit. Nevertheless, this fiery girl was determined not to wait idly. She checked in every few hours at T10 in the morning. Wang Li made another visit, finding Luo Tianjin snoring beneath the covers. At noon, she returned, and Luo Tianjin had awakened, currently engaged with the naked woman. At 4 in the afternoon, Wang Li's eyes were bloodshot from worry, and though Luo Tianjin had finished his business, he had once again succumbed to sleep. At 7 in the evening, boom, the door was kicked open, and Wang Li burst into the room like a frenzied tigress, opening her mouth only to be taken aback. clad in a sharply tailored black suit. With brown glasses and a blood-red tie impeccably arranged, Luo Tianjin, wielding a scythe radiating formidable demonic energy, spoke in a deep voice. I am ready. If everyone is prepared, we shall set forth. Wang Li stood speechless for a moment. Unable to comprehend the transformation in Luo Tianjin, upon his arrival, he had exuded a laziness akin to a well-fed rabbit, but now, his gaze resembled that of a hawk poised for battle. His presence akin to a lion or leopard brimming with latent power. Without uttering another word, Wang Li nodded solemnly, following Luo Tianjin out, feeling the air thick with a sense of impending slaughter, honed through countless battles, emerging from a heap of corpses. Outside, Gao Ao was prepared. Flanked by numerous black-clad figures standing at attention, a cleansing, a fierce battle, was finally about to unfold. Ah, wait for me. Before we begin, let us grab a bite to eat and gather our demonic energy, Luo Tianjin said. Scratching his head in embarrassment, I have prepared something for you. Wang Li promptly offered a delicate lunchbox, but Luo Tianjin waved his hand dismissively. Humans could never truly possess demonic energy, even Luo Tianjin. This grotesque being who consumed corpses could not store the energy he acquired, which would soon deplete, necessitating a meal before each battle. Thus, Wang Li rushed to vomit again, as Luo Tianjin had gone to seek Yangbin. I was uncertain whether I should continue to harbor hatred for Yangbin, or if I should seek vengeance upon him in the future. However, this individual was already pitiable enough, no doubt regretting his earlier intent to consume his friends. Was this retribution? Now, he was being gradually devoured, yet remained alive, even doomed to endure the most horrific and cruel experimentation that awaited him. The small town under the night sky was eerily tranquil, even deathly silent. The aerial haze discouraged anyone from venturing out at such an hour, with families retreating home to indulge in Korean dramas. Yet this calm seemed to form a natural battlefield, allowing both sides in the conflict to act without restraint, even sparing the police tasked with clearing the scene. Amidst the gray fog, Wu Chun was utterly unrestrained. He did not even bother to drag his target into an alley before feeding, but instead knelt by the roadside, tearing and devouring flesh. Before him lay two mangled corpses, their blood drained and entrails hollowed out, which Wu Chun held in his hands, gnawing upon them. Though Wu Chun was slight of build, he had an impressive appetite, especially before battles, as he preferred to eat until he felt bloated, believing it would maximize his demonic energy. Care for a bite? Wu Chun lifted a bloody chunk of flesh, inquiring, haven't you eaten in days? Aren't you hungry? I'm fine. Gao Zicheng shook his head while holding a cigarette that in truth, he was quite famished, but his habits were the polar opposite of Wu Chen's. He preferred to carry the sensation of hunger into battle, believing it would awaken the most intense bloodlust within the corpse monsters. Hurry up and eat. It seems the covert mobile unit has already made a move. Once you finish, we'll need to send a signal. Gao Zicheng squinted. A signal? Was it intended for Qin Lan and Yu Hua? Perhaps not, for as Wu Chun stood up, having had his fill, and Gao Zicheng extinguished his cigarette, both suddenly let out a roar, their demonic energy surging forth in an instant. Boom! Two waves of demonic energy swelled like balloons, even brushing against each other, releasing the most intense vibrations. Both were shell-type corpse monsters, their dark carapaces unfurling from their backs, as if to block out the sun. And the number of their carapaces was a reaction, two at once. Wang Li shrieked, her gaze fixed on the radar in her hands. Both exhibit orange demonic energy. Everyone prepare for battle. Orange. These two were even stronger than Qin Lan, both possessing 6 carapaces, yet there remained subtle differences. Wu Chen's 6 carapaces were robust, while Gao Zicheng's were slightly smaller, the disparity evident. Both are orange. It seems the city is not to be underestimated. Tonight should prove entertaining. Allow me to handle this, Luo Tianjin remarked, clicking his tongue as he waved the scythe in his hand. Wait, divide one of them with me. Gao Ao suddenly seized him, his brow furrowed as he peered into the distance shrouded in haze. He sensed something. Gao Ao, not being a corpse monster, could not discern the identities of the opponents through demonic energy frequency or scent, yet he felt a pang in his heart, a pain that once connected their bloodlines. The same pain that had taken his beloved mother's life and plunged him into hell. Just 2 orange ones. Do you doubt my ability to handle them? Luo Tianjin squinted in response. Of course not. But there is one I must kill with my own hands. After all, he is my uncle, Gao Ao murmured, his previously cheerful demeanor replaced with an expression of murderous intent as he strode into the fog. Wang Li did not follow, for neither of these two was the one she sought. She awaited another, one who is weaker yet still ignited her fury. Let us commence a thorough search, even if we have to upturn the entire city. We must locate that despicable wretch. Wang Li seethed, and a chorus of black-clad figures roared in response, swiftly dispersing into the night. Lu Gang was the leader of the covert mobile unit in this city, and this burly man was known for his kindness towards his subordinates. Thus his death seemed to have ignited the fury of all. Their target was a small restaurant, long closed, with all staff having departed, leaving only a leisurely old man within, accompanied by a young boy who had just awakened his demonic powers, his face alight with excitement. In the restaurant's hidden chamber, I remained in slumber, oblivious to the impending storm of bloodshed. Though in truth, I was acutely aware, having overheard the conversations between Qin Lan and Yu Hua. Yet, I could not awaken. At this moment, I feel as though I am enveloped entirely by a tempest. Struggling for survival amidst its relentless fury, I am utterly unable to merge with this storm, nor can I extricate myself from its grasp. I can only endure as it gradually rends my body apart, leading me once more towards oblivion. The thought of death is one I deeply dread, which is why I continue to fight desperately, seeking even the faintest glimmer of hope to escape its clutches. Yet, my strength pales in comparison to the might of this storm. The sole bastion I possess is the unwavering conviction within my heart, a resolve to cling to life for just one more second. For I refuse to accept this fate, as Qin Lan has articulated. I cannot comprehend why I have been ensnared and betrayed by those I once deemed friends, those whom I idolized, that I yearn to rise again. To confront them, the treachery of Yu Hua fills me with sorrow, for I hold a genuine fondness for her. She is so beautiful, so ethereal. The machinations of Yang Bin drive me to despair. As I once believed him to be the first kind soul among the ghouls, the very reason I began to see them in a less sinister light. But alas, the outcome is far from what I envisioned. Even now, I can hear Qin Lan's final words. They elude everyone else, yet I alone grasp the meaning behind the old man's utterance, and like him, I too struggle to accept this reality. I must rise again. I must confront him directly. Even if the revelation shatters my heart that I cannot escape this storm, nor can I integrate with it, yet I have one more avenue, a method even Qin Lan could not conceive of. I might attempt to control it. I am not a fool. My academic performance in university was commendable, which is why I secured a comfortable desk job post-graduation. Thus, despite the many truths that Li Tianqian has withheld from me, I have slowly come to understand a great deal in my slumber, particularly after hearing Qin Lan mention the term demonic power in synchrony. This, it turns out, is the reason the demonic martial arts of Xiaohua seamlessly integrated into my being. Regrettably, this is not a boon, for my vessel is far too limited while Xiaohua's power is overwhelmingly vast. If this continues, I will surely be overwhelmed. I can feel my body fracturing, the uncontrollable demonic energy surging forth, not dissipating, but instead coalescing around me, seemingly seeking an opportunity to re-enter. Hence, I declare that I am ensnared within a tempest, as this demonic energy continually bursts forth from my being, only to infiltrate again, and then be expelled once more, in a relentless cycle. This process feels akin to a shredder mercilessly tearing at me. A single tear cascades down my cheek, and I know precisely who it is from Wang Na. In this moment, she is my sole companion, for regardless of the chaos that reigns outside, my existence remains paramount to her. As I have recently become her father, for her sake, I must find a way to survive. I cannot abandon her. Nor can I forsake Sun Yun, Zhou Hao, or my parents back in my hometown, that I refuse to succumb to death. I begin to fervently devise strategies to counter the relentless tug of this demonic tempest. Yet to no avail, the disparity in our strengths is simply too pronounced. Thus, I contemplate merging with it once more. I distinctly recall that during my battle with Lu Gang, I managed to assimilate a fragment of it, catalyzing the growth of my tailspine's demonic power, which has now expanded to its limits. Chapter 51. Would you allow me to consume you? If that is the case, why can I not absorb further, expand, or even regenerate a new tail? I do not comprehend. Perhaps Qin Lan possesses the knowledge. The old man once spoke of the issue of potential being divided into two attributes, which implies that neither can grow stronger. Meaning, I can no longer develop a second tail spine-type demonic weapon. Very well, this is not the time for despair. I must devise a solution. If I cannot generate a second tail spine-type demonic weapon, might my two wings absorb Xiaohua's demonic power, expand, and grow? No. I have attempted this, yet those two feathery appendages completely disregard me, seemingly impervious to Xiaohua's demonic energy. flitting around aimlessly. Is it a matter of incompatible frequencies? No, since it all resides within me. How could they possibly repel one another? Thus, only one explanation remains. I lack the ability to control it. Damn it, how does one manipulate demonic energy? No one has ever imparted this knowledge to me. Is it akin to the internal arts in novels, gathering energy in the dantian and sensing the flow of channels throughout the body? Pathetically, although I have perused numerous martial arts novels, I remain clueless about the location of the dantian. Nor do I understand the concept of the rin and du meridians. Aside from my temples, I cannot identify any other acupoints. Alas, I cannot even utter a word, or I would inquire of Wang Na. Or perhaps ask her to pose the question to Qin Lan. I begin to hold my breath, yearning to break free from this oppressive sensation, yet I am on the verge of suffocation. And the demonic energy remains indifferent to my plight. That I gather my strength, clenching my fists tightly, my muscles taut. Yet the outcome is, my body is in greater agony, to the point of rolling my eyes and foaming at the mouth. How tragic! If only this were a video game. How delightful it would be to have a hotkey, to unleash a super move with a mere few clicks. Wait, a super move. Although I am unable to integrate this demonic energy, could I not forcibly release it, much like the wave motion fist, much like the 108 styles of the Orochi? Perhaps I have stumbled upon a solution, though the challenge of controlling demonic energy remains a significant obstacle. Teacher, how does one adeptly manipulate demonic energy? Outside, Lin Feng fortuitously poses this question. It is quite simple. Rely on your own sensations. Qin Lan replies in a somber tone. I spit out a mouthful of blood. This is as good as saying nothing at all. As I can only sense my imminent demise, beneath the night sky, amidst the haze, several shadows approach swiftly, encircling us. Gao Zicheng smirks coldly while Wu Chen yawns. These ordinary figures in black pose no threat to them, as they are merely concerned with identifying the adversary's leader. The opponent has two. Do you have confidence? Gao Zicheng squints, inquiring. None. So you had best resolve this swiftly and return to assist me, Wu Chen retorts, pouting. Understood. With that singular affirmation, his figure vanishes, several plates of armor fluttering in the night wind, resembling a swirling tempest of darkness. How dare they provoke us? Such audacity! Luo Tianjin scoffs, eager to intervene, only to be halted by Gao Ao once more. This one is mine. You deal with the other. In hushed tones. A deep-seated hatred flickers in Gao Ao's gaze, and without waiting for Luo Tianjin's response, he rushes towards Gao Zicheng's retreating form. 15 years have passed since that day, yet he cannot shake the memory. Forever etched in his mind. Upon returning, he had envisioned spending quality time with his aging mother, only to find the house drenched in blood. His once kind mother had been reduced to a pool of gore, while his beloved uncle stood dazed amidst the carnage, gazing at him with bloodshot eyes. To kill you, for vengeance. From that day forth, Gao Ao has possessed but one singular aim. He lives solely for this purpose, tirelessly striving to transform from a frail university student into an A-level operative of the clandestine task force, instilling fear into the hearts of all ghouls. Everything is driven by the desire to slay him. All for the sake of this night, for he shall not allow him to escape again. TCH, is revenge truly meaningful? Luo Tianjin scoffs, finding no value in it. Living merely for the sake of a grudge seems foolish and tedious. Unlike Gao Ao, Luo Tianjin does not harbor a deep-seated vendetta. Like many in the clandestine task force, his motives for joining are not rooted in hatred towards ghouls, but rather, first, the lucrative income, second, the freedom to kill at will, the sheer exhilaration of standing amidst bloodshed, the joy derived from witnessing an opponent's struggle and cries of despair, constitutes Luo Tianjin's greatest indulgence from a young age. He reveled in blood-soaked games and grotesque films. The more he played and watched, the more he yearned to experience such moments firsthand. Yet, games and films are ultimately fictitious. He longs for the real thing. Thus, Luo Tianjin enlisted in the military without completing his university education, only to find himself in a peaceful era, where the military offered nothing beyond monotonous training. He honed his combat skills but was denied the chance to take lives. He wielded a firearm yet could not savor the thrill of a bullet piercing a heart. The euphoric spray of blood. Luo Tianjin is aware of his psychological peculiarities, yet he harbors no shame. Instead, he relentlessly pursues the desires that consume him. Alas, in this age of legal supremacy, such pursuits are fraught with difficulty. He even fantasizes about traversing to the ancient battlefields, not for glory or conquest, but simply to revel in the ecstasy of unrestrained slaughter. Thus, upon discovering the existence of creatures known as ghouls, Luo Tianjin's excitement reached a fever pitch. At long last, his dreams could become reality. Ironically, his initial aspiration was not to join the clandestine task force, but rather to become a ghoul himself, an entity that views laws as mere trifles, humanity as sustenance, and exists eternally within a world of bloodshed. Alas, he is not of AB blood type, and thus will never transform into a ghoul. This revelation plunged Luo Tianjin into despair, nearly driving him to the brink of death. Fortunately, he then stumbled upon a means to indulge in unrestrained carnage. While he could not kill humans, he could hunt ghouls, and though he could not become a ghoul, he could join the clandestine task force. Regardless of what I kill, as long as it brings me pleasure, Luo Tianjin muses, yet soon he discovers that the reality starkly contrasts his expectations. Slaying ghouls is anything but exhilarating. It is an arduous endeavor, for ghouls are immensely powerful. Even after painstakingly training to achieve B-level status, he can at most take down a few low-tier ghouls. When faced with even slightly stronger foes, he finds himself fleeing in disarray. Luo Tianjin. Do not act this way. He yearns to become more formidable, to relish the thrill of bloodshed at any moment. Upon encountering a certain individual, Luo Tianjin suddenly finds an overwhelming desire to be as powerful, as unrestrained as that man, traversing through a sea of blood and corpses, with no one to impede him. That individual is named Chu Tian. During a mission, Luo Tianjin witnessed firsthand how Chu Tian executed his kills. Exhibiting a flamboyance 100 times greater than his own, a madness 1,000-fold more intense. That day, all who survived were left in a state of sheer terror, while Luo Tianjin stood trembling amidst the blood. Exhilarated to the core, he had discovered his ultimate goal, and from that day forth, he began to devour corpse demons. These demons, by consuming humans, acquired demonic power. But what if the reverse were true? Luo Tianjin dared to experiment, and he succeeded. Even when others branded him a pervert, he remained unfazed, for he had long accepted that he was indeed a deviant, a fact he never denied, though the demonic power he acquired was minimal and could not be stored for long. It was remarkable by human standards. Consequently, Luo Tianjin became the most formidable cadre within the covert mobile unit, one of the direct subordinates of the 6th Division. He even encountered Chu Tian once more, collaborating with the other divisions to encircle and seize a fragment of that man's power, a victory that solidified Luo Tianjin as strength and fulfilled his dream of living amidst bloodshed. During this operation, as he traversed the path of extermination, Luo Tianjin had lost count of how many corpse demons he had slain and consumed, yet it was insufficient. He yearned to continue his rampage in an even more brutal and exhilarating manner. He could no longer be satisfied with mere slaughter. Killing weaklings brought him no joy. He aspired to vanquish stronger foes, orange demonic power, perhaps even purple, the stronger, the better, at this very moment. Luo Tianjin's ultimate objective had shifted. The one he most desperately wished to eliminate was none other than Chu Tian. However, Luo Tianjin recognized that he could not defeat Chu Tian, for that man was even stronger and more monstrous than he. Thus, Luo Tianjin resolved to become even more powerful and monstrous himself, evolving infinitely through relentless killings and the consumption of corpse demons' powers. Therefore, when Luo Tianjin turned to Wu Chun, his first words were, "Hey you, come here, let me devour you, shall I?" Wu Chun found it quite amusing that a human would wish to consume a corpse demon. Who was truly the monster here? Yet, Wu Chun could not laugh, for he was strong and perceptive. Instantly discerning the terrifying power emanating from Luo Tianjin, Wu Chun was no weakling himself, possessing orange demonic power and 6 carapaces. In this city, he ranked just below Li Tianxin and Yuehua, making him the 3rd strongest, surpassing Gao Zicheng and far outclassing Qin Lan and Yang Bin. Yet, standing before Luo Tianjin, he could not help but furrow his brow, feeling a tremor in his body due to the demonic power radiating from Luo Tianjin. That power was feeble. In comparison to Wu Chun, it was akin to a bottle of cola against an entire tank of water. Yet, the fact remained that Luo Tianjin was human, an anomaly, the only human endowed with demonic power. This alone was enough to astonish all corpse demons, for demonic power was the exclusive domain of demons. Just this fact sufficed to illustrate Luo Tianjin's terrifying nature, as he had no idea how many corpse demons he had consumed to amass even this modicum of power. "You seem rather formidable. I am somewhat reluctant to engage with you," Wu Chun awkwardly remarked. How about we wait a while? Pfft. Luo Tianjin burst out laughing. Afraid of me? Then why not run? What are you waiting for? Pointing in the direction where Gao Zicheng had fled, Wu Chun murmured, I'm waiting for him to return. I wish to team up with him to ambush you. As for myself, I have absolutely no confidence. Do not think about it. Luo Tianjin shook his head decisively. Though Gao Zicheng may not be as proud as I, he is still a top-tier powerhouse within the covert mobile unit. Had it not been for certain individuals' appearances, he would have been among the 6th division. Therefore, your friend is doomed. Mere orange demonic power. Perhaps not. How about we make a wager? I bet he will return shortly. Wu Chun replied with a grin. Stunned, Luo Tianjin furrowed his brow, for Wu Chun did not strike him as a fool. Such a statement must have been underpinned by reason. This meant trouble. You all move now. Luo Tianjin suddenly shouted. But alas, the black-clad individuals behind him had yet to react when the anomaly commenced. From the dense fog, a scream pierced the air, the shriek of Gao Ao. Gao Ao was furious with Gao Zicheng and pursued him relentlessly. Yet Gao Zicheng paid him no mind, desperately fleeing deeper into the darkness, into the haze. Luo Tianjin had not lied. Gao Ao was indeed powerful, and eliminating Gao Zicheng would not prove difficult. Thus he pursued without hesitation. Yet, he remained oblivious to the new shadow that had emerged behind him. Chapter 52. Manipulating demonic power. Gao Zicheng led the way. Gao Ao followed closely, while the shadow trailed behind. Suppressing its demonic power to an extremely low level, undetectable even to radar, the trap was evident. The man stalks the cicada, while the oriole waits in ambush, after running several hundred meters and turning into a narrow alley. Gao Zicheng suddenly ceased his flight, his expression cold. Gao Ao was taken aback, instinctively wanting to berate him, but the anomaly unfolded at that very moment. Darkness suddenly enveloped him from behind. It was 7 spiked demonic weapons belonging to Weihua. The woman's strike was swift, instantly sealing off all escape routes for Gao Ao, leaving only the path directly ahead, which led to Gao Zicheng. At that same moment, a wicked smile emerged on Gao Zicheng's face. As 6 carapaces unfurled, resembling butterfly wings, he even leaped into the air, spinning mid-flight, his entire form resembling a cutting machine as he surged toward Gao Ao. Crack, crack, the sound of Gao Zicheng's carapaces tearing through the ground echoed. A multitude of fissures appearing on the concrete, with a deep indentation forming at the center. Boom! That was the simultaneous eruption of Weihua's 7 demonic weapons, accompanied by a resonant buzzing sound. The waves of demonic power surged forth. Even the surrounding air seemed to be torn apart, scattered by the explosion. This was a tempest, a veritable storm of demonic power, forged by 2 formidable corpse demons, a total of 13 demonic weapons. Gao Ao was left dumbfounded, feeling as though the sky had vanished, surrounded on all sides by terrifying darkness that tore at him. My dear nephew, I apologize, but you always insisted on pursuing your uncle, Gao Zicheng cackled. Gao Ao, seething with rage, could hardly retort. He had been far too careless, thought he could only raise the demonic weapon in his hand, attempting to shield himself from the searing storm, but the result was. Hearing the agonizing screams, Luo Tianjin's expression shifted, and he turned to charge into the fog. He had long wondered why only 2 corpse demons had appeared. It turned out there were hidden threats. Aiming to eliminate them one by one. As a deviant, Luo Tianjin had few friends, and Gao Ao was one of them. He could not bear to see him harmed. Moreover, should Gao Ao fall, it would mean he would be left to contend with the entirety of the city's corpse demons alone. Even if he was strong, he might not fare well. Yet, as he turned, Wu Chun laughed, simultaneously launching an attack. All 6 carapaces unfurled, but instead of spinning to slice, they enveloped Luo Tianjin like a clamshell. Did you not just say you wish to consume me? Wu Chun's lips curled with a chilling smile. Damn it! Fire! Stop him! Several black-clad individuals lunged forward, raising submachine guns and unleashing a frenzied barrage at Wu Chun. Yet, did bullets hold any significance? Though sparks flew as they struck the carapaces, not a single crack appeared. Even Qin Lan could withstand bullets. What more could be expected from Wu Chun, who boasted orange demonic power, possessing 2 more demonic weapons than the old man? You are courting death. Luo Tianjin's teeth ground together, and he was compelled to turn back to deal with Wu Chun. But then, what would happen to Gao Ao? Luo Tianjin was confident in his ability to repel Wu Chun with a single blow. All he needed was for Gao Ao to hold out for just 1 more second. Manipulating his demonic power, he swung the scythe, unleashing a streak of darkness akin to a bolt of lightning, even erupting explosively. The air was shattered. Dark currents surged forth, racing toward Wu Qin. Was this Chu Tian's demonic weapon? Or was it the result of Luo Tianjin's manipulation of demonic power? He was indeed formidable. In his hands, the demonic weapon seemed even stronger than it did in the grasp of some corpse demons. However, Wu Chun did not retreat an inch. Instead, he chuckled coldly, for at that moment, Gao Ao's second warning resounded. Not a cry for help, but a caution. Be careful. Be careful of what? Luo Tianjin was utterly perplexed. This man was being ambushed, and still had the presence of mind to warn him. In confusion, he turned, only to see two shadows rushing toward him from the depths of the fog. The net had already been cast, but it was not aimed at Gao Ao. It targeted the strongest among them. Luo Tianjin. With Li Tianxin absent, the only allies left were Gao Ziqing, Wu Chun, and Yuehua. Yet none could shake Luo Tianjin's might. Even if Yuehua were proud, she knew she could not contend with him. Having witnessed the bloodshed in the surrounding cities, thus, the trap had been laid tonight, allowing 3 orange-level corpse demons to encircle Luo Tianjin within the haze. The ambush on Gao Ao was merely to force him back, perhaps inflicting some wounds to prevent him from aiding Luo Tianjin. For all knew that the 6th Division was the true adversary, and Gao Ao, once Luo Tianjin was slain, they could gradually torment him to death. The 6th Division is nothing remarkable. They fell for the trap so easily. Yuehua scoffed coldly, her eyes brimming with pride, for the strategy of encirclement was her own ingenious idea. Just moments ago, it was she who had sent Gao Ao flying with a single blow before turning to besiege Luo Tianjin. Yuehua was indeed very proud. Although she could not compare to Li Tianxin, and certainly not to her sister Xiaohua, her prowess as a seven-tailed within the ranks of the corpse demons was formidable. Moreover, she was strikingly beautiful, akin to a celestial being, and exceedingly clever, having even outsmarted Luo Tianjin. However, Luo Tianjin surpassed her in both pride and strength as he observed the approaching figure of the woman and the tripartite encirclement. A sudden calmness enveloped him. Calmness signified that he was ready to unleash slaughter. I truly detest being schemed against, especially by women, even if they are mere corpse demons. Luo Tianjin murmured, abruptly closing his eyes and fervently sensing the scant demonic energy within him. Had you played along with me obediently, while the outcome would still be death, perhaps it would not have been so tragic. Maybe I could have dispatched you with a modicum of ease and enjoyment. But alas, Luo Tianjin sighed, his grip tightening around the scythe as veins protruded prominently. It seemed as though a breeze swept past him, or perhaps it was merely the flow of energy. Undeniably, your scheme is quite clever, but to think that 3 orange tier beings could encircle me. How naive. Luo Tianjin's voice suddenly took on a tone resembling a lament, even a cry. Amidst the haze, Gao Ao was desperately rushing back. He had been struck by Yuehua and was now drenched in blood. Yet he persisted. However, upon hearing that cry, Gao Ao halted abruptly, even shouting, "Don't go forward, fall back, everyone retreat." His voice was a frantic warning to those in black who sought to aid Luo Tianjin, for he had already foreseen what would transpire next. Demonic energy began to manifest around Luo Tianjin. It was weak, yet it swiftly coalesced into his right hand, gathering at his fingertips before being forcefully injected into the scythe. But in truth, Qin Lan was not mistaken. One could manipulate demonic energy through intuition. First grasping the source without attempting to exert forceful control, but rather guiding it to congregate at the point of intended attack. Luo Tianjin was executing this very principle. Indeed, I too seemed to be gradually mastering the method. Was it the scythe that trembled, or did the very air around it quiver? Suddenly, my slumbering body jolted, startling Wang Na, whose eyes widened in shock. Control, this was mastery, as the flow of demonic energy was fully grasped. Luo Tianjin howled in exhilaration, while I abruptly sat upright, gasping for breath, trembling uncontrollably. A layer of radiance emerged upon Luo Tianjin's scythe. The blade, dark as night, was enveloped in a brilliant white glow. In my hands, 2 orbs of light began to coalesce. I could not dissolve them, but I forced them forth. Roshan dance, circle. A wail, akin to a ghostly lament, erupted from the mist as the scythe roared to life, encircled by that brilliance, accompanied by dark currents of energy, instantly forming a ring around him. Yuehua was taken aback, as were Gao Ziqing and Wu Chun, for they had yet to comprehend the nature of that ring before the light suddenly expanded. Enveloping the 3 of them simultaneously, the light was white, yet it bore the ominous undulations of darkness, akin to lightning. Its intensity was searing, leading to a singular effect: devastation. In that moment, 3 shrieks echoed simultaneously. Gao Zicheng and Wu Chen desperately attempted to shield themselves with their armored backs, only to hear the sound of cracking as countless fissures emerged, even fracturing AT that instant. Yuehua's face turned pale with shock. Was this the true strength of Luo Tianjin? Was this the power of the 6 departments? Perhaps she finally understood the desolation of the surrounding cities. Even from a distance, Qin Lan felt the violent surge of power. Rising abruptly, his eyes wide with astonishment, he hurried towards the entrance, eager to ascertain the source of such terrifying energy fluctuations emanating from afar. In that very moment, Wang Li and her subordinates had just arrived at the restaurant, poised to break down the door and launch a full-scale assault. Yet as she lifted her foot, the door swung open automatically, and Qin Lan rushed out. The 2 of them paused in unison, taking a step back simultaneously, before both unfurled their demonic weapons. Battle. It seemed there was no need for further contemplation, as they lunged towards one another, only to be halted by a resounding roar. Within the restaurant's secret chamber, I appeared to have lost my mind, bursting forth with the 2 blazing orbs of light, bellowing at Qin Lan. "Old man, what do I do with this? What is this?" Qin Lan asked, bewildered, before his expression shifted dramatically, exclaiming, "Xiaohua's demonic energy, you managed to draw it out." Yes, but I can't shake it off. It's burning hot. Help me," I shouted, hopping in place, feeling as though my hands were about to melt. "If you can't get rid of it, then use it. Find a way to expend it," Qin Lan retorted, suddenly glancing at Wang Li with a mischievous grin. "Kid, expend that demonic energy. Let it out. Go," he commanded, retreating 3 steps. All right, I dared not think further, rushing forward as my hands felt on the verge of disintegration. "It's you," Wang Li exclaimed upon spotting me, her brows furrowing in anger. The girl emitted a sound that was a mixture of laughter and tears, her small fist gripping the spiked club, launching herself into the air. Fueled by hatred, the wind from her club was ferocious. In her rage, her face turned crimson, every ounce of her strength channeled into the strike, the force already earth-shattering. Yet I had no combat training whatsoever, facing that thunderous blow. The only thought that crossed my mind was, Mount Lu Rising Dragon Strike. I swore, I was not here to show off. Consumed by hatred, the girl's strike focused entirely on explosive power, neglecting speed. Consequently, my unrefined counterattack collided directly with her spiked club. Boom! The sound of pure power colliding echoed like an explosion. The moment I leaped, I was sent crashing down, while Wang Li was hurled high into the air. How is this possible? In midair, the girl was aghast. To her, I was but a fledgling, wielding only a fragment of demonic energy, not even utilizing my weapon, yet relying solely on the energy within my grasp. Poor girl, little did she know how ferocious my internal energy truly was. I felt as though I was on the brink of being torn apart. Chapter 53. Mount Lu Rising Dragon Strike. Demonic weapons are essentially the essence of demonic energy, condensed and crystallized through continuous compression, much like a pool of water being forced into a solid mass of ice. When that ice instantaneously returns to its liquid state, the result is nothing short of tumultuous waves, and I had absorbed that tempestuous energy from Xiaohua. Wang Li was flung away, her spiked club vibrating from the impact, her entire body trembling, her palms battered and bruised. Yet I, too, was not unscathed. After all, I had directly clashed with her weapon. While I had repelled her, the moment I landed, boom, the concrete floor shattered beneath my feet, and a surge of blood erupted from my arm. Several veins ruptured. Dad, Liang, Wang Na and Lin Feng rushed to support me, while Qin Lan anxiously inquired, "Kid, how are you? Can you hold on?" "Hold on." My arm felt as though it was about to be pulverized, the pain nearly rendering me unconscious. Yet, I gazed at the 2 orbs of light in my hands, which remained undiminished, and could only grit my teeth and nod. I would rather my arm shatter than allow my entire being to collapse. Thus, I had to endure. "Not bad, kid. Your resolve is commendable." Qin Lan offered rare praise, contemplating before adding, "The old man is entrusting this battle to you and Lin Feng. Can you handle it?" "Huh. Us." Lin Feng's eyes glistened with excitement. While I was left agape, could 2 novices truly contend against B-tier adversaries? Certainly, at this moment, my strength was indeed formidable, although I was unaware of just how powerful I had become. Do your utmost to expend that demonic energy. Fight if you can. But if you can't, then flee. Understand? The old man urged, his urgency palpable that I contemplated shaking my head, but noticed his gaze was fixed elsewhere. Was there trouble in the ongoing battle? Had Yuehua and the others been defeated? Otherwise, he would not have abandoned Lin Feng, rushing to offer support. With Tian absent tonight, our survival depended solely on us. If I were to cower in fear now, it could lead to more than just my own downfall. It might jeopardize the entire situation. Understood. I nodded firmly. The old man, once again filled with appreciation, patted my shoulder before turning and charging into the mist. For the first time, he recognized he had underestimated me, while my thirst for power was not as fervent as Lin Feng's. My steadfastness in a crisis was equally commendable. Although my potential did not match Lin Feng's, he remained unaware of how I had managed to draw forth demonic energy without guidance. Was this what they called talent? Yet, as he cast one last glance in my direction, a hint of resignation flickered in his eyes. If only I had performed better, or if I could start anew, seeking to harness demonic energy to awaken my weapon, whether through the growth of wings or the emergence of a tail that would render me stronger. In fact, upon completion, my power might surpass Qin Lan in an instant. However, if I merely focused on expending energy in this manner, I would possess strength only temporarily. Once the energy was depleted, I would revert to being the same fledgling I once was. In truth, this was the ideal moment for me to break through my limits, yet Qin Lan refrained from voicing this, as the timing was not opportune. With a heavy sigh, he remarked, "Kid, exhausting it might be for the best. Once it's gone, others will cease to covet it. This power was never meant to belong to you." Perhaps the old man is the true sage, for he not only perceives the tides of battle but also the inherent malevolence within human hearts. Yet, he has overlooked two critical issues. First, exhausting this demonic power is no simple feat. The strike just now seems to have consumed merely one. Second, regarding the situation at Yuehua's side, would his haste bear any significance? Do not pursue that old ghost. With a fierce roar, Wang Li rose to her feet, dismissing any concern for the ancient monstrosity known as Qin Lan. Her sole desire was to avenge Lu Gang. "You killed him, didn't you? You're as good as dead. I shall ensure you are torn to shreds," the girl bellowed. No. Well, sort of, but it truly was unintentional. That incident was an accident. I forced a smile as I pulled Wang Na behind me, not wishing to incur Wang Li's wrath. Yet even more so, I did not want Wang Na to bear the blame for Lu Gang's demise. An accident? Do you have any idea that I regarded him as an elder brother? An accident? Do you comprehend that everyone here saw him as a leader, a brother in life and death? An accident? Then can you return him to us? In the end, you are merely a monster. You cannot fathom the depth of our pain. The girl's voice was heart-wrenching, and the black-clad figures behind her gritted their teeth, desperately wiping away tears that in truth, I understood all too well. Her words pierced my heart like daggers, yet further explanations or apologies would bear no fruit. The reality remained. Lu Gang was dead, and I could only endure the fury of these people. Though I felt aggrieved, and though I had never intended to kill him, the battle reignited, and Wang Li lunged at me. I could only resist with all my might. All the black-clad figures surged forward, while Lin Feng and Wang Na fought valiantly to intercept. Tonight, I wondered how many lives would be lost. Hatred seemed to grow ever larger. In truth, I merely wished to survive. Yet I could not understand why it was so arduous, as if my existence disrupted the normal course of the earth, with everyone eager to end my life. This was truly painful. Qin Lan raced towards the battlefield of Yuehua, unaware that little suspense remained. As that radiant light enveloped, tore through, and subsequently dissipated, the three-way siege by Yuehua and her allies crumbled instantaneously. Luo Tianwu, a circle. Is this the ultimate technique of Luo Tianjin? It must be, for Yuehua, despite her utmost efforts, could not halt the radiant force tearing at her in an instant. Her ethereal form was marred with countless wounds, her garments rent asunder at the final moment. She could only raise 7 pieces of demonic weaponry before her. Yet, crack, crack, the first piece shattered directly, a substance harder than steel, and yet it crumbled. Yuehua cried out in agony, followed by the second and third pieces, though they did not shatter. They were already so fractured that she could scarcely lift them. How is this possible? You possess only 1 piece of demonic weaponry, Yuehua exclaimed in astonishment, blissfully unaware that the 1 piece in Luo Tianjin's possession was Chu Tian's. And who is Chu Tian? A colossal monster reigning atop the entire corpse demon realm, Even the corpse demons referred to him as a monster. And what of his demonic weaponry? If Chu Tian is likened to a colossal dragon, then the weaponry in Luo Tianjin's grasp is akin to dragon fangs, claws, wings, and reverse scales. Although Yuehua's demonic weapons outnumbered his, they were merely foxtails and wolf fangs. How could they compare? The disparity was insurmountable. Yuehua was, in fact, relatively fortunate. She had merely lost one piece of demonic weaponry, sustaining manageable injuries. Gao Zicheng and Wu Chen, however, had turned into bloody messes. Both were equipped with back armor designed for high defense, yet were utterly torn apart. Gao Zicheng's largest 4 pieces of back armor were cracked. If the back armor is likened to steel plates, he now resembled a tortoise shell riddled with fractures. The agony nearly incapacitating him. Wu Chun fared slightly better, having only 2 pieces of back armor severely damaged. Yet those 2 were not merely cracked, they had been severed in half. What does this signify? 6 pieces transforming into 8? Certainly not, for Wu Chun could no longer lift those 2 pieces of back armor. And furthermore, the hue of his demonic power on the radar plummeted from orange to blue, indicating immense depletion. With just 1 strike, all 3 stood agape in disbelief. Was this the prowess of the 6 departments? Was this Luo Tianjin? Could this fellow truly be a monster of Chu Tian's caliber? Perhaps not yet, for Luo Tianjin had also sustained injuries. Amidst the explosive surge of 3 demonic powers, though he had repelled his foes with a single strike, he bore several wounds inflicted by Yuehua's tail and suffered a blow from Wu Chun, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. However, his momentum showed no signs of waning. Instead, it grew increasingly frenzied, his countenance ever more ferocious, and he even began to laugh heartily. Ha! Ha! This is simply delightful. The corpse demons of this city are indeed remarkable, granting me such injuries. Ha! This is how it should be. Battle should be exhilarating. Slaughter compels the opponent to fight desperately in retaliation, and that is truly gratifying. Ha ha! Bring it on. Luo Tianjin unleashed another howl that resembled a lament, having completely succumbed to madness. Damn it! Come at me. Am I supposed to fear you? Gao Zicheng roared. This fellow has also been gravely injured. If we unite once more, we can surely bring him down. Can we? Is it possible? Yuehua furrowed her brow, and Wu Chun smiled wryly. The disparity was now glaringly apparent. Yet, even the weakest among them, Gao Zicheng, refused to concede. If they surrendered, it would surely be a disgrace. Very well. Once more, Yuehua and Wu Chun rose in unison, their demonic weapons unfurling, their powers coalescing, and they launched themselves at Luo Tianjin. However, as they leapt forward, they paused in shock, for Gao Zicheng, whoosh, leaped away, retreating rather than advancing, turning tail to flee into the depths of the fog. Was he truly attempting to escape? Had he deceived his comrades into providing backup only to abandon them? Perhaps some words from Li Tianxin rang true. In the eyes of the majority of corpse demons, life is of utmost importance, and self-preservation reigns supreme. You dare! 2 exclamations of disbelief echoed simultaneously from Yuehua and Wu Chun, both astonished that Gao Zicheng would betray them in this moment of crisis, deceiving them in the process. That Wu Chun began to laugh bitterly, for he had previously stated that if they could not prevail, he would certainly flee. Yet now, it was not him, but Gao Zicheng who fled. When Gao Zicheng's roar reverberated, Wu Chun hesitated, for he too sensed the futility of their struggle and contemplated escape. Yet, gazing upon Gao Zicheng's resolute visage, he thought, they were comrades, friends, brothers who had fought side by side for years. Very well. I shall stand with my brother this one last time. Wu Chun resolved, yet Gao Zicheng clearly chose his own life over that of his brethren, even resorting to deceit and betrayal. Bastard! Yuehua cried out in fury, abruptly halting her advance. Yet while she managed to stop, Wu Chun could not. Having sustained grievous injuries and determined to support his brother in this final stand, Wu Chun had given his all, leaving no room for retreat. The result? The 3-way siege morphed instantaneously into a one-on-one duel, devoid of suspense. Wu Chun was doomed. Luo Tianwu, break the void. With a low growl, radiant light flashed once more. And from that pitch-black scythe, this time it was not a circle, but rather a shimmering curtain of light emerging seemingly from thin air, cascading down like a waterfall from above, originally a circle. With the demonic power still relatively dispersed, it had been countered by 3 individuals. Now, it coalesced into a straight line, with Wu Chun facing Luo Tianjin's strike alone. The consolidated force was far more ferocious. aptly named Break the Void. The moment it was unleashed, it seemed to cleave the very sky. Wu Chen immediately resigned himself to his fate, knowing he was doomed. Even from the overwhelming aura, he recognized that this strike was beyond his capacity to withstand. In that fleeting moment of heartache, he gazed at Gao Zicheng's panicked retreat, suddenly breaking into a bitter smile and closing his eyes. Boom! The radiant light descended upon Wu Chen's head, crashing down to the ground, leaving a fissure several meters long in its wake, while simultaneously cleaving Wu Chen's body from forehead to groin. Chapter 54. A synonym for treachery. Wu Chen had abandoned even the defense of his back armor. This strike was wholly borne by his body. No matter how much stronger a corpse demon's physique is compared to a human's, it was insufficient to withstand such a direct and lethal blow. Boom! The remnants, now split in two, fell into the pool of blood. His face still bearing a bitter expression, filled with disbelief that a brother would betray him at such a critical juncture. What a pitiful fool, betrayed by a friend. Feste. Well, I shan't consume you, Luo Tianjin remarked. As if this were his grandest concession to Wu Chen, Yuehua stood there in a daze, unable to comprehend how the situation had shifted so drastically. Was it due to Gao Zicheng's cowardly retreat? Or was Luo Tianjin simply too powerful? In truth, her strategy of 3 against 1 was sound. Even if she had underestimated Luo Tianjin's strength, the trio could have severely injured him, provided they dared to fight. However, in an instant, Gao Zicheng had fled, Wu Chen had perished, leaving only her. Even the proudest woman could sense the gravity of the predicament, trembling as she retreated several steps, turning to flee. At that moment, she heard Luo Tianjin's light chuckle. Dante run. I've never feasted upon such a beautiful female corpse demon before. Ha! Just as I say this, my stomach growls. Yuehua's soul nearly fled her body. To be devoured? Who, then, was the true monster? Yuehua suddenly longed to call for help. Yet who could rescue her? Li Tianchen was absent, and no one could contend with Luo Tianjin. In fact, Yuehua was quite fortunate. The direction in which she fled happened to lead to someone arriving. But the problem was, Qin Lan was terribly unfortunate. He arrived only to meet his demise alongside As for Gao Zicheng. This scoundrel truly was a despicable wretch. Upon witnessing Wu Chen's fall, he felt no sorrow, but instead rejoiced that his brother's death had afforded him a fleeting chance to escape. Then, he beheld Luo Tianjin, cackling as he pursued Yuehua. At that moment, Gao Zicheng was even laughing. Filled with a sense of relief, he was certain that Luo Tianjin would never pursue him, but would instead chase after the seemingly strongest and most beautiful Yuehua. However, he overlooked one crucial factor: one individual. Where do you think you're escaping to? I have stated it clearly. Today, I shall end your life. Gao Ao coldly blocked Gao Zicheng's path. In truth, Luo Tianjin did wish to pursue Gao Zicheng. This fellow was quite deranged, yet not at all despicable. In fact, he harbored a strong disdain for those who were vile. Thus, among the three of them, the one he most wanted to eliminate was Gao Zicheng. His hesitation to chase was solely due to Gao Ao's declaration that this man was his prey. And since Gao Ao had already positioned himself, Luo Tianjin turned to pursue Yuehua instead. Gao Zicheng was left dumbfounded, his eyes rolling around in confusion as he struggled to conceive an escape plan. This night, he had initially intended to enlist Wu Chen's help in dealing with Gao Ao, but Wu Chen. Gao Zicheng glanced back at the corpse, perhaps feeling a twinge of regret, though it might simply be that he regretted not having anyone else to betray. Little Gao Ao, are you truly intent on killing me? Please, I am still your uncle after all. The fact that I became a corpse demon was beyond my control. Gao Zicheng forced a bitter smile. I know that some corpse demons are indeed pitiable. But you are the exception. You are not worthy of anyone's sympathy. Gao Ao retorted sharply, unleashing his demonic weapon with a thunderous crack. Gao Ao's demonic weapon resembled a back armor type, and as an A-level officer, he wielded 6 blades, forged into a double-sided, triple-edged axe. Just this alone ensured Gao Zicheng's defeat, for although he too possessed 6 blades of back armor, 2 of them were not fully formed, and the remaining 4 were riddled with cracks. Furthermore, it had been previously mentioned that the covert mobile unit had specially forged demonic weapons to better suit human use, resulting in a significant increase in explosive power. Thus, with the same number of demonic weapons, Gao Zicheng stood no chance against Gao Ao. Of course, acquiring demonic weapons was no easy feat, and due to their immense power, most people could not handle too many of them. Therefore, among all the officers in the covert mobile unit, only a handful possessed more than 6 demonic weapons, with Gao Ao being one of them. while the rest were all mere six-piece members. How formidable was Gao Ao's strength? This situation alone offered a glimpse. However, Gao Ao had also sustained some injuries, having been ambushed by the combined efforts of Gao Zicheng and Yue Hua, leaving him bloodied and with several fractured ribs. Yet, it was evident that Gao Zicheng was in a worse state. Don't. Gao Zicheng quickly retreated, but Gao Ao showed no mercy, bringing the double-edged triple-blade axe crashing down. With no other choice, Gao Zicheng could only defend himself, using his already cracked back armor as a shield. But could he withstand it? Crack. It was not the sound of an explosion, but rather the sound of a sharp weapon slicing through another. The triple-blade axe pierced through Gao Zicheng's back armor. Following the cracks and driving deep into his flesh, that a scream erupted as Gao Zicheng writhed in agony, desperately lunging forward, blood gushing from his back like a fountain, rolling on the ground in torment. In truth, he had missed opportunities to fight back, but from the moment he betrayed Wu Chun to escape, his fighting spirit had completely evaporated. Even as he crawled forward in a disheveled state, he dared not turn back to fight. What a worthless wretch! Gao Ao ground his teeth and stepped closer, stomping down on Gao Zicheng's calf. Breaking the bone with a sickening crack, Gao Zicheng could only moan weakly, trembling in pain. I truly do not understand why I have endured so many hardships for a scoundrel like you. What skills do you possess besides your speed and fleeing? Gao Ao sneered. The massive axe was raised high and brought down with force. Wait! Gao Zicheng shrieked, frantically waving his hands, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, Little Ao, please don't do this. I am your uncle. I am innocent. I never wanted to become a corpse demon. Don't you want to know how your mother died? I will tell you. Mother's death. Gao Ao paused, instinctively retracting the axe, gritting his teeth as he demanded, what more is there to say? Your mother treated you so well, yet you bit her to death. No, that is not it at all. I never wished to harm her. In fact, it was she who bit me. She transformed into a corpse demon first, and I was merely a victim of her actions. Little Ao, your uncle is truly pitiable, bitten to death by his own sister. His cries were heart-wrenching, reminiscent of a child seeking release from years of grievance. While Gao Ao stood there, completely stunned, Mother was also a corpse demon. You are lying. Nonsense. That is impossible. You don't believe me? Come closer and look. Do I not have bite marks on my neck? Are they not your mother's bite marks? Gao Zicheng said sorrowfully, yanking down his collar. In truth, this was a baseless claim. Could one truly identify the owner of bite marks just by looking? It had been 15 years, and what marks could possibly remain? Yet, this assertion struck a chord with human curiosity, causing Gao Ao to think no further. Lowering his brow in contemplation, in an instant, a cold glimmer surged forth. Claws aimed directly at Gao Ao's neck, while the damaged back armor surged forward in a final desperate bid for survival. Fueled by the ferocity on Gao Zicheng's face, it seemed that treachery had become synonymous with his very being. At the same moment, Wang Li was sent flying for the 17th time, while my hands were on the verge of disintegration, covered in cracks and blood, the pain almost bringing me to my knees. Gasping for breath, coughing up blood, Wang Li could barely maintain her stance, propping herself up with a wolf fang club. This is impossible. How did you become so strong all of a sudden? The girl exclaimed. Her voice tinged with disbelief as she struggled against the two glowing orbs of power in my palm. The essence of Xiaohua's demonic energy. I too was bewildered. My hands were nearly ruined. And all I wanted was to expend every last ounce of demonic energy, even if it meant returning to a state of weakness. Yet, there remained at least 80% of it, and I felt like crying. I could not comprehend why Xiaohua's demonic energy was so potent. Did she not only possess 3 pieces of demonic weapons when she died? And was she not weak? Wang Li had 4 pieces. Yet she could not contend with me. Moreover, she had already collapsed, while my internal reservoir of demonic energy remained abundant. Unfortunately, Qin Lan had already departed, leaving me without anyone to inquire. I had no way of knowing that this was the power of dual attributes. When 2 distinct forms of demonic energy intertwined and harmonized, the resultant amplification was exponential. Were the 2 feathers on my back truly useless? In truth, I simply did not understand their purpose. Their role was to utilize their limited demonic energy to infuse Xiaohua's energy, triggering a peculiar chemical reaction that led to an expansion of power, even causing it to spiral out of control. This surge of energy coursed through me. I felt as if my body were on the brink of shattering. I roared in fury and gritted my teeth as I charged at Wang Li. urging myself to exhaust this power quickly, lest I truly perish. The back armor collided violently with her chest, resulting in 2 more fractures, while my claws plunged into her neck, blood splattering everywhere. Members of the covert mobile unit were equipped with the most basic protective gear around their necks, but such protection could only defend against teeth. Claws? They were many times harder than teeth. With a muffled groan, Gao Ao staggered backward, collapsing to the ground as he coughed up blood. The astonishment in his eyes swiftly morphed into rage. He was nearly driven mad by his own foolishness in falling for such a trick. Huh. You are truly a fool. After pursuing me for 15 years, you still do not know what my greatest skill is. Gao Zicheng boasted, his movements exuberant as he lunged towards Gao Ao in the darkness of night. His gaze was filled with malice, so base and shameless that he may not have been as strong as Yuehua or Wu Qin, but were those two as clever as he? Not only had he evaded Luo Tianjin's pursuit, but he had also conveniently eliminated an A-level officer. What did it matter if he was despicable? Gao Zicheng cared not. He had won. That was sufficient. Yet, he had underestimated Gao Ao. This man had pursued him for 15 years, and what he had gained was not merely the strength of an A-level officer, but also an indomitable will. The human body was inherently frail. Gao Ao could barely stand, yet, through sheer grit, he gritted his teeth and swung the triple-blade axe wide. Gao Zicheng had not anticipated this, rendering him incapable of evading. Thud! The blow struck him squarely, tearing apart half his body and eliciting a pained howl. Terrified, he attempted to flee, only to be seized by Gao Ao by the collar and thrown to the ground. Gao Ao roared, raising the axe for a ferocious strike. Gao Zicheng struggled desperately, the damaged demonic weapon swirling in response. What followed was an all-out brawl, akin to 2 muscle-bound butchers wielding the sharpest cleavers in close combat, blood splattering with each passing second, the air filled with roars and wails. Behind them, several figures in black rushed in. But upon raising their weapons, they hesitated. Fearful of friendly fire, 2 brave souls attempted to assist, but were met with Gao Ao's furious bark. Stay back. You are no match for him. Those ordinary subordinates could not withstand a single blow from Gao Zicheng, and Gao Ao did not wish to send them to their deaths. Yet, he never considered. What about himself? In the heat of battle, Gao Ao delivered another axe strike to Gao Zicheng's shoulder, completely shattering it. In pain, Gao Zicheng disregarded everything and lunged forward, his claws tearing into Gao Ao's chest, while his teeth sank sharply into Gao Ao's neck. The protective armor lay utterly shattered, rendered incapable of providing any defense. With bones splintered to fragments, including the sternum and cervical vertebrae, that axe descended once more, striking fiercely into the forehead. Gao Zicheng's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape as he attempted to roar. But only a final, pitiful groan escaped his lips. Yet, the relentless strikes from Gao continued, each blow falling until Zicheng was reduced to mere flesh and blood, until a trembling subordinate cautiously reminded him from behind, "Boss, this monster is already dead." Dead? Was it truly so? Gao, panting heavily, collapsed onto the ground, sinking into the mound of mangled remains, his gaze vacantly lifted toward the heavens. Had his vengeance finally been exacted? Yet why did he feel only tremors within? Devoid of any sense of satisfaction? Why, despite having slain this beast in the most brutal manner, could he find no joy? Perhaps Luo Tianjin was correct. A life lived solely for the sake of revenge is indeed devoid of meaning. Tears fell uncontrollably. Was it the release of hatred or the hollowness that followed the loss of everything? Gao could not discern, only covering his face as he wept openly, in the throes of his sorrow. Memories of his childhood surged forth, his mother's gentle smile, her embrace as she soothed him to sleep, her company as he studied. Yet now Gao Zicheng was gone, revenge exacted, yet it was all in vain. For he could no longer behold her visage in truth. For an A-level officer to weep before his subordinates was a most shameful affair, yet Gao was beyond caring. He faced a far graver issue. More terrifying than the unfulfilled vengeance, more painful than the memories. Boss. A figure in black suddenly approached, his voice hoarse as he inquired, "Have you been bitten?" "What?" Gao was momentarily taken aback, only then recalling the fierce battle and the searing pain at his neck. Hastily, he touched the area, and his complexion paled instantly. That idiot Gao should have avenged himself by now, probably weeping too, Luo Tianjin remarked lazily, observing the frantic escape of Yuehua, yet he pursued at a leisurely pace. knowing full well she could not evade him. Lingering a while longer posed no issue. He even hummed a cheerful tune as he chased her, as if partaking in the most delightful of games. Indeed, his life was but a game of slaughter. What kind of person are you? A night patrol officer rushed over, instinctively pausing at the sight of Yuehua and Luo Tianjin, unfortunate enough to think having only recently arrived. Few officers recognized Luo, and the hidden special operations badge on his suit was now soaked in blood. The officer not only failed to identify him, but mistakenly believed this man to be a deranged killer pursuing a woman in the street. Well, his judgment was not entirely erroneous. Luo was indeed a pervert, and Yuehua was undeniably beautiful. However, his decision to intervene was exceedingly foolish. How dare you commit murder in the streets? Raise your hands and drop your weapon, the officer bellowed. Fool, with a cold chuckle. The scythe swept outward, and the officer was sent flying before he could even raise his gun, his body cleaved from shoulder to hip. Murder? This man had just killed someone. A police officer, no less. Without hesitation or mercy, Yuehua was stunned. Even she had hesitated when it came to killing a police officer. Killing can actually be quite entertaining. Luo Tianjin squinted, producing a walkie-talkie. Hello, is this Gao? I encountered a foolish police officer who tried to intervene, only to be taken out by a corpse demon. Please inform the others not to cause trouble tonight. There was no response from the walkie-talkie, and Luo could not be bothered to wait. Yuehua dared not intervene either. She watched as Luo Tianjin, drenched in blood yet visibly elated, made her question who the true monster was. This night, there was no distinction between human and monster. It was simply a night of unadulterated slaughter. Of course, some were unwilling to kill. A figure twisted desperately, striving to summon the peak of her strength. Wang Li fought with all her might, her mace swirling like a wheel. Yet, before her, I found myself gradually losing vigor, though I could still repel her with my demonic power. And though my power remained abundant, with a resounding crash, we collided once more. Wang Li, gritting her teeth, forced herself to roar, refusing to yield even at the cost of spitting blood, stepping forward, attempting to ensnare my neck with the end of her mace. Even opening her mouth to attempt to bite me. The girl was undeniably strong, both in strength and martial spirit, and I admired her tenacity. Her willingness to fight to the death for Lu Gang was commendable. Yet she still failed. As my fist struck out, sending Wang Li staggering back, collapsing and coughing up blood. I inexplicably felt a twinge of regret for her. I found myself wishing she could achieve her goal. That she could kill me. Was it because she represented justice, while I was merely an embodiment of evil? Not just her, but all the black-clad figures who had fought here tonight. I admired them. They were battling fiercely to protect, to safeguard the ordinary. Yet what about me? Stop, everyone. Just stop. I suddenly chuckled bitterly, gesturing for calm, my gaze fixed on the kneeling Wang Li, glancing back at the dozens of pools of blood behind me. My heart heavy with sorrow, did I yearn to swiftly deplete the raging demonic power within me. Yet I had entirely forgotten about Lin Feng and Wang Na, who were being besieged by a group of black-clad individuals. Or perhaps Lin Feng had already activated his demonic weapon. On his back were two shimmering scales, though small, unable to cover his entire body like Qin Lan's, yet against ordinary armed humans. He was unstoppable, especially with Wang Na's serpentine tail aiding him from behind. As the battle commenced, blood flooded the ground. The result of ordinary humans facing corpse demons was an outright massacre. Lin Feng fought valiantly, drenched in blood, while Wang Na's small face was also stained crimson. Of course, they both bore significant injuries. Wang Na's left shoulder and right leg were a gruesome mess, while Lin Feng wobbled unsteadily on his feet. Yet around them it was crowded. I could not distinguish whether they were corpses or the wounded groaning in agony. The sight of the blood snapped me back to reality. The blood made me instinctively halt. My arm ached, yet my heart ached more. Each one of them reminded me of Lu Gang, of the first man I had killed, his last gaze fixed upon me. His name still etched in my memory, Zhao Ge. They were not the damned Wang Bao, the bounty hunter who slaughtered countless innocents. They were all kind souls, merely seeking revenge, striving to protect ordinary humans. Why not just stop? I asked, my face lined with sorrow. Go to hell, you monster. Wang Li lunged at me once more, unafraid of death, wishing for me to perish alongside her, even as I battered her, causing her to bleed. As long as I too bled, she would find relief. With another crash, her mace collided with my fist, sending her sprawling, while I staggered back a few steps. Please, just stop, I murmured. Are you mocking me? Do you pity me for being unable to avenge Liu Gang? The girl screamed. Rising again, lifting her mace once more, ready to strike, that I did not retaliate. I merely raised my hand to block. With a resounding crash, my arm shattered again, and Wang Li was once more thrown back. My demonic power still had not been exhausted. Suddenly, I loathed this power. Suddenly I no longer desired strength. That I gazed at the blood-soaked ground, perplexed. Why must it be this way? Stop, I beg you, I pleaded with Wang Li, my eyes brimming with bitterness. The girl instinctively attempted to rise again, to shout in defiance. She was indeed strong, filled with resolve, yet her injuries were too grave. Her arm could scarcely lift. And then she raised her head, meeting my gaze. In that moment, Wang Li froze, bewildered by the eyes she beheld. Eyes filled with despair, pain, and sorrow. She could not comprehend why such eyes would belong to a monster. Ultimately, Wang Li ceased her struggle. She could no longer summon the strength to fight. The black-clad figures had either perished or were gravely wounded, still howling in resentment, some even firing at our retreating figures. Yet I intercepted their bullets with my demonic weapon, forcefully dragging Lin Feng and Wang Na. I carved a path through the mist toward freedom. The bullets merely deflected, never intending to retaliate, for I had no reason to kill them. I looked at the radiant power still coursing through my hands, suddenly filled with loathing for this power. Who desired it? Yongbin. Take it. Then Li Tianchen. Whatever, as long as I no longer possess it. Nothing else mattered. This power had tormented me to the brink of death. My body was on the verge of collapse, weighed down by the blood that surrounded me. Among those slain, most had been killed by Wang Na and Lin Feng. Wang Na fought to protect me, and Lin Feng appeared to have similar motives. Yet I noticed he was caught up in the thrill of the slaughter, exhilarated by it, and I could not fathom why he felt this way, nor why I was engulfed in such torment. Among the dead, a few were casualties of my own miscalculations, caught in the crossfire during my fierce battle with Wang Li. I felt no joy, no excitement at my newfound ability to kill at will. Perhaps I was too weak. Perhaps I was merely an ordinary person, filled with fear, yearning only to flee this place, to escape their wrathful gazes and anguished cries. Wang Li did not pursue me, her injuries preventing her, and perhaps she did not understand the meaning behind the gaze she had seen last. She lay amidst the pools of blood, staring vacantly at the night sky, observing her blood-stained hands. Liu Gang, am I truly so useless? Unable even to avenge you, Liu Gang? Were you really killed by him? I cannot comprehend how someone with such eyes could have taken your life. Liu Gang. The gaze of that young man eerily resembles yours, reminiscent of the sorrow and compassion you exhibited when you rescued me from the grasp of the corpse demon. That I truly fail to comprehend why he had to embody a corpse demon. I, too, am perplexed, unable to fathom why some individuals, despite their inherent kindness, are unjustly branded with the mark of malevolence, while some executioners, whose actions are undeniably atrocious, are hailed as paragons of justice. Struggle all you want. I relish this. Luo Tianjin guffawed wickedly, eventually catching up to the severely injured Yuehua, toppling her to the ground and pinning her down with his foot. The scythe descended, cleaving through her demon weapon, which shattered piece by piece, as Yuehua writhed in agony, her body convulsing in pain, desperately attempting to resist. Yet she was no match for Luo Tianjin as the first piece of her demon weapon shattered. A second followed suit. He seized one of her tail spines, and with a sinister grin, plunged the scythe deep into her lower back, blood splattering as her tail was entirely ripped out. Yuehua's anguished cries echoed through the skies. Chapter 56. Infuriatingly foolish, Luo Tianjin appeared to be possessed with excitement, reaching out once more to seize her. Release her, you beast, take your filthy hands off her. Qin Lan had arrived, and with a single glance, the old man's fury ignited, his hair bristling. Even if she were a corpse demon, she should not endure such brutal torment. Could it be that the operatives of the secret mobile unit could inflict such cruelty? Without a second thought, Qin Lan lunged forward, but he soon realized he only possessed 4 abdominal scales. How could he hope to contend with an adversary that even Yuehua could not defeat? The scythe swung toward him, and in a display of agility, Qin Lan twisted midair to evade, snapping off 7 or 8 delicate scales, launching them at Luo Tianjin like bullets. TCH, this level of attack is merely a scare tactic, Luo Tianjin scoffed. His wrist flicking as radiant light, akin to a waterfall, burst forth. Luo Tianwu, break the void. This, Qin Lan's hair stood on end in shock, and he hastily wrapped his arms around himself, his scales erecting in an instant. With a mighty roar, he unleashed his demon power, manifesting a colossal net that separated him from Luo Tianjin. This was the survival instinct of the scale-abdomen corpse demon. When threatened, all scales would be activated. Although it inflicted severe self-harm, its power was formidable, capable of both blocking attacks and inflicting counterdamage. Alas, the disparity remained stark. The delicate scales fell like rain, but could not breach Luo Tianjin's waterfall of void. They shattered in the air with a cacophony. However, Qin Lan at least managed to retreat momentarily, and in his final act, he grasped Huihua's collar, attempting to rescue her. Though this action, if Qin Lan had fled without a second thought, Luo Tianjin might not have pursued, for the scale-abdomen corpse demon was remarkably swift. Indeed, Luo Tianjin might not even have chased. He dismissed the blue demon power as inconsequential, seeking only to indulge in a cruel game. Relishing the idea of dispatching Huihua in the most brutal manner, regrettably, the old man was too compassionate. Unable to abandon Huihua to her fate, he felt compelled to assist, yet relinquished his only chance of escape as the scythe was raised once more. Luo Tianwu. Falcon. With a chilling shout, the speed of the scythe doubled, moving with a swiftness akin to lightning, leaving Qin Lan utterly bewildered. In a flash, it seemed as if an electric arc had sliced through the air, severing the arm that clutched Huihua, dislocating it from the shoulder. Ah! The scream transformed into a muffled groan as Luo Tianjin kicked the old man in the chest, though the force did not penetrate the old man's scale armor. It sent him staggering backward, collapsing to the ground. Luo Tianwu. Falcon. The arc of lightning reappeared, and his right leg was severed. Luo Tianwu. Break the void. A deep gash, visible to the bone, appeared across the old man's chest as his scales splintered. Luo Tianwu. Windstorm. In that instant, a tempest composed of numerous gales engulfed Qin Lan entirely, leaving the old man in a state of utter shock. How powerful! Is this the prowess of the 6 departments? He found himself incapable of retaliation. Even struggling seemed beyond him. The chasm between them was insurmountable, rendering Qin Lan's attempts to rescue Huihua laughably futile, akin to courting death. With a cold smirk, Luo Tianjin strode over Qin Lan's head, continuing toward the struggling Huihua. The old man wished to intervene, but found himself utterly powerless, his eyes filled with profound despair. Lin Feng, flee. Do not come here. Liang, stay far away. Do not encounter this monster. Li Tianxin. When will you return? Qin Lan lamented, as he heard Huihua's wails resounding in the distance, the old man helplessly closing his eyes. Things had gone awry, and the current moment epitomized that notion. Qin Lan could not foresee how swiftly I had defeated Wang Li. Even pursuing him closely, in the next moment, I would behold Luo Tianjin and witness Huihua amidst a pool of blood. What would I do? In truth, Huihua held a certain disdain for me, and I harbored resentment for her previous betrayal. Yet, witnessing such a tragic scene, could I remain indifferent? Even as the old man lay despondent in a pool of blood, his heart ashen, and as Luo Tianjin reveled in tormenting her, Huihua crawled farther away, disappearing into the dense fog. Suddenly, a pitch-black figure emerged from the sky, its silhouette obscured by vast black wings. Li Tianxin. Qin Lan instinctively gasped, elation surging through him, as he found an unexpected surge of strength. Flipping himself upright, with a swoosh, Li Tianxin descended, and upon meeting Qin Lan's gaze, he was momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "What happened to you? How dire is the situation?" "It's over, it's all over. Luo Tianjin, one of the 6 departments, is too powerful. No one can withstand him," the old man replied with a bitter smile. Li Tianxin's expression shifted rapidly, his brow furrowing as he listened to the distant wails echoing through the night. Suddenly, he inquired, and coincidentally, Qin Lan spoke at the same moment, though their concerns were entirely different. "Hurry and save Huihua. She is on the brink of collapse. If we delay, it will be too late." "Where is Liang? Where is that lad now? What happened after absorbing Xiaohuai's power? Did the power fuse?" In that moment, Li Tianxin's face was etched with urgency, while Qin Lan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Li Tianxin had prioritized my well-being over Huihua's fate and the city's plight against the corpse demons. "You." The old man's expression darkened, recalling his earlier suspicions. That young man should still be at the restaurant. Although the secret mobile unit is besieging him, he should be able to endure that power. He is quite clever. He has coaxed it out. Coaxed it out. Li Tianxin's expression shifted. Yes, and the old man urged him to exhaust it quickly, otherwise, what? You didn't teach him to fuse it, but instead let him expend it. How dare you take such liberties? Did I not explicitly forbid you from acting recklessly? Li Tianxin exploded in anger, his expression fierce. Yet, Qin Lan's face grew grim, his voice trembling as he replied. That power will cause his body to shatter and perish if not released. Nonsense. You know nothing, understand nothing. Damn it, I will go find him right away. Li Tianxin bellowed. Turning to leave, his only thought was to reach the restaurant and find me. But a hand suddenly grasped him. And Qin Lan's face was etched with anguish as he ground out. Tianxin, why are you doing this? Why assist him in unlocking dual attributes? Is it to have him usurp your position as the administrator? To cultivate him properly, or dual attributes allow you to synchronize your demon power with his? He will absorb Xiaohua's demon power, and then you. Tianxin, honestly tell me, did you never intend to cultivate him? Was your only aim to use him to acquire Xiaohua's demon power, and then to consume him? Li Tianxin's body trembled, and he fell silent, merely turning to regard Qin Lan with an icy stare. His expression frigid as ice. Understanding dawned upon Qin Lan, who suddenly shouted, How can you do this? I know you desperately wish to break through to 8 wings, to surpass Chu Tian and become the strongest corpse demon. But do you have any idea that young man believes you treat him well, like a mentor, an idol? He has placed his unwavering faith in you, and everything you have taught him has been his solitary beacon in the darkness. He can no longer be human. His only hope is to become a relatively kind corpse demon like you. Yet you. Li Tianxin, tell me, is power worth sacrificing everything? Is it worth abandoning 70 years of perseverance and destroying all your principles? Standing silently, Li Tianxin remained unresponsive, his gaze toward the old man growing colder and colder. Have you ever spoken these words to him? Li Tianxin suddenly countered. No, the old man could not fathom you would act in such a way. Never dared to believe it, for in his eyes, you will forever be the most righteous and kind-hearted corpse demon administrator in existence. Yet you. Qin Lan's words remained unfinished as a hand seized his throat. Since you have not spoken, let us keep it that way, forever, Li Tianxin coolly declared. You do not understand. You are far too weak to grasp the agony of standing at the pinnacle of power, merely a step away yet unable to ascend. 70 years of unrelenting anguish. Had I reached the pinnacle, my youthful days would not have faced such calamity. Had I ascended to greatness, I would not have been a helpless witness to her destruction at the hands of Chu Tian. You fail to comprehend. In this world, it is strength that speaks volumes. Notions of good and evil are utterly inconsequential. Regrettably, if only I had come to this realization 70 years ago, I would have surpassed Chu Tian. Alas, that little rascal was as naive as I once was, equally foolish to an appalling degree. Release that girl. This was the very first utterance that escaped my lips upon laying eyes on Yuehua and Luo Tianjin. I arrived and instinctively lunged forward, without even a moment's hesitation or doubt that I in that instant. Even Yuehua's expression bore a look of bewilderment. She nearly brought about my demise, and yet here I was, intent on rescuing her from Luo Tianjin. Perhaps I was indeed foolish to an outrageous extent. Every ordinary person in the world has harbored a beautiful dream of one day encountering a damsel in distress, confronting a rogue who would dare to assault her, bellowing defiantly as they charge forward to vanquish the scoundrel, only to have the damsel weep tears of gratitude, ultimately pledging her devotion. Release that girl. Thus, while this phrase may seem cliché, it encapsulates the lifelong aspiration of every common individual, and now, I had finally realized it, albeit with no joy in my heart, for the scene unfolded far differently than I had envisioned. Luo Tianjin was evidently more than just a rogue, given both his terrifying prowess and his ruthlessly cold demeanor. Though Yuehua was indeed a beauty, in this moment, she was entirely devoid of allure. I found myself at a loss for words to describe her. As she appeared more fearsome than the vengeful specters depicted in movies, the woman was drenched in blood, not merely stained, but seemingly soaked in it. Her legs were shattered, rendering her utterly immobile, dragging herself across the ground, leaving a long trail of crimson in her wake. Most horrifying of all was the demon weapon upon her rear. Yuehua once possessed 7 tails, yet now only 1 remained. Where had the other 6 gone? Perhaps the sinister smile of Luo Tianjin, the scythe he wielded, and the sanguine state of Yuehua served as the most eloquent explanation. Even as I arrived, Luo Tianjin was poised to grasp the last of Yuehua's demon weapons. His scythe raised high. I loathed Yuehua for ensnaring me, yet this scene struck me with an agonizing clarity. I had not come to save her, merely to seek counsel from Qin Lan on what to do. Yet upon witnessing her feeble struggles, each groan tinged with the sound of tears, I was compelled to act without a moment's thought that I scarcely had time to ponder how formidable Luo Tianjin truly was, nor the futility of my actions, for even Yuehua had suffered a crushing defeat at his hands. Perhaps my efforts would be in vain. And yet, as a man, one inevitably finds oneself engaged in a few reckless yet valiant endeavors throughout life. I roared, lunging forward, my fists wildly striking at Luo Tianjin. He acknowledged my presence with a dismissive smirk, for he recognized that I possessed but a single tail-like demon weapon. The two inconspicuous feathers on my back were hardly noticeable. Chapter 57. Wings. He did not unleash a frenzy of attacks like he had against Qin Lan. Rather, he casually raised his scythe to block my assault, eye in his eyes. Even the recoil from that single block would likely send me reeling, leaving me on the verge of collapse. Yet he was gravely mistaken. While I was indeed weak, the two orbs of brilliance in my grasp were anything but. With a thunderous crash, my fist collided with the handle of his scythe, unleashing a surge of demon energy that erupted violently between us. Luo Tianjin was momentarily taken aback, and by the time he sought to react, it was already too late. He was propelled back, stumbling 17 or 18 steps, caught off guard, and having failed to gather his demon energy. Though I too staggered back, my arm bleeding anew, I bellowed, "Lin Feng, save her!" Lin Feng, ever the reliable comrade, responded without hesitation. Rushing forward to seize Yuehua and retreat, they sprinted 30 meters before pausing to catch their breath, while Luo Tianjin stood there, utterly dumbfounded, failing to intervene. How is this possible? Luo Tianjin gazed in disbelief at the scythe in his hand, then at the tail-like weapon behind me. "Kid, how did you manage this? You possess but one demon weapon, yet your demon energy is so formidable." He shook his weary arm, which had grown numb from the impact. "None of your business." I gritted my teeth, gesturing frantically for Lin Feng and Wang Na to flee, for after landing that blow, I had regained my composure and sensed that something was amiss, realizing the true horror of Luo Tianjin. 6 weapons? I had overheard the conversations among Qin Lan and the others. Even Yuehua's scheme to ensnare him from 3 directions at that moment. I truly admired the cunning of women, yet it had all failed. What did this signify? That even Yuehua, Wu Chun, and Gao Zicheng, 3 formidable entities wielding orange demon energy, had been bested by this man before me. Though my deductions were likely flawed, I could feel the cold sweat trickling down my back. Forget it. I'll test it myself. Tonight is truly amusing. I encounter a beautiful girl, and you, an oddly powerful young lad. Luo Tianjin chuckled dryly, suddenly lunging forward. He was astonishingly swift, matching the speed of a corpse demon, far surpassing that of a normal human, in the scythe-like demon weapon he wielded. My sensitivity to demon energy was not strong, yet I still sensed a cataclysmic wave of power emanating from him. What na? Run, Lin Feng, take Yuehua and go. I resolutely made the most prudent decision, turning to flee down the path we had come, preferring to engage in a brawl with Wang Li than to confront Luo Tianjin. Yet would Luo Tianjin allow me to escape? His interest in me was palpable, and as I turned, the 2 feathers on my back caught his eye. Luo Tianjin paused, astonished. Was that a demon weapon? Though diminutive, it was evidently an immature wing-type demon weapon. In that instant, a flicker of incredulity, even fervor, ignited in Luo Tianjin's gaze at a dual-attribute demon weapon. The notion that 2 distinct demon weapons could coexist within a single corpse demon was utterly unprecedented. I was not the first to possess such a trait, but it was so rare that Luo Tianjin had never encountered one before, nor had the entire covert task force been aware of my existence. In that moment, a thought identical to Liu Gang surged within Luo Tianjin's mind. He was eager to unearth this secret, and when he glimpsed the 2 strange orbs of brilliance in my grasp, though I know not why, I have an inkling that you, kid, TSK, are quite delectable. Luo Tianjin's voice, reminiscent of a wailing cry, pierced the air, grating and repulsive, sending chills down my spine. It was at that moment that the winds began to stir, and I heard an absurd yet audacious proclamation. Luo Tianwu, Falcon. Luo Tianjin harbored a fondness for games, whether they be childhood single-player or online adventures. or the more violent games of his adulthood, he delighted in naming each of his unique moves. Relishing the ostentatiousness of it all, even if many deemed it foolish, those individuals had long since met their demise at his hands. The falcon, the swiftest bird of prey, aptly named, was Luo Tianjin's ultimate technique. In the instant he uttered those words, I felt the wind behind me accelerate to an alarming degree, surreal and incomprehensible. Terrified, I turned to look, only to witness a flash of lightning before me. I had no time to react, to evade. Even Qin Lan could not escape. My only recourse was to raise my hand. With a resounding crash, the orbs of brilliance in my grasp collided once more. Erupting in a cataclysmic explosion, I was hurled backward. Since I had unleashed those two orbs of demon energy, I had faced no setbacks. Even against Wang Li's relentless attacks, I had easily repelled her. The gashes upon my arm were merely collateral damage from the shockwaves, not the result of my adversary's might. I was acutely aware of my shortcomings, yet I held unwavering confidence in the two orbs of demon energy I possessed. However, Luo Tianjin shattered that confidence entirely. In midair, I began to scream in agony. My arms felt as though they had been twisted into knots, an excruciating pain coursing through my bones, blood gushing more violently than ever before. My chest tightened, a wave of nausea washing over me, and I tasted blood as I coughed violently. This was my first encounter with true strength since becoming a corpse demon, and it sent my hair standing on end. With even more terrors lurking ahead, I fell to the ground. I barely had time to rise before I felt a crushing weight upon my ankle, a brutal force that made me howl in pain. Luo Tianjin, however, was cackling with glee. His eyes narrowed as he taunted. Kid, come, tell me your secret. How does a corpse demon possess two different demon weapons? And what of the demon energy you are conjuring? TSK, how is it possible? This clearly exceeds your limits. 3 demon weapons cannot possibly be this powerful. Is it related to your dual attributes? Huh, how fascinating. Are you perhaps a hybrid? No. Wait, could you be some new creation from corpse demon research? A secret weapon, perhaps? Huh, how fortuitous that I stumbled upon you. Speak up. By the way, if I were to consume you, would I gain demon energy beyond that of an ordinary corpse demon? How exciting. I've never feasted on a creature with 2 types of demon weapons. Luo Tianjin's words left me bewildered, regardless of whether his deductions were accurate or not. He intended to devour me. Humans could truly consume corpse demons and gain demon energy from it. Well, truth be told, I had grown accustomed to it. Nearly everyone I encountered sought to devour me. Yet, even with this familiarity, I had no desire to be treated as mere sustenance, especially not by this grotesquely perverse individual. Heaven alone knows whether he would stew me in a broth, braise me, or fry me. Get lost. In a fit of rage, I did not hesitate to raise my fist and strike at Luo Tianjin with my formidable and imposing Lushan Rising Dragon Strike. Perhaps it was the tension, or perhaps my loathing for this perverse individual, or maybe my reservoir of fury had reached its limit. Whatever the reason, this punch was undeniably more powerful than any I had delivered before. Swifter as well, the light emanating from it seemed to shine even brighter, an aura of wrath, a double effect of a super ultimate move. It appeared otherwise, as I sensed something extraordinary. In that moment of intense focus, when I poured all my consciousness into the demonic energy radiating from my hand, it became more searing, more tempestuous, and far more malleable to my will. Previously, I had exchanged dozens of blows with Wang Li, and afterward, I felt my control over the demonic energy had reached a new level of perfection. Forget it. Although you have surprised me somewhat, the gap between us is still insurmountable, Luo Tianjin remarked with a smirk, his side slicing towards my arm, intending to incapacitate me as he had done with Yue Hua and Qin Lan, rendering me helpless before slowly extracting my secrets. I did not reply. Instead, I desperately focused on sensing the fluctuations of the demonic power within my grasp, striving to guide and control it. Suddenly, my fist altered its trajectory. The scythe grazed the side of my wrist, yet my fist twisted at an improbable angle before crashing forward once more. Luo Tianjin, caught off guard, realized yet again that he had underestimated me, but there was no time for regret. With a resounding impact, my fist struck Luo Tianjin squarely in the face, causing him to stagger backward. Stifling a grunt as blood erupted from his nostrils, even his nasal bone contorting, a consequence of his last-minute attempt to retract the scythe and block with its long handle, The human body is inherently frail. Yet my strength at this moment was immensely formidable. Kid, are you seeking your own demise? Luo Tianjin's face turned a shade of green with rage, clutching his nose and gritting his teeth. I'll kill you right now and devour you whole. Regardless of your so-called secrets. I remained silent, retreating a few steps, my head bowed as I fervently sensed the guiding force of this power. Perhaps this was what Qinlan referred to as my innate talent. I was learning at an astonishing pace, gradually gaining control over the chaos within me in such a short time. Suddenly, I discovered that I could direct the two spheres of radiance in my hands back into my body. And as long as I continuously guided this demonic energy to flow, my body would slow its inevitable collapse. Moreover, I realized that if I could somehow divert this energy, I could barely feel the pain. However, controlling it was exceedingly difficult, and after diverting it, where should it flow? Faced with Luo Tianjin and such peril, I unexpectedly found a sense of calm that I sensed an opportunity. Presently, I was no match for Luo Tianjin. But if I could refine my manipulation of the demonic power, perhaps I could secure a chance for escape. Within me, there flowed a wave of demonic energy, splitting into two with each passage through a vein. Then 4, 8, and 16. My body felt increasingly at ease, for as this fluctuation diminished in size, I found I could gradually absorb it. Yet, my body remained singular. No matter how I divided it, it ultimately converged within me. And when the demonic energy coalesced once more, my body was beset by agonizing pain, as if it were about to tear apart. No, I had to find a resting place for this energy. A destination. Where should it flow? Desperately pondering, a thought struck me. Qinlan had continuously advised me to exhaust the demonic energy completely, for it did not belong to me and would only bring calamity if retained. I concurred with his sentiment, but at this moment, I had to find a way to grow stronger first. Even if I could not defeat Luo Tianjin, I must at least possess the capability to flee. Taking a deep breath, I abruptly closed my eyes and directed all the demonic energy coursing through me towards my back and shoulders, into those two feathery protrusions. Suddenly, I felt an intense sensation of expansion from my shoulders, and my shoulder blades began to tremble violently. In an instant, I felt a force burgeoning forth from my shoulders. In the night, two dark forms unfurled at an astonishing speed, a pair of wings so black they shone. With a thud, I knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. This was the result of overexertion, yet I quickly regained my strength as energy flowed back into me from the wings. Turning to gaze at the ebony wings, I was nearly driven to madness with excitement. I too had wings. I was an angel, a fallen angel, no less. One so strikingly handsome it could make one swoon. Of course, I might also resemble a birdman. But even birdmen could be quite dashing, wouldn't you agree? Luo Tianjin was momentarily taken aback, his eyes narrowing with intrigue, a smile creeping onto his lips. He found this to be exceedingly amusing, as it was his first time witnessing a corpse demon manifesting demonic weaponry. Those wings are incredibly cool, Luo Tianjin exclaimed. Indeed, I share that sentiment. I nodded vigorously, my fondness for him suddenly soaring, as he was the first to compliment my appearance. So striking. I can't help but want to devour you. Do you think if I consumed you, I could grow a pair of wings myself? Luo Tianjin licked his lips. A pervert indeed. My initial fondness vanished in an instant. However, it would now be quite challenging for him to kill me, for as my wings fully developed, I felt my strength surge once more. What level of power was this? It was difficult to discern. But it was certainly superior to the typical 3 pieces of demonic weaponry because I possessed dual attributes. Nevertheless, I remained aware that I could not defeat Luo Tianjin, for the disparity in our earlier clash had been glaring. Landing that punch had been a stroke of luck. Yet he would not underestimate me again. But why should I engage him in combat? I attempted to flap my wings, a mischievous grin forming as I realized. Now I was a birdman. No, a fallen angel. And I could simply fly away. Luo Tianjin, no matter how powerful, could not sprout a propeller atop his head and chase after me like some cartoon character. Wang Na, come here, team up with me, I called out, taking a step back and adding, Lin Feng, bring Yuehua with you. Together, we may stand a chance against this pervert. All right, Lin Feng, ever straightforward, dashed over without a second thought. Little Wang Na, though terrified, rushed to my side, pouting and glancing warily at Luo Tianjin. Team up? Huh, feel free to try, but I advise you not to harbor too much hope. Luo Tianjin sneered, oblivious to the fact that I had discreetly allowed Wang Na to clutch my waist while I grasped Lin Feng's shoulder. Looking at Yuehua, I hesitated. She had caused me harm in the past, yet, sigh, could I truly abandon her to Luo Tianjin? Would that still make me a man? Get ready, 1, 2, 3. With a powerful flap of my wings, I pushed off the ground, soaring upward. 1 meter, 2 meters, 5 meters, 6 meters. A smile began to form on my face, but Luo Tianjin appeared stunned. You think you can escape? His smile abruptly faltered. Ignoring him, I continued to flap my wings. Reaching 7 meters, then 8. Higher and higher, my ascent was not rapid. After all, I had just acquired my wings and was still learning to control them, especially while carrying several individuals. Damn it, I despise being deceived. If you truly want to confront me, I might just grant you a swift death. Luo Tianjin bellowed. Ro Tianwu, falcon. The scythe whipped through the air as if to tear the sky apart, forcing me to evade hurriedly. The blade narrowly grazing my abdomen and leaving a painful gash. Yet, I gritted my teeth and pressed on. I still did not descend. 10 meters, 11 meters. Luo Tianjin's furious shouts echoed as he swung his weapon at the sky. But he was gradually falling short. 15 meters, 16 meters. I began to laugh heartily, even prompting Wang Na to spit in his direction. Fool, if you have the guts, come fly up here and have a taste of me. I felt triumphant. Like a buffoon who had just stumbled upon a fortune, his furious curses faded into silence, replaced by a deepening chill. Luo Tianjin's features contorted into a grimace, and then he let out a howl reminiscent of a wolf. Ro Tianwu. Void cutter. The scythe surged forth, not toward the heavens, but aimed at the ground. What was he planning? I was perplexed. With a thunderous explosion, the demonic energy shattered the concrete beneath, even ripping Luo Tianjin's pants and leaving him with several bloody marks on his legs. He trembled in pain, yet a sinister grin spread across his face. With that wicked smile, Luo Tianjin leapt into the air, propelled by the force of the explosion, resembling a cannonball launched skyward. Kid, you dare to provoke me to this extent? You are as good as dead. Absolutely, unequivocally dead. His roar left me astonished. He had such a move? As his menacing visage drew nearer, I desperately flapped my wings, but it was too late. In the next moment, Luo Tianjin was upon me. Crack. A flash of electricity erupted. I attempted to raise my hands to shield myself, only to realize both were occupied with holding on to others. I tried to twist away, but little Wang Na clung to my waist. All I could do was watch helplessly as the electric arc seared across my body, from shoulder to abdomen. With a spray of blood, I howled in agony. Unable to maintain my form, plummeting like a meteor from the sky, it was over. Everything was finished. I could neither withstand nor escape. I was doomed. Thud. I crashed to the ground, shattering a large area beneath me. Struggling to rise, I could only cough up blood. The blow had been unbearably heavy, and I had no means of defense. A foot descended with tremendous force, crashing onto my chest, the impact so potent that I felt my bones shatter. I coughed up a mouthful of blood, dark and crimson. Kid, who were you just calling an idiot? Luo Tianjin sneered. You're the real fool, aren't you? You don't even comprehend the vast chasm between us. Even if you possess 2 demon weapons. What of it? Even if you can fly, what does that matter? Do you currently wield blue demon power? Huh. The dregs of blue demon power. I could easily take down 10 of you. Come on. Get up again. Don't you enjoy spitting at me? Go ahead, try it again. That foot continued to stomp on my chest, and eventually, my ribcage could no longer withstand the pressure and shattered. The pain rendered me incapable of struggling or retorting. I could only tremble in desperation. Dad! Xiao Wangna's eyes turned red as she rushed forward. Her serpent tail raised. I wished to intervene, but found my voice lost. Damn it, let Liang go. Lin Feng also lunged at him, scales sprouting rapidly over his arms, his level insufficient to cover his entire body. So he piled them all onto his arms and wildly swung at Luo Tianjin. Idiot! Run, you can't win. Escape. All of you, take Yuehua and run. I finally managed to unleash that desperate roar, but no one paid heed. Not even Yuehua. The woman stared blankly at me, unable to fathom why I still wished to save her at this juncture. In truth, from the moment I first rescued her from Luo Tianjin. She had been astonished, she despised me, had harmed me, and in times of crisis, even contemplated abandoning me. Yet why did I feel no hatred toward her? Instead, I saved her. Deep down, I did resent her. I believed the most humiliating fate for a man was to be betrayed or ensnared by a woman. Yet, simultaneously, I felt it even more disgraceful for a man to stand idly by while a woman faced peril. Yuehua gazed at me, lost in thought for a long moment. She didn't even know what to say to me. Mock me for being a fool? Or thank me for saving her? Ultimately, Yuehua said nothing, trembling as she approached, wielding the remnants of her demon weapon, and in a fit of fury, charged at Luo Tianjin. What a bunch of fools. I thought I was foolish enough, yet they proved to be 1,000 times more so. Could their feeble attack shake Luo Tianjin? The answer was a resounding no. Before Lin Feng's fist could reach Luo Tianjin, his abdomen was sliced open, blood gushing forth, and he howled in agony. But before he could finish his cry, that scythe struck him again, sending him crashing to the ground. Yuehua's demon weapon struck, but Luo Tianjin paid it no mind, swiftly redirecting the scythe to block, and then seized her tail. In that instant, he glanced at the base of Yuehua's remaining demon weapon. And she was so frightened that she dropped to her knees, trembling uncontrollably. Let go of my dad. Wang Na lunged forward in a frenzy. Despite her previous injuries from the ongoing battle, she was now at her wit's end. Her attack posed no threat to Luo Tianjin, who merely sneered as he kicked her down and seized her by the throat. Wang Na, my heart dropped, my eyes wide with terror, fearing what was to come. Don't worry, I have few rules as a human, one of which is not to harm children, even if they are undead. Luo Tianjin drawled lazily, astonished by his own moral code that I could hardly believe it. With a swift motion, Wang Na was flung aside, collapsing unconscious, her small face pale. The trio's assaults posed not a shred of danger to Luo Tianjin. The disparity had thoroughly extinguished my hope. I bitterly closed my eyes, wondering whether he would devour me first or kill me, or perhaps do both simultaneously. Lin Feng lay on the ground, gasping for breath, furiously pounding the earth. He did not hate Luo Tianjin. He loathed himself for being so weak. He longed to save me, even just once. Yet, he was always the one being rescued, whether amidst the gunfire of the campus or during the recent flight. He wished to repay my kindness, but could not. I must be worthless. What use am I? Lin Feng lamented. Yet, someone could still rise to the occasion. A figure emerged from the darkness of the night, a cluster of 8 wings unfurling amidst the haze. Reminiscent of a shooting star, moving so swiftly that no one in the vicinity could discern it. Kid, where do you think I should start eating you? At that moment, Luo Tianjin was caught up in his maniacal laughter. Dare you touch my people? Who do you think you are, to even consider it? A cold voice rang out as lightning struck from above, the 8 wings simultaneously surging toward Luo Tianjin. The attack was so rapid that Luo Tianjin had no time to react. Having been blindsided by the sudden assault, with a scream, Luo Tianjin was launched into the air, desperately attempting to regain his balance and counterattack. Yet, as he raised the scythe, 2 wings ensnared his arms. And with a sickening crack, his arm bones splintered. Damn it, who is it? Luo Tianjin roared, still not having glimpsed his assailant. But I saw clearly, a complex expression crossing my face, as did Yuehua, who gasped in astonishment. Tianxin. Li Tianxin. The wielder of the 8 wings, a powerful entity of purple demon power, he had finally arrived, albeit a tad late, having been delayed on his journey. In terms of strength, Luo Tianjin might not necessarily have been weaker than Li Tianxin. But he was unprepared for this ambush, the balance having been instantly shattered, leaving him gravely injured. The human body remained frilier than that of a demon. The outcome of being struck by that demon weapon was dire. Luo Tianjin's right arm shattered completely. He struggled to transfer the scythe to his left hand, but Li Tianxin was quicker, 2 demon weapons wrapping around him once more. Luo Tianjin grasped the scythe, but could not swing it. Helplessly watching as the remaining 4 demon weapons struck him simultaneously, blood gushing from his thighs, his abdomen nearly punctured, did he wish to scream, but the sound abruptly ceased. There was a sickening crack as Luo Tianjin's neck twisted. Was it a fracture? A dislocation? He did not have time to comprehend before he shot through the air like a cannonball, blood spilling from him as he crashed into the depths of the haze. The battle commenced rapidly but ended even faster. A swift execution. Li Tianxin appeared as mighty as a war god, effortlessly dispatching Luo Tianjin, even a formidable member of the 6 divisions, though it was through a surprise attack. Tianxin. Yuehua cried out in delight, tears streaming down her face, resembling a blooming flower in her joy. This woman. I could hardly find the words to describe her. Moments ago she had been devastated as if mourning her parents. But upon seeing a handsome man, she transformed her sorrow into infatuation. This further illustrated that beautiful women only become emotional when saved by handsome men. As for ordinary people like me, best left unsaid. However, Li Tianxin did not acknowledge Yuehua, instead approaching me with a beaming smile, his eyes seemingly filled with eagerness, and at that moment, I felt a pang of struggle within me. I heard you absorbed Xiaohua's demon weapon. Excellent, though somewhat off target, it's still quite beneficial. Was it Yangbin who harmed you? Humph. I want to let him off easily, you can be assured. Li Tianxin said with a smile, extending his hand as if to pat my shoulder. MHM. I replied, feigning a stumble to evade his touch. His smile was gentle, but I had heard Qin Lan's words, and thus had my doubts. Yet I never wished to suspect Li Tianxin, so, should I test him? How are you faring now? Let me take a look. Li Tianxin urged. Qin Lan mentioned you wished to expend that demon power. How is it now? It's nearly depleted. I replied with a dry laugh, and immediately, Li Tianxin's expression shifted drastically. My heart sinking. The previous battle was too intense. I was besieged by many, so, that person was too strong. I couldn't match him, so I had to release all that demon power to block him. Thus, I murmured, but noticed Li Tianxin's face growing increasingly grim. It's not entirely dissipated yet. There's still. I awkwardly raised my hand again, manipulating the demon power to reveal a small glimmer of white light in my palm, saying, approximately this much remains. How could it be? Just this little? Li Tianxin was completely stunned, reaching for my hand, but I evaded him once more. I seem to be injured too severely. Even this little is on the verge of being expended. I wonder how much longer I can hold on. Perhaps it will all dissipate soon. I feigned a sigh, my gaze fixed firmly on Li Tianxin. Liang, come here, let me see your condition. Li Tianxin's urgency was palpable, his eyes reddening, but I refused to approach him, only stepping back repeatedly. The wound hurts so much. This demon power is unstable. It's about to dissipate. I suddenly swayed as if about to fall. Damn it. Give it to me, quickly, hand over that demon power. Li Tianxin's face changed dramatically, and without a second thought, he lunged at me, seizing my hand, even attempting to grip my throat, his mouth opening as if to bite. I had already been bitten twice, and if it happened again, I would be a natural-born fool. Thus this fall was merely an act that I swiftly raised my head, delivering a punch to Li Tianxin's arm, and using the momentum to retreat hastily. Breathing heavily, I gazed at him with a bitter expression. I dared not trust him, for as Qin Lan had said, I truly regarded him as an idol, a mentor, my closest friend, yet he. So it turns out Qin Lan was right. You transformed me into a dual attribute being, allowing me to absorb Xiaohua's demon power, simply to consume me. I uttered these words almost in a sob, having finally outsmarted someone and avoided another bite, yet the outcome still left me feeling despondent. Chapter 59. Big Fish and Little Shrimp. Why must it be this way? With a visage etched in bitterness and a heart racked with anguish, I beheld my idol transform before my very eyes into a demon. The pain of shattered hopes overwhelming me in an instant. How could you utter such words? Li Tianxin inquired with a forced chuckle, suddenly noticing the wings that had long since unfurled behind me. In astonishment, he exclaimed, have all three demon weapons fully formed? Ha! Li Yang, you must be jesting, right? You've absorbed that power? Haven to you? Come closer, let me assess your condition and see if we can enhance it once more. Why would I wish to consume you? Silly child, how could such a bizarre notion cross your mind? The expression on Li Tianxin's face was one of incredulous amusement. His gaze softened, as did his smile. For he had perceived my probing, yet alas, it was too late. I would no longer fall for his ruse. I cannot fathom why you treat me in this manner. Do you not realize that from the very first day I laid eyes on you, I idolized you? I shall forever remember the tale of the lone sheep, and I vowed to emulate you, to become the most upright and benevolent corpse demon. Yet why are all these aspirations mere fabrications? I truly cannot believe it. Cease your charade, I have come to understand. You awakened my dual attributes merely to synchronize our demon powers. Once I absorbed Xiaohua's demon energy, you would then consume me, thereby inheriting my strength. This would enable you to transcend to the 10th wing, would it not? My words caused Li Tianxin's countenance to shift dramatically, as did the expressions of all present. Lin Feng stood in shock. Having believed Li Tianxin to be the finest corpse demon administrator, only to discover such treachery, even Yuehua was taken aback, covering her mouth in trembling disbelief. Could the one she loved truly commit such acts? Damn it! How must I explain myself for you to comprehend? I harbor no desire to harm you. I only wish for you to grow stronger, to take my place as administrator. Look at you now. Are you not significantly more powerful than before? You have acquired such formidable demon energy without the slightest effort, 3 demon weapons, even dual attributes, am I correct? Li Tianqian spoke with an urgency that betrayed his anxiety. This is all due to my assistance. For I allowed you to drink my blood, and I even. Li Tianqian abruptly tore open his garments, revealing a wound on his abdomen that was healing but still bore visible scars that I felt nauseous. Had he truly fed me his flesh? His visceral fragments? Had I known sooner, perhaps I would have been touched, weeping in his embrace, but now. I'm sorry, I will no longer be a fool. You need not deceive me further. I shook my head with a bitter smile. You have harmed your own body simply because our demon powers are misaligned. You cannot absorb them without adding a touch of seasoning. Nonsense. Utter nonsense. Li Tianqian erupted in fury, bellowing. Who fed you such lies? That dead wretch, Qinlan. Damn it, even in death, he seeks to tarnish my name. This outburst was merely a moment of desperation, a typical expression of anger. I too was prone to such outbursts. Yet this statement. Lin Feng froze in shock, exclaiming, the teacher is dead? How can this be? Qinlan is dead. Who killed him? That pervert? My heart felt as though it were being torn asunder. I had never thought much of that old man before. But now, he was the only one who genuinely cared for me, even standing against Yuehua, willing to sacrifice himself for my protection, that I had no inkling that his demise was also in service of safeguarding me. Qinlan is dead. Impossible. Another gasp echoed. It was Yuehua, her voice laced with disbelief. Luo Tianjin did not kill him, although he was gravely injured, but, suddenly, she clamped her hands over her mouth, and in that instant, both Lin Feng and I were struck dumb as all eyes turned to Li Tianqian's face, which bore a revelation more astounding than his deceit or intentions to consume me. Qinlan had once confided to Lin Feng that his greatest aspiration was not to become a powerful corpse demon, for he had already aged significantly by the time he transformed, his potential severely limited. He had no desire to cultivate so-called strong individuals. That was merely a pastime for him. No. Qinlan's true dream was to assist Li Tianqian, the administrator, in governing this city eternally, for he held profound admiration for Li Tianqian's integrity and innate goodness, believing him to be no monster, but rather an angel. Qinlan had even stated that after becoming a corpse demon, he had initially wished to forsake life itself, and the sole reason for his continued existence was Li Tianqian. Was Li Tianqian merely my idol? No, he was also Qinlan's idol, and that admiration had endured unceasingly for over a decade. Yet now, I was left bewildered, wondering if Li Tianqian was unaware that I had uncovered his secret. Was it that the old man was too astute, too knowledgeable, and Li Tianqian feared he would expose the truth? I raised my gaze to the heavens, tears streaming down my cheeks, not for Qinlan, nor for the pain I had endured in recent days, not for the betrayals I had suffered. I simply could not comprehend why. In this world, goodness appeared so utterly insignificant. You killed the teacher? You actually murdered him to silence him? Lin Feng had gone mad, tears brimming in his eyes as he lunged at Li Tianqian in a frenzy. He no longer cared whether this creature was an administrator or if the current environment was perilous. Qinlan had been far too kind to him, their bond akin to a profound grace. But alas, get lost. Li Tianqian roared, unleashing his demon weapons upon Lin Feng's chest, shattering his ribcage. Already gravely injured, Lin Feng collapsed, losing consciousness in an instant. Enough. Li Tianqian's smile faded, shaking his head. I no longer wish to explain. You understand everything now. And besides, you cannot escape. Indeed, I could not flee. In truth, he need not pretend. He could simply devour me whole, as long as he absorbed Xiaohua's demon power. He could transcend to the 10th wing, at which point he would have no fear of Chu Tian, nor anyone else. Even if he wished to keep his actions concealed, what did it matter with others present? If he could kill Qinlan, surely he would not hesitate to eliminate a few more to safeguard his secrets. Scanning the faces around me, it became evident that he held some affection for Yuehua, for she bore a resemblance to Xiaohua. And perhaps he also held a fondness for Wang Na, for the little one was quite endearing. He might even think well of Lin Feng, believing that with proper training, he could become his most valuable subordinate. Yet compared to his own ascendancy, these attachments were inconsequential. As long as he could break through to the 10th wing, he would spare no effort. Was Li Tianqian truly malevolent? Was he wicked? No, he had refrained from slaughtering ordinary people for 70 years, which spoke volumes of his inherent goodness. Yet tragically, he had lost his sanity, for after 70 years of stagnation, witnessing the death of his beloved without the means to avenge her, the sense of powerlessness had driven him to madness. In that case, I shall drop the pretense. Come forth, Liang. You cannot escape. Li Tianxin's voice was icy, his expression twisted, resembling that of a madman. Yet, as madness and perversion were invoked, a laugh echoed through the night, a cacophony of wails that was utterly repugnant. Could it be Luo Tianjin? That wretch was still alive. What an unexpected turn. This city is full of surprises and intriguing characters. From amidst the fog, a shadow emerged slowly, its neck still contorted as though it could not straighten, yet it only added to the horror of its grotesque visage. An 8-winged being with purple demon power. You are the first to injure me so gravely with a single ambush. Aside from Chu Tian, TSK, I have encountered many with purple demon power, yet none as formidable as you. You are but a step away from the 10th wing, are you not? Indeed, though the radar indicates purple. It is exceedingly close to red. I never anticipated being nearly dispatched by you. Alas, you underestimate the 6 divisions in me, Luo Tianjin. Had you pursued me just now, I would have been doomed, but it seems fate has spared me. And you shall be the one to perish. With a swish, a scythe carved a fissure in the ground as Luo Tianjin charged back into the fray like a frenzied beast, drenched in blood. Trembling yet laughing maniacally, a visage of sheer savagery. Was he truly human? I could not discern it at all. Sweat beaded upon my brow, for Li Tianxin's earlier assault had left me speechless. Yet it had not claimed his life. Instead, he was now clamoring to eliminate Li Tianxin. In truth, this did not concern me, for both of these beings sought to devour me, and regardless of who triumphed. My fate seemed sealed. Yet upon seeing Luo Tianjin, my eyes narrowed. Perhaps there was still a chance. Give up. I will not afford you the opportunity to flee. I have no desire to kill this pervert. I only want you. Li Tianxin declared coldly. You do not wish to kill me. Are you jesting? Very well. I too desire to consume this dual attribute brat. Let us see who proves stronger, who ultimately claims him. Luo Tianjin cackled. Though I know not why you two have turned against each other. Rest assured, I shall not allow him to escape either. For the first time, I felt like a coveted treasure sought after by all, yet I found no joy in it. I merely wiped the cold sweat from my brow. Desperately pooling my scant cleverness to devise a plan, the scene transformed into a standoff, with Li Tianxin and Luo Tianjin both advancing toward me with guarded intent, while I, in sheer terror, recoiled, and suddenly, I covered my face and wept aloud. Why? Why do you treat me this way? I sobbed like a child. Is it solely because I am a dual attribute corpse demon, so appealing that consuming me could allow you to transcend to the 10th wing? Even ordinary individuals could gain unparalleled demon power by devouring a dual attribute corpse demon? I cried out hoarsely, my gaze fixated on Luo Tianjin, who, as expected, grotesquely licked his lips. But why must it be me? You are so intelligent, so capable, and possess such formidable strength. You could effortlessly create dual attribute corpse demons. Why must you harm me? Why must you create me? Create? So this brat was conjured by you. Luo Tianjin exclaimed in astonishment. I beg you. Do not consume me, I implore you. You could create other dual attribute corpse demons. With your abilities, you could easily conjure 10, 100, even 1,000. You could feast daily, monthly, indulging in endless variety, until you transform into a being with 10 wings, 12 wings, 14 wings, until you become the mightiest of superhumans. As long as you spare me, I beg you. My words trailed off, leaving only the sound of my anguished weeping, while I covertly monitored the expressions of the two. Was I pleading for Li Tianxin to spare me? Certainly not. I was merely conveying a message to Luo Tianjin. In truth, I do not quite comprehend what you are discussing, Luo Tianjin said, scratching his head. But, this brat is your creation? You possess the means to fabricate dual attribute corpse demons, and you can produce many. My objective was achieved. Luo Tianjin grasped my insinuation. Do you wish to grow stronger? Consuming dual attribute corpse demons will undoubtedly enhance your power, but is one sufficient? Are you not yearning for 10, 100, or even more? Indeed, rather than vying for abalones and lobsters, why not seize the chef directly? Kid, thank you for sharing this information. As a reward, you may leave. I've no desire to consume you. Luo Tianjin cackled maniacally, suddenly pivoting to lunge at Li Tianxin. But you, my friend, are mine. Chapter 60. A profound friendship. Luo Tianjin was not a fool. He could not be easily incited. Despite hearing snippets of our conversation through the haze, albeit indistinctly, he quickly discerned that I had not deceived him when he pieced together my hints. Luo Tianjin recognized that I merely sought to use him as a diversion to escape from Li Tianjin. But he was unperturbed. For him, the creator Li Tianjin was of greater significance than I could ever be, even if I were delectable. He could only consume me once he understood the weight of the situation. It was not that he did not wish to capture me, but if he prioritized dealing with Li Tianjin, he would have no energy left to pursue me. It was wiser to relinquish one in order to focus on the other, especially since Li Tianjin was formidable. In fact, Luo Tianjin harbored little confidence in his ability to confront Li Tianjin one-on-one, even in his injured state. Thus, he bellowed into the intercom, "Pride, Wang Li, hurry and assist me." Once reinforcements arrived, capturing Li Tianjin would be a certainty. Luo Tianjin even began to fantasize about how he would extract the secret to creating dual attribute corpse demons, continuously devouring and gaining demonic power, envisioning himself growing ever stronger. To take a step back, even if the method did not yield the anticipated results, he could capture Li Tianjin and allow the covert mobile squad to conduct further research, which would be immensely beneficial for humanity's future battles against corpse demons. Ultimately, my insinuation was merely to inform Luo Tianjin that I was but a minor player, while Li Tianjin was the true prize. The moment Luo Tianjin lunged forward, I frantically dashed towards Wang Na. For this opportunity to escape was fleeting. I swiftly scooped Wang Na into my arms, and then lunged toward Lin Feng. The entire process was executed with remarkable speed. Li Tianjin's brows furrowed as he instinctively tried to intervene. But Luo Tianjin blocked him. "I've made it clear. You are the one I desire. I can distinguish between big fish and small shrimp." Luo Tianjin chuckled. "Get lost." Li Tianjin's fury was palpable, his wings flaring as he desperately attempted to push Luo Tianjin back. Unfortunately for him, this time he was not ambushed. Luo Tianjin had prepared well, and the power of the 6 departments was formidable. Leaning back, his scythe swept horizontally, accompanied by a flash of lightning that forced Li Tianjin to retreat, rendering him incapable of stopping me. In the blink of an eye, I had Lin Feng hoisted onto my shoulder. "Yuehua, block Li Yang." Li Tianjin roared, yet Yuehua did not move, remaining in a state of utter confusion, her face a mask of bewilderment. "Damn it." Li Tianjin soared into the air, attempting to leap over Luo Tianjin to seize me, but as he lunged, a hand grasped tightly around his ankle. "Do not underestimate me. Had it not been for the ambush, you might not have bested me," Luo Tianjin declared proudly, exerting all his strength to pull Li Tianjin down. I was nearly laughing madly. Indeed, I possessed a modicum of intelligence, and thus I could finally escape. Spreading my wings, I desperately flapped to ascend, but in that moment, I suddenly glimpsed Yuehua. "Do you want to escape with me?" I instinctively inquired. My question was foolish. I had no reason to take her along. Yet I feared for the grim fate that awaited her today. If Luo Tianjin triumphed, she would undoubtedly perish, and even if Li Tianjin prevailed, I could not ascertain whether the deranged individual would, in his wrath, eliminate her. After all, even Qin Lan. Yuehua raised her head, her eyes filled with struggle. She had no reason to flee with me. Li Tianjin was approaching, and she should be following him, for she loved him. Yet, Yuehua was uncertain whether the Li Tianjin before her was still the upright administrator she adored, the kind and charming man. It all seemed a facade, with integrity and kindness merely a guise. In truth, had Li Tianjin revealed his true nature from the beginning, Yuehua would not have cared, for she, too, was the kind of person who would stop at nothing to achieve her goals. Both Xiaohua and Yuehua were such women. But what do women despise most in men? Hypocrisy. They not only detest it, but also look down upon it. And Li Tianjin had struck at the very core of Yuehua's heart. Even Qin Lan had perished, and Yuehua's heart was in unbearable pain. She did not like that old man, but as I mentioned, she was uncertain whether she would meet the same fate as Qin Lan. "There is no time. Will you escape with me? Decide quickly," I implored, extending my hand for one last time. That if she did not answer, I would leave. To my immense joy, trembling, the woman extended her delicate hand toward me. "Take me with you." The bitterness of that single sentence nearly depleted Yuehua of all her strength. She heard Li Tianjin's furious roar, but did not dare lift her gaze to meet his. Cradling Wang Na, shouldering Lin Feng, and grasping Yuehua's hand, I once more exerted every ounce of strength to soar skyward. Although my wounds continued to bleed, the pain was unbearable, my chest torn asunder, ribs fractured, my back streaked with blood, and one leg possibly broken. I truly could not endure much longer. I barely managed to land atop a skyscraper, gasping for breath, yet I lacked the strength to rise again. Daddy. Wang Na stirred. Her large eyes filled with sorrow as she gazed at me. The girl felt relief that we had escaped, but where could we flee to? We cannot return home, nor to the restaurant. The secret mobile squad and the police are everywhere. If we go back, we will surely be found. Yuehua lamented, her condition so dire that she could hardly withstand even an ordinary person. I nodded. Leaving the city was our only option. It seemed there was no place left for me here, though my heart ached, though I was reluctant. But I could no longer fly, barely able to move. My head spinning as I felt on the verge of losing consciousness. Wang Na, do you remember where Aunt Sunyin lives? The place your father took you to. Quickly, lead us there to seek her help. I rasped, but before I could finish, I succumbed to unconsciousness. Seeking Sun Yun was the only plan I could conceive, although I was unsure whether my appearance would frighten her or whether this would cause her immense trouble. I had no time to consider. I in the restroom. Yuehua knelt on the floor, curled in a corner, the icy water cascading over her, cleansing the blood and grime of the night, washing away her fatigue and the excruciating pain that felt like being torn apart by knives. Yuehua was in agony. Her once exquisitely delicate skin was now marred with countless wounds after this night, her body riddled with deep gashes that exposed bone, with some flesh even torn asunder. The blood had long since dried. Though corpse demons would not perish from blood loss, the weakness still left her teetering on the brink of collapse. She extended her hand to touch her back, a mournful cry escaping her lips. Her back, once smooth as jade, now resembled a field freshly plowed, marred by the repeated stabbing of Luo Tianjin's scythe. Originally, she should have possessed 7 demonic arms, but now, corpse demons would retract their arms to conceal their identities during non-combat situations, and Yuehua's once formidable appendages had dwindled to but a single thin spiked .7 tails. Were not invincible, but they were indeed powerful. Yuehua had always taken pride in her strength. Yet, she had never anticipated that before Luo Tianjin, she would appear as feeble as a lamb. How ironic, indeed. Who was truly the monster? Yuehua suddenly thought of her elder sister, Xiaohua, realizing that their fates bore a striking resemblance. Both having their demon abilities forcefully destroyed, resulting in a significant decrease in strength. At this moment, Yuehua, left with merely a tail spike, could, at best, hope to match Wang Na after her injuries healed. The prospect of restoration seemed an uncertain venture. Shrouded in the mystery of time yet to come, with the unanswered question of how many unfortunate hunts lay ahead. Moreover, preying on a single corpse demon proved exceedingly difficult. Sister, how I wish you were still here. Yuehua let out a deep, sorrowful sigh. If only Xiaohua had remained. If her powers as a 9-tailed demon had not been obliterated, then Luo Tianjin would have been reduced to mere dust beneath her might. In this world, only the fearsome Chu Tian could ever hope to triumph over her sister. Yet, the relationship between Yuehua and Xiaohua had never been harmonious. Both sisters possessed a hint of cunning and selfishness, traits that rendered their coexistence challenging, especially considering their past rivalries over a certain handsome man. The mere thought of Li Tianxin sent pangs of pain through Yuehua's heart. She was at a loss for what this feeling was. She had always loved him deeply, longing to snatch him from her sister's grasp, only to witness him transformed into something unrecognizable. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, Yuehua found it both absurd and tragic. What had begun as her self-assured ambush plan was swiftly dismantled by Luo Tianjin. Though she still possessed the strength to fight, the vile nature of Gao Zicheng led to Wu Qin's unjust demise and the subsequent collapse of their entire line of defense. From that moment on, the tragedy unfolded. She struggled desperately to escape, only to be met with repeated setbacks. In those dire moments, her only thought was for Li Tianxin to return swiftly and rescue her, yet what materialized was Li Yang. Yuehua muttered the name with a mixture of exasperation and disbelief. Just before the great battle, she had wished to cast aside this person, deeming him a burden, never anticipating that she would owe her salvation to him. Yet, this supposed savior had morphed into a demon, even going so far as to kill Qinlan, and when she called out his name, filled with hope, Li Tianxin did not even spare her a glance. Consumed only by his desire for power, that night unfolded in a manner so bizarre that Yuehua could hardly fathom how Li Tianxin had turned against them, how he could be so shameless as to wish to kill and devour his own companions while the true menace, Luo Tianjin, the very one who nearly ended her life, was the one who provided them with a fleeting chance to escape. By the time that final moment transpired, Yuehua was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the chaos that had unfolded. It was only when Lin Feng reminded her that she began to understand. Li Yang is truly remarkable. If it weren't for him luring Luo Tianjin to confront Li Tianqin, we might all have perished. I truly admire him. He remained so composed and clever in such dire circumstances, Lin Feng remarked. Is it again because of Li Yang? Yuehua chuckled bitterly, realizing that in a single day, this person had saved her twice. Despite her earlier intentions to bring about his demise, a flicker of guilt surfaced in her heart as she struggled to rise, leaving her water-stained garments unbothered as she stepped outside, eager to see if he had awakened and to express her gratitude. Bandages. Quickly, are there any bandages left? The drawer in the living room. Wang Na, go fetch them. Lin Feng, pass me the first aid kit. In the bedroom, Sun Yun was frantically sweating and tear-streaked, the girl bewildered by how the situation had escalated to this point. Please. I don't need adhesive bandages. I need gauze. Wang Na, do you think adhesive bandages will suffice? Sun Yun wept as she traced her fingers over the deep, bone-revealing gash on my chest, her heart aching in despair. Chapter 61. Let us go home. Wang Na was crying too, her short legs running frantically about, her eyes occasionally wiping tears away as she gazed sorrowfully at my still unconscious form on the bed. Daddy. Please don't die. Wang Na has only just found her daddy, the little one sobbed. In truth, this treatment is futile. Li Yang is no longer human. Medication will have no effect. Gauze, it's best not to use it at all. Wrapping it up could lead to bodily decay. Yuehua interjected, unable to contain her thoughts. She had not wrapped a single piece of gauze around herself. Nor had she donned any clothing. Instead, she had cleaned her wounds and let them air dry, the most suitable treatment for a corpse demon. But he is still bleeding, Sun Yun cried. It's all right, once it runs dry. It will be fine, Yuehua replied dismissively. Corpse demons had no blood in the first place, as it was merely consumed and absorbed. But his heartbeat is so weak, it seems almost inaudible. If a corpse demon does not consume anything, it naturally lacks a heartbeat. Yuehua shook her head again. So there is no need for concern. You need not worry about him. The regenerative abilities of corpse demons are remarkably strong. The wounds will soon scab over. And as long as he is not dead, he will awaken. Yuehua herself was unsure why she felt compelled to reassure Sun Yun with such gentleness. She merely thought the girl had a good heart, unafraid of the trouble that this group of corpse demons might bring, and instead, upon seeing a friend injured, she reacted as if her own life was at stake. Then, what should I do? Should I feed him? Should I prepare something for him to eat or drink? Sun Yun continued to cry. In reality, you would be the best sustenance. Yuehua contemplated this thought but refrained from voicing it. The truth was, all the corpse demons in the room were gravely wounded. If they could consume the lone human, Sun Yun, it would greatly aid their recovery. Yet, there was a time when Yuehua had genuinely wanted to devour Sun Yun after that incident at school. But she had forcefully restrained herself because Sun Yun was her friend. Friend? Yuehua had long since forgotten the meaning of that word. She had lived as a corpse demon for many years, and the beings around her could scarcely be called peers that a friend. She had lost all of those. Yet today, Yuehua finally encountered what it meant to have a friend and understood why she would rather die than consume Sun Yun. Wouldn't giving him a bit of my blood help him recover? Sun Yun asked tremulously. Yuehua instinctively nodded but then shook her head with a bitter smile. It was impossible to find fresh blood now. To venture outside and kill someone, or to steal blood bags from a blood bank. Such notions were unthinkable, as the area was rife with covert task forces and police searching for them. Hunting now would be tantamount to courting death. Sun Yun said nothing, biting her lip as she exited. A minute later, a horrified scream echoed from the kitchen, causing Yuehua to freeze momentarily. When she lifted her head, she beheld an unbelievable sight. The girl's wrist bore a deep wound, hastily bandaged, and she returned clutching a small bowl filled with fresh blood. You let him drink your own blood. Yuehua's eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that someone would be so foolishly selfless toward a friend. Similar acts had been carried out by Li Tianqin, but when the truth came to light, it was revealed he had merely sought to devour and assimilate someone. But with Sun Yun, Yuehua could not discern a hint of malice within her. Her actions were entirely. Lin Feng, quickly help me lift Li Yang up. The girl gritted her teeth, her hand trembling with pain, yet she dared not spill a single drop of her precious blood, gently prying my mouth open to pour the blood in bit by bit. Throughout the entire process, Yuehua and Lin Feng swallowed hard. Even Wang Na stared intently at the small bowl in the girl's grasp, as well as at her wounded wrist. They too longed to drink. But they dared not, For that small bowl contained not only fresh blood but also an abundance of friendship. They were unworthy of such nourishment. Wewa began to laugh bitterly. She and Sun Yun were once targets she had wished to eliminate. Yet now, both had saved each other. If not for the girl's compassion, she would likely have fallen into the hands of the covert task force by now. What was this? As a corpse demon that fed on humans. She had been saved by one. How ironic. Once the blood reached my throat, I coughed, and the first thing I did upon managing to open my eyes was grasp Sun Yun's small hand. Does it hurt? You foolish girl, how could you? I spoke with a bitter tone. The unconsciousness of a corpse demon does not equate to a lack of sensation, and thus, I could hear everything around me. It's fine. A bandage will suffice. Wang Na, go fetch me some adhesive bandages. Sun Yun managed to smile, though her face was pale from the pain. I'm truly fine. Li Yang, rest a bit more. Once you feel better, we can think of a way to resolve our current troubles, Sun Yun said with a wry smile. She had already heard from Lin Feng a rough account of the events from the previous night. But how to resolve it? She had no idea what to do. Sun Yun remained an ordinary person, even though she could hide me in her home and help treat my injuries. She had no power to confront the relentless pursuit of the covert task force. All she could do was sit beside me, holding me close, smiling, and trying to help me forget the pain in my body and the bitterness in my heart. Sun Yun, what should I do? I could not help but ask, though I knew I should not involve her in my troubles. Yet, I had lost my human identity, and even being a corpse demon had become a struggle. Betrayed and ensnared by my own kind that I once thought Li Tianqian was my support, but now I had lost that as well. Although I had escaped, it felt as if I had lost everything. I was on the verge of collapse. It's all right. Liang, don't be afraid. I'll have Zhou Hao come over soon to help you. Everything will be fine. It will all work out, Sun Yun said with a forced smile. Help me? Was that possible? I did not know how they could assist me. Could I even involve them in this? The moment I entertained the thought, I felt the urge to slap myself, for there existed no notion of burden between us. They needed no justification to help me. For we were friends, best friends. Just like that small bowl contained blood, it also brimmed with friendship that I fell asleep once more, resting in Sun Yun's embrace. It seemed that as long as she held me, my heart would calm like still water. Lin Feng and Wang Na had also fallen asleep on the living room couch. This night had been too exhausting, and the wounds too profound. Yuehua, however, did not sleep. She remained fixated on the bed, watching me and Sun Yun, a trace of jealousy flickering in her eyes. Why did she not have a friend like this? Was it because she was a corpse demon? Yet why did I? In truth, the existence of a true friend is not contingent upon one's social standing. Be it as a human or a zombie, whether one is affluent and handsome or merely an ordinary individual. What truly matters is the sincerity one invests in the relationship. It is rather straightforward. If you treat your friends well, they shall reciprocate in kind. If you regard your friends as more precious than life itself, they will hold you in even higher esteem. Friendship is not merely a gift or an act of charity. Rather, it is a mutual bond. If Yuehua could shed her selfish tendencies and stop scheming against others, she could attain a seemingly challenging, yet fundamentally simple sincerity. Even as a zombie, in the midst of my slumber, I suddenly found myself smiling foolishly, for I realized I had not lost everything. I still had Sun Yun, Zhou Hao, and that bowl brimming with friendship. Damn it. Sun Yun, you better clarify why you were in such a hurry to summon me. Do you have any idea I just arranged a date with a girl on WeChat? Good heavens. Do you know how difficult it is for an ordinary person to set up a casual encounter? I had my protection ready and even borrowed money for the hotel. Zhou Hao burst through the door, exclaiming loudly. Does this guy possess even an ounce of shame? Casual encounters are one thing, but borrowing money for a hotel? Shut up, Sun Yun shouted, yanking him inside and cautiously glancing outside before stating. Li Yang is in trouble. You should go see for yourself. What am I supposed to see? Zhou Hao asked. Bewildered. Upon entering, his gaze immediately fell upon Lin Feng and Wang Na, prompting him to sneer since he had never liked the handsome Lin Feng and harbored a lingering suspicion that Wang Na was the illegitimate daughter of a wealthy beauty, which fueled his jealousy. On his second glance, Zhou Hao spotted a certain affluent beauty, and blood rushed to his nose as he took in Yuehua, who was completely unclothed, curled up on the sofa. Sun Yun, I adore you. Are you all having a party? Zhou Hao exclaimed, tears of excitement welling in his eyes as he clumsily began to undress. Alas, this guy's ordinary persona far surpasses mine. Get lost. Li Yang is in the bedroom. Go see for yourself. Sun Yun kicked Zhou Hao inside. then turned to Yuehua with an exasperated expression. I ask you, miss, are you not yet dry? Could you please put on some clothes? I have no clothes to wear, Yuehua replied with a bitter smile, shaking her head, as all of her garments had been torn apart by Luo Tianjin. Wear mine. Even if you are indifferent to being seen, Lin Feng is at risk of losing too much blood. Sun Yun pointed at Lin Feng, who nodded vigorously, hastily wiping away the blood from his face. Here, this one should suffice. Though a bit old, it should fit. Huh, why is it so large? Aren't you taller than me? Sun Yun furrowed her brow. Sun Yun stood half a head shorter than Yuehua, with similar body types, yet Yuehua's attire hung loosely on her. Why is that? Glancing at Yuehua's noticeably swollen chest, she was grinding her teeth. It wasn't that she was small, but rather that certain women were extraordinarily well endowed. Goodness, how did it come to this? Zhou Hao's voice echoed from the bedroom as he rushed to the bed, eager to assess my injuries. It's nothing. Sun Yun has taken care of it. I quickly gestured to refuse his help, as it was best he not see my wounds. Damn it. Liang, you were attacked. Which bastard did this? I swear, I will have someone burn his house down. Apologies, for this was merely Zhou Hao's habitual reaction. He tended to unleash a torrent of expletives when agitated. Enough noise. I summoned you to discuss serious matters, Sun Yun admonished as she slapped Zhou Hao on the back of the head and furrowed her brow. Are you aware of what transpired last night? Last night? Oh, I saw on the morning news that there was a shootout between terrorists and the police, resulting in numerous casualties. Zhou Hao scratched his head. Just as I suspected, regardless of the events that unfolded. The public was left in the dark. Thus, I found myself reflecting on how unfortunate it was that the term terrorist was so often misused. That is essentially the case, but this matter is related to Li Yang, Sun Yun said with a wry smile. What? Zhou Hao exclaimed, rising in shock. Li Yang, quiet. Keep your voice down. This situation is not what you think, and there are no terrorists involved. Just listen to my explanation. Sun Yun held Zhou Hao tightly. Explanation, it is one thing to speak of it, yet another to articulate it. I had no idea how to convey this matter, and thus I remained seated on the bed, allowing Sun Yun to speak for me, for girls tend to possess a more nuanced understanding of emotions. Zhou Hao was utterly dumbfounded, his face expressing a blend of fear, panic, astonishment, and disbelief, but more than that, concern loomed large in his eyes. Suddenly, he grasped my hand and asked, Li Yang, have you become a monster? That single utterance shattered my heart. But in that moment, I also recognized that it was not fear that drove Zhou Hao's concern. He was, and always would be, my brother. Chapter 62, Dark Clouds. To be honest, I don't quite understand what you were saying. But isn't this something out of a science fiction film? Zhou Hao lamented, cradling his head in despair. That's about the gist of it. Truth be told, I don't fully comprehend it myself. Even Li Yang is at a loss, which is precisely why he sought our assistance. We three are friends, lifelong companions. When a friend is in distress, Zhou Hao, you understand. Sun Yun emphasized the last two words with fervor. I know. But what? Why are you hesitating? Are you afraid of Li Yang? Look closely. He is our friend, our best friend. We need to focus solely on how to help him. Everything else is irrelevant. What are you still grappling with? Zhou Hao, I don't know how to persuade you. But consider this. If it were you lying here, if you were the one who had transformed into a monster, what would Li Yang do? Think it through and decide immediately. Sun Yun's tone was urgent, for the situation was dire. Having ventured outside earlier, she had seen police and covert task forces scouring the area. Escaping this city was of the utmost urgency. Now was not the time to be entangled in other matters, such as whether to accept my zombie identity. For Sun Yun, such considerations were irrelevant. However, Sun Yun had forgotten that she and Zhou Hao were different. Girls often possess a delicate sensibility, easily empathizing with their friends' predicaments, while Zhou Hao, being a man, was likely preoccupied with broader implications, such as the antagonistic stance between zombies and humans, or even the portrayals of zombies in various films. In every film, when friends or family lose their humanity, conflict is inevitable, as filmmakers relish dissecting the essence of humanity through cruelty to captivate audiences. But what of reality? Zhou Hao was utterly at a loss for what to do. Zhou Hao, are you even a man? Your brother is lying here, and soon someone will come to hunt him down. Yet you still wallow in indecision like a coward. Sun Yun's frustration boiled over. The accusation of not being a man was a grave insult to anyone. Zhou Hao's eyes widened in shock, and his internal conflict was cast aside. Though he still grappled with many questions, he clenched his teeth and nodded. What should I do? Zhou Hao, You have many friends. Go find a car that we need to figure out how to get Li Yong out of the city. As for the rest, we can discuss it later. I have no idea where we should go. Sun Yun sighed. A car? This is all so sudden. Fine, I will find a way. Zhou Hao gritted his teeth and exited. Unable to endure Sun Yun's occasional fiery glares, nor the bitter expression on my face. In truth, Zhou Hao had yet to fully grasp the gravity of the situation. After all, Sun Yun and I had given him little time to process it. His nodding agreement was merely a response to Sun Yun's pressure. I should have informed him sooner. Though Zhou Hao's character was somewhat quirky, he was remarkably dependable when it came to getting things done. Before long, a car pulled up outside Sun Yun's apartment, an Audi. Hey, it's the boss's car. I managed to borrow it from his driver, Xiao Lu, under the pretense of needing it to impress a girl. That guy has been eyeing my watch for ages. Zhou Hao chuckled, lifting his empty wrist. My heart sank. He had given his watch to Xiao Lu. I recalled that watch was an antique. A gift from his father upon his graduation, symbolizing Zhou Hao's transition from boyhood to manhood. While it wasn't particularly valuable, Zhou Hao cherished it deeply, considering it a representation of his father's hopes for him and a vow to make a name for himself. Yet now, he had given it away. I felt at a loss for words, merely managing to rise and embrace Zhou Hao tightly. In that moment, he smiled, albeit with some reluctance, his body trembling slightly. I knew he still harbored fears regarding me. I was unable to drive. My injuries were too severe. Ever since Yang Bin's betrayal, every moment had been a struggle, being bitten, battling Lu Gang, being overwhelmed by Xiao Hua's demonic power, contending with Wang Li, and enduring Luo Tianjin's torment, culminating in my confrontation with Li Tianjin. That moment, even standing was a monumental challenge. I had exhausted nearly all my demonic energy during my escape last night. Otherwise, I could have simply flown out of the city at nightfall without needing a car. Yuehua had assessed my injuries and, despite her smile, it was evident that I was in a far worse state than she was. The external wounds were manageable, yet the internal damage was daunting to recover from. Even with a zombie's regenerative capabilities, it would take at least 10 days to 2 weeks to recuperate. I'll drive. I can't rest easy until I see you safe, Zhou Hao murmured. Don't you have work? I asked, uttering a pointless question. Work? As if. I borrowed the boss's car. Even if I don't quit, I'll definitely be fired, Zhou Hao replied with a wry smile. Apologies. What is there to apologize for? After all, Li Yang. You have already resigned. It's rather pointless for us to muddle through alone. Let's just not do this anymore. Come on, Zhou Hao. Let's accompany Li Yang out of the city together. Sun Yun chuckled lightly. Her words carefree, yet her smile was strained. In this society, making a living is exceedingly difficult, especially in an office job. Yet they are so easily willing to give it up, merely to see me off. Just to ensure my safety, I no longer offered apologies or expressed gratitude. It felt superfluous. I would simply keep it in my heart. With a vehicle at our disposal, leaving the city was not a daunting task. Lin Feng and Wang Na, with their lighter injuries, remained in the car, pretending to be on a road trip with friends, while Yuehua and I squeezed into the trunk, despite the rigorous checks outside. Zhou Hao was familiar with the back roads leading out of the city, enabling us to circumvent toll booths and other checkpoints. Let us endure this discomfort for a moment and share the trunk, I said to Yuehua. Although we were in peril, I felt a strange sense of joy being close to such a beautiful woman. Yuehua, however, offered no response, lost in her thoughts as she gazed into the distance, her expression one of inner turmoil. If you don't wish to flee with me, we can part ways once we leave the city. If you intend to return to find him, I won't stop you. But you must think it through, I sighed. It was evident that she harbored deep feelings for someone. After all, it was a bond forged over many years. Even with the knowledge of his hypocrisy and deceit, letting go would not come easily. Especially since Li Tianjin had only deceived me, not her. No, let us stick together. I have no idea where to go on my own. Yuehua shook her head. A corpse demon, bereft of companions and strength, cannot survive alone. The covert task force was an enemy, and even former allies could turn adversarial. Yang Bin and Li Tianjin were prime examples. The so-called kin cannot be trusted. That was the lesson I had learned over recent days. As Qin Lan once said, after experiencing countless betrayals, it becomes exceedingly difficult to trust others again. Yuehua felt the same way. Yet, why did she trust me? Perhaps she could not articulate it herself. It might have been because I extended my hand to her in the end. Or perhaps it was due to the unwavering support of friends like Sun Yun and Zhou Hao. By the way, Li Yang, where are we headed? Zhou Hao suddenly turned and inquired. Indeed, after leaving here. Where would we go? I had spent far too long in this city and had almost forgotten what lay beyond its borders. This place held my dreams, my life, my everything, and now it all had to be abandoned. Oh, this city is called Wuhu. Though small and not particularly prosperous, I held a deep fondness for it. Let us go home. I suddenly feel the urge to see my parents. I murmured. I was uncertain whether this was the appropriate time to visit my family. But it felt instinctual. Every child who has endured suffering and hardship yearns to return to their parents' embrace. Apart from Zhou Hao and Sun Yun, this was the only warmth I had left. In a hotel room, Luo Tianjin lay on the bed, lost in thought as he allowed the doctor to tend to his injuries, listening to his subordinates report one by one. That arrogant fool, actually. Luo Tianjin forced a bitter smile, speechless. The arrogant one had left, departing alone, bitten by a corpse demon. Was he dead, or had he transformed? No one knew. Unable to face this outcome, although he had avenged himself, he too was doomed, having lost his purpose, having lost everything. He could only leave quietly, awaiting death or the moment he would plunge into hell. You fool! Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you allow me to help you? I don't have many friends, and honestly, you are the only one. Luo Tianjin lamented. He was a perverse individual, yet he cherished friendship, perhaps his only redeeming quality. Unfortunately, he understood the reason behind the arrogant one's departure. As an A-level operative of the covert task force, they all grasped the harsh realities. Regardless of past contributions to the department, once one becomes a corpse demon, they would inevitably be placed on the experimental table. The cruelty of being cast onto the experimental table was well understood by Luo Tianjin, so perhaps the arrogant one's departure was for the best. Would he die there? Or eventually become an enemy? Let us not dwell on it for now. How did that battle conclude? Wang Li interjected softly from the side. Get lost. You idiots still have the audacity to ask me. Luo Tianjin erupted in anger. He had called for assistance via the intercom, but by the time that bunch of turtles arrived, everything had already concluded. They ended up mutually annihilated. The corpse demon's handler escaped, and so did those minions. Damn it, how could I possibly take them all down alone? Luo Tianjin scolded, for he was strong, but not omnipotent. I apologize. I will do my utmost to trace their whereabouts immediately, Wang Li said with a wry smile. Turning to leave. Wait. Luo Tianjin suddenly grasped her arm, frowning. Forget about the handler. He is gravely injured. Ugh. He is no longer a threat. Focus on tracking down those minions. Why? Wang Li asked, puzzled. Luo Tianjin had previously let us go to capture Li Tianjin. So why the sudden change of heart regarding the pursuit? Of course, Wang Li was unaware of this. She merely instinctively questioned why the handler was considered less significant than the minions. What is your rank? Luo Tianjin retorted with a cold smile. Wang Li paused, biting her lip and falling silent. She was merely a B-level operative, while Luo Tianjin was one of the 6 divisions, holding one of the highest positions in the covert task force. Go investigate. Notify the police and inform colleagues in surrounding cities. The moment there is news, report to me immediately. By the way, although those minions are severely injured and lack strength, they must not act independently. They must wait for my arrival before taking any action, Luo Tianjin instructed, word by word. Though the order was suspicious in many ways, Wang Li nodded in agreement. She had no right to question and dared not. Wang Li, once so proud, found her pride shattered after this battle, for she had ultimately failed to exact revenge. When she found Luo Tianjin, she was genuinely frightened by this man. His injuries. How was he still alive? His neck was nearly broken, hanging limply from his shoulder, with multiple fatal wounds across his limbs and body, yet he still stood, blood pouring profusely. Like me, Wang Li could not discern who the true monster was. Instinctively feeling a twinge of fear towards someone. A monster. Such a term hardly sufficed to describe Luo Tianjin. After everyone in the room had departed, he suddenly pulled out his phone and made a call. Come in. There's no one left. Remember to suppress your demon powers and be cautious of the radar. Chapter 63. The future, lost in confusion with a whoosh, the window was pushed open, and a shadow gracefully leaped inside. Both Luo Tianjin and the newcomer exchanged cynical smiles. TSK. The corpse demon has recovered remarkably fast. I recall you could barely stand last night. What say you? Shall we have another round? I assure you, I'm no match for you now, Luo Tianjin scoffed. I'm not foolish. Even if we were to fight, I wouldn't choose the covert task force's hotel as the venue, surrounded by your subordinates. Moreover, my injuries may seem contained, but they are far from healed. Besides, didn't we have an agreement? With a sardonic laugh, Li Tianjin settled onto the sofa, and he and Luo Tianjin surprisingly. Have you found the kid yet? Li Tianjin asked coldly. No, Although I traced a few of his human friends, we arrived too late. They had already left the city. I must ask, why are you so intent on finding him? Can't you create him at will? Luo Tianjin countered. Li Tianjin offered no reply. Creating him at will? If only it were that simple. Each creation costs him a significant amount of demon power, which is also why he has not been able to decisively defeat Luo Tianjin. The selection of targets is also fraught with complications, even with a certain agreement. Even if Luo Tianjin could assist him through the covert task force's powers, ultimately, Li Tianjin remained unwilling to give up. It was akin to raising a chicken, only for a neighbor's dog to snatch it away. Although a single chicken is not costly, one would still tremble with rage, even willing to sever ties with the neighbor to reclaim their lost this moment. I represented more than mere food and sustenance for Li Tianjin. He had sacrificed his principles and the kindness he had upheld for 70 years, refusing to allow everything to slip away. Rest assured, I will find a way to locate him. I too wish to test this so-called Xiaohua power of yours and see if it truly holds such benefits. Luo Tianjin licked his lips. However, I cannot neglect other matters. I must first ascertain whether a dual attribute corpse demon is of any use to me before deciding on a long-term partnership with you. Speaking of which, as a corpse demon, you wish to actively collaborate with me, offering your kind for me to kill and consume. How amusing, Li Tianjin chuckled. Aren't you the same? As a human, you are leveraging the covert task force's power to engage in this kind of activity with me. Li Tianjin sneered. Speaking of which, do you truly trust me? I'm not sure. What about you? Do you genuinely believe in me? Luo Tianjin countered with a question of his own. In that moment, both men were smirking, and Luo Tianjin's left hand remained tightly gripping the sickle at the bedside, while Li Tianjin's demon weapon was half-drawn. In truth, neither trusted the other. This so-called agreement, this alleged collaboration, was merely mutual exploitation. They shared a common goal, to attain supreme power, and they both possessed the same ruthless character, willing to resort to any means necessary. One was a corpse demon that had survived for 70 years, possessing an intricate understanding of the history of corpse demons, the manipulation of demonic powers, and the various means of augmenting strength. The other held high-level privileges within a secret mobile unit, with access to all human research materials regarding corpse demons. Thus, when they both collapsed in a pool of blood, unable to continue their battle, they realized that their goals were strikingly similar, equally twisted to an appalling degree. Suddenly, the possibility of an alliance flickered in their minds. Li Tianjin certainly did not trust Luo Tianjin and found his perverse psyche repugnant. Yet, the desire to grow stronger eclipsed such concerns. He had already cast aside everything for that purpose. Conversely, Luo Tianjin harbored no trust for Li Tianjin. To him, corpse demons were merely disgusting monsters. Yet he had never shied away from the grotesque, fully aware of his own depravity, and his position within the secret mobile unit served merely to facilitate his murderous games. As long as he could become stronger, he was willing to pay any price. In this regard, they were truly identical. It was not inconceivable that they could become good friends in the future, united by another common goal. Chu Tian, my lifelong dream is to eliminate him, Luo Tianjin declared proudly. Likewise, Li Tianjin replied, his eyes filled with cold malice. Perhaps Moonlight had been right to decide to leave me. If she chose to return to Li Tianjin, it would undoubtedly lead to an inescapable hell. Meanwhile, we had left the city, embarking on the journey home. Yet we overlooked one crucial detail. We were not international thieves, merely ordinary people, utterly ignorant of the methods and nuances of evasion. Could we truly escape? No sooner had we exited the city than someone kicked in Sun Yun's door, and soon enough, all our information was sent to Wang Li and Luo Tianjin, including our addresses and family backgrounds. Even the location of our parents, even Zhou Hao's car license plate number was swiftly unearthed by Wang Li. The owner of the stolen Audi was in a furious rage, and it appeared that filing a police report was inevitable. Who said that 3 cobblers could rival Zhuge Liang? I felt that the combined intellect of the 3 of us, ordinary as we were, was still astonishingly simplistic, as we believed that merely escaping the city would solve everything. Forgetting that we could not evade the net that had long been spread. My hometown is Hefei, or more precisely, Feidong County, yet before our vehicle even entered Feidong, a report had already landed on someone's desk in an office. A few corpse demons came? TSK, how brazen of them to swagger into Hefei in a car, a burly man muttered. Seems like the perverse one Luo Tianjin has designated to find, he added. Let's give him a call. What a foolish idea, scoffed a smaller man beside him. That bastard Luo Tianjin is likely up to no good again. Who knows what disgusting things he might try to do. Damn it, He's been warned several times, but he doesn't listen, abusing his power in the 6 departments, and besides, he and our boss are at odds. Why should we bother? So, should we notify the boss to handle it? The burly man furrowed his brow. How embarrassing. A few heavily injured fugitives, and the highest among them only possesses 3 pieces of demon weaponry. Utterly foolish. You're supposed to be a B-level officer. How dare you even consider informing the boss? Handle it yourself. Our boss is Li Mingxian, with a higher rank in the 6 departments than that perverse Luo Tianjin. He is too busy to deal with this nonsense. With that, the smaller man donned a shiny pair of gloves and sauntered out, nonchalantly declaring, I'm off. I'll handle it myself. Who knows? I might even earn some merit with the boss. If you're afraid of offending Luo Tianjin, I'll go alone. Wait, I'll join you. Why the rush? I'm in armor. Let me first send my men to check, the burly man replied slowly. That day, I finally returned home, reuniting with my long-missed parents. Yet I failed to notice the ominous cloud looming above. Feidong is a county town, not overly prosperous, and thus retains a strong rural atmosphere. There are lush green fields, red brick houses with green tiles, and one might even see old yellow cows playing by the ponds. Behind the houses stand rows of chicken coops and pigsties. The air is sweet, devoid of the gray haze of the city. And with few factories nearby, the river flows crystal clear. I couldn't help but stop the car with Wang Na to wash my face. After years of living in the city, we had grown weary of the oppressive skyline. And stepping into this picturesque countryside felt as if we had returned to nature from a zoo, an exhilarating sensation washing over us. We alighted from the vehicle, strolling forward leisurely, chatting, laughing, and easing the wounds that had burdened our hearts for days. Even Lin Feng smiled. At least for now, he had forgotten the sorrow of losing his teacher. Moonlight smiled too, her icy facade softening into tranquility, her smile reminiscent of a celestial maiden, imbued with a languid beauty only seen in paintings. I stole a glance at her, feeling a sudden infatuation. Are you smitten with this beauty? Should I play matchmaker for you? Sun Yun teased. Liang, it must be difficult for you to consider marrying a normal girl now. Why not think about wooing a corpse demon beauty instead? Sun Yun's words, though well-intentioned and playful, terrified me, and I shook my head vigorously. How could I dare to fancy Moonlight, such an exquisite and exceptional woman? Though I hated to admit it, only Li Tianqian seemed worthy of her. I could only steal glances at her. Moreover, at that moment, I was too preoccupied with my own turmoil to contemplate such matters. The changes in the town were astonishing. Less than a year had passed since my last visit, and I could barely find my way. Fortunately, most of the locals knew me, and I quickly inquired for directions. That I was perplexed by the incessant reports on television about young people not wanting to return home to visit their parents. All I knew was that when I saw my father basking in the sun with a cigarette dangling from his lips, his face a map of wrinkles adorned with a simple smile. When I saw my mother bustling about in an apron, her hair flecked with gray, beads of sweat glistening on her brow, Dad, Mom. I cast aside Lin Feng's supportive hand and rushed forward, my injuries seeming less severe, the pain more bearable. Why has Xiaoyang suddenly returned and brought so many friends without letting us know so we could prepare some good food? My father exclaimed. Luckily, we have plenty of provisions for the new year. Go fetch them, my mother added. Oh, Yin Yin is here too. Come over, let me see. You've grown so much prettier. Who are these 2 handsome boys? They're certainly more dashing than my Xiaoyang. Dad, why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry and boil some water for tea. Xiaoyang has brought his friends inside. There are candies and snacks on the table. Serve them, and I still need to cook. My mother continued to fuss. Her nagging as familiar as ever, yet I found it endearing, smiling as I listened and responded. My father remained as quiet as usual, merely patting my shoulder, his eyes conveying warmth, despite my uplifted spirits. My complexion still appeared pallid. Luckily, Sun Yun, perceptive as always, claimed I was feeling queasy from the car ride and had even vomited a few times. Then go rest, let your father entertain the guests, my mother said with concern. Reaching for my hand, but no, I'm fine. A good night's sleep will do. I awkwardly evaded her grasp. My thinking was still too simplistic. I only wanted to see them, but forgot how to conceal my current identity. I couldn't get too close to them, not even during dinner. Come. Although the dishes are few, they're all homegrown and fresh. Xiaoyang, serve your friend some food. Why are you just standing there? Here, this is your favorite bamboo shoot and tofu. Hurry and taste your mother's cooking. My mother busied herself, drenched in sweat, yet the spread before us left us all hesitant. none daring to pick up the chopsticks. Auntie, Li Yang and the others are feeling queasy from the ride. I'll eat with you. And Zhou Hao is here too, Sun Yun quickly interjected, but my mother's face still bore signs of embarrassment. Is it not to your liking? Has my cooking worsened? Chapter 64. Good brothers, choicest my heart ached, and I vigorously shook my head, disregarding Sun Yun and Zhou Hao's attempts to deter me, resolutely filling my bowl with food. How could that be? I've longed for my mother's cooking for over a year. They just ate on the road. I forced down the food. A smile plastered on my face. It didn't seem too difficult to swallow after all. Having eaten it for over 20 years, ultimately, it was made by my mother's hands. Even if Mom and Dad, you rest, I'll take them out for a stroll. We just finished eating and need to walk it off. Ugh, in the corner. I retched violently, feeling as if my insides were about to be expelled. The physique of a corpse demon was truly troublesome, instinctively rejecting unsuitable food, no matter how much I wished to endure it. Fool. Eating inappropriate food recklessly will cause a corpse demon's body to collapse, Moonlight scorned from behind me. I must at least taste my mother's intentions, I replied with a bitter smile. Moonlight rolled her eyes and called me a fool again. But her gaze held a hint of wistfulness. Surely, she too must have parents. Even if she had lost them for many years, she likely still held some faint memories. Throughout this ordeal, Sun Yun remained by my side, gently patting my back, while Zhou Hao watched from a distance, his eyes filled with conflict. He seemed to be trying to discern whether I was still the Li Yang he once knew. Yet, I couldn't tell him. I didn't know myself. Returning home is a matter of great joy, yet it is accompanied by an unending stream of troubles. Among the most pressing is the gnawing hunger that afflicts us. Particularly after I expelled my dinner, the sensation of an empty stomach is overwhelming. Dad, little Wang Na clung to my hand with a forlorn expression. Though the girl remained silent, the rumbling of her belly resounded loudly. I shall go hunt. I suppose it should suffice, Huahua declared as she rose to leave. No, I beg you, please do not hunt today, I exclaimed in terror, grasping her tightly. Surrounding us were my familiar grandparents, relatives, and neighbors, any one of whom I could not bear to lose. What shall we do then? Everyone is injured, and without sustenance, recovery is impossible, Huahua retorted sharply. I do not understand why you chose to return home, but did you not consider these issues beforehand? I truly had not contemplated the ramifications, and thus could only apologize, pleading for their patience. Yet, how long could they endure? 5 days, 10 days, a month, no matter the duration, I could not allow them to prey upon those nearby. Perhaps, I truly should not have chosen to come home. How about we make do for now? Please, I said with a bitter smile, leading them towards the woods beside the village. The only good deed Li Tianqian had done was to provide me with a substantial sum of money, allowing me to purchase a pig to bring to the back mountain. While the blood and entrails would not aid the corpse demon in enhancing its power or healing, they could at least temporarily suppress the hunger pangs. In the forest, a muffled roar erupted, and as blood flowed, Huahua and Lin Feng could no longer restrain themselves, lunging forward, their eyes, even Wang Na's, turning crimson. Though frightened, she still reached out her small hand. Sun Yun and Zhou Hao remained outside the woods, keeping watch for us. Though they had come to terms with certain truths, they could not, nor dared to, witness the ensuing scene. Within the thicket, the sounds of tearing and chewing reverberated, cloaked in a dreadful atmosphere. Outside, Zhou Hao's complexion was grim, hugging his knees and trembling. Yun, do you think Li Yang is still Li Yang? Zhou Hao suddenly posed this question. Of course he is. What nonsense are you pondering? Sun Yun retorted sharply. But I don't know. Can we still be as we were? The three of us, together boasting and joking, hitting the bars, flirting with girls and boys. I truly don't know. Why has he changed so? What exactly is a corpse demon? How do we continue to coexist? Yun, I know I shouldn't think this way, but I truly cannot ascertain whether he is still Li Yang. Zhou Hao lamented, turning to glance at the horrific scene within the woods, abruptly covering his mouth to suppress the urge to vomit. Yun, do you think Li Yang might one day devour us? Shut up. What nonsense are you spouting? Sun Yun kicked him, fully convinced I would not harm her or Zhou Hao. Yet those questions, she mostly could not answer. How to coexist? How could she possibly know? I heard every word Zhou Hao uttered, for the corpse demon possesses keen hearing, yet I remained silent, unable to respond. Merely gnawing on a handful of blood-soaked entrails, chewing with fervor. Tears involuntarily welled in my eyes. It turned out that even a corpse demon could weep, albeit with blood-red tears. That night, Zhou Hao did not return with us, for my home could not accommodate too many. and he desired solitude. As I watched his desolate figure fade away, my heart tightened with sorrow. I could not linger at home for long, though I was uncertain of where to go next. Similarly, I could not continue to be with them. After all, my future lay in a life befitting a corpse demon, while they would forever remain human, seeking employment, establishing careers, pursuing love, marrying, and raising children. That was the path they were destined to tread. And they could not accompany me indefinitely. And what of my future? Would it consist of quenching hunger with blood, searching for an almost non-existent glimmer of light in the darkness, perpetually concealing my identity and evading danger? It seemed I could no longer envision what the future held. Tension's blow to my spirit was tremendous. He had offered me hope of becoming a corpse demon, only to shatter it in an instant. I could never forget the tale of the sheep, only to realize that everything was a facade. We could never become shepherd dogs. We could either be ferocious, savage wolves, or don the skin of a sheep. Dying in solitude and agony. That night, I lay in bed with Wang Na, yet I could not close my eyes, remaining awake throughout. Meanwhile, Sun Yun and Lin Feng conversed for a long time, the girl attempting to envision a future for us. Ultimately, only managing a bitter smile. That night, Zhou Hao sped through the wilderness in his car, striving to shake off the weight in his heart, yet he found it impossible. He sat in the vehicle, crying, then pulled over to the roadside to vomit. Zhou Hao's anguish surpassed mine. I understood that well, but I knew not how to counsel him. Sun Yun was equally at a loss, and he himself was unaware. Until, that night, Zhou Hao encountered some individuals, those who would irrevocably alter the course of his life, and who would strike a devastating blow to our friendship. That's the car. Chase after it. Surround him. In the darkness, several shadows raced toward Zhou Hao. What the hell kind of map are you using? I can't find anything, a petite man exclaimed in frustration. Come on, the county outskirts are under reconstruction. It changes daily. How can you blame me? A burly man grumbled. Why don't we just ask at each house? We're hunting a corpse demon. Ask at each house. By the time you find one, it'll have already escaped, the petite man retorted angrily. Casting a glance at Zhou Hao. Kid, speak up. Where are the corpse demons that came with you? I don't know. Who are you? Why are you capturing me? I'm not a monster. Zhou Hao protested vehemently, struggling against the grip of several men in black. So you do know they are monsters? Do you realize you are human? Are you really foolish enough to aid monsters in their escape? What a fool, the petite man scoffed. I am Li Peiming, and he is Tang Fengdian. We are operatives of the covert task force, specifically tasked with dealing with those creatures. If you know what's good for you, tell us where they are, or else. Or else what? Zhou Hao retorted defiantly. I'm not a monster. Come and bite me. Oh, this fool is quite stubborn. While I can't bite you, I could certainly lock you up for 10 years or so. Harboring a corpse demon is a far graver crime than harboring a fugitive, Li Peiming sneered. Get the hell out of here. Stop trying to scare me. If you have the guts, lock me up. You think I would betray my friends? Dream on. Zhou Hao continued to shout, though his expression grew increasingly grim. He understood that Li Peiming spoke the truth. 10 years of imprisonment was an unbearable prospect for anyone, especially a young man like Zhou Hao, filled with dreams for the future. Brother, Tang Fengtian shook his head with a bitter smile, speaking earnestly. I actually admire your sense of loyalty, because I am the same way. But do you realize how foolish you are? You are showing loyalty to monsters, and the one who suffers is you. Why waste breath on him? Did you delete the recent case from your phone? If not, show this fool. Li Peiming sneered. Let him see just how terrifying a corpse demon truly is, and see if he still wants to act tough. The phone was thrust into Zhou Hao's hands, and upon a single glance, he froze. There were blood-soaked photographs, each one more grotesque than the last, accompanied by disturbingly detailed reports. One photograph depicted 2 bodies, so mangled they were unrecognizable, their entrails hollowed out, limbs shredded, far more horrifying than the pig that had perished in the woods. Zhou Hao instinctively retched. Another photograph revealed a child's bedroom, adorned with playful stickers, now soaked in blood, the floor littered with pieces of flesh, devoid of any corpses. Yet another report detailed a man who had been bitten by a corpse demon, subsequently transforming into one himself, ultimately succumbing to hunger and devouring his wife and daughter. One more account recounted how 2 friends had gone to a bar, only for one to suddenly bite the other's neck, draining his blood and tearing open his chest, but the covert task force had arrived in time. They could not save him. He had died crying in bed, unwilling to believe that his best friend could wish to consume him. I do not know how close you were with your friend, but I wish to inform you that he is no longer your friend. He will certainly harm you and those around you. That it matters not whether you choose to believe it. This is the nature of a corpse demon. You know, you were quite foolish, aren't you? You actually brought him back home, back to his parents. Do you not realize that once he becomes hungry, he could go mad and end up devouring his own parents? Can you bear to witness such a tragedy? If you truly care for your friend, you should help us find a way to prevent this from happening. I believe that if your friend still possesses any semblance of rationality, he would agree with your actions, for if he still thinks like a human, he would never wish to see such a tragedy unfold. Tang Fengtian earnestly advised, offering Zhou Hao a cigarette. In truth, I have faced a similar choice, and I once had a friend who transformed into a corpse demon. Do you know what I did? What did you do? Zhou Hao instinctively asked, seeking a solution amidst his confusion. I killed him. I personally put him down. Tang Fengtian lamented. I cannot bear it. I am in greater anguish than you are now. When he perished before my eyes, I wept uncontrollably. But, do you know, his last words before he drew his final breath were a heartfelt thank you directed at me. It was because he had nearly bitten his beloved to death. And it was I who helped him retain the last vestige of his human dignity. Chapter 65. Fracture Kid. If you truly care for your friend, you should not foolishly send him home, but rather find a way to prevent such tragedies from befalling him. Tang Fengtian spoke earnestly. Kid, Li Peiming suddenly interjected. There's a film. A science fiction flick featuring alien monsters. I can't recall the title, but there's a line I can never forget. It goes like this. We are brothers, the best of brothers, so if you turn into a monster, I will personally put you down, and vice versa. Kid, you're a man. You ought to grasp the meaning of that statement. While drawing on a cigarette, Zhou Hao's hands trembled, his head bowed deeply, never to rise again. Li Yang. I'm heading home for a bit. Otherwise, my mom will definitely nag me. I'll come back to see you tomorrow morning, Sun Yan said. She and I have been neighbors since childhood. Our parents also resided in Feidong. Though they had moved farther away after renovations, where has that rascal Zhou Hao gone? He didn't even come to see me off. Damn it. His phone is off too. What's going on? Beneath the night sky, Sun Yun vented her frustrations, oblivious to the group of people approaching swiftly in front of her. Sun Yun. Zhou Hao waved his hand and suddenly turned back, nervously exclaiming, She is human, just like me. You must not harm her. Rest assured. We only capture corpse demons and will not harm human girls. Tang Fengtian chuckled, yet waved his hand, signaling several men in black to hastily approach Sun Yun, seemingly intent on subduing her first. Hey, what are you doing? Zhou Hao, who are they? Sun Yun asked, momentarily stunned, but soon, her mind was too quick, and a look of shock suddenly flashed in her eyes. Zhou Hao, you. Sun Yun's eyes turned red with anger. And she turned to flee, only to be yanked back by one of the men in black. Let go of me. You all let go. Zhou Hao, you bastard. Li Yang. Hurry. Run. In the night, the girl's heart-wrenching cries echoed far and wide. I jolted upright in bed. Although it was distant, the corpse demons possessed exceptional hearing. Yet, I could not comprehend the meaning behind that scream. Run. The cry abruptly ceased, but was soon followed by a cacophony of chaos. My expression shifted repeatedly, as if I began to understand something. In truth, upon returning home and gradually calming down, I had realized that if the covert task force was relentlessly pursuing us, they could very well uncover that my hometown was in Feidong County, potentially cornering us. Perhaps we should not linger at home for long. However, I could not abandon my parents, not even for a night, nor could I resist the urge to glance at them a few more times. Moreover, I clung to a fantasy. If Li Tianxin had escaped that night, Luo Tianjin would surely focus on capturing him, right? He wouldn't pay attention to a mere small fry like me. But I had completely miscalculated. They arrived far too swiftly. I had barely been home for half a day when, Liang, it seems like, the door burst open, and Lin Feng rushed in anxiously. Are they here to capture us? What should we do? What to do? Were we to sit idly by? Of course, we run. Without a second thought, I scooped up Wang Na and dashed toward the door. What is happening outside? My father emerged from the room, a look of confusion on his face. Xiaoyang, are you going out? It's the middle of the night. My mother frowned, casually grabbing a cotton jacket to drape over me. The jacket was warm, but my heart was filled with trepidation. Looking at their kind faces, I genuinely did not wish to leave. I truly did not want to go. But outside, the only thing I could do was step forward and embrace them tightly. Mom and Dad, I am sorry. Just those few words drained all my strength, and I turned away, not daring to look at them again. Bursting through the door. They've come. It's them. The radar has detected them. The yard was already crowded with men in black. A sea of darkness that left both Wang Na and me stunned. What astonished me even more was, among the crowd, Sun Yun was being held tightly by someone, her mouth covered, as she struggled desperately, screaming and crying. Zhou Hao, however, was not captured. He merely stood there, dumbfounded, staring at me. In that instant, I understood everything. I opened my mouth in a fit of rage, wanting to curse, yet no words would come out. Why him? Why my best friend? I knew he could not accept the reality of my transformation into a corpse demon. He could have distanced himself from me. So why must he betray me like this? Why did everyone betray me? Fine. I could tolerate Yue Hua's betrayal, Li Qianxin's scheming, and Yang Bin's machinations. I had even grown somewhat numb to it. But him, Zhou Hao, why, was the only thing I could cry out. Because he is human. While you, kid, are a corpse demon. It's as simple as that. Li Peiming sneered as he approached me. Give up struggling, kid. You can't escape. Get the hell out of here. My anger flared up instantly. All I wanted was to live. Just to see my parents once more. Why must they force me into a corner? Why compel my best friend to turn against me? I was utterly fed up. I had lost the right to be human. And now they sought to strip me of the right to live as well. I refused to accept this. Consequently, I roared in fury. Two dark wings sprouted from my back. A long tail emerged from my lower back. And I glared at them in unrestrained rage, forgetting about what lay behind me. Rip, the warm cotton jacket was utterly shredded by my wings, and as my monstrous form was fully revealed under the night sky, two screams suddenly rang out from behind. Xiaoyang, what happened to you? My mother fell to the ground in shock, while my father stared at me, trembling all over. My heart felt as if it had shattered. I hung my head. Emitting a series of beastly howls, I lifted my gaze to see Tang Fengtian and Li Peiming charging at me, and in that moment, I felt as though I was on the brink of madness. Want to resist? Give up. You're just a kid with 3 pieces of demon weaponry. Li Peiming coldly lunged at me from the left. This guy wasn't he wielding a demon weapon. He simply wore a pair of gleaming gauntlets on his hands, the nature of which was unknown. Be careful. This guy's demon weapons are quite peculiar. He has 2 different types. Tang Fengtian warned, the burly man also not wielding a demon weapon, merely clad in armor. I paid them no mind, only howling desperately with that beast-like voice. Betrayed by my best brother, my identity as a corpse demon exposed before my parents, I had completely lost my sanity. The bloodlust in my eyes was coalescing fiercely. A surge of intense killing intent flooding my heart. I understood. They were all good people, just like Lu Gang and Wang Li, merely wishing to protect ordinary humans in this world. They did not deserve to die. Yet I could no longer control myself. I had been cornered time and again. Even if I were a sheep, I had the right to rise up in defiance. It is you, forcing me. I gritted my teeth. Boom, from the left, Li Peiming's fist came crashing down, and only upon closer inspection did I realize his gauntlets were embedded with countless fine scales, reminiscent of Qin lands. The back of the gauntlets bore 2 main scale armors. And even his elbow joints were adorned with them. This is how the scale belly type demon weapons are wielded in human hands. With 4 pieces of demon weaponry, his strength should be comparable to Wang Li's. To my right, Tang Fengtian charged as well. The armor he wore seemed to be of the back armor type, with only 2 pieces, suggesting he was not particularly strong. No, wait, that armor was also embedded with scales. Densely packed. The covert task force could actually combine 2 different types of demon weapons in use. Did that mean they could be considered dual attributes? It seemed not. Having them grow from the body and being embedded in it were entirely different concepts. Tang Fengtian could at most be considered a dual demon weapon user, but he could not activate the dual attributes to unleash the strongest demon power like I could, as I observed the 2 of them charging at once. I focused intently. Having gained experience from my previous battles with Wang Li and my fierce confrontation with Luo Tianjin, I was no longer a novice. Furthermore, throughout my journey, I had been consulting Yue Hua on how to adeptly control demon weapons, while I was not yet a master. I had gradually become more proficient. With a breath, my wings unfurled, bracing against their assault, while my tail swept fiercely to the left. Li Peiming was lean, and without armor, his defense should be considerably weaker. I was mistaken. Indeed, Li Peiming's defense was not high, but his speed was astonishing. As his body halted, the scrawny man leaped up, narrowly dodging my sweeping tail, though he thus lost his opportunity to attack. Yet Tang Fengtian. A resounding crash echoed as Tang Fengtian collided with the wing I had sent out, akin to an armored vehicle charging straight at me. His force was nothing short of ferocious. Stumbling back, I was knocked several steps away, blood gushing from my nostrils. Damn it, the pig's blood I had consumed earlier had not settled. Cursed be it. My injuries were still too severe to unleash the ferocity I had during the battle with Wang Li. Humph. Dual attributes are nothing special. Li Piming laughed heartily, suddenly crouching as he charged at me. He was too fast. I had no time to react, but someone could react. With a sudden crack, a right hand, enveloped in fine scales, fiercely seized Li Piming's glove. Lin Feng had already transformed. Despite his injuries and the scales not fully covering his body, he recklessly charged forward. Li Yang, allow me to assist. Let us join forces. Lin Feng bellowed. All right. Brothers unite. Let us find a way to break free. I nodded vigorously. In that moment, Zhou Hao's body instinctively trembled, for those words were meant for him, as we were the best of brothers. Yet Zhou Hao felt no remorse. Having come this far, he dared not reconsider, only to persevere. He firmly believed in the words spoken to him by Tang Fengtian, convinced he was not betraying me, but rather aiding me. With Lin Feng's collaboration, my confrontation with Tang Fengtian became considerably simpler. Although the brute's savage strength still rendered me unable to contend, I could evade, and I discovered that by layering the powers of the 3 different demon weapons and triggering them in succession, I could momentarily withstand one of his strikes. Though my level remained low, I was gradually recognizing the advantages of dual attributes in the nuances of combat. Boom. Once again, I was forced back by Tang Fengtian's assault. Yet he too was compelled to halt his advance, even staggering slightly, unable to suppress a roar of frustration. Humph, I don't need his praise. Of course, I have the strength. Pursue, do not falter. Utilize the aerial advantage of the winged form and the speed and agility of the tail spine. His movements are sluggish. You can outpace him. A commanding voice rang out from behind. It was Yuehua. The woman had also joined the fray, entangled with several gun-wielding figures clad in black, though she had but a single demon weapon remaining. The black-clad adversaries were not particularly formidable, barely able to hold their ground, and she even had the opportunity to offer me a few words of guidance. Good. My confidence surged as I leapt into action, simultaneously whipping the tail spine downward toward Tang Fengtian. Do not rely on control to wield the demon weapon, as that will yield minimal power. Instead, use your waist strength, coil your entire body, and unleash the weapon with inertia, like a whip. Chapter 66. Protecting oneself, understood. I nodded again, twisting my body mid-air, abruptly rotating, causing the striking power of the demon weapon to multiply instantaneously, its speed doubling. Tang Fengtian, startled, quickly ducked to avoid, but was still struck on the shoulder. With a crisp crack, although the back plating of his armor did not shatter, the fine scales scattered and shattered under my strike, eliciting a pained roar from him. Continue, do not cease. Once your body begins to spin, do not stop. Balance with the wings and focus the attack with the tail spine. The reverse is also viable. I certainly would not relent. I felt as if the tail spine infused with demon energy had transformed into a cutting machine, repeatedly slamming into Tang Fengtian, forcing him to retreat, his scales continuously fracturing. How exhilarating. Is this the essence of battle? I began to understand why Luo Tianjin reveled in slaughter, although I was not as ruthless as he. The exhilaration within me resonated with a similar fervor. Moreover, with Yuehua's continuous guidance, my excitement soared as if I were losing my mind. I felt akin to Duan Yu from the demigods and semi-devils, while she embodied Wang Yuyan. All right, my resemblance to Duan Yu might be lacking, but I was at least equally kind-hearted, and I was undoubtedly more devoted than he, who fell for every woman he encountered. I glanced back at Yuehua once more. And once again, I felt that sweetness in my heart that I knew I was unworthy of her. She was too beautiful, yet, simply standing shoulder to shoulder in battle was already deeply satisfying. Concurrently, I recognized that this was not the moment for frivolous thoughts, nor was it the time to determine the victor against Tang Fengtian. I merely needed to push him back, and then escape. Boom. As I struck Tang Fengtian for the 4th time, he finally staggered backward. Nearly collapsing, he must be a B-level officer. After all, indeed, the gap in strength compared to Luo Tianjin was immense. Wang Na, assist Lin Feng. Yuehua, find a way to break through. I shouted, thinking of escaping. Tang Fengtian gritted his teeth and forced himself to stand. This brute was indeed formidable, enduring my heavy blow with his armor, then suddenly lunging forward, attempting to seize the base of my tail spine. Would I allow him to succeed? Absolutely not. But in that instant, several gunshots rang out, sparks flying from the crowd. as spiral bullets tore through the air. Bang, bang, bang. Although I desperately tried to shield myself with my wings, I was still struck, my body trembling violently, the tail spine slipping from my control. And Tang Fengtian seized it with a fierce grip. Get down here. In a thunderous roar, I had no time to escape before he yanked me down from the air, crashing to the ground with a thud. And I coughed up a mouthful of blood. Damn these injuries, rendering me unable to gather demon energy in that moment. Die, you bastard. Another furious shout erupted as Tang Fengtian lunged at me like a war god, intent on using his body and gleaming armor to crush me. His strength was overwhelming, akin to a meteor plummeting to the ground. I gazed at him, unable to do anything but cough blood. With no room to struggle, not even a moment to spare. In that instant, I heard Sun Yun's cries, saw Zhou Hao weeping with his head in his hands, and heard my parents' wails in the background. At that moment, I saw little Wang Na sprinting back with her short legs, but it was too late. Yuehua was desperately trying to break through the encirclement of the black-clad figures. But to no avail. Yet in that moment, Li Peiming suddenly cried out a warning. Be careful. Careful of what? Immediately following, a dark figure, akin to a bolt of lightning, barreled toward Tang Fengtian's shoulder, colliding recklessly. In that collision, Lin Feng seemed to expend his very life force, spewing blood upon impact. Yet that collision was the culmination of all his demon energy, forcefully sending Tang Fengtian flying sideways. Gritting his teeth, Lin Feng stood resolutely in front of me. Turning to shout, Li Yang, get up, prepare to escape. I will clear a path for you. I looked at the swarm of black-clad figures before me, watching as Li Peiming charged in once more with a roar. Little Wang Na could not hold them back, and I instinctively questioned, how do we break through? Lin Feng did not respond. He simply let out a mighty roar, wrapping his arms around himself as his demon energy coalesced and surged forth, his fine scales standing on end. What was he doing? I could not comprehend, but Yuehua understood, her gaze towards Lin Feng filled with admiration, yet tinged with bitterness. Suddenly, she disregarded everything, pushing back two black-clad figures, grabbing Wang Na, and swiftly moving to position herself behind me. Lin Feng's roar echoed through the heavens, and abruptly, a cacophony of explosive sounds erupted around him. In an instant, those fine scales shot outward like a tempest, swirling forth as if a human cannon had detonated. Wow, how ferocious! My eyes nearly bulged. Amidst the chaotic barrage, Li Peiming shrieked as he was flung outward, drenched in blood, and just as Tang Fengtian staggered to his feet, he was sent crashing down once more, his armor sustaining several cracks. Following the thunderous noise, at least half of the black-clad figures collapsed, each one bloodied and howling in agony. There is but one chance. Let us go. Lin Feng roared again. I snapped back to reality, struggling to stand and gripping him tightly as we charged forward, my wings sweeping through the throng, carving out a bloody path, with Yuehua and Wang Na closely trailing behind. As I surged past, I cast a deep glance at Sun Yun. The girl looked at me, her face streaked with tears, yet her eyes sparkled with encouragement, as if urging me to flee and not to worry about her. In truth, this was for the best. Following me would yield no good outcome for her, so it was better this way. I glanced back at Zhou Hao. His eyes were filled with sorrow, his lips quivering as if he wished to utter an apology. Yet, it seemed I understood his thoughts. I sighed and no longer held resentment towards him. Suddenly, shrieks rang out from behind. It was my father and mother, calling for me, but I dared not respond, nor glance back. I could not squander the opportunity Lin Feng had fought so hard to create, nor could I let them witness the monstrous blood-red pupils I possessed at that moment. I'm sorry, Mom and Dad, I never wished for this. Your son is unfilial. I'm leaving, and I will not return, nor will I burden you any longer. Damn it, we cannot let them escape. Pursue. Li Peiming's furious shout resounded, and Tang Fengtian gritted his teeth, rising to his feet, leading a throng of black-clad figures in relentless pursuit. In the courtyard, only a handful of severely injured individuals remained, groaning in pain, Zhou Hao gazing vacantly at the sky, Sun Yun wearing a bitter smile, and an elderly couple with graying temples, supporting one another as they wept, watching the retreating figures fade into the night. They could not comprehend what had transpired, nor why their son had become this way. Zhou Hao, Sun Yun suddenly cried out, and Zhou Hao turned, receiving a resounding slap across the face. Shameless, traitor to friends. Sun Yun yelled. I am not. Zhou Hao shouted desperately. He is no longer Li Yang. Not anymore. He has become a monster. You cannot comprehend. You have not seen those photos, nor witnessed those monsters slaughter their own kin, They're best friends. I do not wish for this. But did you not see him devour that pig alive? He is no longer Li Yang, our best brother. He is not even human anymore. Zhou Hao wept bitterly, still holding on, his voice trembling increasingly. That slap had crushed him, and my last gaze at him, filled with sorrow intertwined with bitterness. Nonsense. I do not know what you have witnessed. I only know he will always be Li Yang. Even if he is transformed into a monster, he still would not dare to harm me. He would risk everything to save me. In truth, it is you who fails to understand. Upon concluding her words, Sun Yun departed, chasing after our retreating figures. Several men clad in black attempted to obstruct her, but the girl unleashed a frenzied flurry of clawing and scratching. Get away. Either shoot me down or all of you back off, she bellowed with fury. Zhou Hao, wishing to restrain her, was met with a piercing glare filled with deep resentment. Zhou Hao, you too, get lost. We are no longer friends, Sun Yun declared through gritted teeth. Zhou Hao sank into despair, watching the girl sprint away, feeling a pang of reluctance. Yet he understood that an unfathomable chasm had formed between them, a rift born from their starkly divergent choices. No matter what I became, Sun Yun would never forsake me. She was gentle and considerate, fully aware that I bore the brunt of this ordeal, while Zhou Hao clung to the words of Tang Feng Tian and Li Pei Ming. You are my best brother. If you turn into a monster, I would rather slay you myself than allow you to create a tragedy that causes unbearable suffering. I did nothing wrong, absolutely nothing. Zhou Hao suddenly roared at the heavens, seizing a nearby black-clad man. His fists clenched tightly. I want to join your secret task force. Tell me, what must I do? The clouds above darkened ominously, as if they had torn the sky into 3 parts, symbolizing the 3 once inseparable comrades who, due to a tragedy, now found themselves on divergent paths. At this moment, I remained unaware that Zhou Hao had made a heart-wrenching decision, and I was still exhilarated, for Lin Tian's last moment was truly remarkable, reminiscent of a spirited interlude. Damn, you are even more formidable than I am. Why didn't you use this move earlier? I exclaimed excitedly, while Lin Feng remained silent, merely following me, his body trembling. What's wrong? I sensed something amiss and quickly supported him. Scrutinizing his form, a single glance left me astonished. He was covered in blood, his body riddled with cracks. He didn't want to use it. Rather, that move is simply unfeasible. Yu Hua sighed beside me. It's called Scale Burst, a life-saving technique of the Scale-Belly Corpse Demon that inflicts maximum damage on the enemy while severely injuring the user. Moreover, he was already wounded. Yu Hua did not continue, but I comprehended. Recalling the scene of Lin Feng's scales being torn apart in a final explosion, witnessing his pale visage and his precarious state. Damn, why are you so foolish? Why push yourself to this extent? I couldn't help but shout. It's fine. One T die, Lin Feng forced a smile, saying, fortunately, my teacher taught me this move. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it out. Hey, Liang, I finally saved you once. Thud, Lin Feng collapsed into my arms, losing consciousness, his body devoid of warmth. This fool, he risked everything just to repay my debt of saving him. This fool, did he not realize that my act of rescuing him was merely incidental? This fool. Yet, it seemed that this was not the moment for sentimentality. As shouts erupted from behind us, and Li Pei Ming and Tang Feng Tian rapidly pursued. Damn, Li Pei Ming and Tang Feng Tian, those 2 bastards, actually dared to act on their own. Inside the hotel, Luo Tianjin erupted in fury, brandishing a scythe as he stormed outside. The enemy consists merely of a few severely injured corpse demons. They are all B-level officials and should be manageable. Right? Wang Li furrowed her brow, aware of how heavily I had been injured despite having bested her. Yet Luo Tianjin paid her no heed. Managing them was the least of his concerns. His greatest fear was that I would be dealt with, potentially killed or stripped of my demon weapon, rendering him incapable of. Chapter 67. Li Ming Xian, 1. Damn. If anything goes wrong, I will definitely take out those 2 bastards. Luo Tianjin howled to the sky, his figure darting out of the hotel like lightning. Wait, just now, Li Ming Xian called to say he has something important to discuss with you. Wang Li hurriedly chased after him, under the night sky. Luo Tianjin's silhouette had vanished, leaving the girl astonished, wondering why he had to be so swift, as if he had taken flight. Indeed, Wang Li was correct. Damn. In midair, Luo Tianjin continued to curse, his shoulders gripped by a pair of claws. 8 wings unfurled as they soared rapidly on the night breeze. Li Tianshan. Faster. If we're late, I won't be the only one to suffer. Luo Tianjin gritted his teeth. Li Tianchen wore a peculiar expression, stunned that someone dared to command him, a corpse demon, treating him as mere transportation. Li Tianchen suddenly chuckled coldly, "Aren't you afraid that I might drop you from the sky, leading to your demise?" A chilling retort followed. "Sure, but aren't you afraid that at the moment I let go, I'll cleave your wings in two with my scythe? At that point, the one falling to their death won't just be me." In the night sky, several cold laughs echoed, followed by wild laughter, a testament to their mutual distrust and constant vigilance against each other. Yet, for the sake of achieving a certain goal, they found themselves temporarily reliant on one another. This strange coexistence might even prove more amusing than camaraderie. Under the cloak of night, I had been driven to a corner, and in a moment of desperation, I shouted, "Charge up the mountain, into the woods, find an opportunity to shake them off." Shake them off. Easier said than done. Bullets rained down from behind like a torrential storm, countless flashes of light resembling fireworks enveloping us. I could barely defend myself with my wings, but Lin Feng had long succumbed to unconsciousness. And clutching him, I could scarcely attend to Wang Na, not to mention, a scream pierced the air from behind. It was Yu Hua. Though women are typically unafraid of bullets, the issue was that her demon weapon had dwindled to just one. Leaving her unable to defend herself, her shoulder and legs were bloodied from bullets, faltering as she collapsed to the ground. With a ghastly grin, Li Peiming lunged at her like a specter, while Tang Feng Tian, resembling a war god, blocked Yu Hua's escape route. Her delicate face painted with horror, my eyes turned crimson with urgency as I hurled Lin Feng toward Wang Na, exclaiming, "Damn it! Take him and run. I will save Yu Hua." I knew not why I felt compelled to save Yu Hua. Perhaps her beauty captivated me, making me forget the previous betrayal, or perhaps the sorrow in her eyes stirred the deepest protective instinct within me as a man. Turning back, I sprinted desperately toward the woman. "Kid, do you have the time to care for others?" A cold laugh emerged from beside me as Li Peiming's fists came crashing toward me, glimmering with sharp scales. "Get away!" I roared. As Yu Hua was ensnared by Tang Feng Tian and several black-clad figures, I had no time to engage with this fellow. I unleashed a powerful strike with my tail. Li Peiming's speed was astonishing. He deftly evaded my attack, yet he had forgotten that I possessed wings. Enveloping him entirely, in a moment of peril, I glared with blood-red eyes and lunged forward. Disregarding Li Peiming's incoming punches, even reaching out to grasp him, to throw him down, his fist struck my chest, and I coughed up another mouthful of blood. "Daddy, on the hillside," Wang Na called out, her voice trembling. She had already carried Lin Feng far away, but was reluctant to abandon me, fearing that if she ran away, she might never find me again. "Uncle Lin Feng, I'm sorry," Wang Na said with a pained expression. Suddenly rushing toward a nearby massive tree, the gnarled roots in the adjacent rock face formed a large hole, which she struggled to stuff Lin Feng into. "If you don't come out, you won't be found. Wang Na will go save Daddy," the little girl said, her voice thick with emotion, as she moved several stones to block the entrance, covering it with dry branches and leaves before she hastily fled down the mountain. When Wang Na arrived, Li Peiming and I were already engaged in a fierce struggle that I bore the brunt of his blows, my ribs cracking under the impact, yet I finally seized him, flipping him onto the ground and pouncing on him. "Daddy, fool, why did you come back?" I bellowed, glancing at Yu Hua, who was gradually losing strength, and urged, "Save Yu Hua, hurry." Wang Na was in no position to save Yu Hua. She was obedient, following my every command without hesitation, yet she dashed back only to be surrounded by several black-clad men, instantly taking several bullets. Her serpent tail had retracted due to near destruction, her little claws riddled with cracks and blood, barely able to lift them. Yet the little girl pressed on, stretching out her small hand to grasp Yu Hua's arm, until a formidable figure blocked her path, the impact akin to a tank, sending her flying to the ground. Whereupon a foot cruelly stomped down on her. Wang Na coughed up blood, weeping loudly, utterly perplexed as to why this was happening. Just hours earlier, she had been so happy, protected by her father, accompanied by uncles and aunts, and even gained a grandfather and grandmother. Yet now, why? Why must you bully us? Why must you kill us? Under the night sky, the little girl's heart-wrenching cries pierced through the silence, her innocent gaze and her sorrowful, desperate face. Tang Feng Tian suddenly froze, instinctively halting his actions. He could easily take the lives of both me and Yu Hua, yet Wang Na was merely a child, one who understood nothing and had committed no wrongs. She didn't even grasp what a corpse demon was. "I'm sorry," Tang Feng Tian said hoarsely, perplexed as to why he would apologize to a corpse demon, but the struggle within him at that moment. Wang Na was so small, even younger than his own daughter. Yet Tang Feng Tian still reached out, grasping Wang Na by the neck, sighing, "Don't be afraid. I won't kill you for now. At most, I'll take you back to headquarters for them to handle." Though what? After bringing Wang Na back to headquarters, the unfortunate girl might suffer even more, for those despicable scientists would hardly show mercy to her innocent childhood. Yet, Tang Feng Tian had no choice but to proceed. As he was bound by his duties and his oath to protect humanity, almost simultaneously, Yuhua finally collapsed. Her freshly cleansed body was once again drenched in blood, and the scars she had just begun to heal were now shattered anew. She emitted a series of mournful cries but could no longer rise. "Kill her! Eliminate this monster!" A group of men in black roared with fury, advancing with their guns drawn, their eyes glinting with malice and terror. Tang Feng Tian furrowed his brow at the sight, hesitating for a moment. Who was truly more terrifying, he and these undead monsters, or the executioners themselves? I did not know, nor did anyone else. The line between good and evil seemed utterly blurred at that moment. I had never contemplated harming the innocent, and neither had Wang Na. Even Yuhua, though she had taken many lives, she had at least adhered to her vow of never killing a child. Even that madman, Luo Tianjin, had claimed he would not strike against children, even if they were undead. Yet Tang Feng Tian must seize Wang Na, fully aware that her fate would be grim. Wang Na had been captured, Yuhua had fallen, and I stood there, dazed, feeling as if the sky were about to collapse. Like Wang Na, I could not comprehend why these people were forcing us into a corner. All I desired was to return home, to see my parents. The howls grew increasingly frenzied as the rage in my mind reached its zenith. In my struggle with Li Peiming, my expression became increasingly feral. A beast? No, I was far more terrifying. I was an undead monster. The bloodthirst within me seemed fully awakened. Facing his fists, I did not flinch, merely retaliating with my demonic weapons. His punches shattered my shoulder. Yet my tail swept through, breaking Li Peiming's calf that he fell in agony, only to be pinned beneath me. His fists pummeled my abdomen, and I felt as if my body would be pierced through. Blood erupted from my mouth every second. Yet my eyes remained cold and red. Enough, do not kill them yet, take them back. Tang Feng Tian finally could not bring himself to allow it. Sighing as he halted his subordinates, the burly man turned to assist Li Peiming but suddenly froze. Under the moonlit night, a howl akin to that of a wild wolf erupted. My hands tightened around Li Peiming, disregarding the relentless blows to my chest and abdomen. I leaned my head against his shoulder and opened my mouth. Li Peiming trembled in shock, and Tang Feng Tian gaped in horror. If I bit down, during our scuffle, I had already torn away the protective gear on his neck, and a single bite would seal his fate. "Release them. Let them go," I growled, my teeth grinding together, the sound causing Li Peiming's heart to quake. He feared not death, but becoming the grotesque undead monster that had always been their target. I have never killed innocent humans, nor have I transformed them into undead. So, do you wish to be the first? You have forced my hand. All I want is to return home and see my parents. You are the ones who have driven me to this point. Damn it. Are you trying to scare me? Li Peiming suddenly yelled. Old Tang, shoot me dead. After 18 years, I will still be a man. I will not let you monsters go unpunished. Monsters? To hell with that. Open your eyes. She is just a child. I pointed at Wang Na, my anger boiling over. You scum always shout about exterminating monsters to protect humanity, but have you ever considered that she is also human? We all are, or at least we once were. I do not wish to be like this, having lost friends, family, everything. I long to be human again, even if just an ordinary one. You claim to protect humanity. But I ask you, where were you when I was bitten? Where were you when Wang Na was ambushed by the undead, watching her parents brutally devoured before her eyes? You did not protect me. Nor did you protect her. You accomplished nothing. Your so-called guardianship is nothing but empty words. Yet when we become like this, you shout to kill us. Do you not find this utterly ridiculous? Under the night sky, I wept, tears cascading down my face. Li Peiming's expression froze, and Tang Feng Tian could barely lift his head. Enough. I do not blame you. Life is one's own, and relying on others for protection is indeed a laughable endeavor. Therefore, I shall protect myself and Wang Na. Whoever seeks to harm us will meet their end, including you incompetent secret task force members. Now, release them. I will not repeat myself a third time. Otherwise, I will make you experience the same torment, the agony of being unable to be human and forced to live as a monster. My words ceased, and the ensuing silence was stifling. the oppressive atmosphere nearly unbearable. In that tension, Tang Feng Tian ultimately could not bring himself to fire upon his companion, reluctantly waving his hand. Perhaps it was due to his close bond with Li Peiming, or perhaps he found himself unable to refute my words, unable to destroy the pitiable Wang Na. Do not follow us. Once we are far enough, I will naturally let her go. I snapped, dragging Li Peiming as I swiftly retreated, urging Wang Na to go ahead while reaching out to Yu Hua. Chapter 68. Li Ming Xian, 2. The woman trembled, her gaze towards me oddly peculiar. How many times had it been? I had saved her again, disregarding everything to rush back for her. Do you wish to escape with me? I asked once more, forcing a bitter smile. I have lost everything. Friends, family, everything. That do you still wish to follow me? Think carefully before answering. The woman nodded, murmuring, take me with you. I will follow you for now. Our hands clasped together. My heart raced. She was beautiful, and I genuinely liked her. I had truly lost everything, and even one more companion, even if only temporarily, would be welcome. Speaking of companions, I seemed to have overlooked something. Where was Lin Feng? Wang Na trembled as she climbed towards the mountain's peak. The little girl had been utterly traumatized by the recent battle, and thus, she had completely forgotten that tree hole. We ascended the mountain. And Tang Feng Tian dared not pursue. That I calculated the distance, and suddenly delivered a kick to Li Peiming's thigh, snapping it with a crack. Bastard, next time, I will not let you off. Li Peiming howled. Fine. I await your arrival. But remember my words. Whoever attempts to harm us will face a most tragic demise. My strength may not be great, but I swear it. With that, I kicked Li Peiming again, sending him tumbling down the mountain, then turned and pulled Wang Na and Yu Hua away. The night was deep, and I still could not see the dawn or the future, yet I was no longer afraid, after all. I had lost everything and had nothing left to lose. From now on, all I could do was uphold that vow and carve out a future that belonged solely to me. That it was only at that moment that Wang Na suddenly remembered Lin Feng was in the tree hole on the mountain. The girl screamed in panic, and I turned back in haste, but Tang Feng Tian had already led his men up the mountain. Do not go. Yu Hua gripped me tightly in fear. Turning back now would mean certain death. But Lin Feng. My heart shattered. That boy had just risked everything to protect me. How could I abandon him? There is no choice. It is too late to save him. Yu Hua shook her head with a bitter smile. If you return to find him now, it would be akin to embracing death with him. That he is unconscious, right? So pray that he does not get discovered. When the undead are unconscious, they are indistinguishable from the dead, lacking a heartbeat and difficult to locate. The radar cannot detect him. His demonic energy is long exhausted. I did not know if Yu Hua was deceiving me, but I eventually nodded, clutching Wang Na as I pulled her along, disappearing into the profound night, just as Tang Feng Tian charged towards the mountain's summit. Damn it. Hurry and pursue. Gather more men to surround the entire mountain. We will dig 3 feet into the ground if necessary to catch them. Li Peiming roared. Feeling utterly humiliated to have been treated as a hostage, Tang Feng Tian, wishing to check on his injuries, was also rebuffed, sitting silently beneath a tree, his face cold. Yu Hua may have been right. Li Peiming was less than 2 meters away from Lin Feng, practically back-to-back with him, yet he remained completely oblivious, lacking a heartbeat, and with his breathing barely perceptible, Lin Feng resembled a corpse. The demonic energy radar could not capture even a hint of his power. Meanwhile, to pursue? It was too late. The night was too dark. Even the radar's display was shrouded in shadow. And Wang Na's demonic energy was nearly depleted, while Yu Hua, she knew how to conceal herself. Tang Feng Tian and his subordinates searched for an entire night, yet failed to spot us again. He even sealed the mountain for a day and night, yet still found nothing, ultimately shaking his head in resignation. Assisting Li Peiming down the mountain. It seemed safe. We had finally escaped. Lin Feng's luck appeared so fortuitous he could win the lottery, as he remained blissfully unconscious and undetected. Little Wang Na's hiding of that tree hole was nothing short of perfect. A day later, the blockade at the mountain's base was lifted, and the secret task force members departed the town in disappointment. However, a figure rushed forward in tears, Sun Yun. Fortunately, Tang Feng Tian did not trouble her, nor did he arrest her for aiding the undead, as this was also Zhou Hao's strong request. Liang, where are you? Answer me. On the hillside, a girl wept bitterly, aware that I had departed. She felt a mixture of joy and profound sorrow, for she understood that I would never return. Sun Yun longed to find me, yet in the vastness of the world, where could she possibly search for me? The girl possessed remarkable determination, while Tang Fengtian had given up. She wandered around the mountain for several days and nights. When hunger struck, she would descend to purchase a few buns. When thirst overcame her, she would drink directly from the mountain stream. Alas, I had already ventured far away. Kneeling on the ground, the girl sobbed softly, unwilling to relinquish our friendship, having grown up together as childhood companions. However, as her feet became battered and bruised, a wave of despair washed over her. Liang, will we meet again? Sun Yun murmured, her voice choked with emotion. I could not respond, but another sound reached the girl's ears, a soft cough that startled her into standing abruptly and rushing towards a tree hollow without a second thought. The dry branches and vines clawed at her hands, leaving them stained with blood, yet she paid no heed, tearing desperately until a pale and handsome face materialized before her. Fate is indeed a perplexing matter, despite Sun Yun's relentless efforts to find me. She instead discovered Lin Feng. Fortune favored Lin Feng, for he had evaded even Tang Fengtian's grasp, but he had been in a coma for several days and was only awakened by that faint cough, which led Sun Yun to him. Yet, was this twist of fate truly beneficial for them? No one could say, for Sun Yun was human, while Lin Feng was a corpse demon. Lin Feng, too, sought to find me, as we were comrades and friends. Thus Sun Yun, weary as she was, carried him down the mountain. Yet in this vast sea of humanity, would we ever cross paths again? No one could know. I want to become a member of the secret task force. I want to grow stronger, to protect humanity and eradicate the corpse demons. Zhou Hao declared fervently he could never forget the crimson glimmer of my eyes at the end, nor the vow to personally stop me. Tang Fengtian nodded approvingly. He could see that this lad possessed considerable resolve and, with proper training, might very well ascend to a leadership position like his own. Very well, as long as you are willing to put in the effort. I shall personally write you a letter of recommendation, Tang Fengtian said with a hearty laugh. Once Zhou Hao was settled, Tang Fengtian, along with Li Peiming, propped each other up as they made their way to tend to their injuries. These two were rather unfortunate. Despite their attempts to handle a few injured corpse demons, they had ended up severely wounded themselves. Was it due to a lack of power? Not quite. Tang Fengtian's strength was comparable to Wang Li's, while Li Peiming was slightly stronger than Lu Ganqiang. In terms of power, they had far surpassed the injured versions of ourselves. However, belief is a significant factor. Tang Fengtian wavered because of Wang Na. While Lin Feng and I fought fiercely driven by our desire to survive, it would not be an exaggeration to say that we were cornered like a dog leaping over a wall. Especially considering my dual attributes. Qin Lan once remarked that the potential of dual attributes diminishes when spread thin, resulting in limited growth potential in the later stages. However, immediately after the transformation, one is exceedingly powerful. This is what is meant by the strongest newcomers. Thus, Tang Fengtian and Li Peiming could only consider themselves unfortunate for encountering someone as rare as me, and their misfortunes were not yet over, for Luo Tianjin had arrived. Did those corpse demons flee? Luo Tianjin erupted in fury, delivering a punch that knocked Li Peiming to the ground, while his scythe was poised threateningly against Tang Fengtian's neck. Do you believe I won't eliminate you? Damn it, I told you to notify me immediately upon discovering their whereabouts. Luo Tianjin gritted his teeth. You worthless scum. Lacking ability yet acting on your own accord. You, how dare you? On what grounds should we notify you? We are not your subordinates. Our leader is Li Mingxian. Li Peiming retorted defiantly, infuriating Luo Tianjin, who retaliated with a kick. Crack. His leg, just healed, broke again. You dare to say I wouldn't? Huh? Who have I, Luo Tianjin, ever feared? Luo Tianjin snarled. Moreover, you two scoundrels should be punished for disobeying orders, even if I were to kill you. It would be justified, do you understand? Is that so? A chilling voice interjected just as the scythe was raised, causing Tang Fengtian and Li Peiming to nearly burst into tears of relief. But Luo Tianjin's expression changed instantly. He turned sharply, but it was too late to react. A dagger was already pressed against his throat, the speed akin to lightning, the agile figure having approached without his notice. Errors deserve punishment, of course. But they are my subordinates. What right do you, Luo Tianjin, have to interfere? The man said with a cold smile. He was of average height, around 175, and not particularly imposing, yet the aura he exuded was chilling. Li Mingxian. Luo Tianjin spat out the name through gritted teeth. Lowering his scythe in submission, the man sheathed his dagger and turned away. As for you two, misjudging the enemy's strength warrants punishment. allowing the corpse demons to escape demands even greater retribution. However, considering your injuries, I may show some leniency. Furthermore, did I ever give you orders to disobey? I don't recall, do you? The man smirked at Luo Tianjin and added, as for those who meddle with other subordinates, disregard them. Your rank will be demoted by 1 level, and 2 months' salary will be deducted. Now go to the training camp and teach the newcomers, he said, lazily waving his hand. Just a demotion and a salary cut. Li Peiming grinned widely, and coincidentally, Tang Fengtian had intended to instruct Zhou Hao. So this punishment was quite to his liking. Was it even a punishment? The look on Luo Tianjin's face, filled with rage, spoke volumes. Now you. The man suddenly turned and said, did I not instruct you to wait for me in Wuhu? There was an order from above. I didn't know. I didn't hear it. What order? I'm very busy, Luo Tianjin sneered, though he maintained a distance of over 3 meters from the man. Had he become timid, the formidable Luo Tianjin, of the 6th Division, was hesitant to speak against someone openly protecting their subordinates. The man smiled coldly and continued, never mind. Your arrival is fortuitous. After a day of rest, come back to headquarters with me. The recent operation in the southern cities against the corpse demons has been relatively successful, and we have acquired quite a few new demon weapons. Headquarters intends to expand. I'm not going. I'm very busy, Luo Tianjin retorted, turning away. You can choose not to go, but leave your scythe behind. It will be needed when headquarters forges new demon weapons. The man's words made Luo Tianjin grit his teeth in frustration. Leaving behind his scythe would render him as inconsequential as dirt. By the way, I heard about your prideful incident. My condolences. However, with this expansion, there are plans to assign a batch of capable newcomers to the 6th Division as direct subordinates. Don't you want to select them yourself? Let me make it clear, if I and the others end up choosing what is left, I can't guarantee the quality. So, those distasteful matters of yours can wait, Li Mingxian replied before turning to leave, leaving Luo Tianjin alone to grind his teeth in frustration. Luo Tianjin's mood soured as he wandered aimlessly down the street. Uncertain of where to go, he had to return to headquarters, yet he could not shake off the schemes he was planning with Li Tianjin. Chapter 69. Half a year later, damn it. If Gao Ao hadn't gotten into trouble, he could have returned to headquarters for me, Luo Tianjin sighed. I say, was that guy just now one of the 6th Division? You actually flinched? You were scared of him. Li Tianjin emerged from somewhere, sneering. Luo Tianjin remained silent. Indeed, he felt a twinge of fear towards Li Mingxian, but there was a reason behind it. Luo Tianjin was arrogant, and few in this world intimidated him, aside from the monstrous Chu Tian. Li Mingxian was the only one he wished to avoid turning against, for this man had been a professional assassin before joining the secret task force that in most people's eyes, assassins are a terrifying profession. And Luo Tianjin was no exception, for he never knew when someone might stab him in the back. Living among shadows, such individuals are nearly impossible to guard against. Luo Tianjin would rather face off against Chu Tian in 300 rounds than confront Li Mingxian. For this man was not just any assassin, he was among the most formidable. Few in the world of assassins were unaware of his name. If you've been a corpse demon for long, and paid attention to human society, you should have heard of a name, Yan Huangji Shui. Luo Tianjin murmured. Years ago, it was the world's #1 assassin organization, reigning supreme, and even the government dared not touch them. However, in recent years, they have gone silent, for someone took down their boss, causing the entire organization to be thrown into chaos and ultimately fragmented. That individual is known as the Tsang Wolf, a true legend in the assassin world. Feared throughout the underworld. Li Mingxian is his apprentice, and it is said he has surpassed his master. So, it's best not to provoke this man. He can kill with such stealth that you would never even realize you were dead. The same goes for corpse demons. If you encounter him, do your best to steer clear. Boss. At the door of the office, Tang Fengtian quietly caught hold of Li Mingxian and, after a moment's thought, said, during this operation, I encountered a rather peculiar individual. Although he is a corpse demon, he seems. I can't quite articulate it, yet I feel he is quite decent. A decent person? Li Mingxian was at a loss for words. Had he been hit in the head? How could a corpse demon be deemed decent? However, after Tang Fengtian detailed the entire situation, he narrowed his eyes, quietly noting the name Li Yang. Indeed intriguing. Should we encounter him again, we should pay attention. After all, the future of humans and corpse demons remains uncertain. I have always felt that the organization's full-scale assault on corpse demons is not the correct decision. If we force them to expand their numbers without limit, It will ultimately be us who suffer. So, well, let us discuss this further another time. Li Mingxian sighed. Li Mingxuan's judgment is utterly correct. From this single statement, it becomes evident that he possesses far greater intelligence than Luo Tianjin, particularly in his grasp of the broader picture. Merely executing slaughter does not resolve the underlying issues. The corpse demons, driven by the instinct for survival, consciously regulate their numbers to avoid disrupting the normal progression of human society. However, what happens when humanity embarks on a rampage against the corpse demons, pushing their numbers beneath the threshold of what they can endure? Li Mingxian can easily envision the ensuing consequences. The corpse demons would rise in revolt, producing more of their kind to restore equilibrium. The cycle of killing and replenishing would continue, leading to a situation where it is not the corpse demons being consumed, but rather humanity itself. From a macro perspective, the corpse demons resemble parasites. Wherever humans exist, corpse demons will inevitably be found. Thus, extermination proves utterly futile unless the fundamental circumstances are altered. How to change? Li Mingxian did not articulate this, but harbored an unformed plan within his mind. Therefore, when Tang Fengtian reported on my situation, he found it intriguing and discreetly took note. Even if I am not as captivating as Tang Fengtian claims, and even if my existence brings no benefit to Li Mingxuan's plan, I am, at the very least, a dual attribute corpse demon. It seems I have once again been entangled with a high-ranking figure. How terribly unfortunate. Nevertheless, escaping is indeed a positive development, and surviving is a stroke of luck. Under the cover of night, I walked slowly forward with Wang Na and Yuehua, seemingly in search of a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness. Where should we go? What does the future hold? I do not know. Yet we all harbor a small flicker of hope, a hope for tranquility, a hope for stability, a hope to grant us time to mend our shattered bodies and the heart that is already riddled with wounds. Who delivered these 2 bags of cement? And what about that pile of bricks over there? The foreman shouted, hands on his hips. Come on, we're about to head to the cafeteria for lunch. Can't we take a break? Complaints echoed from below. Will a few minutes delay cause a catastrophe? Xiaoli, don't you never go to the cafeteria? Just take your lunchbox over and eat there. Hurry up, they're waiting. The foreman urged. All right, I replied, not inclined to refuse, extinguishing my cigarette and rising to my feet. For heaven's sake. Lu too, must you always order Xiaoli around? Though the lad is honest, it's rather unfair to burden him so. You've assigned him 8 out of 10 of your tasks. An older worker protested. The foreman's eyes bulged with indignation as he retorted. Bullying? This is not bullying. I only ask Xiaoli to do these things because I see he is robust. You lot, frail and weak, are not worthy of my attention. Turning back to me, the foreman added, Xiaoli, don't fear exhaustion. Working with Lu Gu will benefit you. This month, you've accomplished more than all of them combined, and Lu Gu has taken note. When payday comes, I'll double your wage. What? Double? More grumbling ensued, but Lu Gu ignored it, patting my shoulder before heading to greet the accountant. Thank you, Lu Gu, I said, bowing with a smile before hauling the cement bags towards the construction site. Time flew by, and it has already been half a year since my escape. Though this half year has been arduous and exhausting, I find solace in finally experiencing a semblance of peace and tranquility. My fugitive days have come to an end. We sought refuge in Nanjing. For the more perilous the location, the greater the safety it offered. This place had undergone extensive cleansing by a covert task force, eradicating all corpse demons. For the foreseeable future, it should remain untouched by their presence, and thus the task force's focus would not linger here. We rented a modest house on the outskirts of Nanjing, masquerading as an ordinary family of 3. Wang Na is my daughter, and Yuehua is my wife. Quite exhilarating to say, isn't it? This was, in fact, Yuehua's idea, aimed at avoiding drawing attention. I, however, felt a tinge of awkwardness, for Yuehua seemed far beyond what I could ever hope to attain. The landlady was astonished during the rental process, patting my shoulder and remarking on my good fortune. Indeed, it is fortunate to live with such a beautiful woman. I am overwhelmed with joy, especially when Yuehua occasionally refers to me as her husband in front of others, a feeling of fulfillment that is beyond words. I can only say that this life feels worthwhile, even if it means being a corpse demon. Nevertheless, I am acutely aware that this is merely temporary, a facade. Yuehua remains with me solely because her demon powers have been destroyed, leaving her unable to survive independently. What will happen when she regains her strength? I do not know. I only know that Yuehua often gazes into the sky, lost in thought, pondering Li Tianxian, a relationship she cannot seem to let go of, unable to seek him out, despite her current hesitance. The beautiful and wealthy are often drawn to the tall and handsome. As for someone like me, whether as a human or a corpse demon, I cannot escape the identity of an ordinary person. It is best not to indulge in fanciful thoughts. I can only silently wish that Yuehua's recovery will take a little longer than I desired. Yuehua's recovery has indeed been slow. In half a year, she has only regained 2 fragments of her demon powers, indicating the severity of her injuries and the tragic fate of corpse demons forcibly stripped of their powers. Upon realizing this, I found myself harboring less animosity towards Xiaohua. Her deception was, after all, a desperate act, and it was her demonic power that granted me the ability to protect myself. I remain at 3 fragments of demon power, a pair of wings and a tail spine, as Qin Lan remarked. With my potential diluted, it seems increasingly difficult for me to grow further. Yet, even with this level of strength, I am not particularly weak. After her recovery, Yuehua conducted a thorough examination of my abilities, arriving at a conclusion that thrilled me. A dual attribute corpse demon can stack the 2 types of demonic energy within, leading to an amplification that cannot be measured merely by the number of demon powers. Consequently, while I possess only 3 fragments, my overall strength has surpassed that of Qin Lan and Yang Bin, who each hold 4 fragments. Although I lack a demonic energy radar, Yuehua sensed that I have reached the pinnacle of blue demonic energy and am on the verge of breaking into orange. Of course, the likelihood of my breakthrough is almost non-existent, as Yuehua made this statement half a year ago, and since then, my demonic energy has not increased even slightly. I suspect this may be my fate. Yet I am content. As long as I can protect myself and safeguard Wang Na and Yuehua, that is sufficient. Presently, I stand as the most formidable corpse demon in this city, though it might seem like a case of the monkey declaring himself king in the absence of the tiger. Nevertheless, I feel myself growing ever more capable. Naturally, with newfound strength comes a corresponding responsibility. Thus I must shoulder all the burdens of our household, from rent and utilities to various necessary expenses. That I find it perplexing how Li Tianxian and Yang Bin amassed such wealth. They often claim that corpse demons lack for money. Yet I am reduced to tears from poverty. The accursed covert task force has frozen everything related to my identity, including my bank account. Damn it. Not only was there a sum of several thousand given to me by Li Tianxian, but all my savings from previous jobs as well. Heaven knows the lengths I went to save even a little. Helpless, I resorted to manual labor to pay the rent, and due to my frozen identity, I was forced to seek work in the black market, taking on the most menial illegal labor, as evidenced by my current role at the construction site. Alas, here I am, a university graduate reduced to moving bricks. I have truly hit rock bottom. Moreover, the cost of living in Nanjing is exorbitant, and a single brick-moving job barely covers the expenses for our family of 3. Thus, every evening after work, I head to a nearby gym to serve as a sparring partner. Though called a sparring partner, it essentially means enduring blows, with my pay determined by how many punches I take each day. Fortunately, the gym lacks professional fighters. The patrons are merely white-collar workers seeking to vent their frustrations, and their soft punches feel nothing to my corpse demon body. This life is arduous and tiring, yet I remain remarkably content, even wishing for it to continue indefinitely, never to return to the cruelty of my past. Regrettably, I am still a corpse demon, forever in need of sustenance, forever confronted by the specter of blood and disgust. Emerging from the gym, I stashed my hard-earned wages into my pocket and melted into the profound darkness of the night. Moving towards a target I had long since set my sights on. Since leaving Wuhu, I have been unable to indulge in free meals. I once considered stealing corpses from hospitals or crematoriums, but that proved difficult and would easily reveal the presence of corpse demons in this city. Furthermore, the deceased bodies offer no energy to satisfy a corpse demon's needs. Thus, hunting for sustenance has become imperative. Regardless of my reluctance, I cannot let Wang Na take on this burden. Moreover, due to certain outdated notions, I also refuse to allow Yuehua to hunt, as I am currently far stronger than her. Besides, Yuehua remains quite weak. To hunt effectively, she would need to employ tactics akin to her sister Xiaohua, luring targets into alleys before launching a surprise attack. This is something I simply cannot tolerate, even if our identities are a ruse. I cannot allow my nominal wife to seduce other men. Humph, she should only entice me. Unfortunately, Yuehua has never seduced me and does not permit me to touch her. Unbeknownst to me, I arrived at the alley's entrance. pausing to await the emergence of a shadow. This was the target I had sought for many days, a professional thief responsible for numerous robberies, even having accidentally killed an innocent girl during a getaway. In truth, that incident was merely an accident. He did not intend to harm anyone, so he cannot be deemed utterly wicked. Yet, I find myself unable to consistently encounter a ruthless killer like Wang Bao and must lower my standards time and again. As long as he has taken a life, he qualifies to become my target. When it comes to murder, tonight marks my 19th hunt. Over the past 6 months, I have taken the lives of 18 individuals. I still vividly recall my first hunt, huddled in a pool of blood, weeping inconsolably. Yuehua berated me for my lack of resolve, and I dared not retort, nor could I bring myself to touch the blood and dismembered flesh. However, by the second time, things improved, and by the third, gradually, I became numb that I came to realize that the kindness I professed was merely a delusion. A corpse demon is a corpse demon. A monster is a monster. I began to understand Zhou Hao's decision. He did not betray me but sought to assist me. Alas, I am already ensnared, unable to extricate myself, even though I would rather perish than prey upon humanity again. I must still care for Wang Na and Yuehua. To hell with kindness, I scoffed bitterly, and as I spotted a man approaching, I coldly moved closer. In that moment, I felt no different from Luo Tianjin, Li Tianxun, or even Yang Bin. We were all repugnant executioners and butchers, monsters in our own right. Daddy, Linlin is hungry and wants to eat fried vermicelli. A small shadow darted from the alley. A little girl that I froze and quickly melted into the shadows. All right, Daddy will bring it back for you. Okay, it's chilly. Linlin should wait at home for Daddy, the man replied with a smile. But Daddy, you must hurry. Linlin's tummy is rumbling. The girl pouted, patting her little belly with an innocent expression. Don't worry, Daddy will be back soon. 10 minutes? No, at most 5 minutes. Linlin can have something to eat after reciting a passage of English, the man said gently. Watching the little girl obediently turn to head home before he turned to leave the alley. The corpse demon possesses formidable stealth abilities, so he remained oblivious to the pair of blood-red eyes fixed coldly upon him in the darkness. Nor did he notice a claw, akin to that of a beast, slowly reaching for him. Yet, midway through its extension, the claw suddenly retracted. The man eventually exited the alley, and in the shadows, I shook my head with a sigh. I feared I would again be chastised by Yuehua tonight. Fried vermicelli? How I longed to savor that as my stomach grumbled in protest. Perhaps it is best to retain a modicum of principle, despite my deep-seated hatred for Li Tianxun. I have not forgotten his words. Yet, it is so difficult. I cannot fathom how he managed to endure for a full 70 years. Perhaps it is this unwavering resolve that still grants him the right to be my idol. Even though he harbors the intent to devour me. Silently, I turned and made my way toward the blood bank in Nanjing City, at the very least to pilfer some refreshments for home. Otherwise, I would once again find myself kneeling on a washboard. Chapter 70. Encountering fellow kind, the night had deepened, and within the training ground, a man continued to sweat profusely, clutching 2 iron chains. He roared as his muscles bulged, veins popping. Behind him, the pulley machine emitted groans as 2 substantial weights were repeatedly lifted and dropped with a resounding thud. These weights were massive, crafted to simulate the heft of demon weapons. How heavy are demon weapons? One only needs to consider their density. The harder the material, the greater the mass. Thus, it is no simple feat for humans to wield demon weapons, as the strength required is immense. It is not merely about lifting 2 pieces of demon weaponry. One must also master their use and wield them with finesse. Many can lift dumbbells, but how many can utilize them as weapons? Explosive power, stability of strength, and endurance of muscles are all indispensable. With a thunderous shout, the man suddenly lifted both weights high above him, refusing to lower them immediately, straining to maintain the position. The machine groaned under the strain. Unable to bear the burden, yet he persevered. 1 minute passed, his face reddening, drenched in sweat. 2 minutes elapsed, and his arms began to tremble, his back bending, breathing becoming labored, yet he refused to relent. He aimed to endure longer. 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes, the groaning intensified, the machine threatening to collapse under the pressure. 6 minutes, 7 minutes, 8 minutes. This was no longer merely about physical strength but an astonishing display of willpower. With a resounding crash, the weights finally fell, causing the machine to shudder. The man collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, glancing at his watch. The time achieved was somewhat satisfactory. wielding demon weapons truly is an arduous endeavor. Presenting myriad challenges, demon weapons are composed of the essence of corpse demons, solidified into a tangible form. This indicates that demon weapons are a conglomeration of immense power, and crucially, that power does not belong to humanity. I have never found demon weapons particularly difficult to control. Once learned, they become simple. That is, of course, because I am a corpse demon. Even little Wang Na can effortlessly manipulate her serpentine tail. As it is an extension of her own body, demon power belongs to us, enabling us to control it freely. Yet it is not humanity's to command that in fact, to some extent, it conflicts with human strength, making its use exceedingly challenging. Transforming it into a weapon and harnessing its combat efficacy is an even greater challenge. Hence, the man trains tirelessly into the night, striving for strength, stability, endurance, explosiveness, and even later, speed and technique, an insurmountable difficulty. Thus, Luo Tianjin chooses only one piece of demon weaponry. It is not that he cannot handle more, but rather that he finds it excessively exhausting. Lu Gang, the muscular behemoth, can barely manage 3 pieces, while Wang Li, a girl of monstrous strength, seemingly plucked from an anime, cannot be compared. Hey, a voice called from outside, a stern instructor reprimanding. What are you still doing training at this hour? Mastering demon weapons isn't something that can be accomplished in a day or two. Overexertion will lead to muscle strain and bodily harm. Go rest. While the instructor's words were reasonable and scientific, the man shook his head. It's fine. I can still hold on. I want to practice a bit longer. What the hell? You newcomers are desperate to become officers, aren't you? Didn't I tell you not to overexert yourselves? The instructor, incensed, advanced to seize the man's collar. Let go. I don't need your concern. Officers? Pfft. I couldn't care less about such positions, the man retorted through gritted teeth. Then you are. The instructor seemed to grasp something, sighing. Do you have a vendetta against corpse demons? Sigh. How many who join the secret mobile unit bear deep-seated grudges? But revenge takes time. A gentleman's revenge is best served after 10 years. 10 years. That would be far too late. I am not seeking revenge. I intend to rescue him, the man murmured, rising to grip the chains tightly once more. No matter how the instructor scolded, it was of no use. He mechanically continued to pull, desperately enduring. Brother, I know you are in pain. You do not wish to kill, nor to become a monster. Rest assured, I will come to help you, very soon, and grant you liberation. These words, the man did not utter to the instructor but silently repeated in his heart. Training with urgency on the second floor of the training ground, behind a glass wall, a jovial giant and a leisurely girl rested their chins in their hands, observing the scene below. What do you think of this kid? I told you he would be worth nurturing. The giant chuckled. He's acceptable, though a bit weak, the girl pouted. Struggling with just 2 pieces? I can easily handle 4 demon weapons. Hey, can we not compare? There's only one of you. A girl with monstrous strength in the entire secret mobile unit, and he has only been training for 6 months. The giant laughed helplessly. Don't worry, my recommendation is solid. I'll have him come find you shortly. Consider it an internship. Take him out for a spin, the giant said. All right, but let me make this clear. If I'm not satisfied, I will return him at any moment, the girl replied lazily, turning to leave. 10 minutes later, the sweat-drenched man was summoned to an office, excitement surging within him as he held a freshly issued internship certificate. Though merely an internship, achieving this level in just 6 months left even the instructors in awe. Of course, this was largely due to a certain special instructor named Tang Fengtian, who had taken a particular interest in him, being a direct subordinate of the 6th department's boss, Li Mingxian. Thus, a few favors here and there. How darkly convenient. Let me make this clear. I don't care who you know. If you perform poorly, you'll be sent back home to farm. Got it, the girl declared haughtily. Understood, the man nodded vigorously, tentatively asking. So, you will be my partner from now on? With a resounding thud, a small fist landed heavily on the man's forehead as the girl bared her teeth. Partner, you're not worthy of that title yet. You should call me your internship teacher, or you may also address me as queen. A bead of cold sweat formed on the man's forehead. Where did this peculiar girl come from? Could they not assign him a normal internship teacher? Truly, how darkly amusing. Yet, despite his internal turmoil, he respectfully bowed. Hello, teacher. I hope to receive your guidance. My name is Zhou Hao. I know. I've reviewed your file, which is why I agreed to take you on for the internship, the girl replied playfully, a smile gracing her face. By the way, my name is Wang Li. You reviewed my file and then agreed. Zhou Hao questioned, puzzled. Was there something special about his file? Wang Li did not respond to him. She merely propped her chin in her hand. Lost in thought about certain matters. It was the gaze of a particular individual that she had been unable to forget over the past 6 months, a gaze that could not possibly belong to a mere corpse demon. One that, in its sorrow, surpassed even that of a human. Achoo, I sneezed, unsure of who might be thinking of me again, and I hoped it was a beautiful woman. Boss, how much is this fish per pound? I inquired with a smile, leaning against the display case. Come on, brother, this is a Thai lion fish. It's not priced by weight, the owner replied, both amused and exasperated. I admitted to myself that I was somewhat ignorant. I had never even heard of such a high-end delicacy as the Thai lion fish. Feeling awkward, I asked, then how much for one? The fry are priced by size, ranging from 5 to 20 yuan, while a ready fish costs 80 yuan each. The premium ones are 150. And the top 2 premium ones are 300 each, the owner explained. Don't worry. All the goods in my shop are of excellent quality, and the prices are fair. You won't regret it. I was taken aback. I nearly cursed out loud. After being beaten at the gym all night, I had only earned 200, and now a single fish was asking for 300. What a ripoff. Yet, I had to admit that the Thai lion fish was indeed stunning. Xiaowang Na and Yuehua would surely adore it. Considering how the two girls spent their days idly at home, after much internal conflict and some haggling, I eventually spent 120 to purchase 2 ready fish.as for the premium and top-grade ones. They were entirely out of my budget that I felt that if I lingered too long, the owner would come looking for payment again, so I quickly made my exit though. I nearly forgot that I should head to the blood bank first. But it didn't matter. Given my current skills and the security capabilities of certain institutions, sneaking in with 2 fish to steal a blood bag should not pose much of a problem. With a swift leap over the wall, I made my way towards the blood bank under the cover of night. I had infiltrated this place over 20 times in the past 6 months and was now thoroughly familiar with it. In fact, aside from the first time I had to pick the lock, I had opened the blood bank door with a key every subsequent time. Can you believe it? Those security guards, who only cared about sleeping at night, had no idea that I had pilfered the keys from their pockets and returned them without them waking up. Heaven knows what purpose they served out, of course. This also indicated that my skills were becoming increasingly impressive. While I might not rival a professional assassin, I could certainly outshine a petty thief. However, tonight, something unexpected occurred. As I approached the entrance, I was taken aback to find the blood bank door ajar. Squinting my eyes, I discerned movement within. Could there be someone inside? No, wait. I wrinkled my nose as my expression turned cold that a commotion erupted from within the blood bank, as if something had been knocked over, startling the patrolling security guards. That I quickly slipped into the shadows by the door. A shadow darted out, moving swiftly but somewhat unsteadily, before vanishing into the night, with several guards in hot pursuit behind. Fortunately, they did not notice me, and amidst the chaos, I slipped into the blood bank. Quickly snatching a few blood bags to tuck into my clothing, that I remembered that Wang Na preferred type O blood, while Yuehua was relatively fond of type AB.AS. I exited the blood bank. I noticed that the shadow had already scaled the wall. That I frowned at its retreating figure. This individual was one of my kind. The moment I recognized him, I realized he was a newcomer, devoid of any demon power, and it seemed he hadn't eaten in quite some time, as he emanated a foul odor. I had no idea who he was or what this meant. I could only hope that he would not disrupt my tranquil life. Daddy's back? Little Wang Na exclaimed joyfully as she dashed out and leaped into my arms, planting a kiss on my cheek. Just from that kiss, and the radiant smile on her face, the hardships of my day felt worthwhile. No matter how tired I was, it mattered not, especially as I lifted the plastic bag containing the 2 lion fish. Watching her wide-eyed delight, it was simply adorable. So beautiful. I love it. Thank you, Daddy. Another sweet kiss followed, and the little girl rushed into the bathroom with the 2 fish. I hope she knows to use a basin for them, rather than dumping them into the toilet. Back already? So early? Yuehua emerged from the bedroom, though her expression was less than pleasant, for I was only carrying a few blood bags and no food. Chapter 71. Fish and sorry, there was a little hiccup, I said awkwardly, scratching my head as I opened the refrigerator to store the blood bags. Feeling soft-hearted again. What was it this time? Did the target have a loving girlfriend? Or perhaps a well-behaved, adorable child? Or an elderly relative to support? Yuehua smiled wryly. She had grown accustomed to my frequent reluctance to act on certain inexplicable reasons. Forget it. Just find another target. I found some wanted criminal profiles online today. You can check them out tomorrow if you have time. All right. This time, try not to mess it up. We have no food reserves left at home. And Wangna has tea eaten today. Got it. Do you want me to accompany you? No need. I can handle it. I nodded firmly and turned to head into the kitchen, pouring a bag of fresh blood into 3 cups. Though it wouldn't quell my hunger, it would at least sustain my demon power for a while. To be honest, I felt quite guilty towards Yuehua. Her demon power was recovering so slowly, largely because I often failed to bring back food. Although she had never voiced any complaints, I felt. Suddenly, a thought struck me. If she had chosen to follow Li Tianchen back then, perhaps her demon power would have fully recovered by now. And she wouldn't be living in this impoverished little unit, devoid of even a television, with a second-hand laptop as the only luxury. It's all right. I don't mind, she had said. Perhaps she truly didn't mind. But the problem was that I did. And I hadn't seen her genuinely smile in a long time. At the table, I was poring over a stack of profiles, determined to make a careful selection, knowing I had to be ruthless tomorrow. By the way, you might want to pay attention to this person. Although he is not on the police wanted list, it seems he has been doing quite a few bad deeds behind the scenes thanks to a family member in a position of power. He has even killed over monetary disputes and extorted numerous women. Check it out tomorrow, and if it's true, let us choose him. Yuehua suggested as she leaned closer, meticulously detailing the information. Sure, I nodded vigorously, inhaling the fragrant scent of her hair, feeling a wave of contentment. For someone like me, there were certain things I could never possess. Just being close was enough to be grateful. Hey, I'm talking to you. Don't zone out, Yuehua said. Slightly irritated, I quickly nodded in acknowledgement, but still couldn't concentrate. It had been half a year, and I had fallen deeply in love with this celestial beauty. As for the things I had done in the past, let us forget them. They were unimportant. Back then, I had been ensnared and manipulated by nearly everyone, and she had merely been one of the lesser offenders. Besides, we had fought side by side, escaping together, and ultimately found solace in each other's company. Perhaps that was what fate meant. Even if it was just a sliver, it was enough for me to cherish. By the way, has your demon power improved at all in the past few days? Yuehua suddenly asked. Although she wasn't particularly gentle with me, she often posed caring questions that warmed my heart. Not really. It seems to be the same, I replied, scratching my head awkwardly, then suddenly recalling something. But I've felt this itchiness in the area of my demon power lately. Itching? Could it be that you're about to break through? Yuehua's expression brightened. Not exactly. There are no black spots appearing. Just a really annoying itch, and it's not my skin. It's my demon power that itches. I scratched my head awkwardly again, unable to resist reaching back to scratch. Demon power itching? Strange. Is it your wings or your tail spine? Let me take a look. Yuehua reached out, intending to help me remove my clothing. Huh. No, that's the tail spine. It's not the kind of area. Uffed. What's there to be shy about? Yuehua said as she unfastened my waistband, scrutinizing my backside with great curiosity, her delicate fingers poking and prodding. Stop, stop. Don't poke. I wiped the cold sweat from my brow, suppressing a strange feeling rising within me that I truly didn't understand why the sensitive areas of a corpse demon would be located on the demon power and only become sensitive when in a non-combat state. Whether it was the 2 feathers on my back or the stinger on my backside, any touch would cause I couldn't help but let out a moan, prompting Yuehua to roll her eyes and give my backside a playful slap. After all, she hadn't been human for quite some time and had grown accustomed to certain things. I couldn't help but let my thoughts wander. Had she ever engaged in such intimate acts with Li Tianchen or other corpse demons? I sincerely hoped not. Did that mean I was her first intimate man? I wished it were true, even if I was the only one feeling shy. Huh, what is this strange pattern? Yuehua suddenly exclaimed. What? What pattern? I asked, bewildered. I don't know. Let your demon power out for a moment. I have a feeling that your demon power seems on the verge of splitting, she replied. No way. I felt a chill run down my spine. This was my only tail spine. If it were to break, I would be even worse off. I hurriedly gathered my demon power, allowing the pitch-black tail to grow rapidly, and dashed into the bedroom to examine it in the mirror. Indeed, there were fine, grayish-white stripes appearing on my demon power, stripes that would go unnoticed unless one looked closely. What is this? I exclaimed in shock, but Yuehua shook her head. She had never seen such markings on her own demon power. Not even back in her prime. Is it possible that my demon weapon is on the verge of degeneration due to insufficient nourishment over the past few days? Or perhaps the exhaustion from recent exertions is overwhelming my body. Could it be that the previous injury was too severe and has yet to heal completely? Or is it some peculiar disease? Do corpse demons even fall ill? Both Yuehua and I pondered countless possibilities. Yet we could not fathom the nature of this grayish pattern. Even Wang Na, curious as she was, approached us, yet she too had never encountered such a phenomenon. Damn it, I suddenly found myself reminiscing about Qin Lan. If that old man were here, he would undoubtedly be able to elucidate my current bizarre state. Come, let us collide our demon weapons gently. Don't exert too much force that I want to sense any anomalies in your demonic energy fluctuations, Yuehua suggested. I promptly agreed and returned to the living room. That a dull thud resonated as both Yuehua and I took a step back, our expressions shifting to one of astonishment as we stared at each other. Her surprise stemmed from the fact that this collision had revealed two distinct energy fluctuations. This was to be expected, considering I possessed the genes of both Li Tianqin and Xiaohua within me, just varying in quantity. My astonishment, however, arose from the sight of several minute cracks emerging along the grayish pattern on my demon weapon that I was nearly moved to tears, desperately retracting my weapon. How could this happen? Why is it cracking? I exclaimed. While Yuehua shook her head, entirely perplexed by the cause. In truth, the itchiness on my demon weapon had persisted for over a month, as had the grayish pattern. It was merely that I had refrained from engaging in battle recently, thus failing to notice the issue. The itchiness was a consequence of the pattern, but what was the pattern's origin? I was at a loss, filled with dread at the thought of my demon weapon failing one day, which would revert me back to my former, weaker self, perhaps even beyond recovery. The tail spine was of utmost importance to me. Though it was singular, it represented the essence of my demonic energy. The wings, on the other hand, were not particularly strong due to the limited gene contribution from Li Tianqin. In combat, I relied on the tail spine's energy to amplify the wings' power. In essence, with this tail spine, I was a three-piece demon weapon or even a dual-attribute corpse demon. Without it, I might struggle to exert even the power of a single piece, descending into utter weakness. Yet now, the tail spine was on the brink of cracking, and I could hardly contain my sorrow, for I treasured my current strength immensely, knowing that it could not be further augmented. The loss of it was a thought too dreadful to entertain. Do not fear just yet. It may simply be due to inadequate nourishment and physical weakness, Yuehua mused, furrowing her brow. Tomorrow, no need to elaborate. I would certainly identify the most suitable target from the list and ensure a successful hunt. Hopefully, a hearty meal would mend the cracks and patterns on my demon weapon. However, both Yuehua and I were mistaken. This bizarre state was not a result of weakness, but rather due to my condition being fundamentally different from that of a typical corpse demon. Ordinary corpse demons merely needed to consolidate their demonic energy when utilizing their weapons, whereas I had to do far more than that. Every time I harnessed my demonic energy, I was merging and amplifying the powers and genes of Li Tianqin and Xiaohua within me, triggering the maximum enhancement effect. It was precisely this that allowed me to surpass those with more pieces of demon weapons. Yet, this very amalgamation and fusion seemed to be the source of the gray patterns. As those two genes were entirely disparate, the collision and amplification appeared to be the cause of the fissures in my tail spine, akin to two tornadoes colliding, while they may ultimately converge into a more formidable storm. The chaos unleashed during that process was cataclysmic. Of course, all of this transpired within the recesses of my being, deep within my genes, so my immediate sensations were not particularly intense. Moreover, only the tail spine exhibited changes, while the wings remained unaffected. My demonic energy was fundamentally based on Xiaohua, and each collision began with the tail spine, subsequently transmitting the amplified energy to the wings. The theories of demonic energy involved were beyond my comprehension. Even Yuehua was unaware. And perhaps even if Qin Lan were resurrected, he would struggle to explain the occurrence. Yet, that old man was a veritable encyclopedia of corpse demons. Relying solely on his experience, he might provide me with an answer. The answer being that my tail spine-type demon weapon was undergoing a process of fission. However, what the ultimate outcome of this fission would be remained a mystery to all. By the way, I suddenly recalled something, my expression turning grave. There are others of our kind in the city. I encountered one tonight. Yuehua paused, her eyes widening with concern. What level? Is it powerful? How many? Yuehua was visibly anxious, as interactions among corpse demons could be fraught with tension. a fact evidenced by Yang Bin and Li Tianxin's persistent desire to devour me. Even Lin Feng had nearly faced a tragic fate of being consumed by his companions before departing for Wuhu, thus fostering an intense yearning for strength to safeguard himself. Moreover, with Yuehua, Wang Na, and myself, we constituted a veritable feast in the eyes of certain ruthless corpse demons. My dual attributes were particularly coveted, while Wang Na's charm was simply irresistible, often leading me to contemplate devouring her. As for Yuehua, being a seven-tailed corpse demon, she was akin to a nourishing broth, which explained why Luo Tianjin relentlessly pursued her, even though she had sustained injuries, leaving her with only two tails. Her ability to protect herself was severely compromised. Fortunately, the so-called companion was merely a newcomer, solitary and remarkably weak due to insufficient nourishment. Just a newcomer. Yuehua mused, her eyes narrowing as a thought crossed her mind. You'd best not entertain any notions regarding this. I interjected, my brow furrowed that I seldom spoke to Yuehua in such a firm tone, nor did I often refuse her requests. But this matter was different. I knew Yuehua likely entertained thoughts of consuming the newcomer to restore her own injuries. Perhaps even considering Li Tianxin's method of transforming and then devouring him. I can assist you in whatever you desire, provided it is within my capabilities. However, I absolutely will not permit this, I declared through clenched teeth. Resolute even if it meant antagonizing Yuehua. Oh, I was merely contemplating, but what if that corpse demon is truly despicable? More so than Yang Bin. That would not suffice. What if he has taken many innocent lives? What if he was a butcher in his human life? Absolutely not. I find the idea of consuming our kind utterly repugnant. I frowned. The notion of devouring one's own kin was my greatest taboo. Not solely due to Li Tianxin and Yang Bin's intentions to consume me, but also because I had gradually come to accept the consumption of humans by corpse demons, even reconciling with the likes of Luo Tianjin consuming corpse demons. As we did not belong to the same race. However, the thought of humans consuming humans or corpse demons consuming their own kind was intolerable. It transcended cruelty and veered into the realm of grotesqueness. Very well, let's leave it at that. The decision is yours, Yuehua acquiesced, slowly sipping her drink. The woman's demeanor astonished me. She had once spoken with such pride, yet now she readily yielded to my counsel. What did this signify? Had she, perhaps, begun to acknowledge my role as the head of our household? Suddenly, a thought struck me. If I were to command her as the head of the household to engage in intimate acts with me tonight, would she acquiesce? Alas, I lacked the courage, and I had misjudged the situation. Even if you do not wish to pursue that matter, you should at least meet him. Whether to expel or to take in requires a decision. After all, considering you are now the administrator of corpse demons in this city, Yuehua advised so, she had not accepted my position as the head of the household. Rather, she had begun to view me as an administrator. When did I become an administrator? I asked, utterly bewildered. The identity of a corpse demon administrator is not strictly defined. There is no need to report to anyone. As long as you are the strongest corpse demon in the city and others are willing to heed your command. You are the administrator, Yuehua replied with a languid tone that I was left speechless, astonished that I had inadvertently become an administrator akin to Li Tianxin. But was my strength truly sufficient? There was no stringent criterion for sufficiency. I had witnessed administrators in smaller towns and villages with merely 2 pieces of demon weapons. Although they only managed their own affairs, sweat trickled down my brow. What significance did such an administrator hold? Was there any difference from being a single man? But I wasn't much better off. Merely responsible for my own family, and even that was nominal, unable to engage in intimate acts. Yuehua elucidated that being an administrator was not an exalted position. It merely entailed maintaining order among the corpse demons in the city and adhering to basic rules, such as refraining from killing or consuming other corpse demons and assisting those unable to hunt. That I already met these criteria. Additionally, one must possess the utmost strength, as corpse demons revered the powerful. A point I met since Yuehua had yet to regain her strength, and there were no other corpse demons in the city for the future. That remained to be seen. Another crucial aspect was establishing the upper limit of corpse demons in the city to ensure that normal predation did not disrupt human societal order and that we remained undetected by any secret task forces. Nanjing is currently devoid of any covert mobile units stationed here, at least for the time being, which grants me a certain degree of ease regarding this matter. As for the population cap of the undead, I find myself utterly perplexed. It can be determined based on human density and city size, or according to your personal preferences. Some administrators prefer to surround themselves with numerous subordinates for the sake of ostentation, thus setting a higher limit. Of course, the prerequisite is that you must be able to manage them effectively. Conversely, there are administrators who favor tranquility, establishing a limit that is quite low. For instance, in a city the size of Chengdu, the cap is set at merely 5, due to the solitary nature of the local administrator. In any case, you are now the administrator, and everything is at your discretion. Yuehua remarked nonchalantly, by the way. The most crucial point is that you must possess the strength to maintain your position as an administrator. Otherwise, should a formidable individual arrive, they could easily usurp your authority. Initially, I was captivated by the conversation. But as it progressed, I found myself forced to smile in resignation. What power do I possess to safeguard my authority? I fear that even a few individuals wielding 5 or 6 pieces of demonic weaponry could reduce me to a state of begging for mercy. Thus, it seems likely that my tenure as an administrator will be short-lived. However, that is a matter for the future. For now, since I reside in Nanjing and am begrudgingly considered its administrator, it would be prudent to meet with the newcomer. I'll accompany you, Yuehua offered. If they turn out to be an unremarkable individual and wish to avoid disrupting our normal lives, then simply send them away. A newly appointed one is hardly a cause for concern. Furrowing my brow, I refrained from responding to Yuehua's words. I genuinely do not wish to be disturbed. Yet the newcomer reminds me of my own past, lying at home, struggling in agony, tears streaming down my face. That I hope he is a despicable character, for I fear I might inadvertently show compassion. Currently, I can barely look after Yuehua and Wang Na, let alone extend help to other undead beings. Unfortunately, my assumptions were misguided. He is not a despicable character at all, but rather, he is even more pitiable than I once was. Sitting in a dark corner, sipping stolen blood, he gazes wistfully at the sky, his expression so sorrowful it evokes tears. That he once harbored a profound hatred for the undead, yet ironically, he has become one. Countless times, he sought to end his miserable fate, but his heart would not allow him to do so, ultimately surrendering at the last moment. After all, life is a singular gift. To live is better than anything else. Yet, is this existence truly worthwhile? It feels like a fate worse than death. Even Yuehua misjudged him, for he is not an easily dealt with newcomer, although he has gone too long without sustenance, rendering his body weak to the point of absurdity, and there are no signs of his demonic weapon being activated. There lies a massive double-edged 3-bladed axe in the corner beside him. It is not his demonic weapon, but rather a symbol of his former identity. Tomorrow, let us first hunt, and then seek out this newcomer. I made my inaugural decision as an administrator, unaware that this choice would nearly lead me to. I had not anticipated that the colossal axe would strike me, impacting my nearly fractured demonic weapon. By the way, could you also check my demonic weapon for me? See if there are any gray markings or signs of impending fracture, Yuehua suggested after finishing the blood. That might not be appropriate. My face flushed crimson. Yet, Yuehua, unfazed, lifted her skirt and removed her delicate white lace underwear, turning her back to me and asking, "How does it look? Are there any markings? Any signs of cracks?" I was at a loss for words, desperately covering my nose and shaking my head, nearly expelling the blood I had just consumed. "Is there nothing? Then try poking it with your finger to see if you feel anything unusual," Yuehua frowned. What a ridiculous notion. Poking it with my finger is undoubtedly the most peculiar thing. Nevertheless, I hesitantly extended my hand, trembling as I pressed it against her tail spike, giving it a gentle poke and squeeze. A sound escaped Yuehua's nostrils, whether a moan or a muffled groan, and her waist quivered slightly, as if she found it quite pleasurable. I had indeed guessed correctly. This is undoubtedly the sensitive area for all undead beings. Imagining the expression Yuehua must have at this moment, I felt a flush of heat in my nose, my entire body beginning to warm. "So did you feel anything odd?" Yuehua turned her head to ask. "No, nothing at all." I fervently shook my head, hoping she would hasten to don that white lace garment once more. "Are you certain?" "Not a single thing." "I am certain, 100% certain, sister. Please stop tormenting me." I was on the verge of tears from frustration. "Very well," Yuehua sighed. Turning back to her bedroom, with a loud click of the door shutting behind her. In that moment, I thought I glimpsed a blush rise on her face, and even a hint of a sigh in her gaze. Why was that? Did she desire her demonic weapon to manifest markings? At the time, I could not comprehend the reason, until much later, when I encountered another female undead, who revealed to me that Yuehua's actions today held implications for female undead beings. Alas, ordinary people are indeed ordinary. Even when opportunities lie before them, they fail to seize them. Burdened by the memories of Yuehua and Wang Na, I turned and rushed into the bathroom. Yet this decision cannot be deemed erroneous. For I understood that Yuehua has always been grateful for the times I risked my life to save her, as well as for my attentive care over the past 6 months. Thus, she yearned to repay me, even if she harbors no affection for me, not a trace. Yet I genuinely hope this is not merely a singular act of gratitude, perhaps due to my foolishness. Or perhaps because it is the least semblance of dignity I possess as an ordinary person. On the balcony, a woman gazes up at the night sky, her complexion as luminous and translucent as jade. The silvery moonlight casting her silhouette in exquisite relief. Her eyes are profound, imbued with a hint of the undead's characteristic crimson glow, and her expression is soft and alluring, akin to petals in spring or dew glistening in the morning. I cannot fathom what it is like to behold a celestial maiden gazing at the moon, yet I find this moment utterly sublime. Once upon a time, I believed Xiaohua to be the most beautiful woman in the world, only to realize how gravely mistaken I was. Her visage mirrors that of Yuehua, yet their auras are worlds apart. Xiaohua exudes an air of pride, even a certain fierceness, while Yuehua remains as cold as ice. Oh no. Perhaps she is not cold, but simply possesses a cool demeanor, disinclined to always display her delicate charm. I suddenly imagined that if I were a director, I would undoubtedly cast Xiaohua to portray a 1,000-year-old female ghost. And she would require no acting. Her formidable presence would suffice. As for Yuehua, she is the epitome of the ethereal fairy in my heart. I truly do not understand why Li Tianxin would fall in love with Xiaohua. But if it were me, or indeed any man, I am certain they would choose Yuehua. She is utterly perfect, nearly flawless, so exquisite that one hesitates to approach, fearing to taint her with even a speck of dust. Leaning against the windowsill, I found myself entranced. Yuehua, too, appeared lost in thought, likely contemplating Li Tianxin. Alas, beautiful women are always drawn to handsome men, even if those men are hypocritical and have caused harm to them and others. Chapter 73. I seek to grow stronger. My name is Li Yang, and ordinary people can only silently watch and love. Even if the beautiful ones have hurt them, they will continue to dream of them, dreams that remain just that. With a sigh, I turned and walked back inside, thinking that if I wished to dream, it would be far easier to do so in slumber. Li Yang, are you still awake? Yuehua asked, turning her head. Yes. I can't seem to sleep. I wanted to enjoy the night breeze, but I feared disturbing you. I replied sheepishly, scratching my head. Yuehua smiled softly, beckoning with her hand. Then let us go out together for some fresh air. And perhaps chat a bit. Sure. I dashed out without a second thought, still in disbelief, and even grabbed 2 small stools. This was the first time Yuehua had smiled at me since that incident at the restaurant, although she had intended to ensnare me then. This time, surely it would be different, I was convinced. By the way, regarding that incident, I have yet to find an opportunity to apologize to you, Yuehua sighed. Back then, I believed your presence had harmed him, which made me angry, yet I never realized that the one truly suffering was you. I am truly sorry. Ah, it's fine, it's fine. I've long since forgotten. That was quite some time ago. I feigned magnanimity. Though I remember it vividly. It is just that it is difficult to hold her accountable, much like how most men cannot bring themselves to speak harshly to a beautiful woman. It is better to forget. After all, we rely on each other now. Some things are best left in the past, Yuehua murmured. By the way, Li Yang, what are your plans for the future? Future? I haven't really thought about it. Isn't the present fine? I scratched my head. In truth, I find the present quite satisfactory. I wish to continue living this way forever, even if it is a bit exhausting or painful, as long as I have her and Wang Na by my side. Everything is worthwhile. Come on, you are a man. How can you not have any ambitions? Yuehua said, her expression suddenly turning somewhat sorrowful, adding, do you wish for us to hide indefinitely, only to flee at the first sign of discovery? I do not wish for that. But at times there are matters beyond our control. However, rest assured, I will do everything in my power to protect you and Wang Na. I swear it. I declared with determination. With what will you protect us? Yuehua frowned. That expression, that seemingly accusatory tone, pierced my heart deeply. Indeed, what right have I to vow to protect them? I find myself utterly incapable of safeguarding my own existence. Unlike the formidable eight-winged warriors such as Li Tianqin, I am but a wretch. Suddenly, the memory of Luo Tianjin surfaces in my mind, the perverse entity who once loomed before me like a vengeful specter. What would I do if he were to confront me again? The only recourse I could envision would be to stand in front of Yuehua and Wang Na, allowing myself to perish before them. But what purpose would that serve? I am sorry, I uttered bitterly, perplexed as to why I offered such an apology, merely feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness within. You need not apologize. In truth, you have performed admirably, saving me on numerous occasions. This I remember. The issue lies not in your efforts, but in our collective weakness, she replied. When we were human, our frailty was inconsequential. We could merely jest about being slothful parasites. However, now that we have become corpse demons, remaining weak means we face a dire fate. You must have grasped the brutal reality of the world of corpse demons these past few days. Its cruelty is unfathomable. Liang, do you wish to grow stronger? Strong enough to withstand all cruelty, to defy those who seek to humiliate and slay us. I understand that this is a daunting and arduous path, yet, in truth, it is not merely our desire to become stronger. It is the merciless world that compels us to do so. Only by continually growing in strength can we hope to survive, Yuehua murmured. I wish to, I exclaimed almost without hesitation. But I immediately followed with a bitter smile and a shake of my head. This was not a sign of weakness, nor was it an aversion to hardship. I could labor tirelessly, moving thousands of bricks without complaint, endure countless punches each night without a murmur of fatigue. Yet, I remain at a loss regarding how to elevate my own strength that I have tried. Since escaping home, I inquired with Yuehua about methods to hone my demon power, rising before dawn to train and toiling late into the night. Yet to no avail. As Qinlan noted, the dual attribute transformation has drained all my potential. I cannot muster even a modicum of demon-powered, and my capacity is limited, unable to contain even a single drop more. I know Yuehua looks down on my weakness, and I share that disdain, but what can I do? Aside from cursing Li Tianqin, that damned bastard, I am utterly powerless. In fact, Liang, there are multiple avenues to strength. Yuehua suddenly turned to me with a smile. To be precise, true power does not solely depend on your own abilities, but also on the strength of your companions. If you can forge a potent and united force, your individual weakness becomes inconsequential. Companions? Are you referring to you and Wang Na? I inquired with furrowed brows. Yes and no. That if I could swiftly regain my 7 tails, my power would undoubtedly surge. Wang Na has considerable potential as well, with diligent training. She could develop into a 7 or 8-tailed demon. However, my point extends beyond that. Liang, do you realize that you currently possess an excellent opportunity? In this vast city of Nanjing, we are but a handful of corpse demons. And there are no covert task forces stationed here. You, at this moment, are the city's administrator. Your strength is not negligible. You barely qualify as an administrator, and besides, you have me and Wang Na to assist you. If we establish this city as our stronghold and seize this opportune moment to seek out companions, we could amass a formidable force. Perhaps then, we need not fear being hunted down. Even if we do not wish to engage in conflict, self-preservation should be within our grasp. Yuehua's words left me utterly astounded. Such thoughts had never crossed my mind. I had only ever contemplated evasion, focusing solely on surviving. Even my occasional acts of resistance stemmed from desperation, that I had lamented my ill fate without ever considering the possibility of standing up against it. Indeed, it is difficult for me to grow stronger, yet as Yuehua suggested, I can rely on the strength of companions. With Yuehua by my side, along with Wang Na, I even recalled Lin Feng, who had been out of contact for half a year. I could seek out more companions, not for the purpose of slaughter, but for allies capable of ensuring our survival. That in truth, how powerful can an individual truly be, unless one possesses the strength of the legendary Chu Tian? It is nearly impossible to confront fate alone, but how many Chu Tians exist in this world? How many individuals like myself? I have come to a realization. I have discovered the path to strength. And I now understand how to combat the brutality of this world. The self-pity I have harbored will come to an end. That I took a deep breath, filled with resolve. Yuehua, you are truly brilliant. You have illuminated everything for me. Thank you. As long as you understand, rest well. Tomorrow we shall commence our preparations. Yuehua smiled. Very well, we shall begin tomorrow. I eagerly responded, turning to enter the house, but after a couple of steps, I paused, furrowing my brow once more. Yuehua, why are you helping me so much? Wouldn't it be better for you to be the administrator yourself? What does it matter? We are companions now. It matters not who takes the role. Besides, you have saved me countless times, Yuehua playfully replied. Of course, this is not a repayment. I merely believe you to be someone truly worthy of reliance. I was genuinely touched. Although this administrator position may not be particularly distinguished, the fact that she placed such value on me and deemed me dependable was a first for me. Without further ado, I returned to the house, my heart brimming with excitement. I needed to replenish my energy for the challenges of tomorrow. I would not let Yuehua's expectations down. Yuehua, however, did not return to rest. She continued to gaze at the night sky, lost in thought, pondering that handsome face, reminiscing about the figure she longed to rely on. Kid, do your best. I hope you can become as powerful as him. To be a true administrator like he is, Yuehua mused dreamily. That night, I dreamt a beautiful dream, envisioning myself hand in hand with a celestial-like woman as we walked toward tomorrow. The dream was so enchanting that I could not help but smile in my sleep. Alas, it was but a dream, for the woman harbored no thoughts of me, never had she, and her smile was merely a means to transform me into someone like him. I was uncertain if I could ever become that person. But I desperately wished to tell her, though I may not be handsome, though my strength may be lacking, though I am merely an ordinary individual, I am still me. My name is Li Yang. I do not aspire to be like Li Tianqian. Despite his formidable prowess and the admiration I hold for his 70 years of perseverance, I do not believe he is a competent administrator. Primarily, I disagree with his handling of Wang Na, allowing a young girl to wander aimlessly. I understand this stems from her inability to accept his coldness and lack of expression, yet this is a common flaw among children. Few children can truly comprehend the heartfelt intentions of adults. If we permit each and every one to roam freely, the world would be rife with abandoned orphans. Furthermore, there is the matter of Qinlan. I have never understood why Li Tianqian would take such a step that he could plot against me, could kill me, even consume me, yet he shows a peculiar restraint concerning Qinlan. The bond between Qinlan and Li Tianqian reminds me of the one Lin Feng shares with me. Perhaps even more profound, given their decade-long connection that in truth, Qinlan and Li Tianqian are vastly different in character, with considerable divergences in their handling of certain matters, yet she consistently defers to him. This cannot be merely friendship or admiration, but rather has ascended to a level of loyalty. I am uncertain whether Qinlan has truly perished. If so, how could Li Tianqian bear such cruelty? Regardless of the good he has done or the steadfastness he has exhibited, this single act is sufficient to obliterate all the brilliance of his life. And then there is my own situation. Though I shall refrain from discussing it, as it is widely known, I wish to assert that while I may not fulfill the role of administrator as proficiently or powerfully as Li Tianqian, there is one aspect in which I will undoubtedly surpass him: my appreciation for my companions. Today, I shall seek out my next ally, that individual on the verge of decay due to starvation. Provided he is willing to join me and meets the requisite qualifications, that I do not demand he be exceptionally strong. I only hope he remembers that he was once human. However, before that, there is another matter to attend to, as I am on the brink of madness from hunger. Upon waking this morning, I discovered that I had been gnawing on Wang Na's toes. Boss, this batch of accounts is all set. Please review them. A shifty-eyed thug grinned. Standing before an exceedingly rotund man, a figure so astonishingly corpulent that he could evoke both awe and despair, that I had seen many overweight individuals in my life. Female singers like Han Hong and male comedians like Sun Yu, but I believe they paled in comparison to the one before me. Have you ever encountered someone whose neck is thicker than another's waist? Is that even human? I dared not compare his waist to a water barrel for fear of slander. Chapter 74, Former Foes. Upon seeing him for the first time, Yuehua frowned. Shall we consider a different target? This fellow appears far too corpulent and seems quite unappetizing. A man so rotund that even corpse demons would hesitate to consume him. Perhaps he is truly without precedent. However, after verifying certain information, I resolved that he would indeed be my target. I do not harbor animosity toward the overweight. I merely detest his actions. The rotund man was counting a thick stack of banknotes, likely amounting to over 100,000. This was not protection money extorted by the underworld, but rather high-interest loans he had issued through his connections. Brother Zhou, this operation was executed with commendable efficiency, wasn't it? the young ruffian flattered. Hey, that woman still dares to ask me for a few more days' grace. Grace my foot. The new year is almost upon us. How can we not bring some money back to pay our respects to Brother Joe? Well done. But I've heard that old woman is quite difficult to deal with. The stout man squinted and inquired, how did you manage her? It was simple. I had my brother strip her daughter and carry her into the bedroom. In just a minute, the old woman was crying, willing to offer her kidney to Brother Joe. The property deed came out obediently, but that house is too dilapidated. Selling it would only cover debts. No chance for a hefty profit. Very well done. Here, take this to treat your men to some tea. The stout man nodded, counting out 20,000 and slapping it on the table, while the ruffian hurriedly expressed his thanks. By the way, is her daughter pretty? Did you let your men have their way with her? Not yet, since the debts are settled. What's the point? She's not particularly beautiful, but she is quite young, only 14 this year. If Brother Joe is fond of that sort, let's think of an excuse. I haven't returned the favor yet. Good job, good job. Then let us come up with another excuse. The stout man was so pleased that his eyebrows seemed to dance. By the way, what about that bastard I accidentally killed last week? Is everything sorted at his place? All taken care of. We dragged his old folks to the outskirts and kept them there all night. The next day, they all rolled back to their hometown. Damn, how dare a country bumpkin come to work and try to snatch women from Brother Joe? Killing him was no loss. Excellent. Here is another sum. Since the new year is fast approaching, wrap it up quickly. No need to return the money. Split it into 4 parts. One for Director Lee, one for Secretary Zhao, and what was the name of that little judge who helped to settle the case last time? He gets one too. The rest is for the brothers to celebrate the new year. All right. Thank you, Brother Joe. Be straightforward and swift, and no need to waste time. Just get the job done. If you can't squeeze out any money, take them to Lou Guzzi's clinic and have a kidney removed. You know what to do. Pulling Yuehua along, I hastily departed from that window, my eyes bloodshot as I lit a cigarette. I simply could not bear to listen any longer. I feared that if I continued, I might end up killing that thin fellow as well, and those officials too. I was even inclined to seek them out, including that little judge. Yet, Yuehua remained remarkably calm. She had seen such things countless times, if not 100, then at least 80 that the scum that Li Tianxin had disposed of was innumerable. She had grown accustomed to it. 100. 80. May I ask how old you are, miss? I was left dumbfounded, and Yuehua rolled her eyes, reporting an age that nearly made me faint. She had been a corpse demon far longer than Qinlan. Exceeding 40 years. I squatted on the ground, holding my head in silence for a while. The blow was too great. I had fallen for an old hag, but then again, mature women do have their advantages. After another 5 minutes, the thin fellow emerged from the room. I was unwilling to wait even a moment longer. I extinguished my cigarette and slipped inside with Yuehua. That show fellow was truly courting death. Thinking he could pursue I in the end. That night, I did not take action. Yuehua single-handedly dragged him into the bathroom tub and dismembered him. Before finishing him off, she inquired about his blood type. I knew she was eager to find more of her kind, especially since corpse demons were exceedingly rare in Nanjing. However, I firmly refused. Such scum, having committed heinous acts, would only sow chaos if turned into a corpse demon, that I had no desire to create a creature more repulsive than Luo Tianjin. We did not kill the stout man for money, but as we were leaving, I did pocket the stack of cash on the table. This way, I would not need to resort to selling bricks for a while. And perhaps, if time permitted, I would seek out the mother and daughter who had been forced into homelessness. You're no longer human. Why do you care about such matters, fool? Yuehua said exasperatedly. Perhaps I was a bit foolish. But I simply thought that with the new year approaching, if they had no home, it was truly tragic. Under the moonlit night, the blood station remained eerily quiet, with the security guard still slumped over his desk, fast asleep, beside which lay 2 small yellow books, perhaps recently used. Scaling the wall, the shadow slipped inside. Perhaps due to frequent visits, the familiarity of the route prevailed, or perhaps fortune favored him tonight, for he was not discovered by the patrolling guards. Soon, 2 bags of blood were stuffed into his embrace, and the shadow swiftly darted out. He hurried back to his usual alley, tearing open the blood bags and drinking desperately. He was famished, unaware of how much longer he could endure. The decay of his body was visibly evident. Regrettably, fresh blood was merely a beverage, insufficient to fill his stomach or restore his body. After consuming both bags, he still trembled, even lying on the ground convulsing in agony, tormented by hunger. This is useless. Fresh blood is merely a supplement. Without food, your body cannot function normally. A sigh echoed from atop the wall, startling him into raising his head, his pupils dilating. Who are you? A corpse demon, the man rasped. Shouldn't we call each other kindred? I scratched my head and leapt down from the wall. At that moment, I recalled my first encounter with Yongbin. Should I reveal my strength to intimidate him? I was finally going to bring a newcomer into the fold. Unfortunately, I was mistaken. The one who was startled was not him, but rather me. Gazing at my approaching figure, the man trembled, unsure whether from astonishment, fear, or perhaps rage. Do not be afraid. I will not harm my kind, and I merely wish to ask you a few questions. I attempted to present a friendly demeanor, even reaching out to pat his shoulder, but suddenly, a glimmer sliced through the night. This fellow actually dared to strike at me. Damn. Did he not realize he was merely a novice? I was equipped with 3 pieces of demon weaponry and dual attributes. Moreover, I was an administrator. However, as that gleaming weapon swung toward me, I was momentarily stunned. It was a dual-edged 3-blade axe. No, it was crafted from 6 pieces of carapace, a uniquely forged demon weapon. Cursed, I felt my hair stand on end, frantically twisting my body to evade the blow. Thankfully, this fellow's body was weak, and fortunately, I was agile. Thud, the axe crashed into the cement ground, creating a deep dent and a sprawling web of cracks. So impressive, are you truly a novice? I stared in disbelief, but the man did not respond. He merely struggled to raise the massive axe once more. Damn corpse demon. Die, he roared. What nonsense. Do you not realize you are also a corpse demon? I continued to retreat. His expression froze for a moment, a hint of sorrow surfacing in his eyes. He certainly knew, but, gritting his teeth, he swung the giant axe down again. Yuehua atop the wall suddenly froze. Although the man's appearance had changed completely, she could not recognize him, yet the design of that giant axe was too distinctive, etched deeply in her memory from their brief encounter. Be careful, he is an A-class officer of the secret mobile unit. Be cautious, he was the one who killed Gao Zicheng that night. Yuehua exclaimed. Recalling everything, this man was Gao Ao. I was stunned. I had never met Gao Ao before. Wasn't he a corpse demon? Why had he suddenly transformed into an A-class officer of the secret mobile unit? Was he one of our former enemies? Gao Ao seemed puzzled as well. He glanced at Yuehua, who had jumped down from the wall, and suddenly, a fierce snarl crossed his face as he charged forward. He remembered Yuehua. After all, they had clashed that night. Although his transformation into a corpse demon was not her doing, the resentment of having been plotted against alongside Gao Zicheng simmered within him. Damn, I quickly stepped in front, allowing him to strike me, but attempting to keep him from harming Yuehua. Well, even though Yuehua was not technically my woman, it did not matter to me. I considered her as such, with a forceful collision. Gao Ao stumbled back, and I swiftly pulled Yuehua behind me. There was no time to inquire further. The first priority was to subdue Gao Ao. I was mistaken again. Gao Ao, before becoming a corpse demon, had been an A-class officer. Even the orange demon-powered Gao Zicheng had fled in fear upon seeing him. As for me, I seemed to be even weaker than Gao Zicheng, and with only 2 pieces of demon weaponry left. Even Yuehua, who was struggling to protect herself, was of no help. Yet I instinctively overlooked this. All I could think was that Gao Ao was merely a newly transformed corpse demon, without any demon power. What was there to fear? I had just been spurred on by Yuehua's encouragement, and besides, I was the administrator of corpse demons in this city. Although only Yuehua and Xiao Wangna acknowledged my identity, that giant axe did not appear particularly formidable, did it? I instinctively spread my wings to shield myself, and even unleashed my tail to sweep out, that I even held back, as I did not wish to kill Gao Ao. Be careful, Yuehua's voice rang out. But I ignored it. Gao Ao's derisive laughter echoed, yet I continued to disregard it. The result, however, left me. Boom! The giant axe struck my wings, sending tremors through my entire being. Were those sparks? Or was it blood? A searing pain coursed through me, and as I staggered back, I stared in shock at my wings. On the right wing, a fissure had manifested, blood gushing forth violently. The left wing, though uninjured, was nearly immobilized from the shock. That was a colossal axe of 6 demon weapons. With a triumphant strike, Gao Ao raised the axe once more without retreating an inch, while I staggered back several steps, crashing into Yuehua's embrace. Are you all right? She exclaimed in alarm. I could only manage a bitter smile and shake my head. Unable to utter a word as I beheld Gao charging again, I gathered all my strength to condense my demonic energy, preparing to defend once more. From just the previous blow, I realized I could not withstand it, yet I could not evade. Wewa was right behind me. I had no choice but to extend my wings again while my tail spine instinctively braced itself before me. I could not tell if it was sheer coincidence or a cruel twist of fate, but as that axe descended, I finally managed to block it with all my might. Although I coughed up blood, I did manage to push Gao back, yet the strike landed precisely on the gray markings upon my tail spine. Chapter 75. Fracture Crack. The sound resonated sharply, leaving both Wewa and me momentarily stunned. Yet, immediately after, a cacophony of cracking noises ensued, and we stared in disbelief at my tail spine, which trembled desperately under the night sky as fine cracks appeared. Each cracking sound heralded a fracture. And suddenly, I let out a heart-wrenching scream. Collapsing with a thunderous crash, countless sprays of blood erupted from the demon weapon, and I writhed in agony. Howling toward the heavens, I endeavored to gather my demonic energy to mend the damage. But it was utterly futile. How could this be happening? My tail spine was undoubtedly stronger than my wings. Why had it shattered so suddenly? Was it that Gao's earlier blow was too ferocious? Or was my demon weapon simply too feeble? No, that couldn't be right. I had just fed. My demonic energy was abundant, and my body was in peak condition. So why was it those gray markings? Thankfully, Gao had been forced back and struck by Yuewa, who seized the opportunity to attack him, causing him to cough blood upon hitting the ground. Otherwise, had he come at me again in this moment, I would have surely perished. Liang, are you all right? How could your demon weapon? Yuewa frantically embraced me, but I was at a loss for words. I knew nothing except that the excruciating pain was driving me to madness. The gray markings on my tail spine had completely split open, blood mingling with a vile, unknown liquid that splattered forth, intertwining with something resembling silken threads that clung on within the fissures, seemingly unwilling to succumb to destruction. However, the force holding them together was woefully insufficient, as the first thread detached, followed swiftly by the second, then the third and fourth. It was impossible to halt the process. Amidst the cacophony of cracking, my tail spine demon weapon completely fractured, blood gushing forth as if from a fountain. The searing pain forcing me to curl up, releasing a series of pitiful cries. The scene was utterly bizarre and terrifying, akin to an earthworm being sliced in half, vertically no less. It felt as if my blood drained away in an instant, and the loathsome liquid followed suit. What flowed next was my demonic energy. From the shattered demon weapon, a multitude of scarlet and white hues surged forth. Leaving me dizzy and disoriented, I recognized this sensation as the draining of my demonic energy. A realization Wewa shared. She had experienced it when Luo Tianjin had stripped her of her demon weapon. Hold on. Hold on. Quickly gather your demonic energy. Find a way to mend it. Your demon weapon hasn't been completely severed. There is still hope, Yuewa urged. Hope for restoration? I was uncertain, for even Yuewa herself was in the dark. She had never encountered such an eerie predicament. It was exceedingly difficult to completely shatter a corpse demon's weapon unless there was a significant disparity in power, such as if Chu Tian's weapon were to cleave mine. Otherwise, even if uprooted, it would be challenging to destroy it entirely, at most revealing some cracks or varying-sized gaps. Yet, as long as one utilized demonic energy to repair it, it could be restored. But my situation was entirely different. It was not mere cracks or gaps. It was already split in two. Yuehua attempted to grasp my demon weapon, striving to force it back together. But it was futile. The moment she released her grasp, it would split apart again. The process gave her an uncanny feeling, as though the severed demon weapon repelled itself like magnets of the same polarity. She even sensed that the weapon wasn't simply cleaved but had autonomously fractured, with the strike merely serving as the catalyst. How could this be happening? Yuehua exclaimed, wide-eyed. The woman, exceptionally intelligent, instinctively considered the dual genes of Xiaohua and Li Tianqin within me. Could it be that these two genes could not fully merge, resulting in a repulsive effect akin to like poles, leading to this fracture? Yet my wings had not suffered such a fate, for they were comparatively weaker than the tail spine. On the ground, I was nearing unconsciousness from the pain. Restoration? It was utterly impossible. I could no longer consolidate my demon weapon that had split in two. All I could do was twitch and gasp, helplessly watching my demonic energy and blood flow away. First, stop the bleeding. Halt the flow of demonic energy. Restore the wound, Yuehua urged, her brows furrowing in anxiety. I hastily complied, layering my demonic energy over the fissured wound. But little did I realize that this was fundamentally the wrong approach. That it was akin to a person's finger being severed. If immediate surgery was performed, there was a chance to reattach it. But if one merely attempted to staunch the bleeding and apply ointment, or waited until a scab formed, restoration would be impossible. Yet I could not afford to dwell on that. If this continued, even if my demonic energy didn't deplete, I would die from the pain. A corpse demon could condense demonic energy to aid in healing their kin, so Wewa instinctively sought to assist me. But her furious roar sent tremors through her entire being. Not far away, Gao rose once more. Damn it! Wewa quickly positioned herself to block him, exclaiming, I'll hold him off, but it can't take too long. You must recover quickly. All right. I nodded vigorously, my heart heavy with despair. Was this truly how my first encounter as an administrator with a new recruit would unfold, reduced to this state by a newcomer? The humiliation was unbearable. I almost wished to abandon my status as a corpse demon altogether. Gao's massive axe demon weapon was formidable, immensely powerful, and Yuehua could barely withstand it. Fortunately, this brute was too weakened. His breaths labored. Moving at a snail's pace, in the midst of this struggle, she managed to keep him at bay. Two demon weapons swept horizontally, but they were mere feints. Without glancing back at the outcome, Yuehua swiftly dodged to the side. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck perilously close, severing a corner of her garment. Her movements were as graceful as a dancing butterfly, swaying left and right, eluding Gao's grasp. She remained formidable, even as her demon weapon faltered and her demonic energy waned. Her combat experience still shone through, forcing Gao to retreat repeatedly. Yet, the endurance provided by experience could not last indefinitely. In just 5 minutes, Yuehua's complexion turned pale, beads of sweat trickling down from her hairline. She appeared as enchanting as a water lily. Though this was hardly the opportune moment to admire her beauty, the bleeding ceased, and the loss of demonic energy halted. Gritting my teeth against the excruciating pain, I slowly stood, yearning to assist Yuehua, or perhaps escape with her. Alas, here I was, a dual attribute demon, formerly of the 7 tails, reduced to fleeing from a newcomer. 2 distinct genes, 2 divergent sources of demonic energy, collided and intertwined once more, igniting that ferocious demonic energy anew. I clenched my jaw and lunged forward, unaware that the gray markings on my recently minted demon weapon had resurfaced. Together, let's block him, push him back, then seize the opportunity to flee, I urged, and Yuehua nodded urgently. In that instant, our several demon weapons surged toward Gao. Boom! Gao was sent sprawling, convulsing momentarily before falling still. He was too weakened, having been knocked unconscious. Thud! Wewa stumbled back several paces, and I also collapsed onto the ground. Gasping for breath, the pain from my tail-spine demon weapons surged again, yet I forced myself to endure, grasping Yuehua's small hand, intent on fleeing. Wait! He's too weak. He's already lost consciousness. There's no need to escape, Yuehua exclaimed, her expression suddenly shifting as she gazed dazedly behind me. Wait, your demon weapon, what about it? I turned swiftly, only to find my expression morphed into one of despair. It had split yet again. It had become 4 pieces. Was this some sort of joke? Suddenly, I recalled the character Buggy from One Piece, fragmented into pieces, except his was due to a special ability, while I was merely beaten to a pulp. This was no longer a matter of humiliation. With my demon weapon in such a state, how was I to fight in the future, just when I thought I had regained some semblance of strength? I was being thrust back to my previous state of utter weakness. What is happening? What should I do? I instinctively sought Yuehua's counsel, yet she remained silent, staring blankly at my demon weapon, her gaze filled with complexity. Even peculiarity. In that moment, an unformed hypothesis sprang to her mind, and she bit her lip, asking, Li Yang, can you still continue to split? Split again. I nearly wept, setting aside the power I could wield in battle. My demon weapon had once resembled a fox's tail. While not particularly imposing, it had at least been visually appealing. Now, however, it resembled the tentacles of an octopus split into 4. If it were to split further, would it become as thin as a rat's tail? That would be so grotesque it would drive me to despair. Moreover, the splitting process was utterly repulsive. Aside from the blood, there was that sticky liquid, and some bizarre threads clinging to it. It brought to mind the plant cell mitosis we observed in biology class through a microscope. Was my demon weapon undergoing mitosis? I gazed skyward in utter disbelief. Even the pain felt distant now that I suddenly yearned to ask Li Tianxian what manner of transformation he had wrought upon me. What exactly was a dual attribute corpse demon, after the severing of its potential? How was it meant to grow? No one had the answers. I am uncertain of my standing as a dual attribute undead, yet I am willing to offer my blood as a libation to my kin, even to the extent of slicing a portion of my own entrails to accompany their drink. Such undead are truly scarce. This transcends the question of selfishness, even among parents and children. Regardless of the depth of affection, would one inflict harm upon their offspring simply because they whimpered for a taste of braised pork? Such a notion is inconceivable. The only conceivable scenario is one akin to Li Tianxin, who inflicts harm upon himself solely to concoct a restorative broth, consuming it once prepared. Undead of dual attributes birthed with such intentions would be immediately consumed upon formation, leaving no room for contemplation of future growth. Those like me, who have stumbled upon such fortuitous circumstances, have had Li Tianxin's original plans disrupted by Yang Bin and Wei Hua, and have managed to escape through the intervention of Luo Tianjin, navigating treacherous obstacles to evade the relentless pursuit of the secret mobile unit for a duration of 6 months. Furthermore, it has been previously stated how arduous the creation of dual attributes is, with the secret known to but a handful of undead. Aside from figures like Chu Tian, the formidable demon, and Li Tianxin, a seasoned administrator of over 70 years, perhaps only Qin Lan, a veritable encyclopedia, is privy to this knowledge. Beyond that, even Wei Hua initially struggled to grasp the situation. The odds? I have lost count of the zeros after the decimal point. Perhaps they are lower than the likelihood of a space shuttle colliding with a cartoon character. Indeed, a single term suffices to encapsulate my experience. Unparalleled. Thus, when I witnessed my weapon of the undead shatter, sitting dumbfounded amidst a pool of blood, no one could guide me on how to proceed next. Shall we call for help? I lamented, this being the only solution that sprang to mind. Wei Hua rolled her eyes in exasperation, kneeling beside me to conduct a thorough examination. While I was pleased by her concern, could she not adopt a demeanor less reminiscent of a mad scientist? It is rather terrifying, I must say. Reabsorb it and examine, Wei Hua suggested, and I hastily complied. Typically, in its retracted state, my weapon manifests as a diminutive tail spike. How to describe it? Perhaps akin to a short, adorable rabbit's tail, though sharper, of course, but upon reabsorption, Wei Hua erupted in laughter, and I was so mortified that I could hardly lift my head, feeling as if a flower were blooming upon my posterior. Must I henceforth bear 2 such blooms? Would that not render me the most flamboyant among the flamboyant? And why did Wei Hua feel compelled to touch it? She even laughed in a rather peculiar manner. Is this what they refer to as the legendary gentle caress of the flower? Silent yet smiling? Chapter 76. Hope shattered in that moment. With my rear end raised, I felt an overwhelming pallor envelop my existence. I suddenly yearned for death. Li Yang. Wei Hua finally adopted a serious tone, furrowing her brow. Can you continue to divide? Furthermore, if you have split into 4 pieces, will you not grow into 4 separate weapons? Stunned, I was taken aback by Wei Hua's hypothesis. Indeed, why had I not considered this? My potential for weaponry was insufficient to break the cocoon and birth a new form. Could division perhaps serve as a means of compensating for this void? Is the growth of dual attributes truly such? Do not move. Let me examine, Wei Hua exclaimed, suddenly grasping my rear die. Must endure, for she is merely a beautiful woman, not some brutish figure. Wei Hua, however, was devoid of any lewd thoughts. She merely released a fragment of her power, eyes closed and brow furrowed, as she attuned herself to the fluctuations within my weapon. By the way, have you mastered the power sensing technique I taught you last time? Feel mine as well. Wei Hua retracted her weapon. Another touch. I promptly covered my nose. Yet this time, Wei Hua did not lift her skirt or remove her lacy undergarments. She simply allowed me to sense through the fabric. Perhaps she no longer wished to engage in any intimate contact with someone like me, who bore a flower upon his rear. However, this sensation caused my expression to freeze, my brow knitting in confusion. Do you notice? Wei Hua inquired. Yes, entirely different, I replied, frowning. At that moment, Wei Hua possessed 2 tail spikes, gradually manifesting a third, albeit minuscule, and yet to grow. My perception of her weapon revealed that each spike was distinct, each one entirely unique. Of course, all were her own, and their power frequencies aligned, but the difference lay in how to articulate it. If one were to describe it in terms of heartbeat, then each of Wei Hua's weapons possessed its own distinct rhythm, even that which had yet to develop, its heartbeat entirely dissimilar to the others. As for me, though split into 4 pieces, the rhythm remained uniformly the same, as the division merely severed the weapon while the roots remained connected. It felt akin to Wei Hua bearing triplets, whilst I, in contrast, carried a conjoined monstrosity. What does this signify? I asked, bewildered. Yuehua smiled ruefully, shaking her head, even letting out a sigh that I grasped her meaning. It indicated that my hopes had been utterly dashed. My weapon had merely fragmented, devoid of the potential to grow into 4 distinct entities, signifying that I had not grown stronger, but had merely transformed into a peculiar being with a flower upon my rear and 2 feathers affixed to my back. After further contemplation, Yuehua furrowed her brow and informed me that while this fragmentation might not be inherently detrimental, aside from my pain, no adverse effects had been detected. My strength neither ascended nor descended. Moreover, my weapon was not a result of arrogance, but rather an autonomous division, commencing from the emergence of my gray markings. Why did this self-division occur? Yuehua could not elucidate, yet she posited that it might be my body's attempt to evolve in order to break through the dual attribute bottleneck. Is that feasible? I am uncertain, only hoping that her intent was not merely to comfort me. Let us set this matter aside for now. Presently, Yuehua's expression suddenly turned cold as she glanced towards the arrogant figure not far away, still lying there. Were it not for this individual and Luo Tianjin, we would not have been forced to flee here. Thus, let us eliminate him. Yuehua declared ominously. I would even relish the thought of devouring him. No. I quickly interjected. Did you not say you were seeking allies? Finding allies necessitates discernment, does it not? This individual is a cadre of the secret mobile unit, responsible for the demise of many of our kin. Even Gao Zicheng fell by his hand. Although that fellow was merely a loathsome scoundrel, we remain adversaries. In the face of Yuehua's rebuke, I shook my head. I have never considered the arrogant individual as my enemy. Rather, I feel a sense of kinship, even admiration for the secret mobile unit's valor in protecting humanity through bloodshed. Moreover, when I glimpsed the sorrow in the eyes of the arrogant one, I suddenly realized that I was not the most pitiable. He was. My plight merely amounts to misfortune, having unwittingly transformed into a monster, whereas he fought against monsters to safeguard humanity, inadvertently succumbing to the poison of the undead. In that moment, I could fully empathize with the despair that must have engulfed his heart. Former companions turned foes, erstwhile enemies remaining enemies. How profoundly lonely he must have been over the past 6 months. How did he survive alone? The fact that he could endure for half a year without consuming humans, merely resorting to blood bags, demonstrates an incredible tenacity. I want to help him, I proclaimed, gritting my teeth. Yuehua's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at me as though I were a fool. All right, I admit I have acted foolishly once more. Yet I cannot bring myself to slay him. I believe that someone like the arrogant one, who could even be deemed a hero, should not meet such a tragic end. You mentioned yesterday that I am the administrator. Hence I can make decisions, correct? I tentatively inquired. Yuehua rolled her eyes again, but ultimately nodded. Very well, it is your choice, but I harbor a deep dislike for him, so you absolutely must not bring him home. Furthermore, even if you wish to help, do you think he would accept it? Cadres of the secret mobile unit and undead are irreconcilable enemies. With that, Yuehua turned away, snatching the weapon from the arrogant one's grasp. This item is quite valuable. Should she learn its usage, it would undoubtedly enhance her strength significantly. As for me, I endured the pain and made a cursory cleanup of the battleground before shouldering the arrogant one and heading in another direction. My 6-month experience with bricks finally found its purpose. I am well aware of a newly constructed residential area that has yet to open for sales. It is devoid of any human presence. Ensuring he would not be discovered, I procured a sturdy iron chain, securing him to a stone pillar in the parking lot. Given his current weakness and having had his weapon taken by Yuehua, he should be unable to escape. I do not intend to imprison him. Rather, I wish to prevent him from irrationally seeking a confrontation with me before he accepts my persuasion and assistance. Even if he is unafraid of death, I fear that my weapon may continue to fragment. Although Yuehua has stated that division may not necessarily be a bad thing, and could even yield benefits if it increases, I believe it prudent to avoid reckless actions until clarity is achieved. After ensuring the arrogant one's safety, I left behind a half-pack of blood on the ground, along with a piece of recently procured entrails. I even placed a dagger in his hand, not for his self-defense, but rather for his potential self-harm, should he wish to do so. I understand that persuading the arrogant one will be an uphill battle. Yet I believe I can succeed, for when I consider his solitude and the suffering akin to my own, an ideal gradually forms in my mind. This is a vision that surpasses the so-called collective self-preservation spoken of by Yuehua. A more grandiose ideal altogether. If Gao Ao is indeed a man of integrity, I firmly believe he would readily embrace it. Come, let us continue our examination of your chrysanthemum. Upon returning home, Yuewa promptly dragged me into the bedroom, pushing me down, and began her scrutiny while even summoning little Wang Na to join. Being the subject of investigation by a beautiful woman and a young girl regarding my chrysanthemum is hardly an enjoyable experience. My face flushed crimson, and I felt on the brink of madness. Is the pain any better now? Yes, it has almost subsided. Any peculiar sensations? As Yuewa inquired, she poked and prodded, leaving me utterly speechless, biting down hard on the pillow. Sensation? Of course it felt strange. A certain part of my body was already as rigid as iron. Nearly breaking through the bed, I suddenly loathed my demonic weapon. Why must the sensitive spots be in such peculiar places? What if I were to become unexpectedly aroused in the midst of battle? Well, in combat, sensitivity would not be an issue. Only upon reduction would it manifest. Regarding this bizarre constitution, I was at a loss for words. Strangely enough, after my demonic weapon transformed into a small chrysanthemum, I found myself even more sensitive. Just a few prods from Yuewa rendered me incapable of enduring it, collapsing onto the bed, face flushed and gasping for breath. Even when Wang Na extended her little hand. Daddy's here is so strange. Why isn't Wang Na's? The little girl wore a curious expression. Clenching my fists, I trembled uncontrollably, barely managing to emit a rather peculiar sigh. A bit harder. With a sudden crack, 5 crimson marks appeared on my backside, and Yuehua, seething with anger, exclaimed, "We are trying to help you solve the issue with your demonic weapon. Please refrain from letting your imagination run wild." I don't wish for my imagination to run wild. But the problem is, please stop poking. I cried out in despair. You silly, why not just allow the demonic weapon to grow? Yuehua gritted her teeth. Oh right. I quickly complied, though I felt a twinge of regret. I actually wished for her to poke a bit more. Divided into 4 parts. While the quantity has increased, the power remains unchanged, still the totality of the demonic energy. But perhaps, can you attempt to control them individually? It's difficult, but with enough familiarity, it should be possible. I strained to gather the demonic energy, desperately attempting to manipulate the weapon to spread outwards before gradually drawing them back together. The sensation was akin to having but one hand, yet each finger could perform distinct actions. Is it truly feasible? Then try attacking me using the methods I suggested. Yuehua seemed intrigued. All right, I nodded, swiftly coiling the demonic weapon. Since we were at home, and the aim was merely to experiment, we didn't exert our full strength. Not even a tenth. However, when my attack landed, Yuehua was still taken aback. 4 half surged towards her from different directions, despite each half possessing only a quarter of the strength, the sheer number. The woman was momentarily stunned. She possessed merely 2 demonic weapons, and could not fend them off. Of course, I didn't truly strike her, but withdrew at the last moment, the 4 halves sweeping horizontally in sequence. My demonic weapon maintained the strength of just 1 tail, thus Yuehua only used 1 tail to block. Yet the outcome was, the first strike was weak, easily caught by Yuehua, but the second followed closely, leaving her no time to catch her breath before she had to brace for it again. When the second roar resounded, she instinctively quivered, yet the third one was already upon her. Boom, 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 boom. That was a series of 4 resounding blasts. The woman transitioned from steady reception to trembling, ultimately collapsing onto the sofa, utterly dazed. I too was astonished. The effectiveness was astonishing. Li Yong, are you certain you can keep splitting? Yuehua posed this question once more. Absolutely, as long as I wish to. 8 pieces, 16 pieces, perhaps even more. I nodded, my voice trembling with excitement. I had realized that as long as I collided the demonic powers of Xiaohua and Lishanchen, gray patterns would emerge upon the weapon, facilitating its division, theoretically allowing for nearly infinite splits. Chapter 77, Dawn, Infinite Splitting. At that moment, both Yuehua and I were struck by a revelation, simultaneously pondering a question. While the total power remains unchanged, the potential changes in battle with unlimited multiplication could be terrifying. Fearsome scarcely suffices to describe it. It is akin to comparing a typist using 2 fingers to one utilizing 10, 20, or even 100. With proper control, the difference in speed is self-evident. Currently, I possess merely 4 pieces, enabling attacks from 4 directions. But what if I had 8, 16, even 32, 64, or 128? My mind conjured an image of an immense net, even reminiscent of a tempest, though the power may not be overwhelming. And even if the split-off demonic weapons were as thin as needles, how could one defend against them? If you wield only 2 daggers, how would you fend off 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 needle-like attacks. Moreover, the variations are vast. Attacks could come from every direction or align in a row, exponentially compounding in ferocity. While the first, second, and third strikes could be easily intercepted, what of the fourth, fifth, the 100th, or 1,000th? Suddenly, a term sprang to mind. Dripping water wears away stone. Stone is undeniably harder and more robust than water. Yet a single drop may only create a ripple. However, over time, countless drops falling upon the same point will undoubtedly pierce through. Your total power remains unchanged, and the tail still bears the same amount of demonic energy. But Liang, I believe if you continue to split, and the accumulation becomes infinite, you will undoubtedly be able to shatter even the most resilient back-armored demonic weapon with ease. Yuehua spoke in a trembling voice. I share that sentiment. Thus, I swallowed hard. After splitting, you become stronger. Absolutely, unequivocally stronger. Yuehua gritted her teeth, forming a judgment, and I nodded vigorously in excitement. The strength gained from splitting does not arise from the demonic energy, but rather grants me a terrifying capacity for transformation. Unique and more fearsome than any corpse demon, Lishanshan is formidable, his absolute strength several times or even dozens of times greater than mine, yet he possesses only 8 demonic weapons, whereas I, even with just one tail, I can achieve an overwhelming numerical advantage through division. This evokes the image of a fierce tiger facing a pack of wolves, or even an elephant confronting a swarm of carnivorous ants. Not only Lishanshan, but even Chutian possesses merely 10 demonic weapons. Should I continue to split, I can undoubtedly suppress anyone through sheer numbers. Once again, my demonic weapon may not be strong, but when the quantity increases, no one can withstand it. In that moment, I trembled with exhilaration. Although this remains a theory, and currently I struggle to control 4 halves, the prospect of further division rendering me incapable of multitasking is daunting. Yet, I can practice. I have finally discovered a means to forge my strength. First, I shall master 4 halves, then 8. As long as I am relentless in my training, even if my demonic energy has reached a bottleneck. So what? I can surpass any formidable adversary through transformation, and I can devise even more attack methods, ones that are more challenging to defend against, more bizarre, even, like a human-shaped cannon. The 4 attributes of corpse demons each possess their merits. Wings are swift and fierce. Tails are agile and versatile. Back armor is sturdy and unyielding, while the scales and abdomen are relatively balanced across the board. Yet I seem to transcend these 4 attributes, with but one tail. I can achieve the effects of all 4 through transformation. Additionally, I possess a pair of wings. While not particularly strong and incapable of splitting, they allow me to take flight down a human-shaped cannon in the air. Such transformation would be even greater, stronger, and more terrifying. My mind was filled with visions of the future, seemingly illuminating a path forward. Congratulations. Yuehua smiled, stepping forward to embrace me. She too was thrilled at my discovery of a breakthrough method. Yet within her heart lingered a hesitation. At this moment, I no longer resembled any corpse demon but instead appeared as a peculiar, even bizarre new species. So, do I still count as one of the corpse demons? Am I still considered one of her kind? Perhaps this is yet another question without an answer. Rather than dwell on such matters, I am more eager to commence training my demonic weapon control and address the issue of Gaoao. Wan Na. Accompany Daddy to deliver food tomorrow, I said, resting my chin on my hand with a smile. Adopting Wang Na was undoubtedly the wisest decision. With her by my side, I am confident that persuading that fellow will be exponentially easier. In the underground parking lot, Gaoao had already awakened, silently sitting there in a daze. He had attempted to gnaw through the iron chains, but to no avail. He was far too weak. Unable to break free from his cocoon, and his claws and teeth lacked sharpness. On the ground lay half a bag of blood he had consumed, yet the internal organs remained untouched, having been kicked far away. I truly do not comprehend his thoughts. While he was willing to drink soda, why was he so adamant against eating bread? Well, fresh blood can be pilfered from the blood bank, yet the bloody internal organs signify that someone must have died. The dagger had already been picked up by Gaoao, who stared at it vacantly, hesitating whether to plunge it into his heart and end his life entirely. He had struggled many times, yet he could never muster the resolve. A soft voice echoed as little Wang Na timidly entered, the little girl shy but obediently following my instructions, bringing fresh blood and food. A child, Pride was momentarily taken aback, and then exclaimed, Don't come any closer. Go back. I might hurt you. For half a year, he had endured the overwhelming urge to bite down with ferocity countless times. It was quite remarkable that he had managed to resist for so long. I recalled how I had nearly bitten Sun Yun to death within a mere fortnight. Contemplating this, My admiration for him deepened, and I felt an even stronger desire to assist him. Do not fear. She is also a corpse demon, and has been so longer than you. You cannot harm her. I reassured him with a smile as I stepped into the parking lot. Is it you? You wretched monster. What do you intend to do by locking me up? If you have the guts, just kill me. Pride bellowed in fury. No. We are not monsters, nor is my father, nor Wang Na. We merely wish to live, came a bitter retort. Pride fell silent, instinctively sealing his lips. He could hurl insults at me without reservation, yet he was unwilling to disparage the gentle girl before him, who had even thoughtfully brought him food, which he would never touch, merely nudging it away with his foot. It is not right to waste food, and if you do not eat, you shall surely starve, I murmured. So what? I have long since died. Living in this state is worse than death. Dying again would make no difference. Want to die? It is quite simple. Did I not leave you a dagger? I said, a mischievous grin spreading across my face. Fine. Pride gritted his teeth, just as the words left his mouth. The dagger plunged into his lower abdomen, causing Wang Na to instinctively leap into my arms. Yet I continued to smile. This won't do. You see, the vitality of a corpse demon is far too robust. Entirely unlike that of a human. Merely slicing the insides a few times will not suffice to bring about death. Which organ did you just sever? The liver. Come now, pull sideways, then vertically, and stir it about a bit more. You. Hurry now, to the left should be the spleen, likewise to be minced. No, you must apply more force. It must be thoroughly pulverized. And don't forget the stomach, slice that as well. Speed up, you must finish before you lose consciousness. And the heart, thrust it in, twist the handle of the knife, sever the vessels, and completely crush the ventricles that if you can endure the pain, you might as well dig it out and stomp on it a few times. I resembled a mad doctor, instructing Pride on how to end his own life, laughing throughout the entire ordeal, while he trembled, unable to grasp the hilt of the dagger. Was it pain or fear? You lunatic monster. Pride roared that I shrugged my shoulders innocently. Please, you are the one who wishes to die, are you not? I am merely offering guidance on how to proceed. That I, in truth, for a corpse demon, living is far more challenging than dying. It requires greater courage. As I spoke, a sigh flickered in my eyes that I sat beside him and asked, if you are not in such a rush to die, may we converse for a moment? What exactly is a corpse demon? To humans, they are terrifying, repulsive, and monstrous abominations. Yet, in the eyes of some corpse demons, they no longer consider themselves human, but rather as evolved beings at the apex of the food chain, looking down upon all. These are two entirely divergent perspectives, adversarial and filled with animosity, where neither side perceives itself as wrong. However, I believe both viewpoints are flawed. Tianchen, Xiaohua, and even Weihua regard corpse demons as superior due to their strength, while Chu Tian, standing at the pinnacle of the world, views all beneath him as mere ants. Yet, I do not share this sentiment, for I am weak and cannot discern any superiority within myself. I only know the incessant pursuit by others, the need to flee, and the agony of hiding. Simultaneously, I believe many weak corpse demons harbor similar thoughts. As for that monstrous perspective, I concede that to humans, I am indeed a monster, but when I gaze upon Wang Na, can I truly label her as a monster? She is so innocent, so oblivious. In my eyes, corpse demons are neither terrifying nor disgusting, at least not entirely. They do not represent a higher form of life. Nor are they apex predators. In my heart, the term corpse demon is synonymous with tragedy. Life resembles a tea table, overflowing with tragedies. This phrase fits the plight of corpse demons perfectly. I wonder if Li Tianchen still remembers how he became a corpse demon. Perhaps time has dulled the memory. Or he has simply forgotten. Weihua too has likely grown accustomed to it over the years. But for me, it has only been half a year. Even upon waking each morning, I often daydream of returning to my former self, a life devoid of worries. Tranquil and safe. I believe no corpse demon willingly chooses to become what they are. At least initially, they share my sense of anguish and helplessness, much like Pride and Wang Na. Even now, Wang Na remains unable to accept the reality of being a monster. Whenever she hears the term, her delicate face flushes crimson, her lips tremble, exuding an air of pitiable innocence. I asked Pride what Wang Na was before she was bitten, and he replied, human. I then inquired why the secret mobile unit was willing to protect her before she was bitten, yet sought to kill her with such fervor afterward, wishing to destroy her. Is it Wang Na's fault for being bitten? Is it her fault for becoming a corpse demon? No, throughout, Wang Na has done no wrong. She is merely a tragic figure. Why should she be made to endure such horrors again? The Pursuit, the Scornful Existence Among Humans. Chapter 78. The oath. Her small body was already battered and bruised, even to the point of death. Why must salt be rubbed into her wounds? Simply because she was bitten? Or is it because she has become so pitiful that she no longer deserves compassion, so pitiful that she can be trampled upon at will? I questioned Pride on what basis he harbored hatred for Wang Na. What justification did the secret mobile unit have for wanting to kill her? If we disregard the term corpse demon, is it simply because she was unfortunate enough to be bitten by a monster? Pride was rendered speechless by this inquiry. I believe no one could provide an answer, hence, I sought none. Wang Na has lost her status as a human, her right to protection from the secret mobile unit. Even many of her fellow corpse demons would not stand up for her. The nature of the corpse demon race is harsh and devoid of mercy. The pursuit of power is ingrained, and for strength, they would even slaughter their kin without hesitation. So, I asked Pride again. Who can protect Wang Na? She is but a child. Who can extend a hand, even just a little, to help her survive? That is all. Pride remained unable to answer, his head drooping low. I can. If no one else is willing, I shall. I declared with fervent eyes. This was the vow I made the first time I laid eyes on Wang Na, and now that vow has evolved into something much greater. My desire to protect extends beyond this pitiful child in my arms to encompass all those who share our tragic fate, those who have lost all rights simply for being bitten. Those who have been stripped of their humanity. We have been forsaken by the entire world. The only reliance we possess is on one another. We harbor no grand ambitions, do not wish to stand atop the food chain. Nor do we aspire to become revered as the sole power. We merely wish to depend on each other and survive. It is undeniable that our existence conflicts with that of humans. For our sustenance stems from slaughter. Yet, if we so desire, we can choose to slay only those who have committed heinous acts. Grasping a piece of entrails, I tossed it into my mouth without a moment's hesitation. Chewing as I informed Pride that the owner of this organ did not deserve to be called human, depravity could scarcely capture his essence. By killing him, I was saving countless innocent lives. Is there a fault in this? Do not speak to me of legalities. I am merely a corpse demon. Why should I adhere to human laws? Absurd. I need only act according to the moral compass of right and wrong within my heart. Lastly, I asked Pride what the oath of the secret mobile unit entailed, to which he replied, to protect. But he has lost that right. No, you have only lost your qualification as a human, however. You have not forfeited this oath. You can still guard the weak, protect those you believe are deserving of safeguarding, regardless of whether they are human or corpse demon. The only question is whether you wish to do so, and whether you are willing. I wish to. I am willing, but I am too weak. I cannot face the cruelty alone. What about you? Will you help me? Use the oath you swore when you were an officer in the secret mobile unit. That so-called protection, this is the ideal I hold now, and the method by which I aim to persuade Pride. I understand this decision is challenging, and that you may not comprehend it yet. That is fine. I will give you time. Once you have thought it through, let me know. With that, I unshackled the chains binding Pride and placed the food once more before him. If you cannot accept what I have said, will you flee or continue to take your own life? It is up to you. I will not stop you. But if you come to understand, eat this. Only then can you live and possess the strength to protect others. I know it is repulsive, and you may find it intolerable, but I have already stated, dying is simple, a swift end. Yet living requires far greater courage. Now you comprehend the meaning of this statement, do you not? Upon finishing my words, I lifted Wang Na and exited, leaving Gao Ao seated alone, lost in thought, staring vacantly at the pile of entrails. I was uncertain when he would muster the courage to consume them, yet I firmly believed that. As an A-class officer of the Secret Mobile Corps, and having once vowed to protect humanity, he would ultimately embrace my ideals. Indeed, I have a profound admiration for certain individuals within the Secret Mobile Corps, including Liu Gang, whom Wang Na and I had slain, as well as the proud Gao Ao, who had endured 6 months of torment without daring to take a bite, but if given the chance. I would genuinely wish to revert to humanity, to join the Secret Mobile Corps, and fight alongside them to fulfill that sacred vow of protection, to become the hero that resided in the hearts of all. Alas, I now find myself condemned to dwell in darkness, though I believe my current ideals and vows may surpass theirs in magnitude. In the days that followed, I refrained from seeking out Gao Ao, opting instead to have Wang Na deliver food and blood to him sporadically. Each time Wang Na returned with a sorrowful expression, I remained unperturbed. Rather, I found myself increasingly eager to enhance my own strength. I yearned to grow stronger swiftly, to reach a level where I could protect myself and my companions. Thus, I embarked on relentless training and manipulation. I had resigned from my job as a bricklayer, though I felt a twinge of regret leaving behind the kind foreman and the jovial workers with whom I had shared countless laughs. They were impoverished yet genuinely kind-hearted, and I would forever cherish the joyous moments of those 6 months. I also relinquished my part-time job, as I had acquired a considerable sum of money during the incident with that fat man. If I were to budget wisely, it seemed I would not face financial hardship for a year or two. As for the future, I suddenly found merit in this opportunistic method of acquiring funds. After all, those scoundrels had already been consumed by me, so they should hardly object, right? During this period, Yuhua accompanied me daily in my training, asserting that physical conditioning during combat was most effective. Additionally, she was eager to witness my progress in splitting my demon weapons further. I remained skeptical about her motivations. Was she more concerned with my combat prowess or the flourishing of my rear? Given the peculiar smile she occasionally cast towards my backside, the latter seemed more likely. However, I did not wish to divide too hastily. I aimed for perfection rather than quantity. That a smaller number was acceptable, as mastery over manipulation was paramount. After all, my future reliance would rest solely on skill. And should I neglect technique in pursuit of numbers, I would regress to being a mere trifling entity with only 3 demon weapons. A newly promoted strongest, I would always remain merely a novice. At present, my tail spine had split into 4 segments, and with an additional pair of wings, I had already triumphed over all 4-segment demon weapon corpses, although my demon power still manifested as blue. I had gradually stepped into the orange tier in practical combat. On the 15th day of training, I finally achieved complete control over my 4 segments, and Yuhua, for the first time, fought me without reservation. Even enlisting Wang Na's assistance, the outcome was quite impressive. The 3 demon weapons combined between Wang Na and me could not withstand your assault, Yuhua remarked in awe, adding, some orange-tier individuals, like the weaker Gao Zicheng, may no longer be your match. No, he is still no match for Gao Zicheng, interjected a staggering shadow as it approached. Yuhua's expression shifted instantly to one of vigilance. She even drew a double-edged crescent axe that did not belong to her. Meanwhile, I wore a contented smile, knowing that Gao Ao would inevitably make a choice that pleased me. Though he had remained silent for nearly a week, he finally mustered a wry smile and asked Wang Na, little girl, could you tell me your name? Could you share your story with me? Though he grappled with his hesitation for 10 days before finally lifting that piece of entrails, in that moment, Gao Ao wept openly. For he understood, just as I did, that he was no longer worthy of being called human. Although he hesitated until the 15th day to seek me out, I was aware that we were destined to become companions. And he would prove to be a most dependable ally. On the balcony, I sipped wine and poured a glass for Gao Ao. It turned out that corpses could consume alcohol. Indeed, they could drink all sorts of beverages, cola, Sprite, black tea, green tea, as long as they were mixed with blood, with a higher proportion of blood to avoid any nauseating sensations. Wang Na particularly enjoyed mixing cola, especially zero-calorie cola, while Yuhua preferred pure blood and occasionally mixed in fruit vinegar for variety. Upon discovering that alcohol could be mixed, I rushed to the supermarket to purchase 2 entire boxes of liquor. I wasn't an alcoholic. I simply relished the spicy, bitter, and sweet sensations, along with the dreamlike quality it imparted. Unfortunately, it was challenging for corpses to become intoxicated. At most, they would develop a slightly flushed complexion. As we drank, Gao Ao's sighed and recounted many of his past experiences, expressing his deep-seated hatred for Gao Zicheng and indeed for all corpses. Having witnessed too many tragedies, your perspective risks painting all with the same brush. It is undeniable that the corpse race is indeed brutal, driven by an innate thirst for blood, yet not all corpses are wicked, I replied, narrowing my eyes. In fact, I possess even greater cause to despise corpses, for even in this state, most of my kind have conspired against me, many seeking to devour me. The reason? It mirrors your secret mobile core desire to capture me. My dual attributes provide substantial benefits. Alas, half a year ago, I was thoroughly ensnared in a web of betrayal, having learned that one can know a person's face but not their heart. Yet, I still believe that matters should not be viewed from a singular perspective. Nothing is absolute. For every villain, there exists a hero, and while some may wish me harm, others, like Wang Na, have aided me. Gao Ao nodded, having conversed with Wang Na daily over the past few days, and had come to recognize that this little girl, besides being adorable and obedient, possessed no flaws, pure as a pearl. He even perceived me as a rather decent fellow. However, upon hearing my tale, Gao Ao seemed perplexed. Most individuals, whether human or corpse, would find it exceedingly difficult to trust anyone after experiencing the level of betrayal and deception I had endured. They might even come to suspect the world itself. Yet I did not share this sentiment. Rather, I often leaned towards the positive side of things. For instance, although Li Tianxin and Yang Bin had plotted against me, Lin Feng had risked everything to save me. Similarly, while Yu Hua had previously betrayed me, she was now treating me quite well. Even when I revealed that Zhou Hao had once betrayed me, Gao Ao appeared momentarily stunned. You were betrayed by your best friend, and you do not harbor resentment. You even consider his perspective? Liang, I truly do not know whether you are excessively kind or simply naively infuriating, Gao Ao remarked, torn between laughter and tears. A hint of bitterness surfacing in his heart. If only he could adopt my perspective and consider the brighter side of things, he might avoid letting hatred ruin his life. Enough of that. Let us discuss your so-called ideals of protection, Gao Ao sighed. I eagerly shared Yu Hua's plan, augmenting it with my own thoughts and requirements. For instance, our selection of companions would not be based on strength, but rather on their true nature, no matter how powerful. A despicable character would be absolutely unwelcome, while even the weakest, if kind-hearted and sincere, would be embraced as a brother. Chapter 79, Flaws in Truth. These ideals are not entirely my own. They are derived from Li Tianxin's previous assertions, which I have come to reflect upon deeply. Though that fellow, Sai, ultimately deceived me, I still hold great admiration for him. To persist for 70 years, I murmured. Hey, you really ought to stop defending your enemies. Even being a good person has its limits, Gao Ao retorted, rolling his eyes, thoroughly defeated by my peculiar disposition. Although a smile was beginning to appear on his face. Ideals are commendable, but the challenge lies in their execution. If one cannot facilitate rapid growth and strength, then all is mere empty talk. Li Yang, from the perspective of the secret mobile corps, your current power is neither strong nor weak. You can handle most B-class officers, but A-class ones are beyond your capabilities. And those of the 6th Division are even more formidable. Among corpses, you rank merely as average, perhaps slightly below, for orange-tier corpses are exceedingly numerous, and you would struggle against most of them, Gao Ao lamented. But if I can master the manipulation of my demon weapons and maintain a numerical advantage, that is not feasible. Gao Ao interjected sharply, do you truly believe you can defeat certain orange-tier foes? Like Gao Zicheng, for instance, you are being overly naive. You are still far from capable. Though my time as a corpse has been brief, and I do not fully grasp your concept of demon weapon manipulation. Instinctively, I sense that you possess some significant vulnerabilities. What vulnerabilities? I inquired, perplexed. Your so-called attacks, which leave opponents defenseless, rely on the assumption that you are the primary aggressor while they merely defend. Have you considered the reverse outcome? Your demon power is finite. No matter how you divide it, can you withstand the combined assault of 4 or even 6 demon weapons? Moreover, because you divide your power too much, your defensive capabilities become diluted. When your enemy launches a fierce attack, what will you use to counter it? Gao Ao stated solemnly. Then, I can choose to attack without defending. I can suppress the opponent, leaving them no chance to retaliate. I retorted through gritted teeth. Are you jesting? Gao Ao replied incredulously, if everything were as you imagined, and victory could be determined solely by numbers, how do you suppose Luo Tianjin managed to defeat all of you with just a scythe? I was left speechless, even wiping the cold sweat from my brow. This arrogant fellow truly lived up to his status as an A-grade officer. His practical experience likely surpassed even that of Weihua, as he effortlessly discerned my shortcomings. This was hardly surprising, as although the corpse demon possessed formidable supernatural power, it lacked the systematic training and rigorous practice that comes with combat experience that they team most. It had engaged in occasional skirmishes with covert tactical teams, gleaning battle insights from those encounters. Thus, despite having been a corpse demon for decades, Weihua could not compete with this proud individual, who had graduated with a degree in combat studies. So what do you suggest I do? I hastily sought his guidance. The proud one smiled and nodded, saying, it's actually quite simple. Your technique, dubbed the chrysanthemum flow, is feasible, but hey, could you refrain from naming it so absurdly? What on earth is chrysanthemum flow? I exclaimed, drenched in sweat. The name was utterly distasteful. The name is inconsequential, he replied. What matters is that the technique has high feasibility. However, it requires numerous elements to work in tandem. First and foremost, your skills are lacking. That I am not just referring to your proficiency with the demon weapons, but also to your personal combat skills. including your sense of rhythm in battle. If you cannot control the tempo of the fight, how can you expect to dominate your opponent? Understood, I said, quickly jotting down notes. Secondly, your greatest flaw lies in your speed, which is something you urgently need to improve. Without an absolute advantage in speed, your attacks can be easily evaded by your opponent. No matter how numerous your attacks are, if your opponent can step outside your striking range, it becomes utterly pointless. In fact, if the opponent is swift enough, they could easily maneuver around you to strike at your vulnerable spots. You might not grasp this concept through mere words. Come, let us try it out. He suddenly returned to the living room and beckoned me over. But you? I scratched my head, realizing he lacked a demon weapon, and Yuehua refused to return the axe to him. How could he possibly spar with me? Fear not, I have already eaten, he sighed. The only reason you managed to stun me earlier was due to my weakened state. Otherwise, Li Yang, you might not be able to defeat me, even without my demon weapon. Keep dreaming, I retorted, leaping into the fray. Without a demon weapon, how could he possibly triumph over me? For goodness sake, I am a dual attribute powerhouse. You'll find out soon enough, he sneered, his body slightly bending as I unleashed my 4-part demon weapon. In an instant, he darted to the side with lightning speed, swifter than some corpse demons, leaving Yuehua utterly astonished. In the blink of an eye, he had circled half the living room and positioned himself behind me. I barely had time to retract my demon weapon to launch a counterattack when, bang, he delivered a kick to my backside, sending me hurtling into the sofa. Did you see that? This exemplifies my point. Evade your attack using speed and immediately counter. I may not be able to block, but I have no need to, he chuckled. All right, I understand you were holding back earlier, but the essence of the lesson remains the same. You should be able to comprehend it. Comprehend? Not a chance. This scoundrel, if he knew I was not giving it my all, why did he strike without mercy and to kick me there? I lay on the sofa, clutching my backside and grimacing. Finally understanding the discomfort of such an indignity, before our conversation, I had already resolved to split my demon weapon into 8 parts tomorrow, but now I had to abandon that plan. Alas, there was much for me to practice: speed, combat techniques, and a sense of rhythm, among other things. Simultaneously, I couldn't help but admire the proud one. He truly embodied the prowess of an A-grade officer. Even as a newcomer, I pondered how formidable he might become once he acquired 2 or even 4 demon weapons, perhaps capable of challenging relatively powerful corpse demons just as I could. And he possessed that dual-sided 3-bladed axe. Although Yuehua adamantly refused to return it, I had a feeling he would surpass me by a considerable margin in the future. Hey, since your practical experience is so impressive, why not take on the role of administrator? I suggested, contemplating stepping aside. Not a chance. Absolutely not. The simultaneous rebuttals echoed, with the proud one chuckling while Yuehua stomped her foot in frustration. Regardless, I have only just become a corpse demon and am still learning. You should be the one to handle the administrator role, especially since you persuaded me to join, he stated. Stupid Liang. I told you the administrator role is yours. This guy is merely a scoundrel from a covert tactical team. Why should you concede it to him? Yuehua scolded. It was evident that Yuehua harbored a deep-seated disdain for the proud one's previous identity, bordering on loathing. Meanwhile, the proud one seemed equally unimpressed by her, having mentioned in a hushed tone during our earlier drinking session that her cold demeanor concealed a certain hostility, suggesting a less than pleasant character. Her gaze appeared too profound, as if she were perpetually calculating something, evoking a sense of selfishness. Goodness, could he really be that perceptive? I found it hard to believe he could deduce someone's character merely from their eyes. Personally, I saw Yuehua as simply beautiful. Nevertheless, their incompatibility was undeniable. Yuehua staunchly refused to allow the proud one to reside with us. Reluctantly, I handed him some money to rent a nearby apartment, ensuring it wasn't too far for convenience. After all, he still needed to rely on me for food, and I had to assist him in breaking through the cocoon of his demon weapon. How exhilarating it was to be able to help others activate their demon weapons. Thank you. I will find a way to repay you for the money later, he smiled. Repay? It's merely money. We are friends, so it doesn't matter, I responded, displaying a sense of familiarity that belied the fact that our acquaintance was still in its infancy. Friends? The proud one suddenly frowned, shaking his head. Li Yang, I appreciate you persuading me and giving me a reason to rise again, as well as a goal to strive for. However, you are mistaken. We are not yet friends. For now, we can only be considered comrades fighting for the same ideal. But as you mentioned earlier, the world of corpse demons is exceedingly cruel. One can know a person's face, but not their heart. Therefore, if one day I discover that your words and actions are entirely contradictory, or that you have deceived me. Li Yang, I will not hesitate to part ways with you, and I might even kill you." With that, he turned on his heel and left, inciting Yue to nearly chase after him with her axe, her anger palpable as she declared, "What is this guy so arrogant about? He is just a newcomer. What does it matter that he was once an A-grade officer? To be fair, he isn't wrong, and he truly is quite strong." I awkwardly scratched my head. Yue ground her teeth in frustration, gripping my ear tightly. "Li Yang, I warn you, you must not relinquish the administrator role to him or anyone else. I have declared it to be yours, understand?" "Okay." I shrank my head, playing the part of an ostrich. "And that fellow is merely a newcomer. You should be the one teaching him, not the other way around. But his practical experience is undeniably superior. Didn't you just say he was impressive when you assessed his potential?" "Impressive my foot. He is still just a newcomer. For once, could you display some awareness of your role as administrator? By the way, you're coming with me tomorrow to mark our territory." Yue declared angrily. I truly could not comprehend why she was so furious. Was it so difficult to be humble? Why must she force me to adopt an intimidating demeanor? And what on earth did marking territory entail? Marking territory at the city government? I gaped in disbelief. "Are you suggesting we storm in and take out the mayor to dominate the entire city?" Bang! A sharp smack landed on my forehead, and I squatted in silence, wondering if such a jest warranted such an extreme reaction. The so-called marking of territory for corpse demons involves inscribing one's mark beside unique and iconic structures throughout the city. "Do you think there's a more suitable place than the city government?" Yue replied tersely, sniffing the air as she turned to walk towards a nearby wall, with a series of crisp sounds. Her right index finger underwent a complete transformation. Her bones became formidable, and veins bulged prominently. I couldn't help but marvel at her precision in controlling her demon power, while I could also transform my hands into claws by concentrating my demon energy. I could never achieve such a targeted alteration on just a single finger. "This is quite simple. With practice, you can achieve it," Yue stated. "Although corpse demons rely on demon weapons for combat, it is essential to strengthen one's physical form as well. Otherwise, if your core body is struck during a battle, you could easily be killed in one blow." "How long would it take to reach your level?" I inquired while attempting to mimic her. "To achieve such a simple alteration in bone density?" "Approximately 10 years. To reach a higher level would require 20 to 30 years, at which point one could even alter the shape of their bones, lengthening them to grow taller or shortening them to become shorter, resulting in a sturdier frame. Is it really that impressive?" I exclaimed, suddenly eager to experience the sensation of breathing in air above 1 meter 80 as an ordinary person. I stood at a mere 1 meter 76. "Yes. If you practice for over 50 years, you could even regenerate lost limbs using demon energy, just like he can," Yue murmured. She did not specify who he was, but a gentle expression suddenly graced her face. I felt no envy. Not at all. What was there to be proud of in regenerating limbs? Any lizard could do that. All I felt was a twinge of longing. Yuehua's smile was so tender. On the corner of the wall, peculiar symbols had already been inscribed, but Yuehua deftly scraped them away with her fingertip, for all the original corpse demons in Nanjing had perished, including the administrator. "You are now the administrator. Decide on a unique symbol for yourself. Or inscribe a word, a phrase, anything you wish. Can I write a life motto? It's entirely up to you." "All right." I eagerly scurried over, summoning my demonic energy to carve 7 crooked characters into the surface. Huang Zhuaixian Ku Jiao Zhatia. "Is this truly your life motto?" "Li Yang, you certainly have a distinctive character," Yuehua remarked, rolling her eyes in admiration, while I awkwardly scratched my head. A few droplets of blood stained the ground beneath the inscription. Yuehua noted that the blood of the corpse demons bore a strong metallic scent, infused with a faint demonic energy, capable of lingering for 2 to 3 months. Should any companions enter the city, the scent would reveal that an administrator had already claimed this territory. I was indifferent to whether others recognized my identity. It just felt rather crude, akin to a dog marking its territory. Yuehua further informed me that this method could also relay messages. Many corpse demons had lived for an extended period, even longer than Li Tianqian, and thus were somewhat out of sync with modern human technology, seldom utilizing mobile phones or the internet. Moreover, while this archaic method may be cumbersome, it was also more secure than mobile communication, as the covert task force remained oblivious to it. Just as she spoke, Yuehua frowned and walked towards a corner of the wall. "It seems a companion has left a message, and the scent appears to be from the last few days," she stated. Her brow furrowed. "What does it say? Something about seizing territory." I rushed over, only to find the character for gathering inscribed on the ground. encircled by a ring that contained the characters for Chuzhou. I was utterly bewildered and sought Yuehua's assistance. After a moment of contemplation, she said, "It's a gathering order. Some of our kind are summoning us, with Chuzhou as the destination." I realized I was ignorant of many matters, and I was grateful for Yuehua's company. She explained that a gathering order indicates that kin require assistance, generally falling into two scenarios. First, a companion seeks aid due to peril, typically from a cleansing operation by the covert task force. Second, an administrator in a city wishes to gather nearby corpse demons for a casual chat or gathering. Of course, only seasoned administrators like Li Tianqian possess the authority to initiate such gatherings. As for someone like me, newly appointed with hardly any subordinates, even if I issued a gathering order, my kin would likely just beat me up and then head home. Requesting assistance. I shook my head. My own strength barely sufficed for self-preservation, let alone rescuing others. As for attending a gathering, I had no interest whatsoever. What concern was it of mine? I simply wished to lead a carefree life in Nanjing. Furthermore, I harbored significant reservations about my kin. Who could say whether those individuals would behave like Yang Bin and Li Tianqian? Scheming the moment they discovered my dual attributes, it was best to avoid trouble. You won't go? You won't even check? Yuehua looked at me in surprise. I won't. I only wish to protect my people and ensure their safety. At most, if can step into this city and require assistance, I might lend a hand. But to venture out and stir up trouble, I would prefer not to. I stood up and turned to leave. At that moment, Yuehua's brow was deeply furrowed. In truth, the so-called gathering order was not mandatory. One could choose to attend or not, and she was not one to meddle unnecessarily. Yet, if it were him, he would undoubtedly go. Yuehua murmured. My body stiffened, and I paused, frowning. Lately, Yuehua had taken to saying this repeatedly. If it were him, he would certainly do this or that. If it were him, damn it, must I always be compared to him? I am not Li Tianqian, nor do I wish to become him. I assume the role of administrator solely to protect my ideals. What concern is it of his? I simply do not understand why you would rather assist that arrogant former foe than check whether our kind is in danger. Yuehua replied coldly. I assist that arrogant one solely because of his admirable character. I refuse to aid those I do not know. Who can say if they are not despicable scoundrels? Who knows if they might deceive us and plot something? I retorted through gritted teeth that I admitted that I often preferred to see the good in situations, which is why I had grown less resentful towards Li Tianqian and Yang Bin. However, given that I had been betrayed so many times, isn't it reasonable to be somewhat cautious? You truly are timid, Yuehua scoffed. If it were him, he would venture into the jaws of danger, even if only to investigate the circumstances. I whirled around, glaring at Yuehua for the first time, gritting my teeth as I enunciated each word. I am not Li Tianqian. That day, Yuehua did not speak to me again. Chuzhou, a gathering of corpse demons, is underway. In a conference room, a gray-haired elder furrowed his brow on the screen. It appears they are conspiring to do something. Who among you will investigate? Do we even need to investigate? It is obvious what is happening. Not long ago, a massive cleansing swept through Jiangnan, nearly obliterating everything. If those monsters aren't making moves, that would be the real mystery, came a chilling voice, none other than Luo Tianjin, who appeared utterly bored, languidly sipping coffee. Beside him were several individuals. Li Mingxian, seated to his right, was busy grooming his nails. A hulking man, resembling a bodybuilder, sat with his eyes closed in meditation. A scruffy-looking man lay sprawled on the table, snoring and drooling. To the left sat a beautiful woman in military attire, her gaze sharp and penetrating. Next to her was another woman, contrasting sharply with her, exuding warmth and gentleness, dressed in a mismatched housewife's outfit. Cradling a young boy engrossed in his PSP. At first glance, this seemed like an ordinary gathering of friends, with sunflower seeds and coffee on the table, emanating a peaceful atmosphere. Yet, with Luo Tianjin's malevolent gaze and the cold glint in Li Mingxuan's eyes, how could this be just a casual meeting? The identities of those present were glaringly apparent. They were the direct subordinates of the covert task force, although it seemed one individual was unaccounted for. Since we know those monsters are conspiring, we must investigate further. Who among you will go? The elder on the screen stated solemnly. Whoever is bored enough to go, go ahead. Just to be clear, I am quite busy lately, and besides, I was the one who conducted the last cleansing. There is no reason it should fall to me again. Why aren't these slackers doing their jobs? Luo Tianjin rolled his eyes, stood up, and left, leaving the elder fuming in silence. I'm busy too. I still have over 10 reports to complete, so I'll excuse myself, the military woman announced as she departed. I'm not exactly busy, but I'm certainly not idle either. Most of my subordinates are absent, so old man, find someone else, the hulking man said before leaving. Mommy, I'm hungry. I want to eat buns. All right, the housewife replied, taking the young boy with her as she left. Huh, is the meeting over? The scruffy man mumbled, wiping drool from his mouth as he stood up. The elder on the screen was infuriated, his beard bristling. Is this really the 6th Division? Is this the elite force the government funds with exorbitant amounts of money? Just a bunch of loafers. It seems. I'm the only one who is truly idle, Li Mingxian sighed. Then you go investigate. All right. But this time, please send more personnel. Even interns will do. I have a feeling this gathering of corpse demons in Chuzhou is anything but trivial. My right eye has been twitching incessantly. Luo Tianjin isn't entirely wrong, while the last cleansing proved effective. Those monsters will certainly not remain idle. Honestly, I've always believed that a mere slaughtering approach is insufficient. I feel the higher-ups ought to reconsider their strategy against corpse demons. Do you understand why they are shirking their responsibilities? Because they're tired, fed up, feeling that killing more is ultimately meaningless. How difficult is it for us to eliminate a corpse demon? Yet, for a corpse demon to create more of its kind is incredibly simple. Moreover, every time we kill a corpse demon, they retaliate by killing and transforming humans. It's an endless cycle, Li Mingxian murmured. Are you feeling down? Gao Ao asked, furrowing his brow. No, I replied, shaking my head. Continuing to run on the basketball court. This was the training method Gao Ao taught me, emulating the shuttle runs of basketball players to enhance agility and short-distance sprinting speed, of course, at a pace several times faster than normal. Stop it, it's quite obvious. All right, even Wang Na seems hesitant to approach you today, Gao Ao scoffed. Glancing over, I noticed that the little girl had been pouting and avoiding conversation with me. Had my gloomy expression frightened her? Sighing, I found myself at a loss for words. I didn't want to speak ill of Weiwa behind her back, but that remark about being timid truly stung. If I were timid, would I have saved her time and again? If I were timid, would I have rushed back, knowing I might die, just to grasp her hand? It was acceptable to call me weak, but saying I was cowardly was absolutely intolerable, especially considering she constantly compared me to that person. So that's what it is, Gao Ao chuckled. I always said that woman-esque character doesn't quite mesh with yours. Forget it. I waved my hand. Though we had our disagreements, I still didn't wish for anyone to speak ill of Yuehua. However, I do believe she has a point this time. Li Yang, you are indeed haunted by your past experiences. What? You think I'm timid too? Do you want me to go? I was taken aback. Well, as you said, that gathering order has little to do with us, but I think it wouldn't hurt to check it out. If it's a plea for help, hasn't your ideal always been to assist the helpless? Even at a mundane gathering. To be honest, I am quite eager to attend, having recently transformed into a corpse demon. I yearn to perceive this race from the perspective of a corpse demon, to gain deeper insights. Li Yang, aren't you equally curious? Although you claim to be an administrator, your understanding of corpse demons must be rather abysmal. Wouldn't you like to witness it for yourself? Gao Ao chuckled haughtily. Well, I too had a slight inclination to experience it, yet the incessant mentions of a certain individual by Weiwa vexed me. Or perhaps stirred feelings of jealousy. Nonetheless, my predominant sentiment was concern. What if I encountered Li Tianjin? What would become of Wang Na if I were to face peril? Even Gao Ao seemed incapable of self-preservation. He lacked even the demon weapon. What would happen to them after my departure? Actually, Weiwa was not wrong. You are indeed afraid, Gao Ao remarked, observing my grim expression before quickly amending. I wouldn't say afraid. Rather, I believe you harbor some psychological scars. I acknowledge that anyone enduring your experiences would tread cautiously. Possessing some psychological shadows or barriers is perfectly normal. Chapter 81. The Journey to Chuzhou. But Li Yang, do you intend to hide in this city for the rest of your life? If another corpse demon were to set foot here, would you flee at once? That is not feasible. Some matters you must inevitably confront. To seek no conflict, solely wishing for self-preservation and the protection of the vulnerable around you, is indeed a commendable philosophy. However, if you persistently evade, it becomes erroneous. I believe you should strive earnestly to grow stronger rather than living in fear. I too was terrified when my mother died. It was the first time I encountered such a terrifying creature as a corpse demon, and I was so frightened that I knelt on the ground. Yet, I gritted my teeth and ultimately stood up. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had that moment of vengeance against Gao Zicheng. Li Yang, you must swiftly shed your previous shadows and stand tall. This opportunity is genuinely remarkable, even if there are no kin in need of assistance. Merely gathering to converse can deepen your understanding of the corpse demon race, and perhaps even impart methods for strengthening oneself. Gao Ao's words struck home. I found myself unable to refute them. And despite my bitter smile, I nodded in agreement. However, I still felt the need to ponder it thoroughly. Even if I ultimately decided to go, how would I explain it to Yuehua? She must be furious today. Regrettably, I no longer had to grapple with how to communicate with Yuehua, for she had already departed. Upon returning home, I gazed at the empty house, feeling a wave of despondency. Was it truly necessary to be so angry? I had only spoken a bit harshly. Was it worth running away from home? I told you, your personalities are quite incompatible, Gao Ao remarked with a mischievous grin that I suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to punch him. Was I merely harboring a crush on a beautiful girl? Must he deride me every day? Did he need to remind me daily that I was a mere nobody unworthy of her? Thankfully, Yuehua had not left without a word. She had left a note on the table that read, "Consider this. What if the one issuing the call for assistance is Lin Feng?" Staring at the ceiling, I let out a deep sigh. Given the gravity of her words, it seemed I was indeed inescapably bound for Chuzhou. Fine, fine, I shall go. You will not relent until you drive me to my wit's end. I muttered, but let me make it clear. If I do not return, Gao Ao, you must take responsibility for Wang Na. I'm speaking of forever. Not happening. I want to go with you. Didn't you say that you could break through shortly after eating? Let us accomplish that now. Gao Ao's eyes gleamed with determination, realizing that his curiosity had gotten the better of him. Wang Na wishes to go too. Wang Na does not want to leave Daddy. The little girl pouted. Clinging to my legs stubbornly, I was on the verge of madness. Was this a trip to an amusement park? Unfortunately, I could not withstand the relentless persistence of the little girl and reluctantly nodded in agreement. Speaking of which, was I truly so cowardly? Perhaps not. Perhaps I merely harbored a dreadful premonition about this journey to Chuzhou. As my right eye twitched violently. Left eye twitches for wealth, right eye twitches for disaster, an old adage states. Though it may seem superstitious, sometimes one cannot afford to disregard such omens, for it was not just I who was affected. Another individual was experiencing the same phenomenon. Try to gather as many subordinates as possible. Even interns are necessary, Li Mingxian said, frowning, as his right eye twitched almost uncontrollably. Li Mingxian was not a superstitious person, yet he had personal experience to draw upon. In his lifetime. His right eye had twitched 3 times. The first time, his parents had met with an accident, and he was sent to an orphanage. The second time, he was kidnapped by an assassin organization, embarking on a path of no return as a professional killer until that organization was dismantled. The third time, the woman he loved most left him forever. Thus, for certain matters, Li Mingxian truly had no choice but to believe. Within the headquarters of the covert mobile unit, countless figures clad in black, including numerous high-ranking officials, were gathering. Zhou Hao looked on in astonishment, muttering, "Are we preparing for war? I have never seen so many officials assembled together before, so many demon weapons. Who knows? But it does not concern us. We have other tasks to attend to." Wang Li lazily waved her hand, turning to exit through the other large door. They were not heading to Chuzhou? What a pity. This was what one might call a near miss. Yet, perhaps it was for the best, as now was not the time for reunions. A near miss was beneficial for both of us. Li Mingxian indeed appeared as if he were preparing for battle. The force he had gathered this time was larger and more formidable than any previous operation. There were dozens of high-ranking officials, and the number of ordinary subordinates was beyond counting, resembling a military force. Furthermore, Li Mingxian had even instructed Luo Tianjin to be ready for immediate support. "I know what you are busy with. It's those disgusting matters again. Right? I've heard that corpse demons have been suddenly appearing near the headquarters and vanishing just as quickly. Moreover, it seems several experimental subjects have mysteriously disappeared from the headquarters laboratory. However, rest assured, I won't meddle or report it. I merely hope you can explore around Chuzhou that if I run into trouble, come help me out, okay? If you refuse, well, I'm not one to keep my mouth shut." Luo Tianjin was infuriated, almost cursing aloud. He despised Li Mingxian more than anything, didn't he? This fellow was like a specter, not only appearing and disappearing at will, but also privy to many of his clandestine dealings. The corpse demons near the headquarters? Undoubtedly, it was Li Tianjin. They would meet every so often, and the so-called experimental subjects that had vanished. They were undoubtedly taken to concoct a nourishing concoction. But how did Li Mingxian know? Was this former professional killer truly so formidable? Was he a detective akin to Conan? Damn it. One day I will take you down, you bastard. Luo Tianjin gritted his teeth, yet despite his words, he was indeed wary of having his secret dealings exposed by Li Mingxian. Thus, he could only nod in agreement. Upon leaving the headquarters, Luo Tianjin immediately sought out Li Tianxin. This individual had once been the administrator of the corpse demons, and there were certain inside matters. Chuzhou, of course, I am aware of what is happening, Li Tianxin sneered. However, why should I divulge anything to you? We are merely collaborators. I will not disclose certain secrets of the corpse demons to you. Just as I never inquire about your covert mobile unit affairs. TCH, if you choose not to speak, so be it. Don't think I can't guess. Luo Tianjin retorted ominously. It seems the heavens may soon change. The clouds are quite thick. As long as you know the heavens are about to change. Do take care that I will not be going to Chuzhou. My only concern now is when I can break through my limits. If you do decide to go, bring back someone of considerable weight. Someone of considerable weight. Haven't I already provided you with plenty of experimental subjects? Luo Tianjin frowned. Those subjects are too weak, utterly useless. Ideally, you should find someone of strength comparable to mine, or at least very close, if you're going to Chuzhou. Don't worry, I assure you, you will undoubtedly encounter such individuals. Li Tianxin muttered. There was indeed someone in Chuzhou whom Li Tianxin knew well, and who perfectly matched certain requirements of the plan. The only question was, could Luo Tianjin handle him? One must be aware that this individual was no weakling. Among the corpse demons, Chu Tian was considered a royal-level powerhouse, but there were others whose strength was only slightly inferior. Possessing purple-level demon power that was infinitely close to red-level, known as quasi-royal powerhouses. Among them, Xiaohua certainly counted, and Li Tianxin could also be considered one if another were to join. It would also be someone from Chuzhou. Speaking of which, the combination of Luo Tianjin and Li Tianxin was indeed peculiar. Although my pairing with Gao Ao was not any less remarkable, we were both a corpse demon and an official. And the tasks we undertook were equally bizarre. This fellow is the biggest underworld boss in the entire city, with blood on his hands exceeding that of many top-tier wanted criminals. So, what do you think of the target I meticulously selected for you? I sneered, adding, when you take him down, don't overthink it. Rely on the instincts of a corpse demon, or simply treat him as a corpse demon. He is far more despicable than some of those creatures. All right. Gao Ao nodded resolutely. By the way, do you need my assistance? After all, this is your first time. No need. He is just a scumbag. Gao Ao gritted his teeth, inhaling deeply as he stepped into the dark alley. TSK, such audacity. It seemed once he had made a decision, he would act even more decisively than I would. Moreover, I was quite curious to see how his demon weapon would manifest after breaking through, especially since he had once been an A-level official. Speaking of which, I seem to be the first person in history to assist an A-level official of the covert mobile unit in breaking through to demon weapon status. How impressive. By the way, what type of demon weapon was he about to break through into? I vaguely remembered that Gao Zicheng seemed to possess a carapace type. Suddenly, a thought struck me. Where was Gao Zicheng's demon weapon? Unfortunately, it must have fallen into the hands of the covert mobile unit. If it could be located, perhaps Gao Ao could absorb it, and his demon power would soar. Remember, Weihua once mentioned that in order for the corpse demons to regularly exercise and maintain their vitality, they would typically walk whenever they traveled, as long as it wasn't an exceedingly long distance. However, I am rather a lazy individual, accustomed to the ways of humanity, hence, excuse me, 3 tickets to Chuzhou, please. I suddenly recalled something. The new year was approaching, and the issue of spring festival travel was looming. Dad, it's so crowded, Wang Na complained, as the bus was packed tightly, and the little one was nearly squished into a shrimp shape. Just bear with it. It won't take long. Not even an hour, I soothed, holding the girl tightly in my arms. Though the duration was short, the sensation of being packed in like sardines was nearly unbearable, and even the proud one couldn't help but complain about my frugality. Would it kill you to charter a bus? We're not short on money now. Chartering costs 10 times more. Do you understand the concept of saving? Being economical is healthier, I argued, adopting the demeanor of a miser, though I was already pressed against the bus window. While little Wang Na was on the verge of fainting. Fortunately, there are still many kind-hearted individuals in this world, and Auntie noticed that little Wang Na was struggling and smiled as she waved me over to take her seat, while she herself squeezed in with her daughter. Thank you so much. Wang Na quickly thanked the auntie. I expressed my gratitude, but the auntie waved her hand dismissively, sighing that it must be tough for me to manage a daughter alone. The auntie worked in Nanjing and was returning to her hometown in Chuzhou to visit family for the new year. Coincidentally, her daughter was also around 10 years old, and once they sat down, they began to giggle and play together. "Hello, big sister. I'm Wan Wan," the girl greeted sweetly, while little Wang Na, a bit shy, replied with a smile, "Hello, I'm Wang Na." What a coincidence. Both girls had adorable round faces, large eyes, and delicate brows, bearing a striking resemblance to each other, almost like twins. Although I am not particularly fond of lolis, absolutely not, I do have a well-known affection for children. Watching the two little girls giggle so joyfully made my heart dance. And little Wang Na was equally delighted, perhaps because she hadn't played with kids in a long time. Before long, they were inseparable, and little Wang Na even rummaged through her bag and pulled out a small doll to gift to Wan Wan. "It's a gift from Dad. I have two, so I'll give you one," little Wang Na said sweetly at that moment. Both children beamed with smiles, and the auntie and I were laughing as well. Even the proud one beside us couldn't help but curve his lips, appreciating such cuteness and sweetness that I in that instant. It seemed we all forgot that we were corpse demons, that I have always believed that being a corpse demon does not preclude me from coexisting with humans. Therefore, when the auntie suggested exchanging phone numbers to take the children to the amusement park during the new year, I gladly accepted. Chapter 82. Why we came regrettably. I was unaware that this trip to Chuzhou would leave me with no time or opportunity to take Wang Na out to play. Unlike Wang Na's shy and introverted nature, Wan Wan was a lively child who enjoyed cracking jokes, making us laugh heartily. What would have been an arduous hour's journey turned into a delightful experience due to this serendipitous seating. And as we reached our destination, we were reluctant to part ways. "Sister Wang Na, you must come to play with Wan Wan. If not tomorrow, then the day after, you must come," little Wan Wan insisted sweetly, holding on to Wang Na's hand for a long moment before reluctantly letting go, turning back every few steps as she followed her and away, despite having known each other for less than an hour. Wang Na felt equally reluctant to part, her eyes glistening with tears, which only deepened my fondness for her. Due to her transformation into a corpse demon, Wang Na found it quite challenging to play with children her own age. Leaving her childhood nearly non-existent, I began to ponder whether I should find her a little companion. Of course, I would never force it. I merely hoped for the chance to encounter someone in the future. A lovely little corpse demon like Wang Na, or a human who wouldn't mind her identity. This was my first visit to Chuzhou, and while on the bus, I contemplated whether the city was prosperous, picturesque with mountains and rivers, and filled with the songs of birds and fragrant flowers. Yet, as soon as I disembarked, all those thoughts fled my mind. The only sensation that remained was the occasional surge of demonic energy and the distinct stench in the air, not of fish, but of corpse demons. Under Yuehua's guidance over the past 6 months, my sensitivity to demonic energy had improved significantly, and even little Wang Na wrinkled her nose, scanning the surroundings. "Are there others? Approximately how many?" the proud one whispered. Having just emerged from his cocoon and unable to sense much, let alone the demonic energy radar, which he had long discarded, I did not respond, for the density of the fluctuations made it impossible to count. And the intensity of the stench was unlike anything I had encountered before. Just then, a cold-faced man approached from across the street. "Gathering order?" he asked directly. Upon my nod, he waved, "Follow me." May I ask what exactly is happening in Chuzhou? What is the purpose of this gathering order?" "Less chatter, just follow me," the man replied coldly, seemingly impatient due to our apparent lack of strength. "Hey, we traveled all the way from Nanjing to Chuzhou. At least you should tell us what we're here for. Right? Who called for this? Who are you to make us follow you without explanation? Ridiculous." I retorted without hesitation. After all, I was an administrator from Nanjing, and while I may not have much power, I certainly didn't appreciate being treated as if I owed him money. My wariness was palpable. If he wouldn't explain, I would walk away. The man abruptly turned, his tone ominous. "Kid, you're quite bold, aren't you? How many pieces of demonic weaponry do you possess to speak to me?" "Chunzhua, in such a manner." "Wait, did you say you're from Nanjing?" "Of course, I'm the administrator from Nanjing, though I've only been in the position for a short time." "And you are with Yuehua?" "Yes, we are companions, but she arrived before me and should already be here." She's here. "Huh, why didn't you say you were the current administrator of Nanjing and a companion of Yuehua earlier?" "My apologies for my earlier demeanor. My name is Chunzhua." His attitude shifted dramatically in an instant, and before I could comprehend, He had thrown his arm around my shoulder and I attempted to struggle. But this guy seemed to possess considerable demonic power. I'm Chinswa, the Gathering Order ISNTA request for assistance. It's our boss in Chuzhou wanting to summon nearby kin to discuss some matters. Regarding the recent extensive purging of southern cities. Wasn't Nanjing also purged? I heard the previous administrator was eliminated. By the way, how long have you been in the position? What is your current rank? Chunzhua inquired with a grin. Oh, not long, just a few days. As for my rank, I'm still weak, only 2 wings, I replied with a forced smile. This was a decision I had made early on, to avoid revealing my dual attribute identity. Only displaying my wings and concealing my tail. If I suppressed my demonic energy a bit, it would be difficult for others to discern, unless they were to strip me of my pants. Weak. Only 2 wings? You're a newcomer. Chunzwa looked somewhat bewildered. Just as I was about to brush it off, he suddenly withdrew his hand from my shoulder, his expression turning cold again. You dare act tough with only 2 wings? You dare call yourself the administrator of Nanjing? Are you an idiot? I can't believe Yuehua would associate with a loser like you. With disdain, Chunzwa turned and left, coldly gesturing for me to follow. Hurry up and catch up, if you don't want to come. Then scrammed, I don't have time to waste on trash like you. This guy? Is it necessary to be so elitist? He switched his attitude so quickly, and he wore his preferences so plainly on his face. However, I felt somewhat reassured. The more such a person displayed their inclinations, the less likely they were to scheme against others. They might just be annoying. Nothing more. I followed Chunzwa. I pondered his words. It turned out this was essentially a gathering of corpse demons. Previously, numerous cities had been purged by the secret mobile units, and now they were convening to discuss solutions and strategies. In truth, I had always considered the purging of corpse demons to be a natural occurrence. We were natural enemies of the secret mobile units, engaged in a perpetual cycle of killing each other. It was either their demise or ours. Moreover, since my transformation into a corpse demon, I had been in a state of passive evasion, instinctively fearing the secret mobile units, inadvertently positioning myself as the weaker party. Yet today, I realized how fundamentally mistaken I was. In the face of human purging, could corpse demons only flee? I was entirely wrong. I seem to have forgotten who truly occupies the apex of the food chain and who holds the advantage in this contest. My fear did not imply that other corpse demons were similarly afraid. As I trailed behind Chunzwa, I encountered at least a dozen other corpse demons, setting aside the numbers. Each one bore an ominous glint in their eyes, radiating an aura of menace. They were not as weak as I. They wouldn't only know how to flee. Their purpose in gathering here was, indeed, yes, we, labeled as monsters, merely know how to escape. That is far too contrary to the standards expected of a monster. Are corpse demons weaker than the secret mobile units? That is perhaps the most ludicrous notion in the world. When I encountered the 20th corpse demon, my expression grew serious, and I frowned. How many kin have the administrators gathered for this meeting? Not all have arrived yet, but including you, there should be over 100, Chunzwa replied coldly. Over 100? Well, that is not an insignificant figure, but that is 100 corpse demons. 100 beings as formidable as monsters. Even 100 corpse demons of Wang Na's caliber could easily obliterate a city. What about those of higher rank? Qin Lan, Weihua, or even Li Tianchen? If over 100 of them gathered together, it would surely send tremors through all of humanity. Suddenly, I found myself harboring a pang of regret for coming to Chuzhou. This time, it appeared to be more than just a simple meeting. I had always perceived myself as a monster, believing it was only natural for humans to pursue me relentlessly. Yet, I had never pondered a critical question. Do other corpses share this sentiment? In the eyes of those beings, the eerie and sinister aura emanating from them seemed to stem from hatred. You may enter directly if you hold an administrator level, Chunzwa remarked, though you are merely the lowest tier of administrators. As for the other 2, they must wait outside. He gestured towards a hotel. The hotel was situated in a remote area, devoid of any pedestrians. Only shadowy figures lurked in the vicinity, all of them corpses. It was my first encounter with so many of my kind. Was I comforted? No. Rather, the metallic scent in the air and the chilling malevolence exuding from their demonic energy sent shivers down my spine. I stepped into the hotel, pondering who the administrator of this city was and what his intentions were in gathering such a multitude of corpses. I would soon find out. Yuehua, dear sister, it's been ages since you last visited me. You didn't even know I was in Chuzhou, came a voice filled with magnetism and a gentleness that could raise goosebumps. The scene that met my eyes was that of Yuehua standing elegantly in the hotel lobby. One hand draped around a man's waist while the other playfully toyed with the soft ends of her hair. His handsome visage was almost suffocating, with eyes shimmering as if they were enchanting. This was my first encounter with him, and my immediate impression was quite detestable. Yuehua. I strode up, seizing her delicate hand and pulling her away from the man's embrace, my hostility unmistakable. How dare he embrace my woman? I had never even dared to do so myself. The man looked momentarily taken aback, but said nothing, while Yuehua raised an eyebrow and asked, "What are you doing here? Didn't you say it was none of your business?" I was worried about you, so I came to check. I replied awkwardly, scratching my head. In truth, I had come to catch her in an act of infidelity, and I had succeeded, just a hair's breadth away from. Damn it. I glared at the man, completely disregarding the disparity in our strengths and appearances. He seemed even more handsome than Li Tianxin, albeit with a somewhat enchanting demeanor, reminiscent of a K-pop star. "This is your friend, Yuehua?" the man inquired with a smile, his dimples appearing as he spoke, and the curve of his lips resembled that of a cunning fox, exuding an air of allure. "Yes, this is Li Yang. Currently residing with me in Nanjing. He is the administrator of Nanjing," Yuehua begrudgingly introduced, clearly still irked by our earlier encounter. "The administrator of Nanjing?" The man's eyes narrowed, a glint of interest flickering within them. I understood he was probing into my background and quickly suppressed my aura, revealing only a faint trace of demonic energy from my wings that I anticipated that, in the next moment, his expression would mirror the disdain that Chun Zhua had displayed. "Oh, welcome. It seems you are the one who rescued Yuehua from Wuhu. Quite impressive. I heard that the one who came was Luo Tianjin, a member of the 6 departments. Quite commendable." The man approached, patting my shoulder with enthusiasm. Huh? Was he not contemptuous of my inferior demonic power? Did he not look down upon my status as an ordinary human? No sneering or rolling of the eyes. This was quite unsettling. "Li Yang, is it? While your strength may not be formidable, your willingness to risk your life to save a companion is commendable. You truly deserve the title of administrator. By the way, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Qin Yuqing, the administrator of Chuzhou," he stated with a smile. Qin Yuqing, that seemed more like a nickname than a real name. According to Yuehua, some exceptionally powerful corpses who had completely forsaken their human identities like to adopt flamboyant monikers. Even more astonishing was his amicable demeanor. He completely ignored my earlier provocation, instead exuding a grace that made me feel rather embarrassed, reminiscent of my first encounter with Li Tianxin. His words bore a striking resemblance to those spoken by Li Tianxin. Chapter 83, Qin Yuqing. Instinctively, I felt a twinge of wariness. Did he know I was a dual attribute corpse? Did he know my creator was Xiaohua? Perhaps I had underestimated him, for Qin Yuqing was likely unaware of these details. And Yuehua had said nothing. His friendliness was merely genuine. "Li Yang, you just arrived, right? Please take a moment to rest. Once everyone is gathered, I'll send someone to fetch you. Rest assured, this hotel is mine. It is quite secure. Yuehua, could you assist in settling Li Yang?" Qin Yuqing said softly, giving Yuehua's shoulder a gentle squeeze before turning to leave. That I detested that familiar gesture, yet when he displayed such tenderness, I found it difficult to remain angry. Qin Yuqing, for some inexplicable reason, had garnered a modicum of goodwill from me. "Do you know him from before?" I turned to Yuehua and asked. With a cold expression, she shot me an exasperated glance, reminding me that she was still miffed, likely even more so due to my earlier forceful intervention. Feeling awkward, I was at a loss for words to defend myself. "What does Chuzhou have to do with you? How do you know if someone is plotting against you here? How dare you come?" I genuinely did not know how to explain. Should I admit I had somewhat wanted to come, but was too stubborn to admit it? That would only infuriate her further. If I said she hadn't persuaded me, but that my pride had, she might just be enraged enough to eliminate me, or perhaps even go after my pride. I truly couldn't shake off my worries about you. "So I thought I would come and see if there were any dangers," I awkwardly admitted, this being the sole excuse I could muster. Surprisingly, upon hearing this, a flicker of conflict appeared in Yuehua's eyes. And with a sigh, she chose not to pursue the matter any further, simply pulling me along and saying, "Forget it. It's crowded here. Let's find a private room to talk." "Oh, by the way, Wang Na and Gao Ao have also arrived. They're still waiting at the entrance." "What did you bring them here for?" Yuehua paused, her expression shifting dramatically as she cursed under her breath and dashed toward the entrance. What was so cursed? I would soon find out. This was also a mutual oversight between Gao Ao and me. We had forgotten that among the corpses attending this gathering in Chuzhou, There were likely some who had survived previous purges and harbored intense rage and hatred, their enemies being over 80% of the cities in Jiangnan, which had been cleansed by Gao Ao and Luo Tianjin. A slender corpse demon howled, wiping his eyes as he spoke, clearly filled with intense hatred for arrogance and deeply mournful over the death of his friend. Rest assured, we will not stand idly by regarding the events of 6 months ago. In Chaoyang City, the giant declared coldly, "This is precisely why we have issued a call for reinforcements. We must engage in this battle, and we must do so resoundingly, demonstrating to those humans who truly reign at the pinnacle of the food chain, the covert task force. As soon as they set foot in this city, I, Tian, guarantee that I will eliminate them all. They must understand that we fear them not. We refrain from exterminating them solely to preserve our food source. They must realize that in our eyes, all humans, including the leaders of the covert task force and those so-called elites of the 6 departments, are nothing but ants." The giant's words resonated with authority, plunging the gathering into silence, only to be followed by a roaring tide of cheers. "Yes, we are the apex predators of the food chain. Let us annihilate them, those wretched ants. Damn it, I have been starving and refraining from consuming them. Yet they dare to kill my friend. This time, I will ensure their complete annihilation." The slender corpse demon bellowed, his gaze still fixed on the arrogant one. "Wait," the giant interjected, frowning. "I have already stated that corpse demons must not kill one another. Regardless of his past, he is now a corpse demon, one of our kin. From the moment he was transformed, all previous affiliations cease to matter. Do you understand?" With that, the giant erupted into hearty laughter. Continuing, "Moreover, the transformation of an A-level leader into a corpse demon is a profound mockery of the covert task force. Should they dare to come, I, Tian, swear to transform them all into corpse demons." Replenishing our ranks, the assembly erupted into another round of cheers. Meanwhile, I stood there, utterly bewildered, exchanging a glance with the arrogant one, both of us astonished to battle. So the true purpose of this so-called call for reinforcements was to confront the covert task force head-on. Indeed, it was not merely that. My astonishment came a moment too soon, for this expedition to Chaoyang was destined to transcend mere conflict. This city was on the brink of becoming a hellish landscape. "Boss, it appears that Tian enjoys considerable popularity. Do you think his prestige might surpass yours? Could it potentially disrupt our plans?" Shinzhua inquired with a stern expression from the window above. "Fear not. Although Tian is both powerful and esteemed, his straightforward nature will not hinder us. In fact, if leveraged correctly, he might become a formidable asset under my command." Shin Yucheng replied with a smile. "Speaking of which, I am rather eager for this meeting. Inform them to hurry up. I wish to ascend to my throne swiftly, for the realm of corpse demons has long been devoid of a true ruler. An extended absence of governance is hardly beneficial. It leads to disarray, as evidenced by the significant losses during the previous cleansing. However, this presents an opportunity to gather the scattered corpse demons, allowing my aspirations to materialize rapidly. I owe a debt of gratitude to that A-level leader below, to Luo Tianjin, and to the entire covert task force. If it were not for their indiscriminate killings, how would I have had the chance to amass so many corpse demons and become their king? Though in terms of strength, I have long been deserving of this title," Shin Yucheng declared proudly. As the air around him trembled, layers of fine scales suddenly enveloping his body, scales of a striking red hue. No, perhaps purple. The deep shade merely created an illusion. Simultaneously, 8 demon weapons on his lower back shimmered brightly. And above those 8, 2 dark patterns appeared, with fleshy spikes seemingly sprouting, on the verge of breaking out. Could he be the second royal-level powerhouse with 10 demon weapons after Chu Tian? No, he seemed to fall just short. Akindly Tianchen, merely a step away. I am not well acquainted with Shin Yucheng. He is closer to my sister, as they are both of the same caliber of strength. Yu Hua explained in the private box. He used to reside in the north, and I have only met him a few times with Tian Chun and my sister. By the way, do you have a crush on him? Shin Yucheng is quite handsome. I probed, my curiosity piqued, as this was a matter of great interest to me. Him? Forget it. I have no interest in that overly flamboyant appearance. My sister also dislikes him, saying he resembles a Thai person. Yu Hua scoffed, which relieved me that in truth, Yu Hua's feelings for Shin Yucheng were of no consequence to me, as she harbored affections for someone else. Well, having one less rival is certainly not a bad thing. I am mostly unfamiliar with those outside. I have only met Shinzhua a few times. He is a staunch supporter of Shin Yucheng, but he can be quite bothersome, and I find him rather unlikable, as, before Yuhua could finish, the door to the box swung open, and Chinzua entered with a cheerful demeanor. How is my dear Yuhua resting? Do you need me to fetch you some snacks? They are all quite fresh. Additionally, no need, Yuhua replied curtly, turning away. Chinzua, taken aback, then turned to me with a frown. Hey, the boss wants you to go up for a meeting. Even though you're just a nobody, you are still considered an administrator. I was at a loss for words. His attitude was far too condescending, and his insincerity was evident. It was clear that he had an interest in Yuhua. Yet she seemed to find his duplicitous nature unbearable that I hesitated to leave, for I was no longer inclined to attend that meeting, frowning as I asked, Yuhua, do you know what they intend to discuss? I was unaware before we arrived. But now, it seems they are preparing for war against the covert task force. Tian has made his intentions quite clear, Yuhua mused, resting her chin on her hand. What? Are you afraid? Chapter 84. Troop Strength. I am not afraid. But I wish to return, I sighed, expressing my reluctance. I truly do not want to confront the covert task force. I understand your thoughts, but Li Yang, have you considered why we have been living so leisurely in Wuhu? What has driven our flight these past 6 months? We have been forced into a corner. Are you not even a little incensed? Indeed, Tianxin once mentioned that corpse demons should avoid direct confrontation with the covert task force unless absolutely necessary. I concur with his viewpoint, yet I also align with Tian and Qin Yucheng's perspective. If we do not teach these self-righteous fools a lesson, they will continue to believe that corpse demons are easy prey. Thinking we are afraid. Yuhua's gaze burned with intensity that I fell silent, recognizing the validity of Yuhua's stance, as she was entirely aligned with the interests of the corpse demons. On the other hand, remained indecisive. As long as they did not resort to treachery like Li Tianxin, getting along with them seemed plausible. However, engaging with the covert task force, I genuinely wished to avoid confrontation. For they represented all of humanity, and I still had the former leader, Arrogance, sitting behind me. Unexpectedly, Arrogance remained remarkably composed, even taking a few sips from the drink that Chinzua had just brought, adopting an air of nonchalance. Aren't you concerned? They are about to go to war with the covert task force. How do you plan to navigate your stance? I inquired with a frown. Arrogance rolled her eyes, glancing disdainfully at the double-edged three-blade axe in Yuhua's hands. Once the crisis passed, she shamelessly reclaimed it. I see no reason for discussion. This is of no concern to us, all right? Arrogance stated languidly. From what I understand about the covert task force, a large number of corpse demons gathering in Chaoyang will prompt them to send experts to investigate. The so-called experts will likely be at the level of the 6 departments that Liyang. Can you defeat Luo Tianjin? Of course not. Why would I even want to? I retorted, exasperated. Well then, can you defeat that Tian from earlier? Or other slightly stronger corpse demons? Arrogance pressed further. Rolling my eyes, I had grown weary of her inquiries. Tian could squash me with one hand. Then it settled. Neither side can defeat the other tonight. Why bother choosing a side? Liang, to put it plainly, we are merely here to observe. Yuhua rolled her eyes repeatedly, and I scratched my head in disbelief. Oh right, the lion and the tiger are gearing up for a duel. While we, mere grasshoppers, are fretting over whom to support. How amusing. The conference room was located on the hotel's top floor, and by the time I arrived, the meeting was nearing its conclusion. I apologize for the delay. Li Yang, we began discussing matters in your absence, Qin Yucheng said, wearing an apologetic expression. No worries, no worries. I'm just here to observe, I replied awkwardly. Upon entering, I became even more convinced of my role as an observer. There were 8 individuals in the room. Aside from Qin Yucheng and Tian, Chinzua was present, and the remaining 5 were all formidable, each possessing at least 6 demon weapons. Ah, these individuals are the true administrators, while I can only manage my family, which often seems to leave home. Please don't say that. I heard from Yuhua that you have only recently become a corpse demon. Having 2 wings is normal. And there is still ample room for growth. Qin Yucheng remarked with a warm smile, genuinely inquiring if I wished to hear the plan again. That 1T be necessary. That I 1T be able to contribute much anyway. I replied with a wry smile. I was somewhat interested, but I did not want to waste anyone's time, for they were all significant figures in this gathering. That is fine, but regarding your tasks, do I have a task as well? I expressed my astonishment. Saying, you want me to be a cheerleader, but I cannot sing or dance. Ha, Li Yang, you jest. Tonight we have gathered over 100 corpses, yet among the administrators, including you, there are only 8. Our consensus is that each of us will oversee a specific area. However, considering your abilities, in that case, I shall have Chun Zuo assist you. Time is of the essence, so let's begin preparations. For any details, Liang, you may consult Chun Zuo. Chen Yucheng smiled. Once again, I found myself harboring a fondness for Chen Yucheng. He was genuinely gentle and reliable. Concerned that my strength might be lacking, he even arranged for me to have a deputy. Although, when I cast a glance at Chun's cold demeanor, it was uncertain who was truly assisting whom. Regrettably, I still did not fully comprehend what the task for tonight entailed. Perhaps my burgeoning fondness for Chun Yucheng had emerged too prematurely. Chuzhou was abuzz with activity as the new year approached. Every household was adorned with festive decorations, families reunited, and friends gathered to discuss or to celebrate the holiday, the most joyous time of the year. Yet, as night fell and shadows crept into the streets, narrowing their blood-red eyes in search of prey, the aura of death no longer needed to conceal itself. The Golden Land Hotel stood as the pinnacle of luxury in Chuzhou, unparalleled in its opulence. Its accommodations and dining facilities were nothing short of top tier. With the new year approaching, tourists flocked here, and affluent merchants had booked entire banquet halls across multiple floors to host their guests in anticipation of the upcoming Spring Festival. Apologies, but the first floor has been reserved for distinguished guests. If you lack an invitation card, entry is prohibited. Alternatively, you may proceed to the second floor, where we will serve you with utmost dedication. A courteous waiter informed at the entrance of the grand hall. Chen Yucheng smiled without responding, merely tilting his head to observe the thronging crowd within the hall, remarking, "Quite a number have arrived. It should suffice, though I wonder how many are truly useful." "What are you talking about? What exactly have you brought me here for?" Yuhua questioned, perplexed. She was astonished. If we were to engage in battle against the covert task force, should we not be heading to the National Security Bureau in the city? Why were we at a hotel? Chen Yucheng continued to remain silent, merely waving his hand behind him as several shadows followed him in a single file. The waiter attempted to intervene, but, "If you do not step aside, you will perish," Chen Yucheng said with a gentle smile, his eyes already a deep crimson. With a crunching sound, one hand transformed into a claw, swiftly grasping the waiter's neck. Before he could even struggle, the teeth had already sunk in. The waiter's eyes widened in confusion. He could not fathom why this seemingly genteel guest had suddenly bitten him. "By the way, what is your blood type?" Chen Yucheng asked softly. This was the last question the waiter would ever hear. Or perhaps not. Maybe his life had not ended. It had merely transitioned into another form of existence the moment Chen Yucheng bit down. Several shadows surged into the hall. A few security guards attempted to intervene, but were instantly toppled, while some guests stepped forward to inquire about the commotion, only to be met with pairs of blood-red eyes and rows of sharp fangs. "What on earth are you doing?" Yuhua was already in shock. It was normal for corpses to hunt, but such an overt and large-scale operation was unprecedented. "Nothing much, just declaring war," Chen Yucheng replied with a smile. "Doesn't my sister Yuhua think we should adequately prepare our forces before going to war?" "Forces? Are you suggesting?" Yuhua gasped, covering her mouth in shock. "The covert task force has purged the corpses from several cities in Jiangnan. Is it too much to ask for a city in return?" Chen Yucheng smiled. "They dare to act so brazenly only because we have been too low-key in the past. Our numbers are too few, and hardly anyone fears us, let alone knows of our existence. However, after tonight, I believe the entire world will tremble at our presence. The covert task force, Chen Yucheng, will proclaim to the world that for every one of us they kill, I shall return the favor 100-fold, 1,000-fold, or even 10,000-fold. If they cleanse us, I will annihilate their city. After tonight, I will ensure they know who the wolf is and who the sheep are. After tonight, I will trample the entire human world beneath my feet." Chen Yucheng declared proudly. In truth, there was something else Chen Yucheng had not mentioned. He intended to use this battle to establish his reputation among the corpses. Aspiring to become their king, and Chuzhou would serve as his destined capital, Yuhua was not inherently kind-hearted. After decades of being a corpse, she had learned to be cold and ruthless. Yet, as the banquet hall became drenched in blood, she was left utterly stunned. I and Gao Ao had long anticipated the night would spill over with bloodshed. Over 100 corpses prepared to confront the covert task force, undoubtedly leading to chaos. Yet we had not envisioned Chen Yucheng would take such extreme measures. Even before the battle commenced, blood had already saturated the entire city. This is not a battle we should partake in. Let's merely put on a show. Follow along, and return to Nanjing quickly, Gao Ao had suggested before we set out, to which I wholeheartedly agreed. But the problem was that once I understood the task Qin Yu Cheng had mentioned and witnessed the city descending into hell. Could we even leave? Where exactly are we going? What are we supposed to do? I incessantly questioned Shinzua along the way. Do you realize how annoying you are? Shinzua rolled his eyes. Fine. I admit I am bothersome, but if you don't tell me anything, I have no idea what I'm supposed to do, I lamented. Even if we were just putting on a show. We should at least make a semblance of an effort. Was this so-called task to ambush the covert task forces division in this city? Perhaps I could just shout a few encouraging words and then take my leave. But Shinzua did not lead me there. Instead, he navigated through the streets and alleys, heading toward a residential area. What was the purpose of this? Shinzua ignored me. It seemed he bore a disdain for my presence. Perhaps because I was merely an administrator due to my lackluster abilities. He had reached the 6th tier of demon martial arts yet still served as Qin Yu Cheng's subordinate, or perhaps he was envious of the time I spent with Yu Hua. Shinzua did not comprehend the task Qin Yu Cheng had assigned him tonight. To be precise, he did not understand why I had to accompany him. I, too, was bewildered. I longed to return home. That fellow is quite peculiar. I have noticed he has been suppressing his demonic energy, seemingly unwilling for others to discern his true capabilities. Moreover, given Yu Hua's character, there is no reason for her to accompany someone with only 2 tiers of demon martial arts. Either his true strength is formidable, or he shares a very special bond with Yu Hua. Qin Yu Cheng had said to Shinzua before departing, keep a close eye on this lad. If he possesses great strength, try to win him over. If his abilities are average, then given his relationship with Yu Hua, it would not hurt to bring him under our wing. Besides, they both hail from Wuhu, which might mean they have strong ties with Li Tianqin. I am in urgent need of powerful subordinates, and if I can leverage them to gain Li Tianqin's favor. Qin Yu Cheng was astute. But regrettably, he was entirely mistaken. I was merely a bystander, and my relationship with Li Tianqin had long soured, even Yu Hua's as well. The idea that Qin Yu Cheng could manipulate Li Tianqin was laughable, as he was unaware that the latter was also plotting against him. A certain individual wielding a scythe was en route to Chuzhou, with a plan for fishing. Of course, this was inconsequential to me. I merely wished to know what I was meant to do as I followed Shinzua through 4 or 5 streets. Chapter 85. Hell. Yu Hua had already grasped the situation. She watched in horror as the scene unfolded like a nightmare. The faces frozen in fear, the screams that were cut short by razor-sharp fangs. On the right side of the hall, a man stood paralyzed with fright, gritting his teeth to maintain consciousness, for behind him stood the woman he loved most, who was now weeping. As a man, despite his terror, he felt compelled to protect her. With a roar, as if to bolster his courage, the man seized his girlfriend's hand and sprinted towards the exit. He reached Yu Hua's side, but she was too stunned by the horror before her to respond. Just then, a hand suddenly grasped the man's neck, throwing him to the ground, and an open mouth lunged to bite. The man struggled, but his strength was incomparable to that of Qin Yu Cheng. It was akin to the difference between a lion and an ant. As blood poured forth rapidly, he gradually grew weaker, trembling as he wished to catch one last glimpse of his girlfriend, to urge her to flee, yet his vision became increasingly blurred, and all that escaped his lips was blood. What a flavor. Is that AB blood type? Rest assured, you won't die, Qin Yu Cheng said with a smile, a faint trickle of demonic energy entering the man's neck, catalyzing the rapid circulation of toxins and accelerating the transformation process. The man did not understand what this meant. He merely felt as if he were trapped in a terrifying nightmare, in which he morphed into a monster, and upon awakening, come, devour her, Qin Yu Cheng said. Gesturing at his girlfriend, the claws lunged forth, piercing her chest. The man was left in shock, his heart torn asunder with pain as he opened his mouth to scream, but instead, a bloodied and mangled heart was forced into his mouth. What are you doing? Yu Hua could no longer bear to watch. It was unbearable even for her. In the hall, bodies fell one after another, only to rise again, compelled to consume the flesh and blood of their own kin or loved ones without understanding what was happening. You are hastening their transformation using demonic power. Even if they immediately become corpse demons, their strength will be feeble, and their potential will remain dormant. They may never cultivate demonic weaponry in their lifetimes. Yu Hua furrowed her brow and remarked, what significance does it hold to bring such counterparts? Demonic weaponry. Unnecessary. I have stated that I am merely preparing our forces. These individuals are but cannon fodder for this battle. Their potential is of no consequence. Qin Yu Cheng replied lazily, wiping the blood from his hands before moving on to his next target. Hey, are you blood type AB? This phrase had escaped Chun Yuqing's lips countless times that night, that he was handsome, his tone gentle, yet in Yuehua's eyes, he had transformed into the most terrifying of demons. Even after decades as a corpse demon, she had never witnessed such cruelty. Suddenly, Yuehua regretted following him that night. Her intention was to accompany someone formidable and witness the fiercest of battles, yet all she encountered was slaughter. Perhaps she should have followed me tonight. But just as she thought of me, her expression shifted dramatically, and she sighed. Liang, tonight, you will surely lose your mind. Who else would go mad but me? At the Chuzhou National Security Bureau branch, several remaining officials were already stunned, gazing at the radar displaying an ever-increasing number of demonic powers. They had long known about the gathering of corpse demons in Chuzhou and had already sent out requests for assistance. Li Mingxian was on his way, yet they never anticipated the situation would spiral out of control so rapidly. Lu Dong, the commander of Chuzhou, initially believed there were only 20 or 30 corpse demons congregated here, assuming they could withstand 3 or 4 dozen, as that number was already quite terrifying. However, when he saw the radar indicating over 50, cold sweat dripped down Lu Dong's face. After surpassing 80, his legs trembled. And upon exceeding 100, what should we do? This is not merely an ordinary gathering of corpse demons. This is undoubtedly a targeted assault against us. We are but a handful. One of his subordinates quivered. They numbered fewer than 20, with only 3 B-level officials among them. How could they contend with over 100 corpse demons? Fleeing seemed the only option, retreating from the city to join forces with the reinforcements at headquarters. Then adhering to Li Mingxuan's directives, Lu Dong understood that this was their only recourse. But upon hearing the alarms of corpse demons attacking humans, could he escape? His duty was to protect this city. Could he abandon it? No. We cannot leave, or this city will be lost. Damn it. This horde of monsters has begun a large-scale assault on humanity. It has never happened before. Lu Dong gritted his teeth. Quickly notify headquarters. Inform boss Li Mingxian to hurry. We must find a way to buy some time. How could they stall? Engage the corpse demons in battle. Was there any difference from courting death? The problem was, Lu Dong had no alternative. He could not allow Li Mingxian to arrive only to find the entire city had become hell. The 3 B-level officials steeled themselves as they stepped out of headquarters, but before they could gather their subordinates, a giant figure appeared before them. Be careful, this one possesses purple demonic power. Lu Dong shouted in shock, drawing his demonic weapon, 2 curved blades forged from tail spines. However, as he raised the blades, they did not fall, for the giant's movements were as swift as lightning, crashing into him like a war chariot. The 8 plates of its back armor slamming into Lu Dong's chest. His sternum shattered, scapula crushed, even the bones in his neck fractured. Lu Dong was hurled through the air, blood erupting like a fountain before he even hit the ground. Though he was a B-level official, just a step away from A-level elite status, he could not withstand even a single blow. Leave the AB blood types. Eliminate the rest. Di Tian commanded coldly. And the dozen or so corpse demons behind him roared and lunged forward. Why? Lu Dong lay in a pool of blood, his last vestiges of strength spent in a howl of confusion. He could not comprehend. It was normal for corpse demons to consume humans, normal for them to attack covert operatives, yet this unprecedented large-scale assault across the city was a first. Hadn't the corpse demons sought to maintain the normal stability of human society? Yet now, perhaps it was due to Chun Yuqing's ambitions that he had become reckless, or perhaps it was the purging instigated by Luo Tianjin that had ignited the inherent madness and fury within the corpse demons. Di Tian was not mistaken. Corpse demons feared no one. They had never engaged in large-scale massacres of humans. They only required enough sustenance to survive. It was akin to consuming only 1 chicken a day, rendering the slaughter of 10 or 20 unnecessary, a waste. Yet the issue arose when those sustenance dared to resist. 1 or 2 would be inconsequential. 3 or 4 would also be of little concern. But when their kind faced large-scale slaughter, when corpse demons sensed a threat to their existence, a cruel smile crept across Di Tian's lips. He did not speak, but demonstrated through action. He seized Lu Dong by the neck, hoisting him into the air, and with a roar, as demonic power erupted, he tore the body in 2, blood splattering Di Tian from head to toe, licking his lips. Di Tian burst into maniacal laughter. After all, corpse demons were the true apex predators. Humans, in their eyes, they were merely livestock to be devoured. Hey, what do you intend to do? I remained bewildered and perplexed. But as I watched Chen Zhuo command the corpse demons to rampage through the neighborhood, forcibly dragging people from their homes, I gradually sensed something amiss. Less chatter. Just watch. This is none of your concern. Chunzwa replied impatiently. What on earth is happening? Who are these creatures? Are they the police? Why are they calling us out in the dead of night? The crowd was equally confused, unaware that the Grim Reaper had already descended. Uncle Lee. A clear voice rang out from the crowd. A small hand waving desperately at me. Was it Wanwan, the little girl I met on the bus? What a coincidence. Yet this coincidence seemed far from fortunate, as Chunzwa wore a grin, one that was exceedingly sinister. Hey, you don't intend to harm them. What orders has Chun Yuching given? I asked, my voice trembling. Boss said, before we confront the covert operatives head-on, we need some manpower, or rather, cannon fodder. Chunzwa sneered. Manpower? Cannon fodder. My expression stiffened as realization dawned upon me. I truly never imagined, not even in my wildest dreams, that Chin Yuching, that person with an exquisitely gentle smile, could possess such terrifying methods. He had summoned over 100 corpse demons to Chuzhou for the purpose of mass slaughter. Stop. Everyone halt. How can you? I frantically grabbed Chunzwa, but he easily shook me off. I wanted to intervene, yet there were a dozen corpse demons in the vicinity, all following Chunzwa. How could I stop them? I regretted leaving Wang Na at the hotel. I should have allowed Gao Ao to accompany her. I feared for the girl's safety due to her weak abilities, and I worried that Gao Ao might clash with these demons. So, damn it, if they were here, at least I wouldn't feel so isolated. At least Chunzwa wouldn't regard me with such disdain. Do you really think of yourself as an administrator? Even if you do, you're merely in charge of Nanjing. Can you control me? Chunzwa scoffed. And do you even realize you are a corpse demon, yet still feel sympathy for humans? Are you out of your mind? It wasn't I who was out of my mind. But these creatures had gone mad, driven insane by the hatred stemming from the slaughter of their kin and the purging of their city. I caught sight of the small, scrawny corpse demon intent on killing Gao Ao, its face twisted with rage as it fixated on the crowd. Licking its lips, I knew it would pounce in the next moment, unleashing its fury through slaughter. But how could I allow that? These were just ordinary people. I could accept that corpse demons occasionally consumed humans for survival. I could accept their conflict with covert operatives. But how could they engage in widespread slaughter of innocent lives? Manpower? Absurd. To bolster their forces against the covert operatives, they would transform these defenseless human beings into corpse demons. Many of them were so kind and pure. Even, Uncle Lu, why hasn't Sister Wang Na arrived? Wanwan asked sweetly from the crowd, the girl's innocence shining through. My heart felt as though it were bleeding. I threw myself protectively in front of her, shouting, I don't care. We cannot proceed with this. Chin Yuching said this mission was my responsibility, and I will not allow it. I knew my words were futile, as Chunzwa's face was filled with cold mockery. While the corpse demons ignored me entirely. Where is Chan Yuching? I will find him. I will plead with him. Give me 10 minutes, no, just 5 minutes, and I will convince him to spare these people. I shouted desperately, uttering the most Navi words of my life. Sure, boss is at the Jindi Grand Hotel, not far from here, Chunzwa replied coldly. Great, wait for me. I will be back soon. I gritted my teeth. Of course. You are the administrator, and the mission is your responsibility. I will certainly wait for you, Chunzwa responded mockingly. Nodding vigorously, I glanced at Wanwan, attempting to muster a smile to reassure her, to convey that everything would be all right. But that smile felt more like a cry. I turned abruptly and dashed outside. I was unfamiliar with the roads of Chuzhou, but I could not afford to hesitate. As I sprinted past Chunzwa. His face was filled with derision, yet I failed to comprehend it. My mind was in complete disarray. Chapter 86, The Monster Among Monsters. Beneath the night sky. I ran desperately, even unfurling my wings to fly, disregarding the exposure of my identity to hasten my escape. However, once airborne, I discovered the entire city had descended into chaos, had succumbed, had collapsed. The streets and alleys were filled with the screams of fleeing people, while some corpse demons relentlessly pursued them, toppling anyone they caught and biting down. I stood helplessly as a blossoming young girl, no older than 16 or 17, was pinned against the wall by a corpse demon. The very creature I once considered a companion, biting into her neck. I yearned to save her. Yet I was utterly powerless to intervene. My gaze shifted to a young woman, a mother, who valiantly shielded her child from another corpse demon. Even as she was savaged, her screams urging her offspring to flee. The street corner, an overturned bus lay wrecked, its passengers screaming in terror, and then a shadow lunged into the chaos with a sinister grin. At the alley's end, a group of young students found their escape cut off. The boys fought desperately while the girls wept, their efforts futile as their uniforms were instantly stained crimson. This scene resembled the most grotesque and brutal moments from horror films, yet it was unfolding before my very eyes. In truth, I had often imagined such scenarios. I believed every viewer of zombie films indulged in fantasies about how they would respond in similar predicaments. Would they flee or resist? But the crux of the matter was that I had misjudged my role. Never had I contemplated that I was not the human striving for survival, but rather the monstrous being soaring above with blood-red eyes. Suddenly, I halted mid-flight, surrendering to the inevitable. I realized I could not sway Chen Yuqing. He appeared genteel, yet he was, in fact, a madman, willing to transform the entire city into a hellish nightmare to fulfill his twisted dream of ruling over the corpse demons. Perhaps he was not a pervert, merely someone utterly indifferent to the plight of humanity. Regardless, I could not bear it. In a moment of desperation, I turned and flew back. The image of Wan's cherubic smile and her mother's warm expression flooding my mind. I had to save them, then return to the hotel to gather Wang Na and Gao Ao, and find Weihua to flee to Nanjing, escape this inferno at once. I felt powerless to stop it. I was too weak to do anything but run. Unable to linger for even a moment. Yet I was wrong. I should not have left Wan, or perhaps I should not have returned after leaving. I was naive to think Chinzhua would truly wait for me. I was foolish to believe I could intervene. As I dove down, I found myself at the entrance of the community, aghast at the nightmarish scene before me, the blood flowing like a river, pooling at my feet. "Hi, Liang. I'm sorry, but I couldn't wait for your return," Chinzhua remarked with a grin. Even letting out a belch amid the carnage. I offered no response, my gaze fixed on the blood-soaked ground, the scattered remnants of flesh, my body trembling, my heart convulsing as I desperately searched for that sweet little face. The girl who resembled a twin to Wang Na. Even if she had been bitten, even if she had become a corpse demon, under a withered tree, amidst a pool of blood, lay a severed arm. Drenched in crimson, clutching tightly to the doll given by Wang Na. Ah! The scream echoed throughout the community, a sound I could not identify. Was it the lament of a beast, or the wailing of a demon rising from hell? Or perhaps it was the heart-wrenching cry escaping my own lips. My heart ached as if pierced by needles. My eyes throbbed, shrouded in a crimson veil that obscured my vision. My body was racked with pain. As though it were on the verge of tearing apart, the surge of demonic power nearly overwhelming. My wings unfurled completely, each jet black feather standing on end, trembling violently. My tail throbbed painfully. And I realized I could no longer contain it. It erupted forth, unfurling in the night, leaving Chinzhua in stunned silence. "Dual attribute demonic weapon," Chinzhua exclaimed, his astonishment evident. He finally grasped the secret behind my concealed powers and understood why Chen Yuqing found me peculiar and sought to recruit me. Unfortunately, such possibilities were now beyond reach. Kneeling on the ground, cradling the severed limb, I continued to scream, my voice piercingly sorrowful. My tail had already split into four, quivering and swaying, grayish patterns emerging across its surface in countless numbers. The clash of the two demonic forces within me had already spiraled into a tempest. Crack, crack. The sound of fissures echoed, stunning all the corpse demons present. They had never witnessed such an eerie spectacle. Even rendering Chun's was speechless. Turning my head, my face contorted in a grotesque snarl, my expression cruel, as if I were a vengeful spirit. With a roar, I lunged at Chinzhua. Behind me, a tempest brewing. "I'm just going for a walk. This place is quite nauseating," Weihua murmured, departing the hotel without waiting for Chen Yuqing's reply. The woman was cold, but not cruel. For the sake of survival, she did not mind the meaningful and purposeful killings, but the current scene was something she could hardly bear. The Golden Land Hotel had become a slaughterhouse, and the killings had taken on a grotesque form. That should be sufficient. With a few additional places, our forces should be adequate, Chen Yuqing had previously stated. Sufficient? Then cease. Why continue? But the corpse demons had already succumbed to a bloodlust, no longer rushing to kill the humans, but reveling in their torment. Yuqing's management allows us to slay a few more. This is exhilarating. A robust corpse demon licked his lips, his foot resting on a man who was no longer human. Exhilarating? Simply for the thrill? Weihua nearly struck him, but she refrained. She had no authority to do so, as they were not her subordinates. Chen Yuqing, however, squinted at his bloodthirsty followers, chuckling. "Very well, but we must be swift." He sighed at Weihua. "There's no choice. Most of these fellows have lost their comrades to the covert task force. We can't deny them a release for their rage." Chen Yuqing aimed to fully subjugate these corpse demons as his most loyal subordinates, yet Yue Hua could not agree, releasing anger after losing their friends and companions. They sought to slaughter others' friends and companions, spilling the blood of countless innocent lives, silently. Yue Hua left the hotel, no longer wishing to associate with such individuals. Chen Yuqing attempted to retain her, but Yue Hua coldly waved him off. She did not pity the humans. She merely found these creatures rather repugnant. Where could Yue Hua go? The city was filled with screams and blood. Though she too was a corpse demon, she was sated and no longer wished to witness such repulsive acts. Indeed, Chen Yuqing is beyond comparison. He has gone mad for power. In this world, you are the only exceptional corpse demon administrator. Though that last incident, Yue Hua spoke bitterly, not referring to me, but to Li Tianqin. Even I agreed. Aside from his final misstep, Li Tianqin could be considered the most perfect corpse demon administrator. Regrettably, Yue Hua could no longer locate him, even if she felt reluctant, even if she regretted extending her hand to me that night. As she gazed back at the blood-soaked hotel, at Chen Yuqing seated in a pool of blood with a grin, Yue Hua murmured once more, "Even Liang is far superior to you lot. Though you may be stronger, I would rather be with him." With that, Yue Hua vanished into the depths of the night, longing to find me for the first time. Wang Na too wished to find me, peering out the window. The little one looked conflicted. When will Daddy come back? Why is it so chaotic outside? Why are those people running around? Has the battle begun? Has it affected the ordinary people? Gao Ao furrowed his brow. During his tenure, his foremost principle was to ensure ordinary citizens were untouched, to remain undetected. That was why the covert task force operated with such stealth, like shadows under the moonlight. But now, wait, if it were merely a glimpse of battle? The humans' reactions were overly dramatic. Their frantic flight amidst screams indicated sheer terror. Even more alarming, Gao Ao suddenly wrinkled his brow, catching the scent of blood. Corpse demons were exceedingly sensitive to blood, able to detect it from afar, and the stench was overwhelmingly potent, as though hundreds or thousands had perished. Gao Ao's expression grew grave. He had no desire to interfere in tonight's events. Having promised to return to Nanjing once I was done, yet looking down, he still asked, "Little Wang Na, should we go find your daddy?" Yes, yes. The little girl leaped up excitedly, having grown restless and eager to play. Even though the outside world was hardly suited for amusement, within the community, amidst the cacophony of screams, I lunged forth like a tiger, charging at Chunzhua, my hatred for this beast burning deep. My face twisted in fury, the demonic weapon on my back. I had no mirror to see my current visage, yet Chunzhua observed me clearly, astonished that a dual attribute demonic weapon was exceedingly rare. Especially as my tail continued to rapidly fracture, splitting into 4, 8, 16. I should not have acted this way. If the demonic weapon fractured too much, controlling it would become exceedingly difficult. Yet, the rage within me was insatiable. The demonic power instinctively swelling within my chest, distorting and colliding, leading to a complete loss of control over my tail's eruption. I lost track of time. My tail had already split into dozens of slender appendages, still fracturing, now resembling steel needles, with countless gray patterns emerging, and the splitting continued. Chunzhua was momentarily stunned. He found himself at a loss for the situation at hand, having spent decades as a corpse demon. He was utterly unaware that demon weapons could transform in such a terrifying manner. Instinctively, he took several steps back. Boom! The demon weapon erupted, pouring down like a torrential rain, instantly shattering the ground. This was the result of dozens, even hundreds, of half-demon weapons bombarding the area simultaneously. Although the force was singular, the effects were utterly horrifying. Dozens of sharp little holes appeared in the cement floor, and the cracking sounds continued to spread outwards. In just one strike, the center of the community was reduced to a small ruin with a diameter exceeding 10 meters. How can this could be so strong, so terrifying? Shinswood exclaimed in astonishment. Completely taken aback that in truth, he misjudged the situation. While I was indeed formidable, I was not overwhelmingly powerful. The might of the torrential downpour was indeed impressive, but the cumulative power was merely an illusion of terror. It was akin to the difference between a penetrating shell and a shotgun blast. The penetrating shell possesses actual devastating power, capable of creating a pit several meters deep, while the shotgun blast might only shatter the concrete surface. Presenting an appearance of extreme horror. Chapter 87. That kiss, a frenzy of murderous intent. 1. Chunzhua had never witnessed a demon weapon being used for widespread bombardment. Thus, instinctively, he was frightened by me. He began to retreat, shouting, "Li Yang, have you lost your mind? Why are you attacking me? We are of the same kind, and for just a few humans, you—" He understood the reason for my madness. Half of what he had done moments ago was a provocation against me. He despised me, yet at this moment, he dared not engage, hoping to rely on the rule that corpse demons could not harm one another. To hell with the rules. I had completely lost my sanity. Relinquishing all hope in the corpse demon race, that damned species, those utterly repulsive bastards. At that moment, a thought suddenly emerged in my mind that I longed to obliterate every corpse demon in this world. And the first, the one I most wanted to destroy, was Chinzhua, due to that tender severed arm not far away. Boom, the torrential rain began once more. I offered no response, only madly surged towards Chinzhua. In the darkness, I resembled a hedgehog, the number of my steel needle-like demon weapons unfathomable. The coverage was so vast that Chinzhua had no idea where to hide, feeling as though he was enveloped from all sides. This control, in truth, I had no control. Once the numbers became overwhelming, I could not manage them, merely flinging them out indiscriminately. Yet, precisely because of this, under the dense, chaotic barrage, Chinzhua was left with no means to counter. Instinctively, he revealed his demon weapon, which was of the carapace type .6 pitch black plates unfurled instantaneously, wrapping around him like a clam shell. Even if he could not evade, what of it? The carapace type was the strongest defensive corpse demon in existence. Bang! As the first impact reverberated, it was soon followed by dozens, even hundreds of sounds, resembling the rhythmic drumbeats of an ancient battlefield, shaking Chinzhua's head with a thunderous buzz. However, Chinzhua suddenly squinted. He had made a discovery. Although it appeared exceedingly fearsome on the surface, the actual power, the densely packed steel needle-like demon weapons each contained little demonic energy. So it's just a bluff. Chinzhua sneered. Yet, when he expanded his carapace and looked at me, he was once again taken aback. The rain intensified. The demon weapons cracked even more, casting a shadow over the sky, a dark mass that sent shivers down one's spine. Steel needles? No, they had cracked to the point of resembling something unrecognizable. Earlier, Chinzhua could still roughly estimate their number. Now, even if given 100 hands to count, he could not keep track. The collision and accumulation of demonic energy within formed gray patterns, causing splits upon direct impact. This was the same effect that occurred during my first encounter with arrogance, and now it had multiplied into millions. Whoosh! The demon weapons surged once more. No, it was not a mere whoosh, but a buzzing sound, akin to thousands of bees surrounding you, all aiming their stingers at you. Just as Chinzhua intended to retaliate, he was so frightened by the sight that he nearly collapsed to the ground. It was too horrifying. Out of instinct, he once again wrapped his body in the carapace. Bracing himself, he recalled the evaluation given by arrogance regarding my demon weapons division. This flower-like tactic. If the opponent engaged me with overwhelming strength and speed, I might suffer significant losses. However, if the opponent merely focused on defense, the sounds falling once again morphed from the rhythmic drumbeats into crisp crackling sounds, as the force was once more divided, growing weaker yet enveloping a broader area with increasingly terrifying effects. Although the carapace-type demon weapon was sturdy, it was not without gaps. Several fine needles pierced through the openings, and no matter how many demon weapons were divided, they remained demon weapons. Once they penetrated the body, blood began to seep out, and Chinzhua started to scream. Damn it, this monster, what in the world is happening? Chinzhua roared. Being called a monster by a disgusting creature did not reflect well. Yet, it was indeed terrifying. Not only Chinzhua, but even the group of corpse demons behind him were rendered speechless, retreating in unison, none daring to step forward to assist him. Damn it, why are you all retreating? Come help me. He's all alone. If we join forces, Chinzhua shouted, yet he had forgotten that his rank was far superior to mine. Join forces. The faces of the orange-tier corpse demons were already stained with shame. Are you joking? Help you. I have no carapace. I cannot withstand this monster's attacks, a short corpse demon stammered, with only 2 pitiful wings behind him, likely to be turned into a sieve the moment he charged into the torrential rain. Are you foolish? He is all by himself. If you all encircle him, quickly, I will entangle his demon weapons, and you all can attack. Chinzhua retorted angrily. But you only entangled his tail spine. This guy still has 2 demon weapons untouched. If we all attack together and he divides again. The short demon glanced at the 2 wings behind me, gulping audibly. This fellow was imagining a scenario where my wings had also cracked. And indeed, all the corpse demons in the vicinity were envisioning it. feathers raining down. That vision would likely drive them mad. Of course, they were mistaken. My wings would not crack. At the same time. This conversation reminded me, oh yes, I still had two wings. Whoosh! I leaped into the air, spinning fiercely, my two wings sweeping out like blades. My demonic energy did not match Chinsua's. I could not break through his carapace. However, if I infused a bit of demonic energy, boom, the wing struck between Chun's two carapace plates, though I could not injure him and was instead shaken to the point of blood surging. The immense impact forced him to stagger repeatedly, the carapace unable to maintain its stable defense, creating a narrow gap. A buzzing sound filled the air. All the fine needles, all the bees, my tail spine, which had already split into an uncountable number, surged through the crack. What followed was a scream, blood gushing forth like a fountain, soaring high into the sky and then falling like raindrops, blood rain. Amid the cries, Chinsua was thrown backward. He did not perish, as he was indeed an orange-tier corpse demon, but upon landing, he coughed up blood. His demonic energy was still abundant, and his demon weapons were still vastly superior to mine. Yet his body was riddled with countless wounds. The blood rain fell, and Chinsua writhed in agony on the ground, while I trembled, filled with rage, and the exhaustion of my demonic energy sent me reeling. The effect of such division was indeed terrifying, yet the cost was immense. Even without meticulous control, merely flailing and stabbing haphazardly, I could feel my energy rapidly depleting. Yet, my smile remained ferocious, especially as the blood rain fell upon my face. And I extended my tongue to lick it, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of wanting to kill everything in the blood rain. I threw my head back and howled at the sky, my expression already one of madness. Moreover, I suddenly realized that after tasting some of Chun's blood, my demonic energy seemed to show signs of recovery. Why was this? I did not know. I merely instinctively raised my face, opened my mouth, and allowed the blood to drip into it. The blood was scant, and the recovery was slow, yet the scene, the ferocity on my face, sent all the corpse demons retreating once more. Even they, as monsters, were afraid of me. The monster among monsters seemed to be me at this moment. Stepping forward, I charged once more at Chinsua, who staggered in his struggle. His face was now marked with terror. He still did not comprehend that I was weaker than him. Nor did he realize that if he engaged me in direct confrontation, it would be his demise. He had completely lost his nerve. Help me! Quickly help me! Chinsua cried out desperately, for he could think of no other way. Even if they feared me, those corpse demons had followed him, and several had close ties with him. Moreover, if I truly killed Chinsua, they would have no explanation to give to Chinyu City. Instinctively, a few stepped into the fray, even the short one mustering the courage to charge at me, as he was a winged corpse demon, capable of striking with great speed. My tail spine had once again enveloped Chinsua, leaving him with no choice but to meet it with his wings. Both of us possessed two wings, so when the resounding boom echoed, we staggered back simultaneously. The short demon's expression froze. In truth, he was rather weak, his demonic energy not even reaching the blue tier, merely at the very bottom green tier. Yet, he somehow managed to push me back. Strange, could it be that I am possessed by Sun Wukong? Or perhaps this fellow truly isn't that terrifying. If we all attack together, we can easily take him down, the short demon muttered in confusion. Then hurry up. Chinsua had already been battered by my tail spine to the point of injury. A group of corpse demons exchanged glances, nodding in unison as they lunged towards the arena. My expression soured. Even in the throes of madness, I could still discern the precarious situation. Against Chinsua, I could leverage his cowardice to my advantage, but facing so many corpse demons, 12 in total, with 7 at the blue level, 4 at the green level, and 1 on the verge of advancing to orange, I was doomed. With a resounding crash, the short figure and I collided once more, both of us staggering back. Yet several sharp scales simultaneously struck my body. As blood sprayed forth. I barely had time to react before more armored plates came crashing down upon me. I had indeed grown stronger, fueled by rage, yet I remained ill-equipped to withstand this onslaught. But I was nearly knocked to the ground, lifting my face to gaze vacantly at the myriad of demonic weapons glinting ominously in the night. My heart trembling violently. Ha ha, destroy him, tear this wretch apart and devour him. Ha. I've heard that dual attribute corpse demons are quite the delicacy. Chinsua finally erupted in laughter, even staggering to his feet, but then he froze, his eyes widening as a figure dashed into the battlefield. In that instant, countless demonic weapons hurtled towards me like a tempest, but at that very moment, a double-edged three-bladed axe imbued with the might of thunder, interposed itself before me. A deafening roar erupted, sending a tremendous shockwave that flung me into the air, and a delicate body tumbled into my embrace. Liang, why did you engage them? What on earth is happening? Yuehua shrieked. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, I did not respond, merely staring at her, my eyes brimming with excitement. In that fleeting moment, I had felt certain of my demise, yet she had appeared just in time to save me. Was this fate? The scene had been utterly chaotic, yet she had rushed to my aid without hesitation. Chinzhua was also acquainted with her. Why did you save me? Why help me? I asked a question so foolish it bordered on absurdity. Of course I would help you. Do you expect me to assist this bunch of scum? Yuehua retorted, her tone laced with indignation. She had realized the gravity of the situation as soon as she entered the community, the blood-soaked ground telling a harrowing tale. I was nearly moved to tears. It was as if a wealthy and beautiful woman were proclaiming, "What do I care for the tall, handsome rich man? I love you, the ordinary one." Although that may not be entirely fitting. It captured a fragment of my sentiment. I was indeed somewhat dazed, my mind clouded by madness, as I gazed at Yuehua's concerned visage, her words ringing like celestial music, complemented by her exquisitely crimson lips. Suddenly, I grasped her delicate face and, in a moment of impulse, pressed my lips against hers, yearning to channel the sweetness of that instant to release the tumult within my heart, to soothe the chaos that had taken root there. That night marked my first kiss with Yuehua. I fervently captured her lips, even desiring to part her teeth to savor the sweetness of her essence. However, this was merely a misguided example of a kiss, a lesson to all. Under no circumstances should an ordinary person attempt to take liberties with a wealthy beauty. Lest, slap, I received a stinging blow to the face. Chapter 88. That kiss, a frenzy of murderous intent, too. Are you insane? At a time like this? Yuehua's face turned a shade of green with fury. Oh, how unfortunate. I had nearly slipped my tongue in. Yet, she was right. This was not the moment for flirtation, as the horde of corpse demons closed in once more, and even Chinzhua rose. His countenance twisted in malice as he approached us. Chinzhua's nose flared in rage. He harbored feelings for Yuehua, yet he had to witness my passionate kiss, even daring to extend my tongue. To make matters worse, Yuehua's arrival coincided with his most humiliating moment, his pride thoroughly shattered. Damn it, Yuehua, you actually chose to help him? Chinzhua bellowed. Yes, and what of it? She coldly retorted. Had this question been posed by Qin Yuchang, she might have hesitated, but Chinzhua, he was merely another ordinary man, as insufferable as they come. Fine, fine. Chinzhua laughed in fury. Then I shall deal with you both. What do you plan to do with us? A chilling voice interjected. As my gaze shifted from Yuehua's face to Chinzhua's, I transformed once more into a monster among monsters, recalling the bloodied, severed arm on the ground. Damn you, you wretch! I roared, my spine erupting with power. Ignoring all the corpse demons surrounding me, I focused solely on eliminating Chinzhua. However, they would not let me disregard them. They screeched and lunged at me. Yet, a double-edged three-bladed axe stood firm against them. Yuehua had not yet decided whether to eliminate Chinzhua, for he was a subordinate of Qin Yuchang, but her instinct compelled her to assist me that we were comrades, and following that kiss. Despite her trembling with rage, a hint of blush graced her cheeks. He's not so bad, really, though he's a bit foolish and nowhere near as capable as Tianchun. At least, he is far better than these repulsive beings. This was Yuehua's silent contemplation. The battle resumed, with me confronting Chinzhua, while Yuehua held off the enemies that sought to flank us from behind. Could she truly manage that? After all, she wielded only 2 demonic weapons. Yet, the axe in her hand once belonged to an A-rank officer, forged from 6 pieces of specially treated materials. Its power, though Yuehua could not fully unleash its potential. Liang, whatever you plan to do, do it quickly. I can't hold them off much longer. Yuehua exclaimed. Understood. A single word conveyed my gratitude to Yuehua and my lethal intent towards Chinzhua. Chinzhua was in dire straits. He no longer dared to block my attacks, only focusing on evasion. But how could he escape? Turn and flee. In truth, had he chosen this path from the beginning, he would have had the advantage in speed over me. The problem lay in his over-reliance on his armored defenses. Forgetting that even the sturdiest of fortifications possess vulnerabilities when faced with a barrage of piercing attacks. Now, it was too late for him to flee. My relentless assaults had already severely compromised his mobility. Once again, a wave of darkness surged forth, not merely piercing strikes, but several that ensnared Chinzhua's legs, The attacks were so bizarre, they sent shivers down my spine. Was I the white-haired witch? No, I was the black chrysanthemum demon. Chunzwa struggled, yet he was instantaneously pinned to the ground by several ebony needles, howling in agony as I lunged at him, my wings slicing through the air like scissors. In that critical moment, Chunzwa could only brace himself, yet the truth was, he could neither block nor escape. Despair was creeping in. He lay on the ground, contemplating begging for mercy. Watch out, Yuehua's warning rang out. A woman could not possibly fend off over a dozen corpse demons alone, so a few managed to bypass her defenses and charge towards us that I saw them coming. I could not stop them. But I could. Two claws seized Chunzwa by the ankles as I soared into the air, my wings unfurling. The hallmark of winged corpse demons is their ability to fly. The sky is their domain. Ironically, while Chunzwa commanded a dozen underlings, only the short one could fly. The others were primarily scaled or armored types. Watching me ascend, the remaining demons stood in shock, though the scaled types could launch their sharp scales skyward. I was locked in a fierce struggle with Chunzwa. One piece, two pieces. When the third struck Chunzwa's shoulder, he erupted in a furious rage, yet below, no one dared to shoot indiscriminately. Only the short one dared to pursue. But would I concern myself with him? A green-level weakling, even more ordinary than I. My wings swept through the air, and I exerted myself to control several steel needles. My wings matched his power. I could deftly manipulate the tail spikes. No, they should not be called tail spikes, but rather needle-like barbs. I released only 4 or 5 of these barbs, yet they were sufficient to disrupt the balance, while the short one was preoccupied with my wings. He was suddenly pierced in the rear, yelping in pain as he attempted to take flight, only to be struck down by a fierce blow from my wing to his back. Boom! Was that a meteor? A falling star. We had ascended over 30 meters. I mused that even if he did not perish from the fall, he would need to consider a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Turning my gaze back to Chunzwa, I grinned wickedly, licking my lips as I declared, "Now, who else will come to your rescue? You are as good as dead. Please, don't." Chunzwa screamed in terror. He could not fly, suspended in the air by my grasp. Even struggling was a challenge. His armor could no longer maintain its defensive posture, and dozens of small holes erupted on his body. "Li Yang, I beg you, we are of the same kind. To hell with your kind." I spat. My teeth clenched in fury. To be associated with such a wretch was an affront to my very being. The barbs continued to burst forth, pummeling him relentlessly as the skies opened once more in a torrential downpour, only to cease abruptly. Chunzwa's blood was rapidly draining, and he understood that his end was nigh. Yet, it was precisely this realization that ignited a crimson fury in his eyes, desperate and cornered. He fought as if his life depended on it, for even a lamb, when faced with the slaughter of a wolf, will rise to resist, let alone Chunzwa, a corpse demon of the orange level. Indeed, he was perhaps even stronger than I. The armored shell swept towards me, akin to a clam snapping shut, intent on cleaving me in two. I hastily withdrew my wings to defend myself. Boom! My wings nearly shattered under the impact, shaking me to my core as blood spilled from my mouth. This was the power of an orange-level demon. No wonder the proud boasted that I could not prevail. It was overwhelmingly formidable. Once madness plunges to a certain depth, I become indifferent to pain, unconcerned about bodily harm. I merely engage in a relentless clash with him. In the midst of our struggle, one of Chunzwa's arms has been stabbed so mercilessly that it is riddled with wounds, rendering it utterly immobile, while the other arm is ensnared by numerous tail spikes. With a roar, I muster all my demonic power and forcibly wrench that arm down. Although one of my wings has been shattered and I can no longer maintain my balance, plummeting to the ground, and despite my scapula being nearly pulverized, I remain unfazed. Even as I fall, I continue to spiral into madness, unleashing tail spikes that repeatedly pierce Chunzwa's neck when the blood fills his throat. He finds himself gasping for breath, while his chest, abdomen, shoulders, and thighs are inundated with crimson splatter, even staining his face. With a thunderous explosion, a vibrant red mixed with dark liquid erupts. It is Chunzwa's eyeball. He begins to convulse in agony, his mouth agape, only to have several tail spikes thrust into it, shredding his tongue and protruding from the back of his neck. Almost simultaneously, my sternum is shattered by his carapace, and I cough up blood, feeling as though I am on the brink of shattering myself. It feels as if we are not merely fighting, but rather exchanging blood for blood, life for life. I am in pain. I am terrified, but the mere thought of Wanwan's adorable smile propels me onward. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. I snarl with a twisted grin. At this moment, Chinzhua has fully comprehended that my power pales in comparison to his. But alas, it is too late. His vitality is waning. Unable to match my relentless assault. He surely regrets his earlier cowardice. Had he confronted me sooner, it would not have been his life extinguished first. Yet, sometimes victory hinges upon a fleeting judgment. Am I not strong? No. I am formidable enough to instill fear in an orange-tiered corpse demon. This is my strength. By the time he realizes my superficiality, it is already too late for him to turn back. With a resounding crash, both Chinzhua and I collapse to the ground. I am violently expelling blood, feeling as though I might shatter. While Chinzhua, he is already fractured, my strikes piercing him countless times, his body cracking upon impact. The vitality of a corpse demon is truly astonishing. He still struggles, casting one last glance at me with his remaining eye. That gaze so complex. Was it resentment, fear, or perhaps rage? Perhaps a blend of all three. With a sigh, Chinzua's head finally droops, as I once again unleash my tail spikes, impaling his neck into a hive of death. That night, Chinzua did not rise again. It was also my first time slaying a creature whose power far exceeded mine. Indeed, my first time killing one of my kind. I do not rely solely on strength. There is also that fury and frenzy, that unwavering determination to protect one at all costs. Perhaps my demonic power is still not immensely strong, but when it comes to the will to kill, I dare say none in the arena can surpass me. Tonight, all the corpse demons of Chuzhou are inferior to me. Even as I lie in a pool of blood, I yearn to continue the fight. I wish to annihilate every corpse demon in the vicinity, even in the entire city, for I seek to prevent the opening of this hellish gate. But can I persist? I struggle to rise, only to be encircled by several corpse demons. They gaze at Chinzua's corpse, then at me, their eyes brimming with hatred, the stout one nearly grinding his teeth to dust. Come on, all of you, come at me. Let's see how many of you I can take down before I die. I laugh grimly, for I may indeed perish tonight, but if I can take just one more with me, many innocent lives in Chuzhou will be spared. What foolish notion of the corpse demon's stance. I care not for it anymore. I crave the thrill of the kill. Yuehua, in a frenzy, desperately attempts to rush to my aid, but her demonic power is weaker than mine at this moment. She cannot assist me, yet others can. I in the darkness, two shadowy figures swiftly rush into the community, their demonic weapons unfurling even before they arrive. They bear two carapaces and a serpent-like tail spine. Woman, toss me the axe now, the proud one bellows, waving his hand frantically. Yuehua dares not hesitate, launching the double-sided three-blade axe into the air. Though she is unaccustomed to wielding such a weapon, the proud one is not. The moment he catches it, he positions himself in front of me. With a thunderous crack, the axe cleaves through the air, accompanied by a roaring wind, akin to thunder. Buzzing fills the sky as, almost simultaneously, countless searchlights illuminate the night, and numerous helicopters pierce through the darkness, diving towards the city center. Have they finally arrived? Dition looks up, his eyes filled with ferocity. So slow, but it's about time to ace my final battle before claiming the throne. All of you shall become the foundation of my reign. Chen Yucheng coldly gazes at the heavens. Chapter 89. Surrounded from all sides, he is laughing, enraptured, fantasizing about how he will relish his power after securing this battle, plotting how to gather all the corpse demons in the city for the impending confrontation. Little does he know, a twist has occurred. A bloody skirmish is raging in a corner of the city. Among the corpse demons themselves, he is unaware that his most loyal subordinate, Chinzhua, has been reduced to a grotesque pile of flesh. Chen Yucheng should never have sent a call for reinforcements to Nanjing, for as he transforms the city into a hellscape, my fury will engulf it all. Stance? I still do not know how to choose, for all that fills my heart now is a frenzied desire for battle, a thirst for blood. In the city center square, chaos reigns supreme, the most tumultuous gathering of the entire city. A mass of people, cloaked in shadows, congregates here. Some weep with their heads held low, others scream to the heavens, while some sit vacantly on the ground. Each person bears the stains of blood, and many have. Thousands of them. Perhaps they are no longer human, but rather corpse demons. Chen Yucheng has summoned merely 100 corpse demons, yet the numbers have now surpassed 5 figures. 100 demons biting creates a count of over 200. Another bite. 400. Yet another. 800. The increase is alarmingly swift and simple. 5 figures. This is still Chen Yucheng's estimation of a sufficient number, not wishing to waste demonic power or food further. In fact, he has already squandered much. It is known that type AB blood comprises only about 15% of the population. To forge this force, compelling these newly risen corpse demons to feed immediately. How many people reside in Chuzhou? How many lives have been lost in just one night? Perhaps no one knows. Or perhaps the mountain of corpses piled in the square is enough evidence. The wailing of police sirens pierces the air as countless police vehicles swarm from all directions. But within 5 minutes, the sirens wail again, retreating faster than they arrived. Monsters. They are all monsters. Flee. This city is doomed. The police captain trembles, his voice quaking as he decides to flee without even stepping out of the vehicle, simply gazing at the horror in the square, at the giant standing atop the mountain of corpses. The police, Tion cannot be bothered with them, merely lunging to lift the first police car, the 8 pieces of demonic weaponry striking simultaneously, reducing the vehicle to a twisted mass, flinging it aside, smashing one car flat, rolling it over, and toppling 3 more. It is no wonder the police captain fled in terror. Even among the corpse demons, his strength is unfathomable, lifting a police car as easily as one would a basketball. Not only are the police powerless to resist, but even professional soldiers find themselves helpless against the corpse demons. Upon receiving word, the military district near Chuzhou dispatched over 50 military trucks, deploying nearly 1,000 soldiers armed to the teeth. What on earth? How could chaos erupt in Chuzhou? The commanding officer frowns. Chaos? It seems he is still struggling to grasp the situation. He does not realize that Chuzhou has become a hellscape, even a battlefield of death. However, the commanding officer soon discerns something amiss. As his troops approach the city, they are met with a mass of fleeing civilians, crowding the streets like ants, blocking every alleyway. The commanding officer is bewildered, even if there were chaos. Must they flee in such a manner? It resembles an apocalypse. He seizes a man dragging children behind him to inquire about the situation in the city, but the man's response is, "Have you seen a zombie flick?" "Yes." "Why? Do you know what zombies are? The kind that bites, sucks blood, and devours flesh. The streets are crawling with them, and they are far more ferocious than in the movies. They can even fly." After speaking, the man shoves the commanding officer aside and runs off, uncertain if he should be fleeing in such a panic, but it seems that is how it is portrayed in movies. Zombies. The commanding officer is left speechless. This is no film. He cannot believe such things could exist in reality until he witnesses it firsthand. 2 corpse demons, perhaps driven mad by the bloodshed, blatantly ignore Chen Yucheng's orders and charge out of the city, only to encounter nearly 1,000 fully armed soldiers. There really are monsters? Open fire? Kill them. The commanding officer barks, his confidence unwavering at that moment. But soon, in 1 minute, the commanding officer's jaw drops. In 2 minutes, his eyes nearly bulge out of their sockets. The combat prowess of these 2 corpse demons exceeds his wildest imagination, utterly appalling. Countless soldiers unleash a hail of gunfire, yet their bullets are deflected by some dark, indistinguishable substance. Carapace. The bullets strike it, sparks flying, yet fail to inflict any harm. And that creature soaring through the air, possessing wings, dives down under the cover of darkness, snatching away 1 or 2 soldiers' lives with each descent. Certainly, a 2 to 1,000 battle is fundamentally disproportionate. After a stalemate lasting 3 minutes, the 2 corpse demons ultimately could not withstand the pressure and fled. The problem, however, was that in the face of 1,000 soldiers encircling them, these 2 creatures, while being bombarded by bullets to the point of being drenched in blood, astonishingly managed to escape unscathed. What's more, these 2 were merely of the blue demon power level. The commanding officer was utterly bewildered. He began to regret not deploying tanks or anti-aircraft guns, and he even contemplated returning to fetch a few atomic bombs, if he had any. Gazing at the city of Chuzhou under the night sky, and then at the soldiers behind him, nearly every one of them bore an expression of shock. The commanding officer struggled for a full 10 minutes, unable to issue the order to advance into the city. "You don't need to go in," came the voice on the phone. It was Li Mingxian calling. "Hold the major exits of the city, manage the flow of fleeing civilians, and conduct strict inspections. If any civilians are found to have been bitten by the monsters, detain them immediately. If there is any resistance, kill without mercy." Kill without mercy against ordinary civilians? The commanding officer could hardly believe that Li Mingxian would issue such an order. However, he was not entirely wrong. Li Mingxian was merely preventing a catastrophe from spreading. The city was currently overrun with corpse demons, and if they were to spill over into other cities, 1 or 2 might be manageable, even a dozen or 20 or even 100. But what about thousands? Li Mingxian could scarcely fathom the consequences. Shoot civilians? I'm sorry, but I cannot comply with such an order, the commanding officer exclaimed, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Besides, who are you? What is your position? Unless the commander of our military district personally issues the command, I will not execute it. They are no longer civilians, Li Mingxian sighed. As for me, I am the commander of the Special Mobile Unit directly under the 6th Department. Perhaps you haven't heard of me. But your military district commander would likely address me as sir if he were to see me. After speaking, Li Mingxian hung up the phone, disregarding the dumbfounded officer, as he had far more pressing matters to attend to. The helicopter had landed near the government building in the city center, and as soon as he disembarked, Li Mingxian began to sigh, his gaze fixated on the radar screen, which was now cluttered with countless red dots. I knew it would come to this. Relentless purging and slaughter will only drive these creatures mad, causing the situation to spiral out of control and ultimately become irreparable, he murmured, glancing at his grim-faced subordinates. He then issued 2 commands. First, engage with all your might and eliminate every corpse demon within Chuzhou. No mercy. Second, do your utmost to survive. To do their utmost to survive was hardly the kind of rallying cry one would expect before battle, but Li Mingxian felt compelled to say it. He had brought dozens of officers with him, and many more ordinary subordinates, yet he had no idea how many of them would return alive after this night, nor did he know if he himself would escape the city upon stepping into Chuzhou. He realized the situation was 1,000 times worse than the National Security Bureau had anticipated. Moreover, there were certainly more than one superpower within the city at this moment, and he was left to face them alone. Luo Tianjin. I hope you won't dawdle this time. Come quickly. Although I find you insufferable, it seems we must join forces this time, Li Mingxian sighed. With eyes tightly shut and gripping 2 daggers, he took a deep breath. Recalling his days as a professional assassin, when he opened his eyes again, an endless chill radiated from his gaze. He was not as arrogant as Luo Tianjin, nor did he possess the same fierce pride. His method of combat was straightforward. Assassination. With a single step, he vanished into the night, his presence seemingly erased from existence. Even if he stood beside you, you might not notice his figure, and even if his dagger pierced your throat, you might not feel the pain. Indeed, you might not even realize you had died. This was Li Mingxian, who had already instilled fear across the world long before joining the Special Mobile Unit. During his time as a professional assassin, he had earned a title that made countless people tremble in fear and admiration, ranking among the top 10 on the global assassin list. Li Mingxian directly entered the battlefield in the city center, intending to commence the purge from the heart of the city, a strategy frequently employed by the Special Mobile Unit, dropping in directly and seizing key battlegrounds, then gradually reclaiming lost territory. However, he did not anticipate that the layout of Chuzhou this night was precisely tailored to counter him. 8 administrator-level commanders had been deployed in Chuzhou, positioned in the east, south, west, north, southeast, northeast, southwest, and northwest, effectively trapping him from all 8 directions. These guys are always so predictable, Chenyu sneered. So, let the slaughter commence the moment they step into the city center, surround and annihilate from all 8 directions. However, Chenyu also did not foresee that 2 gaps had already emerged in this encirclement, due to someone's overconfidence. In the city center battlefield, Di Tian had grown impatient waiting. He was unconcerned with Chenyu's strategies, only eager for a good fight. The second gap was formed by me and Shunzhua. Liang, cover me. At the moment the giant axe swung, Gao Ao roared with pride. The black light emanating from the axe surged like lightning, and he appeared to embody a war god. All right, I replied, and the demon weapon behind me erupted like a cactus, countless steel needles shooting out in all directions. The sheer number was beyond my control, so I simply let it be. The demon weapon once again blotted out the sky, sweeping through like a chaotic sandstorm. Xia Wangna, terrified, turned to flee, while Yue Hua crouched on the ground, clutching her head in fear. Poo. I accidentally stabbed Gao Ao in the butt 3 times, and he rolled his eyes in annoyance. I quickly scratched my head in embarrassment as a gesture of apology. I in front of us. There were 8 corpse demons closing in, yet they were thrown into disarray by the storm of demon weapons, continuously retreating. But where could they retreat to? The giant axe was upon them, the electric light crackling, and the violent surge of demon power erupted instantaneously. Boom, the 3 foremost corpse demons, being of the scale and abdomen type, had decent defenses, but while attempting to withstand my demon weapon storm, They could not simultaneously fend off Gao Ao's fierce assault and were instantly struck in the chest. Their scales shattered and rib cages crushed as they screamed and tumbled backward. So fierce, Yuewa exclaimed in astonishment. The axe in her hands was completely different from the one in Gao Ao's, yet Gao Ao, although a newcomer, possessed strength that surpassed hers. Could it be because Gao Ao had once been an A-level officer? No, he had already transformed into a corpse demon. A muffled groan answered Yuewa's confusion with one swing of the axe. Although it severely injured the enemy, Gao Ao also fell to his knees in pain, blood vessels in his right arm bursting due to the clash of different attributes of demon power. Are you all right? Is everything okay? I hurriedly helped Gao Ao up, and he shook his head, his expression filled with bitterness. This axe had accompanied him for over 10 years and was of great value to him. Yet now it seemed he might have to let it go. Chapter 90. Fighting side by side, corpse demons are forbidden from killing their own kind, even if they do kill or consume. They only use the flesh and blood of their kind to enhance their own power and cannot sever the demon weapons of their own kind for use. Why? Because it is simply not feasible. Two different frequencies of corpse demon genes cannot coexist, much like how I, possessing both Xiaohua and Li Tianxin's demon powers, cannot fully merge them, resulting in a strong and weak attribute within me. Although they can collide and amplify each other in battle, the outcome leads to the fracturing of my tail spine-type demon weapon. This is not a good thing, while it may appear imposing. Do you remember the pain I endured the first time I split? The excruciating agony that made it feel as though I could barely breathe. Gao Ao was in a similar predicament. He was forcibly using his internal demon power to wield the battle axe, experiencing the same collision amplification and resulting effects. But while I fractured my demon weapon, he shattered his arm, with blood vessels bursting. With just one strike, Gao Ao's right arm became nearly immobile. He had long known he could no longer wield the battle axe, which was why he did not resist when Yuehua forcibly took it away. She could not use it either. At best it served as a hard weapon, but could not activate the internal fluctuations of demon power within the weapon. Some may wonder about Luo Tianjin. Why could he wield demon power to activate the scythe demon weapon of Chutian? Why didn't his body shatter? The answer is simple. Luo Tianjin is not a corpse demon. He does not possess demon power genes. So there is no conflict. Moreover, how much demon power does Luo Tianjin have? Each time he absorbs the flesh and blood of corpse demons, he can only draw a tiny bit and cannot store it for long. Hardly enough to reach the threshold of conflict. It's like gently tapping a stone. Your hand won't hurt. But if you were to strike it with all your might, I'd say you should go see a doctor. Your hand is definitely broken. Yet Gao Ao, being an A-level officer, possessed an astonishing willpower. His entire right arm shattered, yet he still refused to give up the battle axe and attempted to switch it to his left hand to continue fighting. Don't. I quickly interjected. I'll take the lead. Just support me. Don't overexert yourself. Gao Ao nodded, a hint of gratitude flickering in his eyes that in truth, he admired my willpower even more, as my injuries were several times worse than his. Yet I still aimed to take the lead and stood protectively in front of him at that moment. We both felt that the choice to fight alongside each other was undoubtedly the right one. Our coordination surpassed that of my previous partnership with Lin Feng, and Gao Ao suddenly thought of Luo Tianjin. Of course, comparing myself to Luo Tianjin would be self-deprecating. Our combat abilities were not on the same level. However, in terms of sheer fighting spirit, perhaps I would not be outdone by anyone. Not even Yuehua thought otherwise. In the midst of the chaos, the woman gazed at the scene of our blood-soaked bodies, still fiercely battling against our foes, and she could not help but take a few steps closer, filled with admiration, yearning to assist us. In truth, Yuehua was deeply conflicted tonight. Her initial intention in saving me was merely to prevent my demise. Yet she had never truly wished to eliminate Chenhua. How could she justify that to Chan Yuqing? She also harbored no desire to annihilate all the corpse demons present, as they were, after all, akin to her own kind. Thus, when Chenhua fell, Yuehua was filled with regret, yet she did not retreat. Instead, her resolve to fight alongside me only intensified. Why was that? Was it affection? Perhaps not. Or maybe even Yuehua herself was unaware, for a strange sentiment was gradually taking root within her heart. Women are drawn to men for three primary reasons. First, physical attractiveness, a criterion in which I utterly fail to meet. Yet I contend that if a woman were to choose a man solely based on appearance, she would either be a frivolous infatuate or lacking in wisdom, for there exist far more significant qualities in a man than mere looks. The second allure lies in a man's strength among humans. This strength can be interpreted as intelligence, ambition, and ideals, while some more superficial women might equate it with wealth and power. However, in the eyes of corpse demons, strength is the purest form of power. An unrivaled combat prowess. Women are enamored by powerful men, those who embody an indomitable spirit, who revel in the thrill of battle. Thus, figures like Zhao Zilong, galloping across Changban Slope, or Lu Guishan, who single-handedly faced 1,000 foes outside Hulagwan, captivate the hearts of all women, even driving them to obsession. Perhaps I am not particularly strong, as my demonic power remains consistently at the blue level, and my demonic weapons are limited to merely 3 shards. Yet, shoulder to shoulder with the proud Yuehua, I charged fiercely amidst the throngs of corpse demons, undeterred by severe injuries. Time and again, we fell, only to rise again with the support of our comrades. Our blood had long since run dry, yet our eyes still burned with fervor and determination. I was even less formidable than Yuehua at her peak, yet she looked at me with a glimmer of admiration. Perhaps the absolute strength of a man is not paramount. What truly matters is whether he possesses an unparalleled courage to unleash his full potential. Men may fall, but what is essential is whether they can rise again after being knocked down. The third reason women are attracted to men is a kind and principled heart. Let us dismiss the notion that bad boys are what women desire. While it is true that some women might find amusement in the mischief of a slightly roguish man, no woman would ever be drawn to a man whose wickedness knows no bounds, who indulges in debauchery, or who commits heinous acts without remorse. If such a woman exists, then she ought to seek the counsel of a mental health professional. Yuehua cannot be considered kind, for the harsh realities of life have compelled her to adopt a cold demeanor. Yet, she is indeed drawn to men who exhibit a semblance of kindness and strong principles, which is why she holds a deep affection for Li Tianqin, cherishing his unwavering perseverance over the span of 70 years. Unfortunately, when Li Tianqin ultimately relinquished that dedication, it struck Yuehua like a bolt from the blue, leading her to choose to part ways with him, despite his strength and charm. Fortunately, Yuehua encountered me. It is undeniable that I pale in comparison to Li Tianqin, both in appearance and in strength. Yet she has discovered many echoes of Li Tianqin's spirit within me. Even that fellow once remarked that certain traits of mine closely resemble his kindness and persistence. Behind me, Yuehua gazed at me with an almost dazed expression, unsure of the feeling that stirred within her. Was it affection, or merely a desire to replace Li Tianqin, to soothe the pang of longing in her heart? Women often find themselves compelled to move closer. Unconsciously taking steps toward my side, the wind swirled around us, intertwining with the sound of the battle, and a smile graced my face. In the next moment, we stood united in combat, perhaps not just the 2 of us, but 3, or even 4, for beneath a great tree, a trembling figure fixated on a teddy bear stained with blood, Wang Na, with her large mouth agape, tears streaming down her face. She could not comprehend why. After yesterday's joyful conversation, today had turned into a matter of life and death. Why was it that her only friend, a girl who resembled her and affectionately called her sister Wang Na, now lay lifeless in a pool of blood? Wang Na's grief struck me with unbearable force, but for her, it was an even greater torment. This was not merely a blow. It was an excruciating agony that pierced deep into her soul. The girl suddenly tilted her head back, releasing a heart-wrenching scream. Her cries were accompanied by tears that flowed like rain, for they were children, and their friendship was the purest, most unadulterated bond imaginable. Yet, in just a day, that friendship had been irrevocably severed. Wang Na's wail was not one of despair, but rather a muted lament, intermingled with sobs that seemed to accuse the cruelty of this world. Protesting the fate that denied her warmth, in the throes of her anguish, the girl sank to her knees. Was it heartache or physical pain she felt? She could not tell. She simply began to tremble uncontrollably, her body convulsing. Wang Na, I exclaimed in desperation, rushing forward to tell her it was my fault, that if only I had not been so naive. I wanted to reassure her, to tell her not to fear, for her father would always be there. Don't go. Yuehua suddenly grasped my arm, glancing at the girl. She is about to erupt, consumed by her anguish. She is breaking free once more. In that moment, realization dawned upon me. Though I was unsure whether to feel sorrow or joy, it became evident that Wang Na had always harbored latent demonic power. She had been a corpse demon far longer than I had, her potential long having surpassed its limits. Yet she had only ever manifested a single shard of demonic weaponry. The girl had been too afraid, unwilling to accept her identity as a monster. She despised the little tail that trailed behind her. even loathed it. Thus, she had remained in a state of self-imposed confinement, both in her heart and in the accumulation of her demonic power. However, my presence, coupled with Wanwan's, had gradually begun to unlock the seals on her heart. Unfortunately, Wanwan's death, combined with the brutal reality of my struggle, forced the girl to unleash her full potential that in truth. This was a beneficial development for her, for amidst her anguished cries, the second shard of demonic weaponry finally emerged from its chrysalis, driven by the pain in her heart. The third shard began to take shape, manifesting as a small tail spike. This was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. The girl had finally grown stronger, capable of self-defense and ready to aid us. Yet, the nature of her newfound strength seemed to come at a cruel cost. Through her tears, the girl suddenly stood tall, wiping the moisture from her eyes, and charged toward the battlefield, her crimson lips pressed tightly together, biting until they turned blue and bloodied. Her adorable face still retained its charm, yet now bore an unsettling ferocity. "You vile creatures, perish!" Wang Na cried, her voice filled with determination as her serpentine tails erupted with ferocious energy. Two serpent tails surged forth from her back, striking at two unsuspecting corpse demons, who remained oblivious to the trembling figure behind them, their attention wholly consumed by my flurry of demonic needles and the imposing battle axe wielded by Yuehua. These were armored corpse demons, boasting formidable defenses, yet all their protective armor was concentrated in the front to withstand our assault. The result was, with a sickening sound, the serpent tails, infused with wild demonic power, pierced through their spines. Their screams echoed, one demon pleading for mercy, begging Wang Na not to crush its heart, yet the girl remained unyielding. With a swift twist of her waist, the serpent tails lashed out, and the demons' cries were abruptly silenced as their chests were shattered and they were flung several meters away. Though the girl had succeeded through a stroke of luck, watching her fill me with a surge of warmth. I was elated by her newfound strength, yet my heart ached for the tears that still clung to her cheeks. That I rushed forward, grasping her hand and pulling her into an embrace. "Wang Na, dear, let us fight side by side," I whispered. The girl nodded vigorously, her small frame still trembling, but her eyes now shone with unparalleled resolve. This battle was, in truth, drawing to a close. Although the enemy's numbers still surpassed ours, and their strength was greater, the disparity in willpower was stark. They had not committed to a desperate fight with us. Their initial intent had merely been to slaughter a few defenseless civilians in a fit of rage. In their eyes, we four warriors standing back to back, drenched in blood, had transformed into an impregnable fortress, while their chaotic assaults appeared feeble in comparison. Moreover, outside the community, the sounds of gunfire erupted, signaling the commencement of another battle. Several corpse demons instantly changed their expressions. Had the covert mobile unit arrived, that was the true target they ought to face. "Damn it. We don't have time to deal with these fools. They killed Qinzhua. The management of Yuqing will not let them off the hook. Fall back and initiate the encirclement," bellowed an orange-tier corpse demon, swiftly retreating from the battlefield. The sound of four figures collapsing to the ground echoed in unison. The proud Yuehua simply lay down, a victorious smile gracing her face. Yet her demonic power had been entirely depleted. Had we truly won? Against all odds, four of us had managed to repel double the enemy's forces. The expression of triumph on our faces spoke volumes. Unfortunately, we had celebrated too soon. The true battle of the night had only just begun. As those corpse demons fled the community, they found that the opportunity for encirclement had slipped away. And due to my interference, they had not amassed sufficient strength, having only transformed a small portion of humans who had since scattered. The plan for encirclement appeared increasingly untenable, riddled with flaws. Even worse, at the city center square, Tian glared ahead, his expression twisted with malice, as waves of covert mobile unit soldiers surged forth, their dark, gleaming demonic weapons igniting a fervor within him. Yet he failed to notice. What? Qinzhua is dead? Qin Yuqing's expression froze. He could not comprehend why Qinzhua and I had suddenly turned against each other, resulting in the death of one of our own. He had explicitly instructed Qinzhua to devise a strategy to win me over. What gnawed him even more was the presence of Emperor Tian. Qin Yuqing trembled with rage, cursing, "That fool! That idiot! Wasn't he supposed to encircle? How could he charge in recklessly?" Naturally, Emperor Tian had his reasons. He harbored an intense hatred for those who purged the corpse demons. And his overwhelming confidence, bolstered by his immense strength, led him to believe he could face 2 or 3 A-level officers simultaneously without fear. However, The first adversary he confronted was not an A-level officer, but a hand that emerged from the shadows. Wielding a cold, piercing dagger, which it slowly directed towards his neck, the movement was drawn out to the extreme, so slow that few could perceive the hand and dagger's approach, over a distance of 2 or 3 meters. A full minute elapsed before it reached its destination. Li Mingxuan's eyes were closed, seemingly savoring the impending strike. Lost in a trance, his every pore closed. Even the formidable Emperor Tian felt a twinge of fear. Though he resembled a battle god in his ferocity, he was utterly unprepared for the stealthy ambush of Li Mingxian. Moreover, a night stalker like Li Mingxian inherently countered the raw power of a warrior such as Emperor Tian. With an instinctive sense of dread, Emperor Tian contemplated fleeing, yearning to seek out Chen Yuqing for another alliance, to launch a coordinated assault once more. If Chen Yuqing could confront Li Mingxian, he would fear nothing from the other officials. Escape? Behind Emperor Tian stood dozens of officials and countless black-clad figures wielding submachine guns. Could he truly flee? Yes, for he was Emperor Tian, the most formidable undead in existence. His 8 plates of armor closed in defense once more. And with a thunderous roar, the tank rumbled forward. In that instant, a hail of bullets rained down, and numerous demonic weapons struck him, as if he had plunged into a tempest. Sparks flew as his armor was battered. His muscles began to crack, yet the giant did not budge an inch. The deafening cries erupted. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Each one was an arduous struggle, yet he persevered with unyielding determination. 8 steps, 9 steps, 10 steps. Several officials attempted to intervene, only to be sent sprawling. 1 of the armor plates had shattered under the strain, followed swiftly by a second beginning to crack, yet Emperor Tian pressed on. Undeterred, all who beheld this scene were left in stunned silence. Even among monsters, the resilience of Emperor Tian was enough to evoke awe. Even the legendary El Guatian, who once stood against multitudes outside Tiger Prison, could not muster such an imposing presence. After that day, every member of the covert task force involved in the battle engraved the image of a colossal figure into their minds. They did not know his name, but had given him a moniker, the Fierce God. 19 steps, 20 steps. Emperor Tian finally burst forth, his steps trembling, barely holding himself upright. Yet now there were no obstacles before him. That moment, Li Mingxian sighed. There is no need to stop him, nor to pursue. No one can impede such a being. Was this a compliment to his adversary? Even Li Mingxian acknowledged that despite his ability to counter Emperor Tian and launch a stealthy attack, once this giant set off, he would be unstoppable across the land. That moment, Chen Yuqing also sighed. This fool, if only he had joined me to initiate a siege, tonight's battle would have been a foregone conclusion. Chen Yuqing arrived, his face cold as he stood atop a nearby building, flanked by several undead, watching Emperor Tian's retreating figure in exasperation. He was indeed powerful, but his intellect was sorely lacking. In the next moment, Chen Yuqing turned his gaze towards Li Mingxian. 6 divisions. Was it? While it was easy to take advantage of a fool like Emperor Tian, the situation would be vastly different if he himself were involved. Moreover, the subordinates he had brought with him were more than sufficient. Similarly, Li Mingxian raised his head to observe Chen Yuqing, noting the multitude of undead behind him, along with the throngs of dark-clad individuals below. These were freshly modified troops, mere cannon fodder, numbering over 10,000. The main force has arrived. The disparity in troops is immense. Prepare for battle, and remember my previous instructions. Do your utmost to survive. Li Mingxian gritted his teeth. Luo Tianjin, if you still value your comradeship, hurry here. With a single glance, Li Mingxian realized that trouble loomed large that night. Even without demonic weapons, the sheer number of cannon fodder-level undead charging forward would be impossible to stop. Not to mention the deep purple-hued superboss, Chen Yuqing. He could only pray for the aid of some monstrous ally. In truth, Emperor Tian had already spotted Chen Yuqing, yet he could not afford to stop, nor dare approach him for assistance. That he feared that if he halted, if he turned back, his life would dissipate in an instant. He was grievously wounded and needed to find someone to slay, to drink fresh blood and restore his demonic power. Yet his luck was abysmally poor. The direction he fled towards was Luo Tianjin had arrived, leisurely strolling down the street with a scythe slung over his shoulder. His vehicle had broken down once more, and he hummed a tune as he walked. Perhaps I shall never see again the pale yellow sky at parting. Some people are destined not to meet again. Those once youthful faces, humming a slightly off-key melody. Luo Tianjin was lost in thoughts of a former companion. Supporting each other, Gao Ao and I stepped out of the community. Gao Ao sighed as he surveyed the blood-soaked streets. Are we headed back to Nanjing? No. I shook my head. I had long made the decision to return, yet after experiencing this battle, I suddenly changed my mind. I gazed towards the city center, listening to the gunfire and chaos. Yearning to witness, to see the fate of the city, to behold the conclusion of this battle. In truth, I should not have made this decision, for the scene was enough to shatter anyone's heart. Yet without it, perhaps I would not have encountered certain events, certain individuals. Chapter 92. To those whose names we should remember, what are you going to see? Gao Ao frowned. Do you still wish to assist that Chan Yuqing fellow in resisting the covert task force? To atone for your sins? I shook my head. Then what do you intend to do? Help the covert task force exterminate all the undead. Speak, Liang. What is your stance? Gao Ao was clearly agitated. I continued to shake my head. Did my stance even matter anymore? The air was thick with the scent of blood, and I perceived this battle, from start to finish, as a tragedy. Yet I felt powerless to do anything. I merely wished to see. If anyone could halt this tragedy, suddenly an idea struck me. If there was one thing I wanted to destroy, to kill, it was Chan Yuqing. For without his rallying order, without his ambition to become the king of the undead, this tragedy would never have unfolded. We moved together along the street, witnessing the ongoing tragedy, a bloody battle unfolding before our eyes. The undead had not retreated far. They sought to support Chan Yuqing but were intercepted by the covert task force midway. A few officials left behind by Li Mingxian stood ready to ensure a route of retreat should the battle turn unfavorable. 8 injured undead faced off against 6 not particularly high-ranking officials, along with several black-clad subordinates wielding submachine guns. The combat power was strikingly balanced, indicating that this battle was truly a life-for-life exchange. I witnessed a scaled abdomen undead blasted by spiraling bullets, blood erupting from every orifice. 2 axe-shaped demonic weapons struck at him. He had no time to evade and was cleaved in 2 at the waist. The undead's vitality was remarkably tenacious. He still clung to life, extending his claws to grasp an official's ankle, desperately attempting to assist his comrade until the axe fell once more, shattering his skull. Anan, the anguished cries rang out as 2 undead lunged forward without regard for the bullets raining down, ignoring the strikes from multiple demonic weapons, and forcibly dragged the official who had slain their companion out of the fray. They pinned him to the ground, the demonic weapons striking relentlessly, claws tearing at him, even biting down. Was Anan their friend? Tears glistened in their eyes as they howled, their voices tinged with sorrow. The official fell, yet the battle axe remained grasped tightly in his hands, struggling valiantly, resisting with all his might. Blood sprayed from him with every passing second, yet the battle axe remained raised high until he breathed his last, until life completely ebbed away. The battle axe, astonishingly, did not release its grip. I understood he wished to take at least one enemy with him, even if it were just one. Witnessing the plight of their comrade, the covert task force descended into madness. Several figures charged from the battle circle, but were fiercely blocked by a few undead. Blood pooled on the ground, flesh rolled in chaos, and a plump official was struck by a demonic weapon, shattering his legs. Yet he clung desperately to an undead with the last vestiges of his strength. His demonic weapon had been sent flying. He could only draw his pistol and fire wildly. He resorted to biting. 2 rows of teeth marked his neck. Perhaps his fighting spirit was too fierce, or he was too grievously injured to pose a threat. The undead bit down and then retreated, affording him a chance to be pulled back to safety. I'm done for. I'm dead. The plump official wept, perhaps not out of fear of death, but from the inability to fight alongside his comrades any longer. What is there to fear? It's just death, a comrade shouted through tears. But I'm blood type AB, the plump official said bitterly, his voice weak yet shattering the hearts of all his comrades. Gao Ao watched from a distance, his eyes filled with sorrow, as he could already foresee the fate of this plump official, one as tragic as his own. Yet he did not anticipate. Brothers, I'm sorry, I'm leaving first. It was a sigh, a bitter smile, and suddenly, a gun was pressed against his temple. The bullet erupted, accompanied by the heart-wrenching screams of his comrades. Gao Ao was stunned, his body trembling as if possessed, and I could no longer bear to watch, turning my face away. Yet, every direction was drenched in blood, every moment was brutal. Another image etched itself into my mind. Do you remember the slender undead who had wanted to kill Gao Ao at first sight? I saw him again. What a coincidence. We had clashed at the hotel entrance, battled in the community, because I had slain Shinzua. I recalled how I had wounded him, and now I encountered him once more. As I beheld the slender figure, he stumbled under the impact of bullets, then was sent flying by an official wielding a demonic weapon. His rank was low. I had noticed that during previous battles, he and another female undead had the weakest powers, posing the least threat to us. This blow could have obliterated him. Yet, amidst his trembling, he stood up once more. Staggering, he continued to charge forward. Despite his inability to wield his demonic weapon, his body hunched. Two gauntlets embedded with scales blocked his path, delivering a relentless barrage of punches that left him no chance to evade. Each blow rained down upon him, causing him to spit blood, tremble, and swayed. A series of over 10 strikes landed on his chest, and I could distinctly hear the sound of his ribs shattering. Yet he stubbornly refused to fall. As several bullets whizzed towards him, he barely managed to tilt his head aside, but the projectiles still erupted in a spray of blood from his eyes. He began to wail, finally collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Yet, after a brief moment, he astonishingly rose once more. I could not comprehend why he fought so fiercely. I had always believed my willpower to be strong. But he evidently surpassed me. I was baffled. Though he could no longer see the road ahead or the location of his enemies, he stubbornly continued to press forward, extending his claw-like fingers. Even though only 3 remained, I was perplexed that he, a vicious and ruthless scoundrel, could. I suddenly yearned to ask him what drove him to such reckless defiance of death. Therefore, when he was hurled back once more, struggling in a pool of blood, I gritted my teeth and rushed to embrace him. "Why do you still stand? Why do you wish to fight?" I lamented, realizing only then the severity of his injuries. His entire body seemed shattered. A gaping wound in his abdomen revealed multiple ruptured organs. Even a corpse demon should have succumbed to such grievous wounds, yet he persisted. "Is it because you wish to support Qingyu City? Are you so loyal to him?" I inquired, my brow furrowing. The thin man coughed blood, unable to see me. Otherwise, he might have pushed me away, for we had just engaged in a fierce battle. "Management of Rain City?" "No," he struggled to articulate. "In truth, I am not well acquainted with him. I came to Chuzhou merely to eliminate a few scoundrels from the covert mobile unit, to avenge Xiaoda." "Who is Xiaoda?" I asked, bewildered. Was there an administrator by that name? "Xiaoda is my brother, my best, my forever. We were from the same village. As children, we attended school together, played in the fields, and as we grew, we left the village together to earn a living, eventually becoming corpse demons together." The thin man murmured, his mouth stained with blood, his eyes weeping crimson, yet he continued to smile, as if he could still see the beauty of the past. In truth, I was the only one who originally became a corpse demon. I was terrified, so afraid that I hid at home, crying all day. But Xiaoda held me and said it would be all right. He would always be by my side. One night, I cried until exhaustion overcame me and fell asleep. He reached his hand to my mouth and told me that no matter what happened, he would stay with me, even if we became monsters. But he died, killed by those scoundrels. He was so kind, never harming anyone. When he was thirsty, he stole blood packs from the blood bank, and when he was hungry, he stole corpses from the morgue. We went together. And he said that although it was disgusting, at least it harmed no one. Yet he still perished. He had never taken a life. Until tonight, I had not either. But those scoundrels, I watched them hack him to death with axes and sickles. Time and time again, we never consumed the living, which made us weak, and I could not save him. I longed to avenge him, but I was too weak to even ask why we lacked the right to live when we had harmed no one. The thin man spoke hoarsely, his breath fading. I knew he was nearing death. Even though I gripped his hand tightly, it would not change the inevitable. "What is his full name? And what is yours?" I suddenly asked. "His name is Zhang Duqing. And I am Zhang Haoda," he replied with a grim smile. "The villagers say we look very alike, both surnamed Zhang. Thus, we are destined to be brothers. Zhang Duqing, Zhang Haoda, these names bore no relation to me. Yet for some reason, I felt an overwhelming desire to remember them. Even in death, their names should be preserved. That resolute determination to avenge a brother, that courage to maintain one's integrity even after becoming a monster. I pondered whether I should erect a monument for them, to let the world know that such a pair of brothers once existed. Even if they were weak, their names deserved to be remembered. Zhang Haoda. I suddenly realized I should not have unleashed my fury upon him earlier. For he may have been innocent. The true scoundrel was Qinzhua. While Qinzhua was killing, perhaps Zhang Haoda merely stood by, frowning, steadfastly upholding the promise he made with his brother to do no harm. Whether human or corpse demon, neither is entirely good nor entirely evil, only a portion is wicked. represented by individuals like Qin Zhuo and the ambition of Qingyu City, which seeks power at any cost. Once again, I felt that my stance was inconsequential. Once again, I gazed upon the blood-soaked battlefield and yearned to intervene. That I laid Zhang Haoda's body down, removed my outer garment, and draped it over him, hoping that even in death, he might feel a final warmth, if warmth still existed in this world. Stop. Cease all actions. I rose, gritting my teeth, disregarding the protests of Gao Ao and Yuehua, resolutely stepping onto the battlefield. I sought not to kill anyone but to halt the chaos, to save those like Zhang Haoda, the kind-hearted corpse demons, or those officials who should not have perished. That I suddenly realized that my stance was irrelevant. Whether I was human or corpse demon mattered little. All I desired was to embody the same kindness that Zhang Haoda and others like him held, even if it meant transforming into a monster. The battle was nearing its conclusion. Only 2 officials from the covert mobile unit remained in fierce combat, while merely 4 black-clad figures stood by side, realizing that this decision may have come too late, or perhaps not. If I could save even one, it would be worthwhile, as long as I could do my utmost. Before me stood a female corpse demon, as frail as Zhang Haoda, desperately trying to grasp her companion's hand, to pull them away and rescue them, even though her companion had already turned into a corpse. She wept, foolishly staring at the weapon descending upon her head. Suddenly, 2 arms embraced her. I twisted my body, my wings forcefully intercepting the weapon, sending the official staggering back. That I smiled, and asked the girl her name. I am Chuihan. What do you wish to do? The girl was startled, fearing I would fight her as I had before, yet she had already lost her demon power. It's all right now. Don't worry, everything has ended, I said with a smile, patting her shoulder, then pushing her towards Yuehua, instructing, protect her, do not let anyone harm her again. Turning my gaze back to the official, who was severely injured and could only lean on his weapon to breathe heavily, I saw him grit his teeth, ready to fight again upon noticing my movement. Enough, stop, you can no longer fight, I murmured. Sweeping my wings to knock his weapon aside, the official stumbled and fell, and I bent down to embrace him. He trembled in fear, his companion desperately shouting to save him, only to realize I was merely lifting him, guiding him to a wall to rest more comfortably. Let this battle conclude, it holds no meaning. I glanced towards the city center and gritted my teeth. If there is to be killing, let it be directed at the true culprit. Spare the blood of the rest. This world is already harsh enough. With that, I resolutely turned towards the city center, towards the main battlefield, and Gao Ao no longer obstructed me. He understood my intentions. Though we were weak, and this course of action might be tantamount to seeking death, some names must be remembered, and some deeds must be undertaken. Chapter 93. Tears of the Demon Scoundrel. If I still had demon power. If my weapon, you bastard, wait until I stand again. The roar and gasps echoed as Tion struggled in a pool of blood. Before him stood a man resembling a demon, wielding a terrifying weapon that seemed capable of shattering everything. In truth, Tion could have fought back, as he had claimed, had he not been so severely injured. Tion was incredibly unfortunate to have escaped only to encounter Luo Tianjin again. Yet, he was also fortunate. For Luo Tianjin's weapon was already raised, ready to strike down, but the alarm on his watch blared incessantly. Damn it, must it be so urgent? Are we courting death? Luo Tianjin growled in frustration, yet he knew that this was indeed a matter of life and death. If he delayed, even for a second, countless lives would be lost on the battlefield. Luo Tianjin could no longer afford to concern himself with Tion. He turned and raced towards the central battlefield. In truth, he had no desire to save Li Mingxian. He wished nothing more than for that guy to perish, leaving him unafraid of anyone. However, he did not wish for the covert mobile unit to be defeated this time, as it would entail immense losses, and it meant that the corpse demons would run rampant, jeopardizing his fishing plans in Chuzhou. You're lucky, I can't be bothered to kill you. Luo Tianjin scoffed, for Tion could barely stand. Even the fiercest of demons should withdraw from this battle. Tion was indeed fortunate. Less than a minute after Luo Tianjin left, I arrived. Companion. Tion's face brightened, and he waved his hand frantically. Little one, come here. What for? I furrowed my brow. I recognized him. Yet I held no fondness for him. Though he appeared simple and earnest, this evening's battle had indeed seen him contribute significantly. Give me your blood, that I might rise again. Not much. Rest assured I won't take your life. Just a sip or 2 will suffice. Tion gasped. Hurry. The blood of my kind can restore my demon power. It turns out that the blood of one's kin can indeed replenish their strength. This was consistent with what Qin had once mentioned. Yang Bin thought he could surpass me by consuming me, but that was not the case. Different frequencies of corpse demons could only devour each other for a fleeting boost in power. A temporary enhancement. This is what Tian was alluding to. Yet, I did not acquiesce. Instead, I coldly inquired, "What do you wish to rise for?" "To slay them all, of course." "Huh, as long as I, Tian, live through tonight, I shall ensure those scoundrels meet their end." The fierce spirit was unmistakable. Even in defeat, his eyes blazed with fury, intensifying the coldness in my own gaze that I scoffed. "Slay them? You might as well continue resting. A creature like you. It would be better if I went." "What do you intend to do?" Tian asked, perplexed, unable to fathom the purpose of a weakling like me on the battlefield. "What if I am weak? You seek to kill, while I am to save, even if it's just one. Forget it, you wouldn't understand." I shook my head with a sigh, realizing there was no time to explain to this blunt fellow. And I turned to leave. Save someone? Save a comrade? Tian's face was a mask of confusion. It was only then that he noticed the few individuals trailing behind me. Gao Ao, Yu Hua, Wang Na, and the recently rescued female corpse demon, Chui Han, who looked utterly bewildered. To be honest, our group comprised the old, the weak, the sick, and the pregnant, all battered and bruised. Tian truly couldn't grasp my intent for heading to the battlefield. However, he recognized the girl named Chui Han and quickly inquired about her. "I don't know what he wants to do. He saved me just now." The girl scratched her head, thoroughly baffled that I had fought for them, rescued her, and even saved a cadre from the secret mobile unit, which left her utterly confused. Tian was even more perplexed. His mind was not particularly reliable, and he could only decipher one meaning from her words. "Your name is Liang, correct? The administrator from Nanjing. You wish to save your comrades, don't you?" The giant asked repeatedly that my intention was not merely to save those like Chui Han or Zhang Haoda. I wished to save humans as well. Thus, my true purpose was to prevent this war, to thwart Qin Yuqing's plan for domination. However, I truly had no time to explain myself to Tian. This fellow was too straightforward to comprehend. I presumed if so. I simply nodded to my surprise. Tian suddenly burst into laughter. Was he struck silly? "Kid, perhaps you are right. Saving lives is better than taking them. That fellow was strong. If he joins forces with those spirits, many of our comrades would perish. Wait, I couldn't grasp what he was saying. Which fellow? Which spirit? Kid, come here. If you don't want me to drink your blood, then come drink mine. You're heavily injured, right? If you go like this, you won't achieve anything. So come, use my blood to restore your demon power, and try to save a few weaker comrades, like little Henin. Tian panted. I was taken aback and awkwardly scratched my head. "Are you sure you want me to drink your blood? You don't have much left, do you? And do you really know what I intend to do?" "Enough chatter. Even if corpse demons lack blood, they want to die. Hurry, don't you wish to save your comrades?" Though I, Tian, may not be clever, I am content as long as I can assist my companions. I may not be able to rise, but, kid, let me share my blood with you, and you can go in my stead. That will suffice." The giant laughed heartily. This fellow was so straightforward it bordered on the absurd. He probably had a single-track mind. Yet, as I looked at him, a flicker of admiration surged within me. He didn't comprehend my intentions, but was unwaveringly willing to help his comrades. Perhaps I shouldn't hesitate either that if I wanted to do my part. I firmly nodded and bit down hard on the thick arm he extended. Ouch, it was so tough my teeth nearly shattered. But thankfully his arm was already marred with countless wounds. "How is it? My blood isn't too shabby, right? It should be enough for you to regain your strength and even provide a temporary boost." Tian chuckled. "Yes, it is quite good." I nodded vigorously, feeling the exhilarating rush of his blood coursing down my throat, revitalizing my demon power within my chest. "Then hurry and go. Remember to put in my share as well. Saving just one more is worthwhile." Tian, may be foolish, but as long as it's for my comrades. So when Qin Yuqing calls, I come running. The giant laughed heartily. He truly was naive, utterly unaware that Qin Yuqing was merely utilizing him to incite war and chaos. He didn't know that my aim was to prevent this from happening. I stepped into the night, the sound of his boisterous laughter echoing in my mind. If this battle were to conclude and we miraculously survived, I would very much like to see him again. The fierce spirit, Tian, though simple to the point of foolishness, he would make a fine friend. I only hoped he wouldn't disdain my weakness, Or perhaps a fellow like him wouldn't he be capable of such disdain, which is why he had saved Gao Ao and willingly allowed himself to be exploited by a mere utterance from Chen Yuqing. Resolutely stepping into this hell, all for the sake of 2 words, comrades, Yu Hua, Wang Na, Gao Ao, they all followed closely behind me. Even Chu Yin, to be honest, I did not wish to bring them along. Especially not Wang Na. Such a hellish place was no sight for her to behold. Yet no matter how I tried to dissuade them, they paid me no heed, silently trailing behind. Was it because I was their administrator? Or had they all come to recognize my intentions? Whether they were corpse demons or humans mattered little. What did stances mean? I had ceased to ponder that. My purpose was to rescue those I deemed worthy of saving and eliminate those I believed should be slain. I was weak, but I would wager my life, and the scant blood left in Tion. I understood the difficulty ahead. It was immensely challenging, for the tide of battle had already. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Hold the fort behind the buildings. Do not scatter. Machine guns cover. Do not hesitate. Fire. Li Mingxian shouted continuously, directing his subordinates to fall back. The battle with Tion had unfolded in the square. Yet now Li Mingxian had retreated 3 major streets, each littered with countless corpses, a testament to the ferocity of the conflict. The number of corpse demons brought by Chen Yuqing already exceeded that of Li Mingxuan's subordinates. Moreover, they had just been ravaged by Tion's onslaught. If Chen Yuqing were to engage in direct combat, Li Mingxian would not fear, yet he was leveraging the thousands of recently transformed humans. Do not fire, please. We are not monsters, the people wailed, having merely been bitten, still reluctant to accept their fate. Yet they were driven into the battlefield by Chen Yuqing and his men with grim expressions. Forced to rush towards the secret mobile unit, they sought Li Mingxuan's salvation, but the only response met with them was the cold, dark barrels of guns. Boss, do we really have to kill them? These fellows are actually, one cadre said with a pained expression, unable to pull the trigger. Though they knew these were corpse demons, they recognized them as mere innocents who had done nothing wrong. Having only been bitten not long before. Li Mingxian, too, felt the weight of compassion, glaring furiously at Chen Yuqing, yet he had to order the firing. Otherwise, if these individuals charged, hidden among the crowd were many pairs of cold, menacing eyes, and he understood what that meant. To show mercy now was akin to offering the enemy an opportunity to end his life. Li Mingxian was on the brink of madness, while Chen Yuqing laughed. A wild and unrestrained laughter, for now. Everyone understood his purpose in creating cannon fodder, right? Cannon fodder was meant to be sacrificed, and it could also provoke the enemy's compassion while allowing him to hide among them. Ready to strike, suddenly plunging into the crowd, Chen Yuqing swiftly targeted a cadre, who could barely see him, and, please, save me. My mom and dad are dead. I am not a monster. Don't kill me. It was a small boy, clinging to the cadre's leg, crying hysterically. The cadre was drenched in cold sweat, his weapon raised high, yet he could not bear to bring it down. He knew the boy was beyond saving. But how could he bear to end the life of that tear-streaked face? Yet, while he hesitated, the enemy did not. This was the distinction between good and evil. With a swift thrust, a claw erupted, shattering the boy's chest. His eyes widened in shock, seemingly pleading and accusing, yet no scream escaped his lips. The claw, having slain him, continued its momentum and viciously seized the cadre's neck, snapping it with a sickening crack. Simultaneously, 2 bodies fell to the ground, and Chen Yuqing laughed triumphantly. Too simple. This was an A-class cadre from the secret mobile unit, and he had taken him down effortlessly. Chapter 94. The moment of triumph or defeat, you bastard. Li Mingxuan's brows furrowed in fury as he lunged forward like a mad tiger, but Chen Yuqing merely turned and vanished into the crowd once more. What are the 6 departments? Aren't you a professional killer? How does it feel to be hunted by me? Chen Yuqing sneered. Li Mingxian, consumed with rage, yearned to slip through the crowd and eliminate Chen Yuqing. He had the confidence and capability to do so. Yet he could not break through the throng. Open fire. Kill these people, or we will die here as well. Li Mingxian sighed, his tone tinged with desperation. Having learned from past mistakes, his subordinates dared not hesitate any longer. Although some wept loudly as the gunfire erupted and others could not bear to witness the fate of their own bullets, the relentless barrage of bullets rained down upon the crowd, accompanied by cries of anguish and despair, as lifeless bodies crumpled to the ground, blood flowing like a river. Have you finally hardened your hearts? Alas, it is too late. Your forces are dwindling. Chen Yuqing remarked coldly. With the advantage in combat strength and the wave of expendable troops diminishing the enemy's power, the outcome of this battle was already clear, and he no longer feared Li Mingxian, suddenly unleashing a furious roar. Countless scales enveloped his body, deep purple and tinged with red. He charged toward Li Mingxian. He was acutely aware of the principle of capturing the king before the thief. Yet, Li Mingxian remained still. His face cold, even closing his eyes, trembling with rage and the need to gather strength. Just as Chen Yuqing's attack drew near, his claw-like appendage, covered in sharp scales, reached out before him. Die! Li Mingxian shouted fiercely. His eyes snapping open, radiating a chilling light. His dagger erupted with an astonishing speed, as if propelled by lightning. Two daggers were unleashed, not to thwart Chen Yuqing's assault, but to counterattack, through a buildup of power followed by a swift retaliation. His skill was undeniable, yet this approach seemed like a gamble of life for life. Li Mingxian, already driven mad with fury, recognized that the battle was entirely orchestrated by Chen Yuqing. He understood the strategy of capturing the king, knowing full well that his side was likely to suffer defeat. Yet, if he could slay Chen Yuqing, there might be a glimmer of revival for the city. Wishing for an exchange of lives, Chen Yuqing paused, then grinned maliciously as he retreated. I refuse. I am on the verge of becoming the king of the corpse demons. Trading lives with a mere subordinate is far from advantageous. So your ambition is to become the king of the corpse demons? Li Mingxian gritted his teeth. Is it truly worth sacrificing an entire city and countless lives of your own kind for the sake of ambition? His question was foolish. For Chen Yuqing's raucous laughter was enough to affirm that, aside from the desire for power, he cared for nothing else. He was indifferent to the lives of humans and even the fates of his own subordinates. Since the battle began, Chen Yuqing's minions had continuously fallen, and when Luo Tianjin arrived, he rushed into the fray wielding a scythe, exacerbating the carnage among the corpse demons. Yet, Chen Yuqing didn't even spare a glance at the bodies of his fallen kin. He merely needed to exploit the rage of these corpse demons against the covert task force. He was not like Di Tian, who foolishly sought vengeance for his comrades. I, too, arrived, and upon witnessing the horrifying slaughter akin to a Shura field, I felt as though I had been transported to an ancient battlefield, where the brutal struggle between humans unfolded, resembling a gruesome meat grinder. I passed by the boy who had perished at Chen Yuqing's hands. Observing a pair of hands reaching out, seemingly yearning to embrace him, only to end up lying in a pool of blood, tears lingering in the eyes of the fallen subordinate. Why? How can kindness be exploited to such an extent? Moreover, there existed bonds of friendship, like the sincere camaraderie between Zhang Daqing and Zhang Haoda, which remained unbroken even in their monstrous transformations, yet they were used as mere pawns. Their deaths invoked hatred, sparking war, and leading to utter destruction. Transforming into a corpse demon is not terrifying, nor is being adversarial to humanity. What is truly frightening is the realization that some seek to exploit it all. Stop. Please, cease this. It is not worth it. I grasped a corpse demon, desperately trying to pull him back, but he grit his teeth and broke free from my grip. My brother was killed by them. I seek vengeance. Help Yu Cheng eliminate them all. The corpse demon roared. In truth, this was not a quest for vengeance. He was merely being manipulated by his own fury. I longed to stop him, yet each time I pulled him back, he broke free again, plunging into the battlefield. Even at the cost of his own life, I had underestimated the complexity of it all. I wished to save people, only to discover that none wished to be saved. Neither the corpse demons nor the soldiers of the covert task force. I stepped onto the battlefield with unwavering resolve, even bearing the blood and obsession of Di Tian. Yet, aside from standing foolishly, I felt utterly powerless. The battlefield had descended into madness, until I spotted Chen Yuqing. At that moment, without a second thought, I lunged toward him. Oh, haha, encountering you again, brat. A strange cry erupted as Luo Tianjin spotted me, carelessly charging toward me despite the chaos of the battle. I was oblivious to his presence. My focus remained solely on Chen Yuqing. All I desired was to slay him, and thus when the scythe came rushing toward me, I paid it no heed. With a resounding crash, a battle axe intercepted Luo Tianjin's scythe, forcing him to stagger backward. Hao Ao had arrived. Luo Tan, Hao Ao laughed, but the mirth was tinged with sorrow. Xiao Gao. Luo Tianjin was taken aback, his scythe raised again, yet he found himself unable to strike. This kid. Very well, what he seeks to do is right. Do not hinder him. He does not wish to be your enemy. Hao Ao murmured. Furthermore, he saved me. Consider it a debt repaid. I beseech you. Luo Tian, do not harm him. Luo Tianjin's expression darkened. He had not anticipated encountering Hao Ao under such circumstances, nor did he expect Hao Ao's first words to be a plea for my sake. In truth, Luo Tianjin had resolved to eliminate me. After allying with Li Tianqin, he recognized the rarity of a dual-attribute corpse demon like me, having spent half a year without creating another. Thus, as he gazed at my silhouette, his eyes expressed a complexity of emotions. Yet, when he looked back at Hao Ao, fine. Luo Tianjin turned and strode away, shouldering his scythe as he headed toward the opposite side of the battlefield. Had he truly acquiesced? At that moment, even Yuehua was taken aback. In her eyes, Luo Tianjin was a demon, yet he had spared an enemy at Hao Ao's simple request. Perhaps the next scene would reveal everything. As Luo Tianjin turned, Hao Ao suddenly covered his eyes, tears streaming through his fingers. Damn it all. Luo Tianjin gazed skyward, lamenting his choice of the word fine. He regretted it instantly but dared not pursue me, fearing that Hao Ao might glimpse the tears on his own face. Throughout his life, he had been labeled a pervert, a madman, a demon, and no one dared to approach him, except for Hao Ao. The countless battles fought side by side, the shared moments under the moonlight tending to each other's wounds, the conversations by the campfire, grilling food, though Hao Ao had always scorned his taste for repulsive dishes. He had never betrayed him. Alas, after this turn, perhaps we shall never meet again. Under the pale yellow sky of farewell, some are destined to part ways. Those once youthful faces. Luo Tianjin began to hum, his off-key voice echoing a completely out-of-tune melody. Even demons need friendship. They too harbor individuals they wish to cherish. Sadly, in this battlefield, friendship is so fragile, all exploited by ambition, that I resolutely approached Chen Yuqing. Uncertain if I could slay him or halt this madness, that I might perish, yet I hoped that even in death, a hero might emerge to draw a conclusion to it all. Perhaps the heavens heard my plea. The moment I lunged at Chen Yuqing, a shadow emerged from the dense storm clouds above, its expression cold, brows furrowed. You bastards, have you begun this madness again? Is claiming power truly so vital? The shadow grimaced, eyes filled with deep hatred, suddenly unfurling its wings. With a whoosh, the wings blotted out the sky, tearing apart the clouds, for they bore a near-violent demonic power, and there were 10 of them. He too was a demon, and in the eyes of some, he appeared even more demonic than Luo Tianjin. Yet as he gazed upon the city's devastation, the blood and corpses littering the ground, tears welled in his eyes. Oh, Liang! Chen Yuqing caught sight of me, his expression shifting. You killed Chen Zhua? Very well. Perhaps it was a misunderstanding. I hold no grudge against you. Come, help me eliminate this fellow. All right. I advanced menacingly to Li Mingxuan's expression shifted, instinctively retreating. He was nearly equal to Chen Yuqing in strength. But with my presence, he was unaware of my capabilities. Yet the demonic weapon behind me, which had transformed from a black chrysanthemum into a cactus, was quite intimidating, though it was merely intimidating. Huh? Chen Yuqing laughed triumphantly, recognizing the terrifying form of my demonic weapon, which instinctively suggested my strength, especially since I had eliminated Chen Zhua. This kid is indeed formidable. If I can subdue him, losing Chen Zhua as my right-hand man will mean little. Chen Yuqing thought to himself. However, none anticipated that my target was not Li Mingxian, but rather Chen Yuqing. Once again, a torrential downpour, akin to a rain of sharp steel needles, engulfed Chen Yuqing entirely, and in a sudden burst of determination, I gripped him from behind. Liang, what are you doing? Chen Yuqing was taken aback. I offered no response, seizing the fleeting moment of his confusion to violently throw him to the ground and mount him. Countless spines from my fragmented tail stabbing into him. A downpour. No, it was more like a tornado enveloping us both. The opportunity was but a fleeting moment. I would surely kill him, much like my approach towards Chen Zhua. As long as he exhibited even the slightest moment of astonishment, my demon weapon could swiftly pierce through. Regrettably, I underestimated Chen Yuqing. The disparity in their levels was akin to that of heaven and earth. The intricate scales adorning his body revealed not a single gap, and when I struck with my tail spine, it merely produced a series of crisp sounds, while it was I who trembled from the recoil. Liang, I demand to know what you are doing. Chen Yuqing pressed again, his expression suddenly turning frigid. The cold sweat trickled down my back. Besides desperately launching that futile offensive, I dared not utter a word. My wings unfurled, slicing downwards from both sides, yet I was taken aback when Chen Yuqing merely extended his clawed hands, covered in scales, and with a snap, he firmly grasped my wings. The gap between us seemed overwhelmingly vast, after all. This creature was an abyssal king-level corpse demon. A chilling roar was followed by a gust of wind. Or perhaps it was not merely wind, but the overwhelming demonic energy emanating from Chen Yuqing. Despite my attempts to suppress him, I was lifted entirely off the ground, struggling to stabilize myself. Chapter 95, Monarch Chutian. Retreat was not an option, not even a single step, for if that creature regained his footing, I would undoubtedly be annihilated in an instant. Fortunately. Amidst my roar, my muscles surged with newfound strength, and my demonic energy began to soar infinitely. That it was the blood of the Emperor Tian, the ferocious power of a deity. Although I could only harness it once, it would suffice. With a bellow, I once again pinned Chen Yuqing down, infuriating him to the point of cursing. However, he could not break free in the short time that remained, though that time was painfully fleeting. 3 seconds in, I felt my muscles quivering. 5 seconds in, my mind buzzed, and I spat out blood, a reaction to his demonic energy rebounding. 10 seconds in, I felt the blood of the Emperor Tian burning rapidly within my chest, gradually dissipating. I could not hold on any longer. Even if I managed to endure a bit longer, I would not be able to slay him. His fine scales provided an absolute defense that surpassed even that of a carapace, and their density exceeded that of my split demon weapon. I could only. What are you staring at? Attack! Let us slay him together, I shouted vehemently. This act was tantamount to the greatest rebellion against the corpse demon race. Infighting among kin was a taboo, let alone my intention to collaborate with the covert task force to eliminate a fellow demon of administrative rank. Yet, I could not allow myself to hesitate. Li Mingxian gazed at us both in bewilderment, entirely clueless as to what was transpiring, wondering why corpse demons were battling one another. It was only when he suddenly recalled a name did clarity dawn upon him. Liang. That lad is rather peculiar. Although he is a corpse demon, he seems quite decent. This was a remark made by Tang Fengtian in the past. Without further hesitation, Li Mingxian's ghostly form surged forth, 2 ebony daggers aimed directly at Chen Yuqing, and he did not forget to flash me a slight smile. Winking. This lad is indeed impressive. After this battle, I must have a proper discussion with him, Li Mingxian mused. Chen Yuqing was on the brink of madness. He still could not comprehend why I was attacking him, nor could he understand why he was unable to shake me off. Little did he know that it was the power of the ferocious deity Emperor Tian that he beheld Li Mingxian charging towards him. His hair stood on end in shock, and even more so. Retreat. Cease fighting. This battle is utterly meaningless. Chen Yuqing is merely using you. He desires to seize power. Among the crowd, Yuehua, in her effort to assist me, cast aside all caution. Seize power? Use? Had this statement been made post-battle, buoyed by the triumph and Chen Yuqing's commendable achievements in leading the corpse demons to victory against formidable foes, even those who disagreed would have remained silent. Yet now, as they gazed upon the lifeless bodies of their comrades strewn across the ground, some corpse demons instinctively froze, pondering whether they had merely been pawns, although they could not immediately believe it. Their instincts compelled them to halt. None wished to sacrifice their friendships or lives in a desperate battle solely to fulfill another's ambition. Damn it, Wawa, what are you saying? Who are you really helping? Chen Yuqing shouted in desperation. Yet his voice could not carry. He could not even stand. Chen Yuqing is dead. He cannot withstand it. Everyone, retreat. Another earth-shattering roar echoed, brimming with arrogance. This creature was utterly remarkable, with just a single sentence. Chen Yuqing spat out blood in fury, and with that same utterance, nearly all the corpse demons ceased their actions, staring in astonishment. Yet, they could not discern where Chen Yuqing was, for he was ensnared by my demon weapon. Chen Yuqing is dead. How is that possible? He is an abyssal king-level master. If he cannot defeat the 6 departments, how can we emerge victorious? Cries of alarm erupted. The first corpse demon trembled and retreated. The second and third followed suit. Even if they were willing to wager their lives, without the leadership of their strongest, without the confidence to conquer their foes. Moreover, a recently arrived harbinger of doom was rampaging through the crowd, humming a dissonant tune while wreaking havoc. Luo Tianjin, the slightly weaker corpse demons could not withstand this abomination, instinctively seeking aid from those with 8 demon weapons to counter this monstrosity. But what of the Emperor Tian? Defeated? And Chen Yuqing? He was nowhere to be found. The once unwavering confidence was now dwindling rapidly. Do not go too far. Chen Yuqing growled lowly, his form trembling with rage, not only from fury but from the imminent victory that slipped away due to my interference. My bindings and Li Mingxuan's sudden assault plunged Chen Yuqing into a dire crisis. amplifying his demonic energy to a frenzied state, causing his trembling to intensify, even incorporating a peculiar rhythm. With that rhythm, his scales suddenly bristled upright. Had Yuehua witnessed this scene, she would have turned to flee, for she would know what was to follow. Yet, I remained oblivious. My knowledge regarding corpse demons was still too rudimentary. This scene felt vaguely familiar, reminiscent of Lin Feng. Upon noticing his scales unfurling, I was momentarily ecstatic, desiring to strike into the crevice formed by the expanding scales that in that instant, I coiled all of my tail spines. Launching forth with all my demonic energy, akin to a tempest, Li Mingxian too arrived, his daggers slicing through the air like bolts of black lightning, descending with the ferocity of thunder. However, Li Mingxian suddenly paused. Sensing something amiss, the demonic energy radar on his wrist emitted a series of strange beeping sounds, indicating that Chen Yuqing was about to unleash his full power. "This is bad. Kid, retreat," Li Mingxian shouted frantically as he stumbled backward, his daggers whirling before him like wheels. Yet, I did not react in time. Retreat. I could execute a decisive blow. At that moment, Chen Yuqing before me erupted, accompanied by a deafening roar and a shower of blood. As the scales covering him exploded outward, that I stood frozen, finally comprehending the source of that familiarity. The last desperate move of Lin Feng flashed vividly in my mind. Yet, it was too late for me to retreat. I found myself atop Chen Yuqing, and as those scales detonated, bang, I was sent flying, feeling excruciating pain coursing through every part of my body. The scales flew like bullets, dozens piercing into my flesh. Even as I desperately attempted to shield myself with my tail spines, it was futile. Nearly half of my tail spines were shattered, and this was the lethal blow of an abyssal king with 8 scales, while I possessed but a single tail spine. Chen Yuqing's strike was overwhelmingly powerful. In an instant, a void exceeding 10 meters in diameter materialized around him. Even Li Mingxian could not withstand it. Although he retreated at the first opportunity, he was still left bloodied and staggering. The weaker corpse demons and officers, as well as the recently transformed humans, were obliterated, and I was flung away, yet not far, for my wings remained firmly in Chen Yuqing's grasp. "Li Yang, I initially thought you had potential and strength, and intended to recruit you as a subordinate, but you have disappointed me greatly, so you must die." Chen Yuqing sneered that I yearned to retort, but found my mouth sealed shut. I wanted to retreat. Yet he clung tightly to my wings, akin to being bound by a rope while under the relentless fire of countless machine guns. The scales, even more vicious than bullets, produced a cacophony of thuds. Each second, I endured a baptism of blood, countless scales shredding my body, leaving me feeling riddled with wounds, my bones crumbling into dust, and my organs punctured with gaping holes. Blood erupted like fireworks. In an instant, I transitioned from a surge of momentum to the brink of death. Though I clenched my teeth, I could no longer summon the strength to struggle, despite the resolute expression on my face. I knew I was finished, just a fraction away from survival, yet it always eluded me. Success and failure hinged on a mere moment. Crack, crack, that was the sound of fracturing. I was finally thrown out, landing softly amidst a pool of blood, having slid several meters away. Had Chen Yuqing released me? No, my wings had been obliterated, leaving only 2.5 remnants on my shoulders. Ha ha. Chen Yuqing laughed maniacally. Despite being bloodied and slightly drained of demonic energy, his complexion pale. Yet it was evident. He had won, and he stood tall again. He held my 2.5 wing remnants, grinning as he licked the bloodstains from them, exclaiming, "So you are a dual attribute corpse demon. No wonder you sought to conceal your strength at Ha. What luck! I have heard that consuming a dual attribute corpse demon can enhance one's demonic power, though you are of the same kind. A traitor like you will face no opposition to my consuming you, right? Truly splendid. Once I triumph in this battle and forever set my foot upon this city, transforming it into the grandest of royal fortresses, I shall undoubtedly be the rightful king of the corpse demons, consuming you to amplify my power. Ha! Will I ascend to the rank of the 10-scaled? Ha ha! A 10-scaled king of the corpse demons. Merely imagining it fills me with pride. At that time, I doubt there will be anyone daring enough to challenge me in this world. Ha ha. I, Chen Yuqing, shall reign supreme over all." The echoes of maniacal laughter reverberated, as Chen Yuqing became increasingly delirious with arrogance. Little did he know, a dark shadow was slowly descending from the sky, a chilling voice piercing through the air. "Shouldn't there be limits to your dreams? You think you are invincible simply because you've vanquished a weakling? How laughable! Yet, it is fortuitous, for I relish encountering individuals like you, who are so full of themselves, endlessly yearning for dominion, because such individuals are exhilarating to slay. Stunned, Chen Yuqing abruptly turned his head, only to see a shadow hurtling towards him with lightning speed. Too swift for him to react. Boom! A pair of wings crashed against his chest, and he did not even have time to sprout a single scale before his sternum was shattered. Amidst his screams, he demonstrated his prowess as a sub-emperor level expert by twisting his body, attempting to use the 8 primary scales on his back to withstand the onslaught of that violent force. However, as he turned, the shadow mirrored his movement, extending all its wings like a colossal wheel. The first wing struck down, followed by the second and third, each landing in a rapid succession, when the fourth boom resounded. Chen Yuqing sensed something was amiss. His primary scales on the back began to crack under the strain. The dark figure's demonic power was even more ferocious than his OWN.B by the time the 7th wing descended. Only 2 of his primary scales remained intact. Who are you? Why are you? Chen Yuqing bellowed in shock, but the shadow merely responded with a cold smirk as the 8th and 9th wings struck down simultaneously, causing Chen Yuqing to spit a mouthful of blood. His back was now devoid of a single scale of armor. In one moment, he was a sub-emperor. In the next, he had been utterly obliterated. His entire arsenal of demonic weapons destroyed. Victory or defeat can truly hinge on a fleeting instant. Please, no, I beg you. Chen Yuqing roared in anguish, for he had caught sight of the 10th demonic weapon hurtling towards him. Trembling in terror, his voice was tinged with a whimper. He finally recognized who had come for him. Only one being in this world possessed 10 wings. Why not? Weren't you just so arrogant? Didn't you claim that no one dared to oppose you? Boom! Chen Yuqing was sent flying over 20 meters, his spine shattered by the final strike, his muscles obliterated, exposing his already pulverized vertebrae. Chapter 96, Stumbling Upon Treasure. Stepping in excrement. 1. It seemed he was not dead. Upon crashing down, he coughed up blood, yet he could no longer rise, falling unconscious in just one strike. This sub-emperor level expert had been reduced to mere rubble, leaving all present in a state of shock, staring blankly at the shadow. With wings unfurled, a slightly gaunt, pale visage emerged, appearing somewhat youthful, perhaps 16 or 17 years of age. The one who had annihilated Chen Yuqing was merely a boy. Yet, no one would regard him as such, for that youthful appearance belied a true age that likely exceeded a century, especially given his name, Chu Tian. That exclamation, uttered by Yue Hua, echoed in the air, as she sank to the ground in terror. Unable to fathom encountering him at such a moment, the strongest of the 10-winged monarchs, feared by both humans and corpse demons alike, Chu Tian, he had arrived. Why was he here in Chuzhou? Perhaps he had also received Chen Yuqing's call for reinforcements. And with his experience, he could instantly surmise Chen Yuqing's ambitions to become the king of the corpse demons. The realm of corpse demons had not always been so chaotic. There were once several kings of the corpse demons, all of whom were eradicated by Chu Tian, indicating his disdain for those who incessantly sought dominion, though few knew the reasons behind it. Chu Tian. The mere utterance of his name sent nearly every corpse demon and covert operative present retreating a few steps, their eyes filled with astonishment and dread that in this world, almost no one was unafraid of that name, even if it belonged to a slender figure, a youthful visage. Even Li Mingxian felt fear, although he stood up, gritting his teeth and taking a few steps forward. Cold sweat poured down his forehead. This battle was already extraordinarily arduous, but now they faced this super monster. Li Mingxian truly felt doomed. It was likely that all his subordinates would perish. Chu Tian. Another exclamation followed. As yet another shadow leaped forward, Luo Tianjin. His reaction was entirely different from the others, his face alight with excitement, even trembling, emitting near moan-like cries. To think I would encounter you again. Aha. Since that last battle, I've dreamed of seeing you again, to slice off another piece of your demonic weapon, to taste your blood once more. Ha. With that, Luo Tianjin dashed forward. This scene was exceedingly bizarre. Both were regarded as demons, super monsters, and while their figures were both slender, they exhibited a stark contrast in height. Yet, the shorter one had wings unfurling behind him, as if blotting out the sun. Luo Tianjin's expression was filled with exhilaration. If one were to disregard their adversarial positions and overlook their identities, one might even mistake their reunion for a long-lost father and son. But amidst that excitement, Luo Tianjin licked his lips desperately, giving the impression he was not reuniting with a son, but rather a starving individual who had just discovered food. Who would dare to consider Chu Tian as food? Only the perverse Luo Tianjin could do so. At that moment, even Li Mingxian chuckled bitterly, shaking his head in helplessness. Chu Tian's reaction, however, was peculiar. He stared at the peculiar figure for a full half-minute before suddenly asking, "Who are you? Do I know you?" Luo Tianjin's jaw dropped, not recognized. His entire life's goal had revolved around Chu Tian, yet this fellow claimed not to remember him. That battle, it had been lauded as the pinnacle of humanity's resistance against the corpse demons. And this individual had forgotten it. Suddenly, someone burst into laughter. Luo Tianjin's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, gritting his teeth as he brandished his scythe. "Then do you recognize this?" Casting a glance, Chu Tian scratched his head, pondering for a long time before exclaiming, "Ah, this demonic weapon is mine. But how did it end up in your possession? Who are you?" Luo Tianjin nearly exploded with rage, stomping his feet in frustration, speechless. Was this fellow suffering from amnesia? Yet, the issue was that while Chu Tian did not recognize him, he did remember Li Mingxian. Turning to look, Chu Tian squinted and declared, "I remember you. You're that fellow from the 6 departments, right? The first one to injure me during our last encounter." The first to injure Chu Tian. Just this single achievement was likely sufficient for Li Mingxian to boast, though he felt no joy, only a cold sweat trickling down. "What? Is it just you here today? Where are the other 5? Chu Tian inquired, while Luo Tianjin spat blood onto the ground, utterly ignored. "What about that peculiar child with strange abilities? If he hasn't come, and it's just you, then—" Li Mingxian dared not retort. He knew he was no match for Chu Tian. Chun Yuqing, who was of similar strength, had not withstood a single blow from him, albeit it was a surprise attack. Gazing at Chu Tian's 10 demonic weapons, then at Chun Yuqing's bloodied back, Li Mingxian felt a chill run down his spine. The scale-armored demonic weapon was renowned for its resilience, yet it had been shattered in an instant. Such power exceeded his imagination. Indeed, since their last parting, Chu Tian seemed to have grown even stronger. "They didn't come. It's just me." Luo Tianjin began to cough blood again, while Li Mingxian paid him no mind, gritting his teeth and stating, "But even so, I will fight with all my might if you intend to slaughter us all." "Ah, fear not, for I am not here to seek you out. I have merely come for him." Chu Tian chuckled, pointing at the unconscious Chun Yuqing, then added, "However, while observing from above, I noticed something quite intriguing, so I wish to find another person." "Who are you looking for?" Li Mingxian instinctively queried. If it were himself, he would immediately take his own life in resignation, and if it were Luo Tianjin, he would promptly bind this perverse individual and present him as a sacrifice, for he had no desire to engage Chu Tian in battle. Did Li Mingxian fear death? No, it was not the fear of dying in battle that troubled him, but rather the dread of leading so many subordinates into peril, only to return with none. Yet, Chu Tian offered no response, merely turning his gaze towards a nearby puddle of blood, where a trembling figure struggled desperately to rise. This scene was peculiar. All eyes on the battlefield were riveted upon Chu Tian, who remained unfazed, merely observing me. Gasping for breath, I was at a loss as to what I could do. My demonic power was utterly depleted, and my injuries were grievous. My wings had been severed, my tail spine nearly cut in half, strewn behind me like a peacock stripped of half its feathers. An utterly ridiculous sight. The sternum, the arm bones, the leg bones, all seem to be shattered. Every muscle in my body feels as though it has been torn apart. And I realize that my demise is imminent. Yet, an overwhelming desire to rise again surges within me, and my mind is enveloped in a buzzing haze, rendering the surrounding sounds indistinct. Before me lies a deep crimson mingled with shadows of gray. I can see nothing, feel nothing, as if I have become utterly isolated from the world, kneeling alone in a pool of blood, struggling, striving. Yuehua has seen me, as has Gaoao, tears streaming down their faces. They yearn to rush to my aid. But suddenly, a figure obstructs their path, 10 outspread wings. "Father!" Wang Na, already frenzied with tears, stumbles towards me in a wild dash, only to be abruptly yanked back by a pair of hands. "Let go of me. You vile creature, I want to find my father." The girl screams, writhing in resistance, even attempting to lash out with her serpentine tail, but those hands suddenly embrace her instead. How pitiful, to become a corpse demon at such a tender age. Just like me. Is it painful, with no family left, having lost all your support? How do you survive at such a young age? Is he your father? Is he protecting you? How fortunate. Yet, I do not have that. Alone. Living in torment, not knowing what to do or where to go. Perhaps the sorrowful tone of voice instinctively makes Wang Na lower her serpent tail, turning her gaze towards that gaunt face. Those gradually fogging eyes. Are you like me? Did you also become this way at such a young age? Did you lose your family too? The girl furrows her brow, not fully grasping who this person is behind her. Yet she smiles sweetly, saying, "But fear not. Wang Na will make sure Father protects you as well." This statement is absurd. One is the strongest ruler in the world, while the other can scarcely muster the strength to stand. Who is protecting whom? Yet, Chu Tian smiles gently. Is that so? How wonderful, then I thank you. But, does he wish to protect me? Shall we go ask him together? Chu Tian chuckles, suddenly lifting the girl into his arms and slowly approaching me. I can no longer see them, yet I hear Wang Na's indistinct call that I long to respond, to reassure her that she need not fear. Father is here, but my trembling lips and feeble voice are inaudible even to myself. With all my might, I struggle to rise, though my back is hunched, my limbs refuse to move, and my body convulses with excruciating pain, until a voice resonates in my ear. What do you rise for? What can you still accomplish? I bitterly shake my head. Indeed, what can I do? With unwavering determination, I stepped onto the battlefield, having consumed the blood of the Emperor Tian, vowing to save more lives and to thwart all of this. Yet, I have achieved nothing that I tilt my face upward but cannot see the sky. My feet tremble, unable to grasp the earth beneath me. Staggering, I muster a guttural roar, yet my voice emerges weak. Akin to a mosquito's buzz. Chin Yu Ching. Where? Pfft. That voice scoffs. What do you seek him for? I want to stop him. With your strength, he is an 8-scaled sub-emperor. What right do you have to stop him? Especially in such a pitiful state. Truly laughable. The voice sneers. Indeed, I find it laughable myself that I am so weak, so worthless, yet I cannot accept it. Those friendships, those vows of life and death, were never meant to incite hatred or war. To become a corpse demon is already pitiable enough, having lost family, lost companions, even the right to be human. I should not be used as a mere pawn in his game for power. I am painfully aware of my own weakness. I have been forcibly transformed into a dual attribute, with no potential for advancement. I understand. I am nothing but a failure, but I refuse to accept it. I cannot bear to watch them perish. My friends, those innocent souls. I scream in anguish, blood mingling with tears, already soaking my face. I simply wish to rise, to do something, even if just a little, at some unknown moment. The battlefield fell silent, no one uttering a word, all standing in a stupor, gazing at Chu Tian at the center of the battlefield, and that precarious figure. Did you hear that? Do you need me to repeat myself? A voice, cold and piercing, rang out as Chu Tian unfurled his wings and slowly ascended, his eyes like lightning sweeping across the crowd. This fellow is nothing but a failure, his demonic power less than orange. So weak it makes one want to weep, so feeble that none of you respect him. But this failure desperately strives to save you, even daring to challenge a sub-emperor, sustaining grievous injuries and hovering on the brink of death. Unwilling to concede, simply because he believes you fools, you vile monsters, do not deserve to die, do not deserve to be exploited. Yet, what about you? How ridiculous it is, a creature so weak it cannot accomplish anything, yet fixated on saving others, while you self-proclaimed strong ones. I truly cannot discern whether he is too naive or you are too foolish to comprehend. Chu Tian's face darkened as he cast a glance at the still unconscious Chen Yucheng, suddenly bellowing. Now, this imbecile who wishes to be the king of corpse demons has been destroyed by me. If you wish to continue this battle, I, Chu Tian, shall accompany you. If not, then all of you must vacate this city, every last one, including the corpse demons and the covert mobile unit. I grant you 10 minutes. After that, if I see any of you in this city again, I will kill every last one of you. His roar echoed like thunder, penetrating the ears of all present, both human and corpse demon. The corpse demons exchanged dumbfounded glances, for from the moment Chu Tian appeared, from the moment Chen Yuqing fell, they had contemplated fleeing. Yet a sense of reluctance lingered. Would they not take revenge? Victory was within their grasp. A group of covert mobile unit officers stared wide-eyed at one another, relieved for their narrow escape. Yet, Chu Tian is a corpse demon too. Must they heed the orders of a corpse demon? Having finished speaking, not a single person made a move. They all stood frozen in awe. It seemed one individual stirred, trembling with rage since the moment Chu Tian disregarded him, and then Chu Tian, oblivious to the situation. engaged in idle chatter with a failure, completely ignoring his presence. Chu Tian, you bastard. What does it matter how strong you are? Do you treat me like air? Luo Tianjin roared, leaping forward, directly toward Chu Tian. He despises being underestimated. Thus, he would rather consume corpse demons, rather be the world's most notorious pervert than remain nameless. He desires to be so formidable that the entire world takes notice. Even willing to collaborate with a corpse demon like Li Tianchen. He has indeed achieved that. Everyone in this world, be they corpse demons or humans, trembles at the mere mention of Luo Tianjin's name. Yet the problem is Chu Tian, who entirely disregards his existence. Who the hell are you? I told you I don't know you. Chu Tian wore a face that seemed to mock fate, and Luo Tianjin felt his blood boil anew, his teeth grinding with fury, as that dark scythe came crashing down. Luo Tianwu. Severing the void. Crack. The scythe shimmered with electrical currents, gathering in the night sky to form what resembled a cascading waterfall, its overwhelming force astonishing all the corpse demons present, even eliciting admiration from Li Mingxian. Li Mingxuan's overall strength is indeed slightly superior to Luo Tianjin's, ranking higher among the 6 divisions, but that is due to his assassination skills, his ability to launch stealthy attacks that leave one defenseless. However, in a direct confrontation, Li Mingxian must concede that Luo Tianjin surpasses him by a significant margin. His sheer violent prowess ranks among the top in the 6 divisions. Yet, as that strike descended, Li Mingxian could only shake his head in resignation, for he realized Luo Tianjin would suffer a grave loss. Chu Tian shook his head as well, laughing. I recall who you are now, a fool from the 6 divisions who enjoys naming his techniques. Calling them things like falcon or severing the void. Huh. It's you. Amidst the laughter, Chu Tian's expression suddenly turned cold. But you truly are a fool to use my demonic weapon against me? Before the words fully escaped his lips, he raised his hand, not employing his demonic weapon, nor transforming his hand into claws, but simply reaching out casually. Chu Tian courting death? No matter how strong he is, that is Luo Tianjin's full-force strike. How dare he catch it with his bare hand? But as the scythe met his palm, Luo Tianjin's expression shifted. Crack. That seemingly indestructible black scythe suddenly cracked, and Luo Tianjin felt something amiss, flipping in the air to retreat, yet it was already too late. A fissure had appeared on the scythe, and from within that crack, a wave of demonic energy surged forth. Whoosh! The energy wave was captured in Chu Tian's grasp, who playfully toyed with it, leaving Luo Tianjin furious and distressed as he gazed at his scythe. He finally realized that his demonic weapon resonated with Chu Tian. Attacking him was tantamount to offering it up. Xiaogao. Luo Tianjin abruptly turned and shouted. Nearly simultaneously, Gao Ao hurled her battle axe towards him. In truth, Gao Ao did not wish for Luo Tianjin to confront Chu Tian. Firstly, he sensed that Chu Tian seemed intent on bringing this battle to a close, which perfectly aligned with their original plan. Secondly, Gao Ao was acutely aware that Luo Tianjin stood no chance against Chu Tian. Launching an attack would be tantamount to seeking death. Nevertheless, he cast the battle axe towards him, for they had once been friends. True brothers, he understood the depth of Luo Tianjin's desire to settle the score with Chu Tian. Even if it meant facing defeat or death, nothing could quell that twisted determination. Furthermore, the battle axe originally belonged to Luo Tianjin. It had been entrusted to Gao Ao only after he acquired the scythe. Now, it seemed only fitting that it be returned, given their differing allegiances. If Luo Tianjin were to perish in battle, Gao Ao would accompany him in death. Haha. Upon grasping the axe, Luo Tianjin erupted into a maniacal laugh. A sound reminiscent of a groan. His entire demeanor surged with intensity, his face contorting as he fixed a fierce glare upon Chu Tian. He leapt once more, executing a move known as Duan Kong, though he did not vocalize his battle cry this time. The electric momentum emanating from him was even more formidable. He had slain numerous corpse demons that night, and had drunk deeply of their blood. The demonic power surging within him was unprecedentedly violent. He could not believe that he could not best Chu Tian. If he could not triumph, he at least intended to wound this bastard, to make him aware of the consequences of underestimating him. For the first time, a hint of gravity surfaced in Chu Tian's eyes, albeit faint, as the demonic wings behind him finally stirred, albeit only 2 of them. One wing shot forth, intercepting the descending battle axe with a force akin to a lightning strike. Albeit even more fervent, the second wing, moving with lightning speed, retaliated against Luo Tianjin's chest. So fast! Li Mingxian exclaimed, his gaze fixed on Chu Tian's wings, yet he could not discern the trajectory of the strike, not even he could. What of the others? They merely perceived a flash of lightning. Boom! The axe collided violently with the first wing. Luo Tianjin exerted every ounce of strength he possessed, but could no longer bring the axe down. Instead, he was propelled upward by the force of the demonic energy, desperately roaring as he attempted to steady himself and mount another attack, only for the second wing to arrive in quick succession. Luo Tianjin's face paled in shock as he barely had time to position the axe horizontally. Boom! Another thunderous sound erupted, showering the air with countless sparks, as if a cannonball had exploded amidst the sparks. The battle axe shattered piece by piece, and Luo Tianjin let out a pain scream as he was flung backward. No, it was not merely a retreat. He was blasted away, soaring several dozen meters beyond the battlefield, even out of that street. Thud! Luo Tianjin crashed to the ground, his body convulsing, blood gushing from his mouth without cessation. The axe in his hand had crumbled to nothing but a broken handle. A weapon forged from 6 pieces of demonic wings. What of the 6? I have stated before, as long as that peculiar little fellow is absent, none of you are my match, Chu Tian stated coldly. No longer glancing at Luo Tianjin, before bellowing, 9 minutes remain. Do you not wish to leave? An uproar ensued on the battlefield, as nearly all the corpse demons turned tail and fled without hesitation. They were acutely aware of Chu Tian's terror, yet could scarcely believe that the monstrous Luo Tianjin had fallen without even enduring a single blow. This was not merely fearsome, it was utterly invincible. We must depart. Li Mingxian gritted his teeth. Trembling slightly, in truth, he too felt a pang of reluctance. He wished to test whether he could injure Chu Tian once more as he had previously. However, he dared not. Luo Tianjin's fate served as a grim warning. At this juncture, Li Mingxian ought to have felt fortunate, for he and his dwindling contingent could retreat unscathed. Yet, he found no joy in the final moment before their departure. He cast another glance at Chu Tian, who loomed like an invincible deity, and a wave of helplessness washed over him. Could humanity truly win this war against the corpse demons? As long as Chu Tian remained, he saw not a glimmer of hope. That individual was simply too terrifying. Unless all 6 were united, they could barely contend with him, especially with that boy who elicited even a hint of trepidation from Chu Tian with his peculiar abilities. Yet even then, it would only be a feeble struggle. Victory was but a distant dream. Luo Tianjin harbored thoughts akin to Li Mingxuan's. He finally mustered the strength to rise, yet dared not strike at Chu Tian. He could not fathom why he had consumed so many repulsive monsters and still failed to withstand even a single blow. No, wait. Luo Tianjin suddenly recalled something and staggered toward a corner of the battlefield. Toward the individual who had gradually been forgotten. At the same time, Li Mingxian had a realization, abruptly turning back. He too wished to retrieve someone. Me. He had come to regard me as a rather unique corpse demon. Or perhaps as a simpleton so naive as to be laughable. He believed that if there was to be a breakthrough in the war between humans and corpse demons, it might very well lie with me. But then, a hand suddenly seized my collar, hoisting me aloft. With a rueful smile, Li Mingxian had no choice but to turn away. He dared not contest Chu Tian for me. What do you intend to do? Why are you taking Li Yong away? Cries of alarm erupted. Li Mingxian dared not intervene, while Yue Hua and Gao Ao were unwilling to allow Chu Tian to seize me. Not that they comprehended his motives. What business is it of yours? I am merely doing as I please, Chu Tian retorted, rolling his eyes. Yue Hua fell silent, while Gao Ao wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Indeed, no number of rationales could rival the whims of one so powerful. After all, he was strong enough to disregard everything, even to the extent of ending the entire battlefield with a single shout, causing both corpse demons and humans to flee in terror. Chuckled bitterly. Pondering the purpose of our struggle thus far, it seemed less significant than Chu Tian's mere shout. Perhaps this was the nature of power. In that moment, Gao Ao harbored an intense desire within. He longed to possess strength akin to Chu Tian's. Perhaps only thus could we be deemed worthy of protecting or rescuing others. Perhaps only then could we alter the tragic fate of the corpse demons. Wei Hua also smiled bitterly. She had not contemplated so deeply. The moment I was lifted, her heart felt as though it were ensnared by some unseen force. She desperately wished to hold me tightly, to prevent Chu Tian from taking me away. However, from the moment Chu Tian had made his entrance, Yue Hua's eyes had turned red. She too yearned to confront Chu Tian, for her sister Xiaohua had been destroyed, partly due to Chu Tian's actions. Yet she dared not, nor did she possess the strength to do so. Liang, you should be all right, right? He wouldn't harm you, would he? Yue Hua pleaded, though she still could not comprehend the nature of her feelings. Where are you taking my father? Wang Na suddenly shrieked, the little girl oblivious to the gravity of the situation, merely gazing at me, trembling and half-conscious, instinctively reaching out her small hand. Chapter 98. The rogue releases my daughter. Does the little girl wish to join as well? Very well, though your strength is a tad lacking. Perhaps I can assist you, Shu Tian said with a smile, effortlessly lifting Wang Na into his arms. Shu Tian intends to help Wang Na. This monster, who is regarded as a behemoth by the world, wishes to aid Wang Na in enhancing her strength. Perhaps this girl has truly struck gold, but what of me? Have I found treasure, or merely stepped in muck? The war in Chuzhou had concluded, yet the blood had not been fully shed. Although the corpse demons had been terrified into fleeing by Chu Tian, they did not leave quietly. Now and then, several corpse demons would charge into the fleeing crowd, either to kill, to bite, or to quench their thirst for blood, restoring their injuries, or simply to vent their pent-up frustration. Perhaps this was the innate bloodlust of the corpse demons, or perhaps it was merely the distinction between good and evil, for some corpse demons refrained from pouncing on the crowd, even when grievously wounded, ravenous, or faced with corpses. Among them lay the bodies of a mother and child, the cause of death no longer relevant. In the already cold pool of blood, they lay entwined, tears still glistening in their eyes. A burly corpse demon walked past, heavily injured, with his demonic weapon nearly shattered. He inhaled the fragrant blood, swallowing repeatedly, yet upon seeing the mother clinging to her child in defiance of death, perhaps to show the bare minimum of respect for maternal love, or perhaps out of pity for the child, he let out a deep sigh, removed his tattered coat, and draped it over them before silently turning away. Before this night, I had often regarded corpse demons as largely despicable, cruel, bloodthirsty, and even vile, the exception being little Wang Na. However, after this night, my perspective shifted. It was due to Zhang Haoda, who steadfastly upheld his promise to his brothers, and Shui Han, who desperately tried to drag her companion's corpse from the battlefield. In truth, there are many who uphold kindness beyond myself, and not solely Li Tianqian, who has adhered to his principles for decades. Countless others, whose names we do not know, also embody this steadfastness. They may not be strong, yet they deserve the respect of the entire world, even as they find themselves at odds with it. The chaos did not merely affect Chuzhou. When the corpse demons attempted to flee but encountered the military stationed outside the city, yet another bloody storm ensued. Bloodshed even spread to several nearby villages and towns, causing widespread panic. Li Mingxian chuckled bitterly, knowing that trouble had escalated significantly. The first rule of the covert task force was to ensure that the existence of corpse demons was never revealed to the ordinary populace. Yet now, this situation was impossible to conceal. Upon our return, I truly do not know how to explain this to the higher-ups, Li Mingxian said with a wry smile. He was mistaken. The first explanations needed were not to the high-ranking officials above, but to the faces filled with bitterness and apprehension below. Have those monsters been vanquished? Have you rescued my son? An elderly man with white hair rushed toward Li Mingxian as soon as he saw him leading his subordinates out of the city, with a bitter shake of his head. Li Mingxian could have spun a lie, but the truth was, it would have been meaningless. Why? Are you not the National Security Bureau? Is it not your duty to protect our safety? I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that.